Chapter 1, Rebirth. Xiaoying, be careful. A middle-aged man lunged forward, hurling a young woman from the second floor. As she tumbled to the ground, a deafening explosion erupted from the very place she had just vacated. In the aftermath, a series of explosions and flames followed, engulfing the area in chaos. Several youths and middle-aged individuals scoured the vicinity for days, yet they found no trace of the man's remains. Mu Chen, to protect the homeland and serve the country, one must shed blood and sacrifice one's life. Your fate is not yet sealed. You are granted the opportunity for rebirth. As the resonant voice echoed around him, Mu Chen gradually regained his senses. He lifted his gaze, overwhelmed by a sense of unfamiliarity. Attempting to raise his hand to touch his clothing, he prepared to retrieve a cigarette, only to realize that the sensation in his hand was surprisingly tender. He pinched himself. The texture is delightful. No, wait. Mu Chen suddenly comprehended the shocking reality. He had transformed into an infant swaddled in blankets. Turning his head to survey his surroundings, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of grass. With a cynical smile, Mu Chen mused, could it be that I am an abandoned child? Was that voice truly from the king of hell? As a cultivator, he should be termed a martial artist. Mu Chen instinctively sensed that this place was far from Earth. However, its exact location remained a mystery to him. The current predicament was dire. If he remained undiscovered for even 2 days, he would surely perish, whether from wild beasts or starvation. Damn it, my entire repertoire skills is rendered useless in this state. Am I destined to rest with the departed? Mu Chen gazed despondently at the sky. Yet who was Mu Chen? He was the esteemed instructor of the Flame Dragon Special Forces. Quickly adjusting his mindset, he regulated his breathing. That he commenced his practice, knowing that while it wouldn't grant him the ability to act, it might extend his life for a while longer. Thus, 3 days elapsed. That a piece of good news accompanied by bad news. The good news was that no beast had approached. The bad news was that he was still facing death. Mu Chen's vision had blurred to a degree far worse than severe myopia. But he understood that he could not succumb to slumber. Closing his eyes would surely lead to his demise. I refuse to accept this. There are still unfulfilled wishes within me. I cannot die. Mu Chen shouted defiantly, extracting the last vestiges of energy from his body, hoping to endure a bit longer until someone could come to his aid. Alas, reality was merciless. Mu Chen could no longer hold on. His eyelids fell, no longer under his control. Suddenly, a voice emerged, reminiscent of a familiar AI assistant. Beep, host has completed metamorphosis. My spirit endures. The system will now expend energy for healing. This voice resonated. Mu Chen's form was enveloped in a soft golden light. The golden radiance not only nourished him, but also honed his physique and repaired his organs. Chirp, chirp. Mu Chen observed a small bird resembling a sparrow perched upon his forehead, tilting its tiny head and gazing at him with wide, curious eyes. Is this heaven, or did I fail to endure? What a pity, he mused, smiling at the azure sky. Suddenly, a voice startled him, causing him to jump. The little bird flew away from his forehead. The voice addressed Mu Chen. Host life functions have been fully restored. The system has only 2 units of energy remaining, which can solely provide tasks and reward for task completion. Upon hearing this notification, Mu Chen realized he had been rescued by a system. Although he seldom read online literature, he had heard whispers of such phenomena. Thus, he understood that this was no dream, and even if it were, it was not yet time to awaken. Mu Chen turned over and pushed himself up with his hands. To his astonishment, he discovered that his body had remarkably developed to that of a 2-year-old, capable of walking. Joy surged within him, and he felt profound gratitude towards the system. He swiftly crossed his legs and began to cultivate. Though this world differed from Earth, it still harbored spiritual energy, far more potent than that of Earth, hundreds of times more concentrated. Before long, Mu Chen had reached the pinnacle of his previous life, dark energy. However, just as he was about to advance further, he suddenly perceived a barrier that restricted his evolution. All he could do was compress his spiritual energy to make it denser, yet he could not ascend to new heights. That a bottleneck. The term resonated with him, that he understood that this world might impose certain laws that limited him, and thus he did not force the issue. Once his spiritual energy solidified at a certain point, Mu Chen resolved to leave this place. Struggling, he emerged from the grassy expanse to behold an endless field of greenery. He felt somewhat bewildered, pondering which direction to take. After some thought, Mu Chen decided to head north. Thus, he embarked on his journey. Fortunately, he was not far from a human village, approximately 3 miles away. Upon reaching the outskirts of the village, he refrained from venturing deeper, for Mu Chen was aware that he was currently an orphan with limited combat abilities. It would be unwise to attract attention before thoroughly understanding the combat prowess of the inhabitants of this world. Through eavesdropping on conversations among passersby, Mu Chen confirmed an astonishing reality. He had arrived in the world of Douluo, a classic fantasy novel authored by the renowned San Shao, specifically during the timeline of the Spirit Hall, the female pope. Mu Chen comprehended the reason behind the insurmountable bottleneck. Soul rings. He realized he had reached the 10th level of soul power and was in need of a soul ring. Yet, a pivotal question struck him. He had not yet reached the age to awaken his martial soul. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed once more. The host embarks on a journey, activating the first task, to explore the world. The task is in the form of a questionnaire, and upon completion, rewards will be granted based on the score achieved. Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt a surge of joy within. After all, he had read the entire series of Douluo. Swiftly, he completed the questionnaire with a perfect score of 100. Ding. The host has flawlessly completed the task and received the highest reward, one martial spirit. Elated, Mu Chen immediately inquired, "How do I utilize the martial spirit?" Initiating the martial spirit awakening ceremony. Detection indicates that the host has lived 2 lives, possessing 2 souls, thereby acquiring a dual martial spirit. Due to the experiences of life and death, the martial spirits are 1. The deceased. 2. The reincarnation emperor, Qian Kun. Mu Chen's heart leapt with joy. He was indeed a dual martial spirit wielder. Without delay, he turned to venture into the forest in search of soul beasts. At that moment, an ominous voice echoed, "Elder brother, look, there's a little child here who seems quite clever." Mu Chen quickly deduced that they were likely human traffickers. Without hesitation, he took off running. "Hey, clever indeed. He can understand our words. Capture him." Roger that point. 2 lecherous men in their 30s pursued Mu Chen, their 10-year soul rings flickering ominously. Yet, rather than fear, Mu Chen felt a bold idea brewing within him. Detection indicates a fluctuation in the host's emotions. A task is issued. Incapacitate these 2 individuals. Reward will be based on the time taken to complete the task. Timing commences upon the host's first attack. After running for a while, Mu Chen found a dim alley to slip into. "Second brother, this little child seems unfamiliar with the area. He's foolishly entered a dead end, saving us some effort." The one referred to as second brother replied, "Third brother, do not underestimate him." The third brother chuckled, "We are great soul masters, why fear mere child?" Second brother nodded in agreement with the third brother's assessment. The 2 then entered the pitch-black alley, removing themselves from the sight of the one who had issued the command. Chapter 2. The First Soul Ring. "Little child, we are not bad people. Come with us, and we will help you find your mother." The third brother approached Mu Chen with a foolish grin. Mu Chen felt a deep revulsion, his expression darkening to an extreme. Unfortunately, the dim light concealed his true feelings from the 2 men. As they advanced, Mu Chen retreated, until his back collided with the wall. "Don't worry, little one, just come with us." The second brother, intent on taking the initiative, lunged at Mu Chen. Startled, Mu Chen's heart raced not out of fear, but because he realized that although these 2 were great soul masters, their true strength was. Without further ado, Mu Chen swiftly assumed the stance of Bajiquan, aiming for a rapid resolution of the conflict, as Taiji was not particularly suited for this situation. With a lightning-fast strike, he initiated his attack. What is Bajiquan? This martial art belongs to the category of short-range combat techniques, characterized by its pursuit of raw power, simplicity, and explosive force. The techniques emphasize close-quarter strikes and assertive engagement, embodying the principles of pressing, colliding, and overwhelming. Bajiquan generates force from the heels, flows through the waist, and culminates at the fingertips, resulting in tremendous explosive power and a distinct combat style that resonates with the notion of shaking the heavens and shaking the earth in mere moments. To everyone's astonishment, Mu Chen effortlessly toppled the 2 imposing figures and subsequently scaled the wall to escape. The entire encounter transpired in less time than it took for their leader to reach the scene. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward granted. Flow acceleration. Within 3 seconds, your speed will increase by 100. Each use requires a 5-second cooldown, with a rate of activation being every 2 seconds, and Mu Chen activated flow acceleration, launching himself forward with a tremendous burst of speed, covering over 300 meters before coming to a halt. What a delightful sensation, he thought, glancing back at the village, now at a comfortable distance that he then slowly made his way toward the great forest of Tiando. Presently, Mu Chen found himself far from Tang San, yet rather close to Shrek Academy. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Great Forest, he received a notification from a system. The host requires a first spirit ring. Recommended first martial spirit, the departed. The system has located various soul beasts suitable for absorption, with a compatibility exceeding 9.5. The Mu Chen's gaze turned unfocused after blinking. He perceived an enhanced vision revealing the outlines of numerous soul beasts, some white, some yellow, and others purple. He understood that these colors indicated their ages. However, wasn't the limit for the first spirit ring below 500 years. Nevertheless, the system indicated that absorption was possible, suggesting he might attempt to absorb even the 1,000-year soul beasts. Determined, Mu Chen dashed toward a purple silhouette, disregarding any thoughts of whether he could defeat it. He was feeling quite emboldened. What awaited him was a harsh lesson from reality. The soul beast he targeted was a 1,000-year-old chameleon lizard, a large variant of a color-changing chameleon, wielding its tongue as a weapon. Its camouflage was remarkably potent, allowing it to blend seamlessly into its surroundings. Fortunately, Mu Chen was no novice. Had he been, he would have surely met his demise here. After a battle of wits and courage, Mu Chen ultimately succeeded in dispatching the elusive soul beast with a decisive strike, aided by his keen senses. It was fortunate that this creature was not a primary combatant, otherwise he would have faced dire consequences. Despite his victory, Mu Chen bore numerous injuries, with his left leg severely fractured. After administering basic first aid, he proceeded with the absorption process. Remarkably, he exhibited a boldness born from ignorance, daring to initiate the absorption without hesitation. Truly, what audacity! It is also possible that due to his trust in the system, he believed that absorbing such a soul ring would not be overly burdensome. As a result, after enduring 14 waves of despairing assaults, he successfully absorbed the soul ring. Fortunately, no soul beast attacked him, for it was just noon. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving a reward of 1,000 gold soul coins, and Mu Chen accepted this with a sense of satisfaction, for 1,000 gold soul coins was no trifling sum. Subsequently, he immersed himself in the system to examine his newly acquired soul ring and soul skills. First soul ring. The 1,000-year shape-shifting lizard, the unseen deceased. This ability allows the wearer to switch between the attributes of the deceased, enabling them to employ various elemental attacks. Currently, it provides the fundamental 5 elements along with light and darkness. Upon reading this description, Mu Chen could not help but commend the system selection. Perhaps other martial souls would not possess such extraordinary soul skills, but that was a uniqueness of his own martial soul. After making several adjustments and experiments, Mu Chen successfully summoned his martial soul. The deceased appeared as a skeleton draped in a white half-cape, wielding a pristine 7-foot bone sword. Only its chin and teeth were visible, with occasional glimpses of its eye sockets, which glowed with small, crimson dots, vibrant yet enigmatic. In essence, it exuded an ethereal mystique, not terrifying, but rather reminiscent of the remains of an unparalleled warrior. With a sense of fulfillment, Mu Chen departed from the Great Forest. Rather than returning to the village from whence he came, he set his sights on Soto City. Upon arriving, he could not simply reveal himself, for a child not yet 3 years of age wandering the streets could easily attract trouble. Thus, Mu Chen patiently awaited his moment. Chapter 3. Meeting Dai Mu Bai. Time passed swiftly at this juncture. Mu Chen had lived in this world for 12 years. Through his initial capital, the assistance of the system, and knowledge far surpassing that of his era, he established a non-combat organization, Mu Chen Bank and Mu Chen Foods. The latter primarily focused on medicinal cuisine, which, using simple ingredients and various herbs, could produce the effects of century-old medicinal materials through modern techniques of brewing and processing, earning widespread acclaim. Moreover, with advanced financial strategies, a membership system, and limited-time offers, Mu Chen thrived abundantly. The bank, on the other hand, invested money for profit. Countless wealthy individuals chose to deposit their funds here for its safety. Indeed, safety was paramount, as the system offered an infinitely expansive storage space, and who would suspect an ordinary child to be a mobile ATM? In public, he referred to himself as young Master Chen, with only 2 confidants having witnessed his true visage. Point 1 was the girlfriend of a soul saint from the spirit hall. With Mu Chen's assistance, successfully ascended to the rank of Soul King, no longer needing to rely on others to fulfill her dreams, vowing to follow Mu Chen henceforth. Point 1 is the enigmatic title Da, the flame lion Douluo, who, after wagering with Mu Chen, shattered his limits through the latter's medicinal cuisine, ascending to the status of a super Douluo, and subsequently swore allegiance. The success of his 2 commercial alliances owes 70% of its growth to this super Douluo. The emergence of an individual previously hidden from the public eye as a super Douluo suggests the immense power of the enterprises backing him. This moment. Mu Chen donned a fitted black attire crafted from an unusually exquisite material, one that even BB Dong would struggle to identify. Over this, he wore a blue and white trench coat, with the sleeves rolled up, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, and on his feet, a pair of military boots. His visage was nothing short of perfection, with skin that had been refined through the system's 3 purifications, rendering it so fair that even women might feel envious. At this time, he was en route to Shrek Academy. He had already been registered as a soul master by the Spirit Hall. Naturally, the Spirit Hall sought to court him, however. Mu Chen, citing his mentorship, politely declined. Shortly thereafter, Mu Chen spotted a peculiar hotel, and a faint smile played upon his lips. Rose Hotel. I wonder if at this moment Tang San and Xiao were engaged in a fierce battle against Dai Mubai? Driven by curiosity, Mu Chen approached the Rose Hotel. Within the grand lobby, 2 figures were locked in combat, weaving an intricate web in midair, rendering the atmosphere exceptionally tense and frigid. Go! Their brother. A girl clad in a pink outfit shouted fervently from beside the counter, though the worry in her eyes betrayed her inner anxiety. Before long, it seemed the battle had reached its conclusion. One of the men was ensnared by numerous resilient strands of deep green-blue-silver grass, resembling a tightly wrapped dumpling. Unable to move, this man, tall with striking golden hair and deep blue eyes, despite being bound and immobile, wore a faint smile. A level 29 spirit master with the blue-silver grass martial spirit, to have pushed me, Dai Mubai, to this extent, I must admit, you are formidable. Alas, had I been at your level, I would indeed have been defeated today. Upon hearing this, the seemingly ordinary man standing opposite him frowned slightly and replied blandly, "What are you trying to say?" Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, he donned a blue outfit, with a belt adorned with 24 gemstones at his waist. His physique was well-proportioned, and though he was not conventionally handsome, he exuded a warmth that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Such a pity. The handsome man who identified himself as Dai Mubai chuckled. Suddenly, his laughter ceased abruptly. White tiger transformation. A chilling voice emerged from Dai Mubai's lips, followed by a purple soul ring ascending from beneath his feet. In an instant, his entire form began to swell slightly, his aura surging with immense power. Even the other guests hiding at a distance could feel that overwhelming force, akin to a ravenous tiger ready to pounce. With a gentle shake of his arms, he shattered all the blue-silver grass that had ensnared him into a fine powder. The explosion of debris enveloped the lobby in a hazy mist. Observing this from afar, Tang San and Xiao Wu stood frozen in astonishment. Is this the soul skill of a Millennium Soul Ring? Tang San inhaled sharply. In this state of martial spirit manifestation, Dai Mubai's physique had noticeably increased in size, presenting an intimidating presence. The absolute strength and perception of levels are aspects your blue-silver grass cannot compensate for. Dai Mubai stated calmly, "The white tiger transformation allows me to double my power and speed for half an hour. Under such augmentation, the toxins contained within your blue-silver grass will have no effect on me. You cannot defeat me." Tang Sin remained silent, letting out a quiet sigh within. He reflected that indeed, there are always greater talents beyond one's own. And it was no wonder that their teacher had urged them to come to Soto City and attend Shrek Academy. The world outside was brimming with exceptional talents. 5 years of cultivation had significantly advanced his growth, granting him a second martial spirit and elevating his level to 29. At Nottingham College, I was undoubtedly ahead of my peers. However, upon arriving in Soto City, I was astounded to encounter individuals whose strength was utterly extraordinary. "What are you so proud of?" Xiao Wu murmured in mild dissatisfaction. Mu Chen realized that it was his moment to make an entrance. Clearing his throat, he inquired about the situation at hand. Dai Mubai and Tang Sin turned to the source of the voice, momentarily taken aback by the striking presence before them. "How handsome." Dai Mubai was the first to regain his composure. He cleared his throat and remarked, "Young brother, you must be here to check into the hotel as well. I apologize, but the last room has already been reserved by this young brother and his sister." As Tang Sin opened his mouth to respond, Dai Mubai interjected, "I am older than you. If we were of the same age, I would concede defeat. Therefore, this room should rightfully belong to you." Upon hearing this, Tang San's gaze towards Dai Mubai shifted significantly. At that moment, Mu Chen spoke up, "I merely came to see what was happening. Dai, are you from Shrek?" Hearing these words, Dai Mubai and Tang San were once again taken aback. Dai Mubai nodded slightly. "Young brother, what brings you here?" Mu Chen smiled faintly, realizing he had not misidentified him. Mu Bai from Shrek Academy, a 37th level soul master, merely 15 years of age, held a significant status. At this point, Mu Chen chose to remain silent, for he noticed a change in Mu Bai's expression. Mu Chen waved his hand and said, "Do not misunderstand. I, Mu Chen, have come to join Shrek as well. I merely conducted a preliminary investigation into your affairs. Do not take it to heart. I assure you, I am a good person." Mu Bai replied with a cold smile. Most who proclaim themselves as good people are, in fact, not good at all. Mu Chen was taken aback, especially since Xiao Wu surprisingly nodded in agreement. Mu Chen smiled and said, "It seems that today's matter requires us to let our strength do the talking." Upon hearing this, Mu Bai, filled with fervor for battle, replied, "All right then, let us do it." Mu Chen shook his head, stating that it was not the right time. "I do not wish to exploit anyone's advantage. We will have ample opportunities to study together at the academy. Let's let today pass. After all, there is no urgency, is there, Dai Xiao?" Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Mu Bai's perception of him shifted slightly. Yet he remained cautious. Nodding in acknowledgement, he turned to leave, while Mu Chen smiled and watched him depart. In a true confrontation, Mu Bai would struggle to endure more than a couple of exchanges against Mu Chen. Although Mu Chen's 33rd level soul power may not appear formidable at first glance, it is crucial to understand that this represents the culmination of his power at every stage. His total soul power is undeniably equivalent to that of a soul master at level 42. Examining his soul ring configuration reveals an astonishing array: purple, black, and black. The first soul ring, the 1,000-year metamorphic lizard, allows for the seamless switching of attributes, enabling its user to launch diverse elemental attacks. Currently limited to the 5 basic elements along with light and darkness. The second soul ring, the 10,000-year spirit ape, resonates with the soul, initiating a mournful melody akin to a soul call, which siphons 5 attributes from the opponent for an hour, affecting only one target at a time. The effect can only be reapplied after its conclusion. The higher the mental power exceeds the original body, the more effective the attribute reduction becomes, decreasing by 1 for every 5 levels surpassed. The third soul ring, the 70,000-year shadow hunter, summons a puppet of a soul master whose power differs by no more than 30 levels, excluding super Dalu and extreme Dalu, to fight on his behalf, retaining all of the original soul power and skills, albeit at 65% of their strength. Furthermore, it can replicate 2 copies of the original, maintaining 90% of their power and enhancing the original's support abilities. The third soul skill serves as a divine enhancement to the previous 2. As summoning 2 puppets means Mu Chen can achieve soul resonance with 3 entities or resonate with one individual 3 consecutive times. The disparity in strength is evident. While the opponent can only exert 78% of their power, Mu Chen can unleash 112% of his own. The prospect of overcoming challenges beyond his level is not merely a dream. Most importantly, his mental power, which he possessed since the age of 2, rivals that of a 65th level soul emperor. Subsequently, Mu Chen smiled at Tang San and waved farewell. As for how Xiao Wu and Tang San perceived him, he paid little heed. Chapter 4. A chance encounter with Ning Rongrong. Mu Chen also needed to find a hotel suitable for accommodation, thus he arrived at the Fengwei Hotel. He approached the front desk, glanced at the bill, and reserved a room of moderate luxury, adorned in pure white innocence. Just as he took the key and prepared to ascend the stairs, a charming girl clad in white appeared before him. Mu Chen was momentarily stunned, not by the girl's beauty, but because she resembled the girl described by San Xiao. He hoped it was not her, for he despised troublesome matters. With a wry smile, Mu Chen contemplated escaping from the scene. However, it was too late. As anticipated, the girl sought a pure white room. Yet his was the last one available. Called to a halt, Mu Chen found it inappropriate to flee outright. He turned, greeting the girl with a sunny smile, and said, "Miss, is there something you need?" The girl in the white dress glanced at Wang Feng, and upon seeing his handsome visage, her eyes brightened slightly. In a gentle voice, she inquired, "Dear friend, would you be so kind as to relinquish this room to me?" Clad in a flowing white gown with short hair grazing her ears, her figure was gracefully proportioned, exuding youthful innocence. Her skin was as fair as snow, yet a hint of pride lingered in her brows, subtle enough to escape the notice of most. Her voice was exquisitely soft, her features finely chiseled, and her demeanor sweetly pure, rendering it difficult for an ordinary man to refuse her. Wang Feng appraised the girl thoughtfully for a moment before responding. "I'm afraid I am not in the habit of relinquishing my accommodations. Perhaps you might consider selecting another?" Taken aback by the refusal, The girl in the white dress seemed momentarily astonished at being turned down. Furrowing her brow, she gazed at the extraordinarily handsome youth before her. The affections that stirred within her quelled her discomfort at the rejection, prompting her to continue. Very well then. How about this? I shall offer you 50 gold soul coins if you would grant me this room. Surely that would suffice? This time, while her tone remained gentle, a trace of pride infused her words. As she spoke, the girl produced a weighty pouch from her pocket. Mu Chen's expression darkened instantly. It is worth noting that 80% of the assets of the 7 treasure glazed tile school were held by him. How could Ning Rongrong dare to flaunt her wealth before him? Mu Chen, of such esteemed status, earns a fortune daily. Indeed, this young lady is none other than the enchanting Ning Rongrong of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and at this moment, Mu Chen still recognized her. Mu Chen let out a cold laugh, remarking, "It seems you hold me in a rather low regard." Subsequently, he casually tossed out a card. The purple card of Mu Chen Bank allows for the withdrawal of 1,000 gold soul coins. My dear lady, please accept this sum on one hand. It serves to grant you peace from my presence, and on the other, it provides you with funds to seek accommodation elsewhere. As Mu Chen finished speaking, he turned to leave. At that moment, a voice called out from behind him, prompting him to glance back once more. Are you a soul master? The young girl took a deep breath, steadying her rising emotions. Given that you possess such a substantial amount of golden soul coins, you must be a soul master, right? The Spirit Hall provides subsidies for soul masters. A 21st level soul master receives 10 golden soul coins each month. For many soul masters under the 40th level, these subsidies serve as a primary source of income. The young man before her appeared to be around 15 years old, likely at least at the 20th level. His attire was modest yet appropriate. The considerable sum of soul coins he held could not merely be attributed to a privileged family background, but rather to the support from the Spirit Hall. You need not expend 10 months' worth of your subsidies just to assert yourself against me, she said, furrowing her brow, yet still managing to suppress her frustration. With a gentle tone, she continued, if you are indeed a soul master, we could become friends. By the way, I am an auxiliary-type soul master. Mu Chen's patience was nearly exhausted. He suppressed his fury and declared, I shall reiterate one final time. The money I provided you was intended to secure your non-interference. If you continue to harass me in this manner, I shall be compelled to take action. This room rightfully belongs to me, and I possess the authority to allocate it as I see fit. Yet, you persistently intrude upon my peace. I warn you, my restraint is wearing thin. Upon hearing these words, nearly shouted in anger, Ning Rongrong, who had yet to encounter the harsh realities of life, turned pale. With tears brimming in her eyes, she replied, You dare to raise your voice at me? What is your name? Mu Chen spoke coldly. Wu Baba. Ning Rongrong, clearly still in a daze, repeated, Wu Baba? What a peculiar name. I shall remember you, Wu Baba. Just wait. At that moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly noticed Mu Chen, who was stifling a laugh. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, What is it? What is so amusing? Upon hearing her words, Mu Chen could no longer contain himself and chuckled. Oh, it's nothing. I simply find that your pronunciation of the name is quite pleasant. Haha. Ning Rongrong, still somewhat bewildered, shyly responded, Do you enjoy hearing me call your name, then? Wu Baba. After listening, Mu Chen was unable to contain his laughter, clutching his abdomen in mirth. This left Ning Rongrong in a state of disarray amidst the wind. After a while, Mu Chen ceased his amusement, and it seemed that Ning Rongrong finally connected the dots. With a face flushed with fury, she exclaimed, You actually played me for a fool. You scoundrel. Turning on her heel, she departed with a crimson visage, not forgetting to leave a fierce warning in her wake. You better watch out. I will remember your face. Mu Chen gave it little thought, shaking his head before retreating to his chamber. As he reclined upon the soft bed, he reflected on his encounter with that willful young lady, sighing softly. After resting for a spell, Mu Chen indulged in a refreshing bath, cleansing himself of the day's toils. Before long, he drifted into a gentle slumber. The following day dawned bright and sunny. As usual, Mu Chen ventured out for a leisurely stroll. While meandering, a sudden epiphany struck him. He could visit the arena of souls, where he might encounter a quest. Reflecting on the system's task notifications, Mu Chen deduced a notable characteristic: exploration. He realized that the first attempt at an endeavor would invariably yield a quest, alongside tasks of a breakthrough nature. Overall, it seemed promising. Mu Chen approached the vicinity of the Soto arena, where the sounds of bustling voices filled the air. Little girl, do not be so unreasonable. This gold soul coin was discovered by my brother and me. Just because you claim it is yours, how can you prove that? Mu Chen gazed into the distance, where a throng of people had gathered. A smile involuntarily spread across his face. There, amidst the crowd, stood a beautiful maiden clad in a flowing white dress. Her expression one of utter indignation as she directed her ire towards two young men. These two fellows, with their playful grins and formidable aura of soul power, possessed an extraordinary and imposing stature, and at that moment, they were brandishing several bags of golden soul coins. Is that not the spirited Ning Rongrong? Mu Chen approached and cast a few glances around. Whispers filled the air, murmuring about the unfortunate girl entangled with the rascals Zhang Si and Wang Wu. These two were notorious regulars in the soul arena. It appeared that the girl had inadvertently dropped her money while shopping, and upon realizing it, she found it had been snatched away, likely to never be recovered. How could two soul masters like Zhang Si and Wang Wu stoop so low as to bully a young girl? Listening to the discussions around him, Mu Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the scene before him. Ning Rongrong, the young lady of the Ning family, had ventured out alone from the seven-treasure glazed tile school, exhibiting a lack of worldly experience. Though she spoke with a seemingly gentle demeanor, her pride ran deep, leaving her vulnerable to the antics of such ruffians. However, Mu Chen had no intention of intervening. It was clear that as a young lady of her stature, Ning Rongrong would have her peers from the seven-treasure glazed tile school discreetly following her, ensuring her safety. Just as he resolved to turn away, a waft of fragrant air enveloped him, and a figure clad in white abruptly appeared before him. "Brother, what brings you here?" exclaimed the unexpected visitor, revealing herself to be none other than Ning Rongrong. Mu Chen was taken aback for a moment. At that instant, Ning Rongrong firmly grasped Mu Chen's shoulder, turned her head, and with an air of arrogance, gazed disdainfully at the two men, declaring, "You rascals dare to steal my money? My elder brother is on his way. He is a formidable assault-type spirit master, exceptionally powerful, and soon he will bring both of you to your knees." With that, Ning Rongrong lifted her pristine chin, casting a frosty glare at the two men. "Mu Chen, this little girl possesses quite the grudge, doesn't she? Truly unfortunate that I felt compelled to come here." Just at that moment, Ning Rongrong, having caught a glimpse of Mu Chen, seized the opportunity while he had turned his back and dashed over. "Ha ha, an auxiliary spirit master? My dear, your elder brother is a spirit master, and you think you two battle spirit masters can take him down?" One of the men chuckled. "Do you believe I could knock him down with just a few punches?" His name was Wang Wu, 22 years of age, a level 23 battle spirit master, with a mantis as his martial soul. The other, named Zhang Si, was also 22, a level 24 battle spirit master, possessing a unique plant as his martial soul. Together, they were known in the battle arena as the Flying Mantis Duo. "I don't believe it." Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with mischief as she defiantly declared, "If you have the ability, then go ahead and knock my elder brother down." Mu Chen, laughter erupted all around. "Kid, you are her elder brother, aren't you? Come here. If you can defeat one of my two brothers today, I shall return your money," Wang Wu said with a grin. He was handsome, yet I fear that after a single blow from me, your face would surely swell. Mu Chen gazed at the two individuals and remarked, "I do not recognize her. If you wish to strike someone, direct your blows towards her. It would take but a single punch to reduce her to tears." With that, he forcefully shook off Ning Rongrong's hand, exclaiming, "Step away, do not lay a finger on me. I have no acquaintance with you." Ning Rongrong retorted, "You scoundrel. You toyed with me at the Rose Hotel, and now you wish to distance yourself? I shall ensure you are drawn into this mess. Just wait until you receive your share of the punishment. My dear brother, I promise I shall never again disregard your words." Ning Rongrong feigned a tone of distress, whispering, "They are bullying me. Are you truly going to stand idly by? That fellow, you truly lack resolve, do you not?" Wang Wu couldn't help but chuckle. "Your own sister is being mistreated, and you appear so cowardly? Are you even a man? Come here, withstand 3 punches from me, and I shall return your money." Chapter 5. Rectification. Mu Chen's lips curled slightly in disdain as he mused to himself. Indeed, the more exquisite the woman, the more adept she is at deception. That girl, Ning Rongrong, was certain I could not contend with 2 opponents alone, clearly intent on making a spectacle of me. However, this was to be expected. Wang Feng recalled that in the original narrative, Ning Rongrong initially presented herself as a seemingly gentle and amiable young lady, yet was, in truth, a willful and haughty daughter of a wealthy family. It was only after her entrance into Shrek Academy that her demeanor began to evolve. Meanwhile, in the shadows, 2 figures whispered conspiratorially, "Hiss, my friend, when did our young lady take on a big brother? Is this her first venture beyond the 7 treasures glazed tile sect? I am uncertain. However, the young lady is quite intelligent, albeit a tad arrogant." Yet, from my experience, that fellow has likely wronged her, and she must be acting with intent. Shall we intervene? Intervene? Since he is an adversary, it would do well for him to receive a lesson. We shall wait for the opportune moment. We cannot afford to reveal ourselves just yet. At that moment, as Ning Rongrong's words resonated through the air, the surrounding crowd began to point and murmur at Mu Chen. Very well, come at me then, he said, a grin spreading across his face as he stepped forward to confront the two. Since trouble had come knocking, he had no reason to shy away. If escape was not an option, then he would face the challenge head-on. This was his style. Ning Rongrong took a few steps back, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes as she thought, "Humph, you dared to bully me at the Wind and Moon Hotel, and now you deserve this." However, as the thought crossed her mind, she realized that she could not simply walk away while this ruffian was being beaten. Regardless, watching you get pummeled brings me joy. If necessary, I shall hire someone to tend to your wounds later. That would level the score. When had Ning Rongrong ever been one to suffer in silence? As Mu Chen's words resonated, a space was instantly cleared around him. Let us be clear, this is a friendly exchange, not an exhibition of my strength over your weakness, he stated. Wang Wu, with a smile, interjected, you all desire these bags of golden soul coins, which is why you are engaging in this spar. Enough with the idle chatter, let us proceed. Mu Chen waved his hand at the two individuals. He was utterly disinterested in engaging with these low-ranking soul masters, as they posed no challenge. The audacity of this young man was quite remarkable. Observing this, Wang Wu chuckled and, without a second thought, summoned his martial spirit. A pair of soul rings, one white and one yellow, gracefully ascended from beneath his feet. A vibrant green mantis materialized above his head. Mantis, possess. Wang Wu called out with fervor. His form began to undergo a transformation, and with a powerful leap, he left an imprint on the ground as he launched a punch toward Wang Feng. Instantly, the surrounding crowd dispersed once more, some gazing enviously at Wang Wu's martial spirit. After all, true soul masters were a rarity among the common folk. As the punch approached, Ning Rongrong's expression shifted. A sense of concern washed over her. If that punch connected, that scoundrel would surely suffer. Humph, he only has himself to blame. Turning her head away, she refused to witness the unfolding scene. After all, he had dared to toy with her. Suddenly, a resounding noise echoed. Ning Rongrong quickly turned to look, her expression one of disbelief. Wang Wu was sent flying, landing on the ground some distance away, his hands seemingly limp and his entire body trembling. What just happened? A question surfaced in Ning Rongrong's mind. She glanced around, noting the crowd's astonished expressions, as if they had witnessed an extraordinary spectacle. At that moment, Mu Chen remained standing, patting his chest before striding toward the two. Well, my young friends, what do you have to say? He inquired, directing his gaze toward the other individual, Zhang Si. Don't come any closer. Zhang Si retreated 2 steps. Apprehension etched across his face as he regarded the strikingly handsome youth. Just moments ago, Wang Wu had struck this young man squarely in the chest. Yet, the anticipated outcome had not materialized. The youth stood tall, and it was as if Wang Wu had been rebounded by a coiled spring, collapsing to the ground after a single exchange. It was utterly bizarre. However, as someone who had faced countless defeats in the battle arena, Zhang Si possessed considerable experience. It was evident that this young man was extraordinarily powerful. That girl was clearly deceiving them. Here, take the money, Zhang Si said, tossing several bags of gold soul coins to Wang Feng, as he cautiously assisted Wang Wu in retreating. Witnessing this, the crowd also began to disperse, inwardly acknowledging that this young man was no ordinary soul master. After all, how many support-type soul masters possessed such formidable physical strength? Mu Chen turned around and walked towards Ning Rongrong, a faint smile gracing his lips. This smile sent shivers down Ning Rongrong's spine, evoking the sensation of a predator surveying its prey. What do you intend to do? Ning Rongrong retreated several steps, raising her chin defiantly as she gazed at Mu Chen. Undeterred, the arrogance stemming from her privileged upbringing was not easily extinguished. I intend to do nothing. Mu Chen tossed the golden soul coins in his hand, chuckling as he remarked, thank you. Quite unexpectedly, I've gained several hundred golden soul coins. Ning Rongrong was taken aback by his words and quickly retorted, those are mine. Return them to me. Return them to you? Mu Chen tucked the coins into his pocket and suddenly scrutinized Ning Rongrong for a moment, grinning as he said, oh, weren't you just calling me big brother? Why not indulge me with a few sweet good brother calls? Then I shall consider returning them to you. He was no naive fool. That girl, Ning Rongrong, had just attempted to provoke him. If he didn't teach her a lesson, how could he let it slide? You, Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson, her sparkling eyes glaring fiercely at Wang Feng. The earlier call of Big Brother was merely a ruse to drag this scoundrel into her scheme, a fleeting performance. How could she, the esteemed young lady of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, ever refer to a stranger as good brother? Such an ambiguous title was utterly unfathomable. Seems like you were rather short on funds at the moment, Mu Chen shrugged, feigning regret as he continued. If you lack golden soul coins tonight, you might find yourself sleeping rough on the streets, in the company of beggars outside the city. Mu Chen chuckled softly and continued. I have heard that the beggars outside the city do not bathe for months on end. To keep company with them while consuming food scavenged from refuse would surely be a rather unique experience, would it not? After uttering these words, Mu Chen turned to leave. Upon hearing his remarks, Ning Rongrong's delicate face turned ashen with fear. She realized that she was alone on this excursion. The golden soul coins were firmly in the hands of this scoundrel. If he refused to return them, she would truly be at his mercy. The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down Ning Rongrong's spine. No, it simply cannot be allowed to happen. Wait. Ning Rongrong hurriedly stepped forward. Her face flushed. Return the golden soul coins to me, or I shall raise my voice. Mu Chen halted his steps, gazing at Ning Rongrong with an expression that seemed to say, I am here to witness your performance. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, a profound sense of humiliation swelling within her. Despite having called out a single word, good, for what felt like an eternity, no further words followed. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she became, tears welling in her eyes. Good. In the next moment, it seemed she was truly about to cry out. Just then, a bag of gold soul coins was suddenly tossed upon her. Accompanied by a languid voice, it resonated. Forget it. No need to shout. You are somewhat young, and I harbor no particular interest in you. I merely wish to teach you a lesson. Take your gold soul coins and be on your way. With that, Mu Chen turned and departed, leaving Ning Rongrong standing there in a daze. After a long while, she finally burst into laughter, her tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes. Meanwhile, two individuals who had been poised to intervene paused, intrigued. This fellow possesses some charm. Daring to bully our young lady. Boss, shall we take action? No. The sect leader instructed us to allow the young lady to experience the outside world as long as there is no danger. Besides, I believe this fellow suits her well and might even bring her under control. I have never encountered such a situation before. Chapter 6. Do not waste wealth. After Mu Chen's departure, Ning Rongrong laughed through her tears. This rascal only knows how to tease me. It is truly vexing. Gradually, she moved out of sight of the crowd. Along the way, she pondered a question. What did that scoundrel mean by saying she was young? She was at most a year or two younger than him. Why the lack of interest? Naturally, Ning Rongrong associated young with an age difference. At that moment, she noticed a couple nearby engaged in a heated argument. No, I don't want to break up. Tell me what is wrong with me, and I will change. Is that not acceptable? You cannot change. If you do not tell me, how will I know if I can change? All right. Hear us what you want to hear. You are too young, and I have no interest in you. So let us break up. I am not young. You are only 2 or 3 years older than me. We were just fine. Please, I am not saying you are young in age. I mean, I have no interest in girls with small chests. Can you change that? You cannot. So, let us break up. Who says I cannot change? Ning Rongrong observed the couple, appearing around 15 or 16. Their faces were flushed as they argued passionately. Suddenly, she seemed to grasp something profound. Instantly, her fair complexion turned crimson at a visible pace, her head feeling as if it were radiating heat. Ning Rongrong stomped her foot in frustration, feeling both embarrassed and furious. Scoundrel! Rascals! How am I small? You were just toying with me. With her head bowed, she straightened her back, only able to glimpse her toes, and indignantly exclaimed, I am absolutely not small. This is infuriating. Scoundrel! Mu Chen hurriedly departed. However, he abruptly halted, not due to a desire to avoid the endearing call of good brother, but rather because he sensed that he was being scrutinized by two piercing gazes. Undoubtedly, they belonged to the bodyguards covertly safeguarding Ning Rongrong. The seven-treasure glazed tile school boasts 2 titled Douluos. While I am not particularly fearful, it could pose a dilemma if I were to attract their attention. Mu Chen shook his head at this thought. Moreover, he merely sought to discipline Ning Rongrong. She was quite young, and Mu Chen held little interest in her. Although she possessed striking beauty, surpassing many celebrities from his previous life by several degrees, it ultimately bore no significance. After all, her youth rendered her inconsequential. Mu Chen returned to the hotel as twilight descended. Mu Chen rested his chin upon his hand, contemplating the matter of his visit to Shrek Academy the following day. He then seated himself cross-legged upon his bed, engaging in his customary meditation and cultivation. The next morning, a ray of sunlight gently caressed Mu Chen's face. Mu Chen gradually opened his eyes and gazed outside. He bestowed upon the rising sun a smile radiating with a brilliance far exceeding his own, then proceeded to stretch leisurely. Engaging in some gentle exercises, he performed movements for his abdomen and back, as well as some chest expansions. After donning his attire, he set forth to embark on his journey to Shrek Academy. Upon exiting Soto City and heading southward, he beheld a vast expanse of golden farmland, which stirred nostalgic memories of his childhood in the countryside during autumn, where sprawling rice fields flourished. As stated by the master in the original text, upon leaving the southern gate, continue along the official road, and you shall soon arrive at Shrek Academy. Mu Chen gazed at the distant fields, feeling a sense of tranquility as he spoke. I wonder what the Shrek Academy is like. Why is it situated beyond the city? Mu Chen, filled with curiosity, casually plucked a nearly ripe stalk of rice and absent-mindedly fiddled with the grains. Perhaps it was due to poverty, he mused. Mu Chen walked approximately 2 miles and arrived at a quaint village. To put it charitably, it was simple. To be less kind, it was rather dilapidated. Before he could approach, a lengthy queue stretched from the entrance, extending all the way to Mu Chen's location. Indeed, it was quite in disrepair. Mu Chen stood in silence, contemplating his entrance into the Shrek Academy, aware that patience was an unavoidable necessity. At the entrance, an elderly man was seated at a table, seemingly engaged in the verification of students arriving to enroll. Behind the old man, the entrance bore a sign, upon which the words Shrek Academy were inscribed in a somewhat haphazard manner. Adjacent to it, an emblem depicted the legendary Shrek monster. It resembles a slime. Mu Chen thought to himself, unable to suppress a mental critique. The creature featured a humanoid head, adorned in a shade of green, exuding a certain endearing quality. Slimes were often regarded as the most trivial of monsters in numerous fantasy novels. As for this Shrek, was it truly an esteemed academy where one could attain a viscount title upon graduation? A woman accompanying a child voiced her complaints nearby. Upon hearing these words, Mu Chen could not help but inwardly exclaim that it was indeed akin to the narratives found in novels. However, such a promise seemed little more than a mere gimmick, intended to entice outsiders to Shrek Academy. Otherwise, it would likely suffer from a lack of attendees. It is undoubtedly authentic. Shrek Academy bears a resemblance to the youth classes of his previous life. A thought struck Mu Chen. The youth classes of that era gathered exceptionally intelligent children from across the nation, endowed with extraordinary abilities, who often elicited exclamations of disbelief from the average populace. Those nurtured in such an environment typically achieved remarkable success in adulthood, yet such youth classes have become increasingly rare in modern times. They represented true prodigies. Reflecting on this, Shrek Academy could hardly be compared to the youth classes of his former life, where one might claim to recognize 2,000 characters at the tender age of 3, while he himself had been playing in the mud, or solve the Pythagorean theorem at 7, and graduate from university at 10, and attain a postdoctoral position by 12. Such feats seemed akin to the fantasies of a rebirth with extraordinary powers. Mu Chen silently complained to himself. He had acquired considerable knowledge about such matters, and, upon reflection, he deeply felt that the intellectual capacity of humanity was likely elevated by individuals of this ilk. However, if I were to return to the modern era, I too would be considered a genius, Mu Chen mused. Suddenly, a few figures flickered through Mu Chen's mind. He wondered whether those little ones had made any mistakes during their mission and if they missed him at all. Mu Chen shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. In his heart, he harbored a singular ambition to ascend to divinity and wander the realms, certain that he would one day return to that place and reunite with them. Mu Chen pondered silently. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. I advise you all to inquire thoroughly about our Shrek Academy before coming here. Do not be misled by the notion that mere graduation will grant you a title of Viscount. Such thinking will only result in a futile waste of your registration fee. The elder rose, casting an impatient glance at the lengthy line behind him. Shrek is a peculiar entity, a veritable anomaly among soul beasts. Hence, we welcome only those who are extraordinary, ordinary soul masters, those lacking in potential, under the age of 12, and who have not yet reached the 21st rank. Made apart at once, do not squander your time or finances. Upon finishing his declaration, the elder appeared to assert his authority, his body quaking with energy as 6 soul rings illuminated beneath him, white, yellow, purple, 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 and black, revealing him to be a 6-ringed soul emperor. Mu Chen let out a helpless smile and softly murmured, "You Shrek are still as arrogant as ever." Chapter 7. Mu Chen, a formidable werewolf. As expected, under the intimidation of the Soul Emperor, many who recognized their inability to meet the standards gradually withdrew. At this point, Mu Chen felt a twinge of satisfaction and stepped forward. Soon, he encountered two familiar figures, Xiaowu and Tang San. Mu Chen slowly approached. Tang San and Xiaowu happened to turn around. Xiaowu smiled and said, "You really came?" They said no one above 12 is allowed. Mu Chen smiled and remarked, "Do I appear aged? I am merely 12 years old." Not only was Xiaowu taken aback, but even Tang San displayed a hint of astonishment. Xiaowu scrutinized him from head to toe and arrived at a conclusion. This fellow is quite mischievous and merely jesting. Mu Chen, however, one cannot really blame Xiaowu. Who would believe that a person who is 182 centimeters tall is merely 12 years old? It is well known that the growth spurts for boys typically occur after the age of 12. Tang San, on the other hand, chose not to elaborate further. Mu Chen walked alongside Tang San and the others, gradually moving forward. At that moment, a gentle and familiar voice reached Mu Chen's ears. "May I pass through, please?" Mu Chen sighed. This troublesome person. Although he had been aware of her existence long before, seeing her in person at that moment stirred a peculiar sensation within him. "Brother, look at how beautiful that girl is," Xiaowu exclaimed, shaking Tang San's arm upon catching sight of the girl. Tang San nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed. She is quite lovely, not inferior to you, Xiaowu." He spoke the truth. The girl was undeniably beautiful, and thus he echoed Xiaowu's sentiments. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xiaowu's expression darkened, and she stepped on Tang San's foot with a huff. It seemed that Tang San's instinct for self-preservation was rather weak. Mu Chen chuckled at this scene. What do we call a man like Tang San, who immerses himself in cultivation and never indulges in romantic affairs? A concrete and steel-straight man. Yes, that's it. Tang San, you ought to be more aware. After a while, Xiaowu suddenly glanced back and tugged at Tang San, saying, "Brother San, there are so many pretty girls. There's another one behind us." Behind them stood a girl who appeared slightly younger than Xiaowu, her demeanor icy yet captivating. Her skin was remarkably fair, and her features exquisitely refined, embodying the essence of youthful beauty. However, her chest was impressively developed, perhaps even more so than many 18 or 19-year-olds, leaving an overwhelming impression. Mu Chen was equally astonished. This individual was precisely the young lady he had awaited for many years. In his previous life, he had shunned romantic entanglements due to his role as an instructor, which left him with scant time for courtship. Engaged in numerous perilous missions, he had no desire to let that girl down. However, in this lifetime, his true nature had finally emerged. Mu Chen discreetly cast several glances, and Tang San remained oblivious, let alone anyone else. Mu Chen thought to himself, "This is truly magnificent. Mother, I can hardly contain myself. Forbidden to gaze, forbidden to gaze." Mu Chen resolved to steady his heart and avert his eyes. Without a doubt, this girl must be Zhu Zhiqing. Indeed, it is that kind of situation. Ahem. At that moment, an elderly voice brought Tang San and the others back to reality. "Excuse me, are you three here to register?" Tang San turned to Mu Chen and said, "Let us go together." Mu Chen nodded gently. Subsequently, Xiaowu took the lead. "With your bone age being appropriate, please unleash your martial soul." Xiaowu manifested her martial soul, the soft bone rabbit, and two yellow soul rings materialized around her. The Soul Emperor's face instantly brightened with joy. "Excellent. A soul power of level 29. Truly extraordinary talent. Such a prodigy is worthy of entering our Shrek Academy." Next, it was Tang San's turn, and he engaged in the familiar ritual of leg touching. He then revealed his martial soul along with the iconic phrase, "Teacher, would one such as I be considered a monster?" Mu Chen silently scoffed, truly deserving of the title king of pretenders. "I am in awe. The path of pretense is long. I shall tread it with diligence and learn as I go." Subsequently, Mu Chen stepped forward. The elder, after a brief examination, remarked, "The bone age is suitable. Now, unleash your martial soul." Mu Chen nodded slightly. He then gathered his spirit power, and the apparition of a departed soul emerged behind him. The moment the soul appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted by 10 degrees Celsius, drawing the attention of those nearby. Even the Soul Emperor gasped in astonishment. A three-ringed soul master. Moreover, the unprecedented combination of purple and black left everyone awestruck. Zhu Zhiqing gazed at the man before her, a flicker of admiration and shock evident in her eyes. Tang San, on the other hand, wore a perplexed expression. As doubts began to creep into his mind regarding the Master's 10 core competencies of martial spirits for the very first time, Mu Chen gently cleared his throat and inquired, "Excuse me, teacher, may I have passed?" The Soul Emperor, realizing the situation, promptly nodded in agreement. This time, it seems that Shrek is in for some excitement. He then turned to greet Dai Mubai. Descending from the tree, Dai Mubai regarded Mu Chen with a wary expression. Mu Chen smiled and said, "Let's spar sometime." Dai Mubai quickly shook his head, replying, "No, you are the true monster." It was no jest. One need not mention that this individual, possessing a soul rank of 33 at the tender age of 12, undoubtedly hailed from an extraordinary background. Moreover, the terrifying configuration of his soul rings only added to the enigma. At that moment, Ning Rongrong also cast her gaze in that direction, and upon doing so, she was left utterly astonished. Mu Chen remained oblivious to the fact that at the village entrance, a young girl clad in white was squinting her eyes, intently observing him. Her expression was a tapestry of complex emotions, interwoven with surprise, embarrassment, and anger, all ultimately subdued by a veneer of tranquility. Shortly thereafter, several individuals arrived at the entrance. Ning Rongrong stepped forward and inquired, "What brings you here? Are you of sufficient age?" Mu Chen smiled and said, "From now on, we shall be classmates. So let go of any grudges. Look over there, they sell sausages. Allow me to treat you. Let us turn the page on this matter." These words were laden with ambiguity, prompting everyone to gaze at Mu Chen. Mu Chen smiled awkwardly, clarifying that it was all a misunderstanding, and that he had a minor grievance with her. Dai Mubai, with an expression reminiscent of an experienced driver, inquired, "Oh, are you certain it's merely a trivial grievance?" Mu Chen's expression remained eerily calm, a tranquility that was almost unsettling. Trust me, those two simple words effectively silenced Dai Mubai's myriad of thoughts. How profoundly straightforward and blunt. Yet there lingered an undeniable aura of trustworthiness about him. Dai Mubai was once again struck by the formidable nature of this individual. Ning Rongrong chuckled softly, "All right. Since I already know your name, Mu Chen, if you treat me to some grilled sausages, I shall forgive you." At that moment, Dai Mubai suddenly realized he was about to speak, only to find that his acupoints had been sealed. He glanced at Mu Chen, who mischievously shook his head. Once again, Dai Mubai recognized the prowess of this person. Later, after Tang San and the others had finished indulging in Uncle Oscar's grilled sausages, Dai Mubai uttered a statement that was nothing short of earth-shattering. "Oscar, perform." Philosophical musings wafted through the air, leaving even Tang San feeling a bit queasy. Zhu Zhiqing, having abstained from eating, felt little to no effect. However, at that moment, Ning Rongrong was seething with rage. "Mu Chen, did you know all along?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chen appeared utterly unfazed as he took another bite of the grilled sausage and remarked, "I am aware, I merely targeted Dai Mubai's acupoint, preventing him from speaking at the crucial moment." At this point, even Tang San's veins began to bulge, the urge to take action evident. However, Mu Chen continued, "Do not entertain thoughts of striking me. Firstly, you cannot defeat me, and secondly, my actions are grounded in reason." Upon hearing this, the group refrained from further aggression. To speak candidly, how could the little monsters of Shrek harbor fear of tyrannical power? Their primary intention remained to win hearts through virtue. Indeed, through virtue. Oscar, as a member of the Shrek Academy, is destined to become our ally. At the very least, I, Mu Chen, have already regarded him as a comrade. What is most vital among companions? It is the bond and trust. Have you all savored these grilled sausages? Setting aside their texture and flavor, I wish to inquire about the restorative properties of these sausages. Can they save your life in a critical moment? Those who aspire to greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. If you were to abandon life-saving sustenance due to its unappealing nature, I can only describe such behavior with one phrase: utterly foolish. Mu Chen spoke with a fluidity akin to flowing water, leaving everyone in deep contemplation. Tang San pondered the most, and his gaze towards Mu Chen gradually intensified with fervor. Mu Chen then waved his hand and declared, "If you do not partake, I shall indulge. Come, Xiaoyao, bring me 2 more." Oscar was so moved that he nearly acknowledged Mu Chen as a brother on the spot. Dai Mubai once again recognized the formidable strength of this individual. Chapter 8. Confronting Zhao Wujie. Subsequently, Dai Mubai led Tang San and the others past the second and third trials, arriving directly at the fourth. A rugged, robust middle-aged man reclined in a lounge chair. Upon seeing them, he smiled slightly. "This year is quite remarkable. We have 5 soul masters whose spirit power exceeds level 25 gracing us with their presence." Dai Mubai, I shall assess you today. You may simply observe. Dai Mubai scratched his head awkwardly, replying, Teacher Zhao, they are merely enough. I certainly want to go all out. Using just 2 soul skills should suffice. It is settled then. When you have the time, do enlighten them about my strengths and weaknesses. With that, the middle-aged man returned to his languid repose in the chair. Mu Chen pondered inwardly. Is this Zhao Wuji, the unmoving king? Intriguing. Over the past 12 years, the system had assigned him a considerable number of tasks. Among them, one particular reward was quite extraordinary, known as the energy crystal, which could mend the system. Currently, the system had been repaired to level 9. Once it reached level 10, new possibilities would be unlocked. Just moments ago, the system had issued a new task to Mu Chen to deliver a crushing blow to Zhao Wuji, with a reward of 2 energy crystals. Mu Chen realized that he had no choice but to give Teacher Zhao a thorough beating. Damubai, understanding the futility of resistance, stepped forward to flatter Zhao Wuji comprehensively. Enough talk, Mu Chen swiftly interjected. Tang San hastened to devise a battle plan for them. All right. Tang San nodded eagerly. Dai Mubai retreated to the side, feeling somewhat disoriented, yet quietly observing, sensing that this battle might prove to be quite intriguing. Before long, Tang San had formulated a strategy. Xiao Wu would serve as the primary attacker. He would control the situation, while Zhu Zhuqing and Mu Chen would provide auxiliary offense and crowd control, with Ning Rongrong supporting from the rear. The plan was simple and straightforward, yet its efficacy would depend on execution. At that moment, the incense stick was nearly burned out. All right, children, prepare to embrace the baptism of battle. Zhao Wuji's resonant voice echoed. He then retrieved another incense stick and planted it firmly into the ground. It was at this juncture that Ning Rongrong began to quietly spin, her gentle and melodious voice accompanying the graceful swaying of her white dress. The 7 treasures shall emerge with brilliance. As her words fell, a kaleidoscope of colors radiated from Ning Rongrong, casting her in an ethereal light, as a resplendent 7-colored pagoda materialized at the center of her palm. Simultaneously, 2 yellow soul rings began to rise from beneath her feet, swirling elegantly and emitting a soft glow. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength. Ning Rongrong uttered the incantation softly, and the first soul ring gleamed brightly. She then lightly tapped the pagoda, and 3 beams of light descended upon Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. The 7 treasures are renowned. The second is speed. Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong unleashed the second soul ring's radiance, releasing another 3 beams that enveloped the trio. Instantly, they felt an invigorating surge of power, their bodies becoming lighter by several degrees. It was akin to the refreshing sensation of savoring ice cream on a sweltering summer day, filling them with unparalleled delight. Let us go, Ning Rongrong exclaimed encouragingly. On the other side, Zhao Wuji gazed at Ning Rongrong in astonishment. Well, I didn't expect to see members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School this year. How intriguing. I wonder how delighted old Flander will be upon seeing this. Come on. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Wuji charged towards Ning Rongrong, not granting the 3 any opportunity to initiate their attack. Witnessing this, Tang San felt a sense of foreboding. Fortunately, Zhao Wuji's speed was not excessive. Just as he was about to reach Ning Rongrong, Tang San activated his blue-silver grass, causing dark tendrils to sprout from the ground beneath Ning Rongrong, ensnaring her and swiftly pulling her to another direction. Haha, gotcha. Zhao Wuji, seeing this, was not alarmed but rather pleased. He pivoted and dashed toward Mu Chen. This kid is definitely up to something. I must eliminate him first. To avoid protracted dreams during the night, Zhao Wuji, truly worthy of being a soul sage of over 70 levels, displayed an acute instinct honed from years of battlefield experience. His prior counsel to Dai Mubai heightened his vigilance immensely. Be cautious, Mu Chen. Suddenly, 2 exclamations pierced the air, belonging to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San could only control one target and chose to rescue Ning Rongrong, primarily because the master had previously advised that soul masters from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School should be dealt with immediately if encountered. Thus, he assumed Zhao Wuji intended to address Ning Rongrong first. This assumption stemmed from the belief that once Ning Rongrong was dealt with, the supportive effects on the 3 of them would cease. Little did they know, Zhao Wuji employed a cunning ruse, diverting his true target towards Mu Chen. This was exceedingly bizarre. Even Mu Chen found himself momentarily perplexed. Wait a moment, why is Zhao Wuji attacking me right away? This defies logic. I have done nothing, said nothing, nor revealed any spirit ring information just now. How could he possibly discern that I am the most formidable among them? Logically, Zhao Wujie should know very little about the five of us. Otherwise, he would not have only recognized Ning Rongrong as a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School after she unleashed her soul skill. Why then? Has he set his sights on me from the outset? At this moment, Mu Chen was engulfed in a sense of perplexity, in the face of imminent peril. Although he harbored doubts within, he did not intend to confront Zhao Wujie head-on. Instead, with a swift motion, he unleashed his martial soul. An ethereal creature materialized behind him. A stream of white light surged forth instantaneously from the bone sword, cascading upon Zhao Wujie. Receive my strike. Mu Chen uttered a low exclamation. Mu Chen utilized his second soul skill, Soul Resonance, to directly siphon all attributes from Zhao Wujie 3. How exhilarating! Mu Chen's voice rang out with fervor. Truly. As a soul saint, the infusion of 3 souls into a soul master felt exhilarating. Mu Chen, quickly evade. Ning Rongrong's cry jolted Mu Chen back to reality. Before him loomed Zhao Wujie's iron fist. Yet in the next moment, they were all rendered speechless. The deceased had suddenly transformed in appearance. The once white half-cape had morphed into a deep purple-black, and the immaculate bone sword in his grasp had been replaced by one of pure ebony. Mu Chen smiled and uttered, "Departed, shadow form, dark surge shield." The departed spread his arms wide, and a swirling black vortex suddenly emerged from beneath his ribcage. Zhao Wujie struck fiercely, yet the sensation was akin to striking upon cotton, devoid of any semblance of reality. Moreover, he realized that his arm seemed ensnared in a quagmire, rendering him momentarily unable to extricate himself. Mu Chen shouted, "Brothers, now is the time. Focus your fire on Teacher Zhao." Immediately, Mu Chen's 3 soul rings emerged, startling Zhao Wujie, who thought to himself, "I've been ambushed." In an instant, Mu Chen split into 3, with the other 2 appearing pristine and translucent, resembling ethereal apparitions. Nevertheless, they were still capable of launching an attack. The group hesitated not for a moment, unleashing a barrage upon Zhao Wujie. The only recourse for Zhao Wujie was to endure it with the unmoving king body. It wasn't until a minute had passed that he withdrew his hand. "What a remarkable fellow. Your soul skill is indeed extraordinary. It can actually siphon my soul power." Mu Chen waved his hand dismissively, embodying a spirit of humility. "You must remain modest." Zhao Wujie scoffed. "I must make you truly feel the care we at Shrek extend to our students." With that, he charged towards Mu Chen with great strides. However, having divided his essence into 3, Mu Chen swiftly outpaced Zhao Wujie, leaving him battered by a relentless onslaught. Zhao Wujie's expression darkened as he glared at the young lad, a nagging sense of foreboding whispering that perhaps a mere incense stick's duration might be insufficient. Chapter 9. A Battle of Strength. Noticing Zhao Wujie lost in contemplation, Mu Chen shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Engage." At this call, the rest snapped back to reality. Xiao Wu, the primary attacker, was the first to charge at Zhao Wujie. With a deft touch, she sprang into the air. Simultaneously, a vine appeared perfectly beneath her landing spot, providing her with leverage. This was none other than Tang San's blue-silver grass, a testament to their harmonious synergy. As she landed on the vine, Xiao Wu compressed it like a taut bowstring, propelling herself towards Zhao Wujie with remarkable speed. Mu Chen had artfully evaded Zhao Wujie, and upon regaining his composure, they prepared to launch an all-out assault. However, Zhao Wujie, upon witnessing the approach of Xiao Wu, merely adorned his face with a faint smile. Neither retreating nor dispersing, resembling a mere wooden post, awaiting her advance. Although Xiao Wu found this peculiar, she did not squander the opportunity. Having mastered the use of her martial spirit, she executed a scissor-like stance in midair, channeling her martial spirit as she aimed for Zhao Wujie's neck. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 muted strikes resonated in the air. Xiao Wu's fierce blow, powerful enough to potentially sever a small tree, landed on Zhao Wujie's shoulder but inflicted no discernible harm. In fact, it failed to even budge him. Their coordination was commendable, leveraging the resilience of the blue-silver grass. She propelled herself from the air, significantly amplifying her force. Yet, the reality remained. Xiao Wu, being a girl, possessed naturally limited strength. Zhao Wujie remarked with calm amusement. Xiao Wu remained silent, merely furrowing her brows. At that moment, tendrils sprouted from beneath Zhao Wujie's feet, lifting him into the air. The toxins within the vines swiftly rendered his legs numb. Almost instantaneously, the vines vanished, and without their support, Zhao Wujie found himself suspended in midair, rendered helpless, even with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu's feet remained firmly clasped upon Zhao Wujie's shoulders. With a slight arch of her back, Xiao Wu subtly extended her arms, and 2 tendrils emerged, Grasping her hands and bending her body into a graceful arc, down you go, she commanded, pivoting her feet to leverage Zhao Wuji's airborne state, combining her strength with the assistance of the tendrils to hurl him downwards. What a remarkable synergy! The event transpired in an instant, leaving Zhao Wuji quite astonished. Such coordination seemed unattainable without years of practice. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Tang San and Xiao Wu had fought together countless times. Over the past 5 years, they had rarely battled against each other. Instead, they had often fought side by side, their understanding of one another far surpassing Zhao Wuji's expectations. As he was about to land, Zhao Wuji attempted to brace himself with his hands, fearing that a direct impact with the ground would not fare well for him. Just as his palms began to spread, a ghostly figure appeared on his back. Unbeknownst to him until that moment, Zhu Zhuqing. With a series of swift strikes, Zhao Wuji was compelled to use his hands to counter the onslaught from behind, simultaneously unleashing his soul power, causing 7 soul rings to illuminate around him to defend against Zhu Zhuqing's attack. Unable to brace himself against the ground, Zhao Wuji, despite activating his soul power, fell heavily, producing a resounding crash. Zhu Zhuqing, with a flicker of ethereal light, gracefully leaped away before Zhao Wuji could retaliate, her timing astoundingly precise. Otherwise, it would be impossible to coordinate with Tang San and Xiao Wu to execute this assault. A tremendous sound erupted suddenly. It was uncertain how much Zhao Wuji weighed, but when he crashed to the ground, it caused a violent tremor, sending dust swirling into the air. In that moment, the 3 of them stared intently at the spot where Zhao Wuji had fallen. "Brother San, did we hit too hard?" Xiao Wu inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. Tang San shook his head, replying, "It's not that simple." Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing stood at a distance, her appearance altered slightly after the manifestation of her martial soul. One eye glimmered a deep emerald green, while the other shone a clear blue, her claws resembling blades that radiated a chilling light, her gaze icy and resolute. "Next, you shall face Zhao Wuji's formidable assault," Mu Chen thought to himself. He had no intention of intervening further. He understood that if he did, the battle would become far too effortless, with the 3 sustaining hardly any injuries, and the incense barely burnt down a third of its length. At that moment, as the dust settled, Zhao Wuji pushed himself off the ground, extracting his head from the earth as if pulling a radish. He then shook himself off. Zhao Wuji appeared as though he had been fully rejuvenated, coming into view before Tang San and his companions. Instantly, the pupils of the 3 contracted sharply. They finally grasped the meaning of Dai Mubai's earlier words. Even if Teacher Zhao stood still and allowed them to strike, it would be challenging to inflict any damage. A soul sage of over 70 levels, facing off against mere soul masters below level 30, posed an insurmountable challenge to harm Teacher Zhao, especially in this moment. Zhao Wuji's 7 soul rings glowed brightly, and his physique had grown even more imposing, towering at least 2 meters and 50 centimeters. His body cloaked in a layer of brown bear fur. From a distance, his muscular frame exuded an explosive strength, akin to that of a mighty golden giant bear, radiating a palpable sense of pressure. This is bad. Teacher Zhao intends to unleash his soul power, Dai Mubai thought ominously. Just moments ago, it was merely Zhao Wuji's momentary lapse in concentration, combined with the seamless cooperation of Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong's attribute amplification, that allowed the trio to gain the upper hand. Yet even then, it was improbable to inflict any real damage upon Zhao Wuji. Now, however, Zhao Wuji's soul power surged forth, emanating an overwhelming and domineering aura, clearly indicating that he was about to engage Tang San and the others with greater seriousness. "Come on. The sunlight is splendid today, and I've shaken off most of my drowsiness," Zhao Wuji had declared earnestly, evidently seeking to ease himself into the challenge. Dai Mubai stifled a laugh at the sight. "Without my drowsiness, it's the perfect time to take you on more earnestly," Zhao Wuji roared. "Let us continue." With that, he strode purposefully towards Tang San, having discerned that the duo's synergy was exceptionally seamless, particularly the lad wielding the blue silver grass, who posed a troublesome control challenge. "First, I must deal with him, and then the trio's momentum will swiftly crumble." Xiao Wu. As Zhao Wuji approached, Tang San let out a low exclamation, his shoulders sinking. Xiao Wu lightly leaped, stepping onto Tang San's shoulder, soaring high into the air. "Here we go again?" Zhao Wuji sneered, asserting that the same tactic would prove ineffective against him. With that, he too leapt high, intending to capture the agile little rabbit midair. Just at that moment, numerous vines ensnared Xiao Wu, altering her trajectory the instant Zhao Wuji's fist was aimed at her. Simultaneously, the vines assisted Xiao Wu, propelling her sideways to kick at Zhao Wujie. From a distance, it appeared as if a hammer was bound to the tip of a vine, bizarrely changing its arc to strike Zhao Wujie from the side. This technique, dubbed the meteor hammer, was a combined skill of Tang San and Xiao Wu. However, given Zhao Wujie's formidable defense, such a technique was unlikely to succeed unless the vine had been bound to him. Only then could it inflict damage with a strike. Xiao Wu was too light, and her strength too feeble, rendering her attack remarkably limited. As expected, when Xiao Wu's kick made contact with Zhao Wujie, it merely startled him momentarily, having no significant effect in midair. Meanwhile, another shadow swiftly approached Zhao Wujie, with two soul rings illuminating from this figure Zhu Xing, attacking from the flank with unparalleled speed. As she neared Zhao Wujie, her body spun into numerous afterimages, each shimmering with a chilling light. This radiance was none other than her second soul skill, the Netherworld White Claw, reminiscent of the 9-in White Bone Claw. Within an exceedingly brief span, she could unleash hundreds of strikes upon her foe, targeting the most vulnerable spots. At this moment, her focus was on Zhao Wujie's rear, an exceptionally cunning choice. The two assaults momentarily flashed a golden light in Zhao Wujie's eyes. In the next instant, his first yellow soul ring erupted with power, and a furious roar escaped his lips. A golden brilliance surged forth. At that very moment, Zhu Xing emitted a cry of agony as she was hurled away by the force of the roar, spewing blood and slipping into a haze of confusion. Likewise, Xiao Wu suffered even more grievously. The instant her kick connected with Zhao Wujie, the recoil forced her to cough up blood. The vines binding her shattered instantly, causing her to plummet from the air. Even Tang San, from a distance, felt the violent surge of blood within him as the vines disintegrated, leaving him in great discomfort. Yet, he quickly summoned his blue silver grass once more to catch Xiao Wu, cradling her in his arms. Although this was merely Zhao Wujie's first soul skill, it effectively dismantled the trio's offensive in an instant. This exemplified the true prowess of a soul sage at level 76. Immediately, Zhao Wujie let out a cold snort and swung his palm towards Tang San in the distance, resembling a fan. In that critical moment, the remnants of consciousness within Xiao Wu flickered to life as she opened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of crimson as she gazed at Zhao Wujie. A charm-type soul skill? Zhao Wujie was momentarily taken aback, yet rather than feeling alarmed, he felt elated. He saw a flash of golden light in his eyes as he directly met Xiao Wu's gaze. Almost instantaneously, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Seizing the fleeting opportunity that Xiao Wu had managed to create, Tang San deftly evaded Zhao Wujie's palm with the ghostly shadow technique. Zhao Wujie did not pursue further, choosing instead to stand still. Xiao Wu. Tang San called out anxiously several times, but Xiao Wu had already fainted, and he could not rouse her. Meanwhile, in the distance, Daimao Bai held Zhu Xing, whose expression was somewhat gloomy, clearly indicating that she too had succumbed to unconsciousness. Do not worry, she is unharmed. It is merely a backlash. The disparity in soul power between us is vast, and my martial spirit, the great strength King Kong bear, is particularly effective against such charm-type soul skills. Allow her to rest for a night. By tomorrow, she should be nearly recovered, Zhao Wujie said with a smile. I trust one need not intervene further, even with that little girl from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. You will not be able to withstand me for the duration of a stick of incense. However, just as Zhao Wujie's words trailed off, 3 beams of white light suddenly descended from afar, precisely enveloping Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Zhu Xing. The brilliant radiance surrounded the 3, momentarily stunning those present. Almost in the next instant, Xiao Wu's voice rang out, clear and melodious. Third brother, you're holding me a bit too tightly. I'm fine now. I felt so warm and comfortable just a moment ago. Instantly, the entire clearing fell silent. Chapter 10. I am just generously satisfying you. Zhu Xing, too, had fully revived. Discovering herself nestled in Daimao Bai's embrace, she exhibited no shyness, her expression filled with indignation as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Let me down." With that, she took action and freed herself from Daimao Bai's hold. At that moment, Daimao Bai thought to himself, "MMP, I haven't held you for long." Meanwhile, the crowd turned their gaze towards Mu Chen in the distance. Mu Chen smiled and employed Teacher Zhao's soul power to heal you. How does it feel? Quite delightful, isn't it? Zhao Wujie remarked. You impudent rascal, you ought to be dealt with first. Zhao Wujie realized that his clone had vanished, mistakenly believing that the duration of his soul technique had expired. He charged forward and delivered a powerful punch. Mu Chen bellowed, "Cease your flirtations and come to my aid." The departed, in their fiery form, are formless flames. As the first spirit ring illuminated, Mu Chen seemed to transform into a fiery entity. Zhao Wujie's fist astonishingly passed through his body as if it had not made contact at all. To be frank, Zhao Wujie did not experience any sensation of impact, as if he had truly failed to strike. Had it not been for Mu Chen being sent flying, he might have doubted whether this young man was indeed invincible. As Mu Chen reverted to his normal state, a trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. His fiery form, unlike the dark form which absorbed and transformed, could only render him immune to control and partial damage. Thus, enduring a punch resulted in his injury. Nevertheless, the corners of Mu Chen's mouth curled slightly upwards. Teacher Zhao. This is merely the beginning. Xiao Wu addressed Zhao Wujin, saying, Teacher Zhao, we are already aware of your first soul skill. This time, you shall not easily ensnare us. Moreover, 2/3 of the incense stick has already burned. Come on, Teacher Zhao, shall we continue? Xiao Wu echoed Zhao Wujin's earlier words with a hint of sarcasm. Zhao Wujin stiffly turned his head to gaze at Mu Chen. That little rascal. Upon realizing that his opponent merely possessed healing abilities, along with an inexplicable effect on himself, he had initially overlooked him. Yet, it became evident that this little imp was indeed the most formidable. That extraordinary healing power almost rendered the three of them as if reborn. If Tang San and his companions were to endure through the final third of the incense stick, it would be all too simple. Furthermore, judging by the relaxed expression on that little rascal's face, it seemed he had scarcely expended any soul power. This implied that unless he truly incapacitated the three, they would forever return to full vitality. However, it was inconceivable for him to genuinely strike them down. The earlier injury inflicted upon two of them would undoubtedly earn him a reprimand from the dean if he were present. Indeed, I underestimated you, little rascal. Zhao Wujin shook his head at Mu Chen. Very well, let us proceed. If we can fight until the very last moment, even if you win this match, it shall be deemed a victory. It was apparent that a single incense stick was utterly insufficient. Had he known, he would have heeded Mu Bai's advice and prepared several more. At this moment, Mu Chen cast a pointed glance at Tang San. Wait, teacher, Tang San's expression darkened. What is it? Zhao Wujin inquired, looking at Tang San. If possible, I wish to challenge you to another match. This time, I shall compete alone, Tang San said slowly. If I can endure for the duration of an incense stick, then we shall be considered to have passed the examination. What do you think? Upon hearing this, everyone, save for Mu Chen, was taken aback. Mu Chen shook his head, remarking that the tyrant would once again descend, and he would observe the situation as it unfolded. Brother, how can you manage alone? Xiao Wu exclaimed anxiously. Tang San responded with a shake of his head, saying, Xiao Wu, although Qin Ji's healing abilities are formidable, I cannot bear to witness you in pain again. As Mu Chen had come to Xiao Wu's aid, Tang San's address of him had naturally transformed into Chen Ge. Each time he saw Xiao Wu injured, Tang San felt a profound sorrow, as he believed he had failed to protect her adequately. He could not allow such a situation to recur. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen couldn't help but reflect on Tang San's unwavering devotion. Truly, he was a man obsessed with cherishing his wife, unable to tolerate even the slightest harm befalling Xiao Wu. He, with his foresight, understood that in battle, injuries were inevitable, and it was through such experiences that one's depth of understanding and combat skills would flourish. Over the past 12 years, he had engaged in countless battles with spirit beasts, enduring innumerable injuries and shedding much blood. Tang San's protective mentality, marked by his doting nature, exceeds my comprehension. After all, I am but a solitary soul, unable to fully grasp such sentiments at present. Mu Chen gazed quietly. Are you certain? Zhao Wuji looked at Tang San. His courage commendable indeed. It seems I have grown old. Tang San, we are comrades in arms. It would not be right to leave you to face this alone, right? Ning Rongrong approached, frowning as she inquired. Therefore, I will trouble you later to enhance my abilities. Tang San smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, even if I should falter. You all will still pass the examination. This is merely my solitary battle. Ning Rongrong nodded, contemplating before stating. My father once said that a team must embody the spirit of a team. If you fail, then none of us can claim to have succeeded. Upon hearing her words, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Wuji, on the other hand, burst into hearty laughter. The little girl speaks wisely. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai remained silent. Tang San's determination stemmed from his feelings for Xiao Wu. They found themselves at a loss for words. Yet, Ning Rongrong was indeed correct. Mu Chen found it quite intriguing that this girl exhibited such contrasting facets. He recognized that she was concealing her arrogance, while the side she presented now was truly remarkable. Having made his decision, Tang San and Zhao Wuji returned to the plaza. Mu Chen, feeling somewhat bored, stepped aside. Fully aware that the outcome would not deviate significantly unless he were to bestow divine soul skills upon Tang San. However, this would not alter the final result. It merely suggested that Tang San's assaults would proceed more smoothly. The disparity in soul power between him and Zhao Wujie was immense. Even doubling or tripling various attributes would prove futile, especially considering that Zhao Wujie was not exerting his full strength. Almost the moment Tang San made his move, the expressions of everyone present, save for Mu Chen and Xiao Wu, shifted dramatically. The square erupted with a resounding commotion. Tang San's hidden weapons emerged in an endless flurry, as if he were a veritable arsenal, raining down from myriad angles upon Zhao Wujie. Despite Zhao Wujie unleashing 5 soul skills in rapid succession, he was unable to fully subdue Tang San. The bone-penetrating nails, floral crossbow, crane control and dragon capture, ghostly shadow, and the mystical jade hand, alongside various toxins and other formidable techniques, were executed by Tang San with unparalleled finesse. The spectators, including Dai Mubai, were left in awe. Ultimately, Tang San unleashed his second martial spirit, the Haotian hammer, delivering a staggering blow that left Zhao Wujie dazed. In the end, Zhao Wujie retaliated with a palm strike that sent Tang San flying. The arena fell into an abrupt silence. A fragrant incense stick had already burned down. Zhao Wujie rose, his expression slightly embarrassed, blood streaming from his nose. This battle had been exceedingly frustrating for him. He was unable to unleash his full power and had to restrain himself lest he inadvertently harm Tang San. Moreover, his lack of proficiency in raw strength, coupled with Tang San's precise calculations and relentless barrage of hidden weapons, along with that mysterious hammer, had cost him dearly. Conversely, Tang San had fought with utmost determination, revealing all his trump cards. Nevertheless, it was no small feat to have engaged Zhao Wujie to such an extent. With a sigh, Zhao Wujie found his frustration had nowhere to go. Tang San was equally affected. His complexion was pale, and he coughed up a few droplets of blood, relying on Dai Mubai for support just to remain standing. Meanwhile, the onlookers began to discuss the events unfolding before them. What kind of attack did Tang San just employ? I have never witnessed anything like it, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Wu, with a hint of pride, responded, that is called hidden weapons. It's a specialty of my brother. They are incredibly formidable. To this day, I have yet to see anyone evade his hidden weapons. Zhao Wujie, encountering them for the first time, struggled with the speed of Tang San's onslaught, rendering him a living target. Hidden weapons? Dai Mubai murmured. I didn't even catch a glimpse of their trajectories. They were too swift. If it were me, I doubt I could withstand for long. Wang Feng smiled at the group, but said nothing, instead waving his hand to cast 2 beams of light upon Tang San and Zhao Wujie, though they appeared gravely injured. Their conditions were relatively light and could still afford some soul power for healing. Before long, both had recovered. Tang San also removed the dragon whisker needles from Zhao Wujie's body. Zhao Wujie felt an immense surge of anger within him as he rubbed his face. His recovery was far from swift, and several large welts still adorned his visage, remnants of toxins yet to dissipate. However, his body felt pleasantly warm, devoid of any injuries, leaving him further astonished by the remarkable healing abilities of this young lad. After a moment's contemplation, a faint smile graced Zhao Wujie's face as he gazed at Mu Chen, his expression taking on an intriguing quality. Tang San, all of you have passed, but this young man here, he does not count. Upon hearing these words, the group was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Wujie crossed his arms and rubbed them, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds akin to popping beans. You young man, come and spar with me. Zhao Wujie's eyes, seemingly ablaze with fervor, locked onto Mu Chen. You are so formidable, just right. I was unsatisfied with our earlier exchange. Come, let me have a bit of fun. At this declaration, the others stood frozen, shock etched across their faces as they stared at Zhao Wujie. Mu Chen, teacher Zhao, your reasoning is rather unreasonable, Dai Mubai murmured. Though Mu Chen possesses remarkable strength, he is but one individual. If you insist on confronting him, you might as well step onto the battlefield yourself. I can assist you in loosening your bones. Dai Mubai instantly fell silent. Teacher Zhao, we are indeed a united team, Ning Rongrong hastily interjected. How can you bully Mu Chen alone? That is utterly excessive. Oh, you care for him so much. Do you harbor feelings for this lad? You speak nonsense. I refuse to engage with this. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, her face flushed with embarrassment. her gaze wavering as she dared not meet Mu Chen's eyes, rendering her speechless. Zhao Wujia's retorts left both of them at a loss for words. Teacher, if it were Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanging glances, they would have been inclined to speak up. However, Zhao Wujia abruptly waved his hand, interrupting them. Enough of your prattle. You too. Don't think that just because you managed to withstand my presence for a short while, you truly possess any prowess. Tang San. Damn it, can I finish my words? Mu Chen. I can no longer bear to witness the pretentious journey of the so-called king. Teacher, may I engage him in combat? After a brief silence, Zhu Zhuqing spoke. You little kitten, do you think you can exchange a few moves with me? Go stand aside. At that moment, Zhao Wujia resembled a powder keg, ready to explode at any provocation. It was evident just how suffocating the previous battle had been for him. Without an outlet for his pent-up frustration, achieving tranquility would be a formidable challenge. The crowd was in a state of agitation. Suddenly, Mu Chen declared, "Very well, since you have earnestly requested it, I shall graciously oblige." Upon hearing this, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Chapter 11. The Art of the Wooden Man. Zhao Wujia, consumed by fury, was akin to a volatile explosive, ready to detonate at the slightest touch, which rendered the crowd unable to persuade him otherwise. Clearly, Zhao Wujia's insistence on battling Mu Chen was merely a means to vent his rage. However, no one anticipated that Mu Chen would indeed accept the challenge. The gazes of Dai Mu Bai and the others shifted once more. Was it confidence or folly? The outcome would reveal the truth. Brother Chen blames me. Tang San sighed ruefully. Had it not been for his earlier bravado on behalf of Xiao Wu, depleting his trump cards and leaving Zhao Laoshi feeling frustrated, Zhao Laoshi would not now be seeking trouble with Feng Ge. He realized he had acted impulsively. After all, Zhao Laoshi was a teacher, not a genuine adversary. Mu Chen patted Tang San's shoulder and said, "If you call me elder brother, I shall impart to you a lesson." Upon hearing this, Tang San looked at Mu Chen with a face full of confusion. Mu Chen gazed at Zhao Wujia and calmly stated, "Whatever skills one possesses, one should act accordingly. The fact that I dare to proceed signifies that I am indeed capable. Furthermore, you needn't blame yourself. You have done nothing wrong." With a smile, Mu Chen continued, "I genuinely wish to engage with Teacher Zhao. Should I happen to endure a beating, I fear not, for my martial soul possesses healing abilities." He truly felt no trepidation. Zhao Wujia would not resort to lethal force, and besides, he was not so easily vanquished. Mu Chen, are you truly intent on confronting Teacher Zhao alone? Ning Rongrong suddenly turned her head, the flush on her face receding slightly. Do not overestimate yourself, even if your strength may surpass ours. It does not guarantee your ability to evade Teacher Zhao's strikes. Mu Chen said softly, Rongrong, one must possess confidence in life. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, and her delicate face flushed slightly as she asked, "What did you just call me?" Mu Chen cleared his throat and remarked, "If you are unwilling, then so be it." Ning Rongrong hurriedly responded, "Without me," only to realize she was met with Mu Chen's beaming smile. "Ah, you rascal. Remember, one must possess confidence." Rongrong promptly dismissed any doubt. It was only after Tang San's gentle reminder that Ning Rongrong comprehended the situation. "Ah, you scoundrel. You deserve to be thoroughly chastised." Mu Chen cast a glance at her, inwardly reflecting on the unexpected concern displayed by Ning Rongrong. "Enough, you few," Zhao Wujia interjected, gesturing dismissively at Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed poised to speak further. "If they are unafraid of facing my wrath, what is the purpose of your incessant chatter? Dai Mu Bai, please escort them to prepare their accommodations." Mu Chen, I can't believe it. Teacher Zhao, how ungracious of you. When Tang San shows off, everyone gathers around. But when it's my turn, you disperse the crowd. Mu Chen silently complained. "I cannot leave." Mu Chen quickly cleared his throat a few times. "Teacher Zhao, let us finish watching," Tang San implored. "In case you lose control later and something unexpected occurs, it would be prudent for us to intervene in a timely manner." Indeed. Indeed. I must ensure Mu Chen is in the right condition, Ning Rongrong chimed in eagerly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wujia nodded and smiled, saying, "Very well. I shall allow you to proceed. My only intention is to prevent you from carrying any psychological burdens." The crowd responded. As Mu Chen and his companion arrived at the square, they discovered it in a state of disarray. "Wait a moment, Mu Chen. Allow me to enhance your status," Ning Rongrong exclaimed hastily. However, Mu Chen waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Thank you, but I do not require it at the moment." Ning Rongrong felt a surge of indignation within her. Did he look down upon her 7 treasure glazed tile? Sensing her thoughts, Wang Feng interjected. I merely wish to engage in a fair match with Teacher Zhao, nothing more. Upon hearing this explanation, Ning Rongrong's anger subsided somewhat, yet she still huffed and remarked. Be careful then. All right, young man, tell me where you wish for me to strike you. Zhao Wujie stood confidently. Having nearly recovered from his previous injuries and feeling invigorated after the recent bout, I wish to strike you. Mu Chen let out a powerful shout, and in an instant, his martial spirit manifested. His third soul skill glimmered faintly as three figures of Mu Chen surged toward Zhao Wujie. Swift, exceedingly swift. A torrent of air erupted from his position, propelling him forward. Brother Chen's movements were not intricate, yet the essence of any movement lies in pure speed. With the possession of such unadulterated velocity, all sophisticated techniques appear as mere illusions. Tang San inhaled deeply. The purple light flickered in his eyes as he activated the purple extreme demon eye, allowing him to faintly perceive Feng Ji's figure, which was nothing but a series of afterimages. Tang San understood that his hidden weapons would have no effect on Brother Chen, for one could not capture what was elusive, and thus he could not land a hit. This young man excels in speed? Zhao Wujie mused inwardly, his body steady as a mountain, standing firm in place. Generally speaking, individuals with high speed lack substantial attacking power. They are merely a nuisance. I just need to wait until he tires, then I shall strike with a lethal blow. Zhao Wujie's thoughts were thus calculated. Alas, fate moved faster than words. In the blink of an eye, Mu Chen charged towards Zhao Wujie with astonishing speed. The immense force he generated brought forth a gust akin to a tempest. With simplicity and directness, Mu Chen unleashed a straightforward punch aimed squarely at Zhao Wujie's abdomen. You think you can harm me with just one punch? The three of them couldn't even graze me with all their might, Zhao Wujie remarked, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. I am curious to see just how much strength lies behind your flamboyant techniques. Mu Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly, feeling utterly disdained. Just as the strike was about to land, the deceased suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, as if transformed into pure gold. It was the golden spirit form. Mu Chen's fist transformed into a substance harder than diamond, forged from exquisite gold. Mu Chen smiled as he delivered a powerful punch to Zhao Wujie's abdomen. In the next instant, a dull thud resonated through the air. With a tremendous impact, Zhao Wujie was sent flying, his body arcing through the air like a bent steel pipe, forming a U-shape. Blood vessels in his eyes appeared to strain, as if they might burst forth from their sockets. He was propelled several dozen meters away, crashing into the dust and stirring up a cloud of debris. Creating an astonishing spectacle, Mu Chen held nothing back, channeling his soul power and the entirety of his strength. There was no ulterior motive. He simply aimed to strike him. Ning Rongrong's mouth fell agape in astonishment. It seemed he was not exaggerating. One by one, the others nodded in a daze. Damu Bai appeared to recall something, shuddering involuntarily. Did this fellow wish to spar with me? To endanger my life? Zhu Zhuqing's expression mirrored a mix of shock and frustration. As a sensitive attack-type battle soul master, her forte lay in speed, yet just moments ago, she could scarcely perceive Mu Chen's swiftness. And that strength, what a terrifying and unadulterated force, Tang San murmured. The four of them had exerted themselves to the utmost, utilizing every advantage of the aerial terrain. And only through their combined efforts did they manage to inflict some damage on Teacher Zhao. Yet, in stark contrast, Brother Chen had effortlessly reduced Zhao Wujie to such a state. Just then, from the distant haze, a figure surged forth, exclaiming, "What a rascal!" As the words echoed, Zhao Wujie emerged from the dust. 7 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, shimmering brilliantly in the air, and at that moment, the first soul ring erupted in a blaze of light. Clearly, it was Zhao Wujie's first soul skill, immovable king body. Young man, your strength is formidable, but it ends here. Zhao Wujie regarded Wang Feng with a glint of excitement in his eyes. The previous punch had indeed imparted the pain associated with raw power. However, once he harnessed his soul power to activate his first soul skill, the true form of the immovable king, should this lad dare to strike again, he would not only sustain no injury but would instead find himself grievously wounded. Is that so? Mu Chen stood still, gazing at Zhao Wujie, and spoke leisurely. Since you have chosen to employ your soul skills, I shall do the same. Following this declaration, 2 avatars emerged behind Mu Chen, collectively unleashing their second soul skill. Zhao Wujie felt a significant portion of his power dissipate, diminishing from 70% to merely 50%. Good lad, that's not enough, Zhao Wujie began. But his words were abruptly cut short. Before him loomed a colossal wooden figure, upon which stood a strikingly handsome man, reminiscent of an ethereal being from beyond the heavens. However, Mu Chen's complexion appeared somewhat pale at that moment. Utilizing the form of the Wood Emperor, he summoned a wooden giant akin to the legendary Hashirama Senju, which had nearly drained him of his energy. It is worth noting that this exertion came after accounting for Zhao Wuji's 12 soul power enhancements. Nevertheless, Mu Chen thought with a cold smirk, I hope, dear teacher, you find joy in this. Chapter 12. Acquisition of the External Soul Bone. As the 3 soul rings encircled Mu Chen, even upon seeing him for the second time, Zhao Wujie could not help but marvel. This young lad is indeed a prodigy. The first soul ring is a millennium old, accompanied by 2 10,000-year soul rings. How is such an achievement possible? Zhao Wujie dared not underestimate him and immediately unleashed his 5th soul skill. Dai Mubai was taken aback, realizing this was the 5th soul skill from teacher Zhao. The others, upon hearing this, turned their gazes towards Mu Chen, filled with concern for him. Ning Rongrong tightened her small fist. It was impossible to claim she was not worried. Even though Mu Chen was mounted atop a 3-meter wooden man, Zhao Wujie executed a combination technique aimed directly at him. Yet, Mu Chen remained unfazed. Closing his eyes to restore his soul power, Zhao Wujie, being much smaller than the wooden figure, could not perceive Mu Chen's current state. Otherwise, he would surely be furious. After a prolonged struggle with the wooden man, Zhao Wujie's predicament became clear. Every slight movement of the wooden figure resulted in his own injury. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Without further hesitation, Zhao Wujie bellowed, woohoo in true body, and transformed into a colossal bear-like figure, charging directly at the wooden man. Mu Chen smiled faintly as he awaited this very moment. Subsequently, the wooden figure transformed into a wooden dragon, ensnaring Zhao Wujie. No matter how fiercely he struggled, it proved futile. The wooden dragon coiled tighter and tighter, forcing Zhao Wujie to relinquish his martial soul's true form for the sake of survival. From its lofty vantage, the wooden dragon gazed down upon the now human Zhao Wujie. Mu Chen, perched upon the dragon's head, pointed a bone sword at Zhao Wujie and proclaimed, Teacher Zhao, embrace my baptism. In the next moment, Zhao Wujie was struck so fiercely that even his mother would not recognize him. Having completed the task, he was rewarded with 2 energy crystals. The first phase of system restoration was accomplished, granting him a soul ring and an external soul bone transformed from a 100,000-year soul beast, along with the unlocking of further task rewards. The next phase required the system to repair for 50. Upon hearing the rewards bestowed by the system, Mu Chen was astounded. Indeed, it was truly extravagant. He could not help but cast a grateful glance towards Zhao Wujie, who, taken aback, instinctively recoiled 2 steps. There was no other choice. The man was utterly terrifying. Showing no mercy, he had directly experienced the agony of being hurled from a height of 1,000 meters, crashing to the ground. He was left with a shadow of fear. Dai Mubai and the others were equally alarmed. Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai, who had once contemplated teaching Mu Chen a lesson, felt a chill run down their spines, their backs already damp with trepidation. Mu Chen smiled reassuringly. There is no need to be anxious. This is merely to satisfy teacher Zhao, nothing more. I will compensate for and repair any damage to the venue, so do not worry. What kind of looks are you giving me? There is no need to be afraid. We will all be classmates from now on, bound together in this journey. The stronger I become, the more enjoyable it will be for you, will it not? At that moment, Oscar approached and inquired, what do you mean by the stronger? The more enjoyable? Ning Rongrong and her companions blushed at his words. However, the irritation they felt began to dissipate somewhat. Oscar stepped before Zhao Wujie and said, You must be seeking a teacher. The sounds of your earlier scuffle with Brother Chen startled me. I never imagined you would so willingly endure a beating from him in your dedication to nurturing young sprouts. You are indeed a model for our generation. With that, he gave Zhao Wujie a thumbs up. Zhao Wujie's expression darkened instantaneously. You brat, do you wish to undergo military training? Hearing this, Oscar shivered and promptly darted behind Mu Chen, seemingly seeking refuge. Zhao Wujie's face was clouded with an ominous gloom. Upon witnessing this, Mu Chen chuckled and said, Xiao. This is indeed a splendid opportunity for your grilled sausages to flourish. Oscar, upon hearing this, clapped his hands and exclaimed, Indeed, Brother Chen, your wisdom shines through. Thereafter, he embarked on an enthusiastic campaign of promotion. With the aid of grilled sausages and Mu Chen, Zhao Wujie managed to recover a mere 20%. With a cold snort, he turned and departed from this sorrowful place. After Zhao Wujie's exit, Dai Mubai approached, laughing heartily. Brother Chen, your prowess is unmatched. You even managed to best teacher Zhao. Truly, you are unparalleled in this era. Mu Chen laughed heartily, saying, Indeed, one must possess confidence. Do you not agree, Dai Xiao? Upon hearing the title Dai Xiao, Dai Mu Bai's expression darkened instantly. Mu Chen continued, All right, let us consider the past as bygone. One should not dwell on what has already transpired. Do you not concur? Understanding that this was an opportunity to change the subject, Dai Mu Bai promptly replied, Yes, yes. Indeed, we must not remain anchored in the past. Following this exchange, Mu Chen engaged in light-hearted banter with the others for a while. Upon returning to their lodging, he found himself sharing a room with Oscar. At that moment, they had yet to arrive, providing Mu Chen the perfect opportunity to merge with the external soul bone. Mu Chen was deeply immersed in the essence of the soul bone within the system's realm. Subsequently, the external soul bone, the robe of the soul, affixed itself to 8 rib bones. Upon invocation, it could transform into any robe-like garment, manifesting 3 distinctive attributes. 1. Soul Halo, enhancing all soul skill effects by 10. 2. Ethereal Tango, graceful and intangible, increasing evasion rate by 90, yet unable to evade locked attacks. 3. Hellish Robe, reducing attribute damage by 80. As Mu Chen's mind returned to reality, he recognized the impressive prowess of this soul bone, which possessed auxiliary capabilities rivaling those of the 8 spider lances. However, he decided to reserve the soul ring granted by the system until he reached level 40. A prompt indicated that the system hoped the host would accumulate, as the soul rings it provided far surpassed those bestowed by divine entities. Should the host's abilities be sufficient, he could manifest rings of millions of years in age. Wow! Mu Chen exclaimed, taken aback by the prospect of a million-year soul ring, also known as a divine ring. The system was truly remarkable, capable of granting him items even from the divine realm. All right, I shall wait until level 70 to make use of it. As for the reasoning behind waiting until level 70, first, Mu Chen was confident that he would possess the capability to condense a million-year soul ring by then. Confidence. Secondly, he held firm in his belief that he would have the opportunity to obtain a second soul ring granted by the system in the future. Indeed, confidence. Subsequently, Tang San and Oscar returned, and the group engaged in conversation. They then prepared for sleep. Just before drifting off, Mu Chen noticed many changes. For instance, Oscar's feelings towards Ning Rongrong had become rather ordinary. Ah, what a hassle, he thought, deciding to set it aside for now and simply observe. With that, Mu Chen turned over and fell asleep. Chapter 13. More appealing than useful the following morning. As the sunlight streamed in, Mu Chen awoke. After engaging in some exercise yesterday, he felt invigorated and couldn't resist the temptation to indulge in a little more slumber. Stretching lazily, he cast a glance around the room, only to find no trace of his roommates. Mu Chen rubbed his head and sighed. I've slept for quite a while. Alas, I wonder if I have missed the appearance of that little chubby fellow, Ma Hongjun. Mu Chen briefly freshened up before stepping outside to take a stroll. Mu Chen had a light meal and then strolled along the golden fields. Who dares to call someone a plump country chicken? Upon hearing the furious roar, Mu Chen instinctively glanced at the sky. The plot had indeed shifted. It was surprisingly late. Nevertheless, he decided to take a look. Mu Chen traversed the fields and beheld Xiao Wu engaged in a spirited tussle with a chubby boy ahead. This boy, slightly shorter than Xiao Wu, stood at around 1.60 meters and bore an endearing appearance. In this moment, his anger caused his hair to stand on end, resembling a rooster's comb due to the manifestation of his martial spirit. His arms sprouted delicate feathers, giving him a striking resemblance to a rustic chicken. He was adorned with 2 yellow soul rings, suggesting that his soul power level was comparable to that of Tang San, the evil fire phoenix, a top-tier beast martial spirit. Though at this juncture, it had yet to assume its complete form. Mu Chen observed from the side, uncertain whether his flames could be harnessed by my fiery form. Mu Chen's fiery form allows him to manipulate the element of fire, even transforming his very body into a blazing inferno. The prospect of harnessing this unquenchable malevolence is undeniably enticing. In a short while, the chubby figure of Ma Hongjun was brought down to the ground by Xiao Wu's waistbow soul skill, only to rise swiftly once more. Xiao Wu, having removed her shoes that were enshrouded in purple flames, gazed at Ma Hongjun with a hint of surprise. It appears that the two were evenly matched. Mu Chen pondered that Tang San's blue-silver grass was utterly restrained by Ma Hongjun's purple flames, rendering him merely a bystander unless he resorted to hidden weapons. And even then, a 2-against-1 scenario was not ideal. At that moment, from a distance, Xiao Wu seemingly spotted Mu Chen, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "Brother Chen." Over here. This little chubby fellow is brazenly bullying virtuous women. Hurry and lend us your aid. Mu Chen, does Xiao possess the ability of X-ray vision and navigation? I am, after all, standing in the midst of a wheat field. Mu Chen slowly emerged from the wheat field. At this moment, a subtle smile graced Mu Chen's face. Ma Hongjun did not turn his head, yet he beheld a tall and handsome youth approaching, his demeanor exuding cheerfulness. Goodness, is there no justice in this world? Where did this fellow come from? He is even more dashing than Big Brother Dai. Ma Hongjuan's heart swelled with jealousy and wariness as he scrutinized Mu Chen. In Ma Hongjuan's eyes, there should be no one more handsome than himself. If such a person existed, he would strive to make them appear less attractive. However, if he were unable to prevail, he would accept the reality, for strength is esteemed above all. Thus, an involuntary hint of hostility flickered in his gaze. The more handsome one is, the greater the adversary for a chubby individual. Please, no fighting. I suspect there has been a misunderstanding. Mu Chen approached with a smile, indicating no intention of confrontation. Xiao Wu, I observed that when you used your ways to strike down that young man. The girl displayed a tinge of reluctance in her eyes. They must be in a romantic relationship, perhaps amidst a breakup, right? It's truly unfortunate that they are entangled in such personal matters, leading to this level of conflict. Mu Chen sighed helplessly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Tang San were momentarily taken aback. Having just arrived, they initially assumed that the plump lad was merely teasing the girl. Of course, the crux of the matter was that Ma Hongjuan's appearance was rather unremarkable. Had it been Mu Chen, no one would have thought he was harassing the young lady, at most. It would be considered flirting. Let's refrain from fighting for now and seek reconciliation, Wang Feng suggested. He was not in the mood to engage Ma Hongjun in a scuffle, especially since Dai Mubai would be arriving shortly to mediate. Tang San and Xiao Wu turned their gazes towards the girl named Zuhua, and indeed, they noticed the trace of compassion in her eyes, leading them to a moment of understanding. Yes, please do not continue fighting. The issues between Hongjun and me are our own. Zuhua gently approached and brushed off the dust from Ma Hongjuan's clothes, her expression filled with concern. Upon hearing her words, Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. It appeared they had indeed misjudged the situation. Reconcile? You wish to reconcile after having struck me? Step aside. Ma Hongjun stubbornly protested, still seething from having been knocked down by that little rabbit. Did he think they could simply reconcile? Furthermore, with his recent pent-up frustrations, he was in no mood for peace. If you wish to reconcile, you'll have to contend with me first. Ma Hongjun pushed Suihua aside, his face brimming with defiance as he glared at Mu Chen. Wow, you little chubby one. Even if you are in a relationship, you cannot bully her. I was about to apologize to you, yet you remain relentless. Xiao Wu erupted, her voice filled with indignation. Chen Gu, teach him a lesson. If we don't give him a good thrashing, he won't settle down. Mu Chen wore an expression of helplessness as he gazed at Xiao Wu. Truly embodying the essence of natural intimacy, Mu Chen could not help but indulge in a moment of self-admiration, pondering whether his charm with women was 100-fold that of an ordinary person. Alas, life felt exceedingly tedious. It seemed that Ma Hongjun had perceived Mu Chen's thoughts and interjected, "Stop being so self-absorbed. If we are to fight, let us fight. Do not dawdle." Suddenly, an electronic voice resonated within Mu Chen's mind, reprimanding the naive little chubby one and elevating the age of the soul ring reward by an astonishing 20,000 years. Mu Chen felt a surge of joy within. It appeared that this was indeed the new reward from the updated prize pool, capable of extending the lifespan of soul rings. Mu Chen couldn't help but envision himself adorned with countless soul rings from millennia past. However, this was merely a fleeting thought, lacking in practicality. While Mu Chen's mind was in a frenzy of imagination, Ma Hongjun could no longer restrain himself. Phoenix possession. Boy, I only held back earlier because I saw she was a girl. But you, being a man, shall not receive any mercy from me. Ma Hongjun bellowed, activating his second soul skill, Bathing Fire Phoenix. A yellow soul ring illuminated around him, and in an instant, his entire being was engulfed in a layer of violet flames, taking on the form of a phoenix. Yet, his appearance was rather cumbersome, bordering on comical. Feng Ge, be cautious. This little fatty's flames are exceedingly troublesome. Once they cling to you, they are incredibly difficult to extinguish. Tang San hastily warned. Indeed, it was true that Ma Hongjun had previously shown restraint, allowing Xiao Wu the opportunity to close in. Otherwise, merely dealing with those flames would have proven quite formidable. However, Mu Chen stood his ground, utterly unmoving. So composed? Do you look down upon me, Ma Hongjun? Ma Hongjuan's anger flared. After all, he was one of the 3 esteemed students of the Shrek Academy, personally taken under the wing of the dean, and pride was certainly a part of his nature. Earlier, when he had fought Xiao Wu, he had held back a little out of a sense of chivalry, not wishing to harm her. But now, it was an entirely different story. This young man, possessing such striking good looks and attempting to play the peacemaker. Who did he think he was? Just because of your handsome visage, you shall not escape my wrath. The fire igniting within him seemed to fuel Ma Hongjuan's soul power, and he unleashed a searing jet of violet flames towards Wang Feng. In an instant, with no chance to evade, Mu Chen was completely enveloped by the violet fire. I'll make you scream. Ma Hongjuan was momentarily taken aback, surprised at how easily the youth had succumbed to his flames. He mused inwardly that little beauty referred to him as Chen Ge, so his strength must be considerable. Could it be merely a fade of strength without substance? Chapter 14. The evil fire phoenix. As Mu Chen was engulfed in flames, Tang San and Xiao Wu instinctively gasped in shock. But at that very moment, from within the violet flames, a voice emerged. The temperature of your flames is commendable. But if you wish to make me scream, you still have a long way to go. Upon hearing this voice, everyone stood in stunned silence. What followed was an extraordinarily bizarre spectacle. There stood Wang Feng, encased in violet flames as if transformed into a fiery apparition, suddenly extending a hand. In that moment, the flames morphed, taking on a new form. Just as Mu Chen had previously imagined, he was able to manipulate the flames. I truly am invincible now. Mu Chen couldn't help but indulge in a moment of self-admiration. Mu Chen gazed at Ma Hongjuan and spoke coolly. I initially had no desire to involve myself in this matter, yet just moments ago, I discovered an undeniable reason to bring you down. Thus, prepare to embrace my affection. Enveloped in purple flames, Mu Chen accelerated forward with the fluidity of water, arriving before Ma Hongjuan in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Furthermore, before Ma Hongjuan could be propelled away, Mu Chen seized his ankle. What followed was akin to the Hulk striking Loki, as the brutal punishment commenced. Ma Hongjuan was already in considerable distress, but upon hearing Mu Chen's words, he truly found himself at a loss for tears. Mu Chen, little fatty, Mu Chen, have always believed in winning people over with virtue. You must have been overwhelmed with anger earlier, which led you to challenge me so arrogantly. I forgive you for that. However, since you are on fire, as a benevolent person, I must assist you in extinguishing the flames. Do not refuse. Accept my help. Ma Hongjuan, subsequently. Just as Mu Chen had stated, the malevolent flames that seemed impossible to extinguish were indeed quelled by his intervention. Ma Hongjuan found himself in a dire state, teetering on the brink of collapse. Then, Mu Chen smiled slightly and remarked, I apologize for the delay in extinguishing the fire. I hope your suffering has not been too great. Mu Chen gazed at Ma Hongjuan with a face full of sorrow, as if genuinely consumed by guilt. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. According to earthly expressions, damn it, I owe you a little golden statue. Mu Chen, after speaking and feigning a cough, expressed his concern for Ma Hongjuan and chose to heal him using his soul power. Following the treatment, Ma Hongjuan managed to escape the perilous phase. Yet he remained profoundly despondent. With slurred speech, Ma Hongjuan murmured, I struggled. I faced it. Mu Chen waved his hand and said, it's nothing. From now on, we are all a loving family. In the future, I would still like to hear your grand tales when you have the time. The crowd watched as Ma Hongjuan, supported by Cuihua, departed. An uneasy silence loomed in the air. It was Xiao Wu who first shattered the stillness, exclaiming, Chen Ge, you are truly remarkable. How did you just accomplish that? Hearing this, Tang San also leaned in, his face filled with curiosity. Mu Chen smiled and said, it is nothing. My first soul skill allows me to manipulate various attributes of my deceased. Although the evil fire is formidable, it is ultimately still fire and can be utilized by me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu exclaimed with delight, doesn't that mean, Brother Chen, that you are invincible when encountering fire attribute soul masters? Mu Chen nodded and then shook his head. Noticing Xiao Wu's puzzled expression, he remarked, true invincibility is an impossibility. At most, one can possess an absolute advantage. Furthermore, I am uncertain whether my martial soul can control the flames of soul masters far more powerful than myself. After hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the disparity in soul power is not easily bridged. Tang San, Mu Chen, what brings you here? From a distance, Dai Mubai approached, impeccably dressed. His golden locks swept back gracefully, exuding an air of elegance. As he surveyed the battle-scarred surroundings, he cast a glance at Mu Chen. Dai Mubai, just now, A little chubby boy was bullying my girlfriend. Can you believe it? Brother Chen stepped in to mediate, yet he remained defiant, only to be schooled by Chun afterward. Damu Bai let out a sigh, seemingly understanding the situation, and shook his head. Actually, you have misunderstood. I could have clarified it directly. He explained. That chubby boy is named Ma Hongjun, a student from our Shrek Academy. Tang-san, do you recall me mentioning yesterday that there are only 3 of us at Shrek Academy? Could he possibly be one of them? Tang-san was taken aback. Damu Bai nodded and continued. What just transpired is actually the fault of Ma Hongjun's rather peculiar martial soul, the Phoenix martial soul. To be precise, it is known as the Evil Fire Phoenix, a mutated martial soul. Mutated? Both Tang-san and Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Mutated martial souls are indeed a rarity. Moreover, while some mutated martial souls evolve towards greater strength, others regress into weakness. Clearly, this chubby boy's mutated martial soul has manifested as a notably more formidable power. The Phoenix martial soul, in particular, is exceedingly rare. Mu Chen, being aware of the situation, was not particularly astonished. Although it was a variant beast martial soul, exceedingly powerful, the term evil in the name of this sinister fire phoenix indicated that this martial soul would instill a surge of malevolent flames within the soul masters. These flames would intensify male urges, leading to overwhelming impulses. If not properly channeled and released, they could result in dire consequences. Damu Bai shook his head in resignation. Realizing that Cui Hua must have been unable to endure Ma Hongjun's excessive tendencies, which ultimately led to their separation. Upon hearing this, Tang-san and Xiao Wu exchanged bewildered glances. It was essential to comprehend that if the chubby one failed to manage these malevolent flames, he might be unable to cultivate throughout his life, which was a mild outcome. In severe cases, it could pose a threat to his life. Thus, Damu Bai offered an awkward smile. Xiao Wu huffed, feeling that the Shrek Academy certainly housed all manner of peculiarities. Mu Chen pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. That fellow, Ma Hongjun, if placed in his past life, would undoubtedly have become the quintessential king of ducks, adored by wealthy women. However, as time passed and with his cultivation, the characteristics of the evil fire phoenix gradually diminished. One wonders if he will come to regret it. At that moment, Xiao Wu interjected, nevertheless, it seems that Suihua wishes to depart, and ultimately, it is Ma Hongjun who bears the fault. Mu Chen smiled and remarked, indeed. Can girls truly exist without boys? This statement rendered Xiao Wu momentarily speechless. Damu Bai then continued, there is nothing inherently wrong with what Mu Chen said. In truth, Ma Hongjun has committed no grave error. However, one must consider that 3 to 4 times a day is simply unbearable for anyone. Consequently, Ma Hongjun finds himself ending relationships multiple times a year, as no girl can endure such a situation. Damu Bai cast a meaningful glance at Tang-san and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, under his gaze, felt her cheeks flush. Tang-san, too, discreetly averted his eyes, embodying the awkwardness of the moment. Mu Chen broke the awkward silence, saying, all right, after a bit of exercise, I find myself rather hungry. Let us go and have a meal together. Xiao Wu and Tang-san seemed to have received a reprieve, exhaling in relief as they agreed with a nod. Subsequently, the trio made their way to the dining hall side by side. Chapter 15. A knife for hire. The Shrek dining hall was rather rudimentary, constructed from earthen bricks, reminiscent of the rural essence etched in Mu Chen's memory. The villagers employed here still utilized traditional clay stoves, and the dishes, cooked in large iron pots, were quite satisfactory, offering ample portions to satiate hunger. At this moment, Zhu Shuqing and Ning Rongrong were present in the dining hall. Upon noticing Tang-san and his companions, Ning Rongrong cheerfully waved at Xiao Wu, as the two shared a room, fostering a close bond. Meanwhile, Zhu Shuqing offered a slight nod to the group, acknowledging their presence. The group quickly finished their meal and hastened towards the academy. Ahem, while we still have a bit of distance to cover, allow me to introduce you, Damu Bai said as he walked ahead, pointing to Ma Hongjun. This is Ma Hongjun, the last member of our Shrek team. And these are Tang-san, Xiao Wu, Zhu Shuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Mu Chen. One could not help but admire the resilience of life. Despite Ma Hongjun's unfortunate circumstances, he was surprisingly able to walk. Mu Chen suddenly appeared to recall something and began to administer treatment to Ma Hongjun. Confused, Ma Hongjun could only gaze at Mu Chen with a look of sincere gratitude. Mu Chen nodded in acceptance. In truth, his decision to aid Ma Hongjun stemmed from a sudden recollection of his background, the direct disciple of the miserly soul saint. Should I be discovered, it would usher in a period of hardship. Although I am unperturbed, The ensuing complications would be rather vexatious, Mu Chen contemplated. Notably, with the enhancement of his soul rings to an impressive 2,000 years, the first of his soul rings transformed into a shade of black. This bestowed upon him the ability to manipulate two additional attributes, one being lightning and the other, wind. Mu Chen intended to designate these two forms as the Thunder Dragon form and the Wind Wolf form. Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled momentarily, yet regrettably, during their meal. It seemed that Xiao Wu had exchanged words with Ning Rongrong. One girl exuded an icy aloofness while the other disregarded Ma Hongjun entirely, leaving him with a bittersweet smile of resignation. When Dai Mubai pointed towards Zhu Shiqing, she quickened her pace and strode forward. "Oh, Dai boss. It appears that this lady killer has encountered his match? She doesn't even spare you a glance," Ma Hongjun remarked with a hint of restored amusement. Dai Mubai's expression turned somewhat awkward, yet he merely offered a few wry smiles without uttering a word. Dai Mubai and Mu Chen exchanged a slight shake of their heads at the sight of Zhu Shiqing. It is worth noting that Zhu Shiqing and Dai Mubai were betrothed since childhood, a genuine engagement that rendered others unqualified to meddle in their affairs. After a brief journey, the group arrived at the Academy Square, where they stood in a line, awaiting further instructions. At that moment, the clean-shaven Oscar approached leisurely, capturing the attention of those present. It must be said that without his beard, Oscar appeared somewhat handsome. However, the girls did not cast their gazes in his direction, as he was rather unseemly with a grilled sausage dangling from his mouth. Furthermore, a middle-aged man appeared at the forefront, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Mu Chen focused his gaze. The individual before him was none other than Flender, the director of Shrek Academy, whose innovative and unconventional philosophies had shaped the institution. Flender appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust physique and a resolute gait. His distinctive features included a pair of square black crystal glasses, a slightly protruding chin, and deep-set eyes that imparted a cunning aura. "Is he a shrewd merchant?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. "What shrewd merchant?" "This is our director, Flender the Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, a formidable soul sage of level 78, even more powerful than Teacher Zhao," Oscar cautioned. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, let out a sigh of relief and muttered softly, "Fortunately, he is merely a soul sage of level 78. At that moment, Flender approached the 8 newcomers, casting a sweeping glance over them before speaking slowly. "Indeed, I did not anticipate that this year would welcome 5 new prodigies. I shall refrain from further elaboration. You all fought alongside Teacher Zhao yesterday, and I assume you have yet to fully recuperate. Mubai, please inform them of the Academy's rules and ensure they rest adequately. The first class will commence this evening. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, you two follow me." Dai Mubai quickly stepped forward, acknowledging Flender, and proceeded to explain the Academy's regulations to Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others. Oscar wore a wry smile as he stepped forward, already grasping the situation. Mu Chen felt a profound curiosity. What was Flender planning? To be candid, Mu Chen's arrival at Shrek Academy was largely driven by his inquisitiveness, drawn by the presence of the protagonist group. If one were to speak of education, it ultimately relied on individual effort. Flender gazed at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, and with a measured tone, remarked, "Auxiliary soul masters often represent the most vulnerable entities on the battlefield, necessitating the protection of their comrades. A moment's carelessness could jeopardize their very lives. Now, tell me, what is paramount for an auxiliary soul master during combat?" With that, Flender turned his attention first to Oscar. Oscar pondered briefly before responding. "It is essential to remain shielded behind one's teammates, to trust in their defense, and to utilize the terrain and structures to evade peril, steering clear of hazardous zones." Flender nodded in acknowledgement, a conventional response, lacking any novel insights. He then shifted his gaze to Ning Rongrong. The most crucial aspect, of course, is to enhance the capabilities of one's allies and then find a safe haven to conceal oneself. Ning Rongrong softly articulated, her words delivered with unassuming clarity. Upon hearing this, Flender could not help but chuckle, and Oscar joined in with a laugh as well. Mu Chen mused to himself, "This is the distinction of Ning Rongrong. Having been pampered since childhood, she seldom considers her teammates. After all, in the 7-treasure glazed tile school, others revolve around her without her needing to rely on any companions, a reality she has come to accept as normal." Subsequently, Flender chuckled and remarked, "It appears you two have a clear understanding of the role of a support soul master and your own positions. Now, what do you believe a qualified support soul master should possess?" Oscar, having discerned the underlying meaning, helplessly replied, "When it's time to fight, we fight. When it's time to run, we run." Flender, with a look of satisfaction, said, "Well said, little Oscar. You have finally matured. The ability to strike, withstand, and flee indeed defines a competent support soul master. Among these, the capacity to escape is paramount. Therefore, today, Oscar and Ning, you are to run 20 laps around the village. Should you fail to complete this by noon, lunch will be forfeited. Mu Chen, you are responsible for supervising their training." Flender stated with a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen was momentarily taken aback, as history seemed to misalign once more. He pondered, could it be that the course of history is destined to change because of me? Mu Chen nodded, and after a moment's contemplation, he pondered the reason behind Flender assigning him the task of supervising these two individuals. Subsequently, he stumbled upon a revelation. Goodness. This old silver coin is actually orchestrating a scheme to eliminate others. Mu Chen comprehended Flander's intentions. It was merely a scheme to handle Ning without dirtying his own hands, while simultaneously creating difficulties for Mu Chen. Mu Chen once again witnessed the formidable power of the old silver coin. That cunning old fox. What are you staring at? Hurry up, run. Mu Chen cast a displeased glance at Oscar and Ning, speaking without a hint of courtesy. Meanwhile, after a conversation with Tang San, Flender returned to the office, where Zhao Wujia was also present. Flender, why did you send Mu Chen to keep an eye on those two? What scheme are you concocting? Zhao Wujia inquired curiously. Having observed the earlier events in the office with clarity. Guess what? Flender replied, a hint of mischief in his tone. I guessed your grandmother's leg. Speak quickly. Zhao Wujia jested, their camaraderie evident. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Wujia was unaware of the cunning intentions of the old fox before him. Ning, the young mistress of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, was accustomed to a life of luxury and could hardly endure hardship. She would surely struggle with the training. Flender glanced at the sky and smiled. If she fails to complete it, I shall have to teach her a lesson tonight. Given her temperament, it will undoubtedly be a significant blow to her, but it is necessary. Otherwise, she will never shed the arrogance instilled by the seven-treasure glazed tile school. So, you fear that the seven-treasure glazed tile school will cause us trouble? Zhao Wujia seemed to grasp part of the situation. Flender shook his head, retrieving a letter from his pocket. Not quite. This is a letter from Ning Fengji, instructing us to properly discipline this girl. What are you afraid of then? Zhao Wujia examined the letter. This is a royal decree. What do you know? Flender shot Zhao Wujia a glare. Although Ning Fengji has asked us to discipline her without interference, have you forgotten that the seven-treasure glazed tile school has two titled Douluo? One of them, the sword Douluo, is particularly fond of this girl. If he discovers that we have severely punished Ning, he might not confront Shrek Academy due to Ning Fengji's influence. But what if he decides to deal with me personally? Have you forgotten how the Haoyan Douluo dealt with you? Thus, I cannot act alone. At this point, Flender wore his signature sly grin. Zhao Wujia, upon seeing this, shuddered, recalling how many times he had been ensnared by Flender's schemes. However, after a moment's contemplation, Zhao Wujia understood, especially since he had recently been on the receiving end of a beating. Good luck to you, Mu Chen. Achoo. That beauty must be missing me, Mu Chen suddenly sneezed, inadvertently leading his thoughts astray. Chapter 18. Preparing for the soul fighting. Feeling the astonished gazes surrounding her, Ning Rongrong's confidence swelled even further as she stood tall and proud. Well, as expected of the darling of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. You have not brought shame to your father or to your school. Flender laughed heartily, his gaze subtly resting on Mu Chen. Hearing this praise, Ning felt a slight pang in her heart. Such commendation, if offered within her sect, would have left her entirely unmoved. At this moment, however, she was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of happiness and fulfillment. Beside her, Mu Chen observed this scene and let out a gentle sigh. In the original narrative, Ning had faced utter humiliation at the hands of Flender, losing all semblance of dignity. Mu Chen initially harbored no particular thoughts, yet unexpectedly, a change instigated by Flandra subtly altered the course of events, compelling Mu Chen to adapt. Now, I shall lead you to the first lesson. Rongrong and Oscar, you two have expended considerable energy, so you may merely observe. This will also mark your formal instruction. Should you fail to adhere to my requirements, do not blame me for being stern. Follow me. Flandra cast a sweeping glance over the group before guiding them towards the direction of Soto City. Before long, the group finally arrived at Soto City. Although night had fully descended, the night market remained vibrantly alive, bustling with vendors weaving through the streets and shops dazzling the eye. The group surveyed their surroundings with varied expressions, particularly Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who were brimming with curiosity. In stark contrast, Zhu Zhuqing remained notably silent, trailing closely behind Flandra, her gaze unwavering and focused. Suddenly, Flandra halted, gazing at a distant structure. "Director, you wouldn't be taking them to that place, would you?" Mu Bai's expression shifted slightly. Upon hearing this, the others immediately retracted their gazes and followed Flandra's line of sight. Before them stood an extraordinarily grand edifice, soaring over 100 meters high, still shimmering with resplendent light against the backdrop of night. "Of course, if not here, where else would we go?" Flandra remarked nonchalantly. "Monsters naturally require a monster's method of cultivation. If we were to proceed in an orderly fashion, why would we come to Shrek Academy?" Tang San and the others were instantly intrigued by his words. Only Mu Chen seemed to have anticipated this moment. He gazed at the distant structure and murmured, "Could this possibly be the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City?" Flandra turned to the group, elucidating, "Such a structure is typically found only in certain major cities. Within, one can experience the purest form of combat. It represents the value of a soul master on the battlefield and serves as a hallmark of a nation's strength, even determining its rise and fall. For soul masters are the foundation of the nation. A strong soul master equates to a strong nation, while a weak one signifies national weakness. This holds true for both the Heavendo Empire and the Douluo Empire." Pointing towards the distant building, Flandra spoke solemnly. "Its name is the Grand Soul Arena. Here, soul masters contend against the heavens, the earth, and each other. To become strong, one must engage in combat. Within these walls, you will encounter countless soul masters, experience various combat styles, and witness the myriad ways in which soul masters engage in battle. This is the arena where a soul master can truly manifest their value and strength, without exception. Now, I shall refrain from further elaboration. Mu Bai, please introduce them to the details." After Flandra concluded, he fell silent. Mu Bai nodded and began. "The Grand Soul Arena features 3 types of combat: individual matches, team duels, and group battles. As for the latter, we shall not require it at this time, as everyone's soul power varies significantly. Once a soul master enters the Grand Soul Arena, the only means to enhance their soul power level is through combat, thereby earning various tiers of soul badges. These ranks, ascending from the lowest to the highest, are categorized as iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, blue crystal, ruby, and diamond." At this juncture, Mu Bai paused briefly. Suddenly, Flandra interjected, stating, "Your task, before graduation, is to attain the Silver Soul Badge." Upon hearing this, Tang San and his companions could not help but think to themselves, "Is this truly the second tier of the Soul Badge? It seems rather simplistic, does it not?" Sensing the unspoken thoughts among them, Mu Bai opened his mouth to clarify, "The Silver Soul Badge is not so easily acquired." He gazed at the group, sighed, and elaborated. "I currently possess a soul power level of 37, having participated in 56 battles, with a record of 29 victories and 27 defeats, yielding a mere 2 points." The revelation left Tang San and the others astounded. They were well aware of Mu Bai's prowess. How could his points be so low? The rules of the Soul Arena dictate that from iron to copper, one requires 100 points, earning 1 point for a victory and losing 1 point for a defeat. However, the actual distribution is determined according to the ranks of the competing soul masters. When I was at level 29, I enjoyed a streak of victories. But upon reaching level 30, I was matched against opponents of levels 36 or 37, making triumph exceedingly difficult, leading to a series of defeats. In simple terms, this allocation mechanism is profoundly unfair. Even Fatima has a higher score than I do. He has fought 33 battles with 21 victories, 12 defeats, and 9 points. Mu Bai shook his head, wearing a wry smile. The group fell into a contemplative silence. Is such a distribution mechanism truly in place? Instantly, their gazes converged on Mu Chen, the only one among them at level 30, indicating that he would be facing adversaries of levels 38 and 39. Mu Chen chuckled inwardly, pondering what truly constituted a pitfall. Was it merely the elevation of soul power by a few levels? They had yet to encounter the ranking mechanism of a game called League of Legends, which epitomized the essence of a real pitfall. Only those who had endured the agonizing experience of a 1 versus 9 scenario were worthy of uttering the term pitfall. Enough banter, let us proceed and not squander any more time. Frande stated solemnly. Subsequently, Frande led the group inside. In Mu Chen's eyes, the arena resembled the ancient Roman Colosseum, bustling with life and capable of accommodating thousands. Various VIP seating arrangements adorned the surroundings, and at the entrance stood a stone monument inscribed with the names of countless deceased. The registration process was remarkably straightforward. The group swiftly completed it and was assigned to the 14th Soul Arena. I recommend that aside from solo battles, you should form 2v2 teams to maximize your points. Remember, each day, one can only participate in a single competitive event. Dalu advised the trio. Brother, let us form a team, Xiao exclaimed cheerfully. Already having a name in mind, the trio of dance. Tang San, knowing refusal was futile, merely nodded in silent agreement. Oscar and Ning Rongrong. As you are primarily support-type Soul Masters, your role will generally be passive. In the Soul Arena, support-type Soul Masters rarely take the spotlight. The confined area presents numerous disadvantages for you. Therefore, it would be more beneficial to observe and understand the strengths and weaknesses of your opponents. Dalu instructed them. Chapter 21. A remarkable 3 moves. Geniuses abound within the 2 empires and the Spirit Hall. The 2 great empires, numerous kingdoms, and major sects all harbor their own prodigious talents. Hence, underestimating them would be a grave mistake. However, it was peculiar that Chun Gu would face Soul Masters boasting a streak of 10 consecutive victories in his first match. Xiao Wu found it odd, considering the average performance of the Soul Master she had encountered. Qingbao. Tang Sin shared her confusion. This reflects your lack of understanding regarding the Soul Arena. Dalu replied, shaking his head. The Great Soul Arena was established by the 7 most prestigious Soul Master families across the continent, independent of any single faction. In other words, it is entirely possible for talented Soul Masters from any faction to appear in this arena. Moreover, the Great Soul Arena operates under a fair matching system. Here, we shall encounter formidable Soul Masters hailing from all corners of the world, and with the unique matching mechanism in play, it is impossible to predict the caliber of opponents one will face. Encountering those of the same level is entirely normal. Dalu's explanation left Tang San and Xiao Wu enlightened. However, upon hearing it, Tang San felt a surge of excitement. The Great Soul Arena indeed promised to be a splendid venue. Not only would they engage with Soul Masters of diverse backgrounds, but they could also partake in gambling battles. If you possess ample gold soul coins, feel free to indulge in betting, he added. The blood duelist below enjoys immense popularity, even in this arena of competition. The audience is plentiful. As Ma Hongjun contemplated this, a mischievous chuckle escaped his lips, and he sauntered toward another location. The disparity in strength during this contest suggested that Mu Chen's odds would be quite favorable. I shall wager on his victory. Perhaps fortune will smile upon me. Xiao Wu's eyes brightened at this notion, and she hurriedly followed Ma Hongjun to the adjacent betting counter. Ning Rongrong hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Mu Chen in the battle arena before joining them at the betting station. Tang San, however, shook his head, expressing little interest in the gambling aspect. Nearby, Zhu Qing observed intently, eager to glean insights. Within the arena, the circular seating was filled with countless spectators, fervently cheering. Although the audience in the 14th district was not particularly large, the appearance of the blood duelist had swiftly drawn a considerable crowd. As Mu Chen descended from the duel arena, the myriad of vacant seats surrounding him were swiftly filled with eager spectators. This formidable figure, Li Jian, is likely still a celebrated star within the grand duel arena. Masked, Mu Chen slowly entered the Soul Arena. Radiance poured from the surrounding lights, illuminating the entire arena as if it were broad daylight. As he surveyed the surroundings, Mu Chen perceived the ecstatic yet frenzied expressions on the faces of numerous spectators, evoking a sense of familiarity within him. It reminded him of the fervor displayed by the audience during the finals of the S8 World Championship, where many shared the same fervent countenance. Mu Chen sighed softly. Although he had arrived in this Douluo world, many aspects here evoked memories of his past life. Your Highness, this should be the simplest battle that Li Jian has ever experienced, remarked Bishop Jekko with a smile, surprised to encounter a level 34 Soul Master, which would be advantageous for Li Jian. I will arrange another match shortly, allowing you to witness Li Jian's true prowess. The young man furrowed his brow in silence, gazing at the masked boy below. There was an uncanny familiarity in the boy's figure. Is it you, James Guangda? The young man's eyes reflected contemplation and calmness. I estimate that within 3 moves, Li Jian should be able to defeat this support-type Soul Master, the bishop confidently asserted. The young man smiled and replied, Your confidence and trust in this boy are commendable. However, I advise you not to underestimate anyone. I believe this soul battle will become more intriguing. Just then, the arena fell silent, and both looked on in astonishment. A level 34 Soul Master? The boy named Li Jian spoke with a chilling gaze, stating, you should concede. You are no match for me. Though this is merely a contest, my sword will draw blood. His demeanor was extraordinary, exuding a noble air. The youth, resembling a jade-like figure, donned a striking crimson robe, with his long hair braided, embodying a sense of ancient elegance. Mu Chen let out a faint sigh. In this era, it seems everyone is intent on putting on a facade, yet there are those audacious enough to do so in front of him. To that, he must apologize. For he possesses many talents, especially the art of striking back. The referee issued the command, and the battle of souls commenced. Li Jian had merely placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Mu Chen has vanished, indeed as if he has simply disappeared. The flow of time accelerates. Mu Chen abruptly vanished from his original position. The soul arena fell into an unexpected silence. Boom. Swift. Exceedingly swift. It seemed as though the ground could scarcely endure the force exerted by Mu Chen's leap, fracturing beneath him in countless fissures. The once boisterous soul arena was instantly subdued. Li Jian's reaction was indeed impressive. Although brash, he was far from foolish, displaying considerable intelligence. His earlier bravado was merely a tactic to disorient his adversary. Thus, he promptly activated his soul ring, preparing to unleash his third soul skill. Yet, he still underestimated the strength of the individual before him. Mu Chen's speed, accelerated by the flowing energy, approached the sound barrier, leaving no time for reaction. The thunderous impact of a mere fist against flesh resonated like the explosion of a collapsing building. Li Jian felt as if he were struck by a 1,000-pound hammer. Sent soaring through the air, transformed into a streak of crimson light. Upon crashing to the ground, he left behind a long trench, only to collide with a wall that stirred a cloud of dust. Struggling to lift his head for one last glimpse of the enigmatic masked youth, he managed only a slight motion before the pain overwhelmed him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and succumb to unconsciousness. In that instant, the arena fell into an eerie silence, an absolute stillness enveloping the atmosphere. The battle had concluded. Even the referee stood in stunned disbelief for what felt like an eternity. Wait, what had just transpired? Countless spectators blinked in confusion as they witnessed the ground beneath the masked youth crack and erupt with a surge of energy, while Li Jian, who had boasted 10 consecutive victories, was launched away without even having the chance to summon his martial soul. The soul rings had barely begun to manifest. Rubbing his eyes, the referee finally noticed the masked youth standing where Li Jian had been, hastily approaching to raise Mu Chen's hand in victory, stammering, "I declare. Soul Master Soul the victor. Record, 1 win, 0 losses. Li Jian, record, 10 wins, 1 loss." As his words faded, the soul arena was enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere. In the VIP section, a young man squinted at Bishop Jack, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. 3 moves? What a splendid 3 moves. Bishop Jack's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, shocked by the sudden turn of events he had not anticipated, a conclusion he could not have foreseen. Struck speechless, he dared only to glance at the masked youth on the arena. The young man coldly remarked, "You erred in underestimating others while overestimating yourself." After a brief pause, he added, "How embarrassing." These words seemed to possess an otherworldly power, causing the bishop to tremble and kneel. The young man snorted disdainfully, asserting that once one steps onto the arena, one must act decisively and eliminate the opponent in a single strike. Yet here was Li Jian, urging his rival to concede, craving the spotlight. Had he lost his senses? Observing the masked youth's swift and decisive victory, it was clear that this was the demeanor of a true warrior. Regardless of his identity as a soul master, such combat mentality was something Li Jian ought to earnestly learn from. What sort of genius had he truly stumbled upon? Upon concluding his words, the young man abruptly cast aside his long robe and turned to leave, leaving the bishop alone, kneeling on the ground with vacant eyes, disoriented by the wind. Chapter 22. Victory 3-5. After a moment of stunned silence, the bishop slowly rose, contemplating whether he should investigate this young man. As he turned, he beheld an individual gazing at him with an enigmatic smile. "Ah, I wonder if you have further matters to discuss?" This person was none other than the young man who had previously vacated the room, yet for reasons unknown, he had returned midway. "Relax. There is no need for such tension. You should look into this soul. He possesses intriguing qualities and his strength likely surpasses that of Li Jian. He is far from ordinary. If he returns to the arena tomorrow, arrange for me to face him in the next match. I wish to engage him directly." The young man spoke slowly, his back turned to Bishop Jekko. Upon hearing this, Bishop Jekko was taken aback, exclaiming, "Your Highness, given your esteemed status, how can you enter this arena? Moreover, your prowess far exceeds level 30. I can simply suppress my own rank." Now, enough with the idle chatter. I must take my leave. Without turning back, the young man departed once more. Bishop Jeko's expression fluctuated between crimson and pale, ultimately sighing and nodding in acquiescence. This is rather swift, isn't it? In the resting area, Daimubai and his companions stared in astonishment at the scene. This Li Jian is incredibly careless. Even attempting to persuade others to concede? Such arrogance. If one possesses strength, then by all means flaunt it. But without strength, what is the point of such pretense? Daimubai shook his head, asserting that even if one's opponent were a soul master with a 5-level disadvantage, one should still exert their utmost effort. How did he secure those 10 victories? It appears he is a favored prodigy of some faction, with each match meticulously arranged for him. Alas, he has encountered Mu Chen, a formidable opponent. I had anticipated at least a fierce battle. As he spoke, Daimubai addressed the group. Do you see? This Li Jian is a glaring example. Remember, within this arena, one must never underestimate their opponents, for we can never truly know the depths of their hidden capabilities. Always give your all. Tang San nodded in agreement. In contrast, Mu Chen's approach was decisively resolute, exhibiting no trace of hesitation. Daimubai could not help but commend him, stating, he even disregarded his opponent's provocations. This is the mark of a competent soul master in the grand arena. To be honest, even I struggle to match his decisiveness. When you possess overwhelming strength over your adversary, remember, complacency is not an option. One must deliver a complete and unyielding strike. Tang San wholeheartedly concurred. The third principle of the Tang sect's mystical heavenly treasure record states, when identifying an opponent as an enemy, if they possess the means to cause your demise, show no mercy, or else you will only invite further troubles upon yourself. Brother Chen's direct and overpowering approach left no opportunity for his opponent to retaliate. Simple, straightforward, and brutal. This aligns perfectly with that principle. Ha! Brother Chen has indeed triumphed. Brother, I have won 1,000 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu skipped back gleefully, clearly elated by her monetary gains. Her radiant smile resembled a blooming flower, illuminating her face. Ning Rongrong approached with a beaming expression, evidently having received a substantial reward as well. How extraordinary, Mu Chen must be quite the prodigy, exclaimed Ma Hongjun, clutching a bag of gold soul coins. I had only just placed my bet, and not even a minute has passed. Truly, he is a monster capable of overpowering even teacher Zhao. Ma Hongjun was already aware of the duel between Tang San and Mu Chen against teacher Zhao during his journey here. Before long, Mu Chen strolled over, yawning slightly as he remarked, that kid is simply too pretentious. I couldn't resist anymore, though I initially intended to play with him a bit longer. The crowd murmured in agreement, while Tang San, momentarily speechless, acknowledged, Brother Chen remains unparalleled, effortlessly showcasing his prowess. Daimubai coughed a couple of times and declared, well then, since everyone's 1v1 matches are complete, let us prepare for the 2v2 arena. Wow, there seem to be even more spectators here, Xiao Wu exclaimed, gazing at the stands filled to capacity. The 2v2 format allows for various combinations, making the matches all the more thrilling. Oscar, seemingly famished, munched on a grilled sausage as he remarked, even support-type soul masters have a chance to participate, although it's rare. The majority are still battle soul masters or control-type ones. Hee, doesn't that mean that our pairing is a standard combination? With Tang San's control and my ability to deliver powerful strikes, this feels fantastic. Xiao Wu playfully chimed in. At that moment, an announcement echoed, Team Sen Wu, facing off against Team Zhu Chun. Tang San's expression darkened ominously. Mu Chen also smiled awkwardly. Daimubai remarked, I never anticipated it would turn out to be a civil war. However, it does hold some intrigue, considering both sides are formidable foes. Xiao Wu, with a hint of playfulness, said, Brother Chen, look at your strength. Why not grant us a small favor? You could refrain from using your soul skills and simply assist Zhu Zhuqing in her recovery, then engage with us using your soul power. What do you say? Tang Sen covered his face with his hand, indicating his unfamiliarity with the young lady. Mu Chen merely smiled and remarked, how peculiar it is. I am already over level 30, yet I find myself encountering you. Quite amusing indeed. However, Xiao Wu, I must respectfully decline your proposal. I have always believed in giving my all, firstly, out of respect for my opponents, and secondly, to truly understand myself. Subsequently, Mu Chen's smile faded, and he spoke with a grave demeanor, the San Wu combination. I hope we can complement and enhance each other's strengths. Xiao Wu appeared somewhat displeased, yet Tang San's fighting spirit surged with fervor. As a traverser, he certainly did not wish to be underestimated by anyone, even if that individual was indeed formidable. Tang San shook hands with Mu Chen and declared, "We, too, shall exert our utmost effort." Mu Chen smiled and nodded, then led Zhu Zhiqing to another waiting area for battle. Along the way, Zhu Zhiqing freed herself from Mu Chen's grasp. Mu Chen offered an awkward smile and said, "I meant no offense," but Zhu Zhiqing interjected, "I simply wish to win." Mu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then turned his back to Zhu Zhiqing and said, "I do not wish to be defeated either." At that moment, the voice of the system echoed, "Defeat the protagonist of this world to receive rewards, including a third martial soul and one chance for a lottery." Mu Chen, is this a veiled compliment to Tang San's immense strength? Defeating Tang San and subsequently receiving another martial soul. My heavens! At this moment, Mu Chen understood clearly that he must not lose. Mu Chen proclaimed confidently, "We shall prevail." At that moment, Zhu Zhiqing's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, for Mu Chen radiated an unwavering self-assurance, a tenacity akin to that of a warrior prepared to conquer the heavens and the earth. This was reminiscent of the once gallant Dai Mu Bai, a thought that brought a pang of regret to her heart. Shaking her head to dispel such memories, Zhu Zhiqing resolved to focus ahead. Upon taking the stage, Xiao Wu's demeanor transformed. No longer shrouded in despondency, she exuded an exhilarating spirit, eager to confront formidable opponents and gain clarity about herself. Yet, for reasons unknown, as he observed Xiao Wu's spirited exuberance, Tang San felt an unsettling premonition. Mu Chen showed no restraint as a black soul ring illuminated around him. Upon witnessing this black soul ring, numerous spectators gasped in astonishment. This young man possesses a 10,000-year soul ring? Zhu Zhiqing was equally taken aback. Was he directly activating his third soul skill? Tang San and Xiao Wu also revealed their soul rings. This battle promised to be undeniably arduous. Once Mu Chen's fiery form was unleashed, Tang San was rendered utterly powerless, and it was inconceivable for Xiao Wu to confront two opponents simultaneously, leaving them with a dire sense of hopelessness. With a commanding shout, Tang San exclaimed, "Entwine! Xiao Wu, advance!" Taking a deep breath, he thrust his hands towards the ground, summoning a multitude of vines that surged skyward, coalescing into an inverted bowl shape that instantaneously enveloped Zhu Zhiqing. "Zhiqing, I am coming!" Xiao Wu leapt high, nimbly navigating the vines formed by the surrounding blue-silver grass as she darted towards Zhu Zhiqing. However, Zhu Zhiqing stood frozen, sensing a profound change within her own body. She turned to Mu Chen and found him gazing back at her. With a slight smile gracing Mu Chen's lips, he declared, "First soul skill." The departed are formless. In an instant, the sound of swords resonated as the spirits manifested, severing the blue-silver grass and sending Xiao Wu sprawling backward, caught in the forceful gust. The battle commenced unfavorably for Tang San, who, unbeknownst to him, had beads of sweat forming upon his forehead. The pressure he felt stemmed from the formidable might of a soul saint wielding explosive power. Yet, what astonished Tang San further was yet to unfold. The departed had inexplicably possessed Zhu Zhiqing. More precisely, it had taken residence within the phantom spirit cat. Zhu Zhiqing beheld her body rising in stature, morphing into that of an adult woman. Subsequently, streaks of yellow lightning enveloped her, and a sword, shaped like a bolt of lightning, materialized upon her forehead. Unable to restrain herself, Zhu Zhiqing let out a cry, one that resonated with sheer exhilaration. Her entire being surged with an overwhelming force, transcending her own limits manifold. Mu Chen addressed Zhu Zhiqing, saying, "Zhiqing, now is the time for you. You possess the capability to vanquish them entirely." Zhu Zhiqing understood that Mu Chen was granting her another opportunity, a chance to prove herself, even if this demonstration relied largely on Mu Chen's own strength. With a slight nod, she summoned her resolve, and with a powerful push of her legs, she vanished. In that instant, Zhu Zhiqing transformed into a radiant beam of light, leaving behind only a flickering yellow streak racing across the arena. Tang San exerted all his effort, utilizing the purple extreme magic eye to observe Zhu Zhiqing's movements, while simultaneously using vines to tug relentlessly at Xiao Wu. Remarkably, neither side was able to achieve a decisive victory for the moment. However, Tang San's mental energy was limited, and he was now gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Mu Chen did not falter despite the loss of his martial soul. He advanced steadily towards Tang San and his companion, positioning himself alongside Zhu Zhiqing in a pincer maneuver. At that moment, Tang San abruptly yanked the vine crafted from the blue-silver grass. "Brother Chen, you have been careless." It turned out that Tang San had laid a trap, and upon realizing this, Mu Chen found himself ensnared by the blue-silver grass. "Xiao Wu, now is your chance." Xiao Wu, fully aware of the situation and without needing Tang San's prompting, charged forward. Although Zhu Zhuqing intended to intervene, Tang San's subtle maneuvering delayed him just enough to allow Xiaowu to reach Mu Chen first. Upon arriving before Mu Chen, Xiaowu seemed to exhale in relief, her body relaxing, which created an opening in the previously unyielding series of attacks. The confinement imposed by the blue-silver grass weakened significantly. As Mu Chen freed one of his arms from the blue-silver grass, he exclaimed, "On what grounds do you lower your guard, Xiaowu?" Startled, Xiaowu realized that Mu Chen's punch, delivered with near full force, could undoubtedly incapacitate her. Utilizing her agility, she managed to dissipate part of the impact. Yet Mu Chen employed an unusual technique, his body twisting and his step shifting, which surprisingly amplified the residual force before striking again. Tai Chi. What Mu Chen employed was one of the martial arts from his previous life. Tai Chi. Xiaowu directly bore the brunt of this powerful strike, resulting in a resounding impact that sent her staggering back. After being caught by Tang San with his blue-silver grass, she remarked, "Xiao San, Brother Chen intends to render me devoid of combat capability. I am uninjured, yet I cannot fathom why I feel so utterly exhausted." With that, she promptly closed her eyes. Tang San also perceived that Xiaowu bore no physical injuries. Rather, it seemed as though she had been struck at a vital point, causing her soul power to become completely stagnant. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing halted her hand near Tang San's neck with a swift motion. Tang San lifted Xiaowu in his arms, offering a wry smile as he conceded, "Very well, I admit defeat." With Tang San's admission, the square erupted in a chorus of jubilant cheers. After Mu Chen and Tang San shook hands, the two teams departed from either side. Inside the VIP room, "It seems that your soul skill has remained concealed. It appears I should have allowed you to battle against the Soul Sovereign." Chapter 23. Release. Let him fight. As Tang San conceded, a wave of cheers erupted from the square. "I can't believe it. Has he really won?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. "How did this happen?" It seemed that Xiaowu had only exchanged a few moves with Mu Chen before she became utterly powerless. "It must be a unique soul skill," Ning Rongrong speculated. "I suspect it imparts a paralyzing effect on the opponent, and that previous martial spirit could actually possess another martial spirit. From what we observed, Zhu Zhuqing's speed and strength have seen tremendous enhancement. As a support-type soul master, she is particularly sensitive to amplification effects. Furthermore, it appears that Zhu Zhuqing is immune to the toxins in Tang San's blue-silver grass." Oscar added, "I can't help but wonder if Zhu Zhuqing consumed my sausage beforehand to avoid the toxins." However, Ning Rongrong shook her head. The little sausage cannot instantly negate toxins. From Zhu Zhuqing's various displays, it is evident that not only has she grown in size, but her abilities have also significantly advanced. She is enveloped in a layer of protective lightning, the effectiveness of which is astonishing. After speaking, Ning Rongrong recalled Zhu Zhuqing's appearance after her growth. Feeling a pang of jealousy and a hint of resentment, she thought to herself, "If only I could grow like that. No, I must form a combination with Mu Chen." Ning Rongrong's words escaped her lips, just as Mu Chen returned and overheard. "What a delightful surprise. Weren't you ignoring me just moments ago?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face flushed with embarrassment. "How did you all return so quickly?" Mu Chen chuckled. "I believe I am not fast at all." Ning Rongrong retorted loudly, "You were talking nonsense. You were clearly quite swift." Mu Chen was taken aback by the dreadful dialogue. He glanced at Oscar and the others, and indeed, their small eyes gleamed with a hint of philosophical depth. Mu Chen, at this moment, Tang San and Xiaowu have also returned. Xiaowu wore a pained expression, resembling one who has just consumed a bitter gourd. She appeared listless, her face entirely despondent. Tang San seemed somewhat awkward. The group wished to laugh, yet found themselves unable to do so. "Thank you," Zhu Zhuqing said to Mu Chen. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had returned to her usual demeanor. Mu Chen shook his head and declared, "I have said it before, victory is assured, and I shall not be defeated." Zhu Zhuqing, gazing at the man before her, instinctively smiled and nodded in agreement. This reaction left everyone in the lounge wide-eyed with astonishment. Damu Bai wore an expression of peculiar intrigue. Suddenly, Xiaowu seemed to recall something and inquired, "Brother Chen, be honest, are you truly an offensive soul master or an auxiliary one? Your supportive abilities are simply extraordinary." At this, a lively discussion erupted among the group. Oscar chimed in, "You possess a paralyzing attack effect, as well as defensive capabilities, immunity to toxins, and an impressively prolonged duration. Moreover, it appears you enhance various physical attributes, including strength and speed, by at least double." He then suggested, Brother Chun, you should consider identifying yourself as an auxiliary soul master from now on. Mu Chen awkwardly scratched his head, acknowledging that, at present, none of his soul skills primarily focused on combat. A deceptive display of overwhelming force? Alas, life often alters its course due to a single choice. Mu Chen chuckled and said, since everyone insists, I shall transition to the role of a support. Ning Rongrong, visibly displeased, retorted, are you jesting with me? I just proposed that we form a team, and now you choose to change your vocation. Is this a deliberate act? Mu Chen was utterly bewildered. What on earth? More crucially, Ning Rongrong suddenly displayed a knowing expression and said, you wish to form a duo with Zhu Qing, don't you? Mu Chen, what? Subsequently, Mu Chen turned to Zhu Qing, who surprisingly lowered her head in shyness and said, I have no objections. Mu Chen, little one. Do you have an abundance of question marks? This is utterly perplexing. I must admit, such a train of thought is indeed challenging to comprehend. In an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, Ma Hongjun suddenly suggested, since it's over, why don't we go out and have some fun? The teachers have already departed. Dai Mu Bai cleared his throat a few times and remarked, let us reflect upon today's battle when we return. The group exited the soul fighting arena. Cough, cough. Mu Bai, I need to pay a visit to the teacher, said Ma Hongjun mysteriously, leaning in closer. Dai Mu Bai's expression shifted. Under normal circumstances, he would certainly have gone, but now that was out of the question. Get lost. Dai Mu Bai waved his hand dismissively. Hey, boss Dai. Why have you suddenly become so reserved and innocent? Ma Hongjun pondered aloud, casting a knowing glance at Zhu Qing. What? Are you planning to take it seriously? Of course not. Do you think my taste is as low as yours? Just jumping at anyone? Dai Mu Bai couldn't help but retort. Ma Hongjun shook his head dismissively. He had no other options, otherwise, he would not have contemplated visiting such dubious establishments for indulgence. However, noticing the flicker of mischief in Dai Mu Bai's eyes, Ma Hongjun smirked, bidding farewell to the group before departing. Where did Tiger Dai and Fatima go? Xiao inquired curiously. Cough, cough. He is overwhelmed by his internal evil fire, so he must go to suppress it, Dai Mu Bai replied with a smile. In Soto City, there is a place called Dagulan, a venue of amorous encounters. In ancient terms, it would be akin to a brothel, Mu Chen thought to himself. Fatima is off to find his greatsword. Gulan? To such a place? Tang San was taken aback. He had certainly heard of it. Dai Mu Bai shrugged. This is simply unavoidable. Ma Hongjun must release his pent-up energy, or he cannot cultivate. Ordinary women cannot endure him. So he has no choice but to seek out such places. We cannot allow him to explode, can we? Disgusting, Zhu Qing murmured. I find it repugnant as well. Ning Rongrong concurred. Mu Chen merely smiled. The affairs between men and women cannot be deemed filthy. In a past life, many couples face the dilemma of the husband having to restrain himself due to the wife's pregnancy, leading to detrimental effects on his health. They often resorted to alternative means to resolve such situations, which is merely human nature. However, to persistently cling to such places of indulgence indeed reflects a lack of self-respect. Ma Hongjun is an exception. Hee, Dai Lao Hu, just now Ma Fatty pulled you. Do you often visit such places? Xiao inquired with a sly smile, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Dai Mu Bai's expression shifted, for while he did not frequent such establishments, it was solely due to his refined tastes, which led him to seek companions of a higher caliber. In Mu Chen's words, he was akin to an elite gentleman of the night. Upon reflecting on this, Mu Chen shook his head, realizing he had ventured into a realm beyond his comprehension. He was a straightforward youth in his previous life, never having set foot in such establishments. How could I possibly go there often? Dai Mu Bai quickly denied, asserting that his tastes were far superior to those of Ma Fatty. At that moment, Zhu Qing, seemingly stirred by his words, shot him a cold glance and retorted, Your taste is superior? It is nothing more than a comparison between 1 gold coin and 100 silver coins. What difference does it make? This peculiar analogy left Mu Chen bewildered. What was this? An absurd metaphor reminiscent of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? Dai Mu Bai paused, realizing he had misspoken. Fundamentally, there was no distinction, merely a difference in nature. Dai Mu Bai, you truly disgust me. Zhu Qing's eyes glinted with disdain, and with that, she turned to leave. As her words hung in the air, the atmosphere around them thickened. Tang San and the others were unaware of the nature of their relationship, but Mu Chen understood that they were bound by an engagement. Upon hearing her words, Dai Mu Bai felt a surge of blood rush to his head, an uncontrollable fury igniting within him, coupled with Zhu Qing's previous attitudes towards Mu Chen. He could no longer restrain himself and stepped in front of her. "Stop right there," he exclaimed, his palm radiating an ominous glow as he reached out towards Mu Chen. The onlookers were utterly astonished by this display. They never expected the esteemed Daimyo of Shrek Academy to lose his composure in such a manner. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Daimyo, grasping his descending hand. With a low voice, it spoke, "Daimyo, I have no interest in your private matters. But this is in public. Do not act recklessly. Do you wish to disgrace Shrek Academy? To bring shame upon us?" The crowd turned to see that it was Mu Chen who had intervened just in time. Daimyo looked at Mu Chen, and his anger subsided slightly as he began to think more calmly. Indeed, Mu Chen was not a frivolous person, and Zhu Qing was merely behaving like any woman whose desires had been fulfilled. His own reactions stemmed solely from jealousy. As the crowd turned their gaze, it was indeed Mu Chen who had swiftly grasped Daimyo's hand. Upon witnessing this, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. If a brawl were to ensue, it would undeniably be quite embarrassing. At Mu Chen's words, Daimyo was jolted back to reality, preparing to withdraw his hand. However, unexpectedly, Zhu Qing turned around, slightly lifting her chin, and coldly commanded, "Mu Chen, release your grip and let him strike." "Mu Chen, these girls are quite stubborn, aren't they?" Reflecting on Ning Rongrong, Mu Chen couldn't help but feel that, fundamentally, girls seem to share a common essence. Mu Chen contemplated for a moment, ultimately releasing Daimyo's hand. "You." Daimyo glared at Zhu Qing, yet he sighed in resignation and withdrew his hand. Having regained his composure, he realized that continuing the confrontation was futile. Fortunately, Mu Chen's timely intervention had prevented an escalation. Otherwise, a fight would indeed have ensued. Zhu Qing let out a cold snort, turning away without a backward glance. Daimyo's countenance was shrouded in darkness as he too turned to leave, the two of them walking in opposite directions as if growing ever more distant. Observing this, the onlookers were filled with perplexity, while Mu Chen shook his head repeatedly. It had changed again. This hostility and estrangement were not how it should be. Night deepened, its darkness enveloping the surroundings, and no one knew when dawn would break. Chapter 24. I wish to see myself become beautiful upon returning to the academy. The group fell into silence, each retreating to their respective rooms, weighed down by the day's myriad events. "Rongrong, I can't help but feel you've undergone some transformation today," Xiaowu remarked while removing her outer clothing, addressing Ning Rongrong. "Earlier, both my brother and I believed you wouldn't be able to complete 20 laps." Ning Rongrong, casually draping her jacket over a hanger, froze momentarily at the comment. "My brother and I mentioned that you, as the young lady of your esteemed family, might be a bit spoiled and unlikely to endure such a challenge." Xiaowu approached, wrapping her arms around Ning Rongrong's waist and playfully tickling her, exclaiming, "Yet you actually finished." "My brother and I were both astonished. By the way, didn't Chingu come looking for you? He said you stumbled while running and ended up crying, so he came to tend to your injuries. Does the place where you fell still hurt?" "Stumbled?" Ning Rongrong was taken aback, her heart swelling with indignation. "It was you scoundrel, who kicked me." This was the first time she had endured such humiliation, and to hear it suggested that she had fallen on her own was utterly infuriating. "It's already healed." Ning Rongrong forced a smile, resolutely deciding to ignore Mu Chen the following day. Engaging with him would only make her feel like a lapdog. It was simply too exasperating. "That's good. Let's go take a shower. After 2 rounds of sparring tonight, I'm all sweaty and reeking." Xiaowu released Ning Rongrong's waist, lifting her arm to sniff, her expression instantly souring. I'm coming too." Upon returning to his dormitory, Mu Chen reflected on the day's battle and found it quite intriguing. He then contemplated the matter of his martial soul and inquired with the system. The third martial soul, an unknown hybrid of an ethereal spirit and an angel. Detailed information will be gradually revealed to the host upon upgrading the system. Mu Chen exclaimed in frustration. Shortly thereafter, he drew a prize and received 10 energy crystals. The current system repair value stood at 30. Initially feeling rather bored, Mu Chen was suddenly taken aback and promptly inquired as to why the system's repair value had risen to 30. The system had acquired a self-repair function, rewarding its master with repair bonuses based on the tasks completed. With this revelation, reaching 50 no longer seemed a formidable challenge. Contemplating this, Mu Chen resolved to continue his cultivation in hopes of soon receiving the task to hunt soul beasts at level 40. He then recalled an alternative application of his first soul skill after its mutation, which he had bestowed upon Zhu Qing. In a direct confrontation, she had been unable to best Tang San. However, After the addition of the skill invisibility of the departed, she was able to defeat the combination of Xiao Wu and Tang San even in a disadvantaged terrain, engaging in a 1 versus 2 battle under such unfavorable conditions. The enhancement of her strength was immeasurable. Moreover, with the effect of toxin immunity, her prowess was further amplified. What I require now is a soul skill of the offensive type. Otherwise, my strength will merely be a fade. Mu Chen pondered. According to the storyline, Zhao Wuji should lead the team into the Star Doe Forest tomorrow or the day after, in order to assist Oscar in obtaining his soul ring. Mu Chen reminisced that the original storyline unfolded in this manner. As for himself, he could take the opportunity to observe while completing tasks. Perhaps he could absorb the soul ring of a 100,000-year soul beast. After all, his third soul ring had already reached 90,000 years. He would consider it further when the time came. As Mu Chen contemplated this, he drifted into a slumber while meditating. The following morning arrived. Early in the morning, Mu Chen arrived at the Grand Square, where Ning Rongrong stood gracefully in place. But where was Oscar? Mu Chen inquired with curiosity. Ning Rongrong and Oscar's daily regimen consisted of running 20 laps around the village. His role as a monitor was primarily to observe Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong turned her head away, uttering not a word. Upon seeing Mu Chen's arrival, she immediately commenced her run. Mu Chen gazed at Ning Rongrong's retreating figure, a question mark slowly forming in his mind. Hadn't everything been fine yesterday? Could it be that the issue had resurfaced today? However, the reality did not align with Mu Chen's assumptions. With gritted teeth, Ning Rongrong dutifully completed 20 laps, her body radiating warmth upon finishing. The circumference of this village was no small feat, measuring at least 2,000 meters. Thus, 20 laps amounted to nearly 40 kilometers, akin to a marathon. After running for nearly 4 hours, her progress was undeniably remarkable compared to the previous day's intermittent efforts that stretched until dusk. Indeed, the difference in her condition was palpable. Yes, significant improvement, Mu Chen remarked sincerely, noting the power in her stride, which exceeded his expectations. Humph. Ning Rongrong closed her eyes to rest. Seemingly disinterested in conversing with Mu Chen, was her anger still unresolved? Mu Chen inwardly mused that when a girl becomes angry, her preferred method of expressing it seems to be through the silent treatment, refusing to speak to you until you coax her. Am I really expected to placate her? Absolutely not. Mu Chen was not in the mood to coax Miss Ning, instead standing in place, awaiting the arrival of the other students. After a short while, Ning Rongrong appeared unable to contain herself. Gazing at Mu Chen, she finally spoke. Mu Chen, please demonstrate that soul skill of yours. Mu Chen glanced at her and asked, "What's the matter? Are you planning to pick a fight with someone?" "No," Ning Rongrong replied, surveying her surroundings. "Hurry up, stop asking so many questions. If you perform your ability for me, I promise not to be angry with you for the time being. If you don't reveal its effects, I want to perform it." Mu Chen shook his head. "You." Ning Rongrong stamped her foot in frustration. "I'm just telling you. I simply want to see myself become more beautiful." Mu Chen's lips twitched inexplicably. "Am I to understand that you view my soul skill as nothing more than a beauty filter? What kind of reasoning do these girls possess? You want me to unleash my remarkable soul skill merely to enhance your appearance? Very well, if you agree to listen to me, I shall grant your request." Mu Chen nodded impassively. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong finally displayed a hint of a smile. But then, a thought struck her. Wasn't he something amiss? I, Ning Rongrong, cannot converse with this insufferable soul. I am still upset with him. Why on earth would I smile? With that realization, Ning Rongrong's expression turned serious as she huffed and turned her head away. At this moment, Mu Chen was indeed left utterly bewildered. Chapter 25, The Course of Savoring Sausages. After a moment of speechlessness, Mu Chen chose to disregard the situation. Meanwhile, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and others had also arrived. "Fatty, are you going out tonight?" It was Dai Mubai who spoke. Ma Hongjun was taken aback for a moment before nodding in response. Wasn't the boss just displaying a virtuous demeanor yesterday? Why the sudden change? Ma Hongjun looked at Dai Mubai in confusion, only to suddenly notice the provocative glint in Dai Mubai's gaze directed at Zhu Xing. In an instant, Ma Hongjun understood and promptly responded with a grin, "Boss, I'll stay tonight." Dai Mubai nodded in satisfaction, his gaze then drifting towards Zhu Xing. However, Zhu Xing's face bore no excess expression, remaining as cold as ever. Seemingly indifferent to Dai Mubai's intentions, Mu Chen sighed softly, murmuring, "Is this the legendary Cold War?" Alas, today's lesson was supposed to be conducted by Flander. Yet they had waited for a full half hour before he leisurely arrived. Flander surveyed the room and, Seemingly noticing something amiss, his expression darkened. In a cold tone, he remarked, "This is already the second session of today's class. Why is Oscar absent? Has he overslept again?" Mu Chen remarked, "No, Dean. This morning I saw Xiao still engaged in his training. I believe it is highly probable that he is on the verge of a breakthrough. So I refrained from disturbing him." Upon hearing this, Flinder initially felt a surge of joy, but it quickly subsided. Ahem, that is good. However, if he fails to achieve the breakthrough, he can certainly run laps. Flinder paused and added, "Today's class revolves around Oscar. Let us wait a moment." Shortly thereafter, Oscar approached with a beaming smile. Flinder, upon witnessing his demeanor, understood the situation, yet feigned dissatisfaction as he addressed Oscar. "Oscar, are you intending to run laps?" Oscar hastily shook his head, exclaiming, "No, Dean. I am late because I felt I was about to break through, and as you can see, I have succeeded." Flinder felt a swell of joy within but chose to keep it subdued. "Well done, but do not become complacent. There is still much work ahead." However, apart from Flinder and Mu Chen, the others were not so tranquil. In truth, Flinder was not entirely composed either, though he maintained a facade. Oscar, being merely a year younger than Daimubei at 14, was indeed a rare talent as a food system soul master. Tang San contemplated this in silence. Following that, everyone congratulated Oscar. Once the celebration subsided, Flinder spoke again. "All right, let us pause here and commence our lesson. We can assist you with your third spirit ring later when time permits. And, ahem, congratulations." Oscar felt deeply moved that the notoriously frugal Flinder had actually extended his congratulations. Flinder, sensing Oscar's thoughts, promptly clarified, "Do not misconstrue. I meant congratulations on not needing to run laps. Your tardiness would have necessitated that." Oscar retorted, "You have extinguished my moment of gratitude." Flinder coughed lightly and stated, "Very well. Today's lesson can officially commence. The task is relatively straightforward. Oscar, you are the protagonist today. The objective is for everyone, except Mu Chen, to consume at least 2 sausages crafted from your soul power." "What? Dean, you cannot be serious," Xiao Wu exclaimed, visibly agitated at the thought. Flinder, however, remained indifferent. "Have you all forgotten Mu Chen's words? You are a team and must not refuse a life-saving remedy simply because it is unpleasant. This is also an exercise in fortitude. If you cannot endure this, how will you accomplish great feats in the future?" With unwavering authority, Flinder proclaimed, "Who will step forward first?" His expression was as cold as that of an unyielding judge. Oscar felt a surge of elation, inwardly lauding Flinder's lineage with fervent admiration. Afterward, Mu Chen boldly stepped forward, smiling as he requested 10 sausages from Oscar. Oscar, as always, was profoundly touched, promptly adopting a philosophical stance and invoking a magical soul incantation. Oscar possesses a grand sausage. Oscar possesses a petite sausage. Following this, Mu Chen savored the 10 sausages of varying lengths and thicknesses before descending from the stage. Flanders nodded in satisfaction and then turned to the crowd. Suddenly, a dark figure leapt onto the stage. It was Zhu Zhuqing. She declared, "I shall take my turn." Her gaze was fixed on Dai Mubai, brimming with determination. Meanwhile, as Mu Chen was about to return to the group, he paused, taken aback by the voice proclaiming, "I'll do it." Following Mu Chen's lead, many others ascended the stage to complete the task. Although many wore expressions of disdain, they persevered in finishing. Notably, Ning Rongrong, having been chastised by Mu Chen the day before and learning of Oscar's innate full soul power, had become quite driven. Her prejudice against Oscar had significantly diminished. However, despite her calm demeanor, her eyes betrayed a tumult of emotions, frustration, disdain, and an indomitable spirit. It was evident that Oscar's breakthrough had ignited something within her. She resolved not to be left behind, determined to remain with the group. Once everyone had finished, Flanders nodded in approval. "Excellent. You have all completed this exercise remarkably well. Remember, you are a team, and Oscar is your steadfast logistical support. Do not be distracted by those peculiar soul incantations. Simply know that on the battlefield, his provisions will empower you and enhance your chances of survival. That is all that matters." After concluding, Flanders instructed Oscar to return to the team and announced, "You may all rest for now. Tomorrow morning, Master Zhao Wujie will lead you to assist Oscar in acquiring his 3rd soul ring. However, do not overlook the opportunity for the others. It will serve as valuable experience for you as well. Before encountering the 1,000-year soul beast, Master Zhao will only observe and will not intervene. Everything depends on you. Now disperse." After 3 days of this unique lifestyle, Tang San found himself in deep contemplation. The educational approach of Shrek Academy was truly distinctive. They did not impose rigid rules, nor did they enforce daily classes. Instead, they employed various unconventional methods to foster self-discovery and mutual understanding. This undoubtedly impacted both individual and team capabilities, and when compared to traditional Soul Master education, such a method was undeniably superior. Mu Chen gazed at Tang San, immediately recognizing that he was lost in contemplation and reflection once more. However, Mu Chen did not dwell on it. He merely found this way of life quite agreeable and comfortable. Upon returning to their dormitory, Oscar eagerly inquired of Mu Chen and Tang San, "Hey, we are set to hunt soul beasts tomorrow. What do you think my third soul ring should be like?" Tang San replied with a smile, "That depends on fate, for soul beasts are as diverse as they are mysterious. Who can say what kind we might encounter?" After a brief pause, Tang San continued, "However, if I were to make a recommendation, considering your first two soul rings grant healing and detoxification, it would be ideal for your third soul ring to provide new supportive effects or enhance the abilities of your existing soul skills." Oscar, eager to contribute, nodded in agreement. But before he could speak, Mu Chen interjected, launching into his own narration. Chapter 26. I shall no longer conceal. I lay my cards on the table. Mu Chen spoke first, stating that the Douluo forest is one of the most renowned habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo continent. Its vast expanse is nearly equivalent to that of the Barak Kingdom, stretching across the borders of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. With 2/5 of its area located in the Tiando Empire and the remaining 3/5 in the Xinglua Empire, it is an immense primordial forest characterized by its intricate terrain, which includes wetlands, swamps, and more. The soul beasts dwelling within are exceedingly formidable. The closer one ventures to the heart of the forest, the more powerful the soul beasts become. Among them, even soul beasts over 100,000 years old can be found. Any soul master, provided they possess sufficient strength and a stroke of luck, may discover the most suitable soul ring for themselves within its depths. It is regarded as one of humanity's forbidden zones. Upon hearing this, Oscar was rendered speechless, while Tang San was equally astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. Mu Chen shook his head and said, "In the past, I often ventured to various hunting grounds of spirit beasts, enduring hardships and gaining considerable knowledge." Oscar quickly regained his composure. Having always regarded Mu Chen as an elder brother, he refrained from delving into his past. Oscar inquired, "Brother Chen, you mentioned that the Douluo forest is one of the 3 major habitats for spirit beasts. What are the other 2? Tang San, upon hearing this, also turned his curious gaze towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen humorously remarked, "After all these years, you are still unaware of this? Very well, today I shall enlighten you." He continued, "In addition to the Douluo forest, there exist 2 other habitats for soul beasts. One of them is a place known as the extreme north, where the weather is harsh and temperatures plummet to 50 degrees below zero, which is considered mild. This region is shrouded in mystery. Very few soul masters have succeeded in hunting soul beasts there, and even those who have managed to do so often fail to return. However, it is worth mentioning that the overall strength of the soul beasts in the extreme north is quite formidable. If the opportunity arises, you might consider visiting." Oscar promptly shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattle drum. "No way, just listening to Brother Chen's description makes it clear that it is not a place easily traversed." Mu Chen appeared to comprehend the concerns that weighed on Oscar's heart, offering reassurance, "Do not fret. In that place, soul masters with considerable soul power can still emerge. Furthermore, there are specialized adventure teams. Once one's strength is sufficient, one can venture there." He continued, "As for the ultimate destination, it is, of course, the ocean." Oscar and Tang San chorused, "The ocean?" Mu Chen spoke softly, "It is the ocean. The soul beasts within it are far more mysterious and formidable compared to those in the extreme north. The ocean predates the land and is vast. Thus it can be said that soul beasts, particularly those that have existed for 100,000 years, are abundant throughout." Oscar chuckled and replied, "Brother Chen, that seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? Abundant throughout." Mu Chen spoke earnestly, "I do not jest about such matters. The ocean remains one of humanity's least explored domains, not only because most spirit masters are ill-suited for naval warfare, but more critically, because humanity harbors a profound fear of the unfathomable depths that lie in darkness." With this, Mu Chen paused, allowing a moment of contemplation for the 2 of them. Mu Chen contemplated in this manner when suddenly, the voice of the system resonated. The host imparts knowledge to the protagonist. resulting in a 100-point increase in the protagonist's favorability towards you. Current favorability stands at 700. Mu Chen was rendered speechless. You added 100. And the total is 700. What on earth is going on? The system elucidated. Previously, you had nurtured Xiao Wu twice, resulting in a total affection increase of 600. Mu Chen, the malevolent brother complex. Mu Chen shook his hand and said, "It's time to rest. I don't know how early we will need to get up tomorrow. I shall retire now." Oscar and Tang Sen also responded in agreement before commencing their various bedtime routines. The following day, after everyone had finished breakfast and were preparing to gather on the playground, they found Zhao Wujie already waiting for them. Upon seeing him, the group was taken aback. The reason for their astonishment lay in Zhao Wujie's rather comical appearance. His face bore at least 7 bruises, with a particularly swollen area on his jaw that was hard to ignore. This sight elicited a suppressed chuckle from the group. However, Tang Sen pondered a bit more, wondering if teacher Zhao had truly not recovered after 3 days of rest. Mu Chen was acutely aware of the underlying truth. It was undoubtedly due to your overprotective father. Although I was uncertain about my own actions, I was indeed responsible for the blow to your jaw, yet I still felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. Why should you be privileged with such a protective father? Zhao Wujie, noticing the slight flush on his face, bellowed, "You little rascals, what are you staring at? Are you itching for a fight?" Upon hearing the term little rascals, Xiao Wu became quite displeased and murmured, "Why not call us little bears instead?" Zhao Wujie's senses were remarkably acute. He immediately glared and retorted, "What did you just say, Xiao Wu?" Tang San, instinctively taking a step forward, positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Wu, his intent to shield her unmistakably evident. Mu Chen inwardly lamented, "Cursed sister complex." Upon seeing Tang San, Zhao Wujie was reminded of the situation and could not help but display an expression of awkwardness. He chose not to pursue the matter further and directly addressed Dai Mubai, saying, "Enough with the trivialities. Dai Mubai, you shall lead the team. Let us set forth." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's demeanor grew solemn as he turned to his fellow classmates and stated, "Esteemed companions, the Star-Dove Forest is not a place for frivolity. Please do not take it lightly. It is teeming with soul beasts, all of which are wild and possess formidable aggression. Therefore, I urge everyone to exercise utmost caution. Mu Chen, you and I shall forge the path ahead, while Tang San remains in the center for defense. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you will follow closely behind Tang San. Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing, keep vigilant on both flanks. Remain ever watchful. Let us embark." Mu Chen felt no particular emotions, after all. He had been an invincible warrior at the age of 15, rendering such customary arrangements entirely mundane in his eyes. However, Tang San held a different perspective, silently admiring Dai Mubai for being the oldest in the academy. Dai Mubai's arrangements were impeccably executed, ensuring the safety of the support-type spirit master while positioning the formidable Chan Gu at the forefront. He also strategically placed Zhu Zhuqing, a ranged and agile attacker, on either flank for vigilance, while he himself, as a control-type master, maintained a central position to provide support as needed, demonstrating a flawless strategy. As for Zhao Wujin, being a soul sage, he refrained from participating, opting instead to observe from the sidelines with a detached demeanor. Subsequently, the group commenced their journey. Following a lesson from Dean Flender the previous day, everyone recognized the significance of Oscar's sausages, leading them to begrudgingly accept his presence despite their aversion. Oscar, however, managed to adapt, willing to consume the unpalatable sausages when necessary. Thanks to the sustenance provided by these distasteful sausages, Mu Chen and his companions maintained a brisk pace. Yet, Mu Chen remained enigmatic, seemingly unaffected by fatigue, sustaining his rapid speed without replenishing his soul power. Little did they know, as a possessor of 3 10,000-year spirit rings and having undergone 3 rounds of refinement through the system, his soul power was remarkably abundant. Coupled with the cultivation techniques from his previous life, his soul power was vast and enduring, with a remarkable recovery capacity. Therefore, Mu Chen had no need for sausages. However, should he feel hunger, he would still be inclined to indulge in a morsel. At this moment, Mu Chen's mind was preoccupied with a singular contemplation. Should I acquire a soul ring of 100,000 years? Although I have the means to summon a flame lion Douluo, the fact remains that he is merely a super Douluo of level 96, which may not provide the stability I desire. Fortunately, Tang San and his companions are oblivious to my thoughts. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Due to the expansion of the Mu Chen group, they often jest that Mu Chen might very well be the young master of the organization. Should they overhear such conversations, it would be difficult for me to explain myself. Thus, when the time comes for Mu Chen to obtain his soul ring, he must certainly embark on this quest alone. Mu Chen felt it was imperative to seize this opportunity to establish a goal, utilizing the system's tracking feature, essentially marking it, so that he could retrieve it when he reached level 40. Soon, night descended. Unable to reach the great forest, Zhao Wujia made a swift decision, instructing Tang San and the others to rest for a day in a nearby town before embarking on their journey to the Star Doe forest the following day. Zhao Wujia located an inn and remarked, "We shall stay here for the night and set off early tomorrow. Accommodations and meals will be at our own expense." The Shrek Academy was not affluent. Moreover, Zhao Wujia and Flander upheld lofty principles, lacking any income and relying solely on meager tuition fees to sustain the academy's expenses. Additionally, Tang San and his companions received subsidies from the Spirit Hall, thus they would need to bear these costs themselves. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong emerged from the group, a mischievous grin adorning her face as she looked at Mu Chen, and then, in the gentlest of tones, said, "Brother Chen, you previously tossed me a purple card from Mu Chen Bank quite casually. You must be rather wealthy, shouldn't you? As a classmate, contribute?" Mu Chen gazed at Ning Rongrong, feeling a sense of helplessness as he thought, "This is quite vengeful. Oh heavens, have mercy on me." Mu Chen awkwardly remarked, "Rongrong, did you not previously mention that those might have been funds gathered from my spirit hall, merely to save face? I shall no longer pretend. I reveal my true self. I am but a pauper. I have nearly expended all my savings on you. Hence, at this juncture." Mu Chen suddenly retorted, "You ought to bear all the expenses." He then cast a mischievous glance at Ning Rongrong. "Are you attempting to trick me? Surely you have heard the saying, 'One who is shameless is invincible in this world.'" Ning Rongrong was rendered speechless, her anger causing her to point at Mu Chen. Yet she could utter nothing more than a repeated stammer. You. Damu Bai waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it. I shall cover this meal." At that moment, Tang San inquired, "Should we call Teacher Zhao?" Damu Bai shook his head, replying, "No need. The academy stipulates that teachers will neither pay for our expenses nor accept any benefits from us." The fatty chimed in, "S&T this quite good? Everyone is clear about their roles. I appreciate this straightforward approach." Dai Mubai retorted irritably, "Do not chatter so much. Is it not better to be alive?" Subsequently, Dai Mubai began to order dishes. Mu Chen gazed towards a group of individuals preparing to enter the establishment, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "It would be best if I were given a task. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to feign a cough and showcase the might of Shrek." Mu Chen mused inwardly. Chapter 27. The NMSL organization Dai Mubai ordered some appetizers, and shortly thereafter, the dishes began to arrive. With a smile, Dai Mubai announced, "This establishment is authorized by Mu Chen's culinary brand and offers medicinal cuisine. I have ordered a portion for everyone to enjoy together." The portly individual, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Boss Dai is truly generous. A single dish of medicinal cuisine costs 50 gold soul coins. Today, we are indeed indulging." Mu Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "If only you knew that the cost is merely 3 golden soul coins. I wonder what your reactions would be." Xiu, upon hearing this, displayed a face full of curiosity and inquired, "What exactly is medicinal cuisine?" Little Sam promptly covered his face, signaling that he had no acquaintance with this girl. Dai Mubai also felt a tinge of embarrassment and thus refrained from speaking immediately. Mu Chen replied nonchalantly, "Medicinal cuisine is crafted using the flesh of specifically selected spirit beasts, aged between 10 to 100 years, combined with some low-year herbal ingredients, resulting in a type of food that mimics the essence of heavenly treasures." After hearing this, Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, though she appeared somewhat discontented. Mu Chen was well aware that despite the emphasis on the creature being domesticated, it was ultimately a soul beast, and Xiao Wu's heart ached for it. What a kind-hearted girl she was, a true innocent. Mu Chen sighed inwardly. At that moment, a group entered the restaurant, led by a middle-aged man in his 40s, whose appearance was quite presentable, with impeccably groomed, glossy hair. His moon-white soul master robe was exquisitely tailored, adorned with silver thread patterns that shimmered with a silvery sheen as he moved. Following the middle-aged man were 7 youths, 6 boys and 1 girl, all approximately 15 or 16 years old, clad in similar moon-white soul master robes, albeit without the silver embroidery of their leader. Yet, whether it was the middle-aged man or the youths behind him, each bore a symbol on their left shoulder, Sanghui. It was evident from their attire that they comprised a team of soul masters. Thus, the proprietor personally attended to them, for in these times, Soul Masters were indeed treated like royalty. At this moment, a voice from a rotund figure broke the air. Boss, look, that girl is quite attractive, but she seems to be from Tsanghui Academy. While the girls within the academy were all charming and would undoubtedly grow into enchanting figures, they were still quite young, with only Zhu Zhuqing being a little older. Consequently, this more mature physique was particularly appealing to the rotund fellow. Mu Chen expressed, "Add me one." Mu Chen's beliefs have remained unwavering. Greatness embodies truth. Regardless of beauty, if it lacks magnitude, it holds no significance. At this moment, Dai Mubai remarked, "Isn't it merely a piece of worthless trash? What is there to be concerned about?" The volume of Fatty and Dai Mubai's voices, unrestrained, rendered the restaurant suddenly hushed. An eerie silence enveloping the atmosphere. Mu Chen smiled inwardly, his face beaming with joy. "Dai Mubai, I bestow upon you 100 praises." Just then, an unfriendly gaze from the Tsanghui Academy swept over. The system issued a task to teach a lesson to the disdainful Tsanghui Academy towards the host. The reward includes an elevation of all soul ring years by 20,000 and a chance for a lottery draw. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen felt an exhilarating rush. My 100,000-year soul ring is about to arrive. A subtle smile crept upon Mu Chen's lips, growing increasingly audacious, for I can scarcely contain my own excitement. Oscar, seated beside Tang San, leaned in to whisper, "San, prepare for an intriguing spectacle." Tang San, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What spectacle?" Mu Chen remarked, "The comparison among soul masters can only be discerned through combat with one another, thereby revealing one's shortcomings. Consequently, soul masters may provoke each other and seek challenges. Yet they must also bear the corresponding consequences. Thus, we find ourselves in such a predicament now, where a confrontation may be imminent." Mu Chen's voice was lowered slightly, audible only to a select few nearby, while the students of Tsanghui Academy remained oblivious. Tang San smiled wryly and nodded in response. At that moment, a waiter arrived with their dishes. Suddenly, a male student from Tsanghui Academy accelerated, colliding with the waiter amidst the latter's startled exclamations, sending the food flying directly towards Dai Mubai's head. In a flash, Tang San intervened, catching the food with a swift motion, exclaiming, "Let us not waste food." He stabilized the waiter's body using his skill, Control Crane Seizing Dragon. The Tsanghui student was momentarily taken aback, yet unable to discern Tang San's actions. He continued to provoke without reservation. My sincerest apologies," he said, enunciating each word, before delivering a kick aimed at Dai Mubai's chair. However, at that instant, Dai Mubai sprang into action as well. Would a tiger ignore the provocations of a mere shrimp? The answer was undoubtedly in the negative. With a resounding thud, the Tsanghui student's leg collided with Dai Mubai's, only for the former to discover in astonishment that his leg was broken. It felt as though he had kicked a steel plate, leaving him in utter disarray. Subsequently, Dai Mubai delivered a sharp slap to the student's face. The young man instinctively tried to defend himself, but was repelled by Dai Mubai's soul power, sent flying across the room. A middle-aged man then attempted to catch the fallen student, but after merely glancing at Dai Mubai, he coughed up blood and fainted. Dai Mubai, meanwhile, struck a classic pose, stretching leisurely in a display of nonchalance. Mu Chen could not help but sigh. Each one of them is a formidable opponent. I am still too young. The restaurant, once enveloped in tranquility, was suddenly engulfed in uproar, with many diners opting to vacate the premises temporarily. However, there remained a faction who, rather gleefully, settled in to witness the unfolding spectacle. Battles among soul masters are indeed a rarity, and the tickets for the soul arena are exorbitantly priced. Thus, the prospect of a complimentary soul master duel was an irresistible allure. The members of Tsanghui Academy erupted in fury, each rising to reveal their soul rings, only to be thwarted by a middle-aged man. With a grim expression and a tone laden with hostility, he inquired, "Which academy do you children belong to?" Upon hearing the words, Mu Chen swiftly replied, "We hail from an organization known as NMSL." The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, repeating, "NMSL? I have never heard of it." Not only the middle-aged man, but even the Shrek 7 monsters were momentarily bewildered, their faces reflecting a profound confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chen declared, "Curious, are we? Let strength speak for itself." The middle-aged man from Tsanghui Academy turned pale with fury, bellowing, "You lot! Teach these arrogant youngsters a proper lesson." At that moment, the members of Shrek Academy rose in unison, for they had been anticipating this very provocation. A brawl? How delightful! Xiao Wu sprang into action, charging towards Tsanghui Academy. A fierce confrontation was imminent. Chapter 28. Do you even dare? At this juncture, neither side had yet summoned their martial souls. Xiaowu, though youthful, stood tall at nearly 1.7 meters. With her charming, wide eyes, she approached Tsanghui Academy. The 5 young men on the opposing side found their bravado faltering in the presence of such a delicate and sweet girl. Oscar turned to Tang San and urged, "Are you not going to join in? If you delay any longer, Xiaowu will find herself at a disadvantage." Mu Chen, however, spoke before Tang San, asserting, "There will be no weaklings in Shrek." Oscar and Tang San exchanged astonished glances upon hearing Mu Chen's words. Mu Chen spoke softly, its intuition, combat intuition. "I believe Xiaowu's fighting prowess is on par with Dai Mubai." Oscar's jaw dropped in disbelief, while Tang San scratched his head in embarrassment. However, the meanings conveyed were entirely different. Oscar expressed doubt, whereas Tang San was perplexed. He was well aware of Xiaowu's capabilities, which reassured him. Yet, what did Qinggu mean? If this was indeed a matter of combat intuition, it would render Qinggu rather formidable. Tang San's purple extreme magic eye had evolved to perceive the soul power levels of those weaker than himself. Thus, he knew that, apart from the middle-aged man and the woman, none of the others exceeded level 25. Xiaowu approached the students of Tsanghui Academy, her large eyes sparkling as she greeted. "Hello, brothers." The 5 young men were momentarily taken aback. Confronted by such an adorable girl, they found it hard to act against her. They exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. In their moment of confusion, Xiaowu suddenly appeared to slip, her body tumbling forward toward one of the youths. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, only to be met with a swift flick of her long hair, which wrapped around him like a scorpion's tail. Before he could react, he was ensnared. With her back to him, Xiaowu leaped into the air. Being caught by the neck tends to incite panic, and as Xiaowu's feet pushed off, the young man quickly shielded himself with his arms. However, it was merely a feint. Her true intention was to gain leverage. In an instant, he was propelled forward by her acrobatic maneuver. Within mere breaths, the 5 students of Tsanghui Academy found themselves at a disadvantage. Xiaowu returned, dusting off her hands. The teacher from Tsanghui Academy was taken aback and hastily exclaimed, "Fools, use your martial souls." Meanwhile, Oscar couldn't help but marvel. This sensation truly rivals that of Boss Dai. "Qinggu, your combat intuition seems a tad exaggerated." With a smile gracing his lips, Mu Chen silently thought, "Silly child, this is not merely a bit feigned. It is utterly false." Subsequently, Dai Mubai was poised to take action, yet Mu Chen, intent on fulfilling his task, took the initiative to step forward. "All right, Xiaowu. It's time to return. Let such arduous labor be entrusted to men." After Xiaowu departed, Mu Chen found himself exposed to the gaze of the onlookers. The young woman from Tsanghui Academy was taken aback. Incredible. So handsome. So striking that he could potentially sway the affections of ordinary men. The 5 young men, already feeling discontent, were further incensed upon encountering such an extraordinarily handsome man, promptly revealing their martial spirits in preparation to confront him. These 5 were all spirit masters. 2 were weapon spirit masters, and 3 were beast spirit masters, each adorned in a combination of white and yellow. Observing that Mu Chen had yet to unleash his martial spirit, the Tsanghui student scornfully exclaimed, "What is the matter? Are you not going to release your martial spirit?" Mu Chen shook his head. A young man from the Tsanghui Academy inquired, "Why do you not possess a martial soul?" Mu Chen continued to shake his head. The members of Tsanghui Academy wore expressions of confusion, as they surprisingly refrained from launching an immediate attack. Mu Chen seized the opportunity, swiftly advancing. In the blink of an eye, the young man from Tsanghui Academy was sent flying. Then, Mu Chen's cold voice echoed, "My shaking of the head signifies that you are unworthy of me utilizing my martial soul against you. I never anticipated that you would squander the chance due to this. You truly have sunk to an unparalleled level of incompetence." At that moment, the Shrek 7 devils behind him chimed in, "Indeed, given your utter ineptitude. We initially did not intend to reveal our martial souls, but at this juncture, brothers, let us unveil our powers." Starting with Dai Mubai, they all displayed their martial souls. Dai Mubai proclaimed, "Evil Eye White Tiger," followed by Tang San with Blue Silver Grass, and Xiaowu with Soft Bone Rabbit. Ma Hongjun announced, "Evil Fire Phoenix," while Oscar revealed, "Sausage." Zhu Zhiqing showcased, "Ghostly Spirit Cat," and Ning Rongrong declared, "Seven Treasure Glazed Tile." As for Mu Chen, he still refrained from revealing his martial soul. This left the members of Tsanghui Academy utterly astonished. The middle-aged man promptly called back the rest, realizing that none of these students were ordinary. especially the golden-haired youth, who, at merely 16 or 17, already possessed a third soul ring, achieving the rank of Soul Master, which left him profoundly impressed. I am Yujichio, the Director of External Affairs at Songhui Academy. May I inquire as to which sect you belong? Observing Yujichio approach the three before him. Standing firm against the pressure of his released soul power without resorting to his martial soul, Daimubai felt a sense of solemnity. In this situation, he was certain that the soul power of this middle-aged man far exceeded his own. Mu Chen coughed lightly and said, I am not deceiving you. They truly belong to the NMSL organization. Yujichio found it hard to believe that these individuals were part of an obscure group. I harbor no ill intentions. My young brother, Mu Chen waved his hand to interrupt, asserting that strength speaks for itself, and challenged the old man, inviting him to engage if he disagreed. Daimubai and the others gasped in disbelief. Truly, Mu Chen was a formidable individual. Yujichio's expression darkened. Although he was awestruck by the opponent's prowess, he realized that retreating in front of so many diners would disgrace the Songhui Academy. The students might falter, but he must at least restore some dignity to their institution. Resolving this in his mind, Yujichio hesitated no longer. A glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes as he unleashed his martial soul, the Black Tortoise, which enveloped him. The beast martial soul, Black Tortoise, radiated a circle of black ripples from within him, forcefully suppressing the auras of Tang San, Daimubai, and the plump one. His limbs contracted by a third, while a massive carapace surged forth from his back. A shimmering black light enveloped him as 5 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, spiraling around his form. The 5 rings comprised 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, revealing that this director of the External Affairs Department at Songhui Academy was indeed a master at the Soul King level, exceeding level 50. As Yujichio released his martial soul, Daimubai and the others felt the weight of pressure. However, suddenly, a refreshing breeze swept in, dissipating this oppressive force as if it had vanished entirely. Mu Chen unleashed his martial soul. The deceased manifested, and the temperature naturally plummeted. Yujichio gazed at Mu Chen in utter astonishment, not for any other reason, but for the black soul rings that adorned him, rings that he himself had never possessed. Most terrifying of all was the fact that his third soul ring had already revealed a crimson hue, a soul ring of 90,000 years. Mu Chen refrained from superfluous remarks and simply stated a few words. Will you proceed or not? Such commanding authority left Daimubai and the others feeling a sense of relief. What of you, Soul King? We have Brother Chen. Trust in Brother Chen is unwavering. Although Yujichio felt a flicker of astonishment within, he nonetheless offered words of consolation, saying he is merely a soul sovereign, even with a high age of soul rings. He may not necessarily prevail. Contemplating this, Yujichio added, you youngsters lack understanding. Refrain from speaking recklessly in the future. Summon your academy's instructor. Mu Chen let out a cold snort. You think you are worthy? Ma Hongjun echoed. With your pathetic demeanor, you dare to seek an audience with our esteemed teacher? We are more than capable of handling you ourselves. Esteemed soul masters, I implore you, please refrain from causing a ruckus within this humble establishment. It is a small business. The proprietor pleaded, emerging from the back in desperation. If the situation did not de-escalate, it seemed inevitable that the entire shop would soon be engulfed in chaos. Yujichio, possessing the turtle martial spirit, held a particular disdain for the term turtle. Initially, he had merely intended to intimidate the group of youngsters before him, for he had no desire to be accused of bullying the weak, especially given his uncertainty regarding the strength of the academy they represented. However, the plump boy had unwittingly crossed a line, inciting Yujichio's wrath. Anger turned to a sardonic smile as he declared, very well. I shall take it upon myself to educate you on behalf of your teacher. Let us step outside. With that, he turned and strode toward the exit, the swaying of his dark turtle shell appearing somewhat comical, yet the soul power he emanated was undeniably formidable. Mu Chen felt an overwhelming joy as he stepped outside, smiling as if completely unburdened by any pressure. Chapter 29. The Illusion of a Strong Assault. Following Yujichio, he emerged, who, with an air of arrogance, declared, Take your time to prepare. Call for me when you are ready. Thereafter, he seemed entirely at ease, waiting patiently. What should we do, Xiaowu? She instinctively inquired of Tang San. Tang San replied, First, we must analyze Yujichio's martial soul, identify his weaknesses, and then overcome him. Mu Chen and the others nodded in agreement with this assertion. Subsequently, Tang San commenced his analysis. Firstly, Yujichio possessed the martial soul of the Xingui. undoubtedly bestowing him with formidable defensive capabilities. However, it follows that his offensive techniques are likely minimal or perhaps non-existent. Furthermore, with our group comprising 8 members, and with Brother Chen as our steadfast pillar, we certainly have a chance of emerging victorious. Daimyo Bai and the others listened in astonishment, offering Tang Sen a thumbs up. Nonetheless, Tang Sen refrained from continuing his discourse directly and instead turned his gaze towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen spoke softly. Xiao San, do you believe that people are alive or dead? Tang San, taken aback by the question, eventually replied, alive. Mu Chen nodded thoughtfully and continued, Little San, your understanding of martial souls is commendable. Your teacher must be a master of theory. However, he is still quite young, or perhaps lacks sufficient strength. A soul master is a living entity, and he is undoubtedly aware of the shortcomings you have analyzed. Thus, he will inevitably choose to address these deficiencies. Just like you. Little San, are you not also constantly striving to compensate for the shortcomings of the blue-silver grass? Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a profound clarity. Indeed, why would one not choose to rectify their own flaws? Knowing one's deficiencies and failing to amend them would surely be foolish. Mu Chen then remarked, thus, it is highly probable that the opponent possesses long-range offensive capabilities. However, they should not be particularly formidable. With a bit of caution, we should be perfectly safe. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mu Chen continued, I would prefer that you all engage in battle on your own. I shall intervene only if I see you faltering. Otherwise, it would seem too easy, and you would miss the opportunity for growth. Mu Chen spoke with an expression of helplessness. Even Tang San could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. However, everyone understood that if Brother Chen truly engaged, it would indeed be, as he had said, utterly meaningless. Thus, the group acquiesced, and for the first time, the Shrek 7 devils assembled as a team and advanced towards their adversary. Mu Chen gazed at the retreating figures of the 7 individuals, a reminiscent sentiment stirring within him, evoking thoughts of Xiao Ying and the others. Yi Zhiqiu, observing their approach, spoke in a grave tone, I shall grant you one final opportunity. It is not too late to admit your mistakes. Daimyo Bai, however, responded with an audacious smirk, declaring, mistake? What constitutes right or wrong? Power is the ultimate truth. Defeat us first, and then we shall see. Yi Zhiqiu, wary of underestimating them, immediately summoned his martial spirit, only to notice that Mu Chen showed no inclination to engage. Why does the strongest among you refrain from action? Is this not a gross underestimation? Tang San and his companions regarded Yi Zhiqiu with disdain, as if pitying a fool. The rotund one boldly interjected, You old turtle, you are not worthy of our Brother Chen's efforts. We are more than sufficient. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu's previously quelled fury ignited once more. I have truly indulged you, little fatty. Come at me together. I shall educate you on how to conduct yourselves. The stout one chuckled, retorting, Remember, we are not mere mortals. We are monsters. Before Yi Zhiqiu could make a move, Daimyo Bai seized the initiative. His second spirit ring radiating with brilliant light, coalescing into a sphere of intense white brilliance. A spherical light projectile erupted forth from his mouth, manifesting the second soul skill of the evil eye White Tiger, the White Tiger's radiant wave. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing darted to the side, accelerating towards Yi Zhiqiu's flank, while Tang San charged from another direction. The stout one's mohawk quivered as his first soul ring shone brightly, unleashing a stream of purplish-red phoenix fire. The 4 acted almost in unison, displaying no fear in the face of an opponent who was a soul king of over level 50. In response to their simultaneous assault, Yi Zhiqiu's body pulsated with dark energy, a low growl escaping his lips as both his first and second soul rings illuminated. He swiftly rotated, revealing the protective shell on his back, while a stream of black light, akin to flowing water and imbued with a chilling aura, surged forth. As the battle commenced, Yi Zhiqiu unleashed both of his soul skills, the Xian Turtle's protection and the Xian Water's frozen seal. His intentions were straightforward, to swiftly subdue these young individuals, imparting a profound lesson that would not only vent his frustrations but also showcase the strength of Tsanghui Academy. Although the students of Shrek Academy possessed exceptional abilities, they were still quite young, and their soul power significantly lagged behind his own. Yi Zhiqiu was confident that, with his 53rd level soul power, he could unleash the Xian Shui Bing foam, effectively freezing them all in place. The White Tiger's fierce light wave erupted from Yi Zhiqiu's back. Just as Tang San had predicted, the defensive prowess of the Xian Gui ranked among the highest of beast martial souls. and his soul power was substantially greater than that of Dai Mubai. Consequently, this attack had no effect whatsoever, and Yi Zhiqiu remained utterly unmoved. At that moment, Tang Xin had closed the distance, drawing near to Yi Zhiqiu. He felt an overwhelming chill envelop him, as if his very blood was on the verge of freezing. Alarmed, he hastily activated his Xiantian Gong to counter the frigid air. Yet, as he halted his advance, the blue-silver grass martial soul rapidly unfurled, winding around Yi Zhiqiu from all directions. As the saying goes, water and fire are merciless. Both extreme cold and intense heat exert a certain degree of restraint on plant-type martial souls. The pace of the blue-silver grass was noticeably slowed under the influence of Xian Shui Bingfeng. At that moment, the portly figure's phoenix fire line reached the shell of Yi Zhiqiu, although the heat of the phoenix flames was considerably diminished by Xian Shui Bingfeng. The arrival of the phoenix fire line simultaneously reduced the chilling effect of the Xian Shui Bingfeng. The purplish-red flames clung to the turtle's shell, unable to penetrate but refusing to extinguish, as if they possessed a sticky quality. Ma Hongjuan's martial soul was unique and could not be compared to ordinary fire. Yi Zhiqiu felt a sudden wave of heat against his back, startling him. Seizing that fleeting moment, the blue-silver grass wrapped around him, tightly binding him. The ethereal figure of Zhu Zhuqing silently emerged from the blind spot behind Yi Zhiqiu, activating her first soul ring skill, the netherworld stab, aimed directly at Yi Zhiqiu's neck. In a sudden movement, Yi Zhiqiu retracted his neck, and an uncanny scene unfolded. His entire head seemed to withdraw into his chest, narrowly evading Zhu Zhuqing's sharp claws. At that moment, his third soul ring illuminated, and a mist of water erupted from his mouth, enveloping the phoenix flames on his back. Despite the intense combustibility of the phoenix flames, Yi Zhiqiu's Xian Shui was no trifling matter. His soul power far surpassed that of the portly figure, and the purplish-red flames on the turtle shell were ultimately extinguished. A potent chill surged once more, prompting Tang San to promptly retract his blue-silver grass. Otherwise, should they become frozen, it would adversely affect him as well. With a swift strike of Zhu Zhuqing's cat paw upon the tortoise shell, she propelled herself into the air. Yet, in that fleeting moment of contact, her right hand had already succumbed to the numbing cold. At that very moment, Dai Mubai arrived, unhesitatingly activating his white tiger protective barrier. As the brilliance of his first spirit ring illuminated the scene, colossal tiger claws emerged, hurtling directly towards Yi Zhiqiu's back. Among the Shrek Academy students, Dai Mubai possessed the most formidable spirit power. The disparity in attack potency between his 37th level and the lesser levels was palpable. With two muffled thuds, Yi Zhiqiu staggered, lurching forward a couple of steps. However, he swiftly pivoted, his head emerging from his chest cavity, and unleashed a jet of black, frigid current towards Dai Mubai. This was the third spirit ring technique, mysterious water surge. Yet, Dai Mubai had anticipated this, using his spirit power to defend himself alongside the white tiger protective barrier. Although it mitigated some of the chill, it was insufficient to completely shield him, given that his opponent's spirit power surpassed his by more than 10 levels. At that moment, a second wave of crimson flames appeared, fortuitously interposing itself in front of Dai Mubai, colliding with the black water. A thick steam billowed up, although the flames were suppressed by the mysterious water. Dai Mubai seized the opportunity to retreat swiftly. The brief skirmish led Tang San to silently reflect on their fortune in having Brother Chen's support, for otherwise, they would have undoubtedly suffered substantial losses. Unbeknownst to them, while they were astonished, Yi Zhiqiu was even more taken aback. Though the combined onslaught of the four youths had not harmed him, it had undeniably created considerable inconvenience. Particularly, the Phoenix fire line unleashed by Ma Hongjun made Yi Zhiqiu acutely aware that such flames seemed to be his nemesis. Had it not been for the diminutive figure's relatively low spirit power, his mysterious water would have been utterly incapable of withstanding the peculiar flames. Mu Chen observed the battle from a distance, fully aware that these 7 individuals had reached their utmost limits, given the disparity in soul power. With that thought in mind, he stepped forward and addressed Dai Mubai. Mubai, unleash your third soul skill. I shall assist you in breaching this old turtle's defenses. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai showed no hesitation and immediately activated his White Tiger King transformation, charging forth once more. Yi Zhiqiu, however, scoffed, retorting, "You think you can break through my defenses? How naive." Mu Chen unleashed his martial soul, subsequently employing the ethereal presence of the deceased to possess Dai Mubai. The once formidable white tiger now appeared to be adorned with a layer of gold, radiating an even more resplendent and majestic aura. Dai Mubai summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful punch, causing Yi Zhiqiu to spew blood, as his protective shell was unexpectedly dented. Following this, Dai Mubai unleashed a kick that sent him flying. The sensation coursing through Dai Mubai could be encapsulated in a single word: exhilarating. His power had more than doubled. His speed had surged, and both his defensive and offensive capabilities had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was no wonder that Zhu Zhuqing held such admiration for Mu Chen. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Yi Zhiqiu, having exited the state of martial soul possession, was left in shock, blood spilling from his mouth, disbelief etched across his face. At that moment, Mu Chen approached calmly and remarked, "Did you see that? The moment I made my move, you stood no chance." Yet, Yi Zhiqiu, in his arrogance, retorted, "The mistake I made was assuming you were a battle soul master. I never imagined you were actually a support type." The members of the Shrek 7 Devils exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing this. Mu Chen cursed vehemently, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn, what a deceptive assault." At this moment, Mu Chen was resolutely determined to ensure that each soul ring he acquired would possess a skill that was purely upright. Otherwise, this. Mu Chen approached Yi Zhiqiu with a dark expression. "My auxiliary abilities are merely supplementary. My true identity, as you initially surmised, is that of a formidable assault-type soul master." With that, he delivered a punch directly to Yi Zhiqiu's abdomen. Although he exerted only 50% of his strength and refrained from utilizing his soul power, Yi Zhiqiu, lacking his martial soul at that moment, was sent flying, landing pitifully before the students of Tsanghui Academy. Mu Chen and the others exited with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 30. My Own Reflections. As Mu Chen and his companions were on their way back to the hotel to rest, they encountered Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji inquired, "Where have you little rascals been wandering off to this time?" Little Wu pouted in dissatisfaction. Tang Sen chuckled, gently ruffling Little Wu's hair before turning to Teacher Zhao. "Teacher Zhao, we just had a battle with the Tsanghui Academy." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji burst into hearty laughter. "From the looks of you, it appears you emerged victorious. How does it feel?" Ma Hongjun chimed in. "Teacher Zhao, it was exhilarating. We even managed to contend with my pin-up frustrations, having defeated a Soul King." Zhao Wuji was taken aback. Defeated a Soul King? However, he quickly reconsidered. With Mu Chen present, vanquishing a Soul King seemed less of an accomplishment. Yet, Mu Chen appeared to perceive Zhao Wuji's thoughts. Calmly, he remarked, "The truth is, I merely provided a slight enhancement to Dai Mubai. The tactics and the actual combat were all orchestrated by Tang San and the others. I did not directly partake." Tang San and the others cast grateful glances at Mu Chen. People inherently desire recognition, and by stating this, Mu Chen distinctly downplayed his own contributions, thereby elevating the achievements of Tang San and his companions. This act was indeed commendable. Dai Mubai understood this as well, yet he candidly added, "Teacher Zhao, without Mu Chen's assistance, we truly would not have secured victory. His enhancement on me was quite significant." Zhao Wuji looked at the increasingly cohesive Shrek team, a smile of approval spreading across his face. However, he quickly masked it, teasingly admonishing, "After your little celebration, hurry back to sleep. Don't think that winning one battle is sufficient to make Shrek renowned across the land. Don't become too complacent." The group responded in unison, "Yes, Teacher Zhao." The following day, before the sun had even risen, Zhao Wuji's booming voice awakened Mu Chen and the others. Mu Chen and Tang Sen were largely unaffected, as both of them substituted sleep with cultivation. Thus the impact was minimal. However, regarding the others, one could discern the situation by observing Oscar and the others, who were having breakfast with their eyes closed. Eventually, the sun graciously decided to rise, slowly ascending from the eastern horizon, gradually illuminating the sky. Mu Chen savored the breathtaking scenery before him. In his previous life, he had never found the time to appreciate such captivating beauty that could clear one's mind of all distractions. Now, as he beheld it, he felt a profound sense of tranquility. When the sun's radiant light pierced through the darkness, it retreated with the swiftness of a defeated army, gradually dissipating. This was a clear sign that a new day had dawned. Before long, the group had gathered their belongings and set off towards the Douluo forest. This quaint town was in close proximity to the forest, and the group hastened their pace, with Oscar being the most exhilarated. Eagerly anticipating the acquisition of his third spirit ring, he was filled with curiosity about the spirit skill that this new ring would bestow upon him. The Douluo forest lies directly south of the Heaven Do Empire, spanning the borders of two nations. Due to the vast number of spirit beasts inhabiting the area, the boundary between the two countries is complex and entangled. Although, from a map's perspective, 3/5 of the forest belongs to the Douluo Empire. Heaven Do adamantly refuses to acknowledge this. As one of the three major habitats for spirit beasts, this place is undoubtedly a paradise for spirit masters. It is the most coveted destination, as the abundance of spirit beasts ensures that they need not worry about finding a suitable spirit ring. Merely arriving here signifies their potential for advancement. From afar, the fresh air, invigorated by the towering trees, wafted towards Mu Chen, enveloping him in a sensation of complete relaxation and refreshing openness. At last, they stood before the Douluo forest. The trees loomed majestically, each one tall and straight, at least 20 meters high, requiring the embrace of 20 individuals. It was important to note that they were merely at the outskirts. At this moment, Zhao Wujia spoke up. Everyone halt. He was acutely aware of the lurking dangers within, so he instructed his students to rest for a while and replenish their energy. Aiming to enter the forest in optimal condition, Oscar, understanding the cue, began to conjure sausages through various philosophical dances and mystical soul incantations. The group, with slightly disdainful expressions, consumed the sausages one by one. Zhao Wujia, with a serious demeanor, warned, "Listen carefully. The Douluo forest ahead is not only rife with aggressive spirit beasts, but due to its location at the border of two nations, the presence of spirit masters is intricate and perilous. You must always be prepared to face dual threats from both spirit masters and spirit beasts. Therefore, once we enter the forest, you are to stay closely by my side at all times, especially Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Do you understand?" "Understood." Subsequently, Oscar prepared a plentiful supply of sausages and cured sausages, distributing one of each to every person. "My sausages and cured sausages can sustain vitality for 12 hours. The sausages will restore your energy, while the cured sausages will alleviate negative effects, primarily detoxification. Keep these on hand for emergencies." The crowd nodded in agreement, subsequently donning the sausages and cured meats with great care. Seeing that they were ready, Zhao Wujia waved his hand and proclaimed, "Let us depart." This time, he assigned Mu Chen and Dalu to lead the way, while he took it upon himself to bring up the rear. Yet, Zhao Wuji's brow remained furrowed, for he observed Xiao Wu bounding along joyfully, as though she were at home, exuding an indescribable happiness. However, he chose not to admonish her. The Douluo forest, with its intricate terrain, lacked any discernible paths. Thus, the task of forging a way forward naturally fell to Dalu and Mu Chen. As Mu Chen wielded his sword and Mu Bai brandished his claws, Tang Sen remained in the center, fully mobilizing his vision and perception, vigilantly alert to his surroundings. Being a disciple of the master, Tang Sen possessed a profound understanding of soul beasts. These wild soul beasts, known for their formidable aggression, harbored an intense animosity towards humans, invariably attacking upon sighting them. Thus, the most daunting scenario in the Douluo forest was encountering a group of soul beasts whose strength surpassed one's own. In such instances, unless a soul master possessed exceptional personal strength or was part of a formidable team, one could only lament, "Here is a song of despair." Consequently, Tang Sen heeded the master's teachings, entering the forest with utmost vigilance, for failure to do so could lead to catastrophic consequences. According to the master, a soul venerable of level 30 was ideally over a millennium old, yet it was rare to find a domesticated soul beast of such age, and even fewer suited to one's needs, which is why they had ventured here to hunt. The master's education resembled modern pedagogy, imparting not only methods of cultivation but also a broader understanding of the world and the dissemination of knowledge. Before long, Tang Sen and his companions encountered a group of soul beasts. Zhao Wujia's command halted their advance. However, both Mu Chen and Tang Sen quickly discerned that this group of rodent weasels was relatively small and lacked formidable strength, likely not even reaching a century in age. Before Tang Sen could strategize, Mu Chen shook his head at Dalu Bai, gesturing to the side. Although surprised, Tang Sen quickly comprehended, after countless battles. He imagined that Brother Chen had developed an instinctive awareness of these soul beasts. Dalu Bai, however, was somewhat perplexed and inquired of Mu Chen. "The strength of those soul beasts is not significant. Why not simply charge in and eliminate them?" Mu Chen gently remarked, "They hold no interest for us. Their demise would serve no purpose. Soul beasts kill to survive, while soul masters hunt them. If everyone were to adopt your perspective, it would be quite dire. Moreover, Without the evolution of lower-tier soul beasts, how could higher-tier ones come into existence? You are effectively cutting off our means of retreat. Furthermore, should a conflict arise and linger unresolved, what if a soul beast aged between 80 to 90,000 years, or even 100,000 years, emerges? Our entire team would be in peril. Mu Bai, with an awkward expression and a look of admiration, replied, Mu Chen, your mentor must be an extraordinary individual. Mu Chen replied calmly, this knowledge is my own, distilled through the trials of life. Tang San, upon hearing this, was profoundly astonished, if this were indeed the case. Then Brother Chen must be a sage of wisdom rivaling that of the greatest masters. Mu Chen consoled himself, reflecting that the knowledge he had acquired in his past life was indeed his own. Thus, emboldened, he eloquently expounded upon the concepts of the food chain and food web, captivating the audience, even prompting Zhao Wujing to ponder deeply. Tang San, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, this knowledge is something even my teacher has yet to uncover. Brother Chen, my teacher will surely admire you and eagerly anticipate a discussion with you. Mu Chen responded, expressing his anticipation to meet a mentor capable of nurturing exceptional individuals like Xiao San. However, he noted that the Star Dough forest was indeed vast, and despite their extensive search, they had yet to encounter a formidable soul beast. After approximately an hour, it was already midday. Although they had come across numerous soul beasts, none were of the 1,000-year variety. Observing that the group appeared fatigued, Zhao Wujia suggested a brief respite. Subsequently, Mu Chen and Mu Bai cleared a space of about 100 square meters, allowing everyone to rest against the trees and indulge in a rare moment of relaxation. Chapter 31. Do you still need an older brother? Oscar once again contributed his sausages for the group's rejuvenation. To his delight, everyone was able to consume them without hesitation, bringing him a sense of joy. They subsequently enjoyed water and sausages in a relaxed manner. Since they remained on the outskirts of the Star Dough forest, where high-level soul beasts were scarce, they felt relatively safe. Their objective was to assist Oscar in hunting a suitable soul beast, specifically a high-level 1,000-year soul beast, necessitating deeper exploration. Thus, it was crucial to replenish their energy in a relatively secure location. Tang San noticed that Xiao Wu did not seem well and inquired several times, but she consistently assured him that she was fine. Shortly thereafter, Mu Chen approached. In a tone audible only to the two of them, he remarked, do you still not trust Xiao San? I believe that even if he were aware, it would not concern him in the slightest. This double entendre startled Xiao Wu, leaving her momentarily taken aback as she gazed at Mu Chen with astonishment. Mu Chen reminisced, I once encountered a shape-shifting soul beast. He was exceedingly benevolent. He safeguarded me for a time, assisted me in hunting soul beasts, and imparted a wealth of knowledge. I regarded him as a father figure, and under his influence, I forged friendships with many soul beasts. However, on a dark and fateful night, the spirit hall shattered all of that. Pausing at this juncture, Mu Chen gazed tenderly at Xiao Wu and continued, seeing you evokes memories of my father, so fret not. I harbor no ill intentions. My words are merely to bridge the gap between us and to encourage you to place your trust in Xiao San. I believe he is a good brother. Furthermore, do you still yearn for an elder brother? Mu Chen's manager is not a fabrication. He is but a child, so why should he possess a Millennium Spirit Ring? Even if the system enables him to remain unaffected by soul disturbances, allowing him to absorb the Spirit Ring effortlessly, his physical condition and combat capabilities dictate that he cannot triumph over a Millennium Soul Beast. However, fate intervened when he encountered a benefactor at the tender age of 3. This benefactor, his one and only father in this life, is the transformed 85th level spirit beast Fu Qing. Fu Qing, a rare moon flood dragon, possesses a gentle disposition and profound understanding. After taking Mu Chen under his wing, he revealed his true identity when Mu Chen turned 10, only to meet his untimely demise thereafter. Thus, Mu Chen harbors a genuine desire to protect Xiao Wu, akin to that of an elder brother, rather than emulating Tang San's inappropriate affections. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded and rested her head on Mu Chen's shoulder. Observing this, Tang San felt an inexplicable sensation stir within him. He approached and inquired with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Chen." Mu Chen shook his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I simply find Xiao Wu quite agreeable." Xiao Wu shot him a glance, puzzled by his choice of words regarding a younger sister. However, after this moment of consolation, she felt much more at ease and rejuvenated. After a brief respite of half an hour, an unexpected event unfolded. Suddenly, Mu Chen, Tang San, and Mu Bai directed their gazes towards a particular direction. At the same moment, Zhao Wujia bellowed, "Everyone rise." Tang San and Dai Mubai reacted promptly, standing in a defensive posture, while Mu Chen remained seated, seemingly unfazed. Zhao Wujia, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "Mu Chen, what is the meaning of this?" Mu Chen calmly remarked, "I was just sensing the tremors of the ground. Judging by the frequency, it should be a serpent." Zhu Zhuqing, could you ascend the treetops to discern what spirit beast it is? If my conjecture is accurate, Oscar's spirit ring is on the verge of arrival. Upon hearing this, Oscar was instantly filled with joy. After climbing the tree, Zhu Zhuqing announced, "It resembles a serpent that seems capable of flight, though it occasionally descends to the ground. It possesses a fleshy crest atop its head, which appears larger than its own head, a vibrant crimson akin to blood. Its tail is rather unique, shaped like a fan." Mu Chen smiled and remarked, "As I anticipated, it is indeed a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Judging by the duration of its contact with the ground, it must be a millennium-old specimen. Zhu Zhuqing, take a closer look at its appearance and length." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, then observed, "Its wings are a pale crimson, measuring approximately 6 to 8 meters in length." Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback. Mu Chen's assertion was correct. It was a millennium-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The pale crimson wings indicated its age, while the length of 6 to 8 meters suggested it was between 1,300 and 1,800 years old. "Oscar, this is perfectly suited for you." Zhao Wujia, Dai Mubai, and the others cast admiring glances at Tang San, who in turn gazed at the slowly rising Mu Chen. In truth, it was Mu Chen who was truly remarkable. "I merely absorbed knowledge from our teacher, whereas Mu Chen has honed his skills independently." The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Mu Chen was indeed extraordinary in comparison. Mu Chen smiled and shook his head. "Zhu Zhuqing, take another look. Does this snake appear to be injured?" Zhu Zhuqing glanced again and replied, "It seems to be somewhat injured." However, everyone present turned their gaze towards him, filled with curiosity. Mu Chen remarked, "Teacher Zhao, are you also perplexed? Given the abundance of spirit masters here, we must ascertain whether the spirit beasts have an owner." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujin immediately grasped the situation, acknowledging the necessity for careful observation. He then smiled and addressed the crowd, saying, "Let us learn from Mu Chen, observe him, and then reflect upon yourselves." Ma Hongjun chuckled innocently. "There can only be one Chen Gu. He is to be admired from afar, not trifled with." The group erupted in laughter, yet soon returned to a serious demeanor as the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake made its entrance. Mu Chen immediately exclaimed, "All serpents harbor a profound fear of avian creatures. Fatty, swiftly employ your martial soul. This will diminish its chances of escape." As he spoke, a colossal serpent, reminiscent of Zhu Zhuqing's description, emerged before everyone. Zhu Zhuqing leaped down from the treetops and executed a shadow-piercing strike aimed at the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. However, the serpent's reflexes were remarkably swift. Despite its rapid movement, it managed to slightly divert its head, preventing Zhu Zhuqing from striking its crown and instead landing a blow upon its body. It seemed that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, having felt the impact, retaliated with a burst of iridescent mist, its flesh crown illuminating as it accelerated, preparing to flee. Yet, Ma Hongjun would not allow it to succeed. He directly summoned his martial soul, unleashing a torrent of phoenix fire. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai charged forward, activating his third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Ning Rongrong, without hesitation, bestowed a significant enhancement upon Dai Mubai. Under the relentless assault, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was evidently nearing its breaking point. Mu Chen decisively pinned the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent to the ground with the Ming Shun Gate technique. In this battle, Zhao Wujie observed the flawless coordination among the Shrek team, that his primary focus remained on Mu Chen. The moment he struck was but a fleeting instant. A moment too early or too late could have allowed the serpent to escape. Although his presence ensured its capture, the essence of the situation would have been altered. Thus, his admiration for Mu Chen deepened. "We did it." The crowd erupted in cheers. Oscar rushed forward, his excitement palpable. Xiao Wu turned to Mu Chen and asked, "Brother, is it truly only possible to hunt soul beasts?" Mu Chen remarked, "This is a manifestation of the survival of the fittest. Soul beasts must also hunt soul masters to acquire their essence. Even apart from this, do not your soul beasts engage in a relentless competition, devouring those weaker than themselves? Take you for instance, have you ever contemplated abstaining from consuming carrots?" Xiao was rendered speechless by his words. Mu Chen continued, "We cannot impede the laws of nature. However, we can curtail senseless slaughter. It is imperative that we hunt not for the thrill of killing, but rather to strengthen ourselves, without preying upon the weak. This, I assure you. Xiao Wu gently nodded, clearly absorbing his words. Mu Chen's affection for Xiao Wu intensified, and he thought of Bai Ji with a sense of protectiveness. The world is not as simple as one might think. However, with an elder brother by your side, you shall remain untainted. Zhao Wujie retrieved a dagger from his pocket and handed it to Oscar, saying, to avoid nightmarish dreams, take action. Oscar eagerly accepted the dagger. Just as he was about to plunge it into the crown of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, a voice echoed from afar. Stop. Chapter 32. Are you advocating reason? Or are you resorting to outright robbery? With that furious shout, two women, one elderly and one young, dashed in from the opposite direction. The elder appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, impeccably dressed and well-groomed, her complexion vibrant, defying the typical appearance of an old woman. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, and she wielded a serpent-headed cane, adorned with 6 swirling soul rings. The younger girl, seemingly around 16 or 17, sported short hair that framed her face. Clad in a sleek outfit of silver and black that accentuated her alluring figure, the appearance of the elderly woman and the girl invoked memories of Mu Chen's previous words, stirring speculation among the onlookers. Yet, upon recognizing that the elder was a soul emperor, their apprehension lessened, for Zhao Wujia was a soul sage. The elderly woman herself felt a jolt of surprise, noting the 7 soul rings on Zhao Wujia's body pulsating in tandem. A soul sage. To encounter one on the outskirts of the Star Doe forest was indeed alarming. What brings you here? Zhao Wujia feigned a stern demeanor. As a man of the world, he hardly intended to greet such situations with kindness. The answer was, of course, negative. The elderly woman cleared her throat, striving to adopt a more amiable expression, and gently spoke, Greetings, esteemed soul sage. Might you consider relinquishing this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to this child? Zhao Wujia cast a glance at Oscar, signaling him to hold on for a moment. He then turned to the elderly woman and inquired, Why should I? The woman replied, This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was discovered and pursued by us first. Otherwise, how could we have followed it here? Oscar could not help but interject, How can you prove that? Do you have evidence of your hunt? Suddenly, Oscar fell silent, recalling Mu Chen's prior words. He cast a questioning gaze towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen quietly remarked, Previously, the serpent exhibited an unusual center of gravity and movement patterns upon landing. It seems likely that its abdomen and the area beneath its wings sustained injuries. Upon hearing Mu Chen's analysis, both the elder and the youth were filled with astonishment. The elder, particularly, could not help but cast several more glances at Mu Chen. Zhao Wujia and the others conducted their own examination, confirming the findings. The elderly woman smiled faintly. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent was injured by my cane to its abdomen, and there are also wounds beneath its wings. Our mere lapse in vigilance allowed this creature to escape. However, Zhao Wujie was not one to shy away from confrontation. To think he could simply acquire a soul beast based on a few words would be implausible. With a cold smirk, Zhao Wujie inquired, May I ask for your esteemed name, senior? The elderly woman replied, I am unworthy of such flattery. My name is Chao Tianxiang, and I am known in the Soul Master community by the moniker Snake Matriarch. My husband, Meng Shu, is referred to as Dragon Lord. We are here to select a soul ring for our precious granddaughter. It appears that the children behind you do not seem capable of absorbing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent, although it is relatively gentle. I sense that a soul master who reaches the soul sovereign rank by the age of 16 is extraordinarily gifted. Thus, it is improbable that these children, who are evidently under 16, could be soul sovereigns. Upon hearing the elder's self-introduction, Zhao Wujie's expression shifted. He quickly restrained Oscar, who was about to speak, and said, So it is the illustrious snake matriarch of the renowned dragon and snake duo. My apologies. Aware of the widening gap between them, Chao Tianxiang smiled and said, I have yet to learn your esteemed name. Zhao Wujie thought to himself that this was indeed dire. The dragon and snake duo had gained fame long before he did, particularly the Dragon Lord, who was likely a soul Dalu by now. Moreover, the two possessed a martial soul fusion technique. Unless he faced a titled Douluo or a soul master with a similar level of martial soul fusion, he would be unable to contend with them. Although the Dragon Lord was not present at the moment, it was likely that he was nearby, and Zhao Wujia, as merely a soul sage, could not afford to confront the Dragon Lord directly. Despite the snake matriarch being relatively weaker, Zhao Wujia still dared not make a move. As the saying goes, if one cannot win, they can at least flee. Thus, with this thought, Zhao Wujia's demeanor softened as he smiled and introduced himself. I am Zhao Wujia. Chao Tianxiang's expression grew quite peculiar. I thought it strange to encounter a soul sage so casually. It turns out to be the renowned immovable king, Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia chuckled awkwardly. Renowned? Perhaps infamous would be more accurate. He smiled and replied, I am unworthy of such praise. In my earlier days, I was merely notorious. In recent years, I have been teaching at an academy, and I brought these children to seek suitable soul rings, so I did not expect to encounter you, senior. Chao Tianxiang, wishing to avoid unnecessary conversation, stated directly, as I am somewhat older than you, I shall refer to you as Zhao Laudi. Ah, brother Zhao. It seems that my spouse and I have diligently endeavored to find a suitable spirit beast for our beloved granddaughter. However, it accidentally escaped. If you would be so kind as to return this spirit beast to us, I assure you, I shall forever be grateful and repay your kindness in the future. Zhao Wujia scoffed inwardly. Do they think they can seize the opportunity without consequence? Your esteemed dragon is not present here. With a feigned expression of difficulty, Zhao Wujia replied. Sister Chao, I fear that may not be feasible. The young lady, displeased, stepped forward and declared, we were the ones who discovered and subsequently injured it. Otherwise, could you have captured this serpent so effortlessly? Chao Tianxiang's expression also darkened as she fixed a cold gaze upon Zhao Wujia, saying, Brother Zhao, are you implying that you have no intention of yielding? At this moment, Mu Chen spoke up, inquiring whether they were engaging in reasoned discourse or resorting to robbery. Upon hearing his words, the crowd turned their gazes toward Mu Chen, who sat cross-legged upon a tree trunk, as if he had just awakened from a deep meditation. The girl beside Chao Tianxiang was momentarily stunned. At this juncture, Mu Chen was 12 years old, standing at an impressive height of 182 centimeters. Resembling a youth of 15 or 16, he donned a gray undershirt, complemented by a flowing black long coat, and his feet were adorned with knightly boots crafted from an unknown material. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features were impeccably sculpted. Embodying the principles of the golden ratio, he appeared almost divine, reminiscent of a celestial being, or perhaps a prince on a noble steed. Mu Chen spoke softly. Your failure to capture this soul beast is merely a reflection of your inadequacy. You cannot ascribe your shortcomings to us. This is a baseless accusation. Furthermore, on what grounds do you assert that we are incapable of absorbing the soul ring of this beast? Is it not possible for a soul master of rank 30 to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? Upon hearing these words, Chao Tianxiang's face flushed crimson, and she was momentarily taken aback, responding, Are you suggesting that among you, there are indeed soul masters of rank 30? Mu Chen did not elaborate further. However, the members of Shrek's group instinctively revealed their martial spirits. In that moment, Chao Tianxiang's expression turned to one of astonishment. Each of them bore soul rings, all belonging to great soul masters, and one among them was a soul Zun. Although slightly older, he was still a remarkably youthful soul Zun. Even though the young lad who had spoken earlier remained silent, it was reasonable to presume he would not fall short. Most astonishingly, their soul ring configurations were flawlessly harmonious, devoid of any white rings. It was utterly incredible. Chao Tianxiang gazed at these children in shock. She had initially believed her granddaughter to possess extraordinary talent. Yet the scene before her radically reshaped her worldview. Zhao Wujia observed Chao Tianxiang's reaction with satisfaction, secretly praising Mu Chen in his heart. With a smile reminiscent of a cunning tiger, he remarked, Do you see? Can you still overlook these students? Chapter 33. You are unworthy. Recollecting herself, Chao Tianxiang steadied her emotions and, with a smile that did not quite reach her eyes, replied, Of course, they are impressive. A true testament to the disciple of the unmoving king. However, which of these children has reached level 30? Is it the one who just spoke? Zhao Wujia shook his head, patting the shoulder of Oscar beside him, saying, It is this little rascal. Chao Tianxiang scrutinized Oscar, her expression conflicted. Who would willingly part with something so valuable? After contemplating for a moment, a glimmer of excitement crossed her features, and she smiled. Since that is the case, Zhao, let us adhere to the customs of the Soul Master realm, shall we? Zhao Wujia, feeling somewhat awkward, inquired. Might I ask what the customs of the Soul Master realm entail? It was not that Zhao Wujia pretended ignorance, but rather, given his usual disregard for rules, how could he possibly be aware of such customs? Chao Tianxiang, unfazed, explained, It is quite simple. We shall compete in a contest of soul power to determine the ownership of this soul beast. The victor shall claim it. Zhao Wujia raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, saying, I fear that may not be feasible, Sister Chao. Upon hearing this, Chao Tianxiang became incensed, retorting, Zhao Wujia. I have already made concessions. Do not push your luck. Zhao Wujia, with a forced smile, replied, it is my fault for my poor choice of words. You see, this student is a food-type soul master. Thus he cannot compete in soul power against battle soul masters. Chao Tianxiang was taken aback. What? You mean he is a food-type soul master? What does that signify? It is notoriously difficult to cultivate, yet immensely powerful. Yet here stands this youth, having achieved the rank of Soul Zune at such a tender age. One must admit, this academy is filled with prodigies. Oscar, with innate full soul power, has reached level 30 in such a short time, truly a genius among geniuses. In the annals of food-type soul masters, he is likely unparalleled. Chao Tianxiang looked at Oscar with satisfaction, saying, young man, your talent is remarkable. May I inquire from which sect you hail? Oscar shook his head and said, I have no sect. The dean mentioned that my martial soul has undergone a mutation, resulting in this condition. A genius food-type soul master, lacking a background yet possessing an enigmatic talent and a mutated martial soul, brought a spark of joy to Chao Tianxiang's heart. If she could recruit this food-type soul master into her own sect, how splendid it would be to have him assist her daughter in the future. However, just as Chao Tianxiang was about to express her intentions of persuasion, a voice interrupted. Let me take Oscar's place. I'm at level 29. That shouldn't be considered an advantage, right? The speaker was none other than Tang San. Having overheard the conversation between Zhao Wujie and the elderly woman, Tang San understood the urgency and opted for a swift resolution. With that, he approached Oscar. Yet, the young lady was not pleased. Who said anything about taking advantage? I want to challenge that guy. Following her pointed finger, it became evident that she was indicating Mu Chen. Mu Chen slowly opened his closed eyes and declared, you are unworthy. The statement was crisp, direct, and unyielding. You are unworthy. Yet, none of the Shrek 7 monsters found anything amiss. After all, this individual was known for their formidable nature. This declaration infuriated the young lady. I see you're afraid. You probably haven't even reached the 29th rank. Hence your deliberate provocation to avoid embarrassment. After uttering these words, the young lady even assumed an expression of knowing superiority, completely oblivious to the scornful gazes directed at her by all members of Shrek. Mu Chen gently shook his head. Subsequently, one by one, the soul rings began to ascend slowly. A palpable sense of oppression surged dramatically. The previous Mu Chen had been almost imperceptible, leaving no trace. Yet at this moment, he resembled a formidable force, exerting pressure that rivaled even the full might of a soul sage, especially when his third soul ring, a vivid crimson, revealed itself. Every individual present was left in a state of astonishment. Indeed, this transformation had occurred after the last reward was claimed. Mu Chen's third soul skill, the Eternal Puppet, has successfully ascended to 100,000 years. The third soul ring, the 11,000-year Shadow Hunter Leopard. The Eternal Puppet allows the summoning of a replica puppet of a soul master whose soul power is within 30 levels of difference, excluding Super Douluo and Limit Douluo, to fight on your behalf, retaining all the replica's soul power and skills, albeit at only 65% of their original strength. Furthermore, it can replicate two entities, preserving their soul power and skills at 90% of the original strength, with any enhancement-type soul skills benefiting the original body. The Puppet Shadow Kill. The puppet's strength is augmented to be indistinguishable from the original body, enabling it to engage in self-combat and analyze opponents, continuously adjusting its strategies. As the puppet nears its demise, it transforms into a long spear aimed at the foe. If it successfully pierces the opponent's body, it will siphon off 50% of their overall attribute enhancements to the original body until the Eternal Puppet is utilized again. The maximum enhancement can elevate the original body's strength to twice its usual capacity. Mu Chen currently stands at level 36. His mental prowess equivalent to that of a 76th level soul sage, while his total soul power rivals that of an average 45th level soul master. Upon employing this skill, he astonishingly siphoned power to its utmost limit, revealing himself as a soul Douluo devoid of 8 soul rings. This exemplifies the anomaly associated with the 100,000-year soul ring. At the instant he acquired this skill, Mu Chen understood that he had liberated himself from the shackles of superficial strength. Kao Xiangxiang's expression turned grave, while her granddaughter's eyes had already lost focus, utterly astonished to the highest degree. Mu Chen, with an air of impatience, declared, I have no desire to say much more. You should hasten your granddaughter's duel with the mistress. This proclamation seemed to possess a certain enchantment as it coincided with the fading of his soul ring, bringing clarity to Xiang's granddaughter. At that moment, her complexion flushed as she replayed the words, "You are unworthy." Indeed, she was unworthy. And it was even more humiliating to recall her previous self-righteous utterances. The serpent matron attempted to ease the awkwardness, saying, "Very well, let it be as such. What say you, Brother Zhao?" Zhao Wujie nodded, albeit in a daze. Oscar and the others also regained their composure, though countless questions swirled in their minds. The present moment afforded no opportunity for inquiry. Tang San and the young lady strode forward to commence their duel. Tang San, with the martial spirit of blue silver grass, a level 29 dual ring soul master. The young lady coldly replied, Meng Iran, with the martial spirit of the serpent staff, a level 30 dual ring soul master. Tang San raised his hand and said, "Please." Meanwhile, Xiaowu curiously moved to Mu Chen's side, instinctively resting her head upon his shoulder. For reasons unbeknownst to her, this gesture brought a sense of comfort, reminiscent of lying in her mother's embrace. Xiaowu softly inquired, "Brother Chun, just now." Mu Chen smiled and said, "I possess a unique destiny. The duration of my soul ring will evolve in accordance with my experiences and growth." Xiaowu nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. Mu Chen silently mused. The sensation of being trusted is truly delightful. However, shortly thereafter, the outcome was determined with Tang San emerging victorious. The Serpent Lady, accompanied by Meng Iran, swiftly retreated. Following this, Oscar commenced the absorption of his soul ring. Chapter 34. It appears Zhao Teacher cannot depart. Zhao Wujie's heart was tumultuous, entangled by the harsh words previously uttered by the Serpent Lady. Nevertheless, he thought that once Oscar concluded, they would take their leave. Coupled with the fact that he had the upper hand in their earlier wager, he did not dwell excessively on the matter. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. The air in the Star-Doe forest was invigorating, infused with the rich fragrance of flora. Had it not been for the multitude of soul beasts inhabiting this place, it might well have been a paradise on earth. Daimubai and the others shielded Oscar, providing him with protection. After the passage of over half an hour, relative to Tang San, Oscar awakened from his soul ring absorption ahead of him. He let out a sigh of relief, slowly opening his eyes. In an instant, the pale pink aura surrounding him underwent a transformation, blossoming into a vibrant pink hue, bathing him in a resplendent glow. 3 soul rings rose from beneath his feet. In addition to the original 2 yellow rings, another bright purple ring emerged, signifying its formidable power. Oscar had finally transcended the great soul master level, entering the realm of soul sovereign. A 31st level food type soul sovereign, Oscar. Congratulations, little AO, Zhao Wujie beamed at him. After acquiring his 3rd soul ring, subtle changes enveloped Oscar. He appeared to have gained a few inches in height, exuding a more vigorous aura. Most notably, his peach blossom eyes sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of the energy released when the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had previously intimidated the onlookers. Daimubai's hearty laughter echoed. Little AO, you are the second among us to breach the 30-level mark. Congratulations. Quickly, let us glimpse the skill of your 3rd soul ring. Oscar, evidently elated by the acquisition of his 3rd soul ring, found his enthusiasm dampened upon hearing Dai Mubai mention the skill. He awkwardly replied, "Never mind. Let's discuss it when we return." Ma Hongjun retorted with a hint of exasperation, "Little AO, what are you afraid of? Are you worried we will mock you? Surely your 3rd soul skill cannot be more ridiculous than the first 2. The brothers have put in considerable effort for you. Hurry and show us the fruits of your labor." Oscar, with a resigned nod, agreed, but stipulated, "You must promise not to laugh when you hear my soul skill." Everyone nodded in unison, though their faces already betrayed traces of amusement. Oscar raised his right hand and finally recited his 3rd soul incantation, "I possess a mushroom sausage." In an instant, nearly everyone erupted into laughter, save for Tang San, who remained engrossed in his cultivation, and Mu Chen, who seldom paid heed to unexpected occurrences. Even Zhao Wujie could not contain his laughter, chuckling heartily. Chapter 132. Oscar's 3rd soul ring. Oscar stared wide-eyed at the crowd, bewildered. Did we not agree to refrain from laughter? As soon as these words were uttered, they inadvertently had the opposite effect, causing the laughter to escalate even further. In Oscar's palm, a peculiar sausage materialized, reminiscent of his 1st soul ring skill's recovery sausage, at least in terms of its core structure. However, at the apex of the sausage, it bulged outward, forming a mushroom-shaped cap, akin to the fleshy crest atop the head of the previously mentioned phoenix-tailed chicken snake. It seems this mushroom sausage has derived from that very source. Zhao Wujin, being the teacher, was the first to stifle his laughter. Observing Oscar's expression of indignation, he urged, "Little Oscar, do enlighten us about the utility of your mushroom sausage. Surely, a soul skill birthed from a millennium soul ring cannot be lacking in merit." Oscar huffed in annoyance, retorting, "Laugh all you want, but from now on, aside from Xiao San and Chen Go, no one shall partake of my mushroom sausage." "Humph." Mu Chen smiled and said, "If my guess is correct, your soul skill must be quite impressive, particularly related to the movement speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Am I right?" Oscar nodded in agreement, exclaiming, as expected of Brother Chun, "However, my ability is even more formidable. It is flight." Upon hearing the word flight, the audience, save for Mu Chen's satisfied smile, gaped in astonishment. Even Ning Rongrong, who possessed the most powerful support spirit in the continent, stared wide-eyed at Oscar. When she first arrived at the academy, she held a disdainful view of Oscar, who wielded a sausage spirit and a rather indecent soul skill. Although Oscar's appearance was commendable among his peers, she had always believed that without offensive capabilities and merely possessing a sausage spirit, Oscar had little prospect. Yet at this very moment, when she heard Oscar declare that his third soul ring skill allowed him to assist in flight, her mind felt as if it had exploded in realization. While there were indeed support spirit masters capable of aiding flight, such abilities were exceedingly rare among them. Most importantly, the flight skill that Ning Rongrong had previously encountered among all known support spirit masters typically appeared only at the 6th soul skill level. Yet here was Oscar, claiming this extraordinary ability at merely his 3rd soul skill. What did this signify? It indicated that his potential for future development was beyond measure. Flight. How could it be flight? Ning Rongrong's gaze towards Oscar was filled with a whirlwind of emotions. In this moment, she finally recognized that among the students of Shrek, she might indeed be the least remarkable. Coughing softly, Oscar relished the astonished expressions of those around him, cleared his throat, and continued, "But I haven't finished. My 3rd soul ring skill allows me to fly for 1 minute." The crowd immediately hushed him with disdain. Ning Rongrong's expression softened slightly. Oscar, feeling slighted, exclaimed, "What do you mean? I was just getting to the point. Brother Chen was right. My soul skill is indeed related to movement speed. My flight is at the speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake." This revelation once again astonished the audience. "What? Are you saying that by consuming your mushroom sausage, one can fly at the speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake for a whole minute? Is that even conceivable?" Dai Mubai gasped in disbelief. Oscar proudly replied, "Why not? My 3rd soul ring is derived from the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, so my soul skill is naturally linked to it. I am certain of my feelings. If you wish to partake of my mushroom sausage in the future, you'll need to earnestly plead with me." Ning Rongrong, who had just begun to breathe a sigh of relief, was once again taken aback by Oscar's subsequent words. Although it was only for a minute, flying at the speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, how far could one travel in that time? It would surely exceed 2,000 meters. Mu Chen maintained a serene smile, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events, as though everything transpired exactly as he had anticipated. Zhao Wuji, laughing heartily, exclaimed, "You, my boy, are impressive. Everything appears to be quite satisfactory now. Once Xiao San awakens, we shall embark on our journey home." "Teacher Zhao, I fear we cannot depart just yet," came the unexpected voice of Tang San, who suddenly opened his eyes during his meditation and directed his gaze toward Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji paused momentarily, taken aback. "Cannot leave? Why not?" "Xiao San, the Stardow Forest is no place for trifling. I am the teacher here, and I make the decisions. Our objective has been fulfilled. We must return to the academy promptly. Otherwise, if any issues arise, how shall I explain it to Flinder upon our return?" At that moment, Xiao also left Mu Chen's side and moved closer to Tang San. Mu Chen maintained a radiant smile, for he was filled with excitement. Ever since the system had emitted a sudden alert, his grin had been unwavering. Successfully withstanding the Titan giant ape for 5 seconds would yield a reward, the opportunity to designate a soul beast. When the host reached level 40, he could obtain the precise location of this soul beast to hunt it down. The 10,000-year-old transmuting ghost bat king. Chapter 35. He has arrived. Tang San, with a hint of exasperation, implored, "Teacher Zhao, please allow me to finish speaking. I have also achieved a breakthrough to level 30. I, too, require a soul ring. Why not seek a soul beast directly this time? It would save us from making another trip soon." "That is out of the question. Do you not comprehend my words? Zhao Wujing responded without hesitation. Suddenly, his body stiffened, and his eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon Tang San, exclaiming, "What did you just say?" Tang San earnestly reiterated, "I said, I also require a soul ring. After my battle with Meng Iran, perhaps due to the immense pressure she exerted on me, my soul power has finally transcended level 29 and reached level 30. Therefore, I, too, need a soul ring to advance. Teacher Zhao, what do you think?" Zhao Wujing continued to stare at Tang San in disbelief. Meanwhile, Oscar, who had been proudly gesturing with the mushroom sausage in his hand, inadvertently dropped it to the ground. Dai Mubai's peculiar gaze merged into a singularity. The plump Ma Hongjun gaped in astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor transformed into one of shock. Ning Rongrong's gentle countenance was graced with two dimples. Xiao Wu, filled with excitement, embraced Tang San's arm. Each individual expressed their astonishment through different gestures, all stemming from a singular reason. Tang San was merely 12 years old. A 12-year-old soul master, for an ordinary soul master, might already be an astonishing existence. However, the young men and women present found no peculiarity in this, as they were all part of the same realm. Yet, a 12-year-old soul sovereign was an entirely different matter. They seemed to have heard of such a phenomenon before. They turned their gazes towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen said softly, "I achieved my breakthrough when I was 8. Damn. This is outrageous." Just moments after his breakthrough, Tang San's joy diminished significantly. With a perplexed expression, Tang San gazed at Mu Chen, pondering why. Despite his relentless diligence over the years, he still fell short compared to this world's prodigy. Is it truly the case that talent surpasses hard work? Mu Chen boldly declared, "Do not feel inferior. I possess a natural soul power of level 20. Oscar and the others responded with exclamations of disbelief. The young ladies, on the other hand, were expressions of admiration. He possessed beauty, physique, strength, and wealth, truly the epitome of a Prince Charming. Subsequently, Mu Chen approached and patted Tang San on the shoulder, saying, "Do not be discouraged. You are unique. Go find your third soul ring." Tang San nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that Chen Gu was encouraging him. He recognized that he would likely never catch up to Chen Gu in this lifetime, yet he resolved to strive to follow in his footsteps. Chen Gu had also become a brother to Xiao Wu and was evidently more capable of protecting her, which caused Tang San, the elder brother in this scenario, to feel a pang of discomfort. After some light-hearted banter, the group prepared to set out, mindful of the potential dangers that lay ahead. 2 days swiftly passed. Although food supplies were not an issue for the group, living in the perilous confines of the great forest heightened their senses and fatigue. Nonetheless, the very presence of danger within the Stardo forest forged an increasingly harmonious cooperation among the students. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Mu Chen, and Ma Hongjun were responsible for combat when encountering soul beasts, while Zhu Zhuqing conducted reconnaissance within a certain radius. Oscar and Ning Rongrong provided support. Even without Zhao Wuqi's assistance, their small team faced no threats from soul beasts under 1,000 years of age. Such synergy could only be cultivated through continuous combat collaboration. And this perilous environment served as the ideal training ground. Gaining entry into Shrek Academy had already attested to the students' excellence. They transformed pressure into motivation. With Zhao Wuqi's guidance, their soul power may not have increased markedly, but their practical experience and overall strength subtly enhanced over time. As night fell, it was time to rest. Lighting a fire was prohibited within the Stardo forest. While most soul beasts feared flames, a small faction actually thrived in their presence, often proving to be deadly. Without needing further instruction from Zhao Wuqi, the male students set about erecting makeshift tents while the female students gathered food. Of course, Oscar was an exception, as he was categorized among the female students by Dai Mubai and Tang San. The tents were small, insufficient for everyone to lie down and sleep. But sitting and meditating posed no issue. For them, maintaining an optimal combat state was far more crucial than sleep. As the teacher, Zhao Wuqi naturally took on the night watch. After a hurried dinner, he instructed the others to rest in the tents, calling Tang San before him. "Little San, are you feeling anxious?" Zhao Wuqi asked with a smile, observing the young man before him. Tang San shook his head, replying, "Searching for soul beasts is merely a matter of chance. There is no use in being anxious. Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, I possess patience." Zhao Wujia sighed softly, saying, "The starry forest has begun to wane in vitality. I recall vividly how bustling it was many years ago. Back then, even on the outskirts of the forest, one could easily encounter soul beasts of millennial age. Yet now, their numbers have dwindled significantly. I wonder if they have retreated deeper into the forest or if there are other reasons." Tang San remarked, regardless of the cost. It is ultimately a consequence of our own actions. Though soul beasts are formidable, humanity is even more so, is it not? Zhao Wujie paused, pondering the implication of this statement. Tang San continued, you once mentioned that although the number of soul masters is limited, the journey from novice to formidable master spans merely a few decades. Within that time, a powerful soul master requires at least 6 soul rings, which necessitates the hunting of 6 or more soul beasts. This includes those of 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 year caliber. The cultivation of soul beasts is far more arduous than that of humans. Otherwise, their strength would not be categorized by age. Despite their numbers, the relentless pursuit will only lead to a continuous decline in their population, especially among the powerful ones. Each slain beast signifies one less in existence. Years from now, it may prove exceedingly rare to encounter those over 1,000 years old. Zhao Wujie reflected thoughtfully. Master is indeed correct. However, who among soul masters contemplates this issue? Who does not yearn to grow stronger? Even the restraints imposed by the spirit hall would likely prove futile. At this moment, Mu Chen's voice resonated. Then let us protect and explicitly prohibit the indiscriminate slaughter of soul beasts, secretly gathering those on the brink of extinction in a designated sanctuary, and punishing those soul masters who engage in wanton killing. This would undoubtedly yield improvement. Yet, the spirit hall has refrained from taking such actions. Solutions always exist. It is merely a matter of willingness to implement them. Tang San replied, indeed, the most significant impact stems from aimless slaughter. A soul master requires no more than 9 soul beasts throughout their lifetime. Yet how many must they hunt? Not to mention others, even on our journey. We find ourselves unable to resist engaging with the 10-year and 100-year soul beasts that attack us. For those who make a living by hunting soul beasts, the numbers of their killings multiply exponentially. If this continues, the profession of soul master may one day reach a point where no soul beasts are left to utilize. Listening to the conversation between the two, Mu Chen suddenly conceived a plan, one that was destined to alter the course of history. Yet, he was willing to take the risk, for he had come to regard the spirit beast as friends. At that moment, an alarm sounded from the system within him, prompting him to rush out of the tent in search of Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie had already unleashed his martial soul, and together with Mu Chen, he bellowed, everyone, evacuate the tent, quickly. Zhao Wujie's deep voice resonated within the confines of the tent. As everyone emerged, confusion marred their expressions. What is happening? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, casting a glance at Mu Chen. Zhao Wujie, equally perplexed, wondered why this young man was also able to sense the unfolding situation. Mu Chen spread his hands and remarked, with a perception that surpasses that of ordinary individuals, coupled with the tremors resonating through the earth, I knew he had arrived. He? Mu Chen nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Xiao Wu and remarked, he has arrived. Xiao Wu's delicate face turned pale as she comprehended the significance of his words. However, Chungu was curious. To Chungu, Xiao Wu appeared to be a treasure, perpetually being unearthed, yet never fully explored. Before the others could grasp the situation, a thunderous roar resounded, akin to the collapse of the heavens and earth. A colossal figure gradually emerged from the swirling dust. Chapter 36. The Titan Giant Ape, what is that? Emerging from the smoke was a creature with skin resembling granite, a gorilla of mountain-like proportions. Though it was on all fours, it still stood at a height of 7 to 8 meters. Once upright, it would undoubtedly tower around 20 meters. Its physique was exceptionally robust, each muscle resembling a small hill. Yet, this imposing being moved without a sound, allowing Shrek's group to remain oblivious to its approach. The first to recognize it was Tang San, but the foresight belonged to Mu Chen. At this moment, the usually composed Tang San displayed signs of panic. His voice trembling as he exclaimed, "This is dreadful. It is the Forest King, the Titan Giant Ape." The Titan Giant Ape was a dominant entity within the Stardow Forest, instilling fear in the hearts of spirit masters. Even spirit beasts dared not offend it, for the consequence was death. Generally, the Titan Giant Ape looked down upon venturing into such barren outskirts. However, this left everyone, except Mu Chen, in profound confusion. Esteemed King of the Forest, we mean no offense. If we have inadvertently trespassed upon your territory, we are willing to withdraw at once. Zhao Wujie stated solemnly. He understood that high-level spirit beasts like the Titan Giant Ape possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans after 50,000 years. Thus, the Titan Giant Ape could comprehend human speech. Seemingly unfazed by Zhao Wujie's words, the Titan Giant Ape took a step forward. This simple action sent Zhao Wujie into a frenzy. He whispered to the group, "When the time comes, I will do my utmost to delay it." You must escape. The faces of his companions reflected their reluctance. Zhao Wuji reprimanded, "You are still young. I am the teacher. It is my duty. Listen to me." Though the group was unwilling, they recognized the lack of alternatives and nodded in agreement. However, Mu Chen did not nod. Just as the Titan giant ape prepared to advance further, a figure dashed forward. Not Zhao Wuji, but Mu Chen. Zhao Wuji panicked, but it was too late to intervene. The Titan giant ape, noticing a human ant rushing towards it, did not hesitate to swing its fist. Shou cried out, "No." The others shut their eyes in fear. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing did not. Her eyes widened in anticipation, eager to witness whether this man, who had consistently performed miracles, would once again create the extraordinary. Facing the Titan giant ape, Mu Chen displayed not a hint of carelessness. He promptly summoned the puppets of the departed, creating 2 replicas of himself. Utilizing these doppelgangers as a shield against a powerful punch, he executed a double jump, propelling himself higher than the Titan giant ape's head. Subsequently, Mu Chen invoked the unseen of the departed, transforming his form into one akin to pure gold. With a decisive punch, he counted down in his mind, 3, 2. The Titan giant ape, carelessly, crushed Mu Chen's 2 replicas, then delivered another punch aimed directly at Mu Chen. However, it remained oblivious to the fact that the replicas had morphed into 2 black spears, hurtling towards its yellow eyes. Mu Chen, in his golden spirit form, took a punch head-on and was sent flying. As his spear was about to pierce the Titan ape's eye, the creature reacted with astonishing speed, swiftly closing its eyes to deflect the 2 spears. Meanwhile, Mu Chen, suspended in midair, was engulfed in turmoil. He realized that he had been overly proud and self-satisfied, believing himself to be invulnerable, yet he had miscalculated one crucial factor, the Titan ape's strength. Even though he attempted to dissipate some of the force through Tai Chi and hardened his form with the golden spirit, it proved to be a mere drop in the bucket. He was ruthlessly shattered, his internal organs were completely crushed, and even his heart succumbed to the fate of destruction, as his entire upper body was left in ruins. It is worth noting that this was merely a seemingly casual punch. Mu Chen's heart was already tinged with a sense of despair. Such an injury could only be survived with the aid of a celestial item like the Heartbreak Red. Yet now, Mu Chen collided with 3 towering trees, creating a trench over 100 meters long and half a meter deep before coming to a halt. At this moment, Mu Chen could not even control a single finger. Damn, these 5 seconds feel rather prolonged. It should have been set to 1 second. You infuriating system. The clash between Mu Chen and the Titan giant ape lasted precisely 5 seconds, concluding with Mu Chen on the brink of death. Zhao Wujia, no longer daring to hesitate, immediately summoned his martial soul, transforming into a colossal 5-meter-tall diamond bear, charging towards the Titan giant ape in a desperate attempt to halt its advance. Mu Chen's injury ignited a fierce determination within the Shrek 7 monsters, who, against all odds, rose in rebellion, refusing to comply. Is this what death feels like? It is so cold, Mu Chen pondered. Suddenly, a radiant golden light surged forth from his being. A dispassionate voice from the system announced, "The first cycle has commenced. The 4th body refinement has begun." Following this, an enigmatic figure began to materialize slowly above Mu Chen. The Titan great ape, sensing this aura, instinctively fell into a state of panic, for this was the essence of divinity. Moreover, it was not the essence of an ordinary deity. The Titan great ape unleashed a flurry of attacks in desperation, as it felt its strength magnifying significantly. In its haste, it yearned to eliminate these insignificant creatures swiftly, for it sensed that the aura appeared to have locked onto it. On the other side, Mu Chen's body astonishingly recovered at a visibly accelerated pace. In agony, he half knelt upon the ground, curling into a ball, his head pressed against the earth, intermittently expelling fragments of his internal organs and tainted blood from his mouth. Behind him, the golden ethereal figure gazed intently. It was none other than Mu Chen's second martial soul, the reincarnation emperor, Jian Kuan. Adorned with a countenance as exquisite as jade and clad in golden armor, he was draped in a cloak of goose down embroidered with golden dragon patterns. He wore boots interwoven with silver and gold. His features were resolute, reminiscent of a sovereign, and his eyes, deep and multifaceted, were inscrutable. He appeared not merely as a martial soul but moved with autonomy. Extending his left hand towards Mu Chen, he exerted a slight force, causing Mu Chen to seem as if struck by a tremendous blow, resulting in another expulsion of tainted blood before he succumbed into unconsciousness. Subsequently, Qian Kuan entered Mu Chen's body, manifesting the external soul bone, the robe of souls, while a starry pattern emerged upon his face. tightly encircled by a slender red line forming a mask. After this series of transformations, Mu Chen's physique seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis, his aura now exuding an extraordinary strength. Mu Chen gradually levitated from the ground, his robe cascading down past his toes, creating an illusion of suspension in midair, as though he were devoid of legs. In an instant, with a swift motion, he propelled himself forward like a darting arrow, reaching the Titan giant ape in a mere breath. At that moment, the Titan giant ape was extending its massive hand towards Xiaowu. Observing this, Mu Chen extended his left hand and delivered a punch into the air. It was as if the Titan giant ape's arm had been struck by a cannonball, crashing down to the ground. The Titan giant ape, feeling the pain, shielded the injured arm with its other hand and turned its gaze towards Mu Chen. Chapter 37. A painful beating for the Titan giant ape. The Titan giant ape's large yellow eyes were fixed on Mu Chen, filled with astonishment and confusion. The disparity in strength was undeniable. The aura emanating from Mu Chen was far beyond that of an ordinary divine being. Yet, the devastation he wrought was unparalleled, even surpassing that of a typical title Douluo. The Titan giant ape continued to stare at Mu Chen, while the members of Shrek stood in stunned silence, gazing at him in disbelief. At this moment, Mu Chen donned a flowing white robe and a mask, leaving not a single inch of skin exposed. No one could discern his true identity. Mu Chen slowly raised his left hand, and a layer of golden armor enveloped his fist, giving it the appearance of having been reinforced multiple times. Then, it vanished. In less than a heartbeat, he found himself before the colossal Titan ape, a mere 100 meters away, and unleashed a powerful punch. The Titan ape, caught completely off guard, was sent flying. Yet, that was not the end. Before the airborne Titan ape could touch the ground, Mu Chen struck again, propelling it further into the air, like a game of catch. Shrek and the others watched in astonishment as this diminutive figure treated the Titan ape as a mere ball, knocking it from one side to the other. The Titan ape, filled with fury, realized that while the damage inflicted by this small being was minimal, its astonishing speed left it no time to react. After being struck midair 95 times, the Titan ape finally found a suitable position and unleashed its gravitational field. As anticipated, the sudden shift in gravity prevented Mu Chen from continuing his relentless assault, and the Titan ape seized the opportunity to retaliate with a powerful punch. With no means of evasion, Mu Chen was left with no choice but to engage in direct confrontation. His left fist collided with the right fist of the Titan giant ape, resulting in the immediate shattering of his golden armor. Undoubtedly, Mu Chen was sent flying, suffering a catastrophic fracture in his left arm. Despite being pushed back 2 steps from the impact, the Titan giant ape discerned that this mysterious adversary was merely a facade of strength concealing a soft core. Without hesitation, it continued to harness its gravitational domain, charging forward with full force, poised to deliver a lethal blow to Mu Chen. Mu Chen slowly raised his right arm, pressing gently in the air, and a golden sacred shield materialized. The Titan ape struck the shield with a powerful fist. Mu Chen retreated 3 steps once more, his right arm suffering a shattering fracture. The Titan great ape staggered back 100 steps, a dull ache radiating through its entire right arm. In a fit of rage, it unleashed a furious roar and charged forward once again. Though Mu Chen's left arm had healed swiftly, it had not fully recovered. Gradually, he raised both arms, and behind him materialized 1,009 golden spears, hurtling towards the Titan ape. Although the gravitational field prevented these spears from striking any part of the Titan ape above its robust forearms, they nonetheless forced the creature to take heed. The Titan ape was astonished to discover that, apart from its exceptionally resilient forearm skin, these spears could indeed pierce its flesh. Reluctantly, it crossed its arms in front of itself and crouched low, bracing for the onslaught to conclude. After approximately 15 minutes, the volley of spears ceased. Without a moment's hesitation, the Titan ape lunged towards Mu Chen, its fist clenched tightly, and delivered a crushing blow that sent Mu Chen crashing to the ground. With a resounding crack, a fissure appeared on Mu Chen's mask. With an energy akin to a surge of adrenaline, Mu Chen abruptly rose, arms raised high, unleashing a tremendous force that sent everyone retreating 10 steps, while the Titan giant ape staggered back 30 paces from the epicenter of this overwhelming aura. Subsequently, Mu Chen pointed at the Titan giant ape with both hands, as if orchestrating an unseen command. This left the onlookers perplexed, but in a mere second, they grasped the nature of his directive. From beneath his feet, a resplendent golden 5-clawed true dragon emerged, coiling majestically around Mu Chen. Its fierce, dragon-like eyes glared at the Titan giant ape, and with the dragon's appearance, The surrounding soul beasts and beast martial soul masters within a radius of 1,000 miles felt an immense pressure bearing down upon them. In the heart of the Stardow forest, within a mysterious forbidden zone, a gentle voice inquired, "Did you feel that, Tion?" "I did. The aura of the true dragon is indeed comparable to that of the ancestral deity," a voice, tinged with age, responded. After a brief silence, the aged voice asked, "My lord, do you require my assistance?" "No need. It is a friend, not a foe." "Understood." The golden dragon unleashed a breath of draconic energy towards the Titan giant ape, forcing it to retreat in desperation. Left with no alternative, the Titan giant ape resorted to abducting Xiaowu, executing a strategic withdrawal. "Xiaowu," Tang San shouted in a near frenzy. Meanwhile, the mask-adorning Mu Chen's face cracked further as he dramatically cast off his robe, along with the golden dragon, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. The robe of souls possessed the ability to conjure any garment, allowing him to blend seamlessly with the terrain by matching its colors, thus achieving invisibility. Coupled with the fact that his immense aura had been reined in, he seemed to evaporate into thin air. Upon regaining his original position, Mu Chen resumed a half-kneeling stance with his forehead pressed to the ground. As the mask shattered completely, he let out a long, anguished cry. "Ah, it truly hurts." Despite a fleeting moment of warmth that he couldn't quite comprehend, the pain was now overwhelming. As Mu Chen's cry echoed, the members of Shrek finally snapped back to reality, rushing over to assess his condition. At this moment, Mu Chen's complexion was pale, his lips cracked, and remnants of blood lingered in his mouth, his hair disheveled. Despite this harrowing appearance, all the girls perceived him as even more handsome. Indeed, following yet another body refinement, although his features remained largely unchanged, his aura had ascended to a new level of elegance. Subsequently, Ning, Rongrong, and Oscar attended to Mu Chen's injuries. Mu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Zhao Wuji said, "You all take a moment to rest. I will stand guard over there." With that, he moved to the side, not mentioning anything about Xiao Wu. Seeing this, Tang San felt a chill in his heart. He turned to Mu Chen, his face filled with agitation, and exclaimed, "Brother Chen, Xiao Wu has been captured." Although Mu Chen was aware that Xiao Wu was not in danger, he felt compelled to play the role of an Oscar for the sake of the main storyline. With an expression of fervent excitement, he exclaimed, "Why are you still here? Hurry and pursue them." Tang San nodded and turned to Oscar, who was eventually persuaded after a heartfelt exchange of words. Accompanied by Ning Rongrong's assistance, he shot forth like an arrow. Even Zhao Wujie could not hinder him, and he was subsequently moved by the spirit of unity exhibited by the Shrek 7 monsters. With a resigned expression, Zhao Wujie remarked, "You lot, enough of this. Don't think about resting. Oscar is preparing flight sausages for us. We must hasten our pursuit." "Yes." Everyone smiled, showing no concern for the imminent peril they might face. Seeing the Shrek 7 monsters, Mu Chen could not help but reminisce about their past lives. A team should embody absolute trust and solidarity. With a bloodied smile gracing his lips, Mu Chen joined the pursuit of Tang San without a moment's hesitation, soaring towards the horizon. Chapter 38. Tang San battles the faceless demon spider. Xiao Wu's face was etched with worry as she frequently glanced in the opposite direction of the Titan giant ape. "Erming, it must be here. Do not go any further. I need to return quickly, otherwise they will be anxious. Erming, you should not have come to find me." Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, the Titan giant ape miraculously halted and lowered its body, allowing Xiao Wu to dismount from its shoulder. The creature shook its head, revealing an innocent expression in its eyes. Xiao Wu murmured to herself, "Little San is injured, and you have sent Brother Chen flying. Do you realize that they are my two most important brothers? They must be extremely worried since I was taken away. Brother Chen, Little San, please do not act impulsively. I will return shortly. Erming, next time you sense my aura, observe from a distance first and do not act rashly. Otherwise, if you harm my friends, it would be troublesome." Seeing the Titan giant ape today was quite unexpected for her, but given the circumstances, she could not possibly explain herself to the creature. Instead, she repeatedly conveyed her desire for it not to harm anyone. Yet, in the end, she was brought out by the Titan giant ape. Although Xiao understood that it was concerned for her, the current situation was far from what she wished to see, especially with Tang San's injury causing her great distress. The Titan giant ape seemed to comprehend Xiao Wu's words, its lantern-sized eyes glimmering with a gentle light. Xiao Wu looked up at the Titan giant ape and asked, "Erming, is Deming all right?" The Titan giant ape nodded in response. "That is good to hear. I fear my companions will worry. I must return quickly. Since you have brought me out, I might as well complete my third spirit ring." thus saving the trouble of seeking another opportunity. I will begin now. Please protect me. I apologize, Ming, though I cannot aid them in hunting spirit beasts. I cannot prevent them either. The Titan great ape, Ming, shook its head and suddenly emitted a deep, resonant growl, though its voice was not particularly loud. It traveled 1,000 meters, instilling terror in all the soul beasts within that range, causing them to flee their territories in haste. Worried about Tang San's condition, Xiaowu did not dare to waste any time and immediately sat cross-legged before Ming. With her fingers forming delicate gestures, her right palm faced upward, resting gently on her thigh, while her left hand stood poised before her chest. A series of peculiar sounds began to emanate from her lips. As these strange sounds resonated, Xiao Wu's eyes gradually transformed into a crimson hue, and 2 circles of yellow soul rings quietly appeared, rhythmically undulating around her form. Simultaneously, a colossal white phantom began to take shape behind her, revealing her martial soul in the form of the jade rabbit. A faint red light slowly radiated from Xiao Wu, intensifying with the passage of time, the vibrant crimson glow spreading like lifeblood. The Titan great ape, Ming, crouched beside Xiao Wu, gazing at her amidst the red light, its enormous eyes reflecting a glimmer of yearning. As time drifted by, a layer of purple light gradually emerged from the fierce red glow, morphing into twinkling starlight that coalesced into a distinct ring. This purple ring descended upon Xiao Wu. Initially, it struggled to harmonize with the other 2 rings. Yet as the red light surged, the purple ring began to stabilize, revealing itself as a 1,000-year soul ring. It is needless to say that even Tang San's teacher, the master, who had profound insights into martial souls, would be perplexed by the events unfolding with Xiao Wu, unable to comprehend how she could conjure a soul ring on her own. With the emergence of the 3rd soul ring, Xiao Wu's physique seemed to attain a more harmonious contour, her entire appearance appearing slightly more mature. Both her bosom and hips appeared more rounded and voluptuous, her feminine qualities becoming increasingly exquisite, although the youthful innocence in her face subtly diminished. Concurrently, the jade rabbit phantom behind her became markedly clearer following the appearance of the 3rd soul ring. Leaning against a nearby tree, Tang San gasped for breath. Oscar's flying mushroom sausage could only sustain flight for a minute. Despite Ning Rongrong's martial soul support, Tang San barely managed to traverse less than 3,000 meters before descending. Throughout the flight, Tang San had pushed his purple extreme magic eyes to their utmost limits, desperately seeking the Titan great ape's silhouette. However, contrary to his hopes, he could not discern any trace of the Titan great ape. Tang San was unwilling to accept this outcome. He was truly discontented. During the flight, memories of the past incessantly flashed through his mind. The vivacious Xiao Wu, her enchanting agility, her self-proclaimed brotherhood, and her quiet companionship, all of which rendered Tang San's heart as if pierced by daggers. Previously, he had never believed in the existence of deities. Yet now he found himself fervently praying to them, beseeching for a miracle that Xiao Wu might survive. Although he could no longer soar through the skies, Tang San remained undeterred, exerting every ounce of strength in the direction he felt compelled to pursue, yearning to uncover any trace that might lead him to her. His soul power gradually restored with the aid of the recovery sausage, yet his physical stamina was waning, compelling him to pause and catch his breath. Although the red hue in his eyes had diminished somewhat, it did little to alleviate the heaviness of his heart. Xiao Wu, you must still be alive. You must. He continuously reassured himself. Tang San's speed escalated to its utmost, his mind replaying the words of Chen Ge. Then why the hell aren't you chasing after her? Though the crude expression was lost on him, he could still sense Chen Ge's frustration and helplessness. Chen Ge had rushed forth immediately, also for their sake. Yet here he was. Damn it. At that moment, Tang San's heart was unusually tumultuous, filled with memories of Xiao Wu. Observing the surrounding terrain, he leaned against a large tree and sat down, aware that he needed to regain some stamina to continue his search for Xiao Wu. He retrieved his water pouch from the moonlit night at the 24 bridges and drank deeply, feeling the cool water dampen his body without concern. As his breathing steadied, he refrained from cultivating, for the unknown dangers of soul beast loomed. He merely wished to await the restoration of his strength before resuming his quest. Suddenly, a peculiar sound captured his attention. The rustling noise resembled the sound of someone changing clothes, yet it also echoed the friction of leaves. Heightened by a sense of caution, Tang San slowly rose, carefully directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. What he beheld was the very origin of that noise. Black. A color that filled Tang San with revulsion. The creature that had suddenly appeared before him was akin to the Titan giant ape, its body also shrouded in darkness. However, compared to the Titan, this creature was significantly smaller. Yet, in relation to its own kind, it was remarkably large. Before Tang Sen stood a spider, a grotesque creature with a body diameter exceeding 1.5 meters and 8 legs resembling long spears, each over 3 meters in length. Its entire form was encased in a glossy black exoskeleton, with slender legs that silently pierced the ground with each step, showcasing their sharpness. Tang Sen noticed it, and it seemed to have noticed him as well. The 8 legs moved with rapid precision, creating a series of phantasms, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon him. 2 of its front legs lifted instantaneously, thrusting downward towards Tang Sen's head. The elevation of its forelegs inevitably caused its body to rise, affording Tang Sen a glimpse of its abdomen. It was at that moment that Tang Sen recognized the creature's type. Without hesitation, he rolled to the ground, narrowly evading the attack of the long-legged spider, yet he couldn't suppress a gasp of cold air. He never imagined he would encounter it in such a place. Beneath the spider's abdomen were white patterns that starkly contrasted with its dark body, forming a grotesque visage of a malevolent human face. 8 small eyes, shimmering with a faint purple light, were affixed to its underbelly, though 2 of them appeared to be crushed in a bloody mess. Even the exoskeleton in that area bore several cracks. It was night, and had it not been for Tang Sen's purple extreme magic eyes, he would have been unable to see these details. Upon seeing that sinister face, Tang Sen was reminded of many titles that described this spider before him. The nightmare of small soul beasts, a being that devours life. The object of hatred for all soul beasts, a terrifying and malevolent killer. These titles were all fitting for the long-legged spider he faced. Known as the human-faced demon spider, among soul beasts, it held a fearsome reputation. Of course, compared to the Titan great ape, it was clearly not on the same level. However, this human-faced demon spider was a creature that even soul beasts feared. It possessed a solid exoskeleton, astonishing speed, and 8 long legs endowed with formidable piercing power and venom. Most terrifying of all was its web. Unlike ordinary spiders that spin webs from silk, this one expelled its webs directly, which were not only incredibly sticky, but also remarkably resilient, laced with a horrifying neurotoxin. Soul beasts like Tang Sen's first spirit ring, the mandala snake, would merely become prey before this human-faced demon spider. Moreover, the human-faced demon spider was one of the targets for Tang Sen's third spirit ring, as advised by his master, who had previously warned him that the human-faced demon spider was the most elusive to obtain, urging him not to force the matter. Encountering a human-faced demon spider posed a significant danger, even for a powerful soul master standing guard. Its web could be released instantaneously, covering an area 10 times its own size, making evasion nearly impossible. Even a strong soul master would require time to break free once ensnared. A window ample enough for the spider to accomplish much. Tang Sen never expected to confront a human-faced demon spider under such circumstances. Judging by its appearance, it was evidently over 1,000 years old. The human-faced demon spider could expel its webs up to 3 times a day. Typically, upon spotting prey, its first instinct would be to spray its web. Yet at this moment, it was employing its legs to attack. Coupled with the injuries on its abdomen, Tang Sen considered a possibility. The spider had exhausted its ability to produce webs for the day. Confronted with a fully intact human-faced demon spider, Tang Sen understood he would stand no chance. However, against an injured one, the odds could shift. After all, the spider's vital weaknesses were glaringly apparent, its 8 eyes. It was certainly not comparable to the previous Forest King. If he could vanquish the human-faced demon spider before him, he could absorb its essence to form a spirit ring. Thus, it is almost certain that his physical condition would swiftly return to its optimal state, and his strength would likely increase, making the search for Xiao Wu somewhat easier. These thoughts surged in Tang Sen's mind as he rolled away in a flash. As he righted himself, the blue-silver grass binding skill was already activated, with countless thick blades of grass suddenly entwining around the body of the faceless demon spider. Tang Sen was acutely aware that, given the power of the faceless demon spider, it could easily break free from his blue-silver grass entanglement. The paralyzing toxin attached to the blue-silver grass was utterly ineffective against it, as the creature itself was a being of potent venom. In addition to neurotoxin, the faceless demon spider also possessed corrosive poison, which accounted for its formidable nature. These were precisely the attributes Tang Sen hoped to manifest in his blue-silver grass, making the acquisition of this soul ring exceedingly significant for him. Rising to his feet, Tang San now held a black box in his left hand, while his right hand deftly manipulated its mechanisms, producing a series of intricate clicking sounds. The movements of the faceless demon spider were swifter than Tang San had anticipated. The restraints of the blue-silver grass had evidently incensed it, as a layer of purple luminescence radiated from its form, causing the entangling grass to dissolve, or rather, to corrode. Once the blue-silver grass had eroded sufficiently, the faceless demon spider broke free without hindrance, lunging once more towards Tang San, its forelegs raised. Clearly intent on delivering a lethal strike, Tang San observed the creature with remarkable composure, swiftly drawing his right hand across his waist, unleashing dozens of beams of white light aimed directly at the creature's vulnerable underbelly. Indeed, the faceless demon spider was acutely aware of its vital points. With two of its eyes already severely injured, it could not afford to attack Tang San. Instead, it quickly crawled along the ground, its shell being struck by the hidden projectiles, creating a flurry of sparks. At this juncture, Tang San had finally completed the intricate settings on the black box in his hand. He was now entirely confident that the faceless demon spider before him had already expended all the webs it could conjure for the day. 1,000-year-old faceless demon spider could produce webs 3 times a day. Unless it reached a 10,000-year level of cultivation, this number would not increase. Given its current injuries, Tang San's assumptions were further validated. Otherwise, with the faceless demon spider's ferocious temperament, it would have unleashed its webs in response to his provocation rather than resorting to physical attacks as it was now. The faceless demon spider was thoroughly enraged by Tang San's actions. After deflecting the hidden projectiles, the purple light that had previously corroded the blue-silver grass reemerged, and even before it drew near, a nauseating stench wafted through the air. Yet, at this moment, Tang San did not retreat. Instead, as the 8 long legs of the faceless demon spider propelled towards him with rapidity, he moved forward to meet it, transferring the now activated black box to his right hand. A flicker of dark light in his left hand revealed a small black hammer adorned with peculiar patterns, which silently materialized within his grasp. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, Tang San finally unveiled his second martial soul. Although this second martial soul was devoid of any accompanying soul ring skills, its weight increased as Tang San's soul power intensified. The hammer appeared largely unchanged, yet its weight had ominously escalated to a staggering 500 pounds. Tang San understood that his opportunity was singular. Given his current stamina, he could never outpace the human-faced demon spider. Thus, escape was out of the question. Directly attacking with hidden weapons would also prove futile, for the creature's vigilance rendered it nearly impossible to inflict genuine harm. At the very moment when the 4 spider legs, each 3 meters long and akin to steel spears, descended upon him, Tang San made his move. It was his left hand that acted, channeling all 30 levels of his soul power into that black hammer. In an instant, the hammer doubled in size, its intricate patterns becoming vividly defined and shimmering with a dark blue luminescence. With all his might, Tang San swung his left hand, and the hammer sword aimed squarely at the chest of the human-faced demon spider. The armor on its chest represented the most formidable part of its entire body. In response to Tang San's sudden assault, the creature instinctively opted not to defend itself. Soul masters can sense the strength of soul beasts within a certain range, and conversely, soul beasts can perceive the prowess of soul masters. The human-faced demon spider was originally much stronger than Tang San, but its injuries diminished its fearsome nature. Nevertheless, it could still clearly discern that Tang San's strength was inferior to its own, leading it to conclude that his attack could not possibly harm its most fortified shell. Consequently, the spider disregarded the hammer hurtling towards it, its 8 long legs still poised to strike down upon Tang San, intent on making him its prey. A soul master with soul power and rings would serve as a substantial boon, enhancing years of cultivation. Regrettably, it underestimated the seemingly inconspicuous object. The human-faced demon spider was sent flying by the hammer, and without hesitation, Tang San pulled the trigger of the Zhuge divine crossbow. A flurry of projectiles followed, and the human-faced demon spider lay defeated upon the ground, unwillingly succumbing to its fate. A purple soul ring faintly materialized above it. Just as Tang San intended to absorb this soul ring, 3 unexpected visitors arrived. Among them were 3 soul masters, 2 of whom were familiar to Tang San, Chao Tianxiang, with whom he had recently parted, and the beautiful girl, myriad. The third individual was a tall, slender elder, appearing to be at least 70 years old. His hair is silver as Chao Tianxiang's. He wielded a dragon-headed cane, exceeding 4 meters in length, gleaming with a bright silver hue. The dragon head at the top of the cane was exquisitely crafted, vibrant in detail. His face, lined with wrinkles, betrayed his age. And he bore 8 soul rings that pulsed rhythmically, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black. Despite the fact that, in terms of quality, his soul rings are inferior to Zhao Wujia's by a millennium, he possesses 8 soul rings. This signifies a cultivation level surpassing that of an 80th ranked soul Douluo. Without needing to ask, Tang San is aware of this individual's identity. He is none other than the husband of the serpent matriarch and the grandfather of Meng Iran, Long Gong Meng Shu. At last, this trio has reunited. Long Gong requires no external display of soul power. Merely the presence of his 8 soul rings instills in Tang San a sense of suffocation. It is not just he who feels this way. Even if Zhao Wujia and the others were present, they would find themselves utterly disadvantaged. As the illustrious Long and Serpent family arrived, they did not initially notice Tang San, who was seated on the ground nearby. Their attention was immediately drawn to the lifeless body of the demonic spider, and their expression shifted dramatically. Meng Iran gasped in horror, exclaiming, "No, how could this be? Why? Who? Who has slain my demonic spider?" Meng Iran donned a striking outfit of deep green, exuding an air of confidence. However, at that moment, Tang San felt no inclination to admire her appearance. Listening to her words, he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Could it truly be mere coincidence? Some events are fated never to occur, yet when fate plays its hand, one may encounter them repeatedly in a fleeting span of time. Tang San certainly did not harbor any hopes that this family would fail to recognize him, with the soul power of the Dragon King. It would only take a moment of concentration for them to detect his breathing, even the rhythm of his heartbeat. There was no possibility of escape. Nor did he intend to flee. A man of honor must face the consequences of his actions. Since Xiaowu's abduction, his mindset had undergone a transformation, marked not only by ruthlessness, but also by a resolute determination. It was I who killed him. At this moment, having regained a modicum of strength, he leaned against a nearby tree, managing to stand. Tang San's voice immediately drew the attention of the formidable family of the dragon serpent. Upon seeing him in such a disheveled state, Meng Iran was momentarily taken aback, her eyes soon brimming with tears. It's you again. Tang San offered a wry smile. I, too, am perplexed by this uncanny coincidence, yet it is indeed me once more. Is this human-faced demon spider also among your quarry? Meng Iran gazed at Tang San, her delicate face flushed with a deep crimson, clearly a manifestation of her utmost indignation. Upon seeing Tang San, the serpent lady furrowed her brow and whispered a few words into Long Gong's ear. Almost immediately, Tang San found himself ensnared by Long Gong's penetrating gaze. Though Long Gong's exterior bore the marks of age, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Tang San pondered, he had never encountered such luminous eyes before, despite the considerable distance of at least 30 meters separating him from Long Gong. The latter exuded an aura that made the space feel as if it were merely a breath away. "Are you Tang San?" Long Gong Ming Shu coldly remarked. His voice sounded remarkably clear, not at all reminiscent of an elderly man. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. Ming Shu continued, "Are you aware that we have been pursuing this face-devouring spider for an entire day? If it were not for its excessively bothersome web, it would have already become a soul ring of the past. The face-devouring spider is exceedingly rare, as it is shunned by other soul beasts. Even within this vast celestial forest, such a sight is exceedingly rare, far more precious than a phoenix tail-crowned snake." At that moment, Tang San's complexion was as pale as a ghost, devoid of any trace of color, yet he exhibited no hint of fear. He calmly stated, "I am fully aware of what you speak. However, I must prioritize my own safety. When a human-faced demon spider suddenly appears before me, should I simply allow it to wreak havoc?" Meng Shu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you saying that you single-handedly vanquished this human-faced demon spider?" Tang San nodded affirmatively. Long Gong and the serpent matriarch exchanged glances, both astonished by the revelation. Although the human-faced demon spider was not an exceedingly formidable spirit beast, its attack power was certainly formidable among those of the Millennium category, despite the absence of its web. The fact that this mere adolescent was able to slay such a creature left the elderly couple baffled. The serpent matriarch had already held a high opinion of Tang San, yet now she found herself compelled to elevate her assessment further. Previously, she had regarded Meng Yuran's defeat at Tang San's hands with some skepticism, but now it dawned on her that her granddaughter was likely no match for this young man. Long Gong Mingshu raised his dragon-headed staff. unleashing a stream of white soul power from its tip to flip the human-faced demon spider onto its back. He immediately noted the creature's 8 eyes, which had been obliterated, and could not help but nod in silent approval, although he was unaware of how Tang San had achieved this feat. The fact that Tang San could strike at the spider's vital points revealed just how composed he was in the face of formidable adversaries. When he looked up at Tang San again, a glimmer of admiration shone in Meng Shu's eyes. "Grandfather, you must take my side." Meng Iran, being merely a 16-year-old girl, could hardly contain her rage upon witnessing the powerful soul ring slipping from her grasp yet again, this time at the hands of the same individual. Meng Shu gently patted his granddaughter's head, signaling her to remain calm. He turned to Tang San and said, "I now present you with 2 choices. I, Long Gong Meng Shu, have traversed the realm of soul masters for many years and am not one to act irrationally. In the face of the human-faced demon spider, self-preservation is a natural response, so your actions in slaying it can be understood. However, the matter of you repeatedly disrupting my granddaughter's acquisition of a soul ring cannot simply be overlooked." Tang San gripped the Zhuge crossbow behind him tightly, prepared for a confrontation. At that moment, another figure emerged from the brush. The group turned to look, and lo and behold, it was none other than Mu Chen. Mu Chen gazed at the form of the human-faced demon spider, and with the Ming family by his side, he understood precisely the stage of the unfolding narrative. Mu Chen addressed the third party, saying, "You have quite the fortune, having managed to slay a personified magic orb. However, what of Xiaowu?" The third party, in a state of dejection, ran his hand through his hair and replied, "Brother Chun, I was unable to catch up to the Titan Great Ape." Upon hearing this, Meng Shu felt a shiver run down his spine. "What? The Titan Great Ape? Are you referring to the sovereign of the forest, the Titan Great Ape?" Tang San, upon hearing this, appeared to have an epiphany and hastily nodded. "Indeed, it is the Titan Great Ape the size of a small mountain. It has taken my sister. If you are willing to lend your assistance, I, Tang San, would gladly join your sect." Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang exchanged awkward smiles, stating, "You truly overestimate us. We lack the capability to challenge the Titan Great Ape." It seemed that Long Gong Meng Shu felt a twinge of embarrassment regarding their inability to confront the Titan Great Ape. "Young man, you aren't deliberately trying to amuse me with tales of the Titan Great Ape, are you? I have no time to waste here. Should you join my family, I will assist you in absorbing this soul ring. Otherwise, you may leave behind your arm and soul ring as compensation for my granddaughter." Mu Chen calculated the passage of time and deemed it insufficient, thus arriving at a resolute decision. He stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Meng Shu's face. Meng Shu had never anticipated that a mere child could inflict harm upon him. He was certain he could effortlessly evade any attack. However, with the swiftness of flowing water, Mu Chen appeared beside Meng Shu like a specter. The sting of pain radiated from Meng Shu's cheek as he glared with fury and exclaimed, "You audacious little brat." Before he could utter his threatening words, his gaze fell upon a token inscribed with the words Flame Lion. The Mu Chen group is backed by the illustrious Flame Lion Douluo, and to possess the sacred token of pilgrimage is to be regarded as a representative of the Flame Lion Douluo. The expression on Meng Shu's face shifted dramatically as he conversed with the fragrant Chao Tian, who was by his side. Subsequently, he respectfully bowed to Mu Chen before turning to leave. Although he had lost face, life is paramount, is it not? This scenario diverges from the original narrative, as Meng Shu disregarded his granddaughter's pleas and decisively led her away. The Flame Lion Douluo had no intention of allowing Tang Hao to remain inconspicuous. Recently, the Flame Lion Douluo had audaciously eliminated a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall, and the Spirit Hall dared not utter a word in response. Despite the Mu Chen group being in the right, the influence wielded by such a formidable entity left no room for doubt regarding its profound connections. Publicly recognized as the protector of the Mu Chen group, the Flame Lion Douluo is well known to be a level 96 Super Douluo. Furthermore, the Mu Chen group boasts an organization known as the Board of Directors. It is worth noting that the Flame Lion Douluo, serving as the vice chairman, is already a level 96 Super Douluo, while the chairman's prowess requires no elaboration. Mu Chen turned to the bewildered Tang San and smiled. "What are you dawdling for? You owe me a significant favor today. Hurry and absorb the soul ring." With a heavy nod, Tang San refrained from asking further questions and proceeded to absorb the soul ring. It was precisely due to Tang San's character that Mu Chen dared to take the risk of exposing his identity to support him. As anticipated, the outcome was indeed favorable. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated, declaring, "Tang San's affection for you has soared to unprecedented heights, akin to that of a biological brother. You are awarded an increase in soul power by 1 level. Mu Chen gazed at Tang San's departing figure, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Truly a protagonist, remarkable. Previously, due to the 4th body refinement, his soul power had already reached the pinnacle of level 38. Had it not been for his forceful solidification and compression, he could have easily breached the threshold to level 40. Now, with the addition of another level, he feared that by the time he returned to the academy, he would have ascended to level 40. However, Mu Chen reconsidered. It was also an excellent opportunity to pay a visit to that old rascal. The mere thought of that red-haired old rogue caused the corners of Mu Chen's mouth to involuntarily lift. Chapter 40. You bring this upon yourself. Just as Tang San began to absorb the soul ring, a rustling disturbance erupted from the nearby bushes. Zhao Wujie and the others sprang forth, finding Mu Chen stationary in puzzlement. Zhao Wujie directly inquired, Mu Chen, what is the matter? Why aren't you moving? Dai Mubai nudged Zhao Wujie, who then followed Dai Mubai's gaze towards Tang San, who was engaged in the absorption of the soul ring. Mu Chen elucidated. This is the Millennium Faceless Demon Spider, which was vanquished by Xiao San. I arrived just as the battle concluded, and I aided Xiao San in a brief restoration before assisting him in the absorption of its essence. Zhao Wujie, perplexed, inquired, what is this? Can plants truly absorb the soul rings of animals? Mu Chen cast a glance and inquired, is there anyone who has said it is not permissible? Zhao Wujie fell silent, a hint of embarrassment causing him to clear his throat before responding. What about Xiao Wu? Mu Chen shook his head, and the others felt equally disheartened. Zhao Wujing spoke up to offer solace. That little girl, Xiao Wu, is quite spirited. She should be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Let us think positively. After all, there is no need to rush. Everyone, let us come together to protect Tang San. The group nodded in agreement. The violet-black light seemed to have awaited this moment, finally finding an outlet to release its energy. As soon as it sensed Tang San's martial spirit, it surged towards him like a torrent. The dense violet-black light enveloped Tang San's body, and Zhao Wujing couldn't help but be taken aback by the overwhelming fluctuation of soul power. How many years of cultivation did this faceless demon spider possess? As the person directly involved, Tang San felt this even more acutely. He suddenly sensed a massive wave of heat rushing into his body. Before he could react, this heat began to scorch him like a searing flame. The inherent dominance of the faceless demon spider dictated the ferocity of the soul ring it formed. As the potent aura entered Tang San, it forcefully began to alter his very being. Though the energy within the soul ring lacked consciousness, it was certainly beyond Tang San's control. Under the immense pressure of the soul power, Tang San felt as though his body might burst apart. The excruciating pain compelled him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Those surrounding him were equally astonished. They had all absorbed soul rings before, yet they had never encountered such a situation. Their gazes instinctively turned towards Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing spoke solemnly. The soul ring from this faceless demon spider is exceedingly domineering. Absorbing it is no simple task. At this point, he must rely solely on himself. The absorption of a soul ring cannot be aided by any external force, otherwise, it will only yield adverse effects. We can only trust that Tang San will endure and claim it for himself. Mu Chen also consoled. A true man must know when to act and when to refrain. He bears responsibilities. Should he fail, I would hold him in contempt. The crowd cast him a disapproving glance, yet miraculously, their unease diminished somewhat. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran's discontented voice rang out. Grandfather, that young man struck you and seized the soul ring of your precious granddaughter, and you remain silent? Meng Shu's expression turned grave as he replied. Do you comprehend the terrifying background of that lad? He has a super Douluo behind him, the flame lion Douluo of the Mu Chen group. That is indeed a super Douluo. As he spoke, Meng Shu gazed into the distance. Sighing in awe, Meng Yiran, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. After a moment, Meng Shu continued, that boy is extraordinary. He is very likely the child of the most enigmatic chairman of the Mu Chen group. It is no wonder he possesses the token of the flame lion Douluo. This token is exclusive to the Emperor of Tiando, and he is the second to bear it. The implications were clear, and thus, Yiran, you have indeed been spoiled by us. You must learn from others moving forward. Do you understand? Meng Yiran numbly nodded. At just 15 years old, a soul master with a 100,000-year third soul ring truly elevated his prowess significantly. At that moment, Meng Shu's voice broke through. Just now, when he struck me, I sensed that his bone age is merely 12. He is indeed a formidable prodigy. Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran's demeanor faltered, her eyes losing their luster, staring vacantly as she repeated, a 12-year-old with a 100,000-year soul ring soul master. Ming Shu sighed softly. He ran. Some experiences are better faced early. Xiao Qianxiang grasped Ming Shu's hand, saying, Enough, old man. Let us not speak so gravely. Our priority is to help Iran find a suitable third soul ring. We can discuss other matters later. Once we return, we shall inquire about this Shrek Academy. At that moment, the atmosphere around Shrek Academy grew somber. Surrounded by the crowd, Tang Sen sat cross-legged in the center, his form obscured by a veil of pale crimson mist. The red hue was not the glow of soul power, but rather the blood of Tang Sen. Moments ago, with the intense fluctuations of his soul power, beads of blood began to seep from his skin, evaporating into the air and forming this delicate red mist. Tang Sen's brows furrowed deeply, his lips pressed tightly together, his body racked with continuous spasms, compounded by the blood beads emerging from beneath his skin. It was evident the agony he was enduring was immense. Within the mist, the crackling sound of bones occasionally echoed, each instance sending shivers through those surrounding him. Yet, the third soul ring, which should have manifested with absorption, remained elusive, indicating that Tang Sen had not completely assimilated the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider. Daimu Bai anxiously whispered to Zhao Wujie, Teacher Zhao, if this continues, Tang Sen may be in peril. Zhao Wujie's brow was equally furrowed. I am aware. However, we cannot interrupt him now. Otherwise, the consequences would be far more severe. Now, it solely depends on his willpower. The energy bestowed by this soul ring should be within his capacity to absorb. However, his physical condition is less than optimal, and the ferocity of the energy emanating from the man-faced demon spider's soul ring exacerbates the situation. I hope Tang Sen can withstand this trial. Otherwise, the agony he endures is known only to him. Faced with the energy of the man-faced demon spider's soul ring, he feels as if his entire being is being sliced by countless blades. Every organ aches with unbearable pain, as the overwhelming energy relentlessly tears at his body, leaving him in a state of excruciating torment. In truth, Zhao Wujie's assertion contains a slight inaccuracy, due to the rarity of the man-faced demon spider. Even the master would find it challenging to ascertain its true cultivation range. The maximum energy absorption for a soul master's third soul ring can reach the equivalent of over 1,700 years. It is only with the fourth soul ring that one can absorb the essence of approximately 5,000 years of cultivation. The upper limit for the fifth soul ring is around 12,000 years, while the sixth can absorb up to 20,000 years. The seventh soul ring ranges from 30,000 to 50,000 years, depending on the unique attributes of the soul master. Only upon reaching the eighth soul ring is there a possibility of absorbing soul rings from soul beasts over 50,000 years old. It is only the final ninth soul ring that holds the potential to absorb a 100,000-year-old soul beast soul ring. However, if the master were to encounter Mu Chen, it would not be impossible for him to capture and study him, as this individual directly contradicts and undermines the conclusions drawn from years of his research. In Mu Chen's eyes, there was a flicker of anxiety. Although he was aware that the ultimate outcome would be favorable, the sight of Xiao San's dire predicament still sent a chill through him. He pondered for a considerable time on how he might assist Xiao San, only to arrive at a disheartening conclusion. He was powerless to help, unable to wield the formidable powers of the reincarnation sovereign. It seemed that the other party held him in contempt, disregarding his presence entirely. As for that enigmatic shadowy angel, he had not even glimpsed its true form, let alone witnessed its abilities. Thus, Mu Chen lamented, Xiao San, I find myself utterly at a loss. May fortune favor you. Just as the crowd was engulfed in worry, an individual approached. With a slight smile gracing his lips, Mu Chen was interrupted by Zhao Wujie's exclamation. Who is it? Chapter 41. Tang Sen successfully absorbs the soul ring. A slender figure emerged from the thicket. Upon seeing her, not only was Zhao Wujie taken aback, but all others, save for Mu Chen, were momentarily stunned. The figure that had suddenly dashed out from the woods was none other than Xiao Wu. At that moment, Xiao Wu appeared somewhat disheveled. Her clothes were tattered, and her once neat scorpion braids had become disordered. Yet, her complexion was remarkably vibrant, suggesting a newfound maturity. Xiao Wu, you're alive? Oscar blurted out, only to realize the insensitivity of his words. Xiao Wu retorted with irritation, Are you hoping for my demise? What has happened? This mist. Oh my, what has happened to Xiao San? Upon seeing Tang San amidst the faint crimson mist, Xiao Wu's heart tightened with worry. Just then, a hand rested gently on her shoulder. It was Mu Chen, who spoke softly. Xiao San, in his pursuit of you, inadvertently collided with this human-faced demon spider. After a strenuous battle, he managed to slay it, and now he is in the process of absorbing its soul ring to enhance his power. She had been delivered by the Titan Great Ape. Although the Star-Do forest sprawled extensively, the Titan Great Ape, as the king of the forest, found it effortless to locate the group from Shrek Academy. All soul beasts served as its eyes. After escorting Xiaowu to the vicinity, the Titan Great Ape quietly departed. Xiaowu glanced at the human-faced demon spider, exclaiming, "But how could absorbing the third soul ring lead to this? This is bad." The cultivation of this human-faced demon spider exceeds 2,000 years. The master has stated that the limit for a soul master's third soul ring is around 1,760 years. Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback. How do you know this human-faced demon spider's cultivation exceeds 2,000 years? Realizing her slip, Xiao Wu clarified. The cultivation level of a human-faced demon spider can be gauged by the length of its legs. Look, this spider's legs exceed 3 meters in length, which signifies its cultivation surpasses 2,000 years. Surely you are aware that the cultivation of soul beasts undergoes noticeable transformations for every millennium they exceed. Just as century soul beasts change according to their 100-year age, and 10,000-year soul beasts transform based on their 10,000-year age. Mu Chen also spoke in a roundabout manner. Indeed, Xiao San and Xiao Wu's teacher is an individual of considerable knowledge, revered by many as a master. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, the crowd's confusion was alleviated. Subsequently, Mu Chen whispered, "Your Titan Great Ape is quite ruthless. I nearly met my demise. Please, tell me where he is and what his name is, so I can rush over immediately and perhaps offer him a banana or something." Xiao Wu, observing Mu Chen's flustered demeanor, could not help but smile sweetly and remarked, "It seems that Brother Chen has also heard of Ming, the Titan Great Ape. His name is Ming, and he resides within the core of the Star-Do Great Forest." Mu Chen nodded, although he had been aware of it for quite some time. Learning it from Xiao Wu was beneficial for future matters. Xiao Wu then shifted her focus to the third person, her eyes filled with an indescribable concern. Mu Chen teased, "We're both brothers. Why do you care so much about the mistress? Honestly, do you prefer her over me?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson as she replied, "I don't. It's not that I like her, nor do I dislike you." "Ah, Chenggu, you're teasing me." With that, she playfully raised her small fists and playfully struck Mu Chen twice. Mu Chen chuckled foolishly. To those observing nearby, the scene was utterly amusing. Oscar cautiously approached and whispered to Mu Chen, "It seems that Xiao San has feelings for Xiao Wu." Mu Chen stepped forward and playfully chided, "What are you thinking? Would I strike my own brother? I merely intended to divert Xiao Wu's attention." Upon hearing his words, Zhu Shiqing cast a glance in his direction, while Dai Mubai regarded Mu Chen with an expression of disbelief. Mu Chen cleared his throat awkwardly and remarked, "Don't all gaze at me. Direct your attention towards the third party. Ahem, focus on the third party." Upon uttering these words, the crowd's attention shifted, though Xiao Wu's expression remained fraught with concern. Alas, it proved futile. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji seemed to realize something and inquired, "Oh, Xiao Wu, how did you manage to escape?" Once again, the focus of the group turned to Xiao Wu, excluding Mu Chen. Naturally, Xiao Wu could not divulge that the Titan Great Ape had sensed her presence and had come specifically to rescue her. Prior to her return, she had meticulously crafted her explanation. With a worried glance at Tang San before her, she began to elucidate, "I am not entirely certain what transpired. The Titan Great Ape seized me and bolted into the forest. We hadn't ventured far when an imposing roar, reminiscent of a bull, echoed from a nearby direction. The Titan Great Ape appeared visibly agitated. It glanced at me, then cast me aside before fleeing." In his heart, Mu Chen silently awarded Xiao Wu a small golden trophy. The sound of a bull? What kind of bull could instill such trepidation in the Titan Great Ape? What followed? Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow in confusion. Fear flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes as she recounted, "The Titan Great Ape cast me aside, letting out a roar before departing. I felt the world spin, and then I fainted. When I awoke, it had vanished." The scene was terrifying. At least dozens of soul beasts around were knocked unconscious, and the weaker ones perished, bleeding from their mouths and noses. I do not know whether to consider myself fortunate or unfortunate, but I suddenly realized that my soul power had also broken through to level 30. Zhao Wujie gasped in astonishment. "What? You have also reached level 30? How do you compare with Tang San?" Xiao Wu replied, "I am a few months younger than him." Zhao Wujie shook his head helplessly, acknowledging the extraordinary talents of these siblings. Without Mu Chen's exceptional abilities, they would undoubtedly have set records of their own. "Mu Chen," Xiao Wu said at that time, "I was engulfed by fear, Perhaps the elevation of my soul power was largely due to the overwhelming external stimuli. By sheer fortune, I stumbled upon a millennium soul beast that was in a state of unconsciousness, and thus I hunted it down to acquire my third soul ring. Is it truly permissible to achieve such a feat? The rotund companion gazed at Xiaowu with a look akin to that of a blind cat chancing upon a dead mouse. Xiaowu's countenance reflected a lingering trepidation. As she thought to herself, how fortunate I am to be alive. I had believed my fate was sealed. In order to evade an assault from the surrounding soul beast upon awakening, I was compelled to eliminate those that had been stunned. After absorbing the third soul ring, my vitality was restored, and only then did I retrace my steps according to my recollections. I had initially ventured this way upon hearing sounds, and at long last. I have found you all. Mu Chen's heart blossomed with joy. Xiaowu, your acting far surpasses that of certain others. Tang Xin now faced a critical dilemma. How to assimilate the energy of the absorbed soul ring into his body and merge it with the Shantian skill, as well as with his martial soul, the blue silver grass. Despite the inherent frailty of the blue silver grass, which showed little resistance to external forces, the overwhelming energy from the human-faced demon spider's soul ring was so domineering that even the blue silver grass was reluctant to absorb it. It was this conflicting process that brought the most excruciating pain to Tang San. Fortunately, before beginning the absorption of the soul ring, he had consumed an Oscar's recovery sausage. Otherwise, his stamina would have faltered at this moment. The bones within Tang San began to emit a series of dense cracking sounds, though not loud. They instilled a sense of impending peril, as if his entire body might shatter at any moment. From the surface of his skin, droplets of blood began to emanate a faint gray hue, accompanying the absorption of the soul ring. The energy contained within the human-faced demon spider was forcefully undergoing a process of reshaping his very essence, with pain that was unimaginable. At last, in the face of Tang San's indomitable will, all the energies within him began to yield, initiating a process of mutual absorption and transformation. The fine droplets of blood ceased to flow, and Tang San's tightly furrowed brow relaxed somewhat. A soft blue glow began to quietly emanate from within him. Zhao Wuji exclaimed with delight, "It's done. The most perilous moment has passed. Now begins the transformation of soul power." Tang San truly lived up to his reputation as a miracle worker. The soul ring of the 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider had been withstood by him. The renowned Long Snake and others should count themselves fortunate. Had this soul ring been absorbed by their granddaughter, she might have already burst from the strain. As the blue glow radiated, strands of blue-silver grass began to emerge and grow around Tang San's body. The size of the blue-silver grass did not significantly change. In fact, it appeared somewhat thinner compared to when he possessed two soul rings, and its original blue-black hue transformed into a blue-purple, a color of fusion, no longer displaying its patterned form. At this moment, the blue-silver grass was about the thickness of 2 fingers, with the most notable difference being its luster, as if coated with a glossy glaze that shimmered brightly. Zhao Wuji instructed everyone to step back, aware that the surge of power Tang San had just attained was somewhat beyond his control, leading to the overflow of soul power. Given Tang San's prior physical condition, it would indeed be a wonder if he could regulate the energy that followed this enhancement. Just when everyone thought the situation was under control, suddenly, Tang San's relaxed brow furrowed tightly, and he let out a pained scream. Sitting cross-legged, his body convulsed violently, his chest heaving upward as his upper body arched in a terrifying manner. "Brother!" Xiaowu cried out, tears streaming down her face, her tightly clenched fists digging into her palms unconsciously. Zhao Wuji was also alarmed. Could there be another problem? As the crowd gasped in astonishment, a sudden sound akin to tearing silk echoed, and the fabric of Tang San's clothing at his back was abruptly rent asunder. Damu Bai, standing behind him, distinctly observed 4 fist-sized bulges emerging from either side of Tang San's spine. What could this phenomenon be? At Dai Mubai's urging, the onlookers soon discovered the transformation occurring on Tang San's back. In that moment, he appeared to be enduring immense agony, with fine droplets of blood surfacing beneath his skin, his entire body convulsing violently. Subsequently, the 8 bulges erupted. Strangely, the skin on Tang San's back did not retract. Instead, deep purple objects, each as thick as a fist, emerged from those bulges, rapidly growing at an astonishing pace. As these deep purple entities sprouted from the ruptured bulges, Tang San seemed to relax, his facial expression easing considerably, though the spasms in his body persisted. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, those deep purple appendages swiftly extended to over 1 meter in length. continuing to grow with remarkable speed. When their length surpassed 1.5 meters, they paused briefly, developing joint-like structures at their tips, then extending in another direction. These 8 dark purple appendages ultimately stretched over 3 meters before coming to a halt, their entire surface gleaming with a brilliant hue. The base, closest to Tang San's back, was the thickest, tapering off to a sharp, conical point at the ends. Could these indeed be the legs of a faceless demon spider? Observing Tang San and then glancing at the corpse of another faceless demon spider nearby, the crowd was astonished to realize that the object sprouting from Tang San's back bore a striking resemblance to the spider's legs, albeit somewhat more slender and glistening with an exquisite sheen, even exuding a faintly sweet aroma. Zhao Wujia, who had witnessed numerous soul masters absorbing soul rings, found himself utterly bewildered by this spectacle, as it was the first time he had encountered such an extraordinary occurrence. The peculiar events did not cease. As the 8 spider legs unfurled from Tang San's back, they began to move with a subtle rhythm. The 4 lower legs gently penetrated the ground, surprisingly lifting Tang San's seated form off the ground and into the air. At that moment, Tang San resembled a being endowed with 8 3-meter-long arms, presenting an incredibly bizarre sight. Finally, the spasms in Tang San's body ceased. His clothing lay in tatters, and gradually, the previously extended blue-silver grass began to retract, cocooning his form as if enveloping him in a grand chrysalis. Only the spider legs outside were gently swaying. Chapter 42. Preparing to return. At this moment, Tang San's appearance was rather disheveled, as he found himself in a state of complete nudity, which was quite embarrassing. Ning, Rongrong, and Zhu Qing quickly turned their faces away, while Xiaowu, though somewhat bashful, persisted in watching Tang San out of concern for her brother. Tang San faintly sensed that some changes were occurring within his body, although the specifics eluded him. Nevertheless, he could feel the cells within him rejoicing exuberantly. It seemed as though something was sprouting from his back, allowing him to perceive the dampness of the soil and the caress of the surrounding air. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings pulsed rhythmically around Tang San. Yet the 8 enormous spider legs remained unfurled. Mu Chen cleared his throat and remarked, "Though Tang San may not have discerned your true worth, it appears that this is not the opportune moment for you to flaunt it." Upon hearing Mu Chen's voice, Tang San regained his composure and glanced at himself, his enigmatic countenance flushing with a hint of embarrassment. "Mu Chen, you blush like a teapot." "Tang San, Brother Chen, what is happening to me? Who took off my clothes?" Mu Chen's lips twitched slightly as he remarked, "Do you think we have nothing better to do than to strip you of your clothes? Enough with the nonsense. Hurry and put something on. There are ladies present." At this moment, Tang San finally regained his composure. After a sheepish smile, he rummaged through the items beneath the 20 bridges on a moonlit night and found a set of clothing to wear. However, as he donned his attire, he noticed something peculiar. He seemed to have acquired 8 additional legs. Initially unaware of this anomaly, Tang San was able to maintain his balance, but upon this revelation, he suddenly toppled forward. In an instant, he lost his equilibrium and began to fall. Xiaowu, who was closest to him, leaped forward, exclaiming, "Watch out." She spread her arms wide and caught him. Tang San felt a familiar aura emanating from the person who embraced him, and as he looked up, a beloved, beautiful visage came into view. "Xiaowu, is it truly you?" Tang San exclaimed with fervor, wrapping his arms around her. Mu Chen, witnessing this scene, could not help but think, "I regarded you as a brother, yet you actually harbor such intentions towards me." Xiaowu, clutching tightly to Tang San, spoke through her tears. "Yes, brother, it's me." As Tang San inhaled the familiar scent enveloping him, he realized that Xiaowu had truly returned. She was indeed back. There. Do not weep. It is enough that you have returned. Simply returning is enough." Tang San gently patted Xiaowu's back, marveling at the divine favor bestowed upon him. At that moment, an utterly out-of-place cough interrupted the tender reunion. Mu Chen awkwardly remarked, "Mistress, if I may say, could you perhaps act like a person while engaging in human affairs?" "Tang San." Mu Chen pointed at Tang San's back. Startled, Tang San quickly regained his composure and employed a few techniques to control the spider legs behind him, allowing himself to stand upright. Instinctively, he glanced at Mu Chen, his eyes filled with a sense of inquiry. Mu Chen realized, "Do not be anxious. This could be something quite remarkable. If I am not mistaken, this object may very well be an external spirit bone." Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, "An external spirit bone?" Mu Chen nodded with relief, believing that Tang San had grasped the concept. However, the next words from Tang San nearly caused him to stumble. With an innocent smile, Tang San inquired, "Brother Chen, what is an external soul bone? Is it a soul bone?" Not only Tang San, But even Zhao Wujie wore a puzzled expression, utterly bewildered by the notion of an external soul bone. Consequently, Mu Chen took it upon himself to elucidate the concept of an external soul bone. However, as he explained, Tang San's insatiable curiosity emerged, nearly exasperating Mu Chen. If it does not belong to the 6 primary soul bones, does that mean one can absorb multiple external soul bones? Mu Chen found himself at a loss for this question, suggesting that he consult the creator god instead. Nevertheless, under Mu Chen's thoughtful guidance, Tang San successfully retracted his external soul bone. With a look of gratitude directed at Mu Chen, his eyes gleamed with a hint of admiration and reverence. Following this, Tang San began to meditate, a process that lasted a full half-hour. When he finally opened his eyes again, his expression was somewhat peculiar. Mu Chen remarked, "Why do you look so peculiar? Once you have recovered, we shall prepare to set forth." Tang San quietly murmured, seemingly having discerned the unique abilities of this soul bone. Filled with curiosity, suddenly, a piercing scream startled everyone. They turned to find Ma Hongjun clutching his left hand, his face contorted in agony, and his left arm now bearing a purplish hue. This was dire. He had been poisoned. "Xiao Ao, quickly, the little sausage," Zhao Wujin bellowed. Xiao Ao swiftly crafted a small sausage and placed it in Ma Hongjuan's mouth, bringing a collective sigh of relief from the group. However, it was regrettable that the sausage proved to be of little efficacy. Mu Chen gently patted Tang San on the shoulder, saying, "Little San, it is your moment to perform." Tang San, regaining his focus, realized that Brother Chen had discovered the source. He immediately summoned the abilities granted by the 8 spider lances to extract the toxins from Ma Hongjuan's body. The others, save for Mu Chen, were struck with awe. Xiao Ao, invigorated, inquired, "Little San, what is this? You can actually detoxify." The group cast puzzled glances at him. Tang San smiled slightly and explained, "During my recent meditation, I pieced it together with the hints Brother Chen provided. It appears that the spider legs on my back contain the potent venom of the man-faced demon spider. When I absorbed the spirit ring earlier, I unknowingly ingested all of its toxins into my body. The reasons behind this occurrence might only be clarified by my teacher. While I am uncertain about the cause, I have managed to grasp my physical condition. I have acquired the 3rd soul skill bestowed by the man-faced demon spider, which is its specialty, web weaving. Moreover, my blue-silver grass has likely undergone some mutation due to the infusion of the man-faced demon spider's spirit ring. As for the extent of this mutation, I can only explore it gradually upon our return. My overall attributes have significantly improved, particularly in terms of strength and speed. My soul power has also seen a considerable enhancement, seemingly surpassing the 31st level. All right, let us not dwell on this any longer. We shall discuss everything upon our return." Zhao Wujie regarded the children before him with a smile, feeling a sense of relief. "Although we encountered numerous troubles and faced several dangers, we have ultimately persevered. Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu successfully obtained their soul rings, advancing to the Soul Sovereign realm, a commendable achievement indeed. It is time for us to head back to Shrek Academy. Let us set forth." "Tang San, what is the skill associated with your 3rd soul ring?" Xiao Wu asked curiously. With a playful smile, she added, "It's a secret. I will tell you once we return." "How did you manage to slay that man-faced demon spider all alone?" Xiao Wu continued. "Even a wounded man-faced demon spider possesses terrifying attack power, not to mention its venom." At her question, Tang San suddenly recalled something important. "Zhao Laosher, please hold on for a moment." They were nearing the edge of the Star Doe forest, although they could see some soul beasts. They were mostly of the 10 and 100-year variety, posing little threat. Zhao Wujie halted and looked at Tang San, asking, "What is it?" Tang San raised his hand to brush over the 24-bridge moonlit night, retrieving the Zhuge divine crossbow. It was only when Xiao Wu mentioned the death of the man-faced demon spider that he remembered he had not fired the crossbow after setting it up for the 2nd time that day. If the mechanism remained primed for too long, it could damage the bow itself. Fortunately, only a little over a day had passed, and it was still possible to release the mechanism. Once the Zhuge divine crossbow is primed, it must be discharged to deactivate it, which is one of its drawbacks. Upon seeing the Zhuge divine crossbow in Tang San's hands, Xiao Wu finally understood. "So you used it to slay the man-faced demon spider." The power of this device is indeed formidable. The eyes of the faceless demon spider would surely be unable to withstand it. Naturally, everyone heard Xiao Wu's words, but previously, due to the tension of the moment, they had not noticed how the faceless demon spider had met its demise. Afterward, Tang San began to absorb the soul rings, and the others were primarily concerned for his safety. At this moment, Upon Xiao Wu's mention, they recalled the terrifying nature of the faceless demon spider. Except for Mu Chen, everyone gazed at the Zhuge divine crossbow in Tang San's hands, their expressions betraying their astonishment. Through his actions, Tang San conveyed the purpose of the Zhuge divine crossbow to them. Having experienced the events in the Stardo forest, he had come to accept these companions. Mechanized weaponry was not a true secret of the Tang sect, and he had little to conceal. Raising his hand, he aimed the Zhuge divine crossbow at a nearby large tree and pressed the trigger. A series of sharp, mechanical sounds rang out, and in an instant, there followed a succession of dull thuds. The explosive speed of the crossbow was such that it took even Zhao Wujia by surprise. Among the group, the fastest was undoubtedly the agile soulmaster Zhu Shiqing, yet she realized she could not possibly escape from the rapid fire of the Zhuge divine crossbow. Their expressions shifted, and they exchanged incredulous glances. Approaching the tree, they clearly observed that on the massive trunk, which would require 3 individuals to encircle, there were now 2 rows of 16 small holes, each the width of a finger. Light shone through these holes, allowing visibility from one side to the other. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhao Wujia inquired, Tang San, what is this contraption? How did you accomplish this? Tang San raised the Zhuge divine crossbow before his peers and declared, I call it the Zhuge divine crossbow. It is a remarkably powerful mechanized weapon that anyone can wield. It houses 48 crossbow bolts, and with each setting of the mechanism, it can instantaneously fire 16 bolts. Just as you witnessed moments ago, once the mechanism is primed, it must be discharged. Otherwise, maintaining the tension for too long could damage the crossbow itself, as the force exerted is considerable and the metal may not withstand it. This is, indeed, a drawback of the Zhuge divine crossbow. Chapter 43. A private conversation. Daimao Bai, puzzled, asked, but Xiao San, where did the bolts you fired go? Mu Chen calmly remarked, surely, the power of this weapon is immense, its penetrating force so profound that it has pierced through this great tree. Let us observe what lies beyond. Tang San, upon hearing this, nodded in admiration, acknowledging the remarkable prowess of his brother. With a subtle smile, he gestured towards another towering tree in the distance, inviting everyone to investigate there. As he approached the second tree, which stood 10 meters away from the first, the group soon discerned the traces left by the crossbow arrows shot from the Zhuge divine crossbow. 16 arrows were aligned in 2 neat rows, fully embedded within the trunk. Zhao Wujia glanced from the first tree to the one before them, inquiring, did your arrows pierce through the previous tree and then embed themselves into this one, little San? Tang San nodded affirmatively, explaining, the Zhuge divine crossbow possesses formidable power, specifically designed to breach soul force defenses. If the defense is not exceedingly robust, it will be instantly vanquished. Upon hearing Tang San's elucidation, everyone, except Mu Chen, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Such overwhelming penetrating power rendered all present, save for Zhao Wujia, acutely aware of their inability to withstand it. Daimao Bai murmured to himself, this weapon is excessively tyrannical. Even if I were to unleash the white tiger diamond transformation, I would likely sustain grave injuries. Ning Rongrong's mouth fell slightly agape as she gazed at Tang San, her eyes seemingly reflecting newfound admiration. Beside them, Oscar jested with Mu Chen. It appears that Rongrong has taken a liking to little San. Are you not concerned? Mu Chen gazed at Oscar with a look of pity and remarked, truly lacking in emotional intelligence. Their conversation was devoid of restraint, and everyone present overheard. Ning Rongrong's delicate face flushed crimson as she indignantly exclaimed, Oscar, what nonsense are you spouting? Upon finishing her sentence, she furtively cast a couple of glances at Mu Chen, as if she were harboring a guilty secret. Mu Chen responded with a smile, saying, I understand. Little Ao, as an auxiliary spirit master, you cannot perceive anything at all? Is it not possible for such a weapon to serve as an instrument for auxiliary spirit masters in battle? I believe Rongrong must have noticed this, which is why she cast a lingering glance at Tang San. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, Tang San, I believe your weapon holds significant value, and I wish to purchase some from you. Tang San chuckled lightly, replying, purchase? I shall simply gift you one later. However, the materials required for crafting this weapon are rather expensive. You will need to cover the cost of those materials yourself. At that moment, Tang San had already extracted the crossbow bolts from the tree, allowing everyone to behold the appearance of the Zhuge divine crossbow. The bolts measured 8 inches in length. Devoid of tail feathers, the rear 4 inches were cylindrical, while the front 4 inches tapered to a sharp point. The foremost 3 inches featured 12 delicate blood grooves. The tip remarkably sharp and glimmering with a faint cold light. showing no signs of wear despite having penetrated the tree trunk. Tang Sen flicked the side of the Zhuge divine crossbow, opening the arrow chamber and neatly placing the 16 bolts back into their compartment. Oscar had by now approached, wearing a fawning smile. "Little San, are we not good brothers?" Tang Sen gazed at him with a slight smile, fully comprehending Oscar's intent. Of course, it meant, rest assured. "I will gift each of you a set of Zhuge divine crossbows. Like Rongrong, you will bear the cost of the materials, while I shall take care of the crafting. However, the creation of this weapon is quite intricate. I can only produce one per month. There is no need to rush. Moreover, it should not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Crafting the crossbow bolts is no simple task. Once fired, reclaiming them is exceedingly difficult. After all, I am but one person and cannot supply all of you. Furthermore, the Zhuge divine crossbow possesses formidable power, capable of inflicting fatal harm with alarming ease." "Little San, this won't do," Mu Chen suddenly interjected. Tang Sen paused, taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. A sly smile crept across Mu Chen's face as he surveyed the other students, remarking, "These individuals are certainly not lacking in wealth. The creation of your Zhuge divine crossbow is no simple feat. It would be unwise to undervalue it. After all, some are indifferent to the cost. So simply estimate a price and sell it to them." Dai Mu Bai nodded in agreement, saying, "I concur with Mu Chen. Xiao San, if you intend to sell this Zhuge divine crossbow, what price do you have in mind?" Tang San smiled and shook his head, replying, "We are all comrades here. Let us refrain from discussing money." Dai Mu Bai responded, "While we are indeed comrades, we cannot allow you to bear the burden alone. It is remarkable that such a small box can launch arrows of such tremendous power, indicating the complexity of its craftsmanship. We certainly cannot let your hard work go unrewarded. Moreover, as we will need arrows to replenish our supplies for this device in the future, should we expect you to create them for free? Please do not be so modest. How about this? Consider the first Zhuge divine crossbow as our gift to you, and we will only cover the cost of materials. In the future, whenever we require more, you must sell them to us. What do you think?" Oscar chuckled, saying, "Indeed, let it be so. After all, our monthly stipends are quite generous. In critical moments, this weapon could even save lives. Charging a higher price is inconsequential." Tang Sen then nodded, saying, "Very well. Since everyone is interested in mechanical hidden weapons, I shall strive to help arm you all in the future. After all, possessing additional weapons equates to enhanced security." The group evidently shared a keen interest in hidden weapons, largely influenced by the effectiveness Tang Sen demonstrated in utilizing them. After all, on his first day at Shrek Academy, he had managed to best Zhao Wuji, who possessed over 40 levels of soul power beyond his own, with his hidden weapons. Not only the students, but even Zhao Wuji felt a twinge of excitement. At long last, they emerged from the Douluo forest. Although the fresh air was no longer present outside the forest, everyone felt as though a weight had been lifted, experiencing a newfound sense of ease. "Let us push on a bit further. We can rest in the town." Zhao Wuji smiled. Dai Mu Bai stated, "If everyone is feeling well, let us quicken our pace. Once we reach the town, I shall treat you all to drinks. Teacher Zhao, please do not decline this time. Without your assistance, it is likely we would not have made it out of the Douluo alive." Zhao Wuji chuckled, saying, "Xiao Bai, I know you have the means. However, my capacity for alcohol is quite substantial." Dai Mu Bai laughed heartily. "Teacher Zhao, have you not heard the adage? Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all." Their venture into the Douluo forest had indeed yielded significant rewards. Not only did Oscar successfully reach the Soul Sage realm, but Tang San and Xiao Wu also completed the fusion of their third soul rings. More importantly, their camaraderie and relationships had deepened. With only 7 of them in the entire Shrek Academy, resolving conflicts would greatly benefit their future training. The group spent a full 2 days recuperating in the town. Although their soul power and stamina had recovered, they did not require such an extended period. However, the constantly tense mind requires relaxation. Dai Mu Bai, in a display of great generosity, covered everyone's expenses over the course of 2 days. The group refrained from their usual training, opting instead to indulge in merriment and revelry, experiencing a joy that was indescribable. Even Zhu Zhuqing, typically so aloof, appeared significantly softened in demeanor. 2 days later, they resumed their journey, and after a day of travel, they successfully returned to the Shrek Academy located just outside Soto City. "At last, we have returned. The feeling of homecoming is truly delightful," Oscar exclaimed, somewhat exaggeratedly. Zhao Wuji shot him a glare, admonishing, "Keep your voice down. Can't you see it's already dark? He then instructed, all right, you all head back to your dorms to rest. I will meet with the dean to report on our trip. After a long day of travel, everyone was indeed weary, and they made their way to their respective dormitories. Tang-san, wait a moment, called Ning Rongrong just as Tang-san was about to head back with Oscar. Tang-san paused, asking, Rongrong, is there something you need? Ning Rongrong bit her lips slightly and replied, I would like to speak with you privately, if that's all right. Standing beside Tang-san, Mu Chen wore an amused smile and remarked, you two talk. I will head back first. Oscar, understanding the unspoken context, waved goodbye with an expression that conveyed his comprehension. Tang-san observed their fluid exchanges, feeling somewhat flustered. Let us put aside Xiao Ao for now, but Chen-ge, what do you mean by that? Hey, Xiao Wu, curious, gazed at Ning Rongrong and asked, Rongrong, what do you need from Xiao-san? Am I not allowed to listen? After a moment of hesitation, Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Xiao Wu pouted playfully, made a face at Ning Rongrong, and then dashed off towards the dormitory. Damu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Shuqing had already returned to their dorms, leaving only Tang-san and Ning Rongrong at the entrance of the academy. Chapter 44. I come to request leave upon returning to his dormitory. Mu Chen still wore a broad smile, entirely unconcerned that Rongrong might be swayed by Tang-san. Even if Tang-san were inclined to flirt, Xiao Wu would be there to intervene. Additionally, having foreknowledge of the storyline, there was no need for worry. He resolutely began to assimilate the day's experiences, and before long, he achieved a breakthrough. Nearby, Oscar, who was munching on a grilled sausage, was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, Chen-ge, have you broken through? Mu Chen chuckled and remarked, Fortune smiled upon me. After enduring a beating from the Titan ape, I inadvertently achieved a breakthrough. Oscar's sausage slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Inadvertently, Oscar quickly interjected, Chen-ge, you truly have a knack for humor. To ascend from level 35 to level 40 in just a week is no mere accident. You are nothing short of a monster. Indeed, at this rate, you shall attain the sole emperor title by the age of 15. Mu Chen pondered for a moment, then surprisingly nodded and smiled, exclaiming, it seems so. Oscar, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, truly, the heavens are blind. Though both are strikingly handsome, why is there such a vast disparity? Mu Chen patted Oscar on the shoulder and said, it's all right, you belong to the support class. Oscar regained his composure and burst into laughter, exclaiming, indeed. I am a support class. How could I possibly compare with the formidable warriors of the offense class? When Xiao-san returns, I shall have a good talk with him and give him a bit of a reality check. Mu Chen, brother, your change of demeanor is rather swift. I can hardly keep pace. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it and calmly stated, in a moment, I shall seek an audience with the dean to request leave. I intend to leverage the power of my family to hunt down a soul beast that has existed for 10 millennia. Upon hearing this, Oscar's laughter faltered. The strength of Chen-ge is formidable. From what lineage does he hail? It has always been an enigma. With such declarations today, it is evident that he belongs to a family that possesses at least one title Douluo. It is worth noting that any faction boasting a title Douluo should be well known to all. However, Mu Chen discerned Oscar's thoughts and reassured him, saying, there is no need for overthinking. Just know that I will always be your brother Chen. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Oscar playfully slapped himself and, with an endearing grin, replied, exactly. What more do I need to hear? As long as I know you are brother Chen, why concern myself with anything else? Go on, brother Chen. I will inform the others when the time comes. Mu Chen nodded slightly and turned to depart. Mu Chen approached the dean's office and knocked gently on the door. Flander, wearing an expression of displeasure, remarked, Mu Chen, what time is it? Why are you not resting? Mu Chen shook his head and said, Dean, I have attained the 40th level. What? Flanders exclaimed in astonishment, rising to his feet. Mu Chen pressed his hand down, signaling him to remain calm. Flander adjusted his glasses and remarked, that is a matter for tomorrow. There is no need to rush. We shall assist you in hunting the soul beasts. Mu Chen, however, shook his head and said, I have come to request leave. I intend to utilize my own influence to hunt soul beasts that are 100,000 years old. Flander, momentarily taken aback, began to rise. Yet, upon noticing a certain token, his pupils widened and contracted in astonishment. It was more elusive than the Elder's decree from the Spirit Hall, the chairman's bestowed token from the Mu Chen Group. The Mu Chen Group possesses a formidable force akin to the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall, known as the Board of Directors, composed of 9 esteemed members. Among them, only 3 have made their presence known. However, what is most terrifying is that these three individuals are all super Douluo. Furthermore, they assert that the other symbols on this token represent their allies, all of whom are titled Douluo. This is precisely why the Mu Chen group has achieved such monumental success. And what does this token signify? It is a chairman's decree bestowed solely by the highest authority, a privilege that even the vice chairman, the flame lion Douluo, does not possess. Mu Chen calmly stated, "I place my trust in you, Dean Flanders, which is why I have revealed my identity to you. There is no need for concern. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to inform you of my affiliation with that particular faction, and I kindly ask you to keep this confidential." Dean Flanders nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. Mu Chen smiled faintly before turning to leave. After Mu Chen departed, Flanders slumped into his chair like a deflated balloon. How deep must the waters of the Mu Chen group be to cultivate such an extraordinary monster? Flanders grew increasingly apprehensive about the enigmatic chairman of the Mu Chen group, whose potential as an ultimate Douluo seemed ever more likely. An elusive ultimate Douluo, perhaps? Flanders couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Meanwhile, Mu Chen, who was on his way, sensed the precise coordinates of the Thousand Changes Ghost Bat King. Without a moment's hesitation, he headed straight for the headquarters of the Mu Chen group in Soto City. Although it was somewhat late, the Mu Chen group, operating around the clock, was unaffected by the hour. Prior to arriving, he had already contacted the flame lion Douluo, who indicated that he was at the location and invited Mu Chen to come directly. Mu Chen approached the front desk and presented the token of the flame lion Douluo. The receptionist instantly adopted a demeanor of utmost seriousness, personally guiding Mu Chen to the designated location before departing. Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction, secretly acknowledging that Yi Qian's training and discerning eye for talent were commendable. The female receptionist displayed unwavering trust and respect throughout their interaction, truly impressive. Subsequently, Mu Chen gently rapped on the door of the room. Shortly after, a towering figure with fiery red hair emerged. His visage was rugged, with both his beard and hair unkempt, resembling a lion of crimson hue. Clad entirely in shades of red, he exuded an air of authority, embodying the formidable presence of a super Douluo and the commanding aura of a superior. Yet, upon catching sight of Mu Chen, the rigidity on his face melted away, replaced by a warm, knowing smile. "Ah, you rascal, you finally came to seek me out. Come in, Guzhen is also here." Mu Chen smiled helplessly. "You haven't changed at all, still playing chess, I see." The red-haired giant chuckled awkwardly. "There's nothing we can do. If the 9 of us could often gather, we would indulge in your murder mystery games. Unfortunately, we seldom find ourselves together. Even a simple game of landlord proves challenging." The red-haired giant ushered Mu Chen inside, and soon Mu Chen beheld an extraordinarily robust and astonishing figure. The red-haired giant was none other than the flame lion Douluo, Yinsha. Standing at a towering height of 211 centimeters, he exuded an imposing presence. Yet, the aura emanating from the individual before him, who was even more exaggerated in stature, surpassed that of the flame lion Douluo. At 301 centimeters tall, he remained taller than Mu Chen even while seated on a specially designed sofa. This man was an old friend of the flame lion Douluo, the heavenly dragon Douluo, who was originally destined to never attain the rank of title Douluo. His martial soul was potent, though it bore the flaw of being unable to evolve. It could only ascend as a terrestrial serpent. Nevertheless, with Mu Chen's assistance in the use of a celestial-grade herb, he successfully completed his evolution, transforming from serpent to dragon, becoming the title Heavenly Dragon. "Guzhen," with a simple-minded demeanor, exclaimed, "Mu Chen, you've arrived." His voice was inherently deep and resonant, yet his tone bore an innocent quality that created a sense of incongruity. This was not Guzhen's fault. He was simply born with a lower intellectual capacity. Fortunately, he was still capable of learning, albeit at a slower pace than others. However, thanks to the might of his martial soul, he endured through the most arduous of times. After his evolution, the heavenly dragon martial soul became remarkably formidable, capable of enacting a technique akin to the fusion skills of Zhu Hua and Lao Gui, which could freeze time and space. Though he was currently merely a 90th level title Douluo, in combat, even the flame lion Douluo would find himself outmatched. Mu Chen smiled and said, "Long time no see. The day is drawing to a close. Let us first engage in a couple of rounds of landlord before addressing more serious matters." Upon hearing this, both individuals were quite delighted and promptly retrieved the playing cards they had prepared long ago. Mu Chen remarked, "Impressive. You actually discern my strategy. This truly qualifies you as a confidant." Chapter 45. Abundant gains the following day at noon. The sun's rays had illuminated Mu Chen's face for quite some time before he gradually rose. He had been resting upon the enormous belly of Guzhan. And as he surveyed the chaotic surroundings, he couldn't help but reminisce about the wild events of yesterday. Alas, a small wager brings joy, but a significant gamble can be detrimental to one's well-being. Mu Chen stood up and stretched languidly. The flame lion Douluo and the heavenly dragon Douluo also awakened one after another. After a brief wash and a meal, the flame lion Douluo spoke. Now we may discuss serious matters. Chen, what troubles you? Mu Chen smiled and said, I kindly ask both of you to assist me in slaying a soul beast. The flame lion Douluo, taken aback, inquired, could it be that? Mu Chen nodded. The flame lion Douluo laughed heartily and said, You little rascal, how dare you entertain thoughts of 100,000-year soul beast? At this point, the flame lion Douluo suddenly turned exceptionally serious. Do you have the confidence to pursue this? Mu Chen had long anticipated this moment, and, without further ado, revealed his soul ring configuration of 2 black and 1 red. The 2 elders were taken aback, their jaws nearly dislocating in astonishment. The flame lion Douluo, having regained his composure, remarked, As expected of you, from the very first encounter, you have always been somewhat extraordinary. No need for further inquiries, just provide the coordinates. Mu Chen smiled. He relished their unpretentious demeanor. Without any pretentiousness, he directly spoke of the matter concerning the ever-changing demon Bat King. Upon hearing this, Guzhan's expression transformed into one of delight as he exclaimed, Little Bat, how impressive. I want to play. Mu Chen smiled and said, Well, play as you wish. I can break his illusion technique, and you can strike him at will, but leave the final blow for me. Guzhan nodded earnestly. The flame lion Douluo gazed upon them with pity, as he seemed to foresee the unfortunate fate that awaited the little bat. Guzhan was indeed like a child at heart, unaware of the limits of his strength. When he chose to act, few could escape unscathed from his grasp. Previously, when the flame lion Douluo was under the Soul Emperor's influence, he was targeted by a Soul Douluo. Without a second thought, Guzhan confronted the Soul Douluo directly, who was scarcely taller than Mu Chen's stature. I hope for your sake, little bat, that your demise is not too painful. On another note, Flander announced, From today onward, your education will be solely under the Master's authority, and we shall all cooperate with him. Since you returned just yesterday, I believe you are quite fatigued, so today will be a day of rest. Classes will resume tomorrow. During this expedition into the Stardo Forest, 3 individuals have reached the Soul Master realm. Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing, who have yet to surpass level 30. Must also strive to catch up with the others. He turned to the Master and inquired, Master, do you have anything to add? The Master nodded, his stiff countenance as impassive as ever. Gazing at the 7 students before him, he spoke calmly. There are only you 7 students in this academy, and to me, you are a cohesive unit. I have reviewed your resumes, and I will develop targeted teaching methods accordingly. Besides cooperation, I do not wish to hear any dissenting voices. Regardless of who it is, I will treat you all equally. As students of the Monster Academy, you must surpass ordinary Soul Masters. From now on, whenever anyone mentions you, they should only think of the word monster. Henceforth, you will no longer be divided into beginner and advanced groups. Instead, you will receive unified instruction. I will rank you according to your ages. Number 1, Damu Bai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Zhuqing. As for Mu Chen, I will arrange his placement upon his arrival. The Master swept his gaze over the group and concluded, You may disperse now. We shall gather here tomorrow morning. Furthermore, I expect no one to be absent during breakfast. Otherwise, you will face special training. Though a day of rest was indeed a blessing, the arrival of the Master instilled a sense of curiosity and apprehension among the students. As they watched their instructors depart one by one, Oscar stood beside Tang San and whispered, Little San, it seems your teacher may be even more formidable than Dean Flander. Tang San smiled faintly and replied, The Master is always meticulous in his work. As long as we adhere strictly to his instructions, there should be no issues. Damu Bai chuckled. Apart from me and little Ao, the 5 of you are all of the same age. It's quite amusing that little San is number 3 and Xiao Wu is number 5. The chubby one grinned. 3 lovely sisters. Let us hear you call me 4th brother. Xiao Wu cast a sidelong glance at him, extending her hand and saying, No problem, bring forth the red envelope, and I shall call you. The chubby one was momentarily taken aback, as Ning Rongrong continued, Chubby, if your strength can match that of San Go, I shall address you as such. Zhu Zhuqing's response was succinct. With a cold gaze directed at Ma Hongjun, she uttered simply, "Defeat me. Never mind, I shall endure." The chubby one said, somewhat dejectedly waving his hand. "Is anyone going into the city? After finally having a day off, I wish to stroll around Soto City." Dai Bai had also endured considerable stress in recent days, yet through their expedition in the Star Do Forest, the relationship between him and Zhu Zhuqing had somewhat thawed, and he was determined not to jeopardize the fragile image he had recently established. He looked skyward, adopting an air of indifference. Oscar yawned. "I'm not going. I'll return to catch up on sleep. Finally reached level 30. Now I can enjoy a bit of leisure." The three young ladies were all glaring at Ma Hongjun, clearly aware that his intentions for entering the city were dubious. Just then, Tang Xin spoke up. "I will accompany you." The chubby one's eyes brightened. Sneaking a glance at Xiao Wu, whose complexion had subtly shifted. "San Ge, have you finally come to your senses?" Tang San paused. "What do you mean by that?" "I intend to find a blacksmith shop to see if I can hire a couple of blacksmiths to craft some items. Otherwise, it would take an eternity for me alone to equip each of you." Ning Rongrong chuckled softly. "I knew San Ge wouldn't be as base as you." Xiao Wu's expression returned to normal as she said, "I shall join you." Tang San smiled and shook his head. "No, I will go alone. You've been through quite enough fright. You should rest at the academy. I'll be back shortly." Xiao Wu did not insist and nodded in agreement. The chubby one looked at Ning Rongrong with annoyance. "What do you mean by base? I'm merely addressing the issue of my fiery temperament." And this was specially approved by the dean. Tang San sighed. "Could you please unify your terms of endearment? One moment I'm San Ge. The next I'm Xiao San." The chubby one chuckled. "I think I'll continue calling you Xiao San. You're only a month or two older than I. Let us go, let us go." He seemed quite eager, tugging Tang San as they made their way out of the academy. Watching their departing figures, Ning Rongrong leaned closer to Xiao Wu and whispered, "Aren't you worried that your Xiao San might be led astray by the chubby one? If it were me, I would surely follow." Xiao Wu smiled slightly and replied, "Men need a measure of freedom, and besides, I don't believe Xiao San would be led astray by him." Ning Rongrong laughed. "Look at that smug expression of yours. What a pair of love-struck siblings." Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed as she playfully poked Ning Rongrong under her arm. "Do not speak nonsense. Xiao San and I are siblings." Ning Rongrong chuckled, running toward the dormitory while teasing. "All right then, no need to proclaim it. We all know you are siblings closer than actual siblings." How infuriating. Little Dance was never one to suffer losses. She immediately laughed and chased after him. The two girls, sharing the same dormitory, naturally ran in the same direction. Soto City. Upon entering the city, the chubby boy quickly parted ways with Tang San to address his own pressing desires. Along the way, he attempted multiple temptations to lead Tang San astray, but Tang San, with unwavering resolve, remained untempted. Despite being the same age of 12, their differences in determination were stark. Soto City retained its vibrant splendor. It was morning, and all the shops had opened for business. The bustling crowd stood in stark contrast to the tranquility of Shrek Academy. Tang San's purpose for this visit was simple: to seek a suitable blacksmith shop. Although he had gone to bed early the previous night, he had contemplated Ning Rongrong's suggestion. If it were merely for personal use, his own strength would suffice to craft enough hidden weapons. However, if he intended to provide for others, his singular strength would clearly be inadequate. "Now, Chen, deliver the final blow." Mu Chen nodded and, with a swift motion, struck at the king of the transmuted ghost bats with his sword. The once formidable creature was now in a woeful state, its body reduced to mere remnants, as all other components had been obliterated. Initially intending to self-destruct, it found itself inexplicably ensnared by a mysterious force, ultimately falling victim to a seemingly insignificant human. Nevertheless, in its final moments, it refused to relinquish its struggle, magnifying its hatred 1,000-fold, yearning for the demise of this audacious young man. Regrettably, it was swiftly subdued by the system, leaving it devoid of any capacity for resistance. In merely a quarter of an hour, Mu Chen absorbed the soul ring, a speed that left even the fiery lion Douluo in utter astonishment. Mu Chen was immersed in the pursuit of rewards. Upon completing the breakthrough task, he was granted a soul power enhancement of X1 and 2 opportunities for a lottery draw. After fulfilling the task of absorbing soul rings, he received another soul power enhancement of X1, 5 lottery opportunities, and the system repair status was elevated to 48. Following 7 lottery draws, Mu Chen acquired the following: an elixir of celestial quality, Gu E Grass X1, intelligence on his second martial soul X1, Detailed information on the second martial soul X1. 10 affinity pills, which enhance the affinity task by 10 points. 200 points of affinity can lead to becoming a lifelong partner or best friend. And a complete soul master information sheet X1. Upon utilizing these rewards, Mu Chen discovered his second martial soul, the reincarnation Emperor Qiankuan, which possessed self-awareness and power. It was the spirit of an ancient powerhouse, and upon reaching level 60, it would fully acknowledge its host and transform into a martial soul. Furthermore, he glimpsed the appearance of his third martial soul. The duality was striking. On the left was a celestial angelic figure, adorned with white wings, a crown of ethereal feathers, and hair of a pale green hue. The figure had elegantly arched brows, squinting eyes, and a gentle smile upon its lips. Dressed in a black checkered shirt beneath a pristine white suit embellished with a pink rose, complemented by white trousers and shiny white leather shoes with golden edges. On the right stood a dark angel, characterized by black demonic wings with claw-like appendages, flowing deep black hair, and a pair of horns that transitioned from red to black along its forehead. Its lips curved upward, revealing sharp fangs, and its eyes glowed a vibrant crimson. Clad in a sleek black suit and polished black shoes, the figure emanated a menacing aura. Behind them, a circular halo appeared. The left side radiated a warm white yellow, while the right side exuded a dark purple. The left was smooth and rounded, while the right was jagged and fearsome. However, both angels possessed hands that were uniformly smooth and delicate, resembling those of a human. Moreover, from the sensation imparted to Mu Chen, this martial soul seemed to surpass even the reincarnation Emperor Qiankuan in strength. Yet, he lamented inwardly, "Is this truly my martial soul?" He also obtained a fourth soul ring, the 10,000-year-old transforming demon Bat King. Its abilities included the capacity to extend and retract its bones, muscles, and skin by 5 meters, rendering itself incredibly pliable and capable of any transformation. Additionally, it possessed an ultrasonic radar, allowing it to emit ultrasonic waves through its pores to precisely locate objects with remarkable accuracy. Chapter 46. The marvelous applications of the fourth soul ring. As Mu Chen emerged from his meditation, the flame lion Douluo approached him promptly, inquiring, "How did it go, Chen? How much has your soul power increased? What soul abilities have you acquired?" Mu Chen gently spoke, "Currently at level 45, soul skills. Please wait a moment, and I shall demonstrate for you." With that, he stepped before the two and suddenly bent his body forward, as if the very bones and flesh within him were breaking through the surface of his skin. This sight startled the two greatly. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. His bones began to bend and contort in various directions, affixing themselves to his form and creating a suit of bone armor. Straightening his posture, Mu Chen declared, "These bones are not my own, but rather an illusion crafted from my essence. They possess the capabilities of actual bones, a complex phenomenon that you may simply regard as an extension of bone." The two Douluo nodded in acknowledgement, yet one remarked, however, "This alone seems to lack any meaningful significance." Mu Chen shook his head. "In this regard, it undoubtedly holds no significance. However, what if it were to be paired with my first soul skill?" With that, Mu Chen immediately unleashed his golden spirit form. He appeared as though adorned in the armor of a golden knight. Furthermore, this transformation did not significantly increase his weight, as it was not a part of his physical structure. At this moment, Mu Chen paused, turned towards a massive tree encircled by 100 onlookers, and with a swift strike of his hand, cleaved the tree in two. "Young Chen, that is truly impressive. It seems our efforts were not in vain." Mu Chen shook his head and said, "Uncle Yin, do you think this is the end? This is merely the beginning. There is another soul skill you have yet to witness." Upon hearing this, Yin Shi Douluo suddenly realized and slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Indeed. How could I forget that 100,000-year soul ring comes with 2 soul skills? What is the second soul skill of that lad, Chen?" Mu Chen smiled and said, "Now it is time to test this. Come, strike me." Yin Shi Douluo was taken aback and replied, "Little Chen, are you all right? Strike you?" Mu Chen cleared his throat and stated, "The kind that does not require soul skills." The flame lion Douluo understood and chuckled. "I suppose it is a soul skill designed for evading attacks. Very well, prepare to receive my onslaught." The frequency of the flame lion Douluo's strikes was rather high, forming an intricate web of punches that seemed utterly flawless. However, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Mu Chen's body exhibited a series of incredible transformations, deftly evading the seemingly unavoidable barrage of fists. After halting his assault, the flame lion Douluo remarked, "Young man, Are you employing automatic transformation to dodge my attacks? Mu Chen gently shook his head and remarked, no, in reality, this second soul skill is rather superfluous. It serves as a means of detection. I can perceive all objects within a radius of 1,000 meters, discerning precisely what each object is. Consequently, I need not worry about being tracked or assassinated, unless the adversary can completely enter another dimension. The flame lion Douluo grasped the implication. Mu Chen's method of evasion relies entirely on his ability to anticipate an attack. By executing corresponding transformations, he can evade concentrated assaults. Of course, there are limitations. Excessively dense attacks are unavoidable. Nevertheless, even with these constraints, his ability is indeed formidable. Subsequently, Mu Chen bid farewell to the two Douluos and prepared to return to the academy. Meanwhile, within the Shrek Academy, Master Wei Ling surveyed the students, discerning that some had not fully absorbed the lesson. However, he chose not to reiterate his points. I have come to understand your respective martial souls and abilities. From this day forth, I shall commence enhancement training with you. Dai Mubai, step forward. Dai Mubai took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. Perhaps his previous private conduct was less than exemplary, but in class, he was undoubtedly a diligent student. The teacher's words were commands to him. Master regarded the tall figure of Dai Mubai and stated, I assign you a task. From this moment, without causing any serious injury, defeat each of them one by one. Dai Mubai was taken aback, staring incredulously at Master. The Master's expression stiffened. You possess a soul power of level 37, while their highest is merely 31. Is there an issue? Dai Mubai turned to look at the others, his gaze landing first on Tang San. He could disregard the others, but he could not afford to underestimate Tang San's extraordinary hidden weapons. Tang San, step forward. The Master's voice rang out again. Tang San immediately stepped forward and stood beside Dai Mubai. Master looked at Tang San and instructed, you are not to use your third soul skill or your special weapons. You may begin. Wait. It was Dai Mubai who spoke. Master, this is unfair. If Tang San cannot exert his full strength, then what is the point of our battle? His level is inherently lower than mine, and if his soul skills are restricted, then I gain an undue advantage. Although Tang San's third soul ring, the man-faced demon spider, is quite formidable, I have confidence in myself. Master replied calmly, if he employs his third soul ring, you will have no chance at all. Control-type soul masters are the strongest in one-on-one combat until they encounter a countering martial soul. Since you insist, let Tang San use his third soul ring. As partners, you must also come to understand one another. The others instinctively began to retreat, including Master. A soul master above level 30 possesses considerable power, and as they are still learning to control their soul power, they could easily injure others. Dai Mubai's mischievous eyes gradually turned crimson. Despite facing an opponent 6 levels beneath him, he dared not underestimate the challenge ahead. The students of Shrek Academy are indeed monsters. Yet the only one who truly instills fear in him is Tang San. Be careful, Xiao San. I shall show no mercy. Tang San merely nodded in response, remaining silent. He could distinctly sense that Dai Mubai's muscles were entirely tensed, poised like a descending tiger. Suddenly, a pale radiance erupted from Dai Mubai, his arms extending outward as his chest puffed up, his bones cracking audibly as his muscles expanded, straining against his clothing. The very air around him seemed to grow tumultuous. Dai Mubai's martial spirit, the white tiger, had fully manifested. A surge of azure light burst forth from Tang San, the blue-silver grass. Refined through the transformation of the soul ring of the faceless demon spider, now extending from his feet with a more slender form. Slowly raising his right hand towards the poised Dai Mubai, Tang San stated earnestly, Mubai, if you can break through my third soul skill, then you shall have one. Dai Mubai's spirit surged with anticipation. Not only he, but the other observing students were also fixated on Tang San, eager to witness the extent of the power Tang San had gained after enduring such intense suffering. Dai Mubai's eyes narrowed, merging into a singular focus as he disregarded the third soul ring on his body. The shimmering purple light erupted, unleashing his third soul skill. The White Tiger King Kong transformation. His body, now grand and powerful, expanded further, his muscles grotesquely bulging as his upper garment tore apart, revealing a terrifying muscular outline. Striped patterns emerged on his skin, and his tiger-like paws grew larger, with gleaming silver blades protruding from them. His form was enveloped in a radiant golden light. As if gilded, his blood-red eyes glimmered with a savage intensity, exuding the regal aura of a beast king. When Dai Mubai first clashed with Tang San, He had effortlessly shattered Tang San's second soul ring skill, the parasite, using the White Tiger King Kong transformation. Now, facing Tang San once more, he unleashed his most potent soul skill, aiming to slice through Tang San's blue-silver grass with his razor-sharp claws. Be careful. In an instant, the blue-silver grass beneath Tang San surged forth, countless vines erupting, some soaring into the air, others skimming along the ground, and some flanking from the sides, converging on Dai Mubai from all directions. Dai Mubai, a soul master of brute strength, was not known for his agility. As he saw the blue-silver grass advancing, he did not evade. Instead, the golden light surrounding him intensified, and he charged forward towards the encroaching vines. After merely 3 strides, his powerful physique came to a halt as the first soul skill of the blue-silver grass, bind, activated, ensnaring him completely. Instinctively, Dai Mubai attempted to break free from the blue-silver grass using his strength, just as he had done previously. However, at the moment he exerted his strength, he realized something was amiss. The attributes of the third soul ring had been infused. Although the blue-silver grass had thinned, its inherent resilience had increased exponentially. Despite Dai Mubai's full force, he was unable to tear the blue-silver grass apart. Instead, the constricted strands dug into his muscles. Chapter 47. Await your demise. The barbed tendrils of the ghost vine surged forth silently. Had it not been for the formidable hardness of Dai Mubai's skin, augmented by the white tiger transformation, he would have been susceptible to the toxins resulting from the fusion of the ghost vine and the man-faced demon spider. Nevertheless, the 37th level Dai Mubai was not easily subdued. Faced with the inability to escape the blue-silver grass through brute strength, his ensnared hand sprang into action. The razor-sharp claws of the tiger suddenly extended, vibrating violently against the blue-silver grass at a certain frequency. Gradually, the blades began to slice into the blue-silver grass, once Dai Mubai managed to free his hands. Unleashing his soul power in full force, the enhanced blue-silver grass would no longer be able to restrain him. Unfortunately, Tang San had never anticipated that the blue-silver grass alone would be sufficient to directly confine Dai Mubai. Considering he possessed the soul power of a soul sovereign at level 37, his intention was merely to temporarily impede Dai Mubai, granting himself the opportunity to unleash his third soul skill. The essence of a control-type soul master lies in subduing their opponent from the very onset of battle until its conclusion. The bluish-green orb of light had already emitted as Dai Mubai's tiger claws began to sever the blue-silver grass. Naturally, Dai Mubai noticed the luminous sphere. Though his body was bound, he was not completely immobile. He understood that the orb emanating from Tang San was likely his third soul ring. Without a second thought for appearances, he tilted his body and rolled to the side. What he needed now was time. If only he could free himself from the blue-silver grass. With his 37th level soul power combined with the augmented strength of the white tiger transformation, he was confident he could dispel Tang San's third soul ring. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the bluish-green radiance swiftly expanded, forming a vast net with a diameter of 5 meters that descended from above. Although Dai Mubai had rolled over, he could not escape this area. The net expanded at an alarming speed, and the bluish-green orb was launched by Tang San with the velocity of a deadly projectile. Buzz! The colossal spider web enveloped him in an instant, and Dai Mubai felt an intense constriction as his entire being was tightly ensnared within the massive web. As he continued to cut through the inner layers of the blue-silver grass, a sudden wave of intense paralysis and burning sensation coursed through the threads of the web, which appeared even finer than the blue-silver grass. Even with the strength of the white tiger transformation, he could not dispel the numbing sensation. The overwhelming stickiness encased his body like a dumpling, the web tightening relentlessly. When the sharp claws of the tiger made contact with the web, they were repelled without leaving a trace. Dai Mubai exerted all his soul power, desperately attempting to break free from the paralysis and the web, yet the more he struggled, the more tightly the web constricted around him. The sensation of having immense power yet being unable to wield it plunged the malevolent-eyed white tiger into profound despondency. The feeling of numbness intensified, naturally diminishing the resistance of its soul power. The web, shimmering with bluish-green light, tightened relentlessly, causing the bones of Dai Mubai to emit a series of crackling sounds. That will suffice, the master spoke with an air of calm. Upon hearing this, Tang San stepped forward decisively, retracting the web along with the toxins it harbored. Quite the lively scene. A handsome young man approached them, eliciting curious glances from the crowd. "Chengge, you're back," Tang San exclaimed with evident excitement. Behind him, The master revealed a flicker of fervor in his eyes, a glimmer of hope for finding a kindred spirit with whom to communicate. The master approached and said, "This must be Mu Chen. Am I correct? Greetings. I am Yu Xiaojiang, though everyone prefers to call me the master." The crowd paused in surprise, taken aback by the master's candid introduction, signaling the significance he placed on Mu Chen. Mu Chen nodded and said, "I have long admired you. Indeed, your presence today is extraordinary. It is a pleasure to meet you." Yu Xiaojiang shook his head and replied, "I am unworthy of such praise. Your theory of the food chain is truly astonishing, and one must honor the accomplished. I cannot accept your admiration." Mu Chen smiled gently. "Master, you are being modest. Well, let us not indulge in trivialities. You are in the midst of training, are you not?" The master nodded in affirmation. Mu Chen stated, "Perfect timing, as my fourth soul ring requires testing. You seven should join me. Let us see how it goes." The crowd was taken aback by his boldness. Oscar remarked, "Chen, you seem a bit overconfident. Even if you are a soul master and possess a soul ring that is 100,000 years old, taking on 7 opponents at once? If you succeed, I shall walk backwards to our dormitory." Dai Mubai nodded in agreement. Only Ning Rongrong gazed at him with admiration and unwavering trust. Even Zhu Zhuqing appeared skeptical. It is worth noting that among the Shrek's 7 monsters, 4 have already attained the rank of Soul Sovereign. Mu Chen refrained from any superfluous words and directly revealed his soul rings. Each soul ring that ascended caused Master S' expression to darken further. Mu Chen consoled the master, saying, "Master, your theories apply to the majority of soul masters, but they do not encompass a genius like me, a true anomaly among monsters. Therefore, there is no need to ponder excessively." Upon hearing this, the master gradually regained his composure, acknowledging that indeed, individuals vary greatly. Perhaps Mu Chen's extraordinary physical attributes set him apart from others. Oscar, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "No way, Brother Chen, you really obtained 100,000-year soul beast." The crowd exchanged glances, for while they could accept that Mu Chen's third soul ring had mutated to 100,000 years, the fourth soul ring was undoubtedly emblematic of Mu Chen's identity and status. It is worth noting that in this world, there are but a few capable of hunting a 100,000-year soul beast. Mu Chen smiled confidently and remarked, "Now, no one dares to claim that you have bullied me, right? Come at me. I fear not, but I worry you may lose." Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue and said, "Everyone, I believe Chen Ge is simply asking for a beating. Let us express our grievances towards him by giving him what he deserves." To everyone's surprise, Tang San was the first to nod in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Chen Ge, there are times when I feel an overwhelming urge to strike you. I cannot quite explain it. It is simply a pure desire to give you a good thrashing." Xiao pondered seriously for a moment before also nodding in agreement. "Mu Chen, I have just received 1,000 points of mental shock." Mu Chen feigned anger and declared, "Fine, you are quite audacious. Just wait. I had initially intended to show mercy, but now I deem it unnecessary. Prepare to meet your demise." Dai Mubai let out a thunderous roar as his martial spirit manifested instantly. "Come, let this be a practice of teamwork. Everyone, get ready." Good. With Dai Mubai and Tang San as the pillars of their team, they launched the first assault. Dai Mubai transformed into his white tiger form and charged towards Mu Chen. Meanwhile, Tang San devised a cunning trap while stealthily unleashing his blue-silver grass towards Mu Chen. Xiao Wu, too, was brimming with energy, her leg muscles taut with anticipation. Yet, all of this did not escape the keen detection of their adversary. With a smile, Mu Chen adeptly countered Dai Mubai's relentless onslaught of tiger claws using Wing Chun. Is the third one attempting to set a trap for me? Is Xiao Wu preparing to teleport and strike? Zhu Zhuqing, you too have extended your claws. You all feign nonchalance, yet your true intentions are quite sinister. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, and Dai Mubai, caught off guard, was sent flying. Mu Chen smiled mysteriously and said, "I am well aware of everything about you. Yet it appears you remain oblivious to the true power of my fourth soul skill. Allow me to demonstrate." The master observed the match, formulating a succinct assessment of Mu Chen in his mind, invincible among peers. Chapter 48, The Battle Against the Shrek 7 Monsters. Mu Chen seemed to have anticipated the next move of Shrek and the others, causing everyone to momentarily panic. Tang San was the first to regain his composure, saying, "It's all right. Even if Brother Chen has discovered our soul skills, he remains unaware of how we truly connect them. We can proceed as planned." The master nodded with satisfaction, having always held a deep fondness for this disciple. Mu Bai's tiger claws have already arrived, Mu Chen said little, as he executed a Tai Chi maneuver that left Mu Bai feeling uncomfortable in his own identity. The frustration of being unable to harness his strength ignited a fierce response from the tiger. He unleashed 2 waves of radiant white tiger energy, drawing closer in an attempt to shatter this stalemate. Mu Chen smiled faintly. After deflecting the fierce light wave of the white tiger, he suddenly exchanged a punch with Mu Bai. Sensing the ominous turn of events, Mu Bai felt compelled to act, even though he was reluctant. He had no choice but to engage in the confrontation. However, how formidable was Mu Chen's fist? It could likely reduce even a piece of jade to dust. Mu Bai paid the price for his impulsiveness, staggering backward, his right arm's garment tattered. Shielding his injured right arm with his left hand, his countenance darkened, clearly indicating he had sustained considerable injury. Mu Chen sighed and said, "I apologize, Mu Bai. You may step down and take a rest." As he spoke, his colleague leaned to the right, evading the ambush from Xiao Wu. Mu Chen reached out to grasp the calf of Xiao Wu, who had darted out from behind. But how could Tang San allow that? He swiftly cast a web toward Mu Chen, with a knowing smile. Mu Chen understood that Tang San would sacrifice certain elements for Xiao Wu, hence deliberately acting to disrupt Tang San's original strategy. He remained vigilant and maintained a backup plan, accelerating his descent before pushing off the ground with his hands, propelling himself into the air. In a graceful rotation, he executed a precise hand strike, severing Tang San's web. The master, observing this unfolding scene, had already discerned the outcome but chose not to intervene, perhaps eager to witness the potential of the Shrek 7 monsters. The ease with which Tang San's web was dismantled left him feeling anxious. As he saw Mu Chen charging toward him with an overwhelming force, Tang San instinctively wrapped himself in blue-silver grass. At that moment, before the grass could fully shield him, he caught sight of the smile at the corner of Mu Chen's mouth. This cannot be good, Tang San thought urgently. Zhu Qing, go protect Rongrong. But was there still time? Zhu Qing had initially intended for Tang San to ensnare Mu Chen with the web, allowing her to follow up with a flurry of attacks. However, everything had changed, so she opted to remain on the sidelines, seeking an opportunity. Upon witnessing Mu Chen's reckless advance, she decided to trail behind him, knowing that any attack would momentarily pause his movement, enabling her to flank him. But to her surprise, Mu Chen executed a grand leap, soaring over Tang San. Zhu Qing, unable to halt her momentum, leapt as well, only to find herself confronted by Mu Chen, who lay in wait behind Tang San. Indeed, Mu Chen's objective had never been Ning Rongrong, for he possessed the capability to overpower several opponents with her support. Why then concern himself with eliminating the supplies first? He arrogantly believed that once everyone else was taken down, the support would pose no threat. His hand was poised to seize Zhu Qing when suddenly a figure collided with him. It was Mu Bai. Mu Bai pushed Mu Chen aside with his body and exclaimed, "Hong Jun, incinerate him." A crimson pillar of fire surged toward Mu Chen, who smiled faintly and retorted, "You underestimate me." Immediately, he unleashed his fiery form, absorbing and transforming the malevolent flames before striking out with a blazing dragon. At that moment, Tang San's voice rang out, "Brother Chen, you are being careless." The fire line is meant to obscure visibility. Mu Chen felt a sense of foreboding. At that moment, he was channeling his spiritual energy to unleash a fire dragon, and could not afford to be interrupted midway. Thus, he found himself restrained by Xiao San, while Xiao Wu teleported directly in front of him, using her legs to clamp around him and forcefully throw him backward. At this juncture, Mu Chen realized he had no choice but to endure the impact. After a brief moment of self-reproach, the bone armor gradually manifested upon him. Following the forceful reception of Xiao Wu's 8-section throw, the Shrek 7 breathed a collective sigh of relief. Brother Chen, after all, had been rather audacious. However, in an instant, a figure leapt from the dust, clad in golden armor. Indeed, I may have encountered a few issues, but everything is about to conclude. This individual was none other than Mu Chen, who had utilized his 4th soul ring. Tang San's blue-silver grass slowly extended, and Ning Rongrong exerted her utmost support. Everyone remained on high alert, for this was Brother Chen's newly acquired 100,000-year soul ring, and vigilance was imperative. Mu Chen stood at a distance, motionless. As both sides remained in a stalemate for an extended period, Mu Chen remarked, "Why do you still refuse to concede?" The 7 members of Shrek responded in unison, "We have yet to engage in battle. We shall not yield." Upon hearing this, Mu Chen shook his head. Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light appeared behind him. Tang San, utilizing his purple extreme magic eye, discovered that it was, astonishingly, a myriad of tiny needles. Mu Chen cautioned, "Be careful, my attack is imminent." Following this, countless minute bone needles surged forth from behind him. These needles were manifestations of his own bones, naturally formed. Having been severed and split, then enhanced by his golden spirit form to become iron spikes capable of piercing armor. Tang San attempted to defend using blue silver grass. But would it prove effective? It was utterly insufficient to block the rapid onslaught of the iron spikes. Powered by soul energy, these inherently hard and sharp spikes possessed tremendous velocity, rendering them unstoppable. The most crucial aspect was the inexhaustible supply of these iron spikes. Under Mu Chen's deft control, waves of attacks ensued, leaving the boys injured and unable to rise, lest they suffer even greater harm. The girls, with their garments torn, revealed significant portions of their form, forced to crouch and unable to stand. This relentless barrage continued for an extended period until the master finally called for a ceasefire. The overwhelming force displayed was a clear indication of the changing times. Strength prevailed on all fronts, while they faced a relentless barrage of firepower. Such attacks could only be thwarted by those with sufficiently high soul power or formidable defenses. However, the loss endured by Xiao San and his companions was not entirely in vain. At the very least, they compelled Mu Chen to utilize his fourth soul ring. In truth, had Mu Chen initially denied them any opportunity and swiftly eliminated Xiao Ao, the subsequent counteroffensive from the Shrek 7 would never have transpired. Mu Chen retracted the soul ring. Exercising commendable control, he rendered the crowd incapable of resistance without inflicting severe injuries upon them. As Tang San and the others passed by, they underwent a brief recovery, which could be regarded as a return to normalcy. Mu Chen approached and patted the shoulders of the crowd, saying, "You are all formidable." Oscar chuckled and replied, "Oh, Brother Chen, you never fail to impress. I must admit, I no longer wish to compete with you. It is truly disheartening." At that moment, the master interjected, "No, from now on, you must engage in battle with Mu Chen every day until you seven can unite and defeat him." "What?" Only Tang San nodded resolutely. The master continued, "I have been observing your recent battle closely, and to speak candidly, you had a chance to win, but it hinges on one crucial condition." With that, the master turned his gaze toward Mu Chen. Mu Chen awkwardly scratched his head and remarked, "I will strive to refrain from employing my fourth soul skill in attacks." The master nodded in agreement and addressed the 7 members of Shrek, saying, "Indeed, as long as there are no misunderstandings leading to successive assaults, you shall have the opportunity to surpass Mu Chen. Therefore, from this day forth, dedicate yourselves to rigorous training, aspiring to triumph by leveraging your numbers." Although the group was somewhat reluctant, they recognized the gravity of the situation and felt it inappropriate to refuse any further. Thus, they merely nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the master instructed, "You shall first engage in practical team exercises against Mu Chen. Once this phase of training concludes, I shall grant you a few days of respite. However, until then, you must adhere strictly to my training regimen." "Understood." Mu Chen contemplated bitterly. "Youngsters, the nightmare is about to commence." Chapter 49. Devil Training. The master's rigorous training has arrived as scheduled. Mu Chen was aware that he might receive certain preferential treatment. Seeing the basket nearly twice the size of those belonging to others, he knew he was in trouble. However, given his physical condition, he had little to lament, silently mourning the burden of the basket. Weighing it, he estimated it to be around 100 kilograms. "You truly think highly of me, master." The remaining 7 baskets, woven from bamboo, contained stones of varying sizes, each equipped with straps and inscribed with names. Among them, Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and Ma Hongjun had the largest stones, while Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and Oscar had moderately sized ones, with Ning Rongrong's basket containing the smallest stone. Upon seeing the stone in her basket, Ning Rongrong mused that the master was not entirely unreasonable. The master, observing the 7 individuals who had shouldered their baskets and dashed away, could not help but reveal a faint smile on his otherwise rigid face. "Isn't this special training a bit excessive? That is several hundred kilometers. They probably want to complete it even by nightfall," he thought. "I didn't expect you to be even harsher than I am." Flander had somehow approached the master, expressing his concern. The master replied calmly, "One must endure hardship to rise above others. I have meticulously calculated their physical conditions. They will not be overexerted. Besides, do you think their hearty breakfast was merely for show? Without experiencing hardship together, How can they become true partners who entrust their backs to one another? Flander raised his hands in surrender, conceding, "Fine, I'll defer to your judgment. I know you care for these children even more than I do. However, I must remind you again that the Academy's funding is limited." The master snorted. "Can a living person be suffocated by holding their urine? Do you think I am like you, a mere soul sage who cannot secure funding for a single academy?" Flander retorted with mild anger. "That is because I refuse to bow and depend on others. Otherwise, with my capabilities, wealth and prosperity would not be difficult to attain. I am keen to see how you will resolve this issue. Your skin is thinner than mine." The master shot Flander a sidelong glance. "Then just wait and see." With their baskets on their backs, Tang San and Dai Mu Bai surged ahead. It was only after they began to run that they realized the punishment was indeed severe. If they could use their soul power, covering a distance of 60 or 70 kilometers in half a day would be no challenge at all, even quite effortless. However, without utilizing their soul power while bearing the weight made it an arduous task. "Mu Bai, Xiao San, let us take a break." Mu Chen suddenly halted mid-run. They had not traveled far, yet sweat already beaded on his forehead. Although both had expended soul power earlier, at this moment, they were running without it, and clearly, they were the fittest among the Shrek 7. At this point, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar had fallen behind by several hundred meters, while Zhu Shiqing had caught up to them, leaving Ning Rongrong trailing at the back. "Mu Chen, what's wrong?" Dai Mu Bai also came to a halt, gazing at Mu Chen with a hint of perplexity. 10 laps is no short distance. One should hasten to run. Mu Chen remarked. "Mu Bai, Xiao San, do you remember? The master mentioned just before our departure that we are a unified entity, and he has tasked us with collectively enduring this punishment. Observe, Zhu Qing and Rongrong are also sharing in our plight. Aside from my obligation to run 12 laps, you must concurrently fulfill your part as well. Based on my understanding of the master, this punishment serves not only as a reprimand but also as an opportunity for us to strengthen our physical prowess. Just yesterday, he conveyed to me that the body is the foundation of a soul master. My ability to absorb the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider at a higher level is intrinsically linked to my physical condition. Moreover, this punishment likely represents a test devised by our master to evaluate our sense of collective unity. We are indeed a cohesive unit. While you and I may possess the stamina to endure, the same cannot be said for the others. It appears imperative that we devise strategies to ensure that everyone can successfully meet this challenge together." Tang San nodded in agreement. Indeed, without unity, this punishment seems utterly insurmountable, akin to one among us declaring a one-on-one challenge against Brother Chun. Mu Chen nodded and remarked, "This is precisely the rationale. Hence, we should wait for those behind us to join, and I shall share with you a method for conserving energy through breath regulation during long-distance running." Soon, the 5 individuals at the rear caught up, and Tang San reiterated his perspective on today's trial. Oscar frowned slightly and said, "I believe Tang San is absolutely correct. The master is indeed testing us. Our burdens differ, and it seems the master has meticulously calculated the limits of our physical endurance. For individuals like Tang San and Dai Lauda, it appears they can complete the task within their limits, even retaining some energy. For someone like Fatty, he is likely just at his threshold, while there are certainly those who exceed their capacities. Only through collective effort can we hope to succeed. As for the burdens that surpass our limits, it seems I alone bear that weight, along with Rongrong." At this point, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Having run merely 2 kilometers, he already felt the bamboo basket on his back growing heavier, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and with such a long distance remaining, he questioned his ability to persevere. Fatty Ma Hongjun exclaimed cheerfully, "Why don't we cheat a little? Let us secretly indulge in some of Xiao Ao's recovery sausages. Are we afraid of running out of stamina? Cheat?" Oscar shot Fatty a disapproving glare. He was not a fool and would never engage in such folly. "Fatty, let me ask you this. Can you be sure the master has not assigned other teachers to supervise us? If we are caught cheating, the consequences would be far graver than our current punishment. Moreover, the master has his reasons for imposing this trial upon us, and it is ultimately for our benefit. We must devise a strategy to conserve our strength as much as possible." Tang San interjected. "Although the teacher has mandated that we run with burdens and forbids the use of soul power, as long as we can complete the trial while bearing these weights, we shall be fine. Oscar, hand me your stone." Oscar hesitated for a moment, then chuckled, "Good brother. However, I think it's unnecessary at this point. Instead, let us run at the pace of the slowest among us. This way, we can stay together, and a steady pace is the most efficient in conserving energy. If anyone struggles, we can assist one another in adjusting our loads, thus maximizing our stamina. What do you all think? Ning Rongrong chimed in with a smile. Oscar, I didn't realize you were quite clever. Oscar wore a self-satisfied expression as if to say, did you not know I am called the wise little prince? Daimubai, being the eldest among them, took on the role of leader, asserting, enough chatter, speaking consumes energy. Let us run, and we shall follow Xiao Ao's suggestion. Subsequently, Mu Chen imparted the essential techniques of breathing during long-distance running, encouraging them to attune to their own rhythms. He then moderated his pace, joining the others in their run. Thus, the 8 participants embarked anew on their journey of endurance. Undoubtedly, among them, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as support-type soul masters, possessed the least stamina, leading the group to adjust their speed accordingly. They progressed steadily towards Soto City, completing the first round at this measured pace. As they truly engaged in the run, they gradually began to feel the strain of the added weight. Were it not for the burden, even without utilizing their soul power, the 6-kilometer round trip would hardly pose a challenge to them. Their physical capabilities, augmented by their soul power, far exceeded those of ordinary individuals. And even Oscar and Ning Rongrong were not exceptions. However, with the added weight, their bodies evidently struggled to adapt by the end of the round trip. Both Ning Rongrong and Oscar were drenched in sweat, while the others exhibited signs of fatigue as well. Ning Rongrong undoubtedly had the least stamina among them, while Oscar, despite being a support-type soul master, had surpassed level 30 and benefited from the enhancements of his 3rd soul ring, putting him in a noticeably better condition than Ning Rongrong. Chapter 50. The grueling journey. As they continued in circles, the pace of all Shrek members gradually synchronized, their breathing becoming uniform and harmonious. This left the master astonished. Observing the fatigue in the first round, he had anticipated that they would struggle to catch their breath by the second round, resulting in a disorganized team. However, to his surprise, they grew more cohesive with each lap, their momentum increasingly robust, forming a perfect line as they completed round after round. Reflecting on the experience, Ning Rongrong remarked that the sensation was quite natural. Her legs seemed to run of their own accord. Although fatigued, there was no desire to cease. After each lap, the master provided them with salt water to replenish their lost energy. Nevertheless, limits exist. By the 10th round, the pace of Oscar and Ning Rongrong had noticeably slowed. Their surroundings beginning to blur, their legs heavy as if laden with lead. The burden of the bamboo basket felt as if it bore the weight of a mountain. Under consistent pace, the others maintained their stamina. Though each was drenched in sweat, their spirits remained high. Xiao Ao, hand me your stone, Tang San instructed Oscar, while Dai Mubai extended his hand towards Ning Rongrong simultaneously. This time, both Oscar and Ning Rongrong did not refuse. They were acutely aware of their waning strength, and continuing in this manner might jeopardize their ability to complete the round trip. Thus, the weight borne by Tang San and Dai Mubai increased from 15 kilograms to 20 kilograms, as the bamboo basket now contained 2 stones. 5 kilograms may not seem substantial. Yet under the strain of considerable physical exertion, this seemingly trivial weight has imposed a palpable burden on the 2 individuals. Although they managed to maintain a steady pace, their breathing had noticeably grown labored. In stark contrast, the moment Oscar and Ning Rongrong shed the weight, they experienced a transcendent sensation, as if their very bodies had become light enough to float. With a few deep breaths, they found running to be remarkably easier, not only regaining their original rhythm, but also feeling a newfound sense of ease. As they entered the 15th lap, each person's breath became increasingly arduous, including Mu Chen, who struggled under the weight of 100 kilograms. It felt as though their lungs were ablaze, and with every step, clear imprints of sweat were left on the ground. Since their last round trip, the saline solution they replenished at the academy gate had dwindled to just 2 cups, and they had only enjoyed a brief respite. The master did not hasten them. Instead, he continued to prepare warm saline water for them after each round. I can't go on. I can't do it, murmured Ma Hongjun, stumbling slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground. The portly fellow halted, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for air. His round face had turned pale, as if each breath was a monumental struggle. One by one, the group came to a stop, and in that moment, words eluded them. They exchanged glances, realizing that every companion's clothing was drenched in sweat. Most notably, Zhu Zhuqing stood out. Though the youngest among them, she was the most physically developed of the 3 girls, her soaked garments clinging to her form and accentuating her remarkable curves. Mu Chen could not help but gaze a little longer, yet at this moment, He lacked the energy to truly appreciate the splendid scenery before him. Originally, Tang San and Dai Mubai ought not to feel so fatigued. But the additional burdens of Ning Rongrong and Oscar weighed heavily upon them, rendering their load significantly more arduous than that of their companions. Among the seven, the only one who appeared somewhat at ease was Xiaowu. Having reached level 30, her burdens were comparable to those of Zhu Zhiqing and Ma Hongjun. Furthermore, given her naturally light frame, she was the only one who still retained a sense of ease amidst the struggle. After nearly 5 minutes of catching their breath, the group gradually began to recover. Ma Hongjun could not restrain himself and remarked, "Since we won't be having lunch anyway, why not take it a bit slower? I can't go on. If we keep running, I fear I might collapse." Mu Chen quietly remarked, "Fatty, you are overthinking it. Slowing down is simply not an option. Have you not noticed that the temperature of the saline solution prepared by the master remains constant each time? Yet our pace has been consistently diminishing. It is evident that the master has calculated our physical condition. If we return too slowly, we may incur additional penalties. Although the master's training may be somewhat harsh, it is ultimately for our own benefit. We must persevere. Fatty, please hand over your burden to me." Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Ma Hongjun quickly came to his senses, shaking his head and saying, "Never mind, Brother Chen. You are already bearing a boulder of a burden, and with mine added, my conscience cannot bear it." Mu Chen playfully tapped his head and said, "Can I be like you? A man must not refuse. Hurry up and let me carry it for a while. When you feel it's enough, take it back." Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Ma Hongjun did not hesitate any longer and handed over the stones from the frame to him. "Let me assist you, Zhiqing." Tang San reached for the bamboo basket behind Zhu Zhiqing. She swiftly twisted her body, evading Tang San's hand, and replied, "No, I can manage. With such considerable consumption now, how can we endure to the end?" Tang San paused, momentarily taken aback by Zhu Zhiqing. He suddenly realized that she was not as cold as she seemed. The journey resumed. This time the group reduced their pace once more. Although Mu Chen remained silent, it was evident that his steps had grown significantly heavier, with sweat pouring down him, the most among the seven. The burden imposed by the plump man weighed no less than 10 kilograms. Given that his stamina was already somewhat depleted, the additional weight of 110 kilograms was exerting a tremendous toll on his endurance. As they completed the 18th lap, the master provided them with warm saline water, casting a deliberate glance at the bamboo baskets behind them, yet he said nothing. The 19th lap began, and despite the absence of any extra weight, Oscar and Ning Rongrong were nearing their physical limits. Ma Hongjun had somewhat recovered, and Xiaowu could still persist. But Zhu Zhiqing's pace was slowing considerably. Conversely, Tang San seemed to have gritted his teeth and surpassed his own limits, showing no signs of exhaustion. With Soto City now within sight, they were about to complete half of the 9th round trip. Suddenly, Dai Mubai stumbled, falling forward. In the past, with his strength, he would have easily regained his balance, but now his energy was severely depleted. Tang San, who had been following closely behind Dai Mubai, rushed forward to support him by the shoulder as he was about to fall. Dai Mubai's eyes had become a singular shade of fatigue, a state Tang San had witnessed during their encounters with danger, indicating a limit had been reached. Dai Mubai was unable to stand upright on his own. Leaning heavily on Tang San, his chest heaving like a bellows, appearing almost on the brink of dehydration. "Big brother Dai, how are you?" The others quickly gathered around, expressing their concern. Tang San remained silent but directly took the largest stone, weighing 15 kilograms, from Dai Mubai's basket and placed it into his own. "Xiao San, no need. I can still hold on." Dai Mubai managed to stand upright with great effort, his eyes reflecting a determined light. Looking at Tang San, he declared, "You endured the immense pain from the human-faced demon spider's soul ring, so why can't I push through? I can do this. Brothers, let us persevere. No one must fall behind." As he spoke, Dai Mubai forcibly retrieved his 15-kilogram stone from Tang San's basket and returned it to his own. Ma Hongjun also said little, directly taking out his own stone, asserting, "I cannot lag behind either." At this moment, Mu Chen was drenched in sweat, reaching the limits of his endurance. Chapter 51, The Devil Master. On the final stretch of the 19th circle, at Tang San's persistent request, Ning Rongrong's 5-kilogram stone was transferred from Dai Mubai's bamboo basket to his own, increasing his burden to 25 kilograms. The arduous journey continued, each step taken with immense difficulty. Dai Mubai, relieved of 15 kilograms, persevered with his indomitable will. The group supported one another, managing to press on. Although they were still running, their pace had slowed to nearly that of walking. The punishment had lasted a full 3 hours thus far, gulping down salt water. The 7 of them resembled individuals pulled from a watery abyss, while the master remained silent by their side. Damu Bai forced himself to rally, urging his brothers to endure for just one final stretch. Suddenly, Oscar spoke up. Xiao San, give me back my burden. There's only one last round to go. I can manage. Tang San hesitated, noticing a newfound determination in Oscar's eyes. Yet, seeing his trembling legs, Tang San shook his head, insisting, no, I can still manage. Oscar approached Tang San, sweat dripping down, but his gaze had turned resolute. As brothers, return it to me. I can do this. Ning Rongrong, gasping for breath and pale-faced, could not help but exclaim as she watched Oscar retrieve the 5-kilogram stone from Tang San's basket. Oscar, you truly are a man today. Exhausted. Oscar could only puff out his chest, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. At that moment, the Shrek 7 monsters were physically drained. Yet none of them exhibited a hint of relaxation. Often, the distinction between genius and mediocrity lies in the steadfastness of one's will. Surviving one limit signifies a transformation in all things. At last, the 10th round of punishment commenced. This time, apart from Mu Chen, the others could barely run, moving their feet with great effort, inching forward step by step. Can't go on? No, we can all do this, they thought, shouldering their burdens and advancing with heavy strides toward their ultimate goal. After 1 kilometer, the nearly fainting Oscar transferred his stone to Mu Chen's basket. After 2 kilometers, Zhu Zhuqing's stone joined Mu Chen's. After 3 kilometers, Ning Rongrong collapsed, prompting Tang San to give part of his burden to Damu Bai before carrying Ning Rongrong on his back. After returning 1 kilometer, Oscar fainted. Zhu Zhuqing reclaimed her stone, and Xiao's burden was transferred to Ma Hongjuan's basket. Ning Rongrong climbed onto Mu Chen's back, while Tang San hoisted Oscar. They traversed 2 kilometers, and as Zhu Zhuqing collapsed, Mu Chen carried her upon his shoulder. With less than 500 meters remaining to the finish line, Tang San bore a bamboo basket on his chest containing Zhu Zhuqing's previous burdens and an additional 15 kilograms taken from Damu Bai, all while supporting Oscar on his back. Damu Bai was struggling under his own load, and Xiao Wu had also added 10 kilograms of stones to her burden. Ma Hongjun carried 20 kilograms. They moved forward, step by painstaking step, toward their goal. Oscar gradually regained consciousness, struggling to slide off Tang San's back, and, with Tang San's assistance, began to walk forward. At this point, Ma Hongjun too had reached his limits, joining Tang San and Oscar, the 3 of them supporting one another as they progressed. Had they not chosen to share the burden collectively, it is likely that only Mu Chen could have completed this grueling training. Had it been Ning Rongrong or Oscar alone, their endurance would have faltered long ago. Yet here stood 8 individuals, bolstered by mutual support and assistance, their determination ignited. The scenery before them blurred, yet faintly, they could discern the presence of the finish line. Their bodies, at this juncture, relied solely on sheer willpower to continue their advance. Tang San, burdened by heavy stones, simultaneously supported both Ma Hongjun and Oscar, alleviating a portion of their weight. Though they could not utilize their soul power, under the strain of physical limits, the inherent resilience of the Xiantian skill began to manifest. For otherwise, he would not have endured until now. Damu Bai's waist bent under the weight, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Each step felt as though weighed down by 1,000 pounds. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The master's rigid countenance appeared before them, witnessing their collective struggle to advance. Even he could not help but be moved by their display of camaraderie. This final round trip took them a full hour. Yet they had persevered and returned. With a thud, 7 of them collapsed almost simultaneously. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun fainted at the same moment. Mu Chen immediately cast the basket off his back with a resounding thud. He then addressed the master, saying, "You hold me in too high regard." Remarkably, he too succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon closer inspection, the master discovered that Mu Chen had surreptitiously concealed an additional 30 kilograms of stones within his basket, significantly alleviating the burdens of his companions. A faint smile graced the master's face as he reflected, not abandoning, not giving up. Very well, indeed. Flender, accompanied by Zhao Wujia and several other instructors, quietly approached the master, remarking, "Master, you are formidable as well." The master chose to disregard Flender's undercurrent of discontent and waved his hand, urging them to proceed swiftly, including the master. The teachers promptly relieved the children of their bamboo baskets and carried them toward the academy. When Mu Chen awakened from his stupor, he found himself in the dormitory. warmth enveloping him from all directions, the soothing sensation nearly eliciting a sigh of comfort. Mu Chen found himself immersed in a large wooden barrel filled with a brownish liquid, his bare body submerged within. On the opposite side, Oscar and Tang San lay in a deep slumber, also enveloped by the warm concoction. The presence of these three sizable barrels had rendered the dormitory exceedingly cramped. "Oh, master, you truly are relentless," Mu Chen mused while soaking in the medicinal pool. After so many years, he had once again surpassed his limits. It must be said that this method has proven effective time and again. One might boast of their prowess. Yet a lack of soul power ultimately reveals one's novice status. Eventually, Tang San stirred awake, and upon glancing at the blissful expression on Mu Chen's face, he felt an unexpected warmth rise to his cheeks. Mu Chen remarked, "You're blushing for no reason. This could easily lead to misunderstandings." Beside the wooden barrel, a note was affixed, bearing the master's handwriting. Upon awakening, he made his way to the dining hall. The sight of the words "having a meal" made Tang San's stomach rumble, as if in response, and an overwhelming sense of hunger surged within him. He then turned his gaze towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen softly remarked, "I intentionally waited for you all. I feared that if I went first, I would have to endure the training alone." Tang San's lips twitched slightly, yet he couldn't help but think that he might feel the same way. He was simply too weary and wished to avoid a second round of it. Chapter 52. I Shall Marry You. Mu Chen and Tang San made their way to the dining hall. Dalu chuckled. "I never imagined you would awaken later than I did, Mu Chen. Stop dawdling and come eat. The food is indeed quite delectable." Dalu Bai's once mischievous eyes had returned to their normal state, and upon seeing Tang San, a bright smile graced his face. They had endured trials together more than once, and the mutual understanding they shared transcended words. A mere glance conveyed their deep friendship. Taking a seat beside Dalu Bai, Tang San noticed 7 portions of food laid out on the table, clearly prepared for him and the others. A note, penned by their master, also rested there. After finishing their meal, they were instructed to clean the utensils and empty the water from the bucket in their room, ensuring everything was spotless. They were to refrain from sleep and train their soul power before dawn, with a morning assembly for lessons to follow. Dinner was a lavish affair, featuring a steaming bowl of aromatic stew, 5 fluffy white buns, a hearty bowl of thick soup, a plate of vegetables, and an assortment of fruits. Tang San's hunger left him little time to converse with Dalu Bai as he eagerly devoured the food before him, consuming it with the ferocity of a tempest. The satisfaction was immense. After such physical exertion, the nourishment felt as though it was rapidly revitalizing his body. As Tang San relished his meal, Dalu Bai had already finished and leaned against the table, observing him. Once Tang San had cleared his plate, Dalu Bai remarked, "Little San, the master is indeed formidable. This training is even more intense than what Dean Flinder used to impose. Judging by the master's note, it seems our days ahead may not be easy." Tang San shook his head and replied, "The master primarily taught me theoretical knowledge before. This is my first encounter with such rigorous training. However, he mentioned yesterday that as a soul master, a strong body is fundamental. My ability to withstand the impact of the spirit ring from the Titan giant spider is closely tied to my physical condition. Only a robust physique can endure greater soul power. Perhaps that is why the master has decided to focus on our foundational physical training." Dalu Bai sighed. "This is not merely about enhancement. The master's training regimen is designed to push us to our limits. If our physical condition weren't so good, we might have been bedridden for days. Yet, that peculiar liquid in the bucket seems to have some effect. Starving. Where's the food?" A figure rushed in, disregarding any greeting for Tang San and Dalu Bai, and dove straight for the dishes on the table. It was Xiaowu, her rosy cheeks eliciting a smile from Tang San. Evidently, Xiaowu had recovered from her extreme exhaustion. While she indulged in her meal, she noticed a note on the table and gestured to Tang San, indicating that he should wait until she had finished eating before they spoke. Awakening from her slumber and having partaken in the meal, Tang San now felt a languorous reluctance to move. Imitating Dalu Bai's posture, he leaned against the table, watching as Xiaowu voraciously devoured the food before her, entirely devoid of any ladylike demeanor. Aside from the 2 buns designated for the girl, the rest of the food was the same as theirs. Although Xiaowu's mouth was not particularly large, her ability to consume food was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, she had nearly polished off the meal in front of her. The fourth to arrive at the dining hall was not another level 30 or above Oscar, but rather Zhu Zhuqing. Upon entering, she wore a serene expression. Glancing at Mu Chen, when she noticed him smile at her, her face instantly flushed crimson, though this embarrassment quickly faded. Dalu Bai let out a sigh, understanding that his betrothed, whom he had never met, had completely given up on him. Yet, upon reflection, he thought that perhaps this was not such a bad thing after all. Zhu Zhuqing's manner of eating was significantly more graceful than Xiao Wu's. She savored each bite, and every movement appeared to be exquisitely elegant. Yet beneath that grace lay a remarkable speed. It was hard for Tang San to believe that she could consume her food so rapidly while appearing so leisurely, watching as her meal swiftly diminished. How delightful. I'm full. Xiao Wu unabashedly leaned her head against Tang San's shoulder. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed, and she sat up straight, whispering, "Aren't you wearing any clothes either?" Tang San was taken aback for a moment, instinctively nodding in affirmation. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue, explaining, "The note we left in our dormitory said not to panic. The village women helped take off your clothes. Come to the dining hall for a meal." Tang San chuckled softly, remarking, "Xiao Wu, you look so adorable when you blush, like an apple." As he spoke, he affectionately pinched her cheek. Xiao Wu merely shot him an indignant glare, but did not deter his playful gesture. Mu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Another mundane day of consuming food." Subsequently, as if struck by a thought, his gaze fixated intently on Zhu Zhuqing. The latter, sensing something amiss, lowered her head as if to acquiesce. As Mu Chen joyfully approached Zhu Zhuqing, he gently placed her upon his lap and began to massage her. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai, unable to bear the sight any longer, turned away. However, he held no resentment towards Mu Chen's actions, for after all, can a betrothal truly be equated with love? Subsequently, Ning, Rongrong, and Oscar arrived. Upon witnessing the intimate display between Mu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth in astonishment and exclaimed, "Zhuqing, you too." Unlike Dai Mu Bai, Ning Rongrong had previously expressed her thoughts on Mu Chen to Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing shyly shifted away from Mu Chen's lap, saying, "Rongrong, I." Mu Chen smiled and said, "Aren't we supposed to be rivals? What has this sudden concern for your dear friend? Fearing that I might bring her harm?" Ning Rongrong, filled with indignation, retorted, "You scoundrel. Yes, I am worried, but it seems that Zhu Qing is rather pleased with it. So just consider my words as nonsense." Subsequently, she unexpectedly burst into tears and turned to leave. At that moment, Mu Chen let out a resigned sigh, stood up, and gently grasped Ning Rongrong's arm, saying, "Enough, you silly girl. It's merely a massage, nothing inappropriate occurred. Look, it's almost time for dinner, don't let yourself go hungry." Ning Rongrong's emotions began to settle. Is it truly just a massage? Mu Chen gazed at Zhu Zhuqing with a mischievous smile and said, "What is the matter? You seem rather eager for me to do something else to him." Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face flushed, the color lingering for quite some time. To evade the awkwardness, she turned her head away, yet she remained, evidently concerned about the forthcoming conversation between Mu Chen and Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, having ceased her tears, glared with her adorable little eyes and threatened, "If you dare to touch Zhu Qing, what will you do?" Mu Chen, observing Ning Rongrong's flustered demeanor, maliciously replied, "I shall marry you, making you endure my whims day in and day out." With that, she promptly dismissed Mu Chen and headed off to have her meal. Zhu Zhuqing then approached with a smile, remarking, "It seems you can no longer engage in mischief." Her tone was peculiar, leaving Mu Chen puzzled about her true meaning. Zhu Zhuqing, however, did not offer any explanation and turned to leave, leaving Mu Chen alone, bewildered in the wind. Chapter 53. Training results as today's lessons commenced. A battle was set against Mu Chen. The master, having observed the events of the previous day, realized that these youths had formed an inseparable and cohesive unit. Quietly, he resolved to dedicate his utmost efforts towards nurturing these children. From that day forward, the master ensured that the Shrek 7 devils comprehended the true essence of the term devil. What transpires when a monster encounters a devil? The master's training regimen was straightforward, daily battles lasting 1 to 2 hours. Each day brought a different scenario, with combatants paired randomly. Sometimes it was 1-on-1. At other times it was 1 against 2, or even 2 against 2, and occasionally 3 against 3 or 3 against 4. Yet, there was always one match where 7 would overpower 1, a brutal demonstration of numbers. Mu Chen is indeed formidable, even without employing the 4th soul ring. His various techniques and combat styles have subjected the Shrek 7 to considerable hardship. However, the outcome is notable, as their coordination has improved significantly, becoming increasingly seamless. Presently, Mu Chen must don his bone armor, otherwise, defeating them would be impossible. Each day, apart from the 7 versus 1 battles, the master imposes certain special requirements, such as which soul skills are permitted, which are prohibited, and various constraints. Following the combat training, they engage in physical conditioning. As on the first day, the use of soul power is strictly forbidden during these sessions, and it must be completed by all 7 together. The master employs a myriad of methods to enhance their physical capabilities. The simplest of these is weighted running, alongside various forms of uphill climbing with added weight. Regardless of the method, the objective is to push the Shrek 7 to the limits of their physical endurance. After some time, they have become accustomed to awakening each night from the wooden barrel of potions. This grueling training, akin to that of a demon, is indeed harsh. However, the master spares no expense in providing diverse and satisfying meals to cater to their appetites. Due to the intensity of the training, 3 months have passed without Ma Hongjun addressing his uncontrollable evil fire in Soto City. Meanwhile, Tang San's smithing tools have long since arrived. But he has no time to forge hidden weapons, and even the first batch of completed parts from the forge remains unassembled. Tang San, Oscar, and Xiaowu have officially registered as sole ancestors in Soto City. To avoid drawing attention, the master specifically instructed them to wear specially crafted masks during their registration. Although this raised some suspicions, it is not uncommon for soul masters to conceal their appearances, and they successfully received their stipends. Despite 3 months of rigorous training, the Shrek 7 did not experience significant increases in their soul power. Only Ma Hongjun managed to elevate his power by a single level. However, this period of extreme physical training has dramatically transformed their physical capabilities. Now, when Tang San and Dai Mubai engage in weighted long-distance runs, they carry over 50 kilograms with apparent ease. It is essential to recognize that achieving such figures without the use of soul power is indeed astonishing. Mu Chen has vividly showcased his growth and innate talent. Remarkably, he has become so accustomed to bearing a weight of 200 kilograms that it hardly affects him anymore. His height has soared to 180 centimeters, and his weight has risen to 70 kilograms. Each individual's physical condition has undergone significant improvement, manifesting prominently in their physiques due to rigorous training and ample nutritional support. Dai Mubai has evidently become more robust, with a glint of fierce determination in his eyes, exuding an explosive power that makes him resemble a tiger descending from the mountains. Oscar's transformation is even more pronounced, although he has slimmed down considerably. His appearance defies the notion that he is a support-type soul master. His athletic build could easily rival that of most battle soul masters. Yet, his voice remains as soft as ever, and the bushy beard and his enchanting peach blossom eyes have shown little change. Tang San's physical transformation is minimal. He still possesses an ordinary visage, yet he appears more composed, having grown slightly taller, embodying the essence of an unremarkable youth, the kind easily overlooked in a crowd. To everyone's astonishment, Tang San's soul power has reached level 32. A feat not solely attributable to the 3 months of rigorous training, but rather a result of the human-faced demon spider soul ring he initially acquired. Perhaps due to surpassing his limits, while the torment inflicted by the human-faced demon spider soul ring was immense, the rewards were equally substantial. In addition to the soul ring and soul bone, his soul power has directly ascended to level 32, eliciting envy from others. However, despite their admiration, none dare attempt to absorb soul rings at higher levels as Tang San did. Ma Hongjun has shed considerable weight, no longer appearing as cumbersome. Although he is still somewhat stout, he now exudes a vigorous aura. His soul power has advanced to level 28, confidently progressing towards level 30. This physical transformation has rendered him much more agile. Xiaowu remains largely unchanged. Among the group, she exhibits the least alteration in appearance, not even having tanned in the sun, perpetually radiating a cheerful and lively demeanor. Nevertheless, during daily battles, she has posed quite the challenge for everyone. Her third soul skill, instant teleportation, has caught even Dai Mubai and Tang San off guard on numerous occasions. Fortunately, her teleportation range is currently limited to 5 meters, thus leading to frequent lessons from Mu Chen. Nonetheless, when combined with her waist bow and enchanting skills, the terrifying close combat potential of her 3 soul skills is formidable. Apart from Mu Chen, no one can defeat her once she has made contact. Compared to her arrival at the academy, Ning Rongrong's haughty demeanor, while not entirely eradicated, has improved significantly. A newfound air of confidence graced her features, and her tempered demeanor rendered her all the more enigmatic. This transformation was undoubtedly attributed to a decrease in her delicate disposition, which emboldened her to take the initiative in cultivating intimacy with Mu Chen. As for Zhu Zhiqing, it must be noted that her tenacity was in no way inferior to that of men. During 3 months of rigorous training, she never uttered a single complaint. Not only did she persevere through the challenges, but she even requested an increase in intensity. In contrast to Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhiqing had resolutely refused to allow Mu Chen to approach her since that fateful day. Mu Chen understood well and simply promised him lightly, "When you need me, do not find it troublesome. I shall be your steadfast support." The grueling 3-month training finally concluded yesterday, and the master granted our Shrek 7 monsters a week's respite to recalibrate their state of mind. However, for Mu Chen, a different kind of vacation awaited. On the very first day of the holiday, he was unexpectedly whisked away by an old man flying on a sword into a dense forest, embarking on yet another week of rigorous training. Chapter 54, Abducted. Yet another splendidly sunny day, and one's spirits are truly high. At this moment, Mu Chen donned casual attire, wandering aimlessly through the bustling streets. Suddenly, an incongruous voice pierced the air. "Found you, you little rascal." Mu Chen was taken aback. Yet in a bid for self-preservation, he chose to feign ignorance and prepared to seek refuge at the Mu Chen group. However, he underestimated the prowess of the source of the voice. It was neither a Soul Emperor nor a Soul Douluo, but rather a Super Douluo of the 96th rank, known as Douluo Chen Xian, who had come to find Mu Chen, clad in attire of platinum and white, with flowing silver hair. Chen Xian swiftly approached and rendered Mu Chen unconscious, whisking him away from the crowd. Strangely, it seemed that no one had noticed the abduction of a living person. Meanwhile, atop the cylindrical edifice of the Mu Chen group, a figure watched with amusement as Mu Chen was taken. "Yi Qian, is something amiss?" inquired Yen Douluo. Seated upon a sofa, Yi Qian merely smiled, offering no further words. Yen Douluo then moved to the window, gazing down at the street below. One must commend the Super Douluo. Despite Chen Xian's significant distance, he was still within Yen Douluo's view. Rather than panic, Yen Douluo laughed heartily. "Aha, I knew this lad would be up to no good. He has indeed offended those from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. How amusing." Yi Qian spoke softly. "Isn't that just typical of this young boy? Regardless, he is unlikely to suffer any consequences. Let us focus on our work." Yen Douluo, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "You truly are a workaholic. Do you not dare take a moment to rest?" Yi Qian shot him a glance, replying, "Very well, then take a break. Go to bed." "Cough, cough, that is not what I meant," Yen Douluo stammered. Yi Qian covered her mouth, laughing. "You old rogue, what are you thinking? I meant I shall return to rest, and you should retire to your own bed for a good sleep. Honestly, you are incorrigible." Yen Douluo's face turned crimson. "I truly cannot contend with you. I am lewd and despicable, I admit. Ever since childhood, I have had no power over you. Go on, leave me be." Yi Qian teased. "What? Not even going to make an effort?" Yen Douluo was elated at her words. "Am I allowed to try?" Yi Qian rolled her eyes at him once more. "Try for a big nothing. I'm off now, you filthy man." And with that, she truly departed from Yen Douluo's office. Yen Douluo gazed helplessly at her retreating figure, sighing, "I am indeed an old fool." After carrying Mu Chen for over 100 miles and seeing that they had distanced themselves from the city, he unceremoniously tossed Mu Chen to the ground. Then, brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulder, he sneered, "What are you pretending for in front of me, you little brat?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chen immediately sat up, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. "Senior, you truly are impressive. I was indeed naive. However, may I inquire why you have captured me?" The Sword Douluo let out a nonchalant snort, replying, "Are you truly unaware? Do you require me to assist you in recalling?" Mu Chen gazed quietly at the titled Douluo before him, devoid of any murderous intent. After sifting through his memories for a moment, he arrived at a conclusion. "By heavens, the debt collector has arrived." Mu Chen feigned a look of sudden realization and said, "Are you not the esteemed and honorable Sword Douluo, known in the martial world as the Gentleman's Sword, Senior Chen Xian?" Sword Douluo was momentarily taken aback, surprised that this young lad had the audacity to compliment him so directly, causing a sense of bashfulness to wash over him. He thought to himself, "What is the meaning of this?" Regaining his composure, Sword Douluo nodded and replied, "It is good that you know. Thus, you should understand why I sought you out." Mu Chen was taken aback and feigned ignorance, asking, "Senior Sword Douluo, I believe we have no grudges or enmity today." Sword Douluo's lips twitched, recognizing the boy's remarkable ability to act. Without further ado, he drew the 7-killing sword. Alarmed, Mu Chen hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "Wait a moment, Senior. Allow me a moment to ponder if I have committed any offense against you." Sword Douluo, filled with rage, shouted, "Do you even need to think? You have kicked my treasured possession, and now you must pay with your life." With that, Sword Douluo swung the 7-killing sword towards him. Mu Chen observed the absence of hostility in his opponent, which alleviated his concerns significantly. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to clarify. If Senior Sword Douluo harbors resentment towards me due to this matter, then I can only assert that you, Senior, are one who bullies the weak while fearing the strong. Sword Douluo halted his sword momentarily, and then replied coldly, You possess quite the audacity, young one. Mu Chen, displaying an unyielding demeanor, proclaimed, Today, I may indeed perish beneath the sword of my esteemed predecessor. However, I shall not submit. For I cannot comprehend why a noble and forthright title Douluo would choose to prey upon the weak and torment the young. At this moment, the title Douluo felt a twinge of embarrassment. Undeterred, Mu Chen continued, It is true that when a child is kicked, an adult ought to intervene. Yet, if she was kicked, it must be due to her own inadequacy. Otherwise, she would not have faced such a fate. Would she not agree? At this juncture, the title Douluo interjected with a wave of his hand. Are you comparing Ning Rongrong to yourself? She was never intended for battle. Hence, your argument holds no weight. Since you feel aggrieved, very well. I shall engage you with merely 40 levels of soul power. If you can endure for the duration of a stick of incense, I shall grant you your freedom. Should you fail to withstand it? You will then be wed into our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Upon hearing the words of the sword duelist, Mu Chen couldn't help but inwardly remark, Such a clever scheme you have devised. Yet perhaps you are a tad too confident in your calculations. Mu Chen cleared his throat and said, Senior Sword Douluo. This is before he could finish. The Sword Douluo interrupted with displeasure. What? Young man, do you wish to push your luck further? Mu Chen hastily shook his head and said, No, esteemed senior. What I meant to convey is that the duration of a single incense stick might be somewhat brief. It is not that I underestimate you, rather. I feel that you might be underestimating me. The Sword Douluo chuckled softly and replied, I hold you in high regard already. Although my body has aged somewhat, I still possess the prowess of a Super Douluo. Coupled with my soul power at level 40, defeating a soul saint is a trivial matter. Do you believe you are stronger than a soul saint? Mu Chen smiled inwardly, yet his expression remained unchanged. He nodded and said, Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from saying more. Please proceed with the incense, esteemed senior. The Sword Douluo produced a stick of incense from an unknown source and directly planted it into the ground. Mu Chen, my esteemed elder, everything is prepared. We are merely awaiting my leap. However, you have indeed miscalculated one matter. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Mu Chen's lips. The Sword Douluo remarked, You rascal. Just moments ago, Mu Chen, fully aware of being observed, did not conceal his demeanor and smiled as he said, I humbly ask for your guidance, senior. Subsequently, the incense was lit, and Mu Chen took the initiative to advance. Is it a strategy of retreating to advance? Young man, you possess a glimmer of insight. But can you withstand my 7-killing sword? The two engaged in a fierce struggle. Chapter 55, The Mission. As the bone armor gradually enveloped Mu Chen, he unleashed the 8 Extremes fist with unparalleled ferocity, forcing the Sword Douluo to retreat several steps. With a steely resolve, the Sword Douluo chose to advance rather than retreat, preparing to exchange injury for victory. How could Mu Chen possibly be so audacious? He crossed his arms defiantly before him, adopting the golden spirit form, rendering even the 7-kill sword of the Sword Douluo incapable of leaving a mark upon his defenses. Young man, what is it that you possess? The Sword Douluo inquired skeptically, casting a wary glance at Mu Chen. Elder, do not overthink it. This is merely my soul skill, which hardens my skin. Mu Chen replied with a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Sensing the mischief in the young man's grin, the Sword Douluo realized that something was amiss and immediately distanced himself, unleashing a torrent of sword aura aimed relentlessly at Mu Chen. Yet, Mu Chen did not evade nor retaliate. He merely endured the onslaught. The Sword Douluo grew increasingly alarmed as he realized that even his sword, Qi, could not inflict harm upon him. Subsequently, his gaze darted towards the incense that was already ablaze, and a steely resolve surged within him. He unleashed the 7-kill sword technique, brandishing 4 swords in the air. As a dark, malevolent projectile surged forth towards Mu Chen. At this moment, Mu Chen realized that victory was assured, and with a smile, he remarked, Senior Sword Douluo, I believe you have underestimated me. Embracing the dark form, he invoked the abyss, summoning a long-lost specter to shield him from the incoming sword energy, which it consumed effortlessly. Meanwhile, Chen Xian discerned the terrifying configuration of Mu Chen's soul rings, exclaiming with a sigh, How cunningly I have been ensnared. It dawned upon him that Mu Chen's every maneuver, seemingly in sync with his own rhythm, was, in truth, a masterful ploy to lure him in. You clever rascal. I may have conceded defeat, but do not expect an easy path for yourself. The first and seventh soul rings of Sword Douluo ignited with radiant brilliance. Mu Chen, no. Senior, your character is upright and honorable. It is impossible. Enough with the nonsense. I came here specifically to avenge Rongrong. Moreover, after my recent observation, you should be able to withstand this move. Without further ado, behold my sword. Mu Chen couldn't help but feel a wry smile as he realized the Sword Douluo's demeanor was indeed such, displaying an excessive bravado. However, the Sword Douluo had spoken truthfully. He could indeed endure such an attack. His bone armor suddenly expanded, manifesting a shield before him, which then transformed into an exquisite golden form. With a resounding clang, the sharp sound of two metallic objects colliding echoed through the air. Mu Chen stepped back 2 paces, expelling a mouthful of vital blood. The Sword Douluo had unleashed his full might with that strike, severing Mu Chen's shield and piercing through the fallen, subsequently sending him flying. At this moment, although Mu Chen was still alive, he bore grave injuries. The Sword Douluo approached, tossing a vial of medicine at Mu Chen's feet, stating, "Consider this a lesson for you. From now on, do not bully my Rongrong. This potion will swiftly heal most of your injuries. I have broken the rules. I concede this duel. Furthermore, I may have been a bit too harsh. Allow me to share with you a place for training as a form of recompense." Mu Chen struggled to take the medicine and swallowed it. Instantly, a powerful surge of healing energy alleviated 80% of his injuries. A miraculous remedy. Mu Chen rose and respectfully bowed to the Sword Douluo, expressing his gratitude for the teachings received. Chen Xine nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and departed on his sword. In that moment, Mu Chen felt a wave of realization wash over him. He had come perilously close to defeat. While lamenting his predicament, he became acutely aware of the disparity between himself and his opponent. In battles characterized by such vast differences, utilizing soul skills like the resurrecting puppet, which required a forward and backward sway, was utterly impractical. Any misstep would undoubtedly lead to fatal consequences. Thus, Mu Chen contemplated the necessity of acquiring a soul skill that could mitigate the issues of movement. For being ambushed without the means to unleash a soul skill would be exceedingly distressing. At that very moment, the system seemed to perceive Mu Chen's thoughts and subtly issued a task to journey to the sword path inherent in sight mentioned by Chen Xine. The reward for this endeavor would be the restoration of the system to level 55, unlocking encyclopedic knowledge that would reveal comprehensive information about all soul beasts, as well as the ability to pay for location services. Mu Chen chuckled, "Your system certainly knows how to choose the right moment. However, it matters not. If rest is not an option, let us proceed to the location mentioned by Senior Chen Xine." Mu Chen brushed off the dust from his attire, only to discover that his clothing had been torn. He promptly retrieved a fresh set of garments and donned them before making his way towards the direction of the starry forest. The location mentioned by Chen Xine was where he had acquired the 7-kill sword technique. Although no treasures remained, Chen Xine suggested that there seemed to be another realm of possibilities worth Mu Chen's exploration. Mu Chen was aware that Chen Xine would not jest in such a manner. Thus, he decided to tempt fate, considering the possibility of gaining something in return. After all, it seemed unlikely that he would incur any loss. Ultimately, as long as he proceeded, he would receive the rewards bestowed by the system. Meanwhile, during a break, Tang Xin diligently assembled the components delivered from the blacksmith shop. He was quite pleased with the craftsmanship of the Tai brothers. So far, various mechanisms such as the silent sleeve arrow, the hidden sand shot, and the low-headed crossbow had been successfully constructed, with only the Zhuge Divine crossbow still undergoing meticulous forging due to its higher requirements. Tang San intended to utilize these few days of respite not only for cultivation but also to assemble the completed hidden weapons and distribute them among his companions, teaching them the methods of use. Engrossed in the assembly of the hidden weapons, time flew by until Oscar awakened from his slumber and called him to dinner. It was only then that Tang Sen realized the sunlight outside had transformed into moonlight, marking the passage of an entire day. Mu Chen has yet to return. However, Tang San did not dwell on it, for he possessed unwavering confidence in Chen Ji's abilities. Together with Oscar, they exited their dormitory and made their way to the cafeteria. As they walked, they suddenly spotted a figure staggering towards them. "Goodness, who is that? Why does he look like a pig?" Oscar exclaimed dramatically. Upon closer inspection, Tang Sin realized that the unsteady individual was none other than Ma Hongjun, albeit in a disheveled state. His clothing was tattered, and he appeared covered in dirt. With his round face grotesquely swollen, dark bruises encircling his eyes, and dried blood at the corners of his mouth. "Fatty, What happened to you? Tang San rushed to support the wobbling Ma Hongjun. Oscar quickly summoned his restorative sausage and handed it over. Ma Hongjun accepted it without hesitation, devouring the sausage in a few bites, which seemed to restore him somewhat. Damn it, what a disgrace, Ma Hongjun seethed, his eyes filled with resentment. His already round face and small eyes were nearly obscured by the swelling. Who did this to you? Tang San's voice turned icy, a clear indication of his growing anger. After 3 months of grueling training, they had supported each other through thick and thin. Their bond transcended mere camaraderie. Witnessing a brother in such a state ignited a fire within him. It was a lecherous old man who beat me up. What a humiliation, truly infuriating. Oscar furrowed his brow. Fatty, you weren't trying to steal someone's girl, were you? Ma Hongjun retorted angrily, what are you talking about? I was the one who had my eye on that girl first. That lecherous old man has no shame. Understanding dawned on Tang San. It was evident, as Oscar had suggested, that Ma Hongjun had been assaulted while dealing with his own infatuations. Come on, let us head to the cafeteria and get something to eat. We can discuss it further there. Thanks to Oscar's restorative sausage, Ma Hongjun's condition improved significantly, and the trio finally entered the cafeteria. Inside, Dalu was seated, indulging in a hearty meal, while Zhu Zhuqing was notably absent from his side. Goodness, Fatty, what on earth happened to you? Dalu was taken aback by Ma Hongjun's disheveled appearance. His temper was notably more volatile than Tang San's. He sprang to his feet, fury radiating from his eyes. With a sorrowful expression, Ma Hongjun implored, Boss Dai, you must stand up for your brother. Just look at what they've done to me. They've distorted my handsome face. How am I supposed to woo girls in the future? Oscar chuckled. Handsome face, you say? You look more like a pig than anything else. Now, tell us exactly what transpired, Oscar prompted, as Ma Hongjun pulled out a chair and began to recount the events. I left this morning, heading to Soto City to finally address my situation. Upon arriving at the destination, I truly stumbled upon a rare gem amidst the grass hut. Just as I was about to summon the young lady to address the predicament, an unsavory middle-aged man unexpectedly emerged. He appeared to be in his 40s, with short hair that, at first glance, seemed rather unassuming. However, a closer inspection revealed a lascivious glint in his eyes. One of his hands was bandaged, yet he insisted on vying for the young lady's attention. I inquired, sir, given your injury, why are you still engaging in such pursuits? To my astonishment, he retorted, I don't need my hands for that. I had encountered many lewd individuals, but none quite so brazen. Dalu remarked, so you ended up fighting him? The rotund fellow puffed out his chest and replied, of course. He had the audacity to bully me. How could I possibly endure it? Initially, I merely intended to chase him away. Little did I know that he was also a soul master, and a fourth-ring soul sect at that. In a matter of moments, he bested me and tossed me out of that grass hut. What infuriated me even more was his audacity to mock my manhood. As a man, such an affront was intolerable, prompting me to rise and confront him again, resulting in my current state. You should have seen his arrogant demeanor. Dai Lauda, Aoer. Tang San, you must stand up for a brother. Had I not been training recently and maintained some resilience, I might not have returned at all. Ma Hongjun had evidently suffered greatly, particularly from the psychological blow, as he wept profusely. Tang San and his companions exchanged concerned glances. Tang San inquired, what is that man's name? Ma Hongjun wiped his face with his sleeve and mentioned that he had overheard the brothel keeper refer to him as Douluo, which likely was his true name. Douluo? A soul sect member dares to bully my brother? Come on, lead the way, fatty. We must confront him now. Xiao San, Xiaoyao, are you two coming? Dalu empathized with the current plight of his friend, recalling his own past jealousy, although it was generally for trivial gains. It was only after Zhu Zhuqing's arrival that he had tempered his behavior. Moreover, considering how severely Fatty had been beaten, even if he appeared uninjured, the humiliation was considerable. Tang San nodded, suggesting, let us go see for ourselves. In such matters, it was difficult to determine who was right or wrong. But one must always support their comrades. If one's brother was being assaulted and one did not intervene, it would not befit a man. Oscar chuckled and said, of course I'm going. I'm curious to see who could possibly be more lecherous than our Fatty. Even if we can't win, with my mushroom sausage, we can certainly make our escape. Upon hearing that the three were willing to stand up for him, Ma Hongjun was elated. Good brothers. Let us go now. Perhaps we can catch him. He jumped up and dashed outside, seemingly oblivious to his injuries. Dalu seized Ma Hongjun, stating, hold on, we need to eat first. Only then will we have the strength. Also, tell us about that fellow's martial soul. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Although the corpulent fellow displayed an expression of urgency, his stomach was undeniably empty, prompting him to resettle himself. As the group enjoyed their evening meal, Ma Hongjun recounted the details of his recent altercation. The individual in question was of modest stature, approximately 1 meter 60 tall, with a complexion as dark as if he had just emerged from a coal mine. His martial spirit was rather peculiar. It did not pertain to offense, defense, or speed, but rather seemed to resonate with the essence of Tang San's martial spirit, albeit in a different form. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, both articulating in unison. A control-type soul master? The corpulent man nodded, confirming the suspicion. His martial spirit appeared as 2 semicircular domes, each about the size of a steamed bun and tinted a soft pink. Upon summoning his martial spirit, he adorned it atop his head, presenting an exceedingly grotesque sight. During their confrontation, he employed 2 soul skills. The first enlarged the domes, successfully obstructing his phoenix fire line, while the second ensnared his body with the domes positioned fore and aft. The domes possessed a remarkable flexibility, composed of an unknown material that even his phoenix flames could not breach. Bound and enveloped like a zongzi, he became nothing more than a punching bag for his opponent. What kind of martial spirit features pink domes? Tang San, despite his extensive experience through years of study with the master, struggled to comprehend. This implies he likely possesses 2 additional soul skills yet to be revealed. The corpulent man interjected, "Bro, with your 3 soul masters, plus my 27-rank soul master, are we truly to fear him? Moreover, you are also a control-type soul master." He misinterpreted Tang San's apprehension. Tang San replied, "Control-type soul masters are rather unique. In one-on-one scenarios, they wield significant advantages. Fatty, should we encounter him, you will handle long-range harassment while Dai and I confront him directly. Xiao Ao will manage support. He is undoubtedly no match for us. Unlike assault-type soul masters, as long as he cannot control all of us, he is destined to lose. If my conjecture is correct, his martial spirit must inherently counter flames. Otherwise, your evil fire would have had some effect. When we engage, I will employ counter-control. Although my soul power may not rival his, I can at least disrupt his ability to govern our movements. A control-type soul master's melee capabilities cannot withstand your attacks, even if he is at level 40. Thus, Tang San and his companions prepared to seek out trouble with the lewd uncle. The Mu Chen refrained from joining their endeavor. At that moment, Mu Chen was laboriously ascending a nearly vertical peak. Chapter 56. The Return Journey. This is infuriating. How on earth am I to climb such a high mountain? Mu Chen lamented. Presently, he found himself over 700 meters above ground, precariously suspended on a cliff face with scant support, appearing as though he might plummet at any moment. Mu Chen pondered for a moment, contemplating whether there existed any alternative approaches. After a brief interval of reflection, he extended his bones outward, adopting the form of the golden spirit, which rendered him remarkably resilient. He forcefully thrust his bony protrusions towards the mountain peak. However, an enigmatic force unexpectedly repelled his bone spikes, causing the recoil from the impact to send him plummeting downwards. Indeed, a discordant mountain peak suddenly emerged within the vast forest, its height formidable and slope steep, yet few dared to ascend it. For the treasures that once adorned its summit had long since vanished, and the ascent proved exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, having anticipated such a predicament, he had not exerted excessive force. Otherwise, the prospect of plummeting down would have been utterly disheartening. Mu Chen took a deep breath and resumed his ascent. However, as he climbed higher, the incline grew steeper, rendering the climb increasingly arduous. When he reached 99% of his journey, he was reduced to using only the strength of his fingertips to inch upward. How I wish I could soar. Would it require such exertion otherwise? Coincidentally, a tiny bird fluttered near the peak of the mountain, only to suddenly plummet, akin to a pie falling from the sky. Mu Chen swallowed hard, pondering within. How curious it is that there was no pressure while climbing. Yet why do the objects in flight experience it? Could it be that this place is ensnared by some kind of restriction? What does such a restriction signify? It implies that this realm may possess a divine power akin to traversing the light of the sea god. Upon contemplating this, Mu Chen felt invigorated, as if infused with an electrifying energy, and he began to ascend with fervor. After a significantly longer duration than before, he managed to scale the heights through his formidable strength. Atop this peak, the scenery was indeed delightful, adorned with a towering tree, several oddly shaped stones, and an expansive descent that seemed to stretch endlessly before him. Mu Chen approached the venerable tree, which appeared ancient yet was not a spirit beast, and stood quietly beneath its expansive branches for an extended period. unable to discern any particular significance. Turning his gaze towards the oddly shaped stones, he discovered little of note there as well. However, Mu Chen remained unfazed by these trivialities, embracing a philosophy of acceptance, content to let things unfold naturally without force. He then settled himself upon the ground, inhaling the pristine air, and commenced his cultivation while observing the rewards bestowed by the system. Upon his ascent to the mountain peak, the system had granted him rewards. Currently, the system's restoration level stood at 55, thus allowing him to access some information regarding his third martial spirit. This third martial spirit was designated as the Sacred Fallen Angel. Yet, there was no further elaboration. After laboriously reaching a restoration level of 55, all he received was a name, which left Mu Chen feeling somewhat disheartened. He randomly glanced at another piece of information, the developmental direction suited for his second martial spirit. It was of the mental category. The greater the mental strength, the higher the combat prowess it could exhibit. This revelation astonished Mu Chen, for until that very day, he had firmly believed that this martial spirit should be paired with a spirit beast reminiscent of terrestrial creatures, known for their commendable defensive and offensive capabilities. Little did he expect that it would actually require a mental focus, leaving him with a profound sense of incongruity. Next came the most crucial compendium of knowledge, encompassing over 10,000 pages that documented all known spirit beasts, including their transformed dimensions and points of excitement. It was undeniably comprehensive. There were even summaries of their various experiences, albeit only the most significant ones were briefly outlined. Mu Chen had been perusing the text for an extended period, unwittingly allowing the days to slip by. He had now spent a day and a half in this stone array without sustenance. At this moment, the stone formation began to emit faint starlight. Although he had only reviewed over 1,000 pages, with many more to explore, he had already identified several promising soul beasts. His primary choice was the dark demon evil god tiger, followed closely by the six-winged golden crown griffin. The soul skills offered by these creatures would ensure his invulnerability in combat, allowing him to either disregard damage or retreat swiftly, or unleash a relentless barrage of high-powered attacks to keep adversaries at bay. These two options seemed the most advantageous for the time being, particularly since their respective coordinates were redeemable, and both species had a population of roughly 3,000 living specimens. The griffin boasted a 100,000-year-old specimen, while the strongest dark demon, evil god tiger, was only 50,000 years old. Nevertheless, Mu Chen favored the dark demon, evil god tiger, due to the precious orb within its being. Yet, he resolved to continue his search, hopeful that even stronger options lay ahead. Fueled by this optimism, Mu Chen persevered in his examination. His soul power gradually ascended, and 5 days later, he opened his eyes. His soul power had reached level 46, and he had pinpointed a suitable soul beast coordinate, the 100,000-year twisted stone demon. Upon discovering this soul beast, Mu Chen was momentarily bewildered. How could a stone become a soul beast? However, upon reading its description, he learned it was a unique spiritual stone capable of absorbing various malevolent and vengeful energies. Over time, it had assumed the form of a soul beast, its chaotic spirit driven solely by the urge to kill, resulting in its banishment to a forbidden land due to its lack of intelligence, trapped in a misty quagmire. This soul beast could enhance mental strength and provide illusion or powerful attack-based soul skills, inherently possessing the ability to extend the duration of skill releases. Therefore, without hesitation, Mu Chen chose it as his fifth soul ring. As he gradually awakened, he was taken aback to find himself surrounded by shimmering golden dots. Looking around, he realized that the stones were emitting these radiant specks. A surge of excitement filled him. Could it be that he had stumbled upon a rare inheritance that others could not access? Alas, fortune does not favor everyone. 2 more days passed swiftly, yet Mu Chen still failed to acquire anything further. Shaking his head, he chose to abandon the search and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, as he departed, a faint, glowing talisman was inscribed upon his back by the previous golden light. Mu Chen, soul power, level 47, system repair rate, 55. Along with a faint line of gray text that was nearly imperceptible. Obtained the divine mansion, the eternal divine emperor mansion from other dimensions. Chapter 57. Rest in peace. The 7-day respite swiftly elapsed, heralding the return to classes. Since that day when a few of them stealthily confronted the lecherous uncle, the incident had gradually faded from their minds. Except for Ma Hongjun, the others remained oblivious to the uncle's unfortunate fate. Ma Hongjun, too, had tempered his demeanor considerably since the incident, abstaining from venturing to Soto City during the subsequent days of rest. It seemed that the malevolent fire within him had ceased its tumultuous outburst amidst the rigorous training. As Tang San made his way to the training grounds, he murmured, "Brother Chen has yet to return." The sun shone particularly brightly today, casting a clear azure sky devoid of clouds. Although it was still early morning, the sunlight bore a hint of scorching warmth. The master stood there, his shadow elongated by the sun, arms crossed over his chest, awaiting the arrival of the seven. Is Brother Chen still absent? The members of Shrek Academy nodded in response. The master, with a grave expression, remarked, "In that case, we shall wait and see when he chooses to return." Thus, time flew by, and before long, the sun began its descent. At last, a figure approached them. It was Mu Chen, who, after 7 days without sustenance, first sought a meal, followed by a refreshing bath, and then indulged in a medicinal soak before hastening over. Noticing the displeased expressions of the master and the Shrek 7, Mu Chen understood that he had erred. Mu Chen, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he scratched his head, solemnly declared, "Master, I have undergone special training and only managed to escape this morning. I apologize for my tardiness and am willing to accept any punishment." The master said nothing, merely responding with a calm demeanor. "Do you believe Mu Chen deserves to be punished?" Tang San and the others paused momentarily, but quickly understood. Almost in unison, making their way to the bamboo basket, preparing to accept the punishment together. The master observed this scene with a sense of satisfaction. Throughout the 3 months of rigorous training, the other instructors had not been idle, a fact that Ma Hongjun discovered only after a moment of negligence. The teachers had been discreetly monitoring their progress from the shadows along their training path. The consequences of Ma Hongjun's laziness resulted in a 50 increase in the training volume for everyone over the course of 3 days. The master consistently upheld the principle of collective responsibility. When one errs, all must bear the repercussions, thus reinforcing the notion of unity. Therefore, without further contemplation, it was evident that they were all destined to face punishment together. Mu Chen expressed his apologies, saying, "I am truly sorry for causing you trouble." Tang San replied, "It's nothing, Brother Chen. However, where have you been these past few days? Why did you return so late?" After Tang San spoke, Mu Chen instinctively glanced at Ning Rongrong, then smiled as he said, "I went to a place of training mentioned by a senior, but unfortunately, I did not gain much." Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others refrained from probing further. Based on their trust and faith in Mu Chen's character, they believed there must be a compelling reason for his absence, and thus, they quietly accompanied him for 20 laps. Afterward, the group returned, panting heavily. The master looked at them calmly and said, "Take a 5-minute break. Tomorrow, I will take you to the place you need to go. Now, listen to what I have to say." He continued, "Starting tomorrow, I will initiate the second phase of your training. According to Flinder, you have all visited the Soto Great Spirit Arena. There, it will serve as your training ground for the foreseeable future. This phase of training has no time constraints. The training will conclude when you acquire the Silver Spirit Badge. During this period, I will arrange for you to stay at the nearest inn to the arena, with all meals and accommodations at your own expense. As long as you possess the capability, the income you earn from the Great Spirit Arena will be quite substantial." Upon hearing the master's words, the group felt a sense of relief. Participating in the spirit battles at the arena would undoubtedly be far more manageable than enduring the master's grueling training. However, you must remember, obtaining the Silver Spirit Badge requires not only success in one-on-one spirit battles, but also in team battles. You will compete under the name of the Shrek 7 monsters. Team battles will allow each individual to earn personal points, alongside a collective team score, a feature absent in 2-on-2 spirit battles. Of course, if you wish to expedite the acquisition of the Silver Spirit Badge, you are free to form teams for 2-on-2 matches. I will not impede you. Nevertheless, there are a few stipulations you must bear in mind. First, you must not reveal your identities or disclose your names to your opponents during the battles. All engagements will be conducted under code names. Second, including Tang San himself, no one is permitted to use hidden weapons. Third, regardless of victory or defeat, each person must participate at least twice each day. Oscar voiced his complaint, saying, "Master, as auxiliary spirit masters, must Rongrong and I also obtain the Silver Spirit Badge?" The master replied coolly, "Alternatively, you could choose to train as before until the others acquire their Silver Spirit Badges." Master, I suddenly realize how wise your decision is to have us go to the arena for battles to enhance our practical experience. Forget what I just said, Oscar remarked. Ning Rongrong, who had intended to pose the same question, felt a sense of relief upon seeing Oscar's predicament and couldn't help but chuckle. The master, known for his decisive nature, instructed all the students to quickly pack their belongings before promptly leading them to Soto Academy. Accompanying them were their familiar figures. The Academy's original two deans, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder, and the immovable king of light, Zhao Wujing. The other three instructors remained at the Academy. Flander couldn't help but admire the master's decision. The students would reside in Soto City, thus relieving the Academy of financial burdens concerning their accommodations and meals. He, along with Zhao Waoqi and the master, could stay in his shop, enabling them to oversee the students' progress in practical combat daily. The soul battles at the Grand Soul Arena typically took place in the evening. Upon arriving in Soto City, the group chose to lodge in a modest hotel near the Grand Soul Arena. Although ordinary, the proximity to the arena meant the prices were twice as high compared to other locations. However, for the 7 students, each earning at least 10 gold coins, and in some cases over 100, this was hardly a burden. After all, establishments as exorbitantly priced as the Rose Hotel were quite rare. Once the students were settled in, the master summoned the 7 to Tang San's room. Now you may freely form teams to decide which soul battle competitions to participate in. The Grand Soul Arena typically commences with 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches, while team battles, although separate, begin later and are the most captivating for spectators. Staggering the times allows for increased ticket sales. Each day, you must participate in one team battle, while the other can be of your choosing. Should you wish to engage in 3 battles, I have no objections, provided you manage your soul power wisely. As the master's words concluded, Oscar displayed a pitiful expression directed at Daimubai. Brother Chen, how about we team up for the 2-on-2? What do you think? Although I have just reached level 30, my supportive abilities should still prove beneficial to you. Otherwise, I might never accumulate enough points to earn a silver soul badge. Mu Chen smiled and said, that won't do. My soul power has already reached level 40. I can only opt for 1-on-1 soul battles. Otherwise, facing 2 opponents would be rather challenging for me. Waiting until you reach level 30 would be more suitable. Oscar chuckled in agreement, directing his gaze towards Daimubai. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong piped up, Brother Chen, would you be willing to assist me? Gazing into her sparkling eyes, Mu Chen unhesitatingly declined. Ning Rongrong, feeling displeased, retorted, I don't even wish to accompany you to battle the soul sect. She then turned her attention to Tang San. Tang San paused momentarily before quickly responding. I have already formed a trio with Xiaowu. At that moment, Ma Hongjun eagerly interjected, Rongrong, what do you think of me? I would like to partner with you for a 2-on-2 battle. You? You might as well not bother. Ning Rongrong snapped, casting a disdainful glance at the chubby boy. You can barely take care of yourself, let alone assist me. Suddenly, the master spoke up. No, I indeed recommend that you form a 2-on-2 combination with Ma Hongjun. Ning Rongrong, puzzled, asked, why is that? The master replied calmly, because your and Tang San's levels differ. In a 2-on-2 scenario, if one soul master is at a higher level, they must compete at that higher tier. Tang San has already surpassed level 30, while you remain at level 20. If you collaborate for a 2-on-2 soul battle, you would inevitably have to compete at the 30 level tier. Generally, soul masters entering the Grand Soul Arena do so at their own level or higher unless they possess exceptional confidence or a significant advantage in their martial spirits. Typically, participants in the 20 level tier are soul masters above level 25, and the same applies to the 30 level tier. Though Tang San's martial spirit is somewhat unique, 1-on-1 may be feasible, but incorporating you would not bridge the gap against 2 opponents exceeding level 35. However, partnering with Ma Hongjun presents a different scenario. He is already at level 28, and his martial spirit has considerable advantages. With your support, the likelihood of victory could exceed 70%. Though Ning Rongrong was reluctant, she could not deny the master's wisdom. Ultimately, she chose not to partner with Ma Hongjun and set her sights on Zhu Shiqing instead. Sister 7, shall we collaborate? What do you think? All right, Zhu Shiqing replied succinctly. In Ning Rongrong's view, although Zhu Shiqing's soul power was a level lower than Ma Hongjun's, teaming with her was evidently far more advantageous than being paired with someone who could not contain their fiery nature. She certainly did not wish to be taken advantage of by a companion during a 2-on-2 soul battle. Ma Hongjun, in a peculiar tone, exclaimed, Rongrong, this is discrimination. I protest. Ning Rongrong giggled, employing her gentle persuasion. Fourth brother, with your impressive strength, wouldn't you be ashamed to partner with me for a 2-on-2 battle? After all, you would surely win in a 1-on-1, right? Ma Hongjun's immunity to the charms of beautiful women was inherently feeble. Gazing at Ning Rongrong's gentle smile, he found himself unable to utter a refusal, reluctantly accepting the reality before him. As for participating in the soul arena, The decision rested solely with them. This is for you. No one will accompany you, so be well prepared during the battles. Furthermore, while on stage, speak sparingly. Strive to keep your ages concealed from your opponents. As he spoke, the master retrieved 8 meticulously prepared masks from his soul guide bracelet. The masks were familiar to everyone, bearing the emblem of Shrek Academy. Featuring the whimsical visage of the green monster Shrek, Daimyobai took one of the masks and donned it upon his face. Although the craftsmanship was rather ordinary once fitted, it revealed the eyes, mouth, and nose without any hindrance. During the team battles, you shall present yourselves as the Shrek's 7 monsters. When participating in individual duels, you are free to create your own titles for the 2-on-2 matches. For one-on-one encounters, I have devised unique nicknames for each of you. Utilize these monikers during your contests. As long as you specify them upon registration, your true name shall remain undisclosed in the arena. The group understood the master's intentions, after all. Their youth was strikingly apparent, particularly in the cases of Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had already attained the rank of Soul Master at the age of 12, a feat that would astonish the Soul Master community. Once they gained notoriety in the Grand Soul Arena, it was likely that the Spirit Hall would come knocking at their door first. Curiously, Oscar inquired, "What shall we use for our titles?" The master replied, "Mu Chen, you may devise them, as your intellect rivals mine, and your age is akin to theirs." Mu Chen nodded and said, "Very well, I shall take it upon myself." Mu Chen gazed at Daimyobai and remarked, "In truth, each individual's martial soul name possesses its own charm. A slight modification would suffice. As for you, Mubai, your name shall be the malevolent White Tiger. Zhu Qing shall be known as the Nether Spirit Cat, while Rongrong will be called the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile. As for the Rotund One, he shall be the Sinister Fire Phoenix, and Xiao will take on the name of the Delicate Bone Enchantress Rabbit." Pausing momentarily, he turned his attention to Oscar and suggested, "How about you, little AO? Perhaps you could be named Uncle Sausage?" Oscar's expression darkened in response. Mu Chen chuckled and said, "Let us have a little fun. You shall be known as the Sausage Specialist." As for Xiao San, although he appears quite earnest on the surface when provoked, his ferocity surpasses any of ours. I propose we name him Thousand-Handed Azura. Azura signifies the embodiment of slaughter, which could instill a sense of trepidation in our adversaries. The master turned to Tang San and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Tang San replied, "I am indifferent." The master continued, "Mu Chen's name is quite splendid, fitting, and aligns with my own thoughts. However, having named them, what shall you call yourself?" Mu Chen smiled and said, "Of course I have thought of my name. My martial spirit is called the Departed, so I shall be named Rest in Peace, the Departed." Daimyobai raised his arm and proclaimed, "Indeed, the name befits Mu Chen's formidable presence. Rest in peace. The Departed signifies that those who encounter Mu Chen's spirit can finally find solace. Truly formidable." The crowd nodded in agreement. Only Mu Chen wore a wry smile, as he had not intended for his name to carry such profound connotations. It merely served as a tribute to a bygone world. Thus, the 8 members of Shrek finally acquired their titles: Daimyobai, the evil-eyed White Tiger; Oscar, the Sausage Specialist; Tang San, the Thousand-Handed Shura; Mahongjun, the Evil Fire Phoenix; Xiao Wu, the Gentle-Boned Charm Rabbit; Ning Rongrong, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile; Zhu Qing, the Ghostly Spirit Cat; and Mu Chen, Rest in Peace, the Departed. Chapter 58. Return to the Soul Arena. No one anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous and would bestow upon them titles that would not only accompany them throughout their lives but also resonate across the continent. From this day forth, the Shrek team was truly formed in earnest. To maintain their optimal condition, the group remained at the inn, diligently cultivating their soul power in anticipation of the night's arrival. At present, all 8 were at the Iron Fighter level. To progress from Iron Fighter to Copper Fighter, one requires 100 points, and from Copper Fighter to Silver Fighter, one must accumulate 1,000 points. They had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching their second phase training objectives, as Daimyobai, Mahongjun, and Zhu Qing were already among the higher echelons within their ranks, coupled with the exceptional nature of their martial spirits. They resolved to first engage in one-on-one soul battles before advancing to 2-on-2 matches. In this context, Oscar's role became exceedingly apparent. With his savory sausages as provisions, the group's soul power and stamina could be effectively replenished, granting them a significant advantage over ordinary soul masters participating in soul battles. Thus, it was not impossible to partake in 3 matches in a single night, provided they did not exhaust too much soul power in the earlier encounters. Tang San and Xiao Wu possessed exceptional third soul skills, and although they had only just surpassed the 30th level, they still decided to enter one-on-one battles. Tang San had even previously triumphed over Daimú Bai, giving him a considerable degree of confidence. Meanwhile, Xiao's unique ability to dominate opponents in close combat endowed her with ample assurance. Her strengths and weaknesses were equally pronounced. Her strength lay in her near-invincibility at close range, yet her weakness was her inability to face multiple opponents simultaneously. Should the adversaries outstrip the power of her waist bow, all her skills would become utterly ineffective. As for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, they could only await the completion of the one-on-one battles before teaming up for two-on-two matches. As night fell, the Soto Great Soul Arena buzzed with the familiar excitement of the evening. Crowds began to converge from all directions, drawn to the most traditional and beloved form of entertainment. Every day, a multitude of spectators flocked to this venue. The affluent revel in unparalleled indulgence, while even the modestly endowed commoners are granted the opportunity to witness the battles of soul masters, thanks to the specially designed tickets for the less fortunate. Offered at remarkably low prices, those who can merely afford their basic sustenance are eager to come and observe the soul master competitions. After all, the mere sight of a soul master is sufficient to satiate the vanity of most common folk. Naturally, due to their budget tickets, they are only privy to the more mundane matches. The truly exhilarating contests command a steep price. Soto City is never short of extravagant tycoons. And with the betting establishments hosted by the Grand Arena, these competitions become a clandestine battleground for the wealthy and noble to vie against one another. At this moment, the commencement of the scheduled soul battles draws near. Soon, the one-on-one and two-on-two preliminary matches will commence, followed by the highly anticipated group battles. Amidst the throng preparing to enter the Grand Arena, a particular team captures attention as 8 individuals don identical masks. The whimsical green masks contrast sharply with their diverse attire, some resplendent, others modest. This ensemble comprises 7 students from Shrek Academy, accompanied by 2 deans and a master. They have arrived at the 13th Division Arena. As per their meticulously crafted plan, each member registered sequentially with their iron soul badges. Under the master's guidance, the 5 participants who intend to engage in both the one-on-one and two-on-two matches informed the staff of their simultaneous participation. The personnel arranged their matches to ensure no overlap in timing. Moreover, each individual altered the titles on their iron soul badges, concealing their true names with the monikers devised earlier in the day. The mere act of changing their titles incurred a cost of 10 gold soul coins each. However, this time, since re-registration was unnecessary, their expenses were limited to this amount. A single victory in a match would suffice to recoup their expenditures. Tang San and Xiao Wu opted to first partake in the two-on-two contest before transitioning to the one-on-one, naturally separating from the other 5. Oscar and Ning Rongrong awaited Daimú Bai and Zhu Xing to conclude their one-on-one battle before proceeding to Area 1. Meanwhile, Flender and Zhao Wujing joined a larger group in the one-on-one section, while the master accompanied Tang San and Xiao Wu to the two-on-two arena. Given that additional matches were on the horizon, the duo's two-on-two contest was scheduled as the second event in the 13th Division's two-on-two arena. Before long, it was their turn to take the stage. The master settled into the observation area, amidst a throng of spectators. Today being a weekend for the common folk, the Grand Arena was particularly bustling with onlookers. Most of the attendees at these division arenas were ordinary citizens, who, having been stirred by the excitement of the first match, erupted into a chorus of cheers and shouts. Mu Chen possesses overwhelming strength, compelling him to partake solely in individual competitions, rendering him unable to participate in team battles for the time being. Mu Chen donned a new attire and assumed a different title, thus remaining unnoticed by others. Now, for the forthcoming match, the illustrious newcomer, rest in peace, will face off against the formidable level 40 Soul Master, the invincible War Axe Rock. Mu Chen listened to the host's announcements from the audience, feeling rather indifferent. However, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him regarding the formidable opponent he was about to face. The formidable rogue, known as the Mad Axe, had participated in the soul duel from level 38 and had scarcely tasted defeat in one-on-one battles. Out of 101 encounters, he had only succumbed 3 times, undeniably establishing himself as the unrivaled sovereign of the soul arena. Yet, his opponent, the resting departed, was no ordinary figure either. Appearing remarkably youthful, he had already attained the rank of level 48 Soul Master. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome both contestants to the stage. Mu Chen gradually ascended from the left, and upon reaching the platform, a colossal figure slowly approached from the opposite side. This individual had a pallid complexion, with bloodshot eyes, towering at approximately 1 meter 98. In his hand, he wielded a seemingly ancient and worn giant axe. Now, at the sound of the bell, the battle spirit shall commence. With that, the host gave the bell a gentle shake. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Chen activated his third soul skill. Mu Chen believed that the figure before him could not possibly reach him in time to interrupt his soul technique. However, just as his clone had just split, he noticed a massive axe descending rapidly from above his head. Chapter 59. I shall not be defeated again. Mu Chen inwardly lamented his misfortune as he barely managed to raise his arm. Although he had hardened it just in time, the impact still penetrated 3 inches into his flesh. Mu Chen retreated 5 steps, commanding his avatar to engage in battle while he slowly summoned the bone armor to envelop himself. Although Rock appeared to be quite large, his agility was remarkable, allowing him to evade the assaults of 2 avatars with ease. Mu Chen, half encased in his bone armor, resolved to advance and engage in battle. The departed emerged, brandishing a skeletal sword, unleashing a cacophony of soul-piercing cries that sent shivers down the spine and resonated uncomfortably in the ears. Soul resonance. At a command, both of his clones also invoked soul resonance. Rock's speed visibly diminished. While Mu Chen grew increasingly formidable, the white robe of the departed now adorned with streaks of crimson. Successfully siphoning 15 points of all attributes from his adversary, the clones and Mu Chen swiftly adopted their golden spirit forms and charged forward. Rock, undeterred, swung his mighty axe towards one of the clones positioned at the forefront. Simultaneously, the third soul ring on Rock's body manifested, and he bellowed, "Damage tier." As the axe struck the clone, a wave of blood-colored energy surged through, aiming directly for Mu Chen. Mu Chen possessed unwavering confidence in the defensive capabilities of his bone armor and chose not to evade the impending attack, advancing resolutely instead. However, this strike seemed to disregard all forms of protection, cleaving directly into Mu Chen's body. With a tearing sound, blood erupted forth. A massive axe wound, an inch deep and approximately a foot long, marred Mu Chen's chest. The force of the blow propelled him backward by 3 steps, and upon halting, the first action he took was to expel a mouthful of blood. Mu Chen's organs also suffered considerable impact. Mu Chen's gaze towards Rock transformed. This seemingly simple-minded and reckless giant possessed an unexpectedly subtle intellect and keen combat instincts. After cleaving through Mu Chen, Rock continued to grapple with the 2 avatars, unable to extricate himself due to their persistent presence. During this period, Mu Chen focused on consolidating his soul power, preparing to unleash a formidable move. However, due to the injuries he sustained, the process of gathering power was considerably slowed. As time gradually passed, his doppelganger was on the verge of collapse. Although Rock had also incurred significant wounds, he remained utterly composed, his gaze as cold and unyielding as ever. As Mu Chen observed that the timing was nearly perfect, he commanded his avatar to explode, transforming into a long spear to unleash the second phase of his skill in pursuit. According to his calculations, even if he failed to strike, he could still summon a formidable attack, a single wood dragon capable of vanquishing Rock. However, Rock abruptly vanished from sight, just as he had at the onset, disappearing without a trace. The spear, formed from his avatar, pierced the spot where Rock had previously stood, sending dust swirling into the air. Mu Chen's pupils contracted in disbelief. How could this be possible? This was Mu Chen's thought. Typically, such a soul skill as teleportation was not possessed by those of the offensive class. Moreover, even if it were teleportation, why would one simply vanish? Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent emanated from behind. Mu Chen had no time to ponder further and instinctively thrust his ribs outward. An uncanny scene unfolded. Rock's axe struck Mu Chen's bone armor, only for him to find himself impaled with 5 puncture wounds in his chest by the bone spikes. After 2 seconds, Mu Chen, as if reacting a beat too late, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his entire aura dwindling to the utmost extent. In contrast, Rock appeared unperturbed, slowly withdrawing the bone spur. Then, with a voice devoid of warmth, he uttered, "Damage transfer." The 4th soul ring gradually illuminated, revealing an astonishing 10,000-year soul ring. "You have lost." Mu Chen lay on the floor of the fighting arena, yearning to rise, yet his lungs had been pierced, rendering each breath a struggle, making it impossible to stand. "You have never truly understood me. You are far too arrogant, too naive." With these 2 solitary utterances, the only words spoken throughout the match, Rock turned to depart. He left as cold and enigmatic as he had arrived. The arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Unmatched axe. Supreme axe. Rock's axe. Yet, Amidst the thunderous ovation, Mu Chen's heart grew even colder. The injuries he bore were not merely physical. Years of confidence had dissipated like smoke with that single blow. Mu Chen's pupils gradually lost their luster. Having been dealt a significant blow, his desire for life diminished. He could only faintly hear a voice calling out, "Mu Chen." Then, darkness enveloped him as he collapsed onto the cold floor of the fighting arena. Why? Why had he, with 200,000-year soul rings, experienced defeat? Was it due to the opponent's soul skills that countered his own, inflicting true damage? No. It stemmed from his own arrogance and pride. Indeed, possessing 200,000-year soul rings placed him among the ancient paragons, but did that truly render him invincible in this world? No, there are no worthless martial souls, only incompetent soul masters. And Mu Chen had become that incompetent soul master. Detecting a life-threatening situation for the host, 5 units of energy were consumed to facilitate external restoration of the host. Mu Chen paid no heed to these matters. His mind consumed by the recollections of the previous battle, particularly the enigmatic figure of the Mad Axe Rock. He pondered how he had been gradually vanquished, utterly powerless to retaliate. Although his opponent had been weakened, he still vanished abruptly from his sight. And it was evident that this was not due to the soul abilities granted by the latter 2 soul rings. Could a century-old soul ring truly bestow such formidable powers? It seemed implausible. Mu Chen was utterly perplexed by the reason for his defeat. The most significant factor being that elusive and mysterious skill that seemed to appear and vanish without a trace. At this moment, a thought crossed his mind, the soul bone. Indeed, the soul bone could potentially be the key to this astonishing phenomenon. Moreover, in the very instant of his disappearance, he had sensed a faint ripple of soul power. Mu Chen could only manage a bitter smile within his heart. Have I truly been defeated by a soul bone? It seems I possess one as well. An external soul bone that holds little significance in the arena of battle. The system provided me with a soul beast, the Phantom Bat King, which lacks a soul bone and instead offers only a Phantom Bat King essence. However, this essence is suited for those with poison attributes or bat martial spirits. If I were to absorb it, I would merely transform into a second poison Douluo. Though not ensnared by poison, I am indeed entangled with malevolent spiritual energy. At this moment, the reincarnation emperor, Qian Kuan, spoke up. Is this truly the extent of your capabilities? Reflect upon yourself. Although Mu Chen was already aware that this martial soul possessed consciousness, he could not help but tremble upon suddenly hearing it speak. Subsequently, he managed a bitter smile. It was indeed both laughable and lamentable for a soul master to be admonished by his own martial soul. However, Mu Chen was not one to be easily defeated. He understood the necessity of adjusting his mindset. Mu Chen inhaled deeply, and a radiant golden light cascaded over his face. He instinctively squinted his eyes as a chorus of voices calling out to him began to resonate in his ears. Brother Chen. Mu Chen gradually opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. The Shrek's 7 monsters and their esteemed teacher were gathered beside him. Rising slowly, he remarked, I apologize for my defeat. It is truly embarrassing. Upon hearing his light-hearted words, Oscar and the others felt a measure of relief, grateful that he was still alive. However, perceptive individuals like Tang San immediately discerned the disappointment and unwillingness reflected in Mu Chen's eyes. Yet, in that moment, no one dared to offer direct consolation. Instead, they echoed, You frightened us terribly, you know? The master also sought to provide comfort, stating that Soul Master is exceedingly enigmatic. There is no record of him in the battle arena, and all his soul skills remain mere conjecture. Their true effects are unknown, as those who have fought against him have either gone mad or been left crippled. Mu Chen, you performed admirably. Surrounded by the comforting words and concern of his companions, Mu Chen felt a warmth in his heart, further solidifying his resolve to emerge from the shadows and become stronger. Mu Chen, with the brightest of smiles, expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you all, I am fine. I understand that momentary victories and defeats hold little significance. I shall not surrender. Next time, I assure you, I will not falter again. Chapter 60. The mysterious mission. Mu Chen gazed at the moonlight streaming by the bedside, his heart enveloped in tranquility. He had been resting for 2 days, and today marked the time of the battle of the War Monarch. Yet, he found himself unable to attend the spectacle, for his body had not fully recovered. Rock's assault had been peculiarly relentless, continually tearing at the original wounds as if they would never mend. Though the agonizing sensation of tearing had diminished over the past 2 days, it had yet to completely vanish. Mu Chen still had to change his bandages 5 times a day. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed. Mu Chen's expression fluctuated, a battle of conflicting emotions playing across his face. Yet, as he cast his gaze upon the gaping wound on his chest, a resolute determination took hold in his eyes. "I have vowed not to succumb again," he murmured softly, "until we meet again, dear friends." With that, he turned his gaze toward the window, where his eyes, no longer stagnant like a still pond, sparkled with renewed vigor and ambition. As in the original tale, Shrek triumphed over the imperial spirit, and Tang San extended an invitation to Yilingling to tend to Chen Gu. However, upon entering the hospital room, they were met with an empty bed and a letter pressed down by a mysterious elixir. Tang San hurriedly approached and unfolded the letter. "To my comrades at Shrek, I trust you have realized my absence by now. Yet, there is no need for worry or alarm. I am merely embarking on a transformative journey to better myself and fulfill my promises. It is imperative that I venture to that place to undergo trials. I am aware that this may seem selfish, but I find myself with no alternative. This is my sole path to liberate myself from this nightmare and forge ahead. Xiao San, the elixir on the table is a treasure I acquired from slaying a soul beast that roamed for 100,000 years. It did not yield a soul bone, and I remain uncertain of its true potential, so I leave it to you and the master. Do not mourn." Mu Chen of Shrek, with tears glistening in her eyes, approached Tang San, her voice trembling. "Brother San, Chen Gu." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze also reflected a hint of reluctance, and indeed, it seemed that all of Shrek shared in this poignant sentiment of longing. Mu Chen, the once self-assured and enigmatic man, the one who perpetually devoted himself to aiding and supporting them, has departed without so much as a word regarding his destination. This subtly attests to a singular truth: the place he has ventured to is fraught with peril, possibly a one-way journey. Tang San, with a strained smile, remarked, "It's all right. Chen Gu is exceptionally strong. He may indeed be undertaking a trial. You all know how mysterious the forces behind Chen Gu are." At this juncture, Tang San fell silent, for even he struggled to find sufficient words to elucidate the situation. The expressions of those present were decidedly grave. A flicker of doubt crossed Flinder's eyes. He resolved to inquire with the members of the Mu Chen group the following day. Clearly, Mu Chen's current undertaking had not been disclosed to Yin Shi and the others either. Upon hearing the news, Yin Shi and his companions wore equally solemn faces. Yet out of trust in the young man, they refrained from extensive searching. Instead, they merely instructed the various divisions of their organization to keep a watchful eye for any sign of the young man. Flinder, upon receiving such responses, felt a tremor in his heart. Nonetheless, for the sake of Xiao San and the others, he concocted a benevolent falsehood. "Mu Chen has gone to train within our forces. He will return in no more than 5 years. You all must diligently cultivate, lest you be left behind when he returns, perhaps even as a soul sage." Encouraged by Flinder's words, Tang San and his companions immersed themselves in their training. Naturally, Master, as Flinder's brother, discerned that his old friend was weaving a tale. Under the cover of night, he summoned Flinder. "You are deceiving us," Master stated bluntly, without embellishment. Flinder offered a wry smile. This lie was unavoidable. Master sighed softly, "Yet, what if in 5 years?" Flinder forced a smile. "Perhaps by then, they will be a bit better off. Time can wash away some burdens." At this point, Flinder fell silent, for to speak the truth, he himself held little faith in it. Master sighed deeply, choosing not to speak further as he turned to leave. Alone under the moonlight, Flinder stood in quiet contemplation. "I refuse to believe it," Mu Chen bellowed, steadfastly advancing through the swirling dust storm. Mu Chen was indeed undergoing a trial, bestowed upon him by the Supreme Emperor of Reincarnation, Jian Kuan. He must traverse through the 6 formidable realms of trials: wind, thunder, ice, fire, dragon, and the primordial. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed. Even the initial challenge of the wind trial, known as the storm body tempering, had yet to be surmounted by Mu Chen. At this moment, the bone armor enveloping his body offered no refuge, as piercing winds had filtrated the gaps, causing him acute pain. Moreover, the wound on his chest continued to tear open. However, Mu Chen felt a peculiar gratitude towards this injury, for it allowed him to gauge the passage of time by the frequency of its lacerations. Otherwise, in this lightless realm of trials, despair would have surely taken root in his heart. Mu Chen was unaware of how far he was from the end. He only knew that as long as he continued to endure the onslaught, he must press onward. Thus, Mu Chen embarked upon his transformative trial. Meanwhile, Flinder resumed his seat, lifting a large mug of wheat beer and gulping it down heartily. Qin Ming, with a wry smile, addressed the master. "Master, you have truly presented me with a formidable challenge. To be candid, from the perspective of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, allowing the younger students to represent the Academy in battle would undoubtedly bring immense honor and acclaim to our institution. Your conditions are not unreasonable. The esteemed instructors here are well-known figures in the spirit master community, and the academy would certainly not refuse, providing the best rewards. However, Shrek Academy is Flinder's labor of love. If we were to proceed in this manner, it would likely lead to unforeseen consequences. Very well, let us follow Xiao Gang's suggestion. Flinder stated as he rose once more, his countenance now completely composed. Xiao Gang was right. I should not solely consider my pride. Everything should be for the benefit of the children. The Heavendo Royal Academy is affiliated with the royal family of the Heavendo Empire, a rare sanctuary for spirit masters that remains untouched by the Spirit Hall. The children will not suffer there. And the current teachers at Shrek will also have a place for their twilight years. I have long focused only on my own desires, while everyone has followed me. Now that we have grown old, it is time to find a home for all. The Heavendo Royal Academy does seem to have its merits, and moreover, the children will have better opportunities for growth there. This matter is settled. You may deliberate among yourselves. Xiao Gang and Wu Ji will represent me fully. I wish to be alone for a while. With that, Flinder turned to leave, and Zhao Wuji exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Hongjun, who promptly understood and, disregarding the sumptuous dishes being served, hurried after Flinder. At this moment, he, as Flinder's disciple, could provide more comfort than the master and Zhao Wuji. The master sighed. Though Flinder was somewhat stubborn, he was not devoid of reason. I believe he will come to understand. Zhao Wuji chuckled ruefully, after all. The academy has been our support for so many years. Flinder is not oblivious to the advantages of your suggestion. Even if he has decided to close the academy after these children graduate, the reality of the situation is still difficult for him to accept. This is rather sudden for us. We have lived here for 20 years. The master nodded. This matter would have to be resolved by Flinder himself. Zhao Wuji remarked. Perhaps for us, this can be seen as the best possible resolution. Master, thank you. I understand that your proposal is not solely for the children, but also for Flinder and for us. The Heavendo Royal Academy is one of the few places not influenced by the Spirit Hall and possesses sufficient prestige. You are trying to preserve Flinder's dignity as much as possible. Retirement there does seem appealing. A smile graced Zhao Wuji's face, his demeanor significantly lightened. He was not Flinder, lacking his sensitivity to pride and inner turmoil. 2 decades at Shrek Academy undoubtedly evoke a sense of nostalgia, yet they also bring with them a touch of weariness. A change of environment might not be a bad thing after all. In this matter, the Shrek 7 were left speechless, aside from chasing after Flinder's Ma Hongjun. The remaining 6 exchanged glances, the sudden shift dissipating their joy of victory to the extent that even mealtime lost its appeal. The news that followed came too swiftly for their young minds to process. Flinder stood at the hotel entrance, gazing up at the star-studded night sky, and softly remarked, "Why are you following me? Go and have your meal." At that moment, the usual mischievous grin had vanished from Ma Hongjun's face as he stood respectfully beside Flinder. "Teacher, please don't be upset." Flinder shook his head. "I am not upset, merely a tad disheartened. Everything has come rather swiftly for me. Hongjun, I've noticed that your fiery temperament seems to have diminished significantly during this period of training with the master. What might be the reason behind this?" Upon hearing the mention of his fiery nature, a smile returned to the chubby boy's face. He scratched his head and replied, "I really don't know what is going on. It's just that I've been so exhausted lately that all my energy seems to have been completely drained." Leaving no room for such thoughts, Flinder's face broke into a slight smile. "This is indeed a positive development. Your martial spirit is undergoing subtle changes. Perhaps, before long, you will no longer be troubled by it. All right, you may return now. No need to persuade me further. I just wish to be alone for a while." Ma Hongjun blinked, rubbing his round face. "Teacher, to be honest, this is merely a case of leveraging resources. Frankly, I do not quite understand why you feel disheartened." "Leveraging resources?" Flinder turned to his direct disciple, somewhat astonished by his words. Ma Hongjun nodded eagerly. "Yes. Isn't it just that? Utilizing the facilities of that Royal Academy to assist us in our training. And our participation in their battles is merely compensating them for their help. I can't speak for others, but I certainly do not feel like I belong to that Royal Academy. I will forever remain your disciple, the Phoenix of Shrek." Flinder stared blankly at Ma Hongjun. Despite the clumsiness of his metaphor, it seemed to have opened a door in Flinder's mind. Leveraging resources? What a clever way to put it. Perhaps I have indeed been too fixated. What difference does it make if it happens sooner or later? Shrek will eventually come to an end, but everything we have experienced will remain unchanged. Xiao Gang, thank you for helping me draw this conclusion for Shrek. The following morning, the members of Shrek Academy settled their bills and departed from the hotel, thus concluding the second phase of their month-long training. perhaps physically. This second phase was not as extreme as the first. However, it proved to be far more taxing on the spirits of the Shrek 7. Each day, they faced different adversaries, striving for victory while contending with formidable foes. This required not only facing their opponents but also coordinating seamlessly with their companions. The soul battles were a realm apart from their previous sparring. They represented the essence of true combat. As their practical experience expanded, the Shrek 7 distinctly recognized the profound effects of the grueling training from the first phase. Their endurance, resilience, and recovery in battle had all seen remarkable improvement. Otherwise, how could they withstand the high-intensity confrontations of daily soul battles, especially for those who participated in 3 soul battles each day? They fully exhibited the benefits of the rigorous training from the first phase. Beyond foundational and combat training, the master imbued the second phase with an additional significance: the capacity for sustained combat. Upon returning to the familiar village, although it lacked the splendor of Soto City, it was free from the urban clamor. The feeling of home was profoundly comforting. For the Shrek 7, Shrek Academy had long become akin to a family. Flinder's mood had returned to normal, and even Zhao Wujie, who had been by his side for 20 years, was surprised by how quickly he had come to terms with things. Flinder had decisively resolved that everything would proceed according to the Master's plan. As for how to enter the Royal Academy and everything thereafter, that would fall under Qin Ming's jurisdiction. Children, you all deserve some rest after this strenuous period. Wujie, gather everyone, Flinder commanded upon his return to the academy. Shrek Academy was not his alone. It was shared with 3 other teachers, and he sought their opinions as well. Upon returning to the dormitory, Oscar paid no heed to the dust that had accumulated on his bed over the past month and collapsed onto it, exclaiming, "Ah, it feels so good to be back. Xiao-san, don't disturb me. I intend to sleep soundly until I wake naturally." Tang-san smiled and shook his head at Oscar's sprawled position. If no one compelled him to train, this lazy disposition would likely have squandered his exceptional martial soul. According to discussions between the master and Qin Ming, the members of Shrek Academy would travel to the Tiando Royal Academy as exchange students in 2 months. Before that, Qin Ming would ensure that all matters concerning the Tiando Royal Academy were well managed. Shrek Academy also had some follow-up work to attend to. The master was not in a rush to commence the 3rd phase of trials. Before leaving Soto City today, he assigned a simple task to the Shrek 7 during the next 2 months. They were to first address their personal issues and then thoroughly digest and absorb the practical experience gained from the soul battles over the past month. Simultaneously, these 2 months would serve as a period for soul power training. The master has decreed that, aside from essential matters, everyone must devote their focus to cultivating their soul power. Oscar soon succumbed to slumber, while Tang-san remained preoccupied with his thoughts. With merely 2 months remaining, he needed to resolve several pressing issues, particularly the promise made to Ning Rongrong. As the saying goes, one must honor commitments made to others. Pondering this, Tang-san rose from his dormitory and made his way toward the quarters of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. How exhausting! At that moment, both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu had shed their outer garments, reclining on their respective beds. Unlike Oscar, they maintained a sense of order. Their bedding, including sheets and covers, had been freshly changed. Xiao Wu remarked, "Indeed, during our daily battles in Soto, I hardly felt fatigued. Yet, upon returning, the weariness is palpable. This must be what the master referred to as the fatigue period. Rongrong, your skin is truly radiant. Even I cannot help but feel envious." At this time, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were clad only in half-length camisoles and shorts, their arms and thighs exposed as they lay on their beds. Chapter 61. The first trial's boss. After enduring countless hardships, Mu Chen finally emerged from the treacherous realm of sandstorms. Before him lay an oasis, a verdant paradise that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding desolation. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a cluster of palm trees and a freshwater lake, miraculously teeming with a dozen fish. This scene evoked a sense of hope, akin to a supply point that promised sustenance for survival. At the heart of the oasis, a signpost pointed to the left, suggesting the formidable boss that awaited him in this trial. At this moment, Mu Chen would naturally refrain from approaching directly. As he needed to respond to his current situation, Mu Chen removed his garments and hung them upon the curved palm tree. Subsequently, he used a wooden basin to draw a small amount of fresh water to cleanse his body. Mu Chen would not dare to squander this precious water resource, for he was uncertain whether there would be similar supply points in the trials that lay ahead. Mu Chen stored fresh water in 3 large barrels and placed them into the system's space. He then felled a coconut tree. utilizing a portion of it for firewood while reserving the remainder for roasting fish. Thus, Mu Chen feasted on 3 fish and drank from 2 coconuts before deciding to take a rest, after which he would embark on his journey to his intended destination. Meanwhile, Shrek and his companions were en route to the Royal Academy of Heaven Do, coinciding with their confrontation against the fearsome god team. With a resonating hum, 7 Juga crossbows unleashed their unique roars simultaneously, each already loaded with a total of 112 bolts, piercing through the air like a swarm of bees. The members of the fearsome god team, all soul masters above level 40, were certainly capable of perceiving the approaching shadows. Yet they could hardly fathom that these were not techniques familiar to the realm of soul arts. What is the Mad Dog strategy? It is to launch desperate assaults regardless of the enemy's formidable attacks. Today, the fearsome god team remained steadfast, undeterred by their opponent's onslaught, instead accelerating towards the fray, raising their arms to shield their vital areas. Close combat was their forte. With a series of bizarre sounds, the audience, fervently cheering moments before, fell into an eerie silence as if their throats had been simultaneously severed. In that dreadful stillness, a great plume of blood mist erupted like fireworks upon the main battle arena. The members of the fearsome god team, propelled by their momentum, surged forward several meters, caught off guard by the suddenness of their own demise. Why has it suddenly turned cold? Meng Li pondered, feeling as though his body was no longer under his command. This was the final flicker of consciousness in this world. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted behind the fearsome god team, as bolts, dark as night, embedded themselves densely into the walls of the main arena. The team members finally halted, as the blood mist that had coalesced erupted forth from their own bodies. Mu Chen was unaware of the passage of time in the outside world. He only knew that he had lingered in this realm for an extended period. Even the scar left on his chest by rock had been erased by the relentless passage of time. After a period of rest, Mu Chen rose, donning his bone armor, and summoned the puppets of the deceased, making his way towards the boss of the wind trial. Naturally, Mu Chen dared not approach openly. Instead, he crouched low, stealthily inching closer to his target. After approximately 3,000 steps, a figure came into view. It was a dragon, the winged kind. This dragon was a deep shade of yellow, its scales glistening with an oily sheen, and 2 massive fangs protruded prominently. At this moment, the dragon was coiled up, evidently in a state of repose. Mu Chen thought to himself, what a fortuitous opportunity. He commanded his 2 clones to stealthily approach the colossal dragon, while his main body set about digging a pit as a trap, not too deep, just enough to trip the beast. Meanwhile, the clones would first incapacitate the dragon's wings, thus gaining a significant advantage. Mu Chen meticulously set up the trap, and his 2 doppelgangers stood ready. Each doppelganger transformed its arm into a long spear, poised to unleash a powerful thrust aimed at the ancient dragon's wings. As Mu Chen observed that everything was in order, he gestured with a wave of his hand, and 2 clones lunged forward. In a critical moment, it became evident that the dragon's defenses had not been underestimated. The bone spear barely pierced its wings, failing to penetrate further. With a deafening roar, the ancient dragon flung its wings, sending the 2 clones soaring away. Unfortunately, despite the small size of the wound, it rendered the creature unable to ascend to great heights, limiting its altitude to approximately 50 meters above the ground to avoid being swept away by the storms of this trial ground. Although the ferocious sandstorm had subsided, a considerable wind still howled, rendering flight a challenging endeavor. Mu Chen commanded his doppelganger to unleash the resonance of souls. The skeletal sword of the deceased quivered slightly, emitting an ethereal sound. Yet, the ancient dragon seemed utterly unfazed, letting out a thunderous roar that caused blood to trickle from Mu Chen's nose and ears. His mental fortitude was insufficient. The dragon's psychic force was immensely formidable, its exact magnitude unknown, but it undoubtedly overwhelmed Mu Chen. This situation posed a significant challenge. Mu Chen could only manage a wry smile. However, this outcome was anticipated. Dragons have long symbolized the sovereign of beasts. How could one expect them to be ordinary? Especially a pure-blooded ancient dragon? Mu Chen and his doppelgangers launched an assault on the ancient dragon from 3 distinct directions. The dragon flapped its wings with considerable force, lifting itself slightly off the ground. Then, with a mighty roar, it flung its wings outward with great intensity. Merely this action was sufficient to send Mu Chen and his companions soaring through the air. Mu Chen understood that the paramount reason was that his feet had left the ground. In other words, when battling this ancient dragon, one must keep their feet firmly planted. Otherwise, they would be blown away. The ancient dragon gazed down at Mu Chen, sparks flickering from its mouth. Mu Chen swiftly raised a bone shield before him. In the next instant, the ancient dragon unleashed a breath of fire, the bone shield barely withstanding the onslaught, yet it shimmered with a golden light. Reaching its limits of endurance, the dragon descended, charging towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen advanced rather than retreated, manipulating one of his two avatars to transform into a long spear. Aimed directly at the rear of the ancient dragon, the other avatar leaped high, launching an assault from above. The three forces collided, unleashing a tempest accompanied by a deafening roar. The intensity of the clash was so formidable that even the coconut trees were uprooted. As the storm subsided, the battle concluded with Mu Chen's utter defeat. Fortunately, he managed to escape, now hiding in a deep pit, originally intended to prevent the ancient dragon's retreat, which ironically became his sanctuary. Moments ago, the spear formed by his avatar was effortlessly severed by the dragon's tail. Mu Chen realized his imminent demise, swiftly retracting his energy and utilizing the dragon's force to propel himself backward. The other avatar, akin to a mere tickle, struck against the ancient dragon's body. Yet the dragon remained unperturbed, turning its head to effortlessly tear the avatar apart. Now, the dragon circled menacingly around Mu Chen's hiding place, continuously raising its head as if searching for his presence. Mu Chen was reducing his breathing rate to avoid detection, not daring to make a sound. How difficult it was. This creature was comparable to a soul beast of 100,000 years. Mu Chen thought to himself. Chapter 62. The passage of time. After a considerable interval, Mu Chen, taking advantage of the ancient dragon's designated rest period, returned to the supply point and began to diligently practice martial arts. Upon arriving in this world, it was the first time Mu Chen earnestly commenced his training. In this realm, soul masters possess soul skills and thus did not place much emphasis on such endeavors. However, Mu Chen realized that to enhance his strength, he needed to cultivate martial arts. Thus, he embarked on a rigorous training regimen focused on breaking through his physical limits, a task that could not be accomplished in a day. Fortunately, the food in his storage space and the water sources on the island would sustain him for a considerable time. Thus, Mu Chen initiated a grand plan. A new term would emerge in this world: martial arts. In the face of formidable foes like the ancient dragon, Tai Chi undoubtedly represented the most effective means of resistance. Combining it with his soul skills, Mu Chen refined Tai Chi, which he named the two instruments generating each other fist technique. This technique was augmented by the characteristics of soul resonance. The remainder was a repetitive regimen of physical training. Time flew, and less than a year remained until the Youth Soul Master competition. I wonder how Brother Chen is faring. Is everything going smoothly? A young man sighed softly by a spring. Little monster, here I come. Douluo descended with exuberance. Eh? Douluo glanced toward the usual resting place of Tang San. Typically, he would greet him upon his nightly arrival. Yet today, there was no response. Had something happened? A sense of alarm surged within Douluo as he swiftly flew over. Upon seeing Tang San seated there, he felt a sense of relief. Although he was somewhat reluctant to admit it, Douluo no longer harbored the previous animosity toward Tang San. He even regarded him as a friend. Douluo, inherently reclusive and wielding a poison martial spirit, had few soul masters willing to associate with him. Even when they did, it was often out of fear. Although Tang San frequently called him Old Monster, the experiences of recent days had fostered an inexplicable sense of kinship in Douluo's heart. It resembled the bond between elder and junior, intertwined with the concern of friends. Moreover, the poison within him required Tang San's antidote. Tang San sat there, seemingly in a daze as he gazed ahead, where a bronze cauldron for alchemy stood before him. At this moment, the cauldron was positioned above the scorching sun spring, its base slightly touching the water, utilizing the spring's heat for roasting. Had it been an ordinary bronze cauldron, even the slightest contact with the intense sun spring would have turned it into molten copper. However, the cauldron Tang San utilized had been treated with a herb from the cold extremine spring, allowing it to barely withstand the sun spring's temperature. Furthermore, his innate resistance to the sun spring's heat enabled him to control it. Douluo, filled with curiosity, crouched beside Tang San. Little monster, what are you concocting this time? Tang San regained his composure, offering a mysterious smile before placing his index finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, his gaze fixated on the bronze cauldron. Douluo followed Tang San's line of sight and observed the faint purple smoke emanating from the crevice of the sealed lid atop the cauldron. This phenomenon was no novelty to him. He had long grown accustomed to Tang San's penchant for concocting peculiar and astonishing poisons. Yet, there were certain formulas that Tang San stubbornly refused to disclose, much to Douluo's chagrin. The purple smoke coiled above the cauldron, swaying gently, while Douluo's nose twitched slightly. As a master of poison with an exceptionally robust resistance to toxins, he felt no fear. However, he soon realized that the smoke bore no discernible scent, rendering him unable to ascertain its composition. Strangely, as he watched the curling smoke rise, a chill crept into his heart. As a soul master whose abilities revolved around poison, Douluo recognized this sensation. It was an instinctive warning that arose only in the presence of lethally potent toxins threatening his life. What sort of poison had this little monster concocted that even he felt endangered? It was worth noting that while Tang San had created numerous remarkable poisons over the past 6 months, none had ever instilled fear in Douluo until now. Thus, he chose not to disturb Tang San, settling quietly beside him to await the outcome. Tang San's expression was unusually grave, his attention unwaveringly focused on the cauldron and the purple smoke billowing forth. As time passed, the smoke from the cauldron grew increasingly thin, its color shifting from purple to white, and then from white to black, undergoing a peculiar transformation. Throughout this process, Tang San utilized his blue-silver grass to manipulate the cauldron 3 times, adding various ingredients. Even though his blue-silver grass had reached a state impervious to both fire and water, each time it withered slightly. This only heightened Douluo's curiosity. After consuming his restorative medicine, he discreetly activated his poison mastery, attempting to discern the essence of the smoke. Yet, regardless of his efforts, he could not uncover the nature of the toxic vapor that had been brewed. Douluo only sensed vaguely that it was likely a lethal concoction, a blend of multiple toxins working in concert. Did this young man intend to poison me? Douluo mused. For what other purpose would he create such a deadly potion? However, he quickly dismissed this thought. Their relationship had evolved into one of both teacher and friend, and even if Tang San harbored such intentions, he would not dare to concoct it in his presence. The alchemical process was exceedingly protracted, and by the break of dawn the following day, Douluo felt a growing impatience. At long last, the black smoke from the cauldron gradually subsided, slowly retracting back into the vessel. Success! Tang San sprang up from the ground, his excitement bubbling forth uncontrollably, embodying the vivacity of his peers in that moment. What on earth is this little monster? Douluo could not help but inquire. Tang San exhaled deeply, gazing at Douluo with an air of mystery. This is a treasure, a deadly treasure. I assure you, even if it strikes you, you shall not survive beyond 3 breaths. Of course, it poses no threat to you. Your tough exterior renders it incapable of penetrating your body. Allow me to showcase my masterpiece. With that, numerous strands of blue-silver grass surged forth simultaneously, tugging the bronze cauldron back to shore. He remained unhurried, waiting for the cauldron to cool gradually. After Tang San's declaration, Douluo had no choice but to wait. A full half-hour passed before Tang San approached, cautiously lifting the lid. Douluo, harnessing his poison skills for protection, leaned in to peer inside the cauldron. At its center lay a diminutive metallic mold, surrounded by traces of desiccation, remnants of herbs that had been dried out. Within the mold, 3 tiny needles, each merely an inch long and devoid of any luster, lay quietly. You spend all this time for just this? Douluo scoffed, incredulous about the utility of such items. Tang San chuckled softly, employing his Xianyu hand to delicately retrieve the mold. He then extracted a pre-prepared small jade box from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night and poured the 3 needles into the corresponding grooves within. A toxin potent enough to slay a tidal Douluo, do you think it has no value? A fervent glint sparkled in Tang San's eyes, reminiscent of the gaze he bore when crafting formidable hidden weapons during his time at the Tang sect. This thing can kill a tidal Douluo? Surely, you jest. Douluo remarked, skepticism etched on his face. Such a trivial item could never breach a tidal Douluo's defenses. What good is a toxin then? Tang San cast a sidelong glance at Douluo. Do you understand what a hidden weapon is? It is a weapon employed in secrecy. The inability to confront directly does not imply it cannot be effective at all times. Furthermore, to utilize these 3 needles, I must first break through to the 40th level of soul power. They require a specific method for deployment. They are known as the Yama stickers. Yama stickers? What does that mean? Douluo was somewhat baffled. Tang San regarded the 3 pitch-black needles in the jade box with an almost obsessive gleam in his eyes, akin to admiring a rare treasure. The term Yama signifies the deity of death, rooted in ancient divine language. When you receive an invitation from the deity of death, what does it imply? Naturally, it is to guide you back into the embrace of mortality. When Yama calls you at midnight, who dares to keep you until dawn? Chapter 63, The Passage of Time, 1301, 1302. At this moment, Mu Chen remains immersed in the trials of the wind. However, it is evident that the palm trees have significantly diminished. and even the freshwater lake has receded by over 3 inches. This is, of course, a consequence of Mu Chen's struggle for survival, and he has not squandered these resources. He has successfully amalgamated numerous martial arts from his past life, often dismissed as mere facades, with soul techniques, thus crafting a new form of martial prowess. Among these are the 8 extremities armor, the 2 instruments clear wind spear technique, and the Tai Chi Bagua body technique. Undoubtedly, the role of the system is immeasurable. With its aid, as long as there are spiritual points, he can deduce and experiment. Without the system, he might have been delayed by 4 to 5 years. Mu Chen is currently performing simple weighted push-ups with a load of 500 kilograms. In a remarkably brief period, Mu Chen's height surged to 182 centimeters. His physique honed to perfection, leaving one astounded that he weighed over 160 kilograms. His skin, bronzed from rigorous training, only enhanced his extraordinary looks, imbuing him with a touch of masculine allure. Upon completing his 20,000th repetition, Mu Chen forcefully cast aside the heavy iron weights strapped to him. He leapt twice in place, performing chest expansion exercises before focusing on his breathing, meticulously adjusting his rhythm. During this time, one could observe that his breathing frequency closely mirrored that of the surrounding dust swaying in the breeze. Subsequently, Mu Chen harnessed the power of his bone armor to conjure a bone spear, wielding it with finesse as he commenced his spear training. Day after day of relentless practice had propelled Mu Chen to level 50. However, the absence of a soul beast had hindered his breakthrough. Yet, he had never faltered. Consistently striving for self-improvement, his combat prowess had reached a level capable of challenging the ancient dragon. He could now confront the dragon head-on, his physical strength astonishingly reaching 1,000 kilograms. The enhancement of his agility and bone armor had rendered him invincible. Thus, defeating the ancient dragon merely required the final touch of time for maturation. After finishing his spear exercises, Mu Chen cast his gaze toward the direction of the ancient dragon, his eyes igniting with a flicker of fiery determination. Returning to the modest abode he had constructed from felled trees, he sipped from a cup of fresh water and savored a piece of meat before turning towards the ancient dragon's location. Master led Tang San to a thicket, the bushes nearly as tall as a person and densely packed. With a slight smile, the master called out into the underbrush, "Xiao Wu, hold on for a moment. Look who has arrived." Upon hearing Xiao Wu's name, Tang San's smile froze, his eyes reflecting profound emotion and gratitude. He understood that the master had brought him here primarily to see Xiao Wu, the very person he was most eager to meet. In a flash, a white figure darted swiftly from the thicket, exuding youthful charm with her delicate pink complexion, long and taut legs, a slender waist that seemed to defy grasp, and cascading hair resembling a scorpion's tail. Indeed, it was Xiao Wu. "Master, you're here," Xiao Wu began, but her words faltered as her gaze fell upon the one she had longed for. Her pupils contracted in an instant, disregarding the master's presence as she leaped into Tang San's embrace, her long legs instinctively wrapping around his waist, holding him tightly, her rosy face nestled against his shoulder. Trembling with emotion, Tang San could palpably feel the intensity of Xiao Wu's heartbeat. Upon reuniting with her, he too was overwhelmed with excitement. With a gentle grasp around Xiao Wu's slender waist, Tang San felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. At this moment, Xiao Wu still stood slightly taller than him, yet she clung to him, creating a rather peculiar visual. The master, perceptive to their intimacy, averted his gaze and directed his attention to the horizon. "Xiao Wu, my dear, do not cry. Have I not returned?" Tang San softly caressed her back, offering a choked consolation. "Why has Chunga not visited me for so long? Now, even you seem to have forsaken me, Xiao Wu. How could you be away for such an extended time?" It was no wonder Xiao Wu was so distraught, since their acquaintance, they had never been apart for more than a month over the span of 6 or 7 years. This time, Tang San had been gone for half a year, leaving her in deep longing. She had frequently inquired with the master about Tang San's whereabouts, yet he could not disclose that Tang San was with Du Gubo, fearing Xiao Wu might recklessly venture into the sunset forest. "Not at all, Xiao Wu. Like Chengge, I merely encountered an opportunity. How could I ever abandon you? It is my fault for causing you worry." Tang San's shoulder was already dampened by her tears, while her long legs were tightly wrapped around his waist, as if fearful of his departure. Xiao Wu lifted her head, her eyes now a vivid red, pouting as she declared, "Then you can never leave me again. Even if you must train, you must take me with you." "All right, I promise you," Tang San responded, tenderly wiping her tears away and offering repeated reassurances. As her large eyes blinked, tears cascaded down, and she clung to his neck, sobbing, "Brother, do you know how much I've missed you? Swear to me." Swear you will never leave me. Without hesitation, Tang San vowed, I swear, unless I perish, I shall never leave Xiaowu. At this, Xiaowu's tears transformed into a smile, and she nestled against his shoulder once more, vowing never depart from her beloved San Ge, even in death. The master, observing the scene, shook his head in resignation, pondering the openness of today's youth. These two were barely 14, yet they exhibited a remarkable maturity. However, he chose not to disrupt the harmony before him, patiently waiting instead. Tang San, being the more composed of the two, gently patted Xiaowu on her rear, saying, Now, be good and come down. The master is still here. Only then did Xiaowu remember the master's presence. Her cheeks flushing crimson as she released her grip around his waist, though one arm remained securely around him, unwilling to let go. Master, let us find the others. The master turned to glance at the two individuals. Though they were still quite young, they could certainly be regarded as a pair of exquisite beings. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes as he nodded, resuming his journey deeper into the forest. The environment for cultivation is selected based on the unique martial spirits of the soul masters. For instance, Xiaowu, with her rabbit martial spirit, naturally thrives in the most suitable thicket for her training. Dai Mubai prefers the beast enclosure, while Oscar, being a food system soul master, finds the kitchen to be the optimal place to stimulate his soul power advancement. As for Ma Hongjun, he practices in a room filled with furnaces. Of course, these are merely standard environments for cultivation. Under more favorable conditions, the benefits to training would be significantly enhanced. For example, if Ma Hongjun's training location were situated at a volcanic vent, the advantages would be even greater, albeit with a commensurate increase in danger. Chapter 64. The Passage of Time 3. Look out. Mu Chen exerted all his strength as he thrust towards the ancient dragon's eye. At that moment, the dragon's body lay in tatters. Both of its wings had been severed, and it bore countless wounds of varying severity. Its tail hung limply, evidently severed from its nerves and rendered uncontrollable. This was accompanied by the dragon's feeble roar of fury. Mu Chen has triumphed over the ancient dragon in his first trial. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the trial task and receiving the reward, the forged golden dragon's silver spear, Dragon's Might Spear. A 10,000-year-old left arm bone of the celestial giant ape. 1. Gravitational field. Manipulate the space within 100 meters ahead, capable of imposing up to 50 times the gravity. 2. Wrath of the Celestial. By continuously attacking and being attacked, energy can be accumulated, culminating in the manifestation of the Celestial Divine Fist. During the execution of the Celestial Divine Fist, the attack power of the fist increases by 500, enhancing physical strength by 20. Once the Celestial Divine Fist concludes, it releases a roar that repels any beings whose combined spiritual and mental strength falls below that of the user. Hearing this long-awaited notification from little AI, Mu Chen felt an indescribable joy. It had been quite some time since he last heard it. Reflecting on this, Mu Chen couldn't help but reminisce about the faces of the Shrek 7. I wonder how you all are. Subsequently, the bone spear in his hand transformed into a golden dragon's silver spear, and a radiant golden light enveloped his left arm. Suddenly, the ancient dragon's body shattered, forming a grand gate. The gate slowly opened, revealing a realm of thunderclouds, with lightning sporadically striking down, creating fissures upon the earth. This world appeared devoid of life, and Mu Chen knew that there would be no supply points in such a desolate place. However, he did not feel the same panic as before, for he was confident in his strength. His deceased companion had evolved as well. As his soul power reached level 50, the deceased began to transform. The most significant change was the regeneration of flesh. The evolution of the deceased caused all of Mu Chen's soul skills to evolve alongside it. First Soul Ring. 10,000-year-old metamorphic lizard deceased, invisible, allows for a seamless switch of the deceased's attributes, enabling various elemental attacks. Currently, it provides the 5 basic elemental attributes along with light, darkness, wind, and thunder. Second Soul Ring. 10,000-year-old spirit ape, soul resonance, initiating with the bone sword. It emits a mournful melody akin to a soul cry, siphoning the target's attributes and reducing them by 5 for an hour, limited to 1 target. The effect can only be reused after it concludes. The higher the mental power exceeds the original being, the lesser the effect, for every 5 levels above. The effect diminishes by 1. Third Soul Ring. 11,000-year-old shadow hunter. Deceased puppet. Capable of summoning a replica puppet of a soul master whose soul power differs by no more than 30 levels, excluding Super Douluo and Ultimate Douluo, to fight on the user's behalf. Retaining all the original soul power and skills, albeit at 65 effectiveness. Additionally, it can replicate 2 instances of the original, maintaining soul power and skills at 90 of the original strength while enhancing the user's own boosting soul skills. The Puppet Shadow Strike. The puppet's strength is augmented to match that of the original and can engage in self-combat. As the puppet nears its end, it transforms into a spear aimed at the enemy. If it successfully pierces the foe's body, it will steal 50 of all attributes and bestow them upon the original until the deceased puppet is summoned again, with an upper limit of doubling the original strength. The 10,000 years metamorphic demon bat king possesses the extraordinary ability to elongate and contract its bones, muscles, and skin up to 5 meters, rendering itself remarkably supple, capable of any transformation. Its ultrasonic radar can emit sound waves through its myriad pores, allowing for precise localization of objects with exceptional accuracy. The external soul bone. The soul robe is affixed to 8 ribs and, upon summoning, can transform into any robe-like garment. Once manifested, it bestows 3 unique attributes. 1. Soul Halo, enhancing the effects of all soul skills by 10. 2. Ethereal Tango, graceful and intangible, increasing evasion by 90, though it cannot evade targeted or large-scale attacks. And 3. Hellish Robe, reducing attribute damage by 80. The Soul Bone, the 10,000 years left arm bone of the celestial giant ape, offers 2 formidable abilities. 1. Gravitational Field, which manipulates the space within 100 meters, capable of exerting up to 50 times gravity, and 2. Wrath of the Celestial Firmament, wherein continuous assaults and retaliations build power, culminating in the Celestial Divine Fist. During the execution of this fist technique, attack power surges by 500 and physical strength amplifies by 20. Upon the conclusion of the Celestial Divine Fist, a roar erupts, repelling any beings with a combined soul power and mental strength lower than that of the user. These are the formidable assets of Mu Chen, who is prepared to wield the external soul bone. For it appears that this trial is likely to feature a boss specializing in attribute-based attacks. With the spear firmly in his grasp, Mu Chen strode confidently towards the Trial of Thunder. Xiao-san, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, Xiao Wu would surely have been frantic with worry. Daimu Bai, appearing little changed from his former self, now exuded a greater air of composure. Having recently celebrated his 16th birthday, he emanated a newfound dominance. Though his overall presence had become more restrained, his captivating gaze sparkled with vigor, and every movement he made carried the regal essence of a king among beasts. Upon hearing Daimu Bai's words, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she could not help but let out a soft huff, offering no retort. Daimu Bai was among the earliest to know Tang San, aside from Xiao Wu, and their reunion felt particularly warm. He reached out, draping an arm around Tang San's shoulder, and said, "The fatty mentioned you have brought us a gift and can help me break through my bottleneck. Do reveal it." Tang San chuckled lightly, playfully punching Daimu Bai's chest. "No need to rush. Let us first find a quiet place to discuss." Under the guidance of their master, they entered a serene wooden cabin. Sunlight filtered through the windows, casting shadows of trees upon the floor, while fresh air wafted through the crevices. Surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and the gentle whisper of the wind, it was hard to believe they were within the capital of the Heavendo Empire. Even Master, usually of a tranquil disposition, could not help but silently commend Lu Erlong for her excellent choice. "Begin," Master instructed Tang San. "I shall protect you." Tang San nodded, and under the curious gazes of his companions, he retrieved a peculiar plant from his rui bag. It was a magnificent chrysanthemum, resplendent in purple hues. Oddly enough, every petal appeared delightfully fuzzy, the entire flower harmoniously integrated yet devoid of any fragrance. The center of the flower rose significantly above the petals, its tip shimmering with a faint golden glow. "What is this?" Daimu Bai inquired first, with the others equally captivated by the plant Tang San had produced. Tang San smiled slightly and addressed Daimu Bai, saying, "Boss Dai, this is a special gift prepared just for you. It is called the Wondrous Chrysanthemum, a neutral-grade celestial herb. Consuming it will invigorate your limbs, enhance your blood flow, and cultivate an indestructible body." Daimu Bai was taken aback. "So powerful? Indestructible?" Tang San replied with a smile. "While the term indestructible may be an exaggeration, this herb is perfectly suited to your martial spirit. Your soul power is neutral, vast, and formidable. With this herb, your cultivation will yield twice the results with half the effort. Since you have reached the 40th level bottleneck, I believe it will assist you in overcoming this hurdle. Once you obtain a soul ring, its effects will continue to enhance your abilities. The gifts I have chosen for everyone focus on strengthening the foundation rather than hasty advancement." Daimu Bai carefully accepted the wondrous chrysanthemum from Tang San, gazing deeply into his eyes. "As brothers, I shan't utter my thanks. How do we consume this? He asked. Tang San instructed, first eat the central flower bud, then consume each petal one by one, but do not eat the stem. Upon finishing their meal, they immediately commenced their cultivation, seeking to dissolve the medicinal effects and break through their bottleneck. Damu refrained from further words and promptly moved to a corner, consuming the herbs as instructed by Tang San. For a considerable duration, the level 40 barrier had plagued him. Now, with a chance to transcend, he was aflame with eagerness. Unable to contain his excitement, Oscar inquired softly, "What exactly are celestial-grade herbs?" Tang San replied with a smile, "Such treasures are found only in the heavens. How often can one encounter them on Earth?" The group exchanged glances, including Xiaowu, as their gazes ignited with fervor. Ning Rongrong giggled, saying sweetly, "Brother San, you mustn't be biased." Tang San reassured, "Rest assured, there is enough for everyone." "Xiaoyo, this one is for you." He reached into his treasure pouch for the second time, retrieving a jade box, which he handed to Oscar. Oscar marveled, just the box alone is evidently valuable. Tang San, slightly bemused, replied, "Xiaoyo, this is merely ordinary white jade. It can be purchased for 2 gold soul coins." Oscar's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a mask of embarrassment. Tang San chuckled, "However, what lies within is indeed priceless. Open it and see." Upon hearing this, Oscar opened the jade box. Unlike the peculiar mushroom that Dai Mubai had received, the moment the box was opened, a wondrous fragrance enveloped the room. The rich aroma of orchids invigorated the spirit, filling everyone with a refreshing energy that compelled them to inhale deeply. Inside the box lay an 8-petaled orchid, its petals trembling slightly, pristine and glistening white, exuding an ethereal elegance. Tang San explained, "This is the 8-petal celestial orchid, also a celestial-grade herb, which must be stored in a jade vessel. When kept in such a container, it remains fresh for a millennium and retains its potency for countless generations. Among all the celestial-grade herbs I brought back, it possesses the gentlest yet richest medicinal properties. It is easy to absorb but requires a considerable time investment. Its function is to strengthen the foundation and expel impurities from within, adequately addressing the slow cultivation speed inherent to food-type soul masters. The effects can even sustain you until you reach level 70. Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is it truly that remarkable? Brother San, I adore you." Chapter 65, The Passage of Time 4. With a thunderous rumble echoing through the air, Mu Chen beheld the formidable trial boss, a colossal ape, far surpassing even the Titan apes. This creature, enveloped in a coat of pristine white fur, was adorned with surging blue currents of electricity. Its elongated arms were exposed, revealing rigid black bones, while its elongated tusks curled menacingly like those of a mammoth. The creature's enormous eyes were entirely devoid of color, resembling deep, obsidian voids. Mu Chen gazed upward at the towering behemoth before him. As he felt the fierce aura emanating from it, his heart became remarkably tranquil. Mu Chen tightened his grip, extending his left hand and suddenly exerting 20-fold gravity upon the colossal ape before him, charging forward to commence a fierce battle. This entity, known as the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, is neither to be chewed nor swallowed. It demands the gathering of soul power, and regardless of the agony endured, one must persevere, otherwise, all efforts shall be in vain. The effects of this substance are remarkably pronounced, promising to significantly enhance both one's soul power and the potency of flames. Should one falter midway, the efficacy of the remedy would diminish drastically. Tang San handed the herbal concoction to Ma Hongjun, who promptly partook. Observing Tang San retrieve 3 varieties of celestial herbs for the trio, even the master was taken aback. Such herbs were not only unseen but unheard of as well. Surprisingly, Tang San did not select Xiaowu, the youngest, as the 4th recipient, but rather Ning Rongrong. "Their brother, what is this you are giving me?" Without waiting for a reply, Ning Rongrong rushed forward, grasping his arm. Xiaowu, standing behind, furrowed her brow but refrained from voicing her concerns. Tang San smiled as he reached into his treasure pouch, a flash of golden light revealing an extraordinary herb. This peculiar herb had roots and leaves resembling a wisteria drapery, intricately woven, yet at its pinnacle rested a resplendent golden tulip, its rich fragrance swiftly replacing the earlier sin of Oscar's 8 treasures immortal orchid, evoking a sense of opulence. "Your martial spirit, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, is exceptionally unique. After much contemplation, I have chosen this herb for you. It is called the Qilua tulip, exuding grandeur. Consuming it will allow you to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the radiance of the sun and moon. Your 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, being a treasure-class martial spirit, will benefit immensely from the aid of this Qilua tulip, creating a complementary effect. This flower is not to be swallowed. Instead, You must gently inhale its stamen, gradually drawing its essence into your body, and then cultivate your soul power slowly, allowing the effects to permeate throughout your being. Ning Rongrong accepted the Qilua tulip, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Third brother, I truly wish to kiss you. But to avoid provoking Xiao Wu's jealousy, I shall refrain. However, I will not take this flower without due compensation. In the future, I shall repay you, little brother." The Shrek 7 monsters had already obtained their celestial herbs, leaving only Xiao Wu and Zhu Juqing remaining. Xiao Wu stood composed and unhurried, confident that Tang San would not neglect her as he had chosen such exquisite herbs for the others. Zhu Juqing, inherently reserved, harbored equal anticipation but felt too shy to inquire like Ning Rongrong. Approaching Zhu Juqing, Tang San stated, "Shiqing, the herb I have selected for you is the most readily absorbable and transformative of all. Its efficacy surpasses that of the others, providing a comprehensive enhancement. However, to consume this herb, you must be prepared to pay a certain price. I hope you are mentally prepared for this." Were these words spoken by anyone else? Zhu Juqing would have suspected ulterior motives. Yet, spoken by Tang San, she felt no discomfort. Having spent considerable time together, she was well aware of his character. Despite her own reticence, nodding slightly, she softly replied, "Thank you, third brother." This marked the first occasion that Zhu Juqing referred to Tang San as third brother, prompting a subtle smile from him. He then extracted a celestial herb from his Rui 100 treasures bag. It appeared to be an ordinary white flower, roughly the size of a palm, resembling a peony, devoid of leaves, with its root connected to a substantial black stone, which was evidently of considerable weight. Upon the white blossom, several striking red petals adorned it, vivid as blood, evoking a sense of breathtaking awe. Tang San spoke earnestly. "This herb is known as Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, a divine treasure among celestial medicinal herbs. It carries a legendary tale. Long ago, there was a youth of gentle disposition who cherished the nurturing of flowers and trees, cultivating a garden filled with green lotuses and vibrant hues. He often composed verses for the flowers and raised his cup to the moon. However, whenever he encountered fallen blossoms, he was overcome with sorrow, diligently gathering the petals to bury them, shedding tears repeatedly. It is said that profound emotions can move the heavens. His deep affection for flowers touched the flower deity, who secretly descended to the mortal realm to unite with him, and their joys were beyond words. Yet, such bliss was fleeting. Upon learning of their bond, the celestial beings were incensed, decreeing that immortals and mortals must not be entwined. They commanded the flower deity to return to the divine realm. Since losing his beloved, the youth languished in despair, neglecting his garden, which fell into disarray, becoming desolate. One day, an elderly man with white hair appeared, revealing that the beloved white peony in his garden was the embodiment of his wife. He informed the youth that if he were to destroy the flower deity would lose her celestial form and descend to reunite with him, but he must never forsake the flowers. After speaking, the old man vanished like a gentle breeze. The youth awoke to the realization of his neglect towards the flowers and began to care for them tenderly. Though he loved his wife dearly, he could not bear to burn the peony. Thus he cherished it even more, weeping day and night, his heart shattered by longing. In his final moments, he shed blood upon the petals, and the crimson stains you see are the essence of his grief. Listening to Tang San's words, both Zhu Juqing and the nearby Xiao Wu were entranced. Even the master felt a stirring within, unable to contain himself. Tang San continued gravely, "This flower is extraordinary, and it chooses its master. When harvested, one must think of their beloved with genuine intent, and a drop of blood must be spilled upon the petals. If one harbors even the slightest doubt, despite sacrificing their life, they shall not succeed in plucking the flower. Once obtained, as long as it remains beside its owner, it will never wither. The stone beneath, known as Wujiwe, if forcibly destroyed, will cause the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong to lose all its potency. Consuming this herb grants one the power of immortality akin to that of the heavens. I estimate it could elevate one's soul power by at least 10 levels, along with a comprehensive transformation of the body. Juqing, though I am not entirely privy to the matters between you and Daimao Bai, you are the only confirmed couple among our group, so I have brought this for you, hoping you can be the destined one." Zhu Juqing gazed intently at the enchanting blood-stained peony, softly nodding her head, her gaze drifting towards the distant Daimao Bai, who was immersed in cultivation. "I will give it a try." As the soul power within her circulated, invigorating her vital essence, Zhu Juqing gently parted her cherry lips, a stream of fresh blood splattering upon the petals. In that fleeting moment of bloodshed, her mind was consumed by the image of Mu Chen. Yet her thoughts wandered to her own past with Daimao Bai. and she couldn't help but feel unworthy of Mu Chen. The blood fell upon the petals of the heartbreak red, causing it to quiver slightly. Tang San, Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and the master all directed their gazes towards this flower, awaiting in silence. However, disappointment soon washed over Tang San, as the trembling of the heartbreak red gradually subsided, showing no signs of falling. Zhu Qing spoke with a heavy heart. I apologize, Sangu. My thoughts were distracted, and I could not successfully pluck the flower. Tang San sighed softly, shaking his head in resignation. Zhu Qing, there is no need for such self-reproach. I have prepared other herbs as alternatives. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, Tang San cradled the heartbreak red and approached the master. Master, your bond with Aunt Lu Erlong is profound. Why not give it a try? Perhaps this heartbreak red could alter the fate of your martial soul. The master sighed, saying, this is a divine product. What good would it do for me to consume it? I have long surpassed the age of cultivation. If fate truly binds us, I shall keep it close to me forever. Gazing at the bloodstains upon the heartbreak red, the master couldn't help but reminisce about his past with Lu Erlong. A wave of bitterness washing over him. Without channeling his soul power, he raised his hand and struck his chest, and as Tang San gasped in alarm, a surge of reverse blood erupted forth, landing perfectly upon the petals. Mu Chen wielded his spear with a ferocious vigor, yet the colossal ape was no ordinary beast. It could reach speeds approaching the sound barrier even under 20-fold pressure, were it not for this immense gravitational force. Mu Chen surmised that he would merely witness a blue arc flickering before him, darting to and fro. Mu Chen brandished his spear, causing ripples of air to manifest around it. As the energy coalesced, a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon spiraled around the spear. With a furious shout, flames erupted from his left side. He unleashed a powerful punch with his left hand, harnessing the effects of the celestial fist, successfully repelling the colossal ape for the first time. Once more, Mu Chen bellowed again. Beneath his feet, a wooden dragon emerged, launching itself at the giant beast. The ape, in response, struck its chest thrice and leapt into the air, resulting in another fierce collision between dragon and ape. Chapter 66. The Passage of Time 5. After an extended period of fierce combat, Mu Chen's comprehension of soul techniques had once again deepened. He had mastered the ability to employ multiple forms simultaneously. It was through this very technique, wielding the wind and fire dragon spear, that he pierced through the giant ape's electric arc armor and its outer skin. Mu Chen stood atop the chest of the colossal ape, his spear fully embedded in the center of its breast. The giant, with a roar of defiance, unleashed a surge of electric arcs that enveloped its form, transforming it into a veritable sphere of electricity amid a thunderous crack. After a brief moment of electrifying turmoil, Mu Chen emerged from the sphere, draped in a flowing white robe. Mu Chen was acutely aware of the significance of vigilance. Thus, the moment the colossal ape roared, he summoned his external spirit bone to deflect the majority of the oncoming force. Despite his efforts, he was still severely affected by the electric shock, his hair standing on end and his entire arm twitching uncontrollably. Fortunately, he remained alive, having completed the trial of thunder. The age of all his spirit rings was elevated by 20,000 years. Mu Chen let out a faint sigh. The reward was rather unsatisfactory, for the colossal ape was evidently more troublesome than the ancient dragon. Their strengths might be comparable, yet it truly demanded a considerable expenditure of mental fortitude. As before, the body of the giant ape transformed into a grand portal. The door slowly creaked open, unleashing a frigid gale. That realm was a desolate expanse of ice and snow. Yet fortunately, it harbored life, unlike this world which was solely inhabited by the giant ape. Mu Chen pondered quietly whether the creatures within could produce soul rings. If so, he would not hesitate to acquire his fifth soul ring here. Damu Bai, after consuming the miraculous mushroom, had developed a layer of white fur covering his body, reminiscent of the white tiger summoned during his martial soul manifestation. Previously seated in a meditative posture, he now lay sprawled on the ground, limbs swollen to more than double their original size as the sound of cracking bones echoed around him. His 3 soul rings shimmered with astonishing brilliance, and an occasional low growl, akin to thunder, emanated from his throat, his entire being vibrating with a unique rhythm. Among the group, Oscar appeared the calmest, sitting serenely while exuding the distinctive fragrance of the 8 treasures immortal orchid. A gentle white mist emanated from his skin, swirling around him in ethereal waves. Originally the most handsome among the Shrek 7 monsters, he now appeared even more noble, enhanced by the surrounding white mist. Ma Hongjun, on the other hand, exhibited the most fiery demeanor. His upper garment had turned to ashes, revealing his plump, crimson body. The effects of the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower were exceedingly potent, causing layers of viscous fluid to seep from beneath his skin, while his form resembled that of a boiled shrimp. Strangely, with each layer of black fluid that exuded from him, his flesh seemed to contract slightly. Observing from the side, Xiaowu could not help but wonder if Tang San had given him some miraculous weight loss potion. Ning Rongrong's transformation was the most resplendent. The 7-treasure glazed tile tower, radiating a spectrum of colors, floated gracefully before her, its 3 rings of light flickering amidst a rich golden glow. This golden light emanated from Ning Rongrong herself, imbued with the rich fragrance of tulips as the radiant treasure shimmered, resembling a celestial maiden descending to earth. With each enhancement of the golden light, Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile appeared increasingly resplendent and dazzling. The golden radiance enveloping Ning Rongrong seemed to resonate with the ethereal white mist emanating from Oscar, creating an almost magnetic attraction between them. The white mist and golden light subtly intertwined in the air, while the fragrances emanating from both individuals coalesced into an extraordinarily pleasant aroma. Unbeknownst to Tang San, the Chilua Yu Jingxiang consumed by Ning Rongrong and the Babin Xianlan ingested by Oscar were akin to a pair of celestial herbs, complementing each other just as the Bajia Zwani Inkoalia Huaxingjiao Shuhi had previously consumed it. A similar phenomenon unfolded between Zhu Zhuqing and Daimu Bai, not due to the herbs, but rather their martial soul fusion technique. After Zhu Zhuqing ingested Shueishin Yu Jigu, a delicate jade hue enveloped her entire being. Unlike Daimu Bai, who lay sprawled on the ground, she transitioned from a seated position to standing tall, her hands gracefully resting upon her voluptuous bosom, silently absorbing the medicinal potency. A faint white tiger radiance flickered around Daimu Bai, resonating harmoniously with the ebony spirit cat manifesting around Zhu Zhuqing, their breathing synchronized, each inhalation and exhalation echoing with a sense of unity. The master sat in tranquility, a subtle violet glow emanating from him, though less tempestuous than Ma Hongjun. He too exuded a continuous stream of dark liquid. Both the Jiguan Phoenix Sunflower Angiopine Ziji possessed transformative effects, a detail Tang San had inadvertently overlooked. At that moment, Tang San himself exhibited minimal reaction, a gentle crimson gold glow enveloping his head, the golden light weaving towards his eyes like fine threads. Xiao Wu, cradling Aizang Sijuan Changhong, stood quietly, inhaling its rich floral fragrance. Her gaze occasionally flitted to others but lingered more on Tang San. As the sun transitioned from its eastern ascent to its western descent, the first to awaken from the meditation was Oscar, who had consumed the milder Babin Xianlan. Stretching widely, he opened his eyes as if emerging from slumber, feeling utterly refreshed. Xiao shot him a glare, whispering, "Everyone is still meditating. Keep your voice down." Oscar blinked in realization and quickly covered his mouth, rising to his feet. Xiao scrutinized him and noticed that the ethereal elegance he exuded while absorbing the Babin Xianlan had not dissipated with the end of his meditation. He appeared to be enveloped in a lustrous glow. "Is there something different?" Xiao inquired quietly. Oscar paused momentarily, then began to perceive the changes within himself. His expression soon morphed into one of astonishment, a blend of joy and disbelief, as a smile gradually spread across his face. Had it not been for the others still engaged in their meditation, he would have burst into laughter. "What is it? Stop covering your mouth." Xiao struck Oscar's hand with a swift motion. Excitement blazed in Oscar's eyes like flames. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. "Exhilarating, you say?" Xiao shot him a disapproving glare. "Speak quickly, how is it?" Oscar grinned widely and waved his hand before her. "I've ascended 5 levels. My soul power has increased by a full 5 levels. It is simply unbelievable. I am now at level 38. Goodness, I am nearly catching up to Dai, the leader." While Xiao had anticipated the remarkable effect of the celestial herb bestowed by Tang San, hearing it directly from Oscar's lips was an entirely different experience. A single 8-handled celestial orchid had propelled Oscar's soul power by 5 levels. This meant that their soul power was now comparable to that of the royal fighting team, whose members were, on average, over 5 years their senior. "What are you shouting about? It's just 5 levels. That's still less than mine." Ning Rongrong's voice chimed in from the side. The golden light surrounding her had fully receded, and her right hand cradled her 7 treasures glazed tower, beneath which a faint halo reminiscent of tulip petals shimmered. Ning Rongrong exchanged a knowing smile with Xiao Wu. "I have increased by 6 levels. I am now at 37. Oscar could not suppress his astonishment. "Are we not dreaming? If cultivation becomes this simple, why should we toil so hard? We could just feast on flowers every day." Xiao Wu rolled her eyes, "Stop daydreaming. Shaoxin has warned us that celestial herbs should not be consumed excessively. Overindulgence can be detrimental. Are you not satisfied with a 5-level increase? The master has mentioned that the younger one is, the easier it is to cultivate. You were only 15, after all. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with glee. I never anticipated that shortly after breaking through the 30-level barrier, I would achieve such a significant leap. Who knows, it might not be long before we reach level 40. Moreover, I feel as if my 7 treasures glazed tower has undergone some transformation. Although I cannot quite pinpoint the change, I sense something is amiss. Oscar lowered his head to gaze at the tower in Ning Rongrong's hand and suddenly cried out, I know. Ning Rongrong swiftly covered his mouth. Lower your voice. Oscar grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, intentionally lowering his voice in excitement. Rongrong, count the layers of your 7 treasures glazed tower. Ning Rongrong paused, then turned her attention to her tower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9? How could this be? How has it become 9 layers? A surge of fervor coursed through Ning Rongrong's veins, her voice trembling with exhilaration. What did the transformation of the 7 treasures glazed tower into 9 layers signify? It indicated that it was no longer merely a 7 treasures glazed tower, but rather the legendary 9 treasures glazed tower, the lifelong aspiration of her father, Ning Fengji, the sect master of the 7 treasures glazed sect. And she had achieved this at that very moment. Mu Chen ventured into the trial of ice. And through a series of explorations, he discovered that the creatures within were soul beasts, all possessing ice attributes. However, a peculiarity arose. These soul beasts were absent from the system's encyclopedic knowledge. This enigma significantly heightened the difficulty of his quest for a soul beast aged 100,000 years. As for the formidable boss he had already encountered, it was a rabbit standing 3 zhang tall, grotesquely ugly to the point of inducing nausea. Yet, this rabbit appeared to be the dominant figure in the region. Wherever it roamed, the soul beasts would retreat, offering their spiritual herbs to this creature. The rabbit's daily routine consisted solely of slumbering, awakening to consume the spiritual herbs, and then resuming its nap. When the supply of herbs dwindled, it would venture elsewhere to pilfer more. In this leisurely existence, Mu Chen seized the opportunity during the rabbit's slumber to search for a soul beast of 100,000 years. At last, under the condition of remaining undetected by the rabbit, he discovered a creature that bore a striking resemblance to a soul beast of such age. It was a white crane. Its wings composed of crystalline, translucent ice, with a long, flat beak and an impressive wingspan of a zhang. It stood upon a sheet of ice, seemingly unbothered by the minnows swimming beneath. Mu Chen crouched silently behind a mound of snow, intently observing the elegant white crane, his spear poised for action. He awaited the precise moment when the crane would extend its neck, ready to strike with the swiftness of lightning. Chapter 67. The Passage of Time. After a moment of patient anticipation, the crystalline white crane finally launched its attack towards the fish submerged in the water. Mu Chen, adhering to the strategy of remaining in the shadows, suddenly emerged from the snowdrift, hurling the bone spear in his grasp toward the white crane. The crane's reaction was as swift as lightning. The moment Mu Chen burst forth from the snow, it resolutely abandoned the fish it had caught, shielding its vulnerable neck with its wings. Consequently, Mu Chen's attempt was thwarted, as those wings, composed of crystalline ice, proved to possess an extraordinary level of defense. Just as he had anticipated, unless one employed a blunt instrument to strike, penetrating its defenses with a sharp weapon would be exceedingly difficult. As the golden light flickered from Mu Chen's left arm, he unleashed the wrath of the heavens. Aware that a second attempt with a sharp weapon would prove futile, he opted to use his fist as a blunt instrument, determined to shatter the white crane before him. The crane, however, remained unperturbed by this provocation. It recognized its current role as the prey. With a graceful flutter of its wings, the icy crystals adorning its feathers glimmered slightly, revealing a narrow gap as it ascended into the sky. Once airborne, the crane appeared to regain its confidence, letting out a piercing cry that heralded a barrage of ice shards directed at Mu Chen on the ground. Although the assault did not inflict any substantial harm, it rendered Mu Chen temporarily immobile under the relentless onslaught. Mu Chen crossed his arms before his chest as the bones behind him gradually split apart, forming bone spurs comparable in size to ice crystals. Subsequently, the two inexplicably began to exchange fire, each evenly matched in skill. The white crane suddenly flapped its wings, transforming the ice crystals into ice spikes that plunged towards Mu Chen. Seizing this opportunity, the white crane swiftly fled into the distance. Mu Chen reluctantly accepted the output network formed by the ice spikes, yet he still lost sight of the white crane, showing no inclination to linger in battle. He resembled not the dignified soul beast of the Douluo world that had existed for 100,000 years. Gazing at the azure sky devoid of the white crane silhouette, Mu Chen could not help but sigh. I must contemplate how to ascend to the heavens. I need to refine my skeletal armor into a more precise design. ensuring meticulous control over each component. A resolve took root within him. Through keen observation, it became evident that while each boss at the various levels possessed similar strength, their areas of specialization differed. Thus, mastering the specific point of confrontation was the key to triumph. This also elucidates why only the first level provided a supply point. Mu Chen's gaze gradually solidified, and he murmured softly, "Friends, the day of our return is not far off." Time indeed passes swiftly, a serene and elegant voice remarked. Indeed. Rongrong, Brother Chen has been gone for quite some time. We seem to have grown accustomed to life without him. A girl with a scorpion tail braid embraced a lovesick maiden as they sat upon a massive branch, gazing up at the starry sky. Xiaowu, why is it that time cannot erase the memory of Brother Chen from my mind, but instead seems to deepen it? Xiaowu smiled gently and replied, because your feelings for Brother Chen are rooted in love. Ning Rongrong fell silent, fully aware of her emotions, yet perplexed by Xiaowu's words. Xiaowu looked skyward and said, I understand this feeling. I too do not wish to part with Sango, and I believe that even if we are separated, I will never forget him. Of course, I will not forget Brother Chen either, but I won't allow myself to become increasingly entangled. Ning Rongrong chuckled self-deprecatingly and remarked, I never expected to be enlightened by you, Xiaowu. It seems you have surpassed me. Xiaowu shook her head, saying, It is merely that Sangu has been by my side all along. Unbeknownst to them, a shadowy figure lurked behind the great tree, eavesdropping on their conversation. Xiaowu, we depart for Wuhuan City tomorrow. Are you nervous? Xiaowu's eyes brimmed with reluctance and helplessness as she took a long pause before responding. Yes, I am nervous. Therefore, Rongrong, let us rest quickly and not waste any more time. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. A dark, small box appeared in the possession of the Shrek 7 monsters, who, in perfect harmony, aimed it in different directions and swiftly completed the winding mechanism. The black-clad individuals ensnared by Tang seemed to grow anxious. Suddenly, one of the men in black shouted, and a surge of soul power emanated from him, causing 3 soul rings to rise from his body as he forcibly broke free from the entangling blue-silver grass. Upon witnessing this, Tang San felt an ominous premonition, but he could not afford to dwell on it at that moment. With the mechanism fully loaded, Tang San bellowed, release. Amidst the resonant metallic clang, 7 Zhuge crossbows unleashed a breath of death, each firing 16 bolts, resulting in a deluge of arrows that wove into a deadly net. The air was filled with cries of anguish, and under the formidable piercing power of the Zhuge crossbows, the black-clad bandits began to suffer substantial casualties. The crossbow's penetrating ability was extraordinarily potent, capable of piercing through multiple bodies stacked together. After just one volley, the number of adversaries surrounding them was halved. Tang San smirked coldly, urging, everyone, remain still and prepare your defenses. Having uttered this command, he propelled himself forward. At that moment, other academies were also under siege, and none noticed his actions as Tang San's arms moved with an ethereal grace. Countless sparkling lights cascaded from his fingertips, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed as though he possessed 8 arms. The hidden weapons had not been employed for quite some time. Yet this did not imply that Tang San had grown unaccustomed to their use. He resembled a 1,000-handed Azura, born to wield these lethal instruments, continuously bestowing the essence of death upon his adversaries. Once he identified an opponent as an enemy, he would show no mercy. This was a principle enshrined in the Tang sect's doctrines, and Tang San would never forget it, regardless of the identities concealed beneath those masks. It was evident that they arrived with malicious intent. The majority of the hidden weapons employed by Tang San were various types of flying needles, favored for their diminutive size, making them more difficult for foes to counter and easier to carry. From the most ordinary iron needles to bone-piercing and armor-breaking needles, as well as the formidable Overlord needle. An array of these remarkable projectiles erupted from his hands. A purple-gold radiance emanated from his eyes, as he maintained a keen awareness of his surroundings. Almost every strike resulted in an adversary collapsing. Not all of Tang San's shots targeted vital points. But let us not forget that the Tang sect possessed not only hidden weapons but also poisons. Within Tang San's 24 bridges under the bright moon, there were both paralyzing toxins and lethal venoms. Would he show mercy to his foes? No, certainly not. The Shrek 7 monsters witnessed Tang San unleashing his full potential for the first time. Although they were familiar with him, they could only observe the dazzling lights cascading from his form, while enemies within a 30-meter radius fell like ripe wheat. Those who succumbed would not rise again. In mere moments, not only were the lowly bandits from Shrek Academy eradicated, but even some of the surrounding black-clad marauders were caught in the crossfire. Tang San's hidden weapons were utterly terrifying, inescapable, and silent, By the time his opponents comprehended the threat, they were often already pierced by poison needles. His hidden weapons could be deemed more formidable than any soul skill. With the use of hidden weapons, Tang San became exceptionally self-assured at that moment. The soul skills conferred by the blue-silver grass had transformed into mere auxiliary functions. The black-clad bandits found it impossible to close the distance. Just as Tang San prepared to expand his triumph, the black-clad marauders seemed to sense an anomaly in this vicinity. High-ranking soul masters from various academies were entangled with their equally formidable black-clad foes. Although the students began to unleash their destructive potential, none could rival the sheer number of adversaries Tang San had felled in such a short span. Suddenly, 3 figures lunged toward Tang San simultaneously. The moment they appeared, he felt the fluidity he had previously enjoyed dissipate. Although these 3 did not unleash their martial souls during their approach, the pressure they exerted upon Tang San was considerable. In the face of this crisis, his sixth sense became extraordinarily acute. Without any hesitation, the 6 soul-devouring iron balls had already soared from his grasp. The glimmering iron orbs traced 6 exquisite and intersecting arcs through the air, effectively separating Tang San from the 3 suddenly emerging adversaries. Meanwhile, Tang San himself retreated at the utmost speed he could muster, rushing towards his companions. A radiant beam of light descended upon him just in time, courtesy of Ning Rongrong's support, amplifying his speed by 40%. Instantly, Tang San's retreat accelerated significantly. The 6 soul-devouring iron balls quietly collided in midair. And in that fleeting moment, a vast cloud of toxic mist erupted, concealing within it countless fine needles, crafted from iron and imbued with terrifying venom, forming a formidable curtain that enveloped the path of the 3 black-clad figures. When Tang San had cast the 6 soul-devouring iron balls, he had not dared to look back, yet at this moment, the collar of his garment was already drenched in sweat. He distinctly sensed that the combined pressure from the 3 individuals nearly overwhelmed him. This indicated that their collective strength rivaled that of an 80-level soul Douluo, far surpassing that of a mere 50-level soul king. How could there be such formidable spirit masters among the enemy? The 3 black-clad figures confirmed Tang San's suspicions with the number of their spirit rings, 8, 7, 7. 1 soul Douluo and 2 soul saints unleashed their martial spirits. An overwhelming surge of soul power erupted in an instant, as the vast onslaught of poisonous needles surged forth. Tang San's own soul power was still too weak. Had these 6 soul-devouring iron balls been released by Douluo, the 3 adversaries would have undoubtedly suffered severe consequences. Yet, Tang San's soul power fell considerably short. Nevertheless, this diversion ultimately provided him a momentary reprieve, allowing him to swiftly retreat towards his comrades. Upon witnessing the emergence of the 3 powerful figures, both Flinder and Lu Erlong felt a chill run through them. Their opponents, 2 spirit masters of over 50 levels, had demonstrated remarkable agility in combat and were both agile attackers. Until now, they had yet to be subdued. Seeing the appearance of these 3 strong adversaries, the 2 soul kings turned and fled. As their figures closed in rapidly, the expressions of the Shrek Academy members grew grave. 1 soul Douluo, 2 soul saints, and 2 soul kings. Everyone understood the formidable strength of such a combination. If only the master were present. Along with Flinder and Lu Erlong deploying their golden iron triangle as fusion technique, they might stand a chance. However, in the current disparity of strength, it was evident that they could not withstand the onslaught. Yet at this moment, who could dare to retreat? Relying on others for assistance was futile. Other spirit master academies were ensnared, and the royal knights were obstructed by a horde of black-clad bandits. For the foreseeable future, no aid would arrive. Moreover, the academies surrounding them were competitors. Even if they could spare assistance, it was unlikely they would offer help. The black-clad soul Douluo let out a cold snort, raising his hand to command, as all 5 figures advanced menacingly. 2 soul saints charged directly at Flinder and Lu Erlong, while he led 2 soul kings toward the 11 members of the Shrek 7 monsters. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they perceived a resolute gleam. Soul Douluos above level 80 represent the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm. Could they truly contend with such formidable opponents? And if they could not, what then? They would never concede defeat. The battle between Flinder and Lu Erlong had already commenced. Although Flinder was also a soul saint, his soul power was nearing level 79, making him a formidable presence among soul saints. His adversary was a winged tiger soul saint, and their fight unfolded directly in the skies. Lu Erlong faced an iron-armored turtle soul master. The 2 engaged in a fierce contest of offense and defense, with neither willing to yield. Lu Erlong's attacks were undoubtedly powerful, yet her opponent's defense was equally impervious. Chapter 68, Crisis Lord Lordia, You truly seem to be regressing. Can you not handle such a simple situation? A delicate voice echoed from afar, calling out Lordia's name. Although the speaker initially appeared distant, by the time he pronounced the final syllable, his figure had silently materialized before the crowd. He was yet another masked figure, his age indiscernible. And his attire was not black but a full white ensemble. Upon his appearance, Tang San and the others felt little apprehension, however. Ming Shu let out a muffled grunt and quickly stepped back, his expression drastically altered. Old man. The snake lady rushed over with great haste, one hand grasping her granddaughter's. The couple's combined spirit emanated a force strong enough to withstand the invisible pressure encroaching upon them. The man in white emitted a strange, enchanting laugh. Ah, an old friend. No wonder Lordia could not manage it. It has been quite some time, the great dragon and snake couple. You possess quite the audacity to compel my presence. Rongrong's expression turned grave. You have also come. The man in white spoke with his soft, delicate voice. Seeing me here, shouldn't you hastily retreat? You must understand the significance we place on this matter. Very well. Rongrong complied surprisingly readily, turning with the snake lady to depart without a moment's hesitation. Ming Yiran gazed in astonishment at her grandfather, ready to speak, but was silenced by Ming Shu's piercing gaze. When she looked back at Tang San, her eyes were filled with remorse. The great dragon and snake couple, along with Ming Yiran, swiftly vanished into the distance. The man in white turned his gaze toward the golden eagle in the sky, impatiently stating, Are you not going to deal with them? Do you require my intervention? Yes, my lord. A tremendous pressure once again enveloped the Shrek 7 monsters. What horrified them was that a unique aura, imbued with a faint fragrance, emanated from the man in white. In an instant, as it enveloped them, the 7 found themselves utterly immobilized, incapable of utilizing their soul power. The retreat of the great dragon and snake couple signified something profound, and the summon of the soul Douluo carried heavy implications. Various signs indicated the true nature of the figure in white. Just as the golden eagle was about to swoop down and claim the lives of the Shrek 7 monsters, a layer of golden-red radiance suddenly emanated from Xiaowu. The 7 regained their agility, feeling a renewed lightness in their bodies. Damu Bai and Ma Hongjun simultaneously issued a fierce shout, activating their third soul skills, White Tiger Transformation and Phoenix Wing Ascension. Tang San unleashed a web-like binding, directing it towards the golden eagle, while Oscar swiftly crafted his sausages. Ning Rongrong activated the 3 beams of light from her 9 treasure-glazed tile pagoda, using the 3 essentials of the heart to amplify the attacks of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun and bolster Tang San's soul power. The seamless coordination of the Shrek 7 monsters momentarily stunned even the figure in white. Suddenly, the figure in white waved his right hand, unleashing a surge of energy that distorted the air violently. The 9 soul rings on his body flickered and vanished, and under the immense force of his soul power, the descending golden eagle was unexpectedly thrust back into the air. Taking a deep breath, the figure in white refrained from making a move, muttering to himself, Why? Why am I not the one to possess the heartbroken red? If I had the heartbroken red, I too could reach such heights. His voice trembled, revealing a more feminine aspect of his nature, and even his gaze lost its hostility. Could Xiaowu refuse? Carefully, she reached into her bosom and delicately presented her heartbroken red. The vibrant flower glistened with a golden red hue, instantly captivating the figure in white. This was the ethereal treasure he had longed for, the most beneficial essence for him. If he could obtain the heartbroken red, he would have the opportunity to ascend to another level. Yet, he understood that it was beyond his reach. The nature of the heartbroken red dictated that it could only have one master in a lifetime. Having recognized Xiaowu, it would never change. For anyone else, it would remain an indomitable force, impervious even to the mightiest soul power of a tidal Douluo. The Shrek 7 monsters were equally astonished, unable to fathom that this single heartbroken red had spared them from imminent destruction. However, the crisis was far from over. What could they do in the presence of a tidal Douluo and a soul Douluo? The figure in white reached out to touch the heartbroken red. But as his hand drew within half a foot of the flower, the golden red glow intensified abruptly, startling him into retracting his hand. Truly, it was a treasure among treasures. Indeed, I should not have dared to offend your nobility, he said, bowing slightly towards the magnificent flower in Xiaowu's hands. The obsession in his eyes was beyond words to describe. Strangely, Dai Mubai felt a sense of familiarity emanating from this person. He could not comprehend why he felt this way, but one thing was certain. He was utterly unfamiliar with such a tidal Douluo. The man in white sighed, turning to leave as he spoke. Lord Diala, you may do as you please with others, but this girl is off limits. After so many years, the legendary immortal Flower King had finally emerged and acknowledged a master. I shall forever safeguard her. The piercing call of Lord Diala echoed once more, and he too felt a sense of frustration. First, he was thwarted by the Dragon Prince, and then repelled by this esteemed title Douluo. At this moment, he could finally make his move. How could he hesitate? A golden radiance enveloped the air, descending in the blink of an eye. As the captain, Dai Mubai was the first to soar into the sky, the golden light surrounding him intensifying, merging completely with his being. His third soul skill, the White Tiger's diamond transformation, had already been activated, and now he unleashed his fourth soul skill, the White Tiger meteor shower. Since his previous injury, Dai Mubai was astonished to discover that as his wounds healed, his entire body seemed to have become more resilient than before. Unbeknownst to him, after his injury, influenced by external forces, the effect of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum within him was merging more effectively with his body, subtly transforming every aspect of him. At this moment, as Dai Mubai launched his full force attack, his soul power instinctively combined with the potency of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, manifesting in a diamond-like form, elevating his offensive and defensive capabilities to an unprecedented level. The man in white, who had been prepared to wait on the sidelines, suddenly turned back. His gaze directed at Dai Mubai, filled with astonishment. Wait a moment. The 9 rings reappeared, and with another slap, the Soul Master Lord Diala was once again sent soaring into the air. My lord, you have driven Lord Diala to the brink of despair. Were it not for the fact that he faced a titled Douluo, he would have surely charged at his opponent in a fit of fury. After all, he is a soul master of formidable strength. Moreover, he had remained in his martial soul true form, which required a significant expenditure of soul power. The clay figure was still simmering with anger. After being thwarted thrice, he was on the verge of collapse. However, the man in white seemed to ignore his protests, his figure flickering as he effortlessly dispersed Dai Mubai's White Tiger meteor shower with a single slap, his speed astonishingly swift. Dai Mubai and the Shrek 7 devils had no time to react before at least 7 slaps had landed on him, striking his neck, arms, legs, chest, and back. Dai Mubai found himself without a shred of resistance, feeling a surge of warmth throughout his body, the golden light radiating from him intensifying and emanating an unusual scent. As the 7 waves of heat coursed through him, Dai Mubai distinctly sensed a transformation occurring within his body. His soul power surged wildly, continuously rising, rather than discomfort. He experienced an overwhelming sense of comfort. What was he doing? Dai Mubai was engulfed in a sea of perplexity. The emotion of the white-robed title Douluo surged once more. As he exclaimed in astonishment, the miraculous Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, it truly is the legendary flower. It was not only Dai Mubai who was taken aback. Tang San's pupils involuntarily constricted, unable to fathom that there existed someone in this world who recognized such a celestial rarity. The white-robed title Douluo opened his right palm, and a faint yellow aura emerged within it. This golden light gradually transformed, shifting into a resplendent purple, with a hint of golden radiance at its core. As the purple luminescence expanded, a magnificent chrysanthemum blossomed forth. The flower radiated a stunning violet hue, and curiously, each petal appeared soft and fuzzy, exuding an irresistible charm. The entire flower coalesced into a harmonious whole, devoid of any fragrance, while the flower's pistil rose above the petals by at least half a foot, glimmering with a gentle golden sheen. Dai Mubai's gaze became entranced. He recognized that the plant materializing in the palm of the title Douluo was none other than the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum that Tang San had once administered to him. Is this what you consumed? The title Douluo inquired eagerly. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai nodded in affirmation. Re-encountering this celestial herb, which had significantly augmented his strength, he could no longer afford to regard the other as hostility. The title Douluo exhaled deeply. That explains the radiance surrounding you. Lord Lodia, this young man cannot be harmed. We share a profound connection. Young man, would you consider taking me as your master? With your talents, coupled with the consumption of the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, your future achievements will undoubtedly rival my own. At that moment, Lodia was struck by a mixture of amusement and disbelief. He had always been aware of this figure's peculiarities. However, the prospect of taking on a disciple in such a situation was utterly unexpected. For an esteemed title Douluo to offer to mentor Dai Mubai, confidently asserting that he too could reach such heights, was a dream come true for any ordinary soul master. Having a mentor of such caliber not only provided an additional layer of protection but also promised undeniable benefits to one's cultivation. The guidance of a title Douluo was an immense temptation for any soul master. Chapter 69. The return of the invincible. Accepting you as my disciple is not out of the question, but I have conditions, Dai Mubai declared, his malevolent eyes glinting with determination. It was not that he wished to resist, but he was no fool. What was the point of defiance against the titled Douluo? As the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Moreover, he was not alone in this matter. Oh? What conditions do you propose? The white-robed figure regarded Daimyo with keen interest, intrigued by his audacity to set terms at such a moment. Daimyo gestured towards his companions, stating, "They are my comrades. Our synergy is unparalleled. They are my brothers, my closest allies. You cannot harm them. Otherwise, how could I ever consider taking you as my master?" The man in white clearly hesitated. High above, Lord Dias urgently reminded him, "My lord, they are the targets of our mission." The man in white furrowed his brow and replied, "Indeed, among them lies our objective. However, this is not solely within my jurisdiction. Nevertheless, I can promise to eliminate just one of them. What do you think?" In his view, as a titled Douluo, his willingness to adopt such a humble stance was already a significant concession to Daimyo. Yet, to his surprise, Daimyo resolutely shook his head. "No. If even one among us suffers harm, you become my adversary." The man in white snorted coldly, "Do you wish for death? You should understand that killing you is as effortless for me as crushing an ant. Were it not for your past consumption of the extraordinary mushroom, you would already be dead." Daimyo's gaze briefly met that of his companions. Just as he was about to speak, Tang San interjected, "You intend to kill me, don't you? Very well, spare the others. I will take my own life here." Xiao San, brother. The rest of the Shrek 7 were alarmed, unable to comprehend why Tang San would utter such words at this moment. Even the white-clad titled Douluo was somewhat taken aback. "You are quite clever, young man. However, the clever often do not enjoy long lives." He then turned his attention back to Daimyo. "Since your companion is willing to sacrifice his life for yours, you need not persist any longer. I shall grant him a swift end." "No," Daimyo declared with unwavering conviction. "The Shrek 7 are united. If we cannot live and die together, what achievements could I possibly attain in the future?" "Achievements? If you perish here, you shall possess none." "Enough nonsense. Let us proceed." Daimyo felt the last glimmer of hope extinguish within him. The opposing force had mobilized thousands, seemingly targeting Tang San, and they would not relent easily. The white-clad titled Douluo appeared to have come to a realization, letting out a series of sinister chuckles that sent chills down the spine of those who heard. "Fear not. I shall not kill you. I will eliminate that Tang San first, then capture you. I refuse to believe you will not submit to me. Yes, I will take all of you children back. Your talents are commendable, and I shall train you well." At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from the sky. "A foul wretch dares to harm my brother." With that roar, the pressure enveloping the Shrek 7 vanished in an instant. Ning, Rongrong, and Zhu Qing, upon hearing that familiar voice, could no longer contain their tears. In unison, they cried, "Brother Chun," hearing their calls. The Shrek 7 turned to see a young man in a black robe soaring through the air, calmly observing the masked figure in white. The masked man, wary, replied, "I am unaware of your identity, but do you not realize that this is not your affair?" The man in black responded quietly, "You think I cannot intervene? You may attempt to find out." In an almost instantaneous moment, he split into three, charging towards the masked figure in white from three directions. Swift as lightning. The onlookers could scarcely comprehend the unfolding events, only realizing that this titled Douluo had been sent flying, crashing into a small hill and sending dust swirling into the air. The force of his charge had also blown away the half-mask, revealing a resolute and handsome visage. Upon seeing this face again, the members of Shrek Academy were unable to contain their joy. "Brother Chen, Mu Chen, you've returned." The young man in midair responded with a smile, saying, "Once I deal with this wretched fool, I shall join you." Just as he spoke, the masked figure in white emerged from the mound of dirt, covering his face, and with a melodious yet furious voice exclaimed, "How dare you strike my face? You shall pay for this. Spirit of the celestial flower." With the utterance of these four words, a colossal flower appeared before Shrek and the others. Tang San was taken aback, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that this divine herb would be the martial spirit of this titled Douluo." Mu Chen, however, wore a serene expression as the bone armor gradually enveloped him. This armor's intricate craftsmanship far surpassed that of its predecessor. To draw a comparison, it was akin to the disparity between the original Iron Man and the Mark 50. The design of this bone armor was inspired by the concept of a malevolent spirit entwined, with modifications accordingly. Beneath, at the back, and along the sides of his arms, there were exhaust-like structures, capable of expelling high-pressure gas in the form of a windwolf, thereby propelling his speed to its zenith and enabling flight. Mu Chen, in his true form, brandished the dragon-might golden spear, while his doppelganger conjured a bone spear. Subsequently, the soul rings beneath his feet materialized, enveloping the atmosphere in a profound silence. All present, including Zhu Huaguan, stood agape in astonishment. The emergence of 6 crimson soul rings rendered the world significantly quieter. Only Xiao Wu appeared perplexed. This should not be. How could there be the aura of a never-before-seen 100,000-year soul beast? First soul ring, the 100,000-year metamorphic lizard. Vanish without a trace. This ability allows for the seamless transition between the attributes of the deceased, enabling the wielder to unleash attacks of varying elemental properties. Currently, it grants access to the 5 elemental attributes, along with light, dark, wind, thunder, and annihilation, mastering the art of the formless. Second soul ring, the 100,000-year spirit ape. Resonance of souls, initiating with the bone sword, it emits a sorrowful melody akin to a soul cry, siphoning 5 points from each of the opponent's attributes for 1 hour. Applicable to a single target, and can only be reused after the effect has dissipated. The higher the mental prowess surpasses that of the true form, the less effective the ability becomes, with a reduction of 1 point for every 5 levels of superiority. Melody of Mourning, continuously diminishing the opponent's mental fortitude until it aligns with the wielder's. Third soul ring, the 230,000-year shadow hunting leopard. Puppet of the deceased. This ability allows for the summoning of a replica of a soul master with a soul power disparity of 30 levels or less, excluding Super Douluo and Ultimate Douluo, to fight on one's behalf. Retaining all the original S soul power and techniques but only possessing 65% of their strength. Additionally, it can replicate 2 forms of the true body, preserving soul power and techniques, with 90% of the original strength, and any enhancement-type soul techniques will augment the true body. Puppet Shadow Kill. The puppet's strength is amplified to match that of the true form, enabling it to engage in autonomous combat. As the puppet nears its expiration, it transforms into a long spear, thrusting toward the enemy. If it successfully pierces the opponent's body, it will siphon 50% of their total attribute enhancements, bestowing them upon the true body until the puppet of the deceased is reused, with a cap of doubling the true body's strength. Fourth soul ring, the 220,000-year shape-shifting ghost bat king, ghost transformation. This ability allows for the arbitrary extension and contraction of bones, muscles, and skin up to 6 meters, rendering the body exceedingly supple and capable of any form transformation. Ultrasonic radar. It can emit ultrasonic waves through every pore of the body, precisely locating objects with remarkable accuracy. Fifth soul ring, the 150,000-year ice crystal white crane, ice crystal 99. This summons 99 ice crystals of varying sizes, which can be freely combined into any form. Absolute ice shield, usable only 3 times within a day, it grants immunity to a single attack. Sixth soul ring, the 350,000-year siren possesses solely 1 soul technique, Siren's Wail. This targets a fan-shaped area extending 500 meters ahead, executing lethality upon those whose total soul power and mental strength fall below the user, resulting in instant annihilation, while those exceeding the user will suffer severe injury. Upon completion, the user enters a state of weakness, reverting all attributes to their initial level for 1 hour. External soul bone. The soul robe is affixed to 8 rib bones, and upon summoning, it can transform into any robe-like attire. Once manifested, it bestows 3 unique attributes. 1. Soul Halo. Enhances the effects of all soul skills by 10. 2. Ethereal Tango. Graceful and intangible. Increases evasion rate by 90, yet it cannot evade targeted attacks or large-scale assaults. 3. Hell's Robe. Reduces attribute damage by 80. The Banshee Crown is affixed to the skull of the Banshee, and upon summoning, it forms a crown atop the head, amplifying the effectiveness of the skills carried by the Banshee's skull by 100. Soul Bone. 100,000-year left arm bone of the vast sky giant ape. 1. Gravitational field. Capable of manipulating the space within 100 meters ahead, imposing up to 50 times the gravitational force. 2. Wrath of the vast sky. Through relentless attacks and receiving damage, it accumulates energy, reaching its zenith to unleash the vast sky divine fist. During the execution of the vast sky divine fist, the power of physical strikes is enhanced by 500, and physical strength is augmented by 20. Upon the conclusion of the vast sky divine fist, a roar erupts, repelling any beings whose combined soul power and mental strength fall below yours. 100,000-year left leg bone of the ice crystal white crane. 1. Creation of ice surface. Generates an extremely frigid aura centered beneath the left foot, consuming soul power to create ice surfaces of varying sizes. 2. Ice surface gliding. Allows for effortless movement upon the ice surface, and if one advances by gliding, speed is increased by 200. 100,000-year skull of the Banshee. 1. Shockwave recovery. Mitigates the negative impacts caused by the Banshee's wail by 102. 2. Absolute mental strength, impervious to mental attacks, and immune to mental backlash. Mu Chen gazed serenely at Douluo before him. After a brief moment, Douluo regained his composure, his expression one of astonishment as he beheld the young man. The impending battle loomed ominously. Chapter 70. The unassailable figure. Ha ha. How is that even possible? It must be some sort of special camouflage soul technique. Am I right? Douluo exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, his pupils contracting as he trembled with curiosity. Yet Mu Chen remained as tranquil as still waters. His gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Douluo. Suddenly, Douluo erupted in a frenzy, shouting, "Do you look down upon me? Huh." The petals of the chrysanthemum fall, leaving a trail of sorrow, as flowers wither and hearts break. His ninth spirit ring illuminated, and Douluo executed a swift spin in midair, forcefully pressing downward with his hand. "Brother Chen," Ning Rongrong cried out in alarm. Not only she, but also the members of Shrek and the entire Spirit Master competition felt a surge of panic. The implications of the ninth spirit ability were all too clear. Meanwhile, clad in his bone armor, Mu Chen suddenly trembled, propelling himself into the air. The spear strikes like a dragon. Mu Chen brandished his long spear, upon which a golden gas gradually materialized. This ethereal substance morphed incessantly, eventually coalescing into a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon that entwined itself around the shaft of the spear. Subsequently, Mu Chen thrust the spear forward, and the five-clawed dragon collided with the chrysanthemum. With a resounding bang, the two entities clashed, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that forced everyone to stagger backward by several paces. As the white light dissipated, the onlookers beheld a scene of astonishment. Mu Chen's spear pierced through the abdomen of Douluo, and with his right hand grasping Douluo's neck, he hoisted him high above his head. How is this possible? Douluo's face flushed crimson as he incredulously struggled to utter, "Release old Ju." Suddenly, a dark figure charged fiercely towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen swiftly hurled Douluo towards the shadow, simultaneously extracting the spear embedded in his opponent's abdomen. With a surge of energy, he expelled a white whirlwind from his trachea, transforming into a radiant beam of light. In an instant, he materialized before the shadowy figure, who was none other than Ghost Douluo. Initially, Ghost Douluo beheld Douluo's form, momentarily retracting his offensive stance and extending his arms in preparation to receive his comrade. However, he could scarcely fathom that Mu Chen would arrive before Douluo. Thus, Ghost Douluo found himself caught entirely off guard. With a fierce roar akin to a tiger's might, Mu Chen unleashed his spear, its power formidable like a dragon. In a frantic response, Ghost Douluo resorted to a hasty defense utilizing ghostly mist and his arms. "Those who dare to harm me shall meet their demise," Mu Chen declared as he turned to depart, regarding Ghost Douluo as if he were merely a corpse. Still in a daze, Ghost Douluo was suddenly pierced by two chilling objects. Struggling to turn, he beheld two figures of Mu Chen, only to cough up a mouthful of blood as his vitality waned. Observing this, the other cloaked figures charged at Mu Chen, but to their astonishment, the two Mu Chens morphed into black spears, viciously impaling Ghost Douluo, Douluo, and several soul saints. "Retreat," commanded the Golden Eagle Douluo, realizing the dire consequences of the battle, attributing their losses to the enigmatic youth. The Shrek 7, witnessing Mu Chen's gradual descent from the heavens, were filled with elation. Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her excitement and rushed forward. "You rascal, have you finally decided to return?" she chided playfully. Mu Chen awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Rongrong, your father." Ning Rongrong shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "What of my father? Even if he were here, I would still want to embrace you. Mu Chen, I harbor feelings for you. No, I love you. During your absence, I attempted to forget you, yet you, with your mischievous spirit, persistently tormented me. Still, I find myself reminiscing about those moments of your playful teasing, which only deepens my longing for you. Mu Chen, hey. Your father is really behind you. You can't possibly be a masochist, can you?" A familiar cough reached Ning Rongrong's ears. It was only then that she realized the surrounding cacophony had seemingly ceased. In an instant, her face flushed crimson. Stiffly, she turned around and indeed beheld that familiar figure. "Haha, Uncle Ning, it is a pleasure to meet you," soared Douluo. Mu Chen said awkwardly while scratching his head. Ning Fingji looked on at the two with a smile, remaining silent. "Ah, father." Unable to contain herself, Ning Rongrong rushed forward, delivering playful punches to the other's chest. Ning Fingji chuckled and remarked, "Weren't you quite formidable before? You spoke of your father with such bravado. What about now?" Sword Douluo took a step forward, casting a stern glance at Mu Chen. You little rascal. Treat Rongrong with the respect she deserves. Mu Chen gently touched his head and remarked, to speak frankly, I am uncertain whether I truly harbor feelings for Rongrong. I merely find myself deeply concerned about him. In truth, my sentiments toward the other 6 are rather similar. At this moment, Douluo became furious, exclaiming, What? You are merely posturing to confront this young man. However, Ning Rongrong intervened, pulling Douluo back and sweetly saying, It's all right, after all. It has been a long time since we last met, and I can afford to wait. Douluo, visibly taken aback, ultimately found his eyes glistening with tears. My Rongrong is lost to me, he uttered helplessly before departing with Ning Fingji and the others. Subsequently, the 7 members of Shrek Academy and Mu Chen began to reminisce about the events and experiences they had encountered during their years apart. Mu Chen, of course, spoke more than the others, as he was already well acquainted with the experiences of the Shrek 7, allowing him to elaborate on the hardships he had endured over the years. Returning to the main topic, it appears that we are approaching the finals, he remarked with an unexpected shift in tone, his seriousness palpable. Tang San and the others nodded in agreement. I am also aware that among the Golden Four of the Spirit Hall, there is indeed Rock. However, this aligns perfectly with my intentions, as my rigorous training was aimed at defeating him. Now that the opportunity presents itself, I shall seize it with utmost resolve. Xiao I will take on the match against the Spirit Hall, Mu Chen declared earnestly, directing his gaze at Oscar. Oscar, understanding Chen Guo's mindset, promptly nodded in agreement. Very well, no need for thanks among brothers. Let us delve directly into the matter at hand and discuss our tactics. Indeed, I have encountered Rock before, and I shall share with you the details of his initial 4 soul skills. The first 2 soul skills remain somewhat unclear to me, but I suspect they enhance the power of his axe, as it bears unique blood patterns that are not naturally occurring. The 3rd soul skill is a penetrating attack that disregards defenses, while the 4th soul skill is one that can transfer damage by a certain percentage. Most importantly, this individual possesses a rare soul bone that grants him the ability to teleport, which caught me off guard during our previous encounter. Thus, you must exercise extreme caution, as we cannot predict whether he will choose to engage me directly. Should he opt to confront you while I am not present, you would be in considerable peril. At this moment, Tang San voiced his concern. Does this mean that Rock can freely infiltrate our rear lines? In that case, I believe it would be more advantageous to proceed without a support soul master. Mu Chen shook his head and replied, No, my friends. It is precisely because we have assistance that we find ourselves in a favorable position. After the fusion technique of Hulaina and Xiaoyu is employed, we are already in a 6 against 7 scenario. As long as I can stall Rock, there should be no significant issues. Thus, Rock will undoubtedly seek a way to eliminate Rongrong, and our objective is to protect her, or to put it more plainly, to use her as bait to lure Rock into revealing a flaw. For the brief moment between his disappearance and reappearance, he will be immobile, albeit for a fleeting instant. But I am certain of his inability to move during that time. I have specifically cultivated a unique soul skill to seize this very moment. Tang San and the others nodded, then turned to Ning Rongrong. I believe in you, Chen Guo. All right, it's settled then. Upon finishing, he extended a fist, and the others understood, raising their fists to meet his in a united gesture, exclaiming, Shrek shall prevail. Chapter 71. The calm before the storm. Upon arriving in Spirit City, they were greeted by the sight of a stern-faced Pope. The reasons for his demeanor were well understood by all. As the finals approached, the master was finally ready to take action. Soon, Tang San summoned all team members, and Lu Erlong, aware of the master's return, hurriedly joined them. The master's gaze briefly met Lu Erlong's, and from the look in his eyes, she discerned a deeper understanding. Without uttering a word, she quietly walked to his side and linked her arm with his. Observing Lu Erlong's gentle demeanor, the expressions of the Shrek 7 became somewhat peculiar. The tyrant dragon likely only exhibited such restraint in the presence of the master. The master's gaze swept over the group, and when it landed on Mu Chen, his eyes flickered momentarily, though he refrained from inquiring further, planning to discuss it with Flender later. He then announced, the finals are about to commence. I believe you may have forgotten what I previously explained regarding the competition format, so I will reiterate. In the finals, 33 teams will participate. Among them, 3 seed teams will be sent by the 2 great empires in the Spirit Hall. Undoubtedly, the greatest threat to you will be the teams sent by the Spirit Hall Academy, as they represent the most formidable obstacle to your ultimate victory. The finals will consist of 5 rounds. The duration of each round will be shorter than that of the preliminary and qualifying rounds. However, due to the intense nature of the competition, there will be a day of rest and adjustment between each round. Prior to the final 5th round, there will be a 3-day adjustment period. In the first round, the 3 seed teams will receive a bye, while the remaining 30 teams will compete for 15 advancement spots. And the losers will be eliminated directly. This brutal elimination format will compel each Soul Master team to give their all. You must not harbor even the slightest sense of complacency. At this stage, all teams will unleash their hidden abilities without reservation. Even those teams you have previously defeated may present you with unexpected challenges. According to the competition rules, the first-place academy from the 2 great empires qualifying matches will receive a bye in the 2nd round. In other words, following our initial victory, the subsequent round will afford us ample time for rest. This is the very essence of the promotion tournament. At that juncture, 16 teams will vie for 8 spots in the 3rd round. Along with our 2 teams that have received byes, a total of 10 teams will remain. The team that will receive a bye in the 3rd round will be the 2nd-place finisher in the promotion tournament. The remaining 8 teams will compete for 4 slots to join them in the 4th round, which will feature no byes. Therefore, it can be said that only the top 2 teams in the promotion tournament will reap the benefits in the finals. The teams that secure byes earlier will be at an advantage, as they can avoid premature elimination. The 5th round, the final round, will consist of only 3 teams, each of which will field 7 members in a round-robin elimination format to determine the strongest individual team. The 2 losing teams will then engage in a battle, and the victor will challenge the winner of the individual competition to determine the ultimate champion. Have you all understood? Yes, we comprehend. Everyone's memory is sharp. And now that we are at the moment of the finals, our focus is intensely concentrated. The master nodded and said, "We cannot predict who our opponent will be in the first round. However, it will certainly not be one of the 3-seeded teams that have received byes, thus avoiding an early confrontation with them. Nevertheless, the Shrek 7 monsters will still take the field. You have not collaborated on the true battlefield for quite some time, so this first round will serve as your warm-up. I will not dictate specific tactics. Everything on the field will still be under the control of Xiao San." Xiao San. Here. Tang Sen quickly stood up. The master gazed at him and said, "In the 1st and 2nd rounds, we can almost guarantee our advancement. Therefore, in the 1st round, you must endeavor to conceal our advantages from the opponent as much as possible. Do you understand my meaning?" Tang Sen nodded, saying, "You mean, even though it will be the 7 of us competing, we should still disguise our strength as much as possible in the 1st round." The master smiled and nodded, adding, "However, you must not be careless. After all, you may encounter formidable opponents from the Douluo Empire in the 1st round." Understood. The master turned his gaze to the entire Shrek 7 monsters. "You have been training with me for 2 years now. I have observed the dedication you have put forth over this period. Undoubtedly, you are all geniuses among geniuses. Even when faced with stronger adversaries, your confidence should remain unshaken. For you are the youngest team among all the competitors. You possess limitless potential. I do not impose the expectation of winning the championship upon you. I simply hope that each of you can showcase your true capabilities during the competition and discover the best ways to unlock your potential." "Yes." The Shrek 7 monsters responded in unison. The master and Lu Erlong departed, and the Shrek 7 monsters immediately began their training to prepare for the 1st round of competition the following day. Lu Erlong pulled the master along to her room, asking, "Xiao Gang, how is it?" As she gazed at the master, Lu Erlong's eyes flickered with uncertainty. She was acutely aware of the master's intentions, which he had never concealed from her. With a sigh, the master remarked, "She has changed. After 20 years apart, it is only natural for one to transform. Now she is the Pope, no longer the Bibi Dong of yesteryear. It appears that seeking her out may not be prudent." A subtle pang of sorrow shadowed his expression. Lu Erlong quietly exhaled. "So, she has not shared the method for cultivating twin martial souls with you?" The master offered a self-deprecating smile. "She is well aware that Tang San is my disciple. How could she possibly divulge such secrets to me? Yet, does it truly matter? I have already gleaned some insights. Should the opportunity arise, if Bibi Dong were to truly engage, I could confirm my suspicions." At this juncture, the master embraced Lu Erlong, saying, "Erlong, this is Spirit City. It is her domain. From this moment onward, do not stray far from my side. I fear she may harbor ill intentions toward me." Lu Erlong immediately displayed her characteristic defiance, retorting, "Let her come. I am not afraid of her. What is the Pope to me? She has already been defeated by my hand. As long as she cannot take you from me, I fear nothing." Hearing Lu Erlong's assertive words, A faint smile graced the master's face as he leaned down to lightly kiss her forehead. Rest assured, she shall never take me from you. We are bound as husband and wife, even if only in name. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlon's expression betrayed a hint of melancholy. Although the master no longer shied away from acknowledging their bond and they referred to one another as spouses, he remained reluctant to display excessive intimacy. The barrier of their sibling-like relationship lingered between them. Fortunately, this nominal connection was enough to provide Lu Erlong with some solace. For the grand finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, Spirit City had specially designated a venue. This location was situated at the very heart of Spirit City. The colossal arena measured a diameter of nearly 100 meters, constructed entirely from granite. The vast competition platform was reinforced with a multitude of soul-guided devices to prevent damage. According to information provided by the Spirit Hall, this arena could withstand any attack from Soul Masters below the rank of Soul Emperor without sustaining harm. Only an affluent organization like the Spirit Hall could afford such extravagance. At least, neither of the two great empires would be willing to expend such vast resources. Directly in front of the competition platform stood the Pope's Palace, located less than a kilometer away from the hill where the palace resided. The Spirit Hall had announced in its postings that the final 3 contenders would compete before the Pope's Palace, where the Pope would personally appear to crown the ultimate champion. For any Soul Master, this represented an unparalleled honor. Early in the morning, all participating academies were escorted to the competition venue by designated personnel from the Spirit Hall. Each academy had its own designated resting area, constructed around the competition site, with the VIP judging seats situated opposite the Pope's Palace. Representatives from the 2 great empires have gathered there to witness the battle, along with individuals from the Spirit Hall. Upon arrival, before even settling in, Flander was summoned to participate in the drawing of lots. Mu Chen has temporarily departed to the Mu Chen group in search of reinforcements to rescue Xiao Wu. Chapter 72, The Eve of the Final Battle. Mu Chen has already sent a message to Yin Shi and the others, and they should be on their way to the group. Mu Chen arrived first at the Martial Soul Hall branch of the Mu Chen group. After presenting his token, he proceeded to the conference hall. Mu Chen awaited in the conference room, his eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. Meanwhile, the Shrek 7 monsters were assisting Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai in completing their trials. Although the two would not be wed, undertaking this pivotal challenge for their future was essential. Davis looked at Dai Mubai with a hint of surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, our charming playboy has undergone a transformation. I am eager to see what skills you have acquired during your years away from home, daring to speak so boldly to your elder brother. No wonder Shuqing has chosen to be by your side. It seems you are indeed prepared to stand against us resolutely." His gaze shifted to Zhu Zhuqing, a somber expression deepening within his eyes. Meeting the gaze of the girl beside him, a chilling light flickered in their eyes simultaneously. "Zhuqing, if I am not mistaken, you are still under 15 years of age. To participate in this grand competition and reach the top 10 at such a young age, one must ponder whether it is sheer luck or remarkable strength. However, this is where your journey ends. In truth, our parents miss you dearly, yet cannot defy the ancestral rules. After the competition, please return home with me." The voice of the girl beside Davis differed from Zhu Zhuqing's, lacking her icy demeanor. It possessed an alluring charm, her soft words effortlessly ensnaring the listener. "Zhuqing Yun, there is no need for such pretense here. Had I not left home, perhaps I would have already met my demise at your hands. Miss me? Is there such familial affection within our clan?" Zhu Zhuqing's tone grew even colder. For her and Dai Mubai, this couple before them represented the older versions of themselves. They shared an indelible bond of blood, yet under the weight of familial expectations, only one could survive. Regardless of the reasons, they were compelled to strive with all their might, for neither wished for their lives to end so easily. The two conversing on stage did not make any effort to suppress their voices, and the Soul Masters below possessed far superior hearing than the average person. When they heard Zhuqing and mentioned that Zhu Zhuqing was still under 15, even the most arrogant of Soul Masters could not help but be taken aback. Especially those who had witnessed Zhu Zhuqing in action, their eyes filled with disbelief. Wu stood frozen, realizing that any hopes of surpassing Shrek Academy following her alliance with Chiffon Academy had now vanished. Here was someone younger by 4 years yet equally formidable. Were these individuals truly monsters? As this thought crossed her mind, another question arose. She had always been unaware of Tang San's age. Could he also be so youthful? The referee approached the center of the two competing teams, signaling the match's commencement. "You may unleash your martial souls. The rules remain unchanged. The defeated will be eliminated, while the victors will advance to the top 6. Shrek Academy's Elite Soul Master Team versus the Xinglua Royal Academy's Elite Soul Master Team. Ready. The gazes of Dai Mubai and Davis, as well as Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun, clashed fiercely in the air. Davis's eyes suddenly took on a domineering intensity, his entire demeanor seeming to expand as if he were embracing his full potential. With broad shoulders and an equally captivating visage, he appeared extraordinarily striking at that moment. "Brothers," he declared, "unleash your martial souls. Let us surprise them. Who has returned? Our chairman has actually succeeded in his training and returned. Ha ha." Mu Chen chuckled helplessly. "You, my friend, still maintain that irreverent demeanor. You are mistaken. None of the 8 of us can be considered elders." Behind him, the 9 individuals, 6 men and 3 women, nodded in agreement. The newcomers were none other than the remaining 8 directors of the Mu Chen group. When the 9 of them convened, their presence was overwhelmingly formidable. Chairman Mu Chen, rest in peace, the deceased, the 67th level Soul Emperor. Vice Chairman Yin Sha, Hellfire Lion, the 97th level Lion Douluo. Director Yu Qian, 9 Hearts Begonia, the 95th level Begonia Douluo. Director Mi Luo, Unmoving Golden Body, the 95th level Golden Body Douluo. Director Yi Feng, Serene Blade, the 94th level Great Sword Douluo. Director Chao Tian Huang, Blazing Sun Phoenix, the 94th level Blazing Phoenix Douluo. Director Humei Air, 9-tailed White Fox, the 93rd level White Fox Douluo. Director Guzhen, Space Divine Dragon, the 94th level Heavenly Dragon Douluo. Director Mo Wu Yan, Heavenly Word Sacred Book, the 91st level Heavenly Book Douluo. Enough of your antics, he continued. The reason I have summoned you all here today using the director's order is of great importance. Please, take your seats. Upon hearing this, the Lion Douluo immediately adopted a serious expression and instructed the other directors to sit down. As Mu Chen observed their completion of the task, he rolled his throat and cleared it, saying, "The matters that follow may seem rather extraordinary. Allow me to unfold them gradually." The expression of the flame Lion Douluo grew increasingly astounded as Mu Chen delved deeper into his discourse. "You all hail from diverse corners of the world. From the frigid north, from Xing Luo. Yet, having joined the Mu Chen group, it is imperative to cast aside your origins and adopt an impartial perspective. We must assess whether the power of the Spirit Hall has escalated to a level where it can challenge the 2 empires. This is but one aspect. I must remind you to diligently manage your respective territories, maintaining a state of heightened vigilance for at least a year." The assembly nodded in agreement. The first 5 board members had long been acquainted with Mu Chen, while the others were relatively new. However, as the saying goes, experience sharpens one's acumen. Through the discourse within Mu Chen's meeting, they discerned that this young man possessed exceptional talent, capable of recognizing the Spirit Hall's insidious intentions and brewing unrest. Furthermore, there is another matter. I request the assistance of the board members from the Heaven-Do region. Upon hearing this, the Flame Lion Douluo quickly responded, "Chairman, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command." Mu Chen chuckled softly, saying, "Just joking, after all, I do need assistance." Yi Qian inquired with a gentle smile, "May I ask what matters concern you, little Chen?" Mu Chen replied, "To safeguard both myself and my fellow students in the academy. It suffices for you to overly protect me while subtly conveying to the Spirit Hall that they must refrain from harming my classmates. Is this not a given? If the Spirit Hall truly dares to act against you, would it not validate your earlier conclusion? Rest assured, on that day, I shall be a distinguished guest, and I will ensure that Yi Qian and Guzhen are informed to attend." The Flame Lion Douluo assured with a resolute pat on his chest. Mu Chen nodded, then rose ahead of the others, offering a respectful bow. "I kindly urge everyone to take care and remain exceptionally vigilant. Our rise has been quite sudden, and the Spirit Hall may very well perceive our foundation as unstable, thus resorting to drastic measures." Mu Chen cast a knowing glance at the crowd before turning to depart. Tian Shu Douluo sighed, "Such remarkable talent our young master possesses. I must return to Star Do. The situation has become exceedingly perilous. Although Xing Luo is somewhat safer than Tian Do, we cannot afford to be complacent." Following this, the gathering exchanged polite pleasantries for a while before gradually dispersing. Mu Chen has also embarked on the path toward the decisive battle against the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 73, The 7-in-1 Fusion Technique. When Mu Chen returned from the meeting, he noticed that Shrek and the others had gathered in a circle, seemingly engaged in some activity. "What are you all doing?" Mu Chen inquired. Tang Sen turned around and replied, "The Spirit Hall has resorted to deceit, making it difficult for us to progress through the normal competition. We have decided to forfeit and prepare for the resurrection match." Mu Chen nodded and remarked, "Indeed, one must always consider the advantageous aspects for oneself. Have you devised a strategy?" Tang San responded with a nod, saying, "Preserving our strength for the revival match is undoubtedly the wisest course of action." Mu Chen nodded. Before long, afternoon arrived. Mu Chen remained in the waiting area and had encountered Jing Ling and others. The moment Jiang Zhu saw Mu Chen again, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Coupled with Mu Chen's amiable demeanor, she was soon welcomed into their midst. Tai Long, influenced by the guidance of his young master, had also become considerably more modest, shedding much of his previous arrogance. With a shy demeanor, Jiang Zhu inquired, Mu Chen, whom do you believe will emerge victorious in this battle? Mu Chen smiled faintly and said, in brief, "We shall not be defeated by an academy that resorts to despicable tactics in pursuit of victory." Tai Long, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously and remarked, "Indeed. I never anticipated that the Five-Element Academy could be so contemptible." Mu Chen merely smiled, offering no further commentary. Tang San and Dai Mubai stood at the forefront of the Shrek 7 monsters, gazing at the familiar faces ahead with a hint of disdain upon their countenances. Feng Xiaodian, Huo Wu, and Huo Wushuang, the core of their team, exchanged glances with Tang San and Dai Mubai. Huo Wu stepped forward and, casting a cold gaze at Tang San, posed a question. "Do you understand our motives?" Tang San remained silent, his disdain only deepening. Huo Wu suddenly realized her aversion to Tang San's scrutinizing gaze. Her fiery temperament flared as she declared, "My actions are driven by the desire to confront you once more. I would rather forfeit the chance to claim victory than not defeat you again." Tang San responded with a calm smile, "If that is your sole purpose, then you are already at a disadvantage. You have lost the essence of integrity in this match. You possess no opportunity." Huo Wu, incensed, retorted, "Let the facts speak for themselves. Do not presume that your past act of saving me will elicit my mercy. I have repaid my debt." Upon hearing her words, Tang San involuntarily recalled the day she had burst into his embrace, passionately kissing him like a blaze. Despite his admiration for her boldness, he was unwilling to endure her fiery temperament, thus sealing their fate as friends. Although many, like Feng Xiaoyan, could endure the company of such spirited women, Tang San inherently embodied the essence of a true man. While the others remained silent, the tension thickened palpably. The referee, the cardinal in red, adeptly discerned the gravity of the moment and promptly announced the commencement of the match. Feng Xiaodian swiftly positioned himself in front of Huo Wu, shielding her behind him, as the flames that erupted around her seemed to serve as his backdrop. The other team members, guided by Huo Wushuang, unleashed their martial souls. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Shrek 7 monsters did not align themselves in the traditional formation as anticipated. Instead, upon the referee's signal, they rapidly retreated, forming a circle. At the center stood two individuals, Ning, Rongrong, and Oscar, while the 5 others circled around them, moving with agility. None of the 7 had yet released their martial souls, yet intense waves of soul power surged from them, fervently converging towards the center. "What is this?" The Pope Bibi Dong, Ning Fingji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the 3 titled Douluos could not conceal their astonishment. As leaders in the realm of soul masters, even they were bewildered by the Shrek 7 monsters' actions. The synchronized steps of Tang San, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing followed in unusual rhythm, their soul power creating a distinctive trajectory that radiated outward around their forms. Mu Chen smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and gazed at the master, saying, "Your erudition is truly remarkable." The master, somewhat touched, replied, "Oh, Mu Chen, have you noticed?" Mu Chen nodded and said, "It is not so much a matter of observation as it is of feeling. I possess a heightened sensitivity to soul power." Tai Long and the others inquired further, but Mu Chen merely placed his index finger against his lips, signaling with his eyes for them to focus on the match. Standing at the center of the formation, Ning, Rongrong, and Oscar held hands and simultaneously closed their eyes. A resplendent 9-colored radiance enveloped Ning Rongrong, while a soft red glow emanated from Oscar. The 2 streams of light intertwined and ascended skyward, although the Shrek 7 devils had yet to unleash their martial spirits. Their novel approach to combat exerted an unexpectedly immense pressure on their adversaries. Feng Xiaodian soared into the air, with a commanding shout from Huo Wu. The formation of the 7 from Shenfeng Academy immediately transformed. A pair of massive azure wings unfurled from Feng Xiaodian's back, while a vivid blue silhouette coalesced behind him, resembling a twin-headed wolf of the tempest. Against the backdrop of this grand and dazzling image, Feng Xiaodian ascended effortlessly, his wings merely needing a single flap to harness the winds aloft. The techniques he employed were the 2nd soul skill, Twin Wolves Possession, and the 3rd soul skill, Gale Twin Wings, which he had previously used in his duel with Tang San. Under the influence of these formidable soul skills, Feng Xiaoyan's combat prowess surged to its zenith. At that moment, Hua Wushuang had already taken Feng Xiaoyan's place, positioning himself before Hua Wu, alongside two other powerful assault-type soul masters from Shifeng Academy. The trio formed a wall to shield Hua Wu from harm. The two individuals behind Hua Wu were not the two agile fire crane soul masters who had reached the 40th level, but rather the two less than 40 level fire attribute support soul masters who had astonished Tang San during the preliminaries. Countless fiery red points of light gathered at an astonishing speed towards Hua Wu's form. Hua Wu's expression grew grave as her hands slowly lifted as if burdened with immense weight, the searing flames coalescing into a brilliant white light within her palms. At that moment, all four of her soul rings illuminated, and the anguish on her face reflected the pressure she was enduring. It was evident to any keen observer that the strategy employed by the seven from Shifeng Academy was one of five protecting two. The two support soul masters were bolstering Hua Wu, while the three assault-type soul masters provided protection. Among them, the most crucial were Feng Xiaodian, who spiraled and soared in the air, and Hua Wu, who was concentrating all her soul power through her fusion ring skill. Tang San bellowed, and the formation of the Shrek 7 devil shifted, transforming from a circle into a vertical line. Tang San stood at the forefront, followed closely by Dai Mubai, then Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Shuqing. Bringing up the rear were Ning, Rongrong, and Oscar. The alteration in the formation of the seven was palpable, as they had just released their condensed soul power. A sudden surge intertwined into a singular force. At that moment, Oscar unexpectedly embraced Ning Rongrong from behind, and the soft crimson light emanating from his body transformed into a vibrant pink, flooding into Ning Rongrong's being with fervor. The seven treasures glazed tower rose before her. With a grave expression, she thrust her hands forward. Mirroring Hua Wu, the four soul rings adorning her body illuminated simultaneously. The ability to fuse soul rings was not exclusive to Hua Wu. It was, in fact, one of the unique capabilities of the seven treasures glazed sect. As the sole daughter of the sect leader, how could Ning Rongrong be devoid of such a talent? However, the immense soul power required for this fusion was daunting, making it a technique seldom employed. For solidified rings of multicolored radiance erupted from the lower four tiers of the seven treasures glazed tower, directly penetrating into Zhu Shuqing's form. Under the stimulation of this colossal auxiliary soul power, Zhu Shuqing instinctively raised her arms, resting them on the petite figure of Xiao Wu. An extraordinary scene unfolded as the multicolored brilliance intensified, flowing from Zhu Shuqing into Xiao Wu, enveloping Zhu Shuqing in a layer of resplendent hues. Xiao Wu's condition mirrored that of Zhu Shuqing. The rich multicolored light grew ever more vibrant as it continued its forward transmission. When the luminescence reached Dai Mubai, he forcefully struck his palms against Tang San's back. In that instant, Tang San's body quaked violently, and instead of the multicolored radiance, an overwhelming pressure materialized. Seated in the prominent position, Pope Bibidong's eyes gleamed with intrigue. This was the fusion technique of the 7-in-1. Upon uttering these words, her gaze unconsciously drifted towards the calm figure of the master standing outside the competition arena. Though it was not the legendary 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill, the mere act of merging the strengths of 7 individuals to unleash a skill was already an astonishing feat. It is essential to recognize that each soul master's martial soul is distinct, with significant variations. Typically, such fusion techniques manifest only among soul masters whose martial souls and soul skills are closely aligned, akin to the 7 members of the Tsanghui Academy from the past. However, the Shrek 7 monsters were different. Each possessed a distinctly unique martial soul, with divergent emphases. The fact that these 7 individuals, each with entirely different martial souls, could execute the 7-in-1 fusion technique left even the experienced Pope and titled Douluos in a state of disbelief. Yet, the Shrek 7 monsters had indeed accomplished this extraordinary feat as the resplendent 9-colored radiance intertwined the 7 individuals. The fusion technique of the 7-in-1 had reached its completion. Although Ning Fengji furrowed his brow upon witnessing Oscar embrace Ning Rongrong from behind, his eyes nonetheless betrayed a sense of awe as he beheld the culmination of this extraordinary fusion. Both he and Pope Bibidong understood that this remarkable feat was not merely the result of the Shrek 7 monsters, but rather the handiwork of their esteemed mentor, the master, who stood a short distance away. Little did they realize that the 7-in-1 fusion technique they were witnessing was, in fact, the manifestation of the master's unparalleled skill in the field of spirit fusion, a core competency among the top 10 in the spirit world. Having devoted his life to the study of spirit powers, the extent of the master's accomplishments may only be fully comprehended by himself and his most devoted disciple, Tang San. If even a character like Shrek could produce students capable of executing such a sophisticated fusion technique, how could the master possibly fall short? The same technique, yet with a disparity in difficulty as vast as the heavens and the earth. This was the master, a true maestro. Feng Xiaotian, observing the situation with clarity from above, was taken aback by the unfolding events concerning the Shrek 7 monsters. He was not surprised by the appearance of Ning, Rongrong, and Oscar, as they had already showcased their presence in the earlier match against Xinglua Academy. Although Oscar had not exhibited formidable prowess at that time, it had certainly captured his attention. However, the manifestation of the 7-in-1 fusion technique was beyond his wildest imagination. In previous contests, even in the most arduous circumstances, the Shrek 7 monsters had never resorted to such a skill. Now, as it unfolded, he realized he had no opportunity for hesitation. With a resounding howl, Feng Xiaotian propelled himself into motion, his form descending from the heavens like a meteor streaking across the night sky. His expansive wings unfurled silently as he descended, the surrounding azure light coalescing inward. In that moment, his body and wings aligned at a perfect angle, initiating his self-created skill, the 36 slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf. Just as Feng Xiaotian plummeted from the sky, a blazing white light surged forth from the side, swiftly overtaking him and enveloping him entirely. This radiant light was emitted by Huo Wu, forming a seamless bridge between the two. With the assistance of this white luminescence, Feng Xiaotian emanated an explosive aura of power. Chapter 74. A single strike to decimate. A torrent of frenzied energy erupted from his being, the searing currents seemingly intent on scorching the very earth beneath. Even more astonishing was the gradual manifestation of the white light, which coalesced around him into a peculiar suit of incandescent armor, enveloping his form and his sharp, gale-like wings. This was not a spirit fusion technique. Rather, it was a dual fusion skill developed together by Huo Wu and Feng Xiaotian after her joining of the Divine Wind Academy. Although their fusion could not match the overwhelming power of a spirit fusion technique, it was bolstered by the support of 2 auxiliary spirit masters standing behind Huo Wu. The collective strength of the 4 individuals converged upon Feng Xiaotian, undoubtedly elevating his offensive and defensive capabilities to their zenith. With a sudden surge in speed, Feng Xiaotian did not descend upon Tang San, the foremost member of the Shrek 7 monsters, but rather targeted the rear, focusing on Ning, Rongrong, and Oscar. Through keen observation, he discerned that the initiator of the 7 monsters fusion technique was none other than the last member, Ning Rongrong. The foundation of this technique was bolstered by the immense soul power provided by Oscar. Should he eliminate these two, the Shrek 7 monsters fusion technique would falter without a fight. The abrupt acceleration of Feng Xiaotian undoubtedly astonished the Shrek 7 monsters, even drawing a glimmer of admiration from the watching master. The collaboration between the Shinkong Academy and the Chihua Academy proved to be an exceptional synergy, where the wind fueled the flames, allowing the combined strength of 4 individuals to coalesce. With the explosive power of Feng Xiaotian's self-created skill, the resultant offensive capability would reach alarming heights. However, the calm demeanor of the master remained unshaken, for the fusion technique from Shinkong Academy involved only 4 participants, while Shrek Academy boasted 7 equally gifted individuals. Under the control of the most adept, Tang San. In the face of Feng Xiaotian's sudden acceleration, Tang San, positioned at the forefront of the team, trembled slightly in surprise before swiftly raising his left hand. The Haotian hammer, which had once shattered Feng Xiaotian's Gale Wolf 36 strikes, re-emerged. This time, however, it floated above Tang San's palm as a surge of dark energy erupted forth. In that instant, he lifted his gaze, and a radiant golden light erupted from his eyes, not a mental assault, but an enhanced clarity of perception. Under the influence of his purple extreme demon eye, everything around Tang San seemed to slow down, with an array of precise data coalescing in his mind. In the next moment, his left hand moved. Guided by the dark energy, the Haotian hammer ascended, soaring skyward without any rotation, heading directly toward its target. Concurrently, a thunderous roar erupted from the hammer, which, once a modest size, began to swell in the air, soon resembling a massive vat. Exquisite patterns radiated from its surface under the sunlight, while an overwhelming aura emanated, trailing a dark tail in its wake. With a resounding boom, the black Haotian hammer collided with the incandescent Feng Xiaotian in midair. A piercing sound of shattering reverberated throughout the spirit city. The destruction began at the wings. In an instant, Feng Xiaotian's right wing disintegrated, along with his radiant armor, which shattered into myriad specks of white light. With a cry of anguish, Feng Xiaotian was propelled backward by the immense force. He was abruptly cast out of St. Peter's Square, his fate uncertain. The 6 disciples of the Kamikaze Academy, including Huo Wu, were left utterly astounded. They could scarcely fathom that their captain, Feng Xiaotian, could be so easily vanquished. Even during his one-on-one confrontation with Tang San, they had engaged in a protracted struggle before a victor emerged. Yet, in this moment, a mere encounter led to utter collapse. With Feng Xiaotian's defeat, the outcome of this contest lost any semblance of suspense. However, they remained perplexed as to how such a predicament could arise. In truth, only Tang San comprehended the reasons behind Feng Xiaotian's devastating loss. This was attributable to a multitude of factors. It was not that Huo Wu's support was insufficiently robust, but rather that Tang San had grown overwhelmingly powerful, rendering him a perfect counter to Feng Xiaotian. Firstly, Tang San was bolstered by the unified strength of 6 teammates, whereas Feng Xiaotian had merely 3 allies at his disposal. The potency of their fusion techniques was contingent upon the total soul power each side could muster, and there was no doubt that Tang San held an undeniable advantage. Secondly, Feng Xiaotian's gravest error was his repeated reliance on the Gale Demon Wolf's 36 strikes. When he first employed it against Tang San, it undeniably imposed immense pressure upon him. However, following that match, how could Tang San not meticulously analyze his opponent's abilities? Through diligent study, Tang San quickly discerned that both the Gale Demon Wolf's 36 strikes and his own chaotic wind hammer possessed a common flaw. If interrupted during the initial execution, their potential power could not be unleashed. The true terror of such techniques lay in their ability to sustain and accumulate force. Tang San executed precisely this strategy. Utilizing the precise calculations of his purple extreme magic eyes, he positioned his Haotian hammer to strike at the optimal moment, just before Feng Xiaotian could fully unleash his strength. With his mastery of Tang Sec's hidden weapons and his astute judgment, Tang San had already mapped Feng Xiaotian's every movement in his mind, leaving no room for evasion. It was fortunate that Tang San had shown restraint. Had he aimed for Feng Xiaotian's chest instead of his wings, the latter would have met a swift demise. Only Tang San understood the true extent of his own strength. With the augmentation from the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda and the support of his companion's soul power, his own soul power had soared beyond level 70. Even when confronting a soul sage above level 70, he would remain unscathed. The 7-in-1 fusion technique, formulated by a master, was far beyond the capabilities of the Zhonghui Academy. While this fusion technique was not as potent as a martial soul fusion, it adeptly connected the collective strength of the participants. Thus, concentrating all might into a singular explosive force was the most judicious course of action. The principal mistake made by the Zhonghui Academy was to manifest their combined power in a manner akin to a barrier. This was the moment when Tang San's purple extreme magic was shattered. Such a blunder would never manifest among the Shrek 7, as the master would never permit such errors to occur among his disciples. Therefore, when the 7 souls converged and were amplified by the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, the power that Tang San wielded had escalated to an alarming degree. With a mere gesture, the Haotian hammer, which had previously sent Feng Xiaotian flying, reappeared in Tang San's left hand. The hammer had not reverted to its original size. In Tang San's grasp, it seemed even larger than his own form, yet astonishingly stable within his singular left hand. The Shenyun Academy was, of course, unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Huo Wushuang and 2 other members of Shenyun Academy charged forward simultaneously, while Huo Wu began to gather energy for a second wave of assault behind them. With his eyes closed, Tang San slowly raised the massive Haotian hammer with one hand. The colossal patterns on the hammer erupted in a brilliant display, radiating an awe-inspiring dark golden light. In that moment, it felt as though an overwhelmingly powerful voice was raging in a frenzy. Tang San himself seemed to merge seamlessly with the hammer, resembling its handle. Witnessing this scene, even Pope Bibidon found it difficult to remain composed, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. The spectacle before her was all too familiar. "Weapon spirit true body," exclaimed Ning Fengji, seated beside Bibidon, a soul master possessing a beast martial spirit, upon reaching level 70. Would inevitably gain the 7th soul ring's ultimate ability, the true body of their martial spirit, transforming into their martial essence and achieving immense explosive power, enhancing their strength exponentially. The circumstances for weapon soul masters differ slightly. Their 7th soul ability is the true body of the weapon spirit, allowing the wielder's weapon to reach its utmost potential. If one possesses an exceptionally formidable weapon martial spirit, the manifestation of the true body of the weapon spirit would be even more terrifying than that of the beast martial spirit. While beast soul masters are undoubtedly more powerful than non-control type weapon soul masters prior to level 70 upon reaching that milestone, Weapon Soul Masters can surpass them through their true body. Who could have anticipated that during the semi-finals of the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, a rare manifestation of the Weapon Spirit true body would occur? Moreover, the Weapon Spirit unleashed was none other than the Haotian Hammer, renowned as the #1 weapon martial spirit on the continent. In truth, even Tang San himself had not foreseen the extent of the power he could wield with the true body of the Weapon Spirit. As his soul power surged beyond level 70 while grasping the Haotian Hammer, he acted almost instinctively. An immense force perpetually cycled between him and the Haotian Hammer, as if striving to burst forth from within. Mu Chen suddenly shouted, "Release it, you little vixen. This power is not for you to covet." Chapter 75. I want to take the stage upon hearing this stern admonition. Tang San felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water in a searing desert, instantly regaining his composure. At that very moment, all eyes in the competition arena were drawn to the young man they had never seen before. Bibi Dong's gaze was also fixated on him. Though her expression was far from amiable, Tang San made a concerted effort to retract the Haotian Hammer, its dark golden radiance surging forth and swiftly returning to his body. The hammer itself quietly reverted to its original form, resembling a small, unassuming black hammer. Had it not been for the overwhelming force it had just displayed, no one would have believed that such an inconspicuous object could wield such terrifying power. A distinct change washed over Tang San's countenance, shifting from brief astonishment to deep anguish. He felt as if his very soul were being torn asunder, only to be gently rain-fused into his body. In that fleeting moment, a profound realization dawned upon him. The true essence of the Haotian Hammer's weapon spirit not only consumed his soul power and strength, but also his very soul. It was the fusion of his essence with the Haotian Hammer that birthed the authentic weapon spirit manifestation. "Withdraw," Tang San managed to utter with great difficulty. The other 6 members of the Shrek 7 Devils simultaneously eased their energies, the 9-colored halo gradually receding, as the brilliance completely returned to the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Oscar reluctantly released the soft form he had been cradling. The 7 of them collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. What appeared to be a simple conclusion to a match had left them drenched in sweat. Tang San wobbled on his feet, prompting Daimu Bai to swiftly grasp his shoulder, stabilizing him. At that moment, Tang San resembled someone just pulled from the depths of water, his entire being soaked with perspiration. Yet, his heart brimmed with joy. Had he not wielded such power, he would never have comprehended its true terror. But now, he understood the Haotian Hammer's authentic might for the first time. His heart was ablaze with excitement as he couldn't help but ponder the overwhelming force he could unleash if he were to employ the chaotic cloak hammer method while manifesting the weapon spirit. This was the true strength befitting the world's foremost sect, the Haotian clan. The conclusion of the match came far sooner than anticipated, leaving many still in a daze. Each member of the Shrek 7 Devils consumed a restorative sausage crafted by Oscar prior to the competition before they exited the arena. The Cardinal in Red was compelled to announce that tomorrow's final would see Shrek Academy face off against the Spirit Hall Academy. Taking a deep breath, Tang San felt his previously exhausted body rejuvenated significantly thanks to the restorative sausage. His physique, tempered through the refinement of the octagonal ice grass and the flame apricot, was already far more resilient than that of an ordinary person. Moreover, the Xiantian skill bestowed upon him a remarkable recovery rate surpassing that of the average soul master. He firmly believed that before the match commenced tomorrow, the most exhausted version of himself today would undoubtedly regain its peak condition. Before the master, Tang San's eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance. "Thank you, Brother Chen." Tang San understood that had it not been for that sudden voice ringing in his ears, compelling him to halt the chaotic hammering technique, he might have been drained of his very soul due to his inability to maintain control. While he may not have perished, he would surely have been rendered a fool. The master did not exhibit joy over the victory of the Shrek 7 monsters. Rather, his brow furrowed in concern. He had not anticipated that under conditions of sufficient soul power, one could harness the true form of the Haotian Hammer's martial soul. Truly, it was worthy of being hailed as the foremost martial soul of the age. It was my oversight. Prior to the commencement of the competition, the master had imparted the capabilities of the 7-in-1 fusion technique to the Shrek 7 monsters. This was research he had long prepared, and even though Tang San, as his disciple, possessed the ability to engage in similar studies, he could not match the master's extensive time and dedication. After teaching the fusion technique, the master merely instructed Tang San to command the team to swiftly vanquish their opponents while conserving their soul power. He was confident that his disciple would execute this task in the most effective manner. However, The master did not foresee that the soul power convergence of the 7-in-1 fusion technique would enable Tang San to unleash the true form of the Haotian hammer's martial soul. Raising his gaze, the master turned toward the Pope, Chen Shui, standing before the Pope's hall. Their eyes met in the air, the Pope's brow slightly furrowed. Yet a glimmer of admiration shone in his eyes, tinged with a hint of pride, as if to say, "You are indeed worthy of being the man I once cherished." In contrast to the Pope's subtlety, the gaze of Ning, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, was far more direct. He regarded the master with respect, at that moment truly considering him a peer and friend of equal standing. Upon returning to their lodgings, the master did not grant the Shrek 7 monsters any time for rest. He immediately summoned them to his chamber. After settling down, they resumed consuming Oscar's restorative sausages. And he also called for Jiangzhu to enter the room, activating her recovery aura to assist everyone in replenishing their soul power. The seemingly effortless conclusion of the match left the Shrek 7 monsters unscathed, yet the soul power they had expended was considerable, especially for Tang San, who had nearly exhausted all his soul power by manifesting the true form of his martial soul. Observing the group, the master's expression grew solemn as he addressed Tang San. "For tomorrow's finals, will your soul power be restored to its optimal state?" Mu Chen approached and said, "Do not worry, master. Although our plans have been revealed, it matters not, for I shall take to the stage in tomorrow's finals." The master, somewhat astonished, turned his gaze towards Mu Chen. While Xiaoxin elucidated Mu Chen's prowess and the reasons for his participation, the master's expression shifted, regarding Mu Chen as one would a rare gem. Indeed, he was an extraordinary individual. All of the master's previous notions seemed to falter in the presence of Mu Chen. Yet did this not further attest to his exceptional nature? Unexpectedly, the master refrained from elaborating and simply stated, "Mu Chen, I have faith in you." Upon hearing these words, Mu Chen smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze toward the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. She, too, immediately noticed Mu Chen and responded without reservation. "This is intriguing. However, there should be no issues. I will hold back Luoku while secretly safeguarding Rongrong. Xiaosan and Mubai will devise a means to delay the other three. Once I have triumphed over Luoku, everything will fall into place." "Very well. We shall await the finals tomorrow." Mu Chen gazed at the now vacant throne of the Pope, silently reflecting. Chapter 76. The battle begins the next day. The Shrek team marched towards the Pope's hall with heads held high. At this moment, the Pope's hall loomed before them. And Mu Chen was astonished to discover that with each step he took upon the stone stairs, he felt an unprecedented sense of resolve beneath his feet. Never before had he yearned for victory as he did now. He understood that if he were to lose this match today, the specter of inner demons would haunt him for a lifetime. "Luoku, we are finally to meet once more." Mu Chen's appearance has undergone a remarkable transformation. Standing at an impressive height of 1.93 meters, he resembles a young man. However, his youthful yet handsome visage belies his age. The depth in his eyes, which is rarely seen in someone of his years, adds an air of mystery to his character. This intrigue has prompted the Spirit Hall to conduct an exhaustive investigation into his background. Yet they found it impossible to uncover any records of his life prior to the age of 10. The radiant sunlight cast a golden glow upon the hall of the Pope, and the atmosphere became increasingly solemn as all eyes turned to the Shrek 7 monsters, who ascended the stone steps with purpose. The air grew heavy with tension. The Pope, along with Ning, who had observed the previous day's matches, and 3 titled Douluos were already seated, accompanied by an unfamiliar middle-aged man with striking red hair. 3 soul bones, awarded as prizes, lay quietly in a red brocade tray, emitting a gentle luminescence. The Spirit Hall Academy's battle team stood in silence, a palpable and chilling aura of menace directed at the Shrek 7 monsters, causing their ascent to noticeably slow under the immense pressure. Although the match had yet to commence, the confrontation between the two teams had already begun. The finals of the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition were imminent, and both teams prepared for the impending clash. In a mere quarter of an hour, the competition would begin. As the teams took their positions, the Shrek group encircled their master. Tang San reached into his Rui 100 treasure bag and produced 7 emerald green leaves. He consumed one himself and handed one to each member of the Shrek 7 monsters. The dragon ginseng leaves, which fortify and replenish, not only expedite healing but also stimulate rapid recovery of soul power, while enhancing mental focus. Consuming them before the match was a strategic choice to maintain peak condition throughout the contest. Little San, Mu Chen glanced at Tang San, who nodded resolutely in response. Turning to the others, Tang San declared, "Rest assured, Brother Chen and I will handle things. The rest is up to you." Master raised his right hand first. and each member of Shrek followed suit until 10 hands were stacked together. In unison, they shouted a resounding battle cry, "Victory is ours." Indeed, that was their singular belief. On the opposing side, upon hearing Shrek Academy's fervent shout, the captain of the Spirit Hall Academy, Xiaoyu, smirked disdainfully. "Victory, you say? Today, we shall demonstrate what true strength is. The disparity in soul power is an insurmountable chasm. Even our lowest-ranked soul master is nearly on par with their captain. I am eager to see how they plan to secure a win." His cold, sinister gaze swept over his companions as he coldly stated, "The Pope is watching, as are the elders. In this match, we must not only win but achieve a complete victory, leaving them no chance to recover. That Tang San, I shall take care of. What are we? Champions." A more intense roar erupted from the Spirit Hall Academy team. The fierce standoff between both sides ignited a fervor among the soul masters watching from afar, stirring within them a nostalgic sense of youthful passion. Who among them has not experienced the fervor of youth? For these spectators, the outcome of the match was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the opportunity to witness a spectacular team battle. A quarter of an hour is but a fleeting moment, and soon, at the referee's signal, both teams enter the arena. Perhaps in a bid to rival Shrek Academy, the Spirit Hall Academy team donned striking crimson uniforms, embellished with golden embroidery and crafted from evidently exquisite material. In stark contrast, Shrek Academy's garb, a rather comical shade of brownish green adorned with numerous logos, appeared almost laughable. However, no one dared to mock them. Having reached this critical juncture and made it to the finals of the elite tournament for prestigious Soul Master Academies across the continent, they had earned the respect of all. As the match commenced, both teams were permitted to unleash their spirits. The Cardinal in red, serving as the referee, promptly announced the beginning once both teams were in position. The 14 participants locked eyes, exchanging no words, yet the palpable tension escalated to an almost explosive degree. At that moment, even the esteemed Pope Bibi Dong focused her undivided attention on the unfolding contest. The 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy team moved almost in unison, an overwhelming surge of soul power erupting from within them. The 4 individuals at the forefront, known as the Evil Moon, radiated the optimal configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings, while a towering and mature youth among them boasted a configuration of 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 2 black rings. The remaining 4 behind also exhibited the ideal arrangement of 2 yellow and 2 purple rings. Each contestant's gaze was filled with unwavering determination. Among them, one male student at the back stepped back swiftly, brandishing a resplendent golden staff. Undoubtedly, he possessed a support-type spirit weapon. Simultaneously, the Shrek team began to release their spirits. They stood in formation. At the front were Mu Chen and Mu Bai, with Tang San positioned in the center, flanked by Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu on either side. Ning Rongrong formed the last row, establishing a 2-1-3-1 formation. Unlike their previous match, this time Shrek Academy refrained from employing their 7-in-1 fusion technique and instead released their spirits in a more conventional manner. Each of the 7 possessed 4 soul rings, including Tang San, who boasted a 10,000-year soul ring. Yet, the most astonishing sight was the mysterious youth adorned with 6 radiant red soul rings pulsating around him. Ha! The flame lion Douluo could not contain his laughter. "What is so amusing?" Bibi Dong inquired, her expression darkening as she addressed the flame lion Douluo. Ignoring her discontent, he continued, "I sense that your Spirit Hall's golden generation still lacks a certain edge. Moreover, I am quite familiar with that 6-ringed soul emperor. It brings me joy to see him grow stronger." Pope Bibidon furrowed his brow, instinctively gazing downward, his thoughts whispering of impending danger. The master did not glance in her direction but remained intensely focused on the unfolding scenario, his expression no longer tranquil. He harbored no absolute confidence regarding the outcome of this contest. As the grand finale of the elite tournament among the continent's prestigious Soul Master Academies commenced, the Cardinals swiftly retreated, clearing the arena. Surprisingly, it was not the captain, Xiaoyu, who made the first move, but rather his sister, Hulaina. With a graceful flick of her steps, she seemed to transform effortlessly to the forefront. A faint smile graced her lips as she unleashed her martial spirit, her beauty seemingly enhanced, accompanied by the emergence of a fluffy, large tail from behind her. A soft crimson glow radiated from her being, her eyes sparkling as they fell upon Tang San, her movements mirroring precisely those she had employed against the Royal Academy of Tiando, led by Yu Tianheng. Her unique allure was irresistibly captivating. However, to Hulaina's astonishment, her enchanting presence failed to sway the Shrek team. aside from Tang San and Mu Chen. The other 5 swiftly closed their eyes, blocking their ears with their fingers, completely severing their visual and auditory senses. Mu Chen gazed at Hulaina with a serene smile, yet without a trace of infatuation. He turned his attention to Luo Ku and stated, "Luo Ku, I never anticipated our reunion would come so soon. It appears that fate is aiding me in reclaiming my honor. Today, you shall surely face defeat." Hulaina and the others were taken aback, turning to behold the 20-year-old Luo Ku, a formidable soul master boasting an impressive rank of 58, undeniably the golden champion. Luo Ku ceased to evade and advanced step by step, though his movements appeared deliberate. The distance he covered was substantial. Indeed, it seems I am destined to find myself in a passive position. Luo Ku remained remarkably composed, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had foreseen. Mu Chen was not taken aback by the other person's reaction. After all, this individual was the first soul master of the same rank to have defeated him. It was only natural for him to possess some extraordinary qualities. "Do you believe you can still triumph over me?" Mu Chen inquired with a radiant smile. Rock replied with remarkable composure, "I will not deny my defeat. I acknowledge that I am indeed inferior to you now. However, my comrades are formidable. And that is the essence of team battle spirit. Until one's strength reaches absolute dominance, one cannot dictate the course of combat." Mu Chen refrained from any further trivialities and expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you for granting me the opportunity to articulate my thoughts." Rock, in turn, offered no additional remarks, silently producing his magnificent battle axe, which appeared even more resplendent than before. Mu Chen's bone armor gradually enveloped him, and a great battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 77, Victory. Locke, as ever, vanished from the arena in the blink of an eye. Mu Chen directly transformed into a puppet doppelganger, one of which shielded Ning Rongrong while he himself wielded the Dragon Might Golden Spear, unleashing a domain skill he had diligently honed for years. Domain. Lawless. With a thunderous roar, Mu Chen summoned icy crystals that spread from beneath his feet, enveloping the entire battlefield. Lawless, the domain he had comprehended, allowed Mu Chen to expend a considerable amount of soul power to momentarily become the master of the laws governing a specific area. "I have come to avenge my honor. Aside from the first 5 soul skills, I shall refrain from using any others." Locke, this time it is truly a peak confrontation. Mu Chen's eyes darted wildly, observing every corner. Upon activating his domain, his perception intensified, making it seem as though an eternity had passed, while in reality, only a fleeting second had elapsed in the outside world. Bibidong's brow furrowed even more tightly, realizing it was indeed a domain-related skill. Suddenly, Mu Chen pivoted sharply, hurling the spear he held, while another puppet swiftly rushed towards that direction. Subsequently, the space distorted, revealing Rock's presence. Yet, Rock maintained an air of nonchalance, allowing the spear to pierce through his left shoulder. He then gently uttered the words, "Damage transfer." Mu Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he silently activated the absolute ice shield, rendering him immune to the damage transfer. Thus, Rock witnessed Mu Chen charging towards him as if nothing had happened. For the first time, Rock felt a twinge of panic. After all, he had become entirely reactive in this battle, unaware of Mu Chen's soul skills and how much he had grown. Although the pain had been redirected, the injuries he sustained were very real, consequently diminishing his combat strength and preventing any exchange of vitality. Gazing at the 2 Mu Chens, Rock dared not to underestimate them and immediately employed his 5th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Axe. A crimson mist enveloped the axe, transforming its appearance into that of a grotesque creature yearning for blood. The clone advanced, opting for a combat style that emphasized agility and martial prowess rather than utilizing the bone spear, deftly evading Rock's attacks while occasionally counterattacking. Rock, observing the mist on the other side, understood that he simply needed to hold his ground. With a sudden force, he brought the colossal axe down upon the ground, creating an opening in the puppet's defense. He lunged forward to deliver a punch, but the clone offered no respite, directly countering with its 5th soul skill. Rock was baffled. He knew that his blow could hardly harm the puppet, at most forcing it back. Retreat. The word struck Rock's mind like lightning, signaling that things might take a turn for the worse. He contemplated fleeing, but it was too late. He had hesitated for a moment too long. "Come on, Mu Chen. Let us see what you're truly capable of," he thought defiantly. He brandished the giant axe and charged at Mu Chen, convinced that Mu Chen intended to engage him in a bloody confrontation with the golden spear. Unfortunately for him, he was mistaken. Mu Chen cast aside the spear, not to hurl it at him, but rather to reclaim it into his storage space. Thus, he approached Rock barehanded. after Mu Chen relinquished the long spear. His advantage lay in the ability to strike the vital points on rock that were previously difficult to reach. However, the disadvantage was the inability to deliver a decisive blow. If Rock were to employ his soul bone again, the situation could shift drastically. Rock was acutely aware of this, and thus unleashed his full force in an assault. Adopting offense as his defense, Mu Chen was acutely aware of this. Thus, when he unleashed a powerful punch beside Rock's cheek, he forcefully drew the puppet closer. Rock's expression shifted dramatically, and to his astonishment, he found himself suddenly 10 centimeters shorter, not due to an actual decrease in height, but because the once impenetrable arena had transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring him within. Realizing Mu Chen's treachery, Rock swiftly twisted his waist. Wielding an axe with one hand aimed at the puppet while the other formed a fist directed at Mu Chen, hoping to momentarily halt their assault and escape his predicament. Alas, such aspirations were but a beautiful dream, while reality proved to be harsh. The main body in the puppet offered no mercy, invoking the absolute ice shield. It successfully thwarted Rock's assault without yielding. Panic surged within Rock. He understood that the usage of this defensive soul technique was undoubtedly limited, and Mu Chen's audacity in employing it suggested he was all in. He also realized the futility of his situation. As the soul bone required a third of an incense stick's time to recharge, he could only hope that Mu Chen would refrain from eliminating him within that brief interval. Suddenly, the puppet extended 6 bony hands, ensnaring Rock's arms. His legs sunk in the mire, and even his neck. In an instant, the hands transformed into metal, binding Rock tightly. With great difficulty, he turned his gaze to see Mu Chen's left fist swell to an enormous size, as if he were channeling the power of the bone armor into his fists, magnifying them by more than 5 times. To add to this, a roaring ape's head materialized upon his fists, further augmenting their size. Celestial fist. Mu Chen bellowed, poised to strike. In a desperate attempt, Rock silently activated damage transfer. However, there was no response. Mu Chen then turned to face Rock directly and said, "I am not afraid of a moment's delay. How many punches do you believe you can endure?" Mu Chen wore a smile that seemed capable of melting the frost of 1,000 years, radiating warmth and brilliance. However, Rock felt a tremor within, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The transformation in Mu Chen was nothing short of remarkable. What had he endured? Rock found himself questioning deeply. After a brief 5 seconds of anticipation, he sensed the mysterious aura surrounding him dissipate, and Mu Chen unleashed a flurry of strikes, seemingly venting his rage. One blow after another, the onslaught continued. 1, 2, 3 strikes. Thus, Rock bore the brunt of it all, a staggering 648 consecutive blows. The final punch from Mu Chen landed with tremendous force upon Rock's face, far surpassing the power of the previous hits. By the 300th punch, Rock had already lost consciousness, yet Mu Chen, relentless, continued his merciless assault for an extended duration. Ultimately, he delivered a decisive blow that sent Rock flying off the arena, even shattering the indestructible metal claws that had restrained him, freeing him to soar outward. On the elevated platform, Bibidong's expression darkened. She understood it was over. Yet, the desire for victory and the dignity of the Pope prevented her from uttering the words of surrender. "We concede." Meanwhile, Mu Chen appeared fatigued and began to rest in place, igniting a flicker of hope within Bibidong. Little did she know that Mu Chen's apparent exhaustion was not genuine. Rather, it was a testament to his trust in Tang San. On another front, due to the presence of the puppet, Ning Rongrong had astonishingly remained unscathed. While among the Spirit Hall members, all but Yin and a few others had been eliminated from the match, having been thrown off the stage. Tang San's 8 spider lances arrived belatedly, and in an instant, aside from Yin, the remaining trio, including Hu Laina and Xieyu, knelt upon the ground, their faces tinged with a shade of purple. Mu Chen smiled as he gazed at the high platform, a mocking grin adorning his face. The flame lion Douluo also laughed heartily, unabashedly disregarding Bibidong's grim expression. For in this moment, the victors were undeniably theirs, while the vanquished had no choice but to accept their fate. Ultimately, Bibidong uttered those 4 words, signaling the conclusion of the Young Soul Master competition. Chapter 78. The inevitable approaches, however, what was destined to occur inevitably transpired. Accompanied by the healing light of the Ning sect master, Xiao Wu's flower blossomed forth. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon her, including that of the flame lion Douluo. Xiao Wu's delicate face turned ashen in an instant. Mu Chen feigned a natural demeanor as he approached, swiftly positioning himself behind Xiao Wu, whispering, "Do not fear, brother is here, no one can harm you." The flame lion Douluo, observing Mu Chen's actions, immediately masked his gaze, for he had surmised the true purpose of Mu Chen's invitation. Reflecting on this, he could not help but admire the foresight of his master. Xiaowu trembled, lowering her head, desperately suppressing the venomous glimmer in her eyes. At that moment, Mu Chen gently stroked her head, soothing her anxious heart. As she slowly raised her gaze, she beheld Mu Chen's extraordinary visage, adorned with a smile capable of healing all wounds. The strain in her eyes dissipated, and she managed to smile despite the pressure. The Pope, Bibi Dong, exchanged glances with the Jew Douluo and the ghost Douluo, their eyes betraying undeniable joy. At this point, the Pope seemed to have forgotten the defeat of the Spirit Hall Academy team entirely. On the 6th floor of the 7-treasure, glazed tile pagoda, the healing light enveloped Tang San, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. His wounds began to close at an astonishing rate in the meridians within him. Previously injured by the evil moon's self-created soul skill, the round moon, were also rapidly mending. The 4th floor of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda emitted a beam of light, amplifying soul power. Ning, the esteemed leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, exhibited an enhancement ability far beyond what Ning Rongrong could compare to, especially when utilizing the true form of the 7 treasures. Under the dual effects of the healing light and the soul power amplification, the gaping wound on Tang San's back from the 8 spider lances gradually closed, the remnants of the lances being absorbed back into his body. His complexion began to regain its rosy hue. Simultaneously, 6 beams of soul power amplification cascaded down, this time landing upon the 6 members of the Spirit Hall Academy team, seated in meditation. While Ning could not dispel poison, his formidable soul power amplification was sufficient to extend the resistance time of these nearly collapsing soul masters against the toxins. Flinder, the master, and Lu Erlong rushed into the arena, gathering at Tang San's side. As Ning Fingji's light gradually receded from Tang San, Flinder promptly supported him, placing his hand on his back, gently infusing his soul power into Tang San's body. With a low groan, Tang San slowly opened his eyes. The pain throughout his body had vanished, yet the hollow sensation within remained unfilled. Especially the ribs in his back felt as though half had disappeared, leaving his entire body in a semi-weak state. The rupture of the 8 spider lances had inflicted grave harm upon him, although they would eventually regenerate. Such a process required a considerable amount of time. In the immediate future, Tang San would be unable to fight, as his surroundings gradually came into focus. The rest of the Shrek 7 devils had gathered around him. Tang San looked at his companions and asked, "Did we win?" Dai Bai nodded vigorously, the excitement in his gaze utterly uncontainable. "Yes, we have won. We have triumphed over the Spirit Hall Academy team. We are the champions." The champion of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, Tang San, wore a satisfied smile on his face. He had finally attained this championship. Although the sacrifices were many, the victory was indeed worth it. "Congratulations on your ultimate triumph, but now please proceed to detoxify them," echoed the voice of Pope Bibi Dong, pulling the Shrek 7 monsters from their reverie of joy. Supported by Xiao Wu and Oscar, Tang San slowly rose to his feet, his steps still somewhat unsteady. However, thanks to the healing light and soul power amplification bestowed by Ning Fengji, his body had significantly recovered. After consuming another of Oscar's restorative sausages, he was barely able to move. Without uttering much, Tang San casually picked up a slightly elongated fragment of the spider spear from the ground and approached Xiaoyu. He extended his hand, driving the shard into Xiaoyu's shoulder. A purplish-black glow emanated from the fragment, and a halo of light gradually flowed through it into Tang San's body. Xiaoyu's previously pained expression began to calm, the purplish-black aura dissipating rapidly. For Tang San, the experience was different. He was not merely extracting the toxins under the influence of the spider spear fragment. He also absorbed the life force from Xiaoyu during the detoxification process. Soon, the toxins had completely vanished from Xiaoyu's body. He managed to open his eyes, but fatigue overtook him, and he simply glanced at Tang San before sitting down to meditate. Tang San silently scoffed to himself. Although the poison had been neutralized, Xiaoyu would undoubtedly suffer from a severe illness afterward. As for the impact on his future cultivation, even Tang San could not ascertain that. Following the same method, he detoxified the remaining 5 individuals. With each person he cured, one strand of Ning Fingji's soul power amplification light retracted, demonstrating a remarkable control that was not merely the 3-aperture heart, but rather Ning Fingji's 7-aperture heart, far superior in finesse. Once Tang San had completed the detoxification for all 6 individuals, he found his own spirit rejuvenated. In absorbing the toxins, he inevitably drew upon some of their life force, resulting in a slight restoration of his own soul power, accompanied by a tingling sensation on his back as the spider spear began to repair itself, supported by this life force. At that moment, the Pope's expression had settled into tranquility as she resumed her seat. With a smile, she addressed Ning Fingji. "Thank you, Sect Master Ning." Ning Fingji responded with a modest smile. It was merely a small effort. No need for such gratitude. Sword Douluo Chen Xian murmured something to Ning Fingji, causing an immediate change in Ning Fingji's expression, his gaze swiftly turning towards Xiao Wu among the Shrek Academy crowd, his demeanor shifting to one of intrigue. At this juncture, Tang San, having regained some of his composure, sensed that the atmosphere in the hall had grown peculiar. Although the powerful figures attempted to mask it, his keen eye, sharpened by the purple extreme magic eye, discerned that the gazes of the strongest individuals present were fixated on Xiao Wu beside him. What could be the reason for this? At this moment, the other members of the Shrek's 7 monsters were oblivious to this detail, as they were all immersed in the ecstasy of victory. After a brief period of recuperation, the 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy team were assisted away by the personnel from the Hall of the Pope, leaving only Shrek Academy in the square. Each of them radiated an expression of pride. They were champions. Indeed, they were the ultimate victors. The Pope and the title Douluo all rose to their feet, and Bibi Dong calmly announced, "The champion of this year's elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent is Shrek Academy. Congratulations to you, talented young Soul Masters." The Shrek's 7 monsters stood in a row. Behind them were Master, Flander, Lu Erlong, and the Poison Doa, Dagubo. At this moment, all eyes among the Shrek's 7 monsters, save for Xiao Wu, were fixed upon the brocade tray that held 3 soul bones. The Pope displayed her customary composure as she accepted the tray from the Spirit Hall personnel, her gaze lingering momentarily on the 3 soul bones. The Cardinal, acting as the referee, called out, "Please, representatives of Shrek Academy, step forward to receive the champion's reward." The Shrek 7 monsters exchanged glances. Tang San nudged Dai Mubai, urging him to approach the podium. However, Dai Mubai shook his head, casting a mischievous glance at Tang San. "Little San, this honor rightfully belongs to you. Although I am the captain, it is evident to all that you have contributed the most to secure this final championship. You have always been the soul of our 7. Mu Chen also nodded in acknowledgement. "Go on, third brother, do not hesitate," said Ma Hongjun in agreement. Turning to glance at the master and then at the eager expressions of his companions, Tang San took a deep breath and stepped forward with resolute strides towards the Pope. Bibi Dong. When he finally stood before her, he was struck by her astonishing beauty, nobility, elegance, and tranquility. An array of exquisite adjectives seemed to suit this woman perfectly. Despite the passage of time, the marks of age appeared not to touch her. The Pope gazed intently at Tang San, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar brilliance. "You are remarkable, even beyond my expectations. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Do you wish to join the Spirit Hall?" Looking into the Pope's eyes, Tang San comprehended that this was not a mere test. Perhaps it was her last opportunity for herself. The Spirit Hall's previous actions towards him indicated that if his displayed talents could not serve their purpose, they would not hesitate to erase him. Yet would he yield? A serene smile graced Tang San's lips as he shook his head. "Thank you for your kind offer, Your Holiness. However, my life is my own, and I prefer to remain unbound." Bibidong's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, a hint of regret in her voice. "In that case, I wish you greater achievements in the future. One should at least have the opportunity to step into the Douluo Palace." With that, she extended the brocade tray in her hand. Sensing the immense aura emanating from the 3 soul bones, Tang San took the tray, his heart quaking uncontrollably. 3 soul bones, especially the one radiating a soft blue light, the wisdom skull, seemed to possess an irresistible allure that tugged at his heart. Around him, greedy gazes converged. Any soul master would inevitably feel desire upon seeing soul bones. Tang San nearly waded back through the sea of yearning eyes to rejoin his companions. "I forfeit. None of these soul bones suit me." The first to speak was Xiao Wu, who merely uttered the words before lowering her head. Dai Mubai nodded. "I too forfeit. None are suitable for me." Oscar added, "As a food-type soul master, these soul bones clearly do not enhance my abilities." Mu Chen remarked, "I am not lacking in soul bones." With the 4 key members of Shrek having relinquished their claims, only 4 remain. Yet there are only 3 soul bones available. In Chapter 79, "Grant me a favor," the master stated, "the Wind Chaser left leg is most suited for agile attack-type soul masters. Undoubtedly, it rightfully belongs to Zhu Qing." As for the blazing flame right arm, it is best suited for powerful attack-type fire attribute soul masters. Ma Hongjun, it is yours. Regarding the wisdom skull, the master paused, directing his gaze towards Tang San and Ning Rongrong. At that moment, both their eyes were clearly fixed upon the skull. The wisdom skull possesses benefits for both Tang San and Ning Rongrong. Although Tang San is not primarily a spirit master focused on mental power, he possesses the purple extreme magic eye and is a control-type master. The advantages of the wisdom skull for his future are evident. Moreover, among the 3 soul bones, this particular one is undoubtedly the most precious. Tang San looked up at Ning Rongrong, silently sighing, and spoke. I cannot accept it. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, Third brother, it should belong to you. For this final championship, you have sacrificed so much. Our 7 treasures glazed sect will not lack soul bones. You should take it. With it, your team's spirit will be truly deserving of its name. Tang San hesitated. From his perspective, he yearned for this soul bone, but as the vice-captain of the team, how could he prioritize his own desires? Among the Shrek 7 monsters, the group is evidently divided into 4 parts. Tang San and Xiao Wu are a pair. Ning Rongrong and Oscar share a subtle connection. Dai Mubai and Zhu Shuqing are engaged, while Ma Hongjun remains solitary. Now that Dai Mubai and Zhu Shuqing have obtained a soul bone, which was given to Zhu Qing, and Ma Hongjun has also acquired one. If he were to take this one, Oscar and Ning Rongrong would be left with nothing. Little San, give the soul bone you have collected to Rongrong. That soul bone is more suited for her, the master suddenly interjected. Tang San's heart stirred, and he recalled the colorful soul bone he had received from Shi back then. He still remembered it vividly. Raising his hand, he brushed over the 24-bridge moonlit night, and immediately, a radiant light appeared in his palm. Instantly, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Who could have imagined that Tang San possessed yet another soul bone? Which soul master would refrain from fusing with a soul bone after acquiring it, instead choosing to keep it as a collection? It was truly inconceivable. Yet, Tang San had done just that. The master smiled faintly and said to Ning Rongrong, Rongrong, the soul bone governs illusions and is also a wisdom skull. It is more suited for you than the wisdom skull of mental cohesion. Ning Rongrong was instantly overjoyed. She had initially intended to concede, believing that Tang San deserved to obtain a soul bone for all he had sacrificed for the team. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of reluctance. Now, with the appearance of a soul bone that was even more fitting for her and also a skull, it was indeed a moment of mutual delight. She stepped forward, unreservedly accepting the iridescent skull from Tang San's hand. With exuberance, Ning Rongrong turned her gaze towards her father. However, upon observing the solemn expression on his face, she found herself momentarily stunned, for she realized that Ning Fengji bore a grave countenance, showing no signs of joy despite their victory and her acquisition of a soul bone. Have you already allocated the rewards? The Pope did not depart after the simple awards ceremony. Several titled Douluo stood there as well. The crowd's attention was inevitably drawn towards the Pope. The master furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at Bibi Dong. The Pope did not meet his gaze, calmly stating, Since the rewards have been distributed, this competition has officially concluded. Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, apprehend that girl. As she spoke, Bibi Dong raised her hand and pointed directly at Xiao Wu. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. Tang San instinctively positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu, while the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters rushed forward. The master, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed in anger, Your Holiness, what do you mean by this? Mu Chen stepped forward, parting the crowd with unwavering determination, his demeanor calm as he addressed, Your Holiness, the Pope, I implore you to release my sister, Xiao Wu, for the sake of our kinship. His words ignited chaos among those present. The formidable Zhu Douluo advanced, sneering. Do not presume that your modest abilities grant you the right to threaten the Pope. Yet, at that very moment, an overwhelming aura emerged, exerting pressure upon the Pope's side. What are you, old chrysanthemum, to dare threaten our chairman? The newcomers were none other than the blazing lion Douluo, the heavenly dragon Douluo, and the peony Douluo. Zhu Douluo and his companions were forced to retreat a step, and even Bibi Dong could not dismiss the gravity of the situation. While the members of Shrek stood in astonishment, Tang San, wearing a bitter expression, remarked, I never anticipated that. Brother Chun, you would. Mu Chen coldly interrupted. Please hasten to take your people away, so that I may escort mine. Upon the utterance of these words, the previously tranquil crowd erupted into chaos once more. Soon after, a formidable presence, surpassing that of Bibi Dong and her companions, slowly approached. Tang San, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Father, Tang Hao, seemingly deep in thought, cast a glance at Mu Chen before lifting Tang San and departing without further ado. Bibi Dong, her expression dark with ire, coldly reprimanded, "What is this? Are you the Mu Chen group, seeking to engage in battle with our spirit hall?" Mu Chen spoke calmly. "I merely hope you would grant me this favor. I wish to save my sister." He then addressed the group from Shrek behind him. Xiao Wu is, in fact, a 10,000-year transformation spirit beast. Therefore, the situation we find ourselves in today is as it stands. I do not wish to compel you. If you do not wish to save Xiao Wu, you may depart now. I trust that the Pope would not unjustly trouble the innocent. Upon hearing these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Xiao Wu was indeed such a being. Yet, what difference did it make? Damu Bai, the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, was the first to step forward and declare, regardless of whether Xiao Wu is a spirit beast, she is my junior, and I have a duty to protect her. The others, upon hearing this declaration, did not hesitate to follow suit, stepping forward to meet the Pope's gaze. Meanwhile, the 3 elders behind them chuckled, saying, "We are still alive. It is not your place to dictate." At that moment, Shrek resembled an impregnable fortress, a collective of fearless individuals, starkly contrasting with Bibi Dong's followers, who were driven solely by self-interest. Bibi Dong's expression shifted multiple times as she observed the tidal Douluos around her beginning to waver, ultimately leading her to a decision. Since the chairman of the Mu Chen group had spoken, a semblance of respect must be accorded. "You may leave." The last 4 words were uttered through gritted teeth. The spirit hall had suffered a significant loss, particularly in terms of face. It was likely that this incident would spread like wildfire, further diminishing the spirit hall's influence over spirit masters. Mu Chen nodded slowly, then exchanged a glance with Yin Shi and the others. Once they returned his nod, Mu Chen swiftly took Little Wu and soared towards the Star Luo Great Forest. As the spirit Douluo Yin Shi watched them depart, he turned to Bibi Dong, donning his usual smile, and remarked, "Your Holiness, while 10,000-year-old beasts are indeed rare, there are still quite a few. Your choice is wise, and our Mu Chen group owes you a favor. When the time comes, we shall act in a manner that upholds our principles as soul masters to assist you." Bibi Dong merely responded, "Thank you, Spirit Douluo Yin Shi." She then turned to leave, eager to vacate the premises. Douluo and the others offered awkward smiles before following the Pope out. Once the atmosphere seemed to settle, Gu Zhen's naive voice broke the silence. "The task assigned to us by the chairman has been completed. You should hurry back. Today has certainly stirred up quite the commotion, and it is likely that significant events will follow." Yin Shi then addressed the master and Ning Fengji, saying, "There is undoubtedly something amiss with our young master and the spirit hall. If you believe it to be true, I advise your sect to remain vigilant." With those words, he swept away in a flourish. Chapter 8. The trials commenced. Mu Chen soared through the skies, with Xiao Wu nestled in his embrace, murmuring to himself, "That little third." Mu Chen, hindered by the winds of flight, could not fully grasp the situation, yet still offered words of comfort. "Xiao Wu, now that you are here, you should comprehend how Xiao San perceives you. Equally, you ought to realize the true nature of your relationship. Since you have gained clarity, do not waver any longer. Hold steadfast to your convictions. I believe Xiao San will too." A glimmer of enlightenment sparkled in Xiao Wu's eyes as she nestled in his embrace. "Indeed. What was I hesitating for? What was I entangled in?" A joyful smile broke across Xiao Wu's face, and with a playful tone, she replied, "Thank you, Chen Good. But you." Mu Chen interjected, "We have arrived." Suddenly, a resounding splash pierced the air, revealing the formidable sky blue bull python, while on the other side, the colossal Erming approached like a hill. The 2 sovereign spirit beasts regarded Mu Chen with keen vigilance. Xiao Wu hurriedly descended and declared, "Deming, Erming. This is my brother. He bears no ill intentions." Following a thorough explanation, Deming and Erming finally eased their wariness, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, human." Mu Chen shook his head and said, "My adoptive father is also a spirit beast. To be honest, I would prefer to stand by your side. Rest assured, I am diligently seeking ways to improve our relationship, and there will come a day when we achieve results." Deming nodded in agreement. Mu Chen then said to Xiao Wu, "At present, we require a force capable of opposing the spirit hall. Therefore, I intend to venture to the extreme north to undergo some training." Xiao Wu displayed a hint of reluctance but still smiled as she replied, "All right, Brother Chen. I promise not to go out until Little San comes to fetch me." Mu Chen smiled as he gently patted her head before turning to leave. With the destination set for the far north, Tang San, in a cave, cast an inquisitive glance toward Tang Hao. Raising his head, Tang Hao looked at Tang San, and there seemed to be an extraordinary allure in his eyes that compelled Tang San's gaze to linger upon him. At that moment, Tang Hao's eyes shone with remarkable clarity, rendering even the stars in the night sky dim in comparison. "You must be curious as to why I did not pursue that rabbit," Tang San whispered. "Is it because of my relationship with Xiao Wu?" Tang Hao shook his head. "Her audacity is truly remarkable. A 10,000-year soul beast before reaching maturity is the aspiration of all soul masters. If it weren't for that flower, if I hadn't been the first titled Douluo to encounter her, she would have likely become another soul ring or soul bone by now." Tang San, astonished, exclaimed, "Father, you have always," Tang Hao interrupted, shaking his head. "No, but at least I have been present for a considerable time. When the day comes that you can protect her and ensure your own safety, I will not oppose your meetings. But that day is not today." Tang San nodded in understanding. Observing Tang San, a flicker of vitality shone through Tang Hao's aged face. What does it matter if one is human or beast? The emotions of beasts can often be more genuine. Listening to his father's words, Tang San couldn't help but reminisce about his promise to Xiao Wu to protect her for a lifetime. Indeed, with his current strength, how could he safeguard her? In the presence of truly powerful soul masters, his abilities seemed insignificant. Tang Hao, noticing Tang San's dazed expression, frowned slightly. She is safe, having returned to where she belongs. Only there will she be free from danger. A true man must learn to both embrace and let go. When you finally possess the strength to protect her, it will not be too late to seek her out. "Dad, you don't oppose my relationship with Xiao Wu?" Tang San asked, astonished as he gazed at Tang Hao. A glimmer of complexity shone in Tang Hao's eyes. 8 years have passed, Xiao San. Do you resent me for leaving you all this time?" Tang San shook his head. "No, I do not harbor any resentment." "Why?" Tang Hao inquired. At that moment, Tang San's heart lightened, though he had not seen Xiao Wu. Her safety was of utmost importance to him. A natural smile graced his face as he said, "Because you are my father, and my life is a gift from you. Without you, I would not exist." Children never possess the right to blame their parents. Listening to Tang San's words, Tang Hao felt his heart skip a beat. Looking at his 14-year-old son, he could no longer suppress his emotions. He abruptly pulled Tang San into his embrace, his strong arms enveloping his son tightly. This was the first time Tang San felt his father's love since birth. The sensation was so profound, despite having lived in 2 worlds. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Even the master whom he had always regarded as a father could not bestow upon him such a sensation. Tang Hao's grip was rough, the strength of his arms causing Tang San's bones to emit faint creaks. Yet, enveloped in his father's iron embrace, Tang San experienced an unprecedented sense of relaxation. "Is this the essence of familial affection? I recognize that you have numerous inquiries to pose to me." Tang Hao gently released Tang San, urging him to resume his seat before him. Tang San observed that his father's eyes were slightly reddened. He nodded in acknowledgement. Tang Hao spoke. "When you summoned your martial spirit's true form that day, the voice you heard was mine. There are many matters you do not yet need to comprehend, for you lack the capacity for such understanding at this moment. Henceforth, you shall cultivate according to my directives. When the day arrives that you meet my expectations, I will reveal everything to you." Clearing his throat, Tang Hao coughed twice, spitting out a dark crimson blood to the side. "Father, are you injured?" Tang San attempted to rise, only to be restrained by Tang Hao. "It is nothing, merely an old injury resurfacing due to today's exertion." Tang Hao's complexion returned to calm, as though the one wounded was not he. "Among the questions you wish to inquire about, I can answer 2 for you. First, the others at Shrek Academy will be safe. Each individual will make their own choices, and indeed, it is time for you to part ways. A master leads one to the door, but the practice is solely the individual's endeavor. Undoubtedly, the master is an exceptional teacher, however. Remaining perpetually by his side will not foster sufficient growth in you. Secondly, regarding Xiao Wu, are you curious why, despite being a 100,000-year soul beast, her power does not appear formidable?" Tang San immediately nodded, as this had long been a question lingering in his mind. Even the master had offered only a simplistic description of the 100,000-year soul beasts, for that group is exceedingly rare. And the master had never delved deeply into the study of such beings, as there were no subjects to research. Tang Hao stated, "Let me briefly elucidate this matter, and you shall understand." Chapter 81. The Resounding Steel Sword's Tragedy. Mu Chen journeyed towards the far north, while on the opposite side, Tang San commenced the rigorous training bestowed upon him by Tang Hao. Plop. Tang San could hardly recall how many times he had been plunged into the water pool. The force of the waterfall, cascading from a height of 200 meters, could only be truly comprehended through first-hand experience. with his soul power sealed. He found it exceedingly difficult to even attempt to practice his hammer technique beneath the waterfall, let alone ascend the massive, smooth stone. 3 long days passed, and Tang San had yet to stand firmly upon that slick stone. Not once had he managed to strike a single blow. Each day, he reached the brink of exhaustion before barely managing to crawl ashore to rest. Once his energy was replenished, he would return to the base of the waterfall to continue his efforts. Tang San was renowned for his tenacity. He had never known the meaning of failure. If one attempt failed, he would try again, and if that failed, he would try yet again. He firmly believed that his father's guidance was rooted in a profound purpose. Under the influence of the wisdom skull, Tang San began to assess the smoothness of the stone and the force of the water's impact, seeking the optimal angle to stand upon the stone while diligently evading the water's onslaught. He utilized every part of his body to absorb the force. The weight of the heavy forging hammer undoubtedly aided him. The greater his mass, the less susceptible he became to being swept back into the pool. Tang Hao remained in the cave he had carved out, meditating and cultivating, showing no concern for Tang San's endeavors. Tang San had prepared ample water and provisions, sufficient for 2 individuals to last a month. Thus, during this month, he refrained from foraging for fruit. Whenever he ascended to rest, he would set aside some food for his father, placing it before him. After eating, he would promptly rest, and once his strength was restored, he would plunge back into the water. Occasionally, Tang Hao would open his eyes, his gaze instinctively falling upon Tang San. Witnessing his son repeatedly being swept down only to climb back up, a faint glimmer of satisfaction would flicker in his eyes. Foolish boy, do you not realize? This waterfall is your forging hammer. It is your body that is being tempered. As the continent's sole divine craftsman, my purpose is to refine you into a true artifact. 5 seconds. At long last, he had managed to endure for 5 seconds. By the 5th day, Tang San was able to maintain his position on the stone for that duration. I must grow strong enough to protect Xiaowu, just like Brother Chen. He continually reminded himself, fueling his fighting spirit. Finally, he had arrived. Mu Chen gazed upon the pristine land, aware that he had reached his destination. Mu Chen stepped onto the soft, powdery snow, and in an instant, 1 foot sank into its depths. With a subtle exertion of his soul power, he managed to prevent his foot from sinking too deeply. Mu Chen ventured into the depths of the region. Halfway through his journey, he was suddenly ambushed by a soul beast, a formidable ice crystal saber-toothed tiger, aged 70,000 years. Mu Chen casually summoned his puppets, which ruthlessly subjected the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger to an inhumane torment. After dragging it over like a lifeless carcass, they flung it at Mu Chen's feet. The saber-toothed tiger, after sliding a considerable distance, came to rest right beneath Mu Chen. At this moment, its enormous fangs were shattered, and its body bore countless wounds. Its vitality diminished to what could only be likened to a spirit beast that had languished for a decade. The tiger's eyes were shrouded in darkness, enveloped in an eerie stillness. It was utterly terrifying. Such cruelty was beyond human capacity. Who could possibly treat a beast in such a manner? Mu Chen extended his hands towards the saber-toothed tiger, evoking a surge of excitement within the creature. It thought to itself that liberation was finally at hand, and a sense of gratitude towards Mu Chen began to blossom. However, in the next instant, it was utterly bewildered as Mu Chen healed it and forged a master-servant pact. At that moment, the saber-toothed tiger could no longer contain its fury. After all, it was a soul beast of 70,000 years. How could it endure being enslaved? Absolutely not. With its unyielding spirit, the saber-toothed tiger resolved to self-destruct. Yet, Mu Chen simply gestured to his 2 puppets, effortlessly preventing the creature from detonating itself. Subsequently, the puppets seized the saber-toothed tiger and dragged it away. What followed was a heart-wrenching roar that echoed through the air. When it returned, the saber-toothed tiger could no longer open its eyes. Mu Chen remained expressionless while healing the saber-toothed tiger, who resisted each time. Believing that the healing process drained his soul power, he thought that if he endured a few more treatments, he might eventually defeat this bothersome soul master. Thus, the saber-toothed tiger endured 12 beatings. At last, he surrendered, and the master-servant contract was formed, allowing Mu Chen to devote himself fully to his healing efforts. In but a single breath, the saber-toothed tiger was restored to his former glory. The saber-toothed tiger declared, "From this moment forth, you shall be my companion. I will impart to you the secrets of my heart and assist you in refining your physique. Essentially, you will become my eyes in the far north. Yet, you cannot remain nameless. Judging by your appearance, I shall call you Jianqin." Jianqin immediately nodded in agreement, eager to comply. "Indeed, lead me to your enemies, and I shall aid you in vanquishing them." Upon hearing this, Jianqin was filled with excitement, half crouching on the ground, as if pleading for his rider to mount him. Mu Chen did not refuse. He mounted the sword, and the puppet followed closely behind them. By the 5th day, Tang San had managed to maintain his balance on the round stone for 5 seconds, despite the absence of soul power. His body adapted to the characteristics of the ghost shadowly steps, gently swaying to dissipate the impact of the waterfall and striving to find the optimal balance to endure the force. Even when breathing became difficult, he endeavored to hold on for as long as possible. For Tang San, this was undoubtedly a promising beginning. As the saying goes, the start of any endeavor is the most challenging. The initial perseverance was indeed the most arduous. Tang San not only had to withstand the formidable impact of the waterfall, but also the agony of being unable to wield his soul power. It was akin to an adult suddenly becoming a child, with their strength drastically diminished, necessitating a period of adjustment. The 5 days were precisely this adjustment phase. Over the past 5 days, continually being buffeted by the water, Tang San gradually acclimated to the torment of not being able to use the Xiantian skill. And with the enhancement of wisdom from the skull of intelligence, he slowly mastered the method. From the 6th day onward, the duration he could remain on the round stone increased exponentially, and he finally began to wield the forging hammer. Applying force on the smooth stone was undeniably an excruciating task. However, Tang San, being exceptionally astute, did not rush to practice the chaotic hammer technique. Instead, he first aimed to adapt to the combat conditions under the waterfall, diligently working to maintain his balance while allowing the waterfall's flow to wash over him. When Tang San finally stabilized himself beneath the waterfall, no longer being swept away into the water, Tang Hao finally imparted his second instruction, to cultivate soul power. For Tang San, this meant practicing the Xiantian skill. Tang San was initially astonished by his father's assertion that his internal energy of the Xiantian skill had been sealed. How could he cultivate? However, when he truly began to practice, he discovered that his father's sealing was remarkably unique. Although he could not utilize the internal energy of the Xiantian skill, the act of cultivation remained unaffected. Whenever he commenced training within his intangible body, the internal energy he accumulated would naturally merge with the fiery seal after one complete cycle, becoming one with his original internal energy. Though this method prevented Tang San from perceiving his progress in the Xiantian skill, it significantly accelerated his bodily recovery post-training. Thus, from that day forth, Tang San dedicated 3 hours daily to cultivation, with the remaining time spent training beneath the waterfall. With a splash, the forging hammer struck the water, sending up a small spray before returning to Tang San's head after a full cycle. He had succeeded. Tang San was elated. Yet his moment of joy was short-lived as his unstable focus caused him to be swept away by the waterfall. Chapter 82. Subduing the Stubborn One. The sword carried Mu Chen into the territory of his longtime rival, an 80,000-year-old white-haired mammoth. As a saber-toothed tiger, the sword had always been at odds with this creature, but due to the latter's superior cultivation, there was little he could do but endure the bullying and retaliate against the rival's offspring. Mu Chen had also surmised a few things and did not inquire further as he stepped forward to confront the mammoth. Alas, the mammoth let out a resounding cry, seemingly attempting to drive these two individuals away. Mu Chen directly conveyed his thoughts through mental communication, stating, "Speak plainly." The mammoth cast a disdainful glance at the diminutive human and retorted, "Do you think you are worthy to converse with me? Summon your leader instead." The mammoth instinctively assumed that the sword behind the human was his source of support. With a smile, Mu Chen stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to the mammoth. The mammoth, doubting the strength of this human and confident in its own defenses, chose not to take evasive action and instead braced itself for the impact. Consequently, it paid the inevitable price, being sent flying nearly 100 meters, its massive form carving deep furrows in the snow. After a few moments of struggle, the mammoth rose to its feet, its eyes filled with disbelief. Surprised already? "Oh, young one, it is far too soon for that." Mu Chen gently addressed the mammoth. Startled, the mammoth turned to flee, only to find Mu Chen standing before it, prompting a hasty change in direction, yet there stood another Mu Chen in that path. It was then that the mammoth realized, to its astonishment, that 3 identical humans surrounded it. With a roar of defiance, it prepared to fight with all its might. Soon, anguished cries of the beast echoed in the air. After a relentless barrage from Mu Chen and his 2 companions, the mammoth found itself severely injured. Mu Chen approached it slowly and inquired, "Do you wish to survive?" The mammoth, with a stubborn pride, retorted, "I would rather die than yield." "Why does everyone seem to respond this way?" Mu Chen remarked, Casting a pointed glance at Jian immediately shook his head and replied, "Perhaps their cultivation level surpasses mine, hence their arrogance is even greater. Let us just defeat him, boss." Mu Chen nodded in deep agreement. Subsequently, he commenced the second round of mixed martial arts combat. At present, Mu Chen's fighting prowess was astonishing, rendering even 10,000-year-soul beasts mere chicks to be easily dispatched. Thus, akin to the forging of steel, he engaged in battle for a while, allowing himself time for healing and recuperation before resuming the fray. He kept his opponent in a relentless state of excruciating pain, yet without the release of death. In this manner, after tirelessly delivering 16 rounds of mixed martial arts to the formidable mammoth, the beast finally conceded, exclaiming, "Boss, I was wrong. Please cease the assault. I submit. I submit." After Mu Chen entered into the master-servant contract with him, he remarked, "Well, you are quite stubborn. From now on, I shall call you Little Stubborn. Little Stubborn. Who do you think is the most formidable creature in this place? I believe it must be the 10,000-year-old Kai-Su Kuan from the ICC. Mu Chen, wait. Are you certain that creature is called Kai-Su Kuan?" Mu Chen asked, his face a mask of astonishment. "Indeed, boss, that creature is indeed named Kai-Su Kuan. Then tell me, why is he considered the strongest? I am aware of the Titan Snow Demon King that has existed for 200,000 years. Mu Chen inquired. Xiao Jiang replied, "The Snow Demon King is undeniably powerful, yet if challenged by Kai-Su Kuan, he would undoubtedly hesitate. This is due to Kai-Su Kuan's unparalleled combat prowess, rendering him nearly invincible in the depths of the ocean. His mastery over water manipulation is extraordinary, coupled with his immense size and the potential of his lineage. Most soul beasts would refrain from provoking him, which accounts for his remarkable longevity of 100,000 years." Mu Chen nodded, pondering to himself, the Kuan is indeed formidable, displaying a remarkable intensity. Subsequently, as if resolved to a significant decision, he addressed Xiao Jiang and Jian Can. "In that case, let us seek out the Titan Snow Demon King." Huh? Xiao Jiang and Jian Can were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Yet, as loyal subordinates, they dared not inquire further and accompanied Mu Chen towards the abode of the Titan Snow Demon King. Mu Chen's thoughts were straightforward. The 10,000-year Kuan could be dealt with at any moment. However, luring out the 70,000-year and 40,000-year soul beasts, along with their respective female counterparts, posed a greater challenge and was of paramount importance. Thus, he resolved to address that matter first. He pondered about the well-being of Xiao San while reclining on the back of the mammoth, gazing at the drifting clouds above. "The 81st strike," Tang San exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he swung down the final blow. At the instant when all 81 strikes were completed, the combined force of his efforts coalesced into a terrifying surge of power, even without the slightest use of his soul energy. The sheer destructive capability at that moment surpassed anything he had ever achieved in his prime. With a resounding crash, the force dissipated, and Tang San's body was forcefully plunged into the water of the pool. Yet, at that moment, the exhilaration he felt was beyond description. After 3 months of relentless effort, he had finally fulfilled his father's expectations. He had successfully executed the 81st strike. Now, Tang San's skin radiated a healthy bronze hue, and he had grown taller. Though his hair and beard appeared somewhat disheveled, his eyes sparkled like cold stars, glimmering with vitality. As the water surged back, Tang Hao, seated within the stone cave, opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment passing through them. Even as the continent's youngest titled Douluo, he could not help but admire his son's extraordinary achievement. It had taken him a full 6 months to reach this stage, while the steadfast Tang San, aided by his innate talent, had accomplished it in merely 3 months. Leaping from the pool to the shore, Tang San grasped the forging hammer, and the first sight that greeted him was his father's gaze. Tang Hao's eyes swept over his son. After 3 months, Tang San's muscles had become more defined. Each was not excessively large, but his skin glowed with a subtle radiance that any titled Douluo could discern as harboring explosive potential. "Dad, I succeeded. 81 strikes," Tang San said, a hint of pride in his voice. The exhilaration of the 81 exhilarating strikes and the synergy of his heart and body filled him with elation. Tang Hao nodded in acknowledgement and spoke 2 words, "Very good. However," he added, "you must strive to do even better." As he spoke, Tang Hao seized the forging hammer from Tang San's grasp. With a casual flick, the hammer soared skyward like a meteor, vanishing from sight in an instant. Paying no heed to the somewhat dazed Tang San, Tang Hao grasped a nearby large tree, his hand slicing into the trunk with the precision of a blade, cleaving the tree as effortlessly as one might cut through tofu. Tang Hao's hands moved with such swiftness that all Tang San could perceive were flying with chips in the fleeting shadow of his father's palm. It is worth noting that Tang San's purple extreme magic eye had already reached the pinnacle of its third stage, yet he could not discern Tang Hao's movements, underscoring the latter's astonishing speed. When Tang Hao finally came to a halt, he held a new hammer, identical to the forging hammer, yet crafted from the severed tree. He placed the wooden hammer into Tang San's palm, instructing him to use it to practice the chaotic wind hammer method. If the handle breaks, you shall make another, he added before retreating to his cave. This seemingly simple instruction, however, bestowed upon Tang San a task of considerable difficulty. At first, upon receiving the wooden hammer, Tang San felt little difference. After 3 months of wielding a hammer weighing dozens of pounds, this wooden version felt astonishingly light, almost weightless. As he plunged into the water and swam towards the waterfall, he found the task even easier than before. The buoyancy of the wooden hammer allowed him to save nearly a fifth of the time, and he soon arrived at the base of the waterfall. However, as he stepped onto the round stone beneath the waterfall, he immediately sensed something amiss. The immense force of the rushing water caused his body to sway, nearly toppling him from the stone. One must understand that the training over the past 3 months had rendered his stance on the stone as stable as a nail driven in. The sudden instability startled him deeply. Quickly, Tang San realized the source of his disquiet. The forging hammer had transformed into a wooden one, presenting a vast disparity in weight. His center of gravity and familiarity with the water's current had shifted accordingly. With the change in weight, maintaining balance became significantly more challenging. Upon grasping this insight, Tang San, demonstrating his intelligence, refrained from wielding the wooden hammer immediately. Instead, he stood firmly, gently swinging the hammer to attune himself to its feel within the flow of water. Despite its seemingly light nature, the wooden hammer encountered greater resistance in the water than the forging hammer had, as it was subject to the dual influences of buoyancy and current, complicating Tang San's control over it. Chapter 83, Provocation under the guidance of Xiao Jiang. Mu Chen leisurely made his way toward the territory of the Titan Snow Demon King. Along the journey, numerous soul beasts, aged between 70 to 80,000 years, approached to inquire why the two soul beasts had dared to intrude upon their domain. However, each one met the same fate, experiencing the taste of a mixed martial encounter. Consequently, it felt akin to a leisurely stroll as they subdued nearly 1/3 of the forces in the extreme northern region. In Mu Chen's words, "You all are like walnuts. It takes a good smash to reveal who the true leader is." After countless days and nights, Mu Chen finally arrived at the domain of the Titan Snow Demon King. Initially, the gatekeeper, a subordinate of the Titan Snow Demon King, attempted to drive away these 3 insignificant figures. However, after tasting the effects of a mixed martial confrontation, he obediently went to relay the message. "Xiao Jiang, why is it that you all are so alike? Always looking for a fight?" Mu Chen asked, a look of confusion on his face. Xiao Jiang and Jian Qin could only muster a bitter smile. Not long ago, Mu Chen had released a soul ring, a formidable level 70 with 6 crimson soul rings. It was utterly terrifying. They thought, if we say the wrong thing, could we end up as soul rings ourselves? While they felt their leader might disregard black soul rings, they could not afford to be careless. In the realm of the 50 levels, the deceased of Mu Chen underwent a profound transformation, beginning to sprout flesh and skin, as if reclaiming something lost. It was this metamorphosis that frequently led Mu Chen to dream of recurring images, accompanied by an indescribable sensation. After the passage of half an hour, the Titan Snow Demon King finally approached Mu Chen. "How astonishingly large you are, even surpassing the Titan Grade 8 by a slight margin." Mu Chen marveled at the immense figure before him. "Human, what brings you here?" inquired the Titan Snow Demon King with evident displeasure. Mu Chen shook his head and said, "You truly do not understand. You are quite foolish and Navi. I have come here to confront you." The Titan Frost Demon King, infuriated, swung its arm and launched an attack towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen, unfazed, soared into the air and addressed the 2 stubborn individuals. "You both should step aside for now." Without hesitation, they complied, not out of cowardice, but rather recognizing their presence was of little utility. In their initial clash, Mu Chen, relying solely on his physical prowess, managed to push back the Titan Snow Demon King by a step, while he himself retreated only 5 paces. The Titan Snow Demon King was compelled to regard this airborne human with newfound seriousness. "The human, do not presume that your title as a title Douluo grants you invincibility." Before the Titan Snow Demon King could articulate his thoughts, he was taken aback. For Mu Chen, without uttering a single superfluous word, unveiled his martial soul accompanied by 6 crimson soul rings and 2 external soul bones. Furthermore, with the siren's wail echoing, Mu Chen shouted vehemently, In that moment, an earth-shattering battle cry resonated. Instantly, the Titan Snow Demon King's aura diminished to a state where even a 10,000-year soul beast could vanquish him. In contrast, although Mu Chen had also weakened significantly, he retained 20 of his power, making it exceedingly easy to defeat the current Titan Snow Demon King. "Oh, our leader is truly formidable," Sword can't help but exclaim. Xiaojiang added, "This soul skill is extraordinarily astonishing." Although the Titan Snow Demon King mitigated most of the damage, many of his kin surrounding him perished, and in substantial numbers. Mu Chen retracted his external soul bone, gently descending onto the snowy ground. He slowly approached the Titan Snow Demon King, who was struggling to support himself with his arms. "How does it feel? I suppose I am not exaggerating. It seems I could eliminate you effortlessly. However, it is not my desire to take your life," Mu Chen remarked. The Titan Snow Demon King glared at Mu Chen with resentment. He understood that the latter sought a soul ring, rendering his demise inevitable. The claim of not wanting to kill him only deepened his animosity toward Mu Chen. Mu Chen, however, remained unfazed by these matters. He produced the extraordinary super invincible restoration pill gifted by the system, instantly restoring himself to full vitality. Indeed, this was the source of Mu Chen's confidence. With this remarkable elixir, he believed he could confront Tian. The Titan Snow Demon King gazed at him in utter astonishment. Mu Chen thoroughly relished the intensity of the gaze upon him, yet he was acutely aware that this was not the time for indulgence. The piercing cries of the female demon he had unleashed echoed loudly, triggering an avalanche. While it would not pose a threat to the ancient soul beasts that had existed for millennia, numerous thousand-year soul beasts would certainly find themselves buried alive. It was unlikely that the two entities symbolizing the extreme north would remain hidden for long. Mu Chen gazed into the distance with a smile, patiently awaiting the emergence of the other party. Should they fail to appear, he would simply vanquish the Titan Snow Demon King after all. There would be no loss in that endeavor. Moreover, how could those two possibly refrain from showing up? Mu Chen had already perceived two distant points rapidly approaching, one blue and one green. Tang San yearned to call out for his mother, yet no sound escaped his lips. No matter how hard he tried. At that moment, the true Tang San stood by, tears streaming down his face. His skin had transformed into a radiant blue, and countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted from him, entwining around him. These blue-silver grasses shimmered astonishingly. Blue liquid cascaded down from the eyes of the blue-silver king. While one might mistake identities, he would never be mistaken. The boy before him was indeed a royal descendant, the son of the blue-silver emperor and empress from years past. "Great king, may your spirit find peace in the heavens." A torrent of magnificent blue light surged forth, enveloping Tang San's body, allowing him to drift gently in an exceptionally soothing ocean. There was no pain, only the gentle caress of a breath that touched his soul. One by one, soul rings emerged. The first, the manticore snake; the second, the ghost vine; the third, the faceless spider; the fourth, the earth abyss spider. For soul rings, yellow, purple, black, quietly manifested, not pulsating, but aligning themselves in an orderly manner upon Tang San. Countless enormous blue light points swiftly infiltrated these four soul rings, enveloping each in a layer of blue radiance. Simultaneously, the blue-silver grass surrounding Tang San began to transform. This change was not derived from the external blue ocean but emanated from within Tang San himself. The originally translucent blue-silver grass became increasingly transparent, eventually resembling dazzling sapphires. In the midst of that crystalline blue, a golden vein ran from the roots of each blue-silver grass to the tips of the leaves. The true blue-silver emperor had finally awakened. In an instant, under the influence of the blue-golden radiance spreading from Tang San, the blue light in the air noticeably expanded. On the ground, each strand of blue-silver grass began to become crystalline and transparent, growing wildly. Even the blue-silver king before Tang San became transparent under the influence of that blue-golden aura, displaying a look of satisfaction. The four soul rings on Tang San radiated a blue-golden luster. Soon, the blue-golden glow seeped back into the soul rings, appearing unchanged at first glance. However, in essence, they were no longer the original four soul rings of blue-silver grass, but rather the four soul rings of the blue-silver king. Tang San's swollen muscles contracted slightly, rendering his physique more harmonious. While his form remained unchanged, his black hair gradually transformed into a deep blue, interspersed with faint golden glimmers, akin to the blue-silver grass beside him. His crystal-like hair was remarkably resplendent. At that moment, every attribute of Tang San underwent an imperceptible enhancement, unrelated to soul power. It was a profound reshaping resulting from the awakening of his martial soul. The essence of blue-silver grass embodies resilience and tenacity of life. And as the blue-silver emperor, Tang San perfectly showcased these traits. At this moment, the vibrant life force emanating from him had reached a terrifying intensity akin to that of a machine. Even Tang San himself was unaware that, at this juncture, his body had acquired a uniquely formidable attribute, one that was exclusive to the blue-silver emperor. This attribute was not overly perceptible, yet it would profoundly influence Tang San's future. The azure light gradually began to converge, and Tang San's consciousness slowly awakened. However, he was reluctant to return to awareness, for the tender warmth accompanying his awakening was gently fading away. The 4 original soul rings gradually faded into his being, while countless strands of blue light swiftly coalesced around his form. The immense azure energy formed a colossal blue halo encircling Tang San's body. As the halo continued to compress, it diminished in size, its hue deepening with each moment. Tang San could not identify the sensation he experienced. He simply felt the torrent of heat within him surging forth. Tears streamed from his eyes, increasing in abundance. Finally, all the blue energy coalesced around him, transforming into a halo of the same magnitude as the soul rings. The multitude of layered blues ultimately turning into black. Gradually, this pristine black halo began to rhythmically encircle Tang San's form with a gentle embrace. Everything in the surroundings fell into silence. The ground, once rampant with blue-silver grass, now towered at least 3 times its previous height. The crystalline sheen upon them gradually faded with the retreat of the azure light, yet the vitality they exuded intensified remarkably. This was the essence of the blue-silver emperor's aura. Under its influence, all the blue-silver grass experienced a qualitative leap. Tang San had gained much from this place. Yet his aura as the blue-silver emperor had also bestowed countless gifts. Do not weep, great majesty. The past is behind us. We require your protection. The blue-silver king softly called out. As all settled into tranquility, Tang San slowly opened his tear-filled eyes. Thank you. His voice trembled slightly. Not in gratitude for the blue-silver king's assistance in awakening his true blue-silver emperor martial soul, but for allowing him to experience the essence of maternal love. For the first time in his life, across 2 worlds, he felt an irresistible, tender warmth. It is we who owe you our thanks. It is your emergence that has awakened our greater vitality. The soul ring you now possess has been formed based on the limits of your physical capacity. In human terms, this soul ring is approximately equivalent to what a 25,000-year soul beast might yield. It does not originate from the external realm, but is derived from within you. It will evolve in tandem with the enhancement of your own capabilities. Whenever you are within your realm, it will adapt according to your physical state. At this moment, Tang San had merely grasped the essence of the blue-silver king's words, yet he found himself devoid of the inclination to perceive the transformations occurring within his own body. He remained oblivious to the subtle alterations in his once unremarkable visage, changes that rendered him strikingly more handsome than before. His original appearance had been shaped solely by his father's lineage, but now he finally bore the combined heritage of both his parents. In this moment, he had truly become himself. A soft glow flickered, and a distinct emotional fluctuation graced Tang San's countenance. He did not hasten to depart. Instead, he summoned his martial soul. The blue-silver grass. A small cluster of blue-silver grass sprouted from the palm of his right hand. Its crystalline leaves devoid of the thorns imparted by the ghost vine, appearing merely slightly thicker than ordinary blue-silver grass. Yet, the leaves, reminiscent of sapphires, exuded an exquisite beauty. Particularly striking was the hint of golden patterns woven within, bestowing an extraordinary aesthetic appeal. This was not mere blue-silver grass. It was the true blue-silver emperor. While blue-silver grass was deemed a useless martial soul, the blue-silver emperor stood as an unparalleled supreme martial soul, the sole martial soul endowed with the bloodline of royalty. Chapter 84. The Alliance. You, a mere human, have actually bested the Snow Demon King? A verdant figure hovered atop the body of the Titan Snow Demon King. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress, clad in a white downcoat, floated above. Mu Chen was, of course, aware of the true nature of these 2 individuals. Yet, in an effort to feign ignorance, he innocently inquired, "Might I ask who you are, and why you meddle in affairs that do not concern you?" The Snow Sovereign, perpetually frigid, preferred action over words, and promptly raised both hands. A chilling voice resonated, "Ice Extreme Imperial Sword." To Mu Chen's astonishment, the attack commenced without hesitation. He quickly brandished his Dragonmite golden spear, clashing it against the Imperial Sword. As anticipated, he was sent flying. Is this the might of a soul beast that has existed for 600,000 years? Mu Chen's eyes brimmed with vigilance. Meanwhile, the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion, a soul beast of 400,000 years, charged from another direction. Oh, So we resort to violence upon our first meeting? Do you truly think I am afraid of you? Mu Chen scoffed, turning to collide with the scorpion's tail. Sister. His fists are astonishingly hard. My tail cannot pierce through. The Ice Emperor exclaimed incredulously to the Snow Sovereign. Indeed, we must not underestimate him. The Snow Sovereign nodded in agreement. Mu Chen emerged from a mound of snow, having sustained no injuries despite being downwind. Ensnared by malevolent spirits. The molten armor. Originally forged from platinum, ignited spontaneously, its searing heat melting the snow within a 10-meter radius to a depth of 5 meters. The Frost Emperor's imperial palm. In an instant, the Snow Emperor appeared before Mu Chen, delivering a powerful strike. It was an absolute impossibility to withstand such divine prowess. The fallen puppet. Mu Chen cried out internally. Just as the Snow Emperor's palm was about to collide with him, another Mu Chen surged forth, delivering a kick that intercepted the impending attack. In an instant, that Mu Chen transformed into shards of ice, scattering into the air. The Snow Emperor staggered back a few steps from the recoil. The situation reverted to the moment when the three first encountered one another, albeit with slight positional adjustments. Aren't you too curious as to why I am attacking the Snow Demon King? Mu Chen inquired, noticing that his adversaries had momentarily refrained from aggression. Humph. What else could it be? You humans think of nothing beyond your soul rings, the Ice Emperor replied disdainfully. You have harmed our kin, and you shall pay the price. The Snow Emperor added. Meanwhile, the Titan Snow Demon King, lying on the ground, was utterly exhilarated. They actually referred to me as their kin. I am so delighted. Mu Chen's lips curled slightly as he retorted, You are speaking of ordinary soul masters, not me. Humph. What makes you so special? Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to face my wrath. With that, the Ice Emperor swiftly closed the distance, brandishing his scorpion tail in relentless strikes. The Snow Emperor, standing beside him, unleashed his domain. And even Mu Chen, engulfed in flames, could feel the biting cold as snowflakes began to swirl around them. You leave me no choice, Mu Chen declared. Having distanced himself sufficiently from the Titan Snow Demon King, he decisively summoned 2 external soul bones and directed the siren's wail towards the Ice and Snow Emperors. The crystalline, piercing sound erupted, sending a powerful shockwave of snow hurtling towards the Ice and Snow Emperors. The duo could hardly withstand such an assault. The Ice Emperor crouched low, covering his ears in a futile attempt to block out the sound. Yet, could this be effective? Certainly not. In an instant, the vitality of the Ice and Snow Emperors waned dramatically, plummeting to 10,000 and 70,000 years respectively. The Snow Emperor struggled to maintain his floating form, gradually descending to the ground, while the Ice Emperor lay prostrate in the snow, his body bent, finding it difficult to lift his head. The Snow Emperor, with great effort, managed to prop himself up into a feeble standing position. It was akin to an adult suddenly regaining the frailty of an infant, unable to support his own robust frame. Mu Chen cast a mischievous grin in the direction of the Snow Emperor. Do not misunderstand. I employ this method merely to ensure that you both listen to me attentively. I have always preferred to persuade through virtue. He spoke calmly. The Snow Emperor, fully aware of the threat posed by his opponent, nodded subtly without further comment, indicating, You may proceed. Mu Chen made no attempt to hinder the Snow Emperor from aiding the Ice Emperor. I have never been one for pointless discourse. Let us get straight to the point, he began as the Snow Emperor helped the Ice Emperor to his feet. I have come to propose an alliance. An alliance? A soul master with soul beasts? The Ice Emperor, having regained some composure, immediately donned a mocking expression. Mu Chen, undeterred, replied, No, it is you who are with me. The Snow Empress, her countenance darkening, retorted, Submit, shall I? Mu Chen shook his head and said, No, what I require is to establish a wondrous system. One that necessitates your management of soul beasts, while I devise a means to oversee soul masters, thereby enhancing the relationship between soul beasts and soul masters. The Snow Emperor, perplexed, inquired, What prompts you to entertain such an idea? Mu Chen quietly utilized his domain, subsequently commencing a dialogue with the Ice and Snow Emperors. As their conversation deepened, the expressions of the Ice and Snow Emperors grew increasingly vivid. Gradually, the domain dissipated, and the Snow Emperor regained some composure, sitting upright and declaring, Since you have devised a plan, I shall grant you my preliminary consent. The high-level soul beasts in the extreme north will temporarily remain tranquil. However, that is the extent of my concession. It is only upon the complete establishment of your organization that I shall bestow upon you the seeds. Mu Chen smiled and nodded, then turned to gaze at the Ice Emperor. Upon witnessing Mu Chen's playful grin, the Ice Emperor averted his gaze, proudly declaring, Since sister has said so, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. However, it is merely a reluctant concession. Do you understand? Mu Chen smiled, subsequently removing the armor that adorned his form. He extended his hands and declared, "From this moment forth, let us engage with sincerity. I hope for a fruitful collaboration." The Snow Emperor stepped forward, grasping his counterpart's hand. Affirming, "Indeed, may our partnership be delightful. As the saying goes, one must first engage in conflict to truly know another. Thus, it is from this point that everything commences. The starry forest, the far north, and the sunset forest must unite to forge an unyielding new order." Mu Chen had already formulated a rough plan in his heart. When Tang San reluctantly lifted his gaze towards his father, Tang Hao raised his hand, pointing at those who mocked him, and commanded, "Eliminate them." The derisive laughter abruptly ceased, and the expressions of the onlookers shifted to one of peculiar astonishment. Tang San was taken aback by his father's demand, causing a flicker of hesitation within him. Tang Hao's voice resonated with gravitas. "Did you not pledge to fulfill my unfinished business? Then, heed my words and act accordingly." Taking a deep breath to suppress the rising nausea, Tang San slowly rose to his feet. From behind him, Tang Hao's voice echoed. "To show mercy to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Those who have arrived at this juncture are all marked for death, including you and I. Dispatch them. Leave not a single soul alive." Before Tang San could strike, a burly man leaped towards him, exclaiming, "I shall slay you first." A sharp dagger was thrust from an unorthodox angle, aimed directly at Tang San's heart. This assailant was evidently seasoned, as the angle of his strike was precisely calibrated to penetrate the gaps between Tang San's ribs. The aura of slaughter hung in the air. Was this what his father intended to cultivate within him? Tang San sprang into action, not one to display mercy. To show compassion towards foes is to be cruel to oneself. His left hand shot out like lightning, gripping the incoming dagger with a resounding clang. The assailant felt as though his blade had struck solid rock, unable to penetrate further or withdraw. Tang San advanced a step with his right foot, his gaze now frigid. The metallic taste of blood still lingering in his mouth, an icy chill emanating from his pupils. With a powerful collision, he slammed his shoulder into the man's chest. A radiant white light burst forth from within Tang San. This was not an assault, but a barrier against the torrent of blood spewing from the man's mouth. The towering figure was sent hurtling backward, his chest caving in, the sickening sound of shattering bones echoing throughout the tavern. Tang San moved with precision and strength. The crystalline blue-silver grass erupted around him, spreading wildly in all directions. At this moment, he discerned that apart from his father and the server, there were 23 patrons in the tavern. He had already claimed one life, leaving 22 remaining. Among them, 5 were swiftly channeling their soul power, while the remaining 17 unsheathed their weapons without hesitation. Not a single individual attempted to flee. This was a trial, a test bestowed upon us by the City of Slaughter. If we kill them, we shall gain entry into the City of Slaughter. A cry rang out, igniting a fervor in everyone's eyes, turning them crimson with madness as they charged towards Tang San. Of the 22, only 5 were soul masters, the strongest among them possessing merely 4 soul rings. The blue aura surged upward, accompanied by the rapidly spreading blue-silver grass, as 5 soul rings quietly manifested around Tang San. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black. The terrifying emergence of the 5 soul rings. Chapter 85, The Soul Beast That Devours Life. Snow Empress. Are you aware of any malevolent presence in this vicinity that all soul beasts despise? Mu Chen inquired as he accompanied the Snow Empress to her residence. Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress appeared to recall something, her brow furrowing slightly as she replied, "Indeed, there exists such a creature, hailing from overseas." "Overseas?" Mu Chen exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, precisely from overseas. Its cultivation has reached a staggering 100,000 years, yet I find myself unable to contend with it." The Snow Empress sighed softly at the thought. Its power is formidable, which should ordinarily be a boon. However, being of a different kind, it incessantly devours both spiritual energy and life itself. The area it inhabits is nearly devoid of flora and fauna. Only through our combined might, Ice Emperor and I, were we able to confine it to a limited region. Such overwhelming strength? Mu Chen remarked, his expression one of shock. Seemingly reluctant to discuss that creature further, the Snow Empress gently continued, "Let us not dwell on it. Within my residence, there are numerous spiritual herbs. When the time comes, you may select one to absorb, thereby acquiring the ability to withstand freezing temperatures." Mu Chen did not refuse, murmuring, "Indeed, there is no need to rush at this moment." What?" the Snow Emperor asked, perplexed. "Haha, it's nothing. Let us first examine the spiritual herbs." Mu Chen elucidated. Subsequently, Mu Chen absorbed an extreme ice mysterious herb, acquiring the ability to withstand the cold. After bidding farewell to the Snow Emperor, Mu Chen did not immediately depart from the extreme north. Instead, he ventured towards a specific location. Utilizing the unique perception of the Reincarnation Emperor, Mu Chen effortlessly arrived at the outer edge of a region isolated by the Ice Emperor. Gazing at the barrier formed by white mist before him, Mu Chen could not help but exclaim, "It seems that even without my intervention, you would soon emerge. Devouring life? I shall name you the spirit-eating beast." Indeed, Mu Chen intended to take this malevolent soul beast as his seventh spirit ring, and he did not disclose his plans to the Ice and Snow dual emperors, for he felt that in this battle, all his hidden cards might need to be played. A grand confrontation was imminent. Mu Chen reflected, then suddenly transformed into a golden beam of light, entering the confines of the barrier without triggering its restrictions. "You should not insult my mother." The blue in Tang San's eyes surged in intensity when he turned around and sat down again before his father. Both his spirit rings and the surrounding blue-silver grass vanished simultaneously. Thud, thud, thud. One body after another fell to the ground, blood staining the tavern's floor. Yet, at that moment, Tang San's countenance remained eerily calm, a tranquility that astonished Tang Hao. Nodding slightly, Tang Hao remarked, "It seems I have underestimated you. Remember, upon entering the city of slaughter, you can rely only on yourself. I shall not be by your side, nor will I protect you. There are no friends or allies there, only adversaries. Eliminate all who pose a threat to you. Achieve victory in the annual championship of the Hell Slaughter Arena, and I shall come to retrieve you." The tavern staff did not exhibit panic despite the deaths of dozens. He remained as composed as Tang San, seemingly accustomed to such scenes. The bartender overheard Tang Hao's words to Tang San but wore an expression of disdain. "You think you can enter the city of slaughter after taking a few lives? You are not yet worthy," he coldly stated. "You can't even handle a Bloody Mary. What gives you the right to enter?" With a swift motion, sharp blue-silver grass erupted from his chest. Tang San did not turn to look but merely said, "Am I worthy now?" The bartender could provide no further response. He could never have anticipated that Tang San would turn against him. His pupils widened as the blue-silver grass swayed, and his lifeless body was flung aside. Blood sprang forth, joining the other corpses. "You adapt quickly," Tang Hao observed. Watching Tang San turned to his father, replying, "Because I must survive. Because you once said that every individual here, including you and me, has a path to death. I believe in you. The city of slaughter, is it? This shall be the crucible for my trials. Father, I will succeed." What he did not express was his determination to protect his loved ones, his beloved, and his companions, to sustain himself for the sake of hope. He would not falter. Tang San, inherently astute, found his intellect sharpened further upon acquiring the wisdom skull. In the throes of his retching, he comprehended that his father had brought him into this world rife with slaughter, where his only choice was to engage in violence. Otherwise, he would face death. That moment of vomiting represented his sole display of weakness, one he would not permit himself to repeat. With that thought, Tang San rose to his feet. Striding purposefully towards the bar of the tavern, disregarding the astonished gazes of the two attendants behind the counter, he raised his hand and struck the bar with considerable force. In a resounding crash, the bar shattered into fragments, revealing the ground beneath. The attendants stood in stunned silence, while the azure light surrounding Tang San receded. And in his left hand, a dark hammer materialized, its appearance unknown until now. Surely, the entrance to the city of slaughter must lie here. He pivoted, applying strength to his legs, as the ebony hammer transformed into a shadowy arc, crashing down onto the floor. Earlier, Tang San's spiritual awareness had detected the anomaly beneath the bar. It was hollow. There was no doubt that this small town could not be the city of slaughter itself. The entrance was the most reasonable explanation. He would not seek any mechanisms. Different locations demanded different approaches. With a thunderous roar, a vast chasm opened in the ground. A chilling wind gusting upwards from the abyss. Tang San glanced towards where his father had been seated, only to find that Tang Hao had vanished. Without hesitation, he leaped into the darkness below. In an instant, his form was enveloped by the blackness. Descending into the void, he landed firmly after falling merely a few meters. The need for light was unnecessary, as his purple extreme demon eye allowed him to perceive everything clearly in the dark. Before him lay a long corridor, slanting downward, the frigid air brushing against his body. Yet, he pressed forward with resolute steps. Upon taking 1,462 strides, a chilling voice echoed from all directions, "Welcome to the city of slaughter. This is the capital of hell, a world teeming with violence. Here, You may attain all that you desire at the cost of your life. Releasing his spiritual energy, Tang San immediately sensed the corridor's unique material. He could not penetrate it with his own power. His expression shifted slightly, and a hint of tension gripped his features, yet his pace did not falter. In the enveloping darkness, his blue-silver grass was the first to advance, followed closely by himself. Tang Hao had once said that murderous intent, in a certain sense, was synonymous with courage. Yet courage does not equate to recklessness. Although Tang San seemed boldly to venture forth, he was never devoid of caution. Turning a corner, he discerned a faint light ahead. Narrowing his eyes, he concentrated his purple extreme demon eye. Amplifying the illumination before him, it revealed an open portal. On the other side of the portal, a presence of life could be felt. As Tang San strode forward, he faintly heard a cacophony of sounds. Upon stepping out of the corridor, he was met by 101 figures, all clad in black armor, their faces completely obscured by helmets. Among them, one figure sat high atop a grand warhorse, which too was adorned with thick black armor. "You have transgressed the rules," intoned a deep voice that carried an icy chill, seemingly not emanating from a human. It was the black-armored knight upon the steed who spoke. Tang San did not direct his gaze at him. Instead, his eyes wandered to the backdrop behind. Before him loomed a black city, its imposing walls vast and formidable, truly a city, under which hung a violet moon. The moon loomed low, appearing to be less than 500 meters from the ground, while above it, everything was engulfed in darkness, akin to the depths of night. "And what are the consequences for breaking the rules?" Tang San inquired nonchalantly. The black-armored knight's voice remained frigid, devoid of any warmth. "You must accept the punishment. Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to enter the city of carnage." "Isn't it to slay you?" Tang San asked calmly. The knight raised his elongated lance, and the black-armored warriors flanking Tang San began to retreat, clearing a space for the confrontation. "I am the Dread Knight, Scott." With that declaration, the warhorse accelerated. The Black Knight charging towards Tang San with a fearsome aura. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the scene, an undeniable sense of impending doom bearing down. Compared to the grand and overwhelming presence of Tang Hao's aura, the knight's murderous intent was considerably lesser, yet it possessed a sharpness of its own. As Tang San focused his inner strength, he suddenly realized that his soul rings had not manifested alongside the emergence of the blue-silver grass. It seemed that all of his soul abilities had become ineffective in that moment. Unfazed, Tang San moved, retracting the blue-silver grass, and in his left hand, the Haotian hammer appeared. At that instant, he finally grasped why his father had urged him to cultivate while sealing his soul power. The city of carnage possessed unique rules. Here, no soul abilities were valid. Even soul masters could only wield the most basic of forces, the fundamental form of their martial spirits. Though his soul abilities were rendered null, his soul power remained intact. The mysterious heavenly skill was still at his disposal. Pivoting, Tang San unleashed the Haotian hammer. The first strike of the chaotic cloak hammer method met the formidable charge of the armored Dread Knight. The warhorse let out a mournful cry as the tremendous momentum came to an abrupt halt. A 4-meter-long heavy knight's lance flew through the air, propelled far away. The Dread Knight Scott was no longer on his steed. Like his lance, he had been sent flying. Meanwhile, the warhorse came to a halt beside Tang San, its colossal force coming to a sudden end, causing it to topple and convulse violently under the strain. Its neck had been utterly shattered amidst the clash of two immense forces. The 500-pound Haotian hammer, under Tang San's poised strike, could unleash a force only Tang Hao truly comprehended. After 2 years of rigorous training beneath the waterfall, Tang San's body had transformed into a weapon. Although the momentum was tremendous, it had no effect on him. The formidable knight, Scott, gradually rose from the ground. His right hand, which had previously grasped the knight's lance, was stripped of armor, shattered and scattered, including the entirety of his right arm's protective gear. Simultaneously, the muscles and bones of his right arm had also been fractured. Tang San furrowed his brow. According to his calculations regarding his opponent, this blow should have claimed his life. Yet, this fearsome knight possessed a strength beyond his estimation, leaving him alive. Step by step, Tang San advanced, gazing up at the violet moon. In his heart, he vowed, the city of slaughter, where soul skills cannot be employed. I have arrived. Chapter 86. The terror of the soul-eating beast whom Mu Chen exhaled softly. Entering the Snow Empress's domain proved somewhat troublesome. At this moment, Mu Chen was not in the best condition. At the very least, his hair was disheveled, and his body bore numerous cuts. After Mu Chen took out a set of clothes and tidied his hairstyle, he surveyed his surroundings and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. How cruel. This was Mu Chen's immediate impression. The surrounding withered trees, devoid of any vitality or soul energy fluctuations, along with the stark contrast of the purplish-black soil against the pristine white ground outside, all served as a poignant reminder that everything here had been utterly consumed. Mu Chen gripped the golden spear, slowly progressing deeper into the abyss. With each deliberate step, he left a distinct imprint upon the ground. Pondering the fragility of the earth beneath him, has it truly been consumed? He marveled, observing how effortlessly his footfalls carved into the terrain. Yet, the more vulnerable it appeared, the more his curiosity intensified. With exhilaration illuminating his face, Mu Chen gazed into the boundless darkness ahead. Mu Chen continued to advance without pause, however, as he ventured deeper. The items he carried multiplied. It was not that Mu Chen was inherently cautious, but rather that the further he delved, the scarcer everything became. The place where Mu Chen currently finds himself is devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. Mu Chen felt a sudden pang of anxiety. For the last encounter with the Snow Emperor had been a fierce battle against a 100,000-year soul beast. Having now absorbed such a vast amount of soul power, he was suddenly struck by a jolt of alarm as a chilling breeze swept across his back. This was an instinct honed through years of combat, a premonition of impending danger. Mu Chen trusted this sensation and executed a forward somersault. Once he stabilized his body, he abruptly turned to gaze at what was once behind him. Yet, there was nothing to behold. Nonetheless, Mu Chen did not allow himself a moment of ease. Instead, he felt an even greater tension within. His faith in his sixth sense was unwavering, unless, of course, the adversary was formidable. Contemplating this, Mu Chen silently cursed. And then he was struck by a powerful force, shattering the mask that had shielded him from the malevolent spirits. The strength was astonishing. As he struggled in midair, he glanced downward at his soul beast, cloaked in darkness, its piercing blue-white eyes fixed upon him. It was astonishing that a single blow had been sufficient to shatter my protective mask. Mu Chen, utilizing the wind wolf form, steadied himself in the air and floated gracefully. However, when he glanced downward once more, the creature had vanished. The enemy lurked in shadows while he remained exposed. This situation heralded considerable trouble. A bitter expression crossed Mu Chen's face, quickly replaced by unwavering determination. Even so, I shall still vanquish you. Yichio spat out a mouthful of tainted blood. As he deftly maneuvered the golden spear in his hand, preparing to unleash his spear techniques, Mu Chen's pupils suddenly dilated in alarm. Mu Chen abruptly fired a shot backward. It was with this action that he discerned the appearance of his adversary. Before him stood a lion of a deep violet hue, its body adorned with dragon scales, and a singular horn protruding sharply from its forehead, though short in stature. The lion effortlessly evaded the attack and, as if entering another realm, vanished suddenly into a swirling black vortex. Mu Chen retreated frantically, the armor on his face gradually healing. However, the visage beneath the mask betrayed an expression of incredulity. Remarkably, there was not even a hint of fluctuation. Could it be that this place had been entirely devoured by him, including the very laws of space? Mu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Those were the laws. If a soul beast could consume even the laws, then it would possess no limits. Devoid of the constraints imposed by these laws, this soul beast could potentially exist for millennia or even eons. Though it might never ascend to divinity, it would undoubtedly become the most formidable creature, capable of rivaling even gods. At this moment, a transformation occurred within Mu Chen's heart. If previously his motivation had been solely for himself, for the sake of his seventh soul ring, now his resolve had shifted. He vowed to act for the greater good, for the sake of all living beings, and to vanquish this rising soul beast here and now. Mu Chen descended to the ground. As remaining in the air had become increasingly perilous, Mu Chen abruptly thrust the gun into the ground, as a flowing robe enveloped much of his figure. Mu Chen parted his robe at the center of his body, extending his hands, as a Taiji diagram manifested beneath his feet. Mu Chen continuously adjusted his breathing to enhance his perceptive abilities, extending his domain, albeit in a limited scope, prioritizing quality over quantity. Come forth, you beast that devours all. Mu Chen shouted with a magnetic voice. Stop. Halt. Scott exclaimed, his bravado faltering. Tang San cast a cold gaze in his direction. Scott's helmet had fallen away, revealing a grotesque middle-aged visage. The terror in his eyes betrayed his disbelief at the sheer magnitude of this young man's power. Was he not merely a spirit master? Should you attempt to impede my progress, I shall not hesitate to eliminate every one of you, Tang San stated coldly. No, it is not an obstruction. You have passed my trial and possess the qualifications to enter the city of slaughter, the fearsome knight replied, his words somewhat labored. What perplexed him most was the fact that while most spirit masters arriving here were stunned by their inability to use spirit abilities, this young man appeared entirely unfazed. A black plaque was handed to Tang San, who accepted it casually. The plaque bore an engraving of a skull and a serial number, 9528. This is your proof for entry into the city of slaughter. Please proceed. Someone will guide you at the city gate. Grasping the plaque firmly, Tang San strode forward without casting another glance at the fearsome knight. As he observed Tang San's retreating figure, Scott drew his sword from his waist and, with a fierce motion, severed his already shattered right arm. Crimson blood splattered onto the black earth, the metallic scent pervading the air. The ominous city gate exuded a suffocating aura, with the 4 characters City of Slaughter looming above. Before the gate, 2 rows of armored warriors stood silently. Before Tang San could present his identification plaque, a woman, her face obscured by a black veil, emerged from within. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. Her melodious voice resonated as she stepped aside, gesturing for Tang San to enter. Although the underground city astonished him, particularly the restrictions on spirit abilities, he adopted a mindset of acceptance. Following the woman through the gate, he faced no obstruction, likely due to the identification plaque in his possession. Upon entering the city, Tang San was greeted by a world awash in shades of blue and violet. The streetlights emitted solely these 2 hues. To his surprise, there were many inhabitants, none of whom paid heed to this newcomer. Aside from the pervasive darkness, the city appeared strikingly similar to an ordinary urban environment. Chapter 87. Another complete defeat. Mu Chen endeavored to calm his racing heart, seeking to restore a sense of tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, his actions caused a golden radiance to gradually manifest upon his skin. Meanwhile, in a distant expanse of land, a stone formation emitted a golden glow. Resonating in harmony with him, Mu Chen positioned his fist before his chest, adopting a defensive stance. Within a radius of 5 meters, his perception heightened to its zenith, as he hoped to sense the emergence of the soul-devouring beast at the very first moment. Time passed, second by second. Mu Chen felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow as he comprehended a lethal realization. He was utterly and irrevocably in a passive position. What was the use of adopting a defensive stance? It was painfully evident that he was merely inviting counterattacks. The spirit-devouring beast could simply wait, exhausting him to death. He had forgotten how astute the beast's intelligence was. A grimace twisted at the corner of Mu Chen's mouth. Without further hesitation, he abruptly turned and fled. Indeed, it was a retreat. Mu Chen aimed to expose a flaw to entice the spirit-devouring beast, while simultaneously seeking to escape this perilous situation. The adversary was far beyond his current capabilities. At the very least, he could not confront the foe within its own domain. Yet again, his thoughts were violently interrupted by a resounding metaphorical slap. Once more, the cycle continued. Mu Chen's initial failure stemmed from his mastery of spatial techniques, which has nearly transformed into a lingering shadow over him. Mu Chen sustained severe injuries this time, despite his considerable strength propelling him forward. He was still swatted away with a single slap, tumbling across the ground for several hundred rolls before finally coming to a halt. Mu Chen struggled to prop himself up with his hands, yet he sensed a malevolent aura emanating from the ground before him. This is not good. Mu Chen's face was struck once more, this time by the adversary's sharp horn, which pierced through his mask and blinded his right eye. Blood flowed profusely. He pressed his left hand against the injury on his left eye. Even for someone of Mu Chen's fortitude, a flicker of anger surged within him at this moment. This negative emotion disrupted his breath, causing the Tai Chi diagram beneath his feet to dissipate. A sense of foreboding crept into Mu Chen's heart. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned around, but alas, it was too late. His opponent, positioned in his blind spot, easily evaded his attack and then delivered a powerful punch to the armor encasing his chest. Mu Chen was propelled backward once more, ultimately skidding across the ground for several hundred meters before managing to come to a halt. I can't afford to waste any more time, he roared inwardly. In the territory of the devouring spirit beast, he felt an overwhelming sense of fear that left him feeling utterly subjugated. With a sudden burst of determination, he summoned a wooden dragon to encircle him in a protective barrier, while he himself continued to retreat. Just 100 meters to go. Mu Chen mentally calculated the distance to the barrier. 30 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter, few. Are they not going to pursue any further? As Mu Chen stood merely a hand's breadth away from departure, he instinctively exhaled. However, his adversary did not relinquish this fleeting moment. A shadowy giant hand successfully seized the instant when the wooden dragon momentarily ceased its rotation, capturing Mu Chen with an unyielding grip. Mu Chen was utterly distressed, anxiously summoning the fallen to strike at the dark hand. Yet, his efforts proved futile. The hand seemed to be composed of gas, rendering his physical attacks ineffective. Mu Chen cried out in anguish, for the hand began to tighten its grip. Exerting an overwhelming force that exceeded his body's capacity by 10,000 pounds right from the start. Moreover, the pressure escalated continually 50,000, 250,000, 500,000. 1,000,000. Mu Chen was thus mercilessly crushed, his entire body's bones and organs obliterated, even though the glimmer of life had completely vanished from his eyes. The devouring spirit beast showed no signs of relent. After 9 hours of tormenting the corpse, it finally approached Mu Chen's lifeless body, cast a fleeting glance, and then turned to depart. Ding. The system was in the process of administering the super-invincible Great Restoration pill. The devouring spirit beast remained oblivious to the fact that its counterpart possessed a miraculous system capable of mending the body at any given moment. The beast had indeed underestimated the situation, had it chosen to devour this mound of flesh, grotesque and devoid of any appeal. Perhaps Mu Chen would not have been granted another opportunity. Triggering divine body protection, adapting to divine position inheritance, the divine power adjustment concluded, and the host was set to inherit the title of the Crownless Emperor, initiating the Crownless 9 trials. The first trial, Resurrection. Reward, Transformation of Divine Power 45. I am your guide. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to inquire. Within 12 hours, I shall address all your queries. After 12 hours, this will be your abode, and you will officially become a member of the City of Slaughter. Tang San nodded and inquired, what manner of place is the City of Slaughter? The girl in the black veil replied, it is a paradise, a haven of decadence. Tang San furrowed his brow. Is it truly that simple? The girl in the black veil affirmed with a nod. Tang San continued, then how did the City of Slaughter come into existence? This time. The girl's answer satisfied Tang San. The City of Slaughter had been established for a millennium, said to be the realm left behind by a powerful soul master who broke through the 100th level. Here, no soul master skills can be employed. Survival relies solely on instinct and personal strength. Soul power serves as the wellspring of strength. Tang San gazed at the girl in the black veil. What are the rules here? She calmly responded. The rule here is that there are no rules. As a member of the City of Slaughter, you may do anything you desire. Even a titled Douluo from the outside world will find themselves diminished here due to the absence of soul skills. Under the rule of the Slaughter King, we have no need to fear them. In the City of Slaughter, as long as you possess sufficient ability, you can accomplish whatever you wish. However, I must caution you. Precisely because there are no rules, you may face lethal dangers at any moment. In a certain sense, this place is a paradise of sin. A paradise of sin? Indeed. Many have come here precisely because they could not survive in the outside world and were compelled to choose entry. Once here, they need not fear being hunted. Every member of the City of Slaughter receives its protection. Regarding this notion of protection, Tang San remained indifferent, since he had reached this place through force. It implied that any strong individual could do the same. Without soul skills and with diminished soul power, a titled Douluo still stood as a formidable force among the powerful. Were the wrongdoers truly safe here? Mr. 9528, I understand what you are contemplating. The maiden in black veil suddenly interjected. Tang San paused for a moment, astonished. You know what I am thinking? You must be pondering how the City of Slaughter protects its denizens. Am I correct? Tang San felt a stir within. How do you know? The maiden in black replied, because every newcomer to the City of Slaughter harbors such thoughts. Yet, they soon abandon them. Entering the City of Slaughter demands one to endure trials and the scrutiny of bloodshed. Although you have entered by a unique method, the overwhelming aura of slaughter surrounding you is substantial, and having defeated Lord Terrifying Knight, you have earned the right to join. However, I must caution you, while entering the City of Slaughter is facile, escaping is nearly impossible. So, one can only enter but not exit? Tang San looked at the maiden in surprise. He did not believe he would be unable to break free. The maiden in black nodded, stating, within the City of Slaughter, there exists a specialized enforcement team. The terrifying night scout you have encountered is merely a member of this team. The great king of slaughter governs everything here. And the true powerhouses within the enforcement team are composed of soul masters endowed with the ability to wield soul skills by the king of slaughter. The captain is, in fact, a titled Douluo. Many have attempted to break free, yet all have met with failure. Tang San was taken aback. If a titled Douluo could remain formidable without using soul skills, then it was almost certain that a titled Douluo who could not wield soul skills would be unable to defeat a soul master who could. Furthermore, according to the maiden in black, the captain of the enforcement team was a titled Douluo capable of using soul skills. No wonder she claimed that one could only enter but never leave. Is there truly no way out? The maiden in black replied nonchalantly that is not entirely the case. There exists but one path to exit the city of slaughter. One must achieve victory in the Hell Slaughter field and earn the qualification to challenge the Hell Road, from which one may escape the city of slaughter. Those formidable enough shall be bestowed with the title of God of Slaughter. The city of slaughter has been established for over 1,000 years, and throughout its history, only 8 gods of slaughter have emerged. Chapter 88. Departing to meet the Silver Dragon King, golden light enveloped Mu Chen's body, rejuvenating him. After an hour of tranquility, he propped himself up from the ground with his hand. Subsequently, he calmly donned a piece of clothing from within the space. At that moment, Mu Chen's appearance underwent a monumental transformation for the first time. His already exquisite visage became even more three-dimensional and harmonious, strikingly handsome from every angle, while his long hair turned a resplendent golden hue, and his eyes shimmered with flecks of golden light. Mu Chen conjured a puppet, and upon him manifested a newly revised and evolved bone armor. The material of the armor had transformed from cumbersome metal to a lightweight armor composed of a highly resilient substance, beneath which lay a layer of foam-like wooden cushioning. This armor did not provide full-body protection. At the very least, his face and back remained unarmored. Naturally, his doppelganger still bore the visage of a malevolent spirit. Yiqiu drew forth the dragon-might golden spear, his gaze imbued with profound meaning as he observed the spear from its tip to its base. Suddenly, he grasped both ends, and with a forceful clap, he struck the spear into his palm, transforming it into a sphere of golden energy. Subsequently, Mu Chen exerted his strength to pull at this golden energy mass, shaping it into a brand new form. At this moment, the golden spear had transcended its original identity. It had metamorphosed into a bone sword adorned with the intricate pattern of a golden dragon, forged from both the bone sword and the golden energy. The previously hollowed center of the sword was now filled with the majestic golden dragon, while the outer edges of the blade became remarkably sharper. The sword's length extended to 5 feet, radiating a golden luminescence as if imbued with extraordinary effects. At this moment, the soul power within Mu Chen was dissipating, or more precisely, undergoing a transformation. It was transmuting into a force that surpassed mere soul power, a divine energy. Such a significant shift naturally startled the nearby spirit-devouring beast, which approached Mu Chen, intent on observing the spectacle. Suddenly, Mu Chen's physical form vanished. This time, the spirit-devouring beast was seized by panic, especially as it noticed the 2 puppets seemingly fixated on its position. An overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped it. Though it yearned to resist, its formidable defenses and skin, which corroded like tofu under the influence of purple aura, proved futile against Mu Chen's advance. With an impassive expression, Mu Chen effortlessly penetrated the beast's skin and crushed all its internal organs within a mere 2 seconds. In that fleeting moment, the spirit-devouring beast realized it could no longer breathe. Its heart had ceased to beat. With a final, unwilling glance at its vanquished foe, it succumbed to its fate. With a swift motion, Mu Chen cast the soul-devouring beast aside. Subsequently, he summoned his soul ring, and the immense resentment of his martial spirit was crushed under the weight of his divine might. In mere moments, Mu Chen absorbed this soul ring. Unlike the conventional crimson soul rings, this one was a deep purple-black, resembling a soul ring that had yet to reach the age of 10,000 years. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice the ring's perimeter adorned with 10 protrusions resembling the tips of spears. The 7th soul ring, the soul-devouring beast, was 100,000 years old. Mu Chen could not help but exclaim, after devouring so much energy and so many lives, "Do you still remain at the same level for 100,000 years?" Initially, Mu Chen harbored doubts regarding his existence spanning 200,000 years. However, reality delivered a harsh blow. The truth is that Mu Chen had never engaged in combat with this 10,000-year soul beast. Yet, this indirectly reflects the formidable prowess of the soul beast. As long as he remains in this space, he stands as the foremost being beneath the divine. Only Bibi Dong, Qian Dalu, Tangchen, and Poseidon can contend with him. Nevertheless, their divine power transformation peaks at a mere 15, while Mu Chen's reaches an impressive 45, enabling him to effortlessly annihilate the soul-devouring beast, clearing his mind of negative thoughts. Mu Chen focused on the soul bones present within the carcass of the soul-devouring beast. It was a skeletal torso, however. He could not ascertain whether remnants of the spirit lingered within, thus he refrained from direct absorption and instead stored it within the confines of the System S space. A 10,000-year soul ring should typically bestow 2 soul skills, yet this particular ring offered an extraordinary 2-1. What is meant by 2-1? 2 standard skills. In addition to a unique domain, the true form of the soul devourer, the deceased manifests fully, with weapons and body enveloped in a toxic mist of soul devouring. Upon the emergence of the true form, all capabilities of the deceased are elevated to 15, while the attributes of the original body receive a 50-point enhancement. Greedy Devour. This skill enables the absorption of other soul power and vitality. Mere contact between any part of the original body and the opponent's flesh triggers the effect, allowing absorption of 0, 1 of their soul power, and 1 month of their life force in a single instance. Domain. Within a radius of 100 meters, the deceased rests, becoming the perceiver of all, akin to the effect of time freezing. The actions of others appear extraordinarily sluggish in his perception. Furthermore, once the domain is activated, it continuously siphons attributes and soul power from the opponent, absorbing 0.01 of their attributes and soul power per second. Mu Chen took a deep breath, then extended his hands, grasping the air as if to seize something intangible. The barrier of the Snow Emperor shattered in response. In that very moment, as Mu Chen inhaled the fresh soul force from the outside world, the system's notification chimed. The second trial of the Uncrowned 9 exams is to confront the Sea God on Sea God Island and absorb his mortal divine power. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. However, after some contemplation, he pondered whether he could request some divine power from the Sea God through Xiao San to complete his task. With this thought, Mu Chen felt it was a feasible plan, albeit it might take a bit longer. He resolutely refused to engage in any actions that would jeopardize Xiao San's interests as a brother. Subsequently, Mu Chen's puppet swiftly transported itself to relay the situation to the Ice and Snow Emperors, while his true self ventured towards the northernmost reaches. He sensed it was time to meet the Silver Dragon King. Xiao San, are you faring well? Mu Chen mused along the way. Tang San exerted forcefully, pulling forward. With a drop of his shoulders, he charged directly towards his opponent's chest. Utilizing the Ghost Shadow perplexing steps, Tang San's speed was akin to lightning. Coupled with his bare-handed grasp of the opponent's weapon, he managed to exploit a momentary vulnerability, his movements flowing like water as he gained the upper hand. Yet, the burly bald man reacted with remarkable swiftness, promptly releasing his machete and hurling a cup at Tang San's face while retreating, his hands raised defensively before him. As Tang San turned his body, he forcefully mitigated his forward momentum, deftly catching the cup in his left hand, his wrist vibrating oddly. Yet not a single drop of blood spilled forth. Thank you. Having acquired the Bloody Mary, Tang San refrained from further conversation and turned to enter. Although the bald man had evaded the collision, he was nonetheless startled by the sudden burst of power Tang San exhibited. His face contorted in a grimace, yet curiously. He showed no intent to reclaim his Bloody Mary, promptly turning and walking away without hesitation. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Tang San murmured as he continued forward. With a flick of his wrist, he deftly maneuvered the serrated machete, which silently took flight. Such a massive weapon was unexpectedly hushed. At that moment, the bald man had turned onto another street, out of Tang San's line of sight. However, the serrated machete seemed to possess a will of its own. Tracing a beautiful arc through the air, a chilling scream echoed from the shadows, followed by an eerie silence. Let us depart, Tang San said calmly to the somewhat dazed girl in a black veil. This was the second time the veiled girl had witnessed Tang San in action, and compared to the first, this display left her even more astonished. She recognized the bald man. He had endured 7 matches in the Hell's Killing Arena, making him the sole survivor amongst 70 combatants, although the young man before her appeared to be no stronger than his opponent. Slaying him seemed as effortless as crushing an ant. The interior of the Hell's Killing Arena was even more rudimentary than it appeared from the outside. There were no barriers. The surroundings were encircled by tiers of seating that rose upward. Below lay a vast arena, over 100 square meters in diameter. At that moment, the spectators were rather sparse, with less than 20% of the expansive space occupied. Within the confines of the arena, anguish cries echoed relentlessly. Out of a total of 10 individuals, 7 lay lifeless. Only 3 remained, battling fiercely for survival. Upon entering, Tang San's Bloody Mary was poured into a vast container. Please, register me. I wish to participate in the next competition, he implored the girl in the black veil. At that moment, she no longer regarded the young man before her as a fool. Tang San's prowess instilled an involuntary sense of fear within her. Without hesitation, she nodded and took the identity tag he offered. In the city of slaughter, Tang San felt nothing but revulsion. Thus he was unwilling to linger here for even a day longer. After achieving 100 victories, he would claim the championship and challenge the road to hell, thus securing his escape. He had resolved that the fight would commence today, at this very moment. From a distance, he sensed a gaze fixed upon him. Turning, he saw that it was Hu Liena, observing him intently. Thus began the journey of slaughter, in this darkened realm filled with bloodshed and depravity. Not only must he attain victory after victory, but he must also ensure his survival in order to emerge unscathed. 3 days after entering the city of slaughter, Tang San had already slain over 100 fallen foes, yet he had only participated in 2 competitions. In this short span, he came to understand that the true terror did not lie within the adversaries of the hellish arena, but rather in the ambushes he faced at his most vulnerable moments after the battles concluded. It was no wonder that, in a year, Hulaina had only engaged in 16 matches. From that point onward, Tang San learned the virtues of caution, prudence, and greater restraint. Chapter 89, The Legacy of the Forbidden North. A year later, the chilling atmosphere was suffocating. Within the hellish arena, 10 individuals entered slowly, with Tang San positioned third among them. Yet, he was the focal point of attention for the other 9. With 67 participations, he had secured 67 victories, marking his current record. Only 2 individuals within the entire hellish arena boasted better achievements, one of whom was Hulaina, with 72 victories to her name. Each competitor, aside from the privilege of survival within the city of slaughter, yearned for the accolade of 100 victories. Attaining the title of champion after 100 matches would grant them permanent residency in the city of slaughter, bestowing upon them unparalleled authority, save for the inability to leave, and even the opportunity to become a guest elder of the Slaughter King. Despite his 67 battles, Tang San had already amassed a following exceeding 1,000. However, for the past 2 months, not a single soul dared to ambush him, even after the matches had concluded. It was not that Tang San wished to prolong the 100 battles, but as his victories accumulated, the number of challengers willing to face him dwindled significantly. Often, it took days to gather 10 participants, especially since the hellish arena did not disclose the precise timing of his matches in advance. Over the course of the year, Tang San and Hulaina had ascended to the status of stars within the hellish arena. Especially Tang San, who achieved such remarkable results in just 1 year, has now secured a place among the top 10 since the inception of the City of Slaughter. Compared to his initial arrival, Tang San's demeanor has grown ominously cold, with an aura of faint bloodlust emanating from him. Cold, bloodthirsty, and ruthless have become synonymous with his identity. It is not merely the strength of soul power that enables one to triumph over opponents. In Tang San's hands, several adversaries boasting soul power exceeding level 80 have already met their demise. A soul master without allies is akin to a tiger stripped of its claws. Moreover, Tang San himself resembles a terrifying killing machine. During one of the most perilous moments, having just decimated 2 opponents with soul power over level 80 in a match, Tang San staggered out of the hellish arena, only to be besieged by 100 assailants. Countless blades found their mark upon him. Yet, the final outcome was that all 100 perished, leaving no trace behind. Tang San emerged from the heap of corpses, shrouded in dark energy, muscles rippling as he clawed his way out. 3 days later, as if nothing had transpired, he re-entered the hellish arena. On that day, none dared to challenge him. Within a span of 24 hours, the arena witnessed no battles. He possesses the unparalleled skills of the Tang sect, including hidden weapons, deadly poisons, the ability to control cranes and capture dragons, the Xianyu hand, and the ghostly shadow technique, along with the formidable Haotian hammer as his weapon. Tang San has not utilized blue-silver grass or the 8 spider lances. The purple-level divine light was consumed only in the direst of situations. It was not that he sought to conceal anything from Hulaina, but rather that he reserved these methods for his own survival. That fateful battle catapulted Tang San to fame, earning him the moniker Azura King in the City of Slaughter. At this moment, the 9 individuals entering the arena alongside Tang San cannot possibly match his tally of victories, as he has far outstripped them in this regard. Whether it is Hulaina deliberately avoiding him or the arrangement of the hellish arena, Tang San has yet to encounter her. Thus, both remain alive. Here, Hulaina also possesses a nickname, Hell Messenger. Among the 9 entering the arena with Tang San, 3 are already trembling uncontrollably, while the remaining 6 exude a facade of bravado masking their inner trepidation. Once confined within the arena, they instinctively surrounded Tang San, acutely aware that their survival hinged on eliminating him. In his dark blue eyes, a hint of crimson flared. The cold, bloodthirsty aura radiated from Tang San, enveloping the atmosphere in an instant. With his eyes closed, he seemed to relish the trembling of the fallen around him. Over the past year, Tang San's soul power has made only marginal progress, increasing by a mere level. Yet he firmly believes that he can now vanquish 3 versions of himself from a year prior simultaneously. He has come to grasp the chilling essence of his father's words. Only by continually grappling with the brink of life and death can one truly comprehend the essence of combat. A roar and a howl erupted almost simultaneously from the 9 adversaries surrounding him. The 9 opponents lunged towards Tang San in unison. As he suddenly opened his eyes, he found himself not focused on the foes before him. In the dimly lit corner of the audience at the hellish slaughter arena stood Hu Lina. For a year, she had observed nearly every match involving Tang San. Yet, she found herself unable to fathom this man. From him, she sensed an unprecedented fear. Not due to his myriad of lethal techniques, but because of his unwavering resolve. Over the course of a year, Mu Chen had nurtured himself thoroughly. And today, he would finally choose to add the first soul ring granted by the system to his reincarnation as the great emperor of the universe. Though it was but a single ring, Mu Chen did not consider it a waste. Silently, he released all of his soul bones and soul power, placing the system's bestowed soul ring above his head. As the gentle luminescence merged with his being, the pressure on Mu Chen steadily intensified. With the years of the ring beneath his feet continuously escalating, a trace of anguish appeared on his face, intensifying with each moment. However, as a pseudo-demigod, he successfully elevated the quality of the soul ring to an astonishing 99,999 years. Yet, it was this final year that proved excruciatingly vexing. Caught in a relentless struggle, Mu Chen felt the weight of despair. If he were to falter and fail to achieve the million-year divine soul ring, he would be consumed by regret. Yet, if he pressed on, he would endure the perilous strain of potential death, and ultimately, he might still fail to take that crucial step forward. Mu Chen found himself in a predicament. As Mu Chen found himself in a state of indecision, memories of his past life suddenly flooded his mind, accompanied by a tapestry of dreams. A young man who prided himself on his carefree spirit and unrestrained nature, possessed unparalleled strength. Yet, he never sought power, driven solely by a singular purpose, a promise. Whether the life of this wild crane was right or wrong, Mu Chen could not ascertain, but he understood that this individual's actions were steeped in loyalty and righteousness, never straying from his original intent. The original intent. Upon contemplating these two characters, Mu Chen experienced a moment of enlightenment, as if a veil had been lifted. He suddenly felt a sense of lightness in his body and a wave of comfort in his heart. Was not my original intention to return to that place and behold them once more? If I lacked the corresponding strength, would I not be delayed by a millennium or more? With such thoughts, Mu Chen became resolute, charging relentlessly against the bottleneck, persisting through the pain, even as he suffered. Ultimately, after the 999,999,999 attempts, the barrier shattered with a resounding crash. Mu Chen exchanged the entirety of his meridians for the coveted million-year soul ring. To an ordinary person, such an injury would be utterly terrifying. However, as a pseudo-demigod endowed with a vast consciousness in the presence of a potent restorative elixir, Mu Chen found this affliction to be far from grievous. Furthermore, the soul power from the million-year soul ring replenished him, swiftly ceasing the flow of blood from his wounds. At this moment, Mu Chen stood beneath the statue of the ice god in the heart of the extreme northern Forbidden Land, a place that once served as a sanctuary for a deity's legacy. Regrettably, this god was ultimately lost to the tides of a great conflict, yet a fragment of their inheritance endured, discovered by Mu Chen. Thus, he spent a year contemplating the profound techniques of this legacy. The 3 supreme arts of the extreme north. First art, domain of frost. When perfected, it can freeze even the fabric of time and space. Second art, guardian of ice. At its pinnacle, it can automatically defend, renowned as the ultimate ice shield. Third art, creation of ice. Utilizing the terrain to conjure ice-based entities, reaching its zenith allows for the spontaneous generation of an expanse of glaciers stretching for miles. It was due to these 3 formidable arts that Mu Chen refrained from visiting the Silver Dragon King in Stardo. Yet now, he understood that the time had come to bid farewell to the Snow Emperors and embark towards Stardo. Chapter 90, A Call for Justice for the Soul Beasts. Upon departing from the Forbidden Realm, Mu Chen's first action was to activate the system and review his physical condition, as well as assess his cultivation level, all while soaring towards the direction of the Ice and Snow Emperors. Ichio, a demigod, stands at the 76th level of Soul Sage. First Soul Ring, 100,000 years, the metamorphic lizard of the departed. Invisibility allows the user to switch between the attributes of the departed, enabling diverse elemental attacks. Currently, it grants the fundamental 5 elements along with light, darkness, wind, thunder, annihilation, and creation. Second Soul Ring, 100,000 years, the spirit ape of the departed. Soul Resonance, initiated by the Bone Sword, it releases a mournful melody akin to a soul call, siphoning 5 points from the opponent's attributes for an hour. Applicable to a single target. The effect diminishes based on the user's spirit power exceeding the target. Every 5 levels reduces effectiveness by 1. Melody of Mourning. Continuously weakens the opponent's spiritual power until it matches the user's. Third Soul Ring. 230,000 years. The Shadow Hunter Cheetah. Departed Puppet. Summons a replica of a Soul Master within a 30-level difference, excluding Super Douluo and Ultimate Douluo, to fight on the user's behalf. Retaining all of the original soul power and techniques but at 65% strength. Additionally, it can replicate 2 entities, preserving their soul power and techniques at 90% of the original strength, enhancing the user's support type techniques. Puppet Shadow Kill. Enhances the puppet's strength to match that of the user and enables autonomous combat. As the puppet nears its end, it transforms into a spear aimed at the enemy. If it successfully pierces, it siphons 50% of all attributes to the user until the puppet is summoned again, with a limit of doubling the user's normal strength. Fourth Soul Ring. 220,000 years. The Shape-Shifting Ghost Bat King. Ghost Transformation. Allows for the extension and contraction of bone, muscle, and skin up to 6 meters, rendering the user exceptionally supple and capable of any form transformation. Ultrasound Radar. Emits ultrasonic waves through the pores of the body to accurately locate objects with high precision. Fifth Soul Ring. 150,000 years. The Ice Crystal White Crane. Ice Crystal 99. Summons 99 ice crystals of varying sizes that can be freely combined into any shape. Absolute Ice Shield. Usable only 3 times in a day, granting immunity to 1 attack. Sixth Soul Ring. 350,000 years. The Banshee. Banshee S Whale. Targets a fan-shaped area extending 500 meters ahead, executing lethal strikes. Any opponent with spirit power and mental strength lower than the user's will be annihilated, while those exceeding will suffer severe injuries. After use, the user enters a weakened state, reverting all attributes to their initial level for an hour. Seventh Soul Ring. 100,000 years. The Soul-Devouring Beast. True form of the Departed. The Departed fully materializes, enveloped in a miasma of soul-devouring poison, enhancing all abilities by 15 and boosting all of the user's attributes by 50. Greed Devour. Allows the user to consume another's soul power and vitality by mere contact with any part of their body, absorbing 0. 1 of their soul power and a month of life force in a single instance. In the realm of fusion, where chaos intertwines, the Departed find solace within a radius of 100 meters, becoming the ultimate perceivers, akin to the effect of time suspended. The actions of others seem to unfold at an excruciatingly slow pace before your eyes. Upon activating this domain, one continuously siphons attributes and soul power from others, absorbing a mere 0.01 of each per second. The external soul bone, the Robe of Souls, is affixed to 8 rib bones, allowing the wearer to transform into any robe-like garment upon summoning. Once manifested, it bestows 3 exceptional attributes. 1. Soul Halo, enhancing the effects of all soul skills by 10. 2. Ethereal Tango, granting an ephemeral form with a 90 increase in evasion, yet it cannot evade locked-on attacks or those of wide range. 3. Hellish Robe, reducing attribute damage by 80. The Witch's Crown, anchored atop the skull of a banshee, forms a regal diadem upon summoning, amplifying the effects of the skills associated with the banshee's skull by 100. Soul Bone, the 10,000-year left arm bone of the celestial giant ape, possesses 2 abilities. 1. Gravitational Field, enabling the manipulation of space within 100 meters, with a maximum gravitational force of 50 times. 2. Celestial Fury, which accumulates power through continuous assaults and taking damage, culminating in the release of the Celestial Fist. During this execution, the striking force increases by 500 and physical strength surges by 20. Following the Celestial Fist, a furious roar erupts, repelling any being whose combined soul and mental power falls short of your own. The 10,000-year left leg bone of the Ice Crystal White Crane grants 2 abilities. 1. Ice Surface Creation, producing an area of extreme cold centered beneath the left foot, consuming soul power to form ice surfaces of varying sizes. 2. Ice Surface Glide, allowing for fluid movement upon the icy expanse with a 200 speed increase when gliding forward. The 10,000-year skull of the Banshee possesses 2 abilities. 1. Shock Recovery, mitigating the negative effects of the Banshee's wail. 2. Absolute Mental Power, rendering one impervious to mental attacks and immune to mental backlash. Swiftly, I arrived at the residence of the Snow and Ice Emperors. The Ice Emperor emerged with a smile, addressing Mu Chen. It seems your strength has indeed grown. You have brought back the legacy from the Forbidden Land, haven't you? Mu Chen nodded. The Ice Emperor, with a demeanor devoid of humility, remarked, "Humph. Who was it back then that relied solely on a clone, expecting us to disregard your presence? Just look, had it not been for us, what might you have missed?" "Indeed, it was my oversight," Mu Chen admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "However, I must confess, I truly believed that the only place where I could find what I sought was within the Star Core Forbidden Land. I never anticipated it would be here as well. Well now, do you look down upon us from the extreme north?" The Ice Emperor's words were abruptly interrupted by the Snow Emperor. With a calm demeanor, the Snow Emperor stated, "Mu Chen, you have already received the inheritance. You have come here to bid farewell to us, have you not?" Mu Chen nodded. The Snow Emperor nodded as well. The Ice Emperor, perplexed, gazed at the two and inquired, "Are you two concealing something from me? What is the matter that you merely nod?" However, the Snow Emperor paid no heed to the Ice Emperor and simply waved farewell to Mu Chen. Mu Chen also smiled faintly, then vanished in an instant from this realm. The Ice Emperor stepped forward, ready to engage the Snow Emperor in a debate. At that moment, the Snow Emperor suddenly proclaimed something absurd. "Surpassing the divine power of the God King, Mu Chen, you might truly become the foremost figure of all time," raising a voice of dissent for our soul beasts. Meanwhile, Tang San encountered an unsettling situation. A series of loud knocks echoed from outside, and the oppressive aura of his repressed killing intent surged almost instantaneously, causing the small room to grow frigid and heavy with tension. The scent of blood inexplicably emanated from Tang San. "Who is it?" he inquired in a low voice. "It is I," a melodious voice replied from beyond the door. Though Tang San had not heard this voice often, he immediately recognized its owner as Hu Laina. His brow furrowed slightly as he thought to himself, "What brings her here?" With a casual wave, he summoned a gust of air to unfasten the door latch. "Please, come in." Uncertain of Hu Laina's intentions, Tang San suppressed his murderous aura. Yet his vigilance heightened to its peak. As the door opened, Hu Laina, clad in black, entered. Her complexion appeared exceedingly pale, and she held a glass of Bloody Mary, sipping it slowly. This seemed to have become a customary practice among the powerful in the city of Slaughter, with the exception of Tang San. Casting a glance at the cup in Hu Laina's hand, Tang San furrowed his brow. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Hu Laina did not approach Tang San, but instead stood by the door. She understood well that in this world of slaughter, everyone maintained a high level of vigilance. She did not wish her unintentional actions to lead to any misunderstandings with Tang San. "I wish to join forces with you," Hu Laina stated directly, unveiling her intention. Chapter 91. Entering the Forbidden Zone, join forces? Tang San regarded her with a hint of confusion. "You are aware of the rules of the Hell-S killing field. There can only be one victor in each match. How can we collaborate if we encounter each other?" Hu Laina smiled calmly, the crimson hue in her eyes diminishing somewhat. Just as Tang San had surmised, Hu Laina had been struggling in torment these past days. Despite having the aid of a soul bone from her head, she had managed to retain her sanity, bolstered by her equally tenacious spirit. However, compared to Tang San, she still fell short. Today, she had finally managed to suppress her killing intent somewhat before seeking him out. "We will not clash in the matches, as long as we achieve over 50 victories. According to the rules of the City of Slaughter, we will not face each other. Otherwise, who would have the chance to reach 100 matches? I did not come to discuss this, but rather to hope we can collaborate when we challenge the Hell Road." Hell Road? Although Tang San had heard of this term upon arriving in the City of Slaughter, he was entirely unfamiliar with the circumstances surrounding the Hell Road. At that time, he had indeed inquired of the girl in the black veil, yet she offered no answer, stating that the path to hell was the greatest secret of the City of Slaughter, known only to the victors of 100 battles. Hu Laina nodded earnestly, affirming that it was indeed the path to hell. "Though we, she and I, are on the verge of achieving 100 victories in this hellish arena, our true strength may not surpass that of the adversaries we once faced. It is merely our ability to triumph without the aid of soul skills that has brought us to this juncture. More precisely, neither of us can be deemed true fallen. There is no need for you to refute my assertion. If I am not mistaken, you, like me, have come here for training, have you not?" Tang San was internally astonished. The credibility of Hu Laina's words was exceedingly high, as he detected no flaws in her reasoning. Moreover, despite the aura of killing intent surrounding her, her gaze towards him was imbued with sincerity. "What does this have to do with the path to hell?" Tang San inquired mildly. A cold light flickered in Hu Laina's eyes. "It is inherently connected. If you are not a fallen, then your trials should be nearing their conclusion. Naturally, one must traverse the path to hell to depart from this place. Furthermore, a monumental secret lies hidden within that path. Neither you nor I can succeed solely through our individual strengths. Only by uniting our efforts do we stand a chance of emerging victorious. Tang San smiled nonchalantly. And why should I place my trust in you? Who knows if you might stab me in the back? Let us not forget, this is the city of slaughter. One cannot take anyone's words at face value. Biting her lip, Hulaina felt a twinge of discomfort, fully aware that Tang San's skepticism was entirely rational in this place. Deep down, she had indeed developed feelings for this handsome youth, yet her visit today bore no relation to emotions. If I am not mistaken, you must hail from the Haotian clan. Though you lack soul skills, your Haotian hammer cannot escape the notice of the discerning. Hulaina fixed her gaze upon Tang San. He glanced at her, and so? Hulaina replied, to demonstrate my sincerity, I shall divulge my origins as well. I am Hulaina, from the Spirit Hall. My master is none other than the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Tang San's heart stirred. It became clear that Hulaina was the Pope's prized disciple, which explained why his father had regarded her as the most noteworthy individual of the Golden Generation. Does that truly signify your sincerity? What relevance does your lineage hold for me? Tang San retorted. Hulaina had not anticipated such a distant demeanor from him. How could she know that this striking youth was the very Tang San she despised? Tang San's impression of her was already tainted by preconceived notions. A partnership would be mutually beneficial. There is no restriction on the number of entrants to the path to hell. For either of us, entering alone is tantamount to certain death. Thus, allow me to share another secret. Should one succeed in traversing the path to hell, not only can one return here at will, but also reap considerable rewards. Oh, Tang San said, please recount the circumstances of the hell road to me. Perhaps I shall contemplate the possibility of collaborating with you. Mu Chen soared into the forbidden zone of the starry forest. Upon landing, he beheld Xiaowu perched upon the shoulder of the Titan great ape, her small hand propping up her head, exuding an air of utter boredom. Xiaowu, Mu Chen softly called out. At the sound of his voice, Xiaowu abruptly turned her head, her face lighting up with delight upon seeing him. She waved over Ming, who, without hesitation, leaped over to stand before Mu Chen. Xiaowu then descended and embraced Mu Chen warmly. After they parted, she inquired with a hint of confusion, Brother Chen, what brings you here? Mu Chen habitually ruffled Xiaowu's hair and remarked, I came to attend to some matters, and thought I might catch a glimpse of you. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu's demeanor soured. Chen Gu, she retorted. Could you not phrase it as if you're merely glancing at me while tending to your affairs? Honestly. With that, she turned her head away, pouting, her expression clearly demanding reassurance. Mu Chen sighed with a wry smile and said, this matter is quite significant. Once I have taken care of it, I shall accompany you to the small third to seek you out. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu initially smiled, but then, as if recalling her earlier anger, her expression darkened. With an air of reluctance, she replied, all right then, but you must promise not to deceive me. Mu Chen nodded resolutely. He then turned to the Titan giant ape and said, take me to the Lake of Life. The Titan giant ape, confident in its own strength and trusting of Mu Chen's character, did not hesitate. It led Mu Chen to the Lake of Life, while Xiaowu quietly followed behind. Suddenly, Ning leaped out from beneath the water's surface. However, Mu Chen remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. He gazed up at Ning and declared, I wish to descend into the lake. This statement resonated like thunder on a clear day, causing both Xiaowu and Ming to shudder. Ming, with a profound gaze and in a low voice, remarked, human, do you comprehend the implications of your words? Mu Chen shook his head and said, I have no desire to fight you, for you are no match for me. I merely wish to descend and pose a question to the one below. With a thunderous bellow, Ming exclaimed, such audacity. Thus, a confrontation became inevitable. Mu Chen comprehends the Ming dynasty. As a guardian beast, some duties must be undertaken, even if merely for the sake of appearance. Mu Chen conjured a doppelganger, for the first time wielding the formidable and elusive power of annihilation. At this moment, he had attained a state akin to a demigod, capable of controlling the magnitude of annihilation without unleashing destructive forces. Ming released a field of sluggishness, only to be instantly subdued by Mu Chen's rest for the departed, which diminished to a size smaller than his own corporeal form. It was evident that he remained unaffected by the rest for the departed. Observing this spectacle, Ming grasped the underlying truth. His attacks became increasingly perfunctory, merely shooting water arrows, as if he were teasing him. In any case, both Ming and Ming could discern that this was merely an act. Mu Chen undoubtedly triumphed over the Ming, preparing to descend into the lake. The Ming cautioned Mu Chen, saying, exercise utmost caution. the one beneath is unfathomable. Mu Chen nodded in acknowledgement, then swiftly plunged beneath the water, disregarding the restrictions, and directly entered the Forbidden Realm. Chapter 92, Negotiations and Conditions. The depths of the Lake of Life were in stark contrast to the surface above. Instead of the anticipated darkness, it was resplendent with golden brilliance. Before Mu Chen lay a corridor adorned with a floor of pristine white marble, leading directly to the throne. Mu Chen could faintly discern a magnificent silver dragon coiled upon the throne ahead. Suddenly, the torches affixed to the golden walls ignited, rendering the already luminous passageway even more radiant. Mu Chen realized that the other party had discovered his presence, as it was to be expected. Considering the Lake of Life was but a diminutive expanse, Mu Chen faced the immense pressure of a soul beast that had existed for over 400,000 years. Striding confidently forward, "What brings you here, human?" The dark golden Fearclaw bear occupied the furthest position beneath the throne. Thus, upon entering the passage, Mu Chen was immediately confronted by the Bear King. The most pressing question was how this human had come to know of this place. Could it be that we have revealed ourselves? Tian, should we not take our lord and depart? In an instant, a multitude of powerful soul beasts descended into chaos. Tian's brow furrowed further at these utterances, even the tip of his long nose creasing with displeasure. Unable to endure any longer, he bellowed loudly. Only then did the throng of soul beasts quiet down. "Look at your pitiful selves. A mere human stands before you, yet you lack their composure." Tian expressed with impatience. After reprimanding the soul beasts, he turned his gaze to Mu Chen and inquired, "Human, pray tell, what brings you to this place?" With a subtle smile gracing Mu Chen's face, he astonishingly declared, "I require the seeds of soul beasts. I must safeguard the bloodline of these creatures." "What?" The once tranquil soul beasts erupted into commotion once more. After calming the tumultuous emotions and restoring a semblance of order, Tian turned his gaze toward Mu Chen and inquired, "Are you certain? A human wishing to protect soul beasts? Do you not find this to be a monumental jest?" Mu Chen replied calmly, "I believe you harbor a prejudice against soul masters." "Prejudice? Humph. That is precisely how you are. Soul beasts and soul masters can never be equals. One will always dominate the other." Tian retorted with indignation. "Oh, how can you possibly comprehend the thoughts of a soul master? As the saying goes, how can a fish know the joy of being a fish?" Tian scoffed, "And what of it? Human, your fallacious arguments cannot sway my opinion of soul masters, nor alter my perspective. Therefore, I kindly ask you to leave." Mu Chen cast a disdainful glance and remarked, "Who do you think you are? My purpose here is not to seek your approval." Tian, infuriated, straightened his dragon form and retorted, "You audacious brat. Let me see what you are truly made of. I am more than willing to engage." Mu Chen likewise adopted a combative stance, his soul rings gradually manifesting. Tian, witnessing this, grew even more enraged, exclaiming, "After hunting so many soul beasts, how dare you speak of protection?" With that, he swung his dragon claws down towards Mu Chen. "Enough, Tian, step back for now." As this calm voice resonated in the ears of the onlookers, both Tian and Mu Chen recoiled as if struck by an explosive force. Although they remained unscathed, the palpable disparity in their absolute strength was unmistakable. Mu Chen had long anticipated this outcome, and thus felt no resentment, only a resolute spirit. A million-year-old soul beast, comparable to a secondary divine abode, undoubtedly possessed formidable combat prowess. Even though Mu Chen was a demigod, specifically a demigod of the Divine Emperor's realm, he could not confront such a soul beast head-on. At the very least, he needed to attain a divine status akin to Tang San after passing the 7 trials. Mu Chen respectfully bowed to the Silver Dragon King, the half of the Dragon God. "Greetings, esteemed Silver Dragon King," he exclaimed once more, his words astonishing. This time, even the Silver Dragon King was compelled to open his eyes, regarding the young man before him with thoughtful contemplation. "You are quite remarkable yourself, possessing a divine power of astonishing intensity, far surpassing that of my fusion with the Golden Dragon King." The Silver Dragon King reciprocated. Their mutual flattery left the surrounding spirit beasts in utter astonishment. Tian, in a state of panic, inquired, "My lord." The Silver Dragon King once again closed his dragon eyes and stated, "Have I ever deceived you? Even if the two of you were to engage in battle, you would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. He is already akin to a demigod, with profound and dense divine power. Even with your divine techniques, should you not reach 700,000 years in age, you would still face adversity." Tian, feeling awkward, refrained from further speech and cast a contemplative glance at Mu Chen. Mu Chen recognized that it was time to activate his persuasive mode. Esteemed audience, first and foremost, I must address the prejudice you hold against soul masters. The type of soul masters you speak of is indeed a rarity. The vast majority merely seek to hunt the soul rings they require. This is a fair endeavor, for the consequence of failure is to become sustenance for your soul beasts. Thus, it is a contest of fairness. As for the minority of soul masters who engage in indiscriminate slaughter, that is the very purpose of my presence here. I aspire to preserve a seed of every soul beast, safeguarding them as they approach extinction, awaiting the moment when you, the Silver Dragon King, shall recover from your injuries. Rallying the soul beasts to confront humanity directly. Tion interjected, if that is the case, then this task is one we can undertake as well. Mu Chen shook his head and replied, it is not as you think. I can establish an organization to restrain humanity's slaughter of soul beasts. Moreover, I can raise a portion of these soul beasts, directing them to hunt elsewhere, providing you with a respite. Tion laughed, a derisive and wild laughter. Oh, you truly are naive. Human greed knows no bounds. Who will you entrust to oversee this? Who will safeguard the Stardow forest from the encroachments of soul masters? Must you attend to every matter personally? Mu Chen shook his head and said, one must understand that the strongest force governing the human world is indeed the rules. In contrast, you spirit beasts have fallen to such a state precisely because of the absence of regulations and discipline. Just take a look at the spectacle of the 9 great families in the core circle, recruiting personnel and engaging in constant infighting. While self-interest is one aspect, we also possess a mechanism known as law, which serves to punish those humans who defy orders. I can assure you that within my organization, there will be no abuse of power. After a moment of silence, Tion inquired, and what will happen once you depart? Mu Chen smiled faintly, then tossed a book onto the ground. Tion inquired, what is the meaning of this? At that moment, the Silver Dragon King opened his eyes, gazing at Mu Chen with a look of appreciation and remarked, what a splendid idea you have to transform the mindset of soul masters. By harnessing the power of words, you aim to breathe life into their previously rigid thoughts, do you not? Very well, I can provide you with the seeds of this transformation. Upon hearing this, Tion prepared to rise in protest, yet the Silver Dragon King restrained him. However, we must first test your resolve. Are you willing to undertake the faith trial left by our dragon god? Tion, upon hearing this, felt a sense of reassurance. He turned to Mu Chen and said, this is a trial of our dragon clan, where opportunity coexists with peril. Without unwavering faith and a clear objective, one will be ensnared by inner demons for a lifetime, unable to progress even a single step further. After listening, Mu Chen replied without the slightest hesitation, very well, we can commence immediately. Tion smirked disdainfully, about to unleash a mocking retort. However, the Silver Dragon King interjected, indeed, your confidence is commendable. Now, Tion, please initiate the process. Upon hearing this, Tion's expression transformed entirely. With a demeanor of utmost respect, he nodded to the Silver Dragon King. He then clawed at his own chest, expelling a drop of his essence blood, which fell onto a diamond-shaped vessel. Suddenly, the vessel split apart, revealing a violet-black portal. Tion addressed Mu Chen, saying, beyond this lies the realm of trials. I wish you the best of luck. Mu Chen said nothing further and entered without a hint of hesitation. After several breaths, the portal closed and tranquility was restored. Chapter 93, the trial as Mu Chen turned and entered the portal. He found himself in a world that was both searing and desolate. The surroundings were barren, devoid of any vegetations. Some patches of land had been scorched black by the relentless flames. With each step he took, the sound of crunching, akin to that of shattered chips, echoed in the stillness. Mu Chen felt uncertain about which direction to pursue in this place, and he even questioned whether he had succumbed to an illusion. A trial in itself. Thus, he had no choice but to wander aimlessly forward. The landscape around him remained uniformly bleak and desolate. He walked for what felt like an eternity, so long that even he could not ascertain the passage of time. All he knew was that, as a soul saint, he was beginning to feel dehydrated and fatigued. The heat was oppressive, causing sweat to cascade down his body like a torrential stream. Mu Chen found himself unable to proceed any further and had no choice but to seek a patch of ground to sit upon. However, the surface was so excessively heated that it resulted in him suffering burns, rendering his efforts futile. Mu Chen retrieved a vial of medicine and consumed its contents. Subsequently surveying his surroundings with keen attention, he could ascertain with certainty that he had not retraced his steps, for while the scenery bore a general resemblance, numerous details were unmistakably distinct. Mu Chen believed he had entered a trial, one that tested the endurance and conviction of a person. Those who aspire to succeed do not harbor doubts about themselves, nor do they retrace their steps. With this thought, Mu Chen once again set forth on the path toward his destination. The monotonous and tedious journey relentlessly tormented his mind. Finally, after an indeterminate passage of time, Mu Chen arrived at a place that seemed utterly incongruous with his surroundings. A structure resembling a church appeared before him as if conjured into existence in an instant. Mu Chen exerted every ounce of his remaining strength as he sprinted towards the building. Fearing that it might be an illusion, he opted not to push the door open, but rather to slam against it. The sharp pain that followed brought a sense of satisfaction to Mu Chen. Upon entering the structure, the first thing he did was collapse onto the cold floor, lying there like a lifeless corpse, to the point where he had no desire to rise. Yet, could this not also be regarded as a test? Mu Chen understood that a brief respite was sufficient. He must not indulge in this sensation. Thus, after 5 minutes, he rose to survey his surroundings. Beneath his feet lay a marble floor, while above him hung a grand chandelier adorned with golden candles. Surrounding him were wooden pews reminiscent of those found in a church, supported by 8 majestic columns, each embellished with candle holders. Visually, it bore little distinction from an ordinary church, save for its size, which paled in comparison to that of the Spirit Hall's branch. Mu Chen advanced towards the elevated platform ahead. As he passed the first row of seats, a sudden flash of golden light erupted. The ethereal visage of a colossal golden dragon materialized before Mu Chen. The dragon gazed down upon him, its eyes reflecting not only confusion but predominantly contempt. It slowly parted its jaws and spoke in a tongue that Mu Chen could not comprehend. However, the expression on the dragon's face suggested that it was likely intentional, as if it sought to ascertain whether Mu Chen could grasp this enigmatic language. Mu Chen did not feign ignorance. He gazed calmly at the colossal dragon, patiently awaiting its subsequent utterance. As anticipated, after a brief pause, the dragon spoke once more to Mu Chen. How can such a diminutive human, who has yet to master the language of dragons, hope to earn the recognition of our kind? Mu Chen scoffed. Oh, can you truly represent the entire dragon clan? The dragon bared its yellow-white fangs with a grin, puffing out its chest once more, and with an air of pride proclaimed, Indeed, I can. For I am the mother of all, the dragon god. Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat. It dawned on him that the magnificent winged 5-clawed golden dragon before him was indeed the dragon god. However, Mu Chen's perception of this colossal creature remained unchanged, and he replied with an air of indifference that is quite peculiar. You brought me here, so how could you be unaware? The dragon god snorted disdainfully and remarked, Did I summon a mere human to this place? It is more likely that a part of me facilitated your arrival. If it were solely my doing, I would never take notice of someone as insignificant as you. Before he could finish his words, the ethereal form of the dragon god abruptly halted, as if it had just made a startling discovery. It lowered its immense head, fixating its gaze intently upon Mu Chen, scrutinizing the human before it with unwavering intensity. Mu Chen stood his ground, unperturbed, gazing steadfastly at the dragon god. After a moment of scrutiny, the dragon god turned his gaze away, rearing his majestic form once more to look down upon Mu Chen. Very well, I concede that you possess certain qualities, yet they remain insufficient. It is time for the next trial to test the essence of your heart. Before Mu Chen could respond, the ethereal figure of the dragon god shattered with a speed that defied perception, transforming into a long spear that pierced directly through Mu Chen's heart. Mu Chen was propelled backward by the stab, crashing to the ground, instantaneously losing all sensation of pain, his vision fading to darkness. There he lay upon the floor of the church, his breath faint, as if he had truly met his demise. When his sight refocused, Mu Chen discovered, to his astonishment, that he had returned to the world of his first life. The moment was precisely 1 month after his explosive end. In that instant, he appeared as a living being, manifesting in his own chamber. Mu Chen, taken aback, gently touched his face, recognizing the familiar sensation. He hurried to a mirror and was astonished to find it was indeed his own body, albeit marked with numerous wounds. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, accompanied by a voice he had long yearned to hear. It was his student, Sakura. Teacher, you are awake. May I come in? Mu Chen found himself in a state of bewilderment, doubting whether he had merely succumbed to unconsciousness and subsequently embarked on a dream of traversing through time. The moment this thought emerged, his heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he attempted to switch systems, yet it felt as though the system had vanished, or perhaps had never existed at all, leaving no trace of response. Everything was enveloped in profound silence. The only sound that pierced through this stillness was the voice of Xiaoying, echoing from outside the door. Is the teacher all right? Teacher? Teacher? Mu Chen's pupils contracted momentarily. As he sensed that something within his mind had vanished, yet he could not quite recall what it was. After a brief struggle, the brilliance in his eyes dimmed somewhat, and he proceeded to open the door. Before him stood a woman of striking beauty, her eyebrows shaped like willow leaves, her phoenix-like eyes glimmering with allure. A delicate oval face framed by cascading red hair that flowed down to her waist. She possessed a perfect figure, standing at a height of 178 centimeters. Only half a head shorter than he. She wore a cropped shirt that revealed her waist, layered with a striking red leather jacket. And her legs were clad in form-fitting shorts complemented by knee-high boots. Mu Chen smiled and inquired, Sakura, what brings you here so early? Sakura playfully responded, I came to flirt with you. Really? Did you genuinely believe that? He retorted, you are overthinking it. You have been unconscious for quite some time. And I have only just discovered that you have awakened. The higher-ups sent me to check on you. Why ask so many questions? Come, let us have something to eat. You have grown quite thin relying solely on nutritional fluids. With that, Sakura delicately extended her slender hand to caress the bare chest, which was merely covered by a single layer of bandaging. Mu Chen furrowed his brow, as if lost in thought, but soon relinquished the notion. With a smile, he remarked, All right. Chapter 94. Trial 2. By the way, Sakura, were those individuals apprehended in the end? Mu Chen mumbled as he enjoyed his meal. Sakura smiled gently and replied, You. Upon waking, immediately concern yourself with work matters. There's nothing to worry about. The criminal's body has been discovered, so there's no need to dwell on it. Mu Chen gazed at Sakura's smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Yet this sentiment was swiftly suppressed. Thus, the two sat across from each other. Mu Chen indulged in his meal while Sakura rested her chin on her hands, smiling as she observed him devour his food. Upon finishing the dish before him, Mu Chen instinctively looked up and found Sakura's eyes fixed upon him, causing a sudden flush to rise to his cheeks. However, Sakura seemed unfazed by this, promptly taking the empty lunchbox and saying, Now that we've finished, let's tidy up and prepare to head back. Zhang Bin and the others are quite anxious. Mu Chen waved his hand dismissively and said, Just them? Those little rascals would be delighted to see me in trouble, haha. Mu Chen was undoubtedly jesting, a habit he likely indulged in frequently. However, the petite Sakura, visibly displeased, interjected with a complaint. Coach, this is precisely where you are mistaken. Zhang Bin and the others were genuinely anxious. They stood vigil by your bedside for 3 consecutive days and nights. It was only after you regained your stability that I forcibly pulled them away. Despite this, he still fell gravely ill. It is worth noting that he is a master of inner strength, and yet he succumbed to illness. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen's expression shifted dramatically, his brows furrowing slightly. The mention of a master of internal energy struck him like a thunderbolt, causing an excruciating pain in his head that rendered him unable to stand. And he collapsed without resistance. His consciousness became hazy, and he could only faintly hear the coach's urgent calls. When Mu Chen awakened once more, he found himself in a transformed scene, surrounded by numerous women, and to his astonishment, standing directly opposite him was Zhu Zhuqing. Mu Chen abruptly rose to his feet, forcefully striking his forehead, only to realize that he had forgotten something essential. He pondered what he was doing and why he found himself in this place. At that moment, a multitude of questions flooded his mind. However, he understood that it was not the time to dwell on such matters. He strode forward, intent on approaching Yishuang. But before he could reach Zhu Zhuqing, he caught sight of crystalline tears that had frozen into ice, cascading to the ground and shattering into fine particles. Mu Chen's heart ached as profoundly as those icy tears, a piercing pain that he could not quite comprehend. Perhaps it was because this frosty beauty had never shed tears over a particular matter, or perhaps it was for some other reason entirely. As Mu Chen was about to open his mouth to explain, Zhu Zhuqing vanished before him. In her place stood Xiao Wu, her lips pressed tightly together, fists clenched resolutely. She glared at Mu Chen and exclaimed, Chenggu, why did you deceive me? Mu Chen, terrified that Xiao Wu might vanish before him, took the initiative to grasp her hand and said, No, Xiao Wu, what have I ever deceived you about? Tears of blood streamed down Xiao Wu's face as she, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Mu Chen, you promised to protect me, to safeguard the spirit beasts, but why? Why did you not come to my aid before the spirit hall? Why? Her words pierced Mu Chen's heart like daggers, jolting him awake as if he had been doused with cold water while in a deep slumber. Soul, awaken. Come back to me. Mu Chen bellowed towards the heavens, his skin deteriorating, blood gushing forth. Yet, he persisted, relentlessly assaulting his own body in hopes of escaping this realm. Even if it meant shattering into pieces. He recalled why he was here. I am Mu Chen. I am indeed Mu Chen. With this fierce declaration, his consciousness began to fragment and then coalesce once more. Impressive, indeed, to transcend my illusions and remember your purpose. Quite remarkable, yet if this is all you possess, you shall not return. The deep voice of the dragon god resonated from Mu Chen's brow. Despite enduring countless cycles of disintegration and reformation, Mu Chen remained ensnared within the illusion. He cast a remorseful glance at Xiao Wu before collapsing onto the ground. As darkness enveloped him again, Mu Chen's heart filled with dread for this obscurity, for upon awakening, he may forget yet again and betray yet another promise. Mu Chen's heart wavered. Mu Chen felt an overwhelming impulse to retreat from the world, yearning to remain lost in the shadows, for in this darkness, perhaps he could still remember his purpose and his identity. Such were his thoughts, insignificant, like those of an ant. Suddenly, a disdainful, ethereal voice echoed within his heart. At this calling, Mu Chen instinctively opened his eyes and shouted, "Who?" Mu Chen awoke once more, seemingly returned to the very beginning. He found himself no longer confined to the hospital bed, gazing into the mirror. Upon turning around, he was greeted by the familiar visage of Sakura, the one who brought him meals. She retained her delicate willow-shaped brows, enchanting phoenix eyes, and an oval face framed by cascading red hair that flowed to her waist. Her figure was nothing short of perfection, standing at a height of 178 centimeters, just half a head shorter than him. Adorned in a cropped shirt that revealed her waist, she wore a striking red leather jacket, complemented by knee-high boots and snug shorts, embodying the essence of beauty. Mu Chen seemed to have recalled something, yet in an instant, he instinctively smiled and remarked, "Xiaoying, is there something on your mind so early in the day?" Xiaoying, with a playful tone, responded, "I have come to flirt with you." "Huh? You genuinely believe that?" He replied, "You are overthinking it. You have been in a coma for quite some time, and I was just informed of your awakening. Why ask so many questions? Come, let us have something to eat. You have lost quite a bit of weight relying solely on nutrient solutions." Xiaoying then delicately extended her slender hand to caress his well-defined chest, which was merely covered by a layer of bandages. Mu Chen furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in thought, but soon, the phrase "the thinking of an ant" resurfaced in his mind, abruptly jolting him awake. He regarded the woman before him with a wary expression. This was a person he had once known intimately. She appeared exactly the same, yet an inexplicable sense of dissonance enveloped him. He needed to recall his past, to remember his intentions, to summon his memories. Placing his hand on his temple, Mu Chen endeavored to recollect. Meanwhile, Xiaoying approached with curiosity, her concern evident as she inquired, "Coach, what is troubling you?" Mu Chen abruptly raised his head to gaze at Sakura before him, an inexplicable sense of unease settling within him. Thus, he inquired, "Sakura, do you believe you are akin to Sakura from the Hokage?" Sakura instinctively paused for a moment, then, with a flicker of her presence, replied, "Of course, there are distinctions. I am uniquely myself." Mu Chen fixed his gaze upon Sakura and declared, "You have lost. You merely manifested what I envisioned in my mind. The question I posed had not encountered an answer before, and your response was simply what I had just conceived. This place is a fantasy, yet not entirely so. Dragon God, your trial should come to an end." As he spoke, Mu Chen unhesitatingly thrust at Sakura's abdomen, causing her to cast a puzzled glance in his direction before spitting out a mouthful of blood. The mocking voice of the dragon god echoed, "Have you realized? This is indeed an illusion, yet not entirely so. For the pain you inflicted is very much real upon the true Sakura, one who possesses genuine memories of living alongside you." Mu Chen, with an air of someone who has long seen through the fade, remarked, "This trial is indeed a test of my true nature, is it not?" The dragon god fell silent. Mu Chen continued, "My true desire is to ascend to divinity, to become an immensely powerful deity, and then find a way to return and glance upon them once more. You must have noticed my dual existence. How could I not recognize that the Sakura before me is genuine? However, what you have manifested is ultimately merely an illusion, and I remain unburdened by guilt." With that, the illusion shattered, and Mu Chen awakened. Chapter 95, Battle with Taodai. Indeed, as long as you remain true to yourself, it suffices, after all. One cannot truly claim to be from that world, merely a clone. Yet, these matters have become trivial. The outcome is that you have passed the trial. Are you prepared for the challenges that lie ahead? The ethereal visage of the dragon god once again materialized, gazing down upon Mu Chen from the heavens. Remarkably, Mu Chen appeared unscathed, his garments intact. He surmised that the gunshot was but an illusion, perhaps a spell cast upon him the moment he stepped into the church. With this realization, Mu Chen regarded the dragon god before him with a newfound admiration. Mu Chen smiled faintly and said, I am always prepared. The dragon god nodded slightly, then abruptly lifted his head and roared. The environment surrounding Mu Chen began to shift dramatically in response to the dragon's roar. After a whirlwind of transformations and a sensation of weightlessness, Mu Chen found himself in an expansive arena. It resembled a colossal Roman Colosseum, and he stood at one of the entrances, facing a massive altar of fire that was devoid of flames. The voice of the dragon god echoed from an unknown source, proclaiming, the third trial awaits, your combat prowess. Brace yourself. This is the trial with the highest mortality rate. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen summoned his martial soul without the slightest hint of complacency, his 7 soul rings pulsating rhythmically around him. Simultaneously, the fire altar before him ignited, the flames soaring to an astonishing height of 3 zhang, defying all scientific reasoning. Mu Chen gazed intently at the fire altar. Suddenly, a colossal figure, towering over 3 zhang, surged forth from the altar before him, hurtling directly towards Mu Chen. Mu Chen skillfully executed a sideways roll to evade the impending strike, while the soul beast collided violently with the arena's wall. With a resounding crash, the wall crumbled, sending a cloud of dust swirling around the creature's form. Yet, Mu Chen swallowed hard, for through his acute perception, he discerned the astonishing defensive capabilities of the wall. He believed that, without revealing his true form, he could not pierce its formidable surface. Yet this colossal beast, with mere casual force, shattered the wall, which was more resilient than iron. Truly, it was a manifestation of terror. After a brief pause, the giant creature shook its head and, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, emerged from the haze of dust. In that moment, Mu Chen beheld the visage of the colossal beast. Its form resembled that of a goat, yet it bore the human torso and equine legs of a centaur. Its eyes were situated beneath its armpits, and atop its neck rested a faceless, mouthless head resembling a human, crowned with spiraling horns akin to those of a ram. Its mouth was lined with tiger-like fangs, while its arms, though humanoid, ended in talons like those of an eagle. The creature's abdomen featured an enormous maw. As it emerged, the unseeing head inclined slightly, seemingly catching sight of Yuchio. It raised 2 of its 4 limbs and let out a thunderous roar. However, the sound was far from the majestic and imposing bellow one might expect. Instead, it was a rather comical, high-pitched wail reminiscent of an infant's cry. Mu Chen also confirmed the identity of the creature before him. It was, astonishingly, one of the 9 sons of the dragon god, known as Tao Tai. This revelation truly infuriated Yuchio, who silently mocked himself. He then swiftly rolled backward, as Tao Tai's powerful limbs descended. With another resounding crash, the ground around him shattered and cracked, the fissures radiating outward for 100 meters before they began to mend slightly. Mu Chen felt a genuine chill run down his spine, accompanied by a ringing in his ears and a sense of dizziness. He rolled backwards several times before managing to stabilize his stance. The head of the gluttonous beast slowly lifted, as if it had caught sight of Mu Chen once more, and suddenly lunged towards him with ferocity. Mu Chen inwardly cursed the beast, summoned the bone sword, and thrust it forward. However, the creature's tough hide proved impenetrable, and Mu Chen was instead sent flying by a powerful blow. Its claw-like hand left faint marks upon Yuchio's chest. Mu Chen, aware that he could no longer afford to hold back, summoned the external soul bone with fervor, unleashing a powerful shout directed at the beast, Tao Tai. However, this attack, which should have been fatal, appeared to have no effect on Tao Tai whatsoever. The creature continued its relentless charge, colliding forcefully with Mu Chen's body and sending him crashing to the opposite side of the arena. It was only after his form was deeply embedded into the wall that the tumult finally ceased. Mu Chen struggled to free himself from the wall, then knelt on the ground, laboriously lifting his head to gaze at the beast, Tao Tai. It seemed he was in the midst of assessing something. However, Tao Tai did not continue its assault. Instead, it began to search for various objects to toss into its cavernous maw, seemingly replenishing its energy. Mu Chen abruptly slapped his thigh, coughed softly, and murmured, I see now. As long as my attacks are not of a physical nature, he can devour them and turn them to his advantage. This could pose quite a dilemma. Mu Chen expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, then straightened his posture, summoning forth his puppet. Although the formidable power of the Tao Tai was indeed astonishing, it was still insufficient to obliterate Mu Chen, who stood as a demigod. Moreover, Mu Chen had uncovered the secret of the Tao Tai and was resolutely intent on employing his bone sword to flay it alive. 3 figures of Mu Chen surged toward the Tao Tai from various directions. Sensing the aura of impending death, the Tao Tai abruptly ceased its feeding, raising its forefoot once more, before violently stamping down. Mu Chen, having learned from his previous experiences, synchronized his movements with 2 other manifestations of himself. As his front foot descended, all three Mu Chens leaped simultaneously, successfully evading the impending stomp. As anticipated, the Taotai momentarily lost its capacity for action, relegated to a state of passive defense. Thus, the trio of Mu Chens simultaneously summoned their swords and launched an assault upon the Taotai. The creature blocked two of the bone swords with its arms, yet one managed to evade its defense, embedding itself a foot deep into its flesh. The Taotai howled in pain, and in a fit of fury, it violently swung its body, sending one Mu Chen flying. However, this very action exposed a vulnerability. The other Mu Chen summoned back his bone sword and ascended his form, delivering a powerful strike from above, which instantly carved a crimson line from the creature's head down to its left foreleg. Enraged, the Taotai opened its maw wide, unleashing a terrifying pull, intent on devouring this Mu Chen whole. Yet, the original Mu Chen would not permit such a fate. He transformed his doppelganger into a shadowy spear, which pierced through the gaping mouth in response to the suction and shot forth. Instead of absorbing soul energy, the Taotai suffered even greater injury, igniting both its wrath and a flicker of trepidation. In that moment, as it instinctively perceived the presence of another Mu Chen, it staggered back 2 steps in alarm. Mu Chen seized the opportunity, summoning the true form of the deceased, and charged fiercely into the front half of the Taotai. Simultaneously, he executed a downward slide, deftly piercing its right hind leg with his sword. The searing pain caused the Taotai to lose its balance, its massive body crashing to the ground. Overwhelmed by its own weight, it inadvertently inflicted upon itself an internal injury more severe than any it had previously endured. The Taotai attempted to prop itself up with its arm, striving to rise once more, yet would Mu Chen grant it such a chance? Mu Chen merged seamlessly with the deceased, driving the bone sword downward, piercing through the head of the Taotai under the influence of gravitational acceleration. Amidst the infant-like cries, the Taotai was vanquished, dissolving into specks of golden light. Chapter 96. The Radiance of the Sacred Dragon in Battle. After the feast dissipated, Mu Chen took a deep breath. Opportunities to engage with this individual were rare, and if he failed to seize this chance, he would undoubtedly face another beating. While it might not result in death, it would certainly be painful. Just as Mu Chen was about to leave this place, the fire altar ignited once more. Mu Chen could not help but inwardly curse. Damn it. He then once again donned his full armor, drawing the bone sword embedded in the floor and positioning it before his chest. Shortly thereafter, another creature emerged from the fiery altar. Its entire body was adorned with resplendent golden dragon scales, radiating a faintly divine aura amidst the light. Its horns resembled those of a deer, its head akin to that of a camel, its eyes like those of a rabbit, its neck reminiscent of a serpent, its abdomen akin to a giant clam, its scales similar to those of a fish, its claws resembling those of an eagle, its paws like those of a tiger, and its ears reminiscent of a cow. Mu Chen's lips twitched involuntarily as he cursed under his breath. Great, another formidable opponent. I'm about to give you a piece of my mind. Nevertheless, cursing aside, one must confront the inevitable. Whether one desires to or not, it remains a necessity. For this golden dragon will not hesitate to unleash its wrath upon you. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than the golden dragon unleashed a dazzling orb, hurtling toward Mu Chen with astonishing speed. Mu Chen chose not to evade this time, as there was little point in attempting to dodge a luminous sphere with a diameter exceeding 200 meters. Mu Chen had no choice but to forcefully block the attack with the absolute ice shield. However, the impact was so tremendous that he carved a trench over 7 meters long into the ground with his feet. When Mu Chen finally lowered his arms from his chest, he discovered that the radiant holy dragon had vanished from sight. Mu Chen expressed, "You are here again? My patience has reached its limit." Indeed, the only reason for such a sudden disappearance at this moment can only be attributed to the manipulation of temporal and spatial powers. Mu Chen unleashed the domain of the departed, granting them eternal rest, and immediately discerned the whereabouts of the radiant holy dragon. With a swift motion, he executed a dimensional strike, cleaving through the fabric of space and catching the radiant holy dragon off guard. Consequently, a wound appeared upon its body, though shallow. Blood nonetheless trickled down, an unwelcome testament to its injury. The radiant holy dragon let out a roar, not the feeble cry of a mere infant, but a true dragon's roar, resonating with majesty and power. In an instant, the creature's body shimmered with golden light, and it suddenly teleported before Mu Chen. "Do you truly believe I cannot withstand you? This is an egregious affront." As Mu Chen beheld the scene before him, he could not help but recall the recent encounter with the voracious beast. In a moment of indignation and embarrassment, he resolutely decided to confront the radiant dragon head-on. Yet, could he truly withstand such a collision? It must be said that the physique of a true dragon cannot be judged merely by appearances. The radiant dragon's charge not only harnessed its speed to amplify its strength, but also boasted a physique enhanced by the essence of light. In addition to being inherently more formidable than the voracious beast, consequently, Mu Chen found himself at a disadvantage. Upon impact, he was propelled backwards with such force that he scarcely had a moment to brace himself before crashing headlong into an incredibly solid wall, rendering him unconscious. The radiant dragon, indifferent to his combat prowess, approached with the intent to extract Mu Chen from the wall as one might uproot a radish. Subsequently, it seized him in its jaws and hurled him into the sky, before swiftly ascending to deliver a crushing blow back to the ground. Mu Chen had awakened the first time the other party had treated him in such a manner. However, the excruciating pain from plummeting from an altitude of 10,000 meters rendered him incapable of gathering his soul power to unleash his soul skills. It was only after being struck 3 times by the radiant holy dragon that he managed to barely harness his soul energy to cast an absolute ice shield, allowing him to escape. Mu Chen almost stumbled his way to the far corner of the arena, while the radiant holy dragon soared into the sky, circling above incessantly. Was it mocking Mu Chen? Unlikely, for the golden light emanating from its draconic form was intensifying, evident even to mere mortals that something monumental was being restrained within. Mu Chen seized this opportunity to swiftly recuperate from his injuries. He devised a plan. Once his adversary descended, he must evade harm to the utmost extent. And if evasion proved impossible, he would have no choice but to endure the onslaught with an impenetrable ice shield. As long as he could harness the power to counterattack while unleashing the siren's wail, victory would undoubtedly be within his grasp. As Mu Chen contemplated this, he fervently consumed the elixirs bestowed by the system, experiencing a swift resurgence of vitality, nearing a recovery of 70%. The ultimate move of the radiant holy dragon was poised to be unleashed. The radiant holy dragon let out a resounding roar, and suddenly the sky darkened, accompanied by the crackling of golden lightning striking down to the earth. Behind it emerged hundreds, even thousands, of golden ethereal dragon apparitions. They collectively inhaled with fervor, then unleashed a torrent of resplendent golden dragon breath downward. Recognizing the sheer density of this onslaught, Mu Chen understood that only the absolute ice shield would suffice. Yet, given the opponent's relentless barrage, he opted for caution and summoned puppets to employ their 3 absolute ice shields to absorb the impact. The 3 avatars and his main body aligned in formation, ready to confront the impending dragon breath. However, contrary to Mu Chen's expectations, as the first avatar withstood the 3 strikes, something unexpected transpired. The dragon breath that had initially struck beside him began to converge from all directions towards him. What could possibly shield against this? The protective barrier was not enveloping his body. With a determined grit, Mu Chen stamped his foot forcefully against the floor and soared towards the radiant body of the holy dragon. However, the luminous dragon seemingly had no intention of confronting Mu Chen directly. It swiftly retreated, leaving the illusory golden dragon to unleash its relentless assault upon him. In merely 3 breaths, Mu Chen found himself engulfed by the dragon's breath emitted from the ethereal golden dragon, struggling in vain upon the scorched ground. The temperature of the dragon's breath soared to an astonishing 2,000 degrees Celsius, causing even the armor upon his body to continuously melt away. As he faced imminent defeat, Mu Chen summoned his absolute ice shield once more to provide a momentary reprieve. His clone had already perished, rendering him unable to summon it again in the near future. What initially seemed like an exceedingly brief span of 20 seconds now felt as slow as a snail to Mu Chen. Mu Chen roared defiantly, "I shall contest you." A black hole materialized before him, voraciously devouring the dragon's breath, and he regained control over his body. He summoned an earthen mound to encase himself, transforming it into steel. Moreover, Mu Chen exerted every ounce of his strength to thwart this astonishing assault, to guard against the radiant dragon's sudden ambush. He skillfully arranged wooden stakes to form a barrier. However, the toll on his own resources was immense. It became a battle of endurance. After half an hour of relentless confrontation, Mu Chen, relying on medicinal sustenance, narrowly triumphed over the luminous dragon. Just as he anticipated, the soul technique with such an overwhelming advantage would leave him in a temporary state of weakness after its execution. The radiant dragon, now stripped of its ability to soar or teleport, lay motionless on the ground, akin to a lifeless mass of clay. Mu Chen moved at a pace even slower than that of a tortoise, taking the entirety of a fragrant stick's burning time to traverse over 300 steps before reaching his side. Aware of his inability to pierce through his opponent, Mu Chen summoned his clones, transforming them into dark spears to impale the radiant sacred dragon. In doing so, not only did he vanquish the radiant sacred dragon, but he also replenished his own strength. Should another challenge arise, I shall forego the examination and return to inquire of Gu Yuna whether she too faced such a bewildering trial at that time. Mu Chen pondered thus. Chapter 97. The trial concludes. After the radiant holy dragon was vanquished by Mu Chen, mere moments passed before the arena transformed once more. Returning to the familiar confines of the previous cathedral. Upon gazing at this well-known sanctuary, Mu Chen felt an involuntary sigh of relief escape his lips. Phew, fortunately. The dragon god did not intend to bring about my utter demise. Just as one speaks of the devil, the dragon god appeared before Mu Chen once more, manifesting with an air of ethereal grace. The dragon god spoke languidly. Very well, human, as you are the first, I indeed focused my efforts upon you. This I do not deny. Mu Chen, nevertheless, I have your best interests at heart. This trial will allow you to calmly introspect and assess whether you are truly capable of looking down upon the world. It is essential to remember that I have chosen not to mention it before. In any case, you do not aspire to the pretentiousness of the divine beings. Hence my reminder. The words of the dragon god prompted Mu Chen to reflect deeply. Indeed, how could a soul sage be invincible in this realm? It appears you have come to a realization. Thus, I hereby declare that your trial has concluded, and you are now entitled to communicate with our spirit beasts. With the dragon god's proclamation, a shift occurred in Mu Chen's aura. Should he return to the Star-Do forest at this moment, he would find that spirit beasts below 100,000 years would bow before him in reverence. Thank you. Mu Chen inclined his head in acknowledgement. Through this trial, he gained some insights, and the immense power of the dragon god was subtly revealed, deserving of profound respect. Subsequently, all scenes transformed into ash, gradually dissipating before Mu Chen's eyes. After a brief interval, he found himself back in the forbidden area of the Lake of Life. The golden-eyed black dragon king was the first to open his eyes, gazing in astonishment at the human before him. You are indeed intriguing, having managed to pass that trial. The hesitant Emperor Tian began to speak, and the other beast kings also opened their eyes. Upon witnessing Mu Chen's survival, their expressions were filled with disbelief. Mu Chen, do you know, I suspect you have wronged me, yet I possess no evidence. The Silver Dragon King did not react as greatly as Tian and the others. In fact, he did not even open his eyes. He merely lazily remarked, since you have successfully emerged, it proves that you have obtained the proof of your identity. When the day comes for you to execute your plan, we shall do our utmost to assist you. Upon finishing his words, a golden orb flew before Mu Chen. This is the seed you sought. Simply place the soul beast you wish to protect inside it. For now, let us depart. We require time to recuperate. After Mu Chen received the orb, he nodded slightly and turned to walk outside. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned his back to the Silver Dragon King, the king opened his dragon eyes for the first time, filled with a glimmer of expectation. A sudden splash echoed, awakening Ming, Ming, and Xiaowu from their slumber. In contrast to Ming's astonishment, Ming and Xiaowu exhibited a sense of excitement. Brother Chen, have you completed your task? Xiaowu leaped to Mu Chen's side, clearly apprehensive that he might break his promise and not play with her. Mu Chen affectionately ruffled Xiaowu's hair and smiled, saying, yes, once we finish our tasks, we shall wait here for Xiao San to come and fetch you. Xiaowu leaped with joy and exclaimed, that's wonderful, Brother Chen. You cannot imagine how tedious it is to be cooped up here all day. I actually have so many places I wish to visit. Brother Chen, will you accompany me? Please say yes. Mu Chen glanced at Ming and Ming. After a nod from Ming, he descended directly beneath the Lake of Life. Meanwhile, Ming waved his fist, signaling his intent to safeguard Xiaowu. Mu Chen smiled in agreement, subsequently being pulled away by Xiaowu in a particular direction. Congratulations, young Azura King. A deep and piercing voice suddenly resonated from all directions. The murderous aura emanating from Tang San surged back into him the moment the voice echoed, causing his complexion to turn ashen. The atmosphere within the Hell's arena intensified to its zenith as a crimson figure descended from the heavens. King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter. The shouts rendered the fallen hoarse, yet they showed no signs of ceasing. With a shiver in his heart, Tang San directed his gaze towards the scarlet figure suspended in midair. It was a tall man, entirely enveloped in a colossal crimson cloak. His pallid visage and blood-red eyes descended gracefully, seemingly unshackled by the constraints of gravity. Tang San had witnessed a similar scene with his father. He was certain that this descending king of slaughter was undoubtedly a tidal Douluo-level powerhouse. Suspended 5 meters above the ground, the king of slaughter halted his descent. Gazing down at Tang San, that deep yet sharp voice resounded once more. I invite the Hell's Messenger. At the other end of the arena, the great doors swung open, revealing Hu Liena, whose eyes were nearly blood-red. her breath uneven due to her own murderous aura. As her gaze fell upon Tang San, her aura stabilized somewhat. The King of Slaughter's gaze shifted to the observation platform of the Hell's Arena. I am delighted to witness the emergence of two formidable warriors today. It has been decades since 100 victories have been achieved, and it is embodied in these two young individuals. With their immense strength and terrifying murderous intent. They have instilled tremors within you, have they not, my subjects? Yes, yes, yes. The King of Slaughter seemed to possess a unique allure that incited a near-manic reverence among all the fallen upon their side of him. From him, Tang San could sense a faintly sweet and intoxicating aura. Alas, for him and Hulaina, this influence was not particularly significant. The King of Slaughter lowered his head, fixing his gaze upon Tang San and Hulaina. Azura King, Hell's Messenger, thank you for allowing me to feel the presence of passion once more. 100 victories, splendid. In recognition of your achievements, I have decided to confer upon you the title of God of Slaughter. From this day forth, you may freely enter and exit the city of Slaughter, and are appointed as guest officials under my command. Do we not have to traverse the path of hell? Tang San exclaimed in surprise, only to find Hulaina gazing back at him, both reflecting a look of confusion. What trickery was the King of Slaughter up to? Without traversing the path of hell, one is granted the title of the God of Slaughter. Both Tang San and Hulaina are undoubtedly astute individuals, each possessing a head soul bone. Their exchanged glances conveyed an immediate understanding of the intentions of the King of Slaughter. To walk the path of hell is undeniably perilous. However, lurking behind this danger lies the immense allure of the realm of the God of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter before them evidently wished to prevent their attainment of this domain. Hulaina spoke first. There is no need for such an honor. Great King of Slaughter, we must not disrupt the established rules of the city of Slaughter due to our presence. I am willing to undergo the trials of the path of hell to earn your favor. I aspire to rely on my own strength to emerge from this place and become a true God of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter's gaze sharpened. You may not comprehend the terrors of the path of hell. As a messenger of hell, I hope you understand that life is singular. Hulaina scoffed softly. Great King of Slaughter, is it not somewhat absurd for you and I to discuss life? This is a world of slaughter. A stronger crimson light flickered in the King of Slaughter's eyes as he turned his gaze towards Tang San. And you? Are you willing to accept my favor and become a distinguished guest of the city of Slaughter? Chapter 98. The calm before the storm. Time passed. And in the blink of an eye, they had spent a month within the Stardow Great Forest. Typically, Mu Chen accompanied Xiao to various locales, gathering flowers, strolling, and engaging in conversation. Xiao was indeed feeling stifled, as she persistently expressed her boredom and musings daily, continuing this lamentation until now. Nevertheless, Mu Chen relished the moments when Xiao Wu confided in him, as it evoked a profound sense of brotherhood within him, leading to an ever-growing affection towards her. However, glancing at the sky, a graceful silhouette emerged in his mind, prompting a sigh. Am I perhaps overthinking this? Alas, I hope I am merely being fanciful. Recently, Mu Chen has found himself easily troubled, grappling with an inner turmoil that leaves him feeling unsettled. Shaking his head, he contemplated, estimating that the soul-hunting operation was imminent. He resolved to send a message, instructing the old monster and his companions to be prepared. As he gazed at Xiao Wu, a gentle smile graced his face, his eyes shimmering with determination. Who could have anticipated that this picturesque existence would shatter abruptly, akin to awakening from a profound dream? However, being in this moment, he vowed that he would not allow such calamity to transpire. With steadfast resolve, Mu Chen began to pen a letter, seated quietly on the grass, with the note resting on a makeshift table crafted from stone. Meanwhile, Xiao danced gracefully nearby, chasing butterflies, a truly enchanting scene. Tang San had also spent a month at the Moon Pavilion, realizing that his father's guidance was undeniably astute. Training in the city of Slaughter was meant to hone the heart, and the same applied here at the Moon Pavilion. As he settled into tranquility, reflecting on the events of the past 4 years and his journey of growth, he recognized the profound fatigue that enveloped his spirit. This year had afforded him the most restorative respite, and although he had not deliberately practiced, the knowledge accumulated over the years began to coalesce within this serene environment. Even the last line of defense, the governing meridian, began to gradually loosen. Now at the 57th rank, Tang San's soul power had ascended from 42 to 57 in a span of 5 years, averaging a 3-level increase annually. This pace paled in comparison to his previous training at Shrek Academy, yet he understood that after surpassing the 40th level, the power required for each subsequent elevation was vastly greater than before. At 20 years old and with a soul power of 57, Tang San had undeniably eclipsed the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. More importantly, He had transformed from someone possessing various skills that required meticulous control into a figure who harmonized all abilities, taking the pivotal step toward becoming a formidable force. From the unmistakable admiration in his aunt's gaze over the past few months, Tang San sensed that his time here was drawing to a close. The mere thought of reuniting with his father stirred ripples within his previously tranquil heart. He had waited far too long for the elusive truth, despite harboring certain speculations. Without hearing them from his father, how could he be certain? Tang San understood that the path ahead was still long and winding. Yet this year at the Moon Pavilion would undoubtedly serve as a pivotal juncture in his life. He had transcended his youth, with his 20th birthday approaching, marking his transition into adulthood. The graduation ceremony concluded smoothly, each student receiving their diploma from the pavilion master, Tang Yuehua, and joyfully embraced by their families. As Tang Yuehua wrapped up this momentous occasion, Tang San felt a sense of accomplishment in fulfilling today's task. She approached him, remarking on his commendable performance, both in spirit and demeanor. Tang San smiled faintly, gently caressing the strings of his instrument. As the final echoes dissipated, a melodious voice broke the silence. Yuehua, may I request an introduction? Turning around, Tang Yuehua beheld the elegantly attired crown prince Shui Qinghe, accompanied by the recently graduated Shui Ku. She was well aware of Shuike's noble lineage, a fact known to most of the students, and she noted the distinct admiration Shuike held for Tang San. Even when Tang San had seized the opportunity to perform, this princess exhibited no discontent. Your Highness, Tang Yuehua offered a slight bow. Shui Qinghe promptly returned the gesture, saying, And Yuehua, what are you doing? I am but a junior and cannot accept such formalities. Tang Yuehua chuckled. Please, refrain from calling me aunt so often. Do I appear so aged? Shuike interjected playfully. Of course not. Teacher, you are like my sister. Tang Yuehua smiled. You certainly know how to flatter. As she spoke, she slightly shifted her position to allow the siblings to clearly see Tang San. Allow me to introduce you. This is my nephew, Tang Yin. Upon hearing the term nephew, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Shui Qinghe's eyes. Tang San had been quietly observing the crown prince, who had left a favorable impression on him in the past. After 5 years, the crown prince had matured significantly, his demeanor more composed, though his features remained largely unchanged. Yet, his restrained elegance was undeniably appealing, reminiscent of Ning, perhaps a deliberate imitation. From the changes in Shui Qinghe's expression upon hearing his aunt's introduction, it was evident that he was aware of her true identity, and she had not gone to great lengths to disguise it, suggesting a considerable trust in the crown prince. Though outwardly calm, Tang San was mentally analyzing the situation, contemplating whether to reveal his identity to Shui Qinghe. This thought flitted through his mind, but was quickly suppressed. He recognized that, despite Shui Qinghe's trustworthiness, the moment was not yet ripe for such revelations. He needed to seek confirmation from his father regarding his speculations. If the time came to enlist the crown prince's aid, he could disclose his true self then, especially since his current appearance was unrecognizable. Shui Qinghe was likewise scrutinizing Tang San. Now in closer proximity, he found himself increasingly drawn to Tang San's serene elegance. Particularly astonished when Tang Yuehua referred to him as her nephew. As the crown prince, he was indeed one of the few privy to Tang Yuehua's true identity. The rumors circulating about her relationship with the Emperor of the Night were mere folly. This is Tang Yin, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, His Highness Shui Qinghe. Tang Yuehua continued with the introductions. Tang San smiled and offered a slight bow. Greetings, Your Highness. He also nodded in acknowledgement to Shui Ku, thus completing the exchange of pleasantries. The two individuals, after all, were classmates and did not require excessive formality. Had it been the former Tang San, he would have undoubtedly responded to the persistent advances of the young lady, Shui Ku, with a lack of pretense. However, after a year of guidance from his aunt, he had learned the art of concealing his genuine emotions deep within. Shui Qinghe smiled and remarked, I have long heard my younger sister speak of a young talent emerging from Yuxian. Upon meeting you today, I find the rumors to be true. Brother Tang Yin, let us sit together when time permits. Communicating with Tang San in a tone befitting a commoner, despite his status as the crown prince, Shui Qinghe exemplified humility and respect for the talented. Beside them, Shui Ku could not help but interject. Elder brother, you must include me when that time comes. I wish to learn more about the harp from Brother Tang Yin. Shui Qinghe replied with a smile. If Brother Tang Yin has no objections, then I have none. This simple statement conveyed his profound respect for Tang San, undoubtedly endearing him to others. Tang San maintained his smile. Yet it was evident that he would disappoint the crown prince. I have just graduated and must embark on a journey afar. If fate allows, I shall certainly pay you a visit upon my return. Shueqinghe was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such an unhesitant refusal under these circumstances. However, upon meeting Tang San's earnest gaze, he quickly comprehended that the latter was not dismissing him, but genuinely had matters to attend to. With a slight smile, Shueqinghe said, "Then I shall await your return." He added, "I shall not intrude any longer. Sister, it is time for us to depart." As he spoke, Shueqinghe raised his hand to offer a handshake, a simple yet casual gesture among nobility. Tang San reciprocated the gesture, and at that moment, a gentle surge of soul power emanated from Shueqinghe's palm. Tang San felt a stir within, judging by the soul power. The Crown Prince's strength was far from insignificant. In his previous encounters, he had never witnessed Shueqinghe in action. If Tang San felt slightly surprised, Shueqinghe was left in a state of shock. The soul power he transmitted to Tang San was gentle, even if Tang San were not a soul master. It would not have harmed him. Yet, he was astounded to discover that the soul power he had infused into Tang San had silently dissipated. There had been no resistance or other sensations. It was as if the soul power had entered Tang San's body and severed all ties with him. How had he accomplished this? This young man, it seemed, was indeed a direct descendant of the Haotian sect, and he must be an exceptionally talented elite. This was Shueqinghe's first thought. He would not attempt to test Tang San further and naturally released his hand, smiling as he led his sister away. As Shueqinghe departed, her large eyes shimmered with reluctance. Had she not already known of Tang San's humble origins, she might have recklessly revealed her affections for him. What girl of her age could resist the charm of such a handsome and impeccably poised young talent? As the guests departed, Tang Yuehua observed Tang San, who was putting away his harp, and could not help but chuckle softly. It seemed that the young lady Shueqinghe had indeed developed feelings for him. Just the other day, she had inquired about the noble status a commoner must possess to be worthy of marrying a princess, evidently referring to him. Looking up at her aunt's teasing smile, Tang San replied with a hint of reluctance, "Aunt, you know I am not considering such matters at the moment." Tang Yuehua smiled and inquired, "Is it possible that you have a confidant?" After a moment's hesitation, Tang San nodded. Tang Yuehua looked at him with surprise, exclaiming, "My goodness. You truly are quite mature for your age. I recall you mentioning that you began training with your father at the age of 14. Could it be that your confidant is someone you've known for a while?" Chapter 99. What is meant to happen will eventually occur at the headquarters of the Tiando Mukin Group. A robust voice resonated. "Everyone. I trust you have received the letter from young Master Chen?" "Indeed, we have. Then it is time to devise our plan. We must intentionally refrain from alerting the 7 great sects and allow them to confront the Spirit Hall head-on, ultimately unifying the 2 nations. However, by doing so, it seems regardless of the means, even if it is merely an alliance, we must connect the 2 nations. This is a grand undertaking, one that cannot be overlooked. Very well, after all, it is the Spirit Hall that is courting its own demise. We cannot be held accountable for their folly. All right, everyone. Return and proceed according to the plan. Understood. Brother Chen, when do you think Xiao San will come to pick me up?" A somewhat melancholic female voice inquired. Mu Chen smiled gently, glanced at the sky, and remarked, "You have inquired no less than 100 times. You ought to realize that I, too, am uncertain." Xiao Wu lowered her head, gazing at the ground, her fingers idly tracing the blades of grass. After a sigh, she confessed, "But, Chen Gu, I truly miss Xiao San." Mu Chen sighed and remarked, "What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. It is not a matter of timing. Xiao Wu, you must understand. The arrival of the third party is inevitable." He silently contemplated, "Perhaps, one day, I will find myself alongside you all." Xiao Wu remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Mu Chen also comprehended the sentiment of being separated by vast distances, accompanied by a profound yearning. However, at this moment, such thoughts proved futile. All that remained was to await and to pray, beseeching for Tang San's swift return. Mu Chen truly did not wish to see Xiao Wu in such a state. 5 years have passed. Xiao Wu, how have you fared? Observing the profound desolation in Tang San's gaze, Tang Yuehua refrained from further inquiries. She gently ruffled Tang San's hair, her beautiful eyes reflecting a tender affection for her nephew, who towered over her. "Silly boy, what are you thinking? I see you possess quite a sentimental side. Much like your father." Tang San gazed at Tang Yuehua and inquired, "Aunt, may I graduate from your tutelage?" Tang Yuehua paused momentarily, a hint of wistfulness in her voice as she replied, "Are you so eager to leave me? Although we have only spent a year together, I have genuinely come to cherish my remarkably intelligent nephew." Among their generation, the most outstanding and accomplished were undoubtedly her elder brother, the sect master Tang Hao, and herself. Though she may not be a formidable soul master, The power she wielded was sufficient to instill fear in anyone. Yet, within the direct lineage of the Tang clan, those less remarkable had already branched out, producing descendants, and even the next generation had begun to emerge as the once proud legacy of the Tang clan. Both the sect master and she remained unmarried, and Tang Hao had met such a dismal fate. It could be said that Tang San was the sole descendant of their direct sibling lineage. She regarded this nephew as her own son. Tang San held Tang Yuehua in high esteem as well. From this elegant and beautiful aunt, he received genuine maternal care, despite her tendency to be somewhat verbose. He found himself enjoying her caring ramblings, which offered a warmth that neither Tang Hao nor the master could provide. Thus, for this aunt, Tang San felt both deep respect and a close bond. He chose not to share the matter of Xiaowu with Tang Yuehua, wishing to spare her the burden of worry. Aunt, you know I am not like that. However, I must depart. Tang Yuehua sighed softly. I understand. After meeting your father, he will insist you return to the clan and acknowledge your heritage. Child, you surpass your father in excellence. Though I am unaware of what you have endured in the past, I believe you shall undoubtedly surpass him. Remember, never let your emotions cloud your judgment, and never gamble with your life. Your father was too sentimental. His decision to entrust you to me for your education was primarily to cultivate your character, ensuring you do not repeat his mistakes. Theoretically, I should have confidence in you. You have done remarkably well. However, you carry the same blood as your father. Promise me. Prioritize your safety above all else, will you? Tang San nodded silently, a hint of red glimmering in his eyes as he met his aunt's kind gaze. Tang Yuehua smiled and said, All right, go prepare. I know you are eager to see him. Depart tomorrow. In a couple of days. I too plan to return to the sect for a visit. It has been far too long. If I do not return soon, I suspect my brother will scold me. Let us meet there. Tang San felt a surge of emotion. He understood that Tang Yuehua's decision to return to Haotian sect was solely for his sake. He was not well versed in the circumstances of the sect, nor had Tang Yuehua ever confided in him about it. However, the prolonged obscurity of the Haotian sect over the years was a telling sign of the struggles faced by his family as esteemed sect. Tang San had little to tidy up. Even the daily necessities could simply be placed into the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. That evening, Tang Yuehua personally prepared a few exquisite dishes for a modest meal with Tang San. Before Tang San retired for the night, Tang Yuehua informed him that there was no need for him to bid her farewell the following day. In that moment, Tang San distinctly noticed a glimmer of tears in his aunt's eyes. Little did he know that Tang Yuehua had once loved a man she should never have loved. Upon realizing the truth, her heart had become incapable of harboring any feelings of love again, which was why she remained unmarried throughout her life. She had once fantasized about having a child of her own. With Tang Hao bringing Tang San into her life, it felt as if her unfulfilled wish had been realized. Thus, she regarded Tang San as her own. A year is not a long time, yet Tang Yuehua felt as if she had been reborn. Through Tang San, she glimpsed the hope for the future of the Haotian sect. How could she not dedicate herself wholeheartedly to aiding her nephew? In the early morning, after completing his habitual practice of the purple extreme magic eye, Tang San quietly departed from the moon pavilion, ensuring he did not disturb anyone. The day was just beginning to dawn. At the top of the building, the window was ajar, and Tang Yuehua stood there, quietly observing the retreating white figure, a faint smile gracing her lips. Little San, I await your return at the sect. Upon leaving the city of Heaven Do, Tang San no longer restrained his speed and soared forward with all his might. He had memorized everything on the sheepskin map that Tang Hao had given him. There was no need to glance at it again to easily find the correct path. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. 5 years ago, Tang San had been eager to uncover the truth, and today, he finally possessed the right to seek that knowledge. Just as his father had said, he had shed all superficiality. As he raced into the mountains, every rugged path seemed as smooth as silk beneath his feet. The 8 spider lances propelled him skyward, bringing him back to the mountains where he had once trained. He no longer cared for elegance, but simply wished to reunite with his father and hear tales of the past. The landscape remained as it was, surrounded by towering mountains and lush greenery, with a shimmering sapphire lake before him and a magnificent waterfall cascading from the heavens. Despite having lived here for 2 years, the serenity and beauty of the place felt unchanged upon his return. In the valley, only the thunderous roar of the waterfall echoed, and aside from that, everything else was enveloped in tranquil silence. Gazing at the waterfall that had accompanied his growth, Tang San searched for his father's figure. You have returned. The deep voice seemed to resonate in his ears. Tang San turned abruptly, and in that instant, he felt as if time had frozen. The excitement in his eyes turned to a blank stare. By the water's edge stood the familiar silhouette, and when Tang San saw him again, his heart trembled uncontrollably. The temperament that had changed over the years seemed to shatter at this moment. His heart ached to the point of suffocation. Tang Hao stood quietly by the waterside. Yet he was supported by only one leg. His left leg had been severed at the root. Equally vanished was his right arm. At this moment, what stood there was a one-armed elder. His disheveled hair was starkly illuminated by a snowy sheen. "Dad." Tang San almost trembled as he called out, his figure flashing forward. His jaw quivering as he fell before Tang Hao. Despite the loss of an arm and a leg, Tang Hao appeared remarkably tranquil. His expression devoid of the former solemnity and rigidity, instead graced with a faint smile as he gazed at his son, whom he held in such pride. He raised his hand to gently caress Tang San's head, saying, "You're here, finally. I have been waiting for you." This tender gesture had never been witnessed before. Yet at that moment, Tang San's heart felt as though it had been pierced by needles. An unparalleled surge of murderous intent suddenly erupted within him. "Who did this to you, Dad? Who caused you such harm?" Overwhelmed by fury, Tang San's domain of slaughter was forcibly awakened, and in an instant, the air around them turned frigid. Tang Hao's smile remained unbroken. "Silly boy, what are you doing? Did your Aunt Bai really train you so well this past year?" "Dad." Tang San looked at his father's severed limbs, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. The youngest, titled Douluo, had now transformed into a figure resembling a withered candle at the end of its wick, his own father. A fierce, murderous intent seemed to surge from his chest, and in that moment, Tang San's eyes gradually turned blood red. Tang Hao's expression shifted, and he fixed his gaze upon Tang San, commanding, "Wake up. No one can reduce me to this state. This is my own doing. A year ago, after I returned here, I severed my own right arm and left leg." "What?" Tang San was once again rendered speechless, unable to fathom that all of this had been orchestrated by his father. Tang Hao smiled calmly, surprised. "Are you? Haven't you always wanted to know about my past? Come with me. I shall take you to a place." Chapter 100. Perhaps you may call me Rage Wave Little Wu. I must leave today. "Chen Gun, didn't you promise to accompany me back to Shaosan?" Little Wu pouted, displeased. Mu Chen gently patted Xiao Wu's head in a comforting manner and said, "No, Xiao Wu, I will return. For there are indeed matters I must attend to. Do you understand?" Xiao Wu gazed into Mu Chen's eyes and discerned the hidden depths within them. Thus, feeling a sense of urgency, she asked, "Brother Chen, you are not going to engage in any misdeeds, are you?" Mu Chen smiled gently and replied, "Not at all. I merely intend to meet those I need to." Xiao Wu gazed into his eyes, seemingly reassured, and adorably nodded in agreement. Mu Chen turned away with satisfaction, striding towards the expanse beyond the stars. The system had been successfully activated and debugged, ready to initiate the long-awaited communication interface. The familiar voice of the system resonated in his mind once more. With a charming smile, Mu Chen donned a mask resembling a mythical beast that concealed his entire face. Subsequently, a black robe adorned with crimson edges enveloped him, and he soared towards the Star Luo Empire. Simultaneously, through the so-called communication system, the Ice and Snow Emperors. The board of directors of the Mu Chen group and Gu Yunao were notified that the first phase of their plan had commenced. With a sudden surge of speed, he accelerated towards the Star Luo Empire like a shooting star, leaving only a fleeting trace in his wake. "Father, consume this, thereafter. You need not worry about the environmental effects here and can remain by Mother's side," Tang Hao said softly, observing his son's somewhat pale visage. He uttered no further words, merely swallowing the elixir. Tang San lingered for 3 additional days to ascertain whether his mother could acclimatize to the surroundings. The prognosis was promising. The blue-silver emperor grew rapidly, just as Tang San had anticipated. Even more exhilarating for him was the significant improvement in Tang Hao's condition after consuming the elixir he had concocted. The lingering weakness from his severed limb had completely vanished. In the inhospitable environment of the ice and fire yin-yang, I no longer posed any threat to him. "Little San, come here," Tang Hao called to Tang San, who had just completed his cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye. "You shall depart shortly. I will remain here with your mother. You need not worry." Gazing at his son, who possessed an elegant demeanor and striking stature, Tang Hao's eyes brimmed with pride. Tang San understood that he could no longer tarry. There were myriad tasks awaiting his attention. Though his parents had settled, the weight of responsibility had shifted onto his shoulders. "Father, when may I seek out Xiao Wu?" Tang San inquired tentatively. Tang Hao smiled gently and replied, "You may go when you reach level 60 and require a soul ring. By then, she should also be nearing her maturity phase." Once she enters that stage, a slight alteration in appearance will suffice to evade recognition. However, until your strength is sufficient, avoid making appearances at the spirit hall. Moreover, before you seek her out, make a visit to your sect and ensure that I have entrusted you with all necessary tasks. I have imparted my instructions. I trust you will execute them splendidly. Yet, remember this. Although my expectations for you are high, you are my sole son. Tang San comprehended the weight of his father's words and nodded vigorously. Father, you need not worry. I understand my boundaries. Go now. There is no need to hurry back to us. With your mother by my side, this place is my finest sanctuary. As Tang San departed, an overwhelming multitude of responsibilities awaited him. He turned back repeatedly, glancing at both his father and mother. The sight of his father's solitary, disabled figure and his mother, transformed into a plant, was a poignant reminder of the toll exacted by the spirit hall. Once Tang San slipped from his father's view, his eyes turned icy. From Tang Hao, he inherited not only duty but also a burning hatred. The vengeance for his mother's death was a grudge that could not be forgotten. The tragedies of parents must be repaid in blood. At this moment, Tang San has established a singular life goal, to ensure the complete annihilation of the spirit hall by his own hand. Acquiring the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor did not enhance Tang San's soul power, it merely refined it further. However, the unblocking of the meridians has granted him immense benefits. With the 8 extraordinary meridians now connected, Tang San's soul power has directly ascended to level 59. Given some time to cultivate it fully, he will be poised to break through the bottleneck of level 60. At that time, he will also seek out Xiao Wu, whom he has not seen for 5 years. 5 years ago, he was still under 15, already making waves among the younger generation in the world of soul masters. Now, at the age of 20, endowed with 3 soul bones and dual martial souls, along with 2 significant domains. What kind of shock will he bring to the realm of soul masters? As Tang San stepped out of the Sunset Mountain Range, the entire world of soul masters began to transform. In the Spirit City, at the Papal Hall, in the conference chamber, Pope Bibi Dong sat alone at the head of the table, with the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin standing silently behind her. 5 years prior, the golden generation was led by Xiaoyu, but now Hulaina's accomplishments have surpassed those of her brother. The large oval conference table hosted nearly 20 individuals, each adorned in splendid attire, exuding an air of authority. Their garments clearly indicated that they were significant figures within the Spirit Hall, at least the leaders of various Spirit Hall branches. Among them were the only 2 hall masters of the Spirit Sacred Halls across the continent, the Platinum Bishops. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly comprehend that a monumental event was unfolding within the Spirit Hall. Every gaze in the room was fixed on Pope Bibi Dong, eagerly awaiting her words. Bibi Dong scanned the assembly with a stern expression and declared, after discussions with the elders of the Elder Hall, I am here to announce 3 major decisions. The attendees promptly straightened in their seats, attentively listening to the words of this formidable pope. Although all past popes of the Spirit Hall have held immense power, Bibi Dong's authority is particularly pronounced. Despite being a woman, she is renowned for her iron-fisted approach to managing Spirit Hall affairs. Even now, the Elder Hall does not dare to question her decisions lightly. For at least a decade, no dissenting voices have emerged within the Spirit Hall. This is undoubtedly connected to Bibi Dong's diligent efforts, which have propelled the Spirit Hall to unprecedented heights, even surpassing the 2 great empires. The first matter, as the Pope, I have determined my successor, who has been approved by the Elder Hall. Henceforth, I hereby announce Hulaina as the saintess of the Spirit Hall and the first heir to the papacy. Why? You may ask. Who are you? Why cough cough? You inquire why? It has been far too long. The union of the 2 nations has taken an eternity, and I cannot afford to wait any longer. Thus, this is a necessity. You may blame your nation for lacking a false deity. As for my name, you may refer to me as the Wrathful Tide. On this day, while the common folk indulged in their peaceful afternoon slumber, they remained blissfully unaware of the impending changes in the celestial realm, even if they were cognizant of it. What difference would it make? The weak are destined to obey, oblivious to the calamity that had befallen the 2 most prominent clans, the Yuming and the Baihu. Due to the protective barriers and the incessant rain, none noticed their utter annihilation, even the Emperor and the Yuming Duke, when joined in a desperate attempt with their soul fusion technique, could not prevail against the scythe wielded by the ominous figure cloaked in black and adorned with a ghastly mask. The cost of this defeat was starkly evident: bloodshed. They would never forget that terrifying man, draped in a dark robe and masked in horror. Never. As the Emperor of the Xinglua breathed his last, A multitude of ambitious individuals surged forth, the heads of minor clans eager to seize the opportunity. From this day forth, Xingluo belongs to us, the Mu Chen. Yet, you must maintain the facade as usual. I shall have someone impersonate the 2 members of the royal lineage to deceive the surviving heirs, while you shall emerge as the true wielders of power. Thank you, my lord. The barons and earls knelt in reverence, acknowledging who the true ruler was. The masked man gazed skyward, observing the torrential rain obscured by the barrier, his eyes narrowing slightly. I have returned, for this task must be undertaken, as it is the sole method imparted to me by my father to alter the divine realm, stripping you hypocritical deities of your power derived from faith. Chapter 101. Deceiving Mu Bai. After completing his tasks, Mu Chen returned as if nothing had transpired, resuming his playful antics with Xiaowu. She resembled an eternally youthful child, her heart remaining as pure and unblemished as a blank canvas, despite her age. While Mu Chen sighed, her protective instincts grew ever stronger. However, to Xiaowu, Mu Chen seemed no different from before, aside from the fact that he now dedicated a fixed amount of time each day to be away. For her, as long as Mu Chen adhered to their agreement and was willing to accompany her, everything felt perfectly fine. Mu Chen found himself in quite a predicament. Not only did he have to regularly apply a layer of deceptive skin to his disguised members, but he also had to assist them in practicing how to evade the scrutiny of Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Qing, who were likely to return soon. The 2 of them could not be said to have found common ground. Rather, they had simply ceased to harbor mutual disdain. Nevertheless, as things currently stood, their aspirations in life did not align with that of royal existence or marriage alliances. Therefore, as long as they managed to deceive them, Xingluo would be completely usurped by Mu Chen's faction, firmly under his control. Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Qing, as expected, returned a month after the annihilation of their clan. The Emperor of Xingluo and the royal impersonators were prepared to follow the script and facilitate their premature departure. Dai Mu Bai, Davis, Zhu Qing, Zhu Jian, present yourselves, declared a sole Douluo, announcing to all members within the imperial city. This was a preemptive strike to prevent Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Qing from discovering the ambitious plots of the minor clans, whose power had unexpectedly surged, enabling them to overshadow the aristocracy in the court. Thus, upon their return, Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Qing had little time to rest before being summoned to the emperor's hall. However, this urgency was understandable, given the matter concerning the crown prince. Dai Mu Bai was resolute in his determination, mirroring the aspirations of Yi Qiu, to protect Davis while he himself would roam freely like a wild crane. Upon entering the grand hall, Dai Mu Bai noticed a stark transformation in Davis, who seemed to have shed the aura of princely authority and nobility, leaving behind an inexplicable eeriness. Zhu Qing also cast a surprised glance at Zhu Zhuyun, who had lost all traces of his previously formidable and savage demeanor. Yet both naturally attributed these changes to their recent defeat. Before long, the white tiger Douluo, the current emperor of Xingluo, made his entrance. It must be said that this false emperor performed quite admirably, exuding an impressive semblance of authority. After all, the impersonator was also a titled Douluo. He gestured subtly for the 4 to rise, offering no further commentary, instead regarding Zhu Zhuyun and Davis with a judging gaze. Dai Mu Bai, with a grave expression, was the first to speak. Father, regarding the recent battle. Before he could finish, the emperor abruptly waved his hand, cutting him off with a fierce declaration. Davis has been defeated. Zhu Zhuyun has been defeated. According to our customs, their powers shall be revoked. They are to be reduced to commoners. As the emperor's voice echoed, the surrounding guards moved closer, and the 2 were left sprawled on the ground, as though all hope had been extinguished. In that moment, Dai Mu Bai positioned himself protectively in front of Davis, while Zhu Qing similarly shielded Zhu Zhuyun. With a powerful voice echoing Mu Chen's prior sentiments, Dai Mu Bai implored, Father, you know me. I have no desire for the throne and am not suited to govern a nation. Thus, I believe my brother is far more qualified to be emperor. The emperor of Xingluo smiled faintly, seemingly indulging Dai Mu Bai's impudence. Dai Mu Bai, you must understand, this is the law, a law that has stood since time immemorial. Dai Mu Bai remarked, rules are established by mankind. Should we not alter the unjust laws? Emperor Xingluo chuckled softly, replying, however, change demands a price. Dai Mu Bai understood that his father was inquiring what warranted such a transformation. With determination, he proposed, Father, what if I willingly abdicate in favor of my elder brother? The emperor's expression shifted, tinged with anger as he retorted, Am I not yet deceased? Dai Mu Bai smiled and clarified, Father, I mean to say that upon my ascension, I would pass the throne directly to my brother, who, lacking strength, would inevitably be marginalized. Yet, I would bear the burden of this sin, refusing to be shackled in my freedom. Although the emperor appeared furious, inwardly he was overjoyed. He solemnly asked, "Are you certain?" Dai Mubai nodded firmly, "Indeed." "Very well. I shall grant your wish. From this day forth, you, Dai Mubai, shall no longer be my son, severing ties with the Qingdao royal family. Zhu Zhuqing shares the same fate, and your engagement is hereby annulled." Both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback by the emperor's swift acquiescence. Yet the outcome was as they desired, so they refrained from further comment, bowing respectfully, "Thank you, your majesty." The emperor, with a pained gesture, waved them off, stating, "Enough. You may return." However, he turned and departed, causing the guards who had approached Dai Mubai to also withdraw. Subsequently, Dai Mubai expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the departing Davis, who escorted them out of the imperial city. Although they sensed something amiss, the result was what they had anticipated, prompting them to disregard their unease. The hardships of their journey made them long for their companions, so they chose to hasten their flight towards Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, in the Stardow Forest, Mu Chen had already sensed the presence of the Spirit Hall's forces and informed Deming and Air Ming of his strategies. Mu Chen intended to deal a heavy blow to the Spirit Hall here, preparing for future confrontations. On the other hand, Tang San had successfully infiltrated their ranks and was considering how to draw closer to Xiao Wu and the others. After a night of contemplation, Yin had regained his clarity. He understood that in the presence of Hu Laina, he could not confront Tang San, as it would only fracture his relationship with her. Although it seemed that Tang San and Hu Laina shared nothing overtly significant, Yin was all too familiar with the tenderness in Hu Laina's gaze directed at another man. It is often said that women are sensitive, yet men possess this sensitivity as well, especially when one's heart is fixated on someone. Yin felt this acutely. He had resolved that the Stardow Forest was fraught with peril. Direct action was unwise, yet could he not exploit his surroundings? As Tang San and Hu Laina walked side by side, he silently observed the progression of their team and everything around them. He was somewhat astonished to discover that Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were synchronously supporting one another, one in front and the other behind. Within this elliptical formation, the outside world seemed to be shrouded by the aura of the two tidal Douluos. Tang San refrained from utilizing his blue-silver domain, for being within it could lead to energy fluctuations that might attract the vigilance of the two tidal Douluos, whose defensive presence resembled a barrier. The lead figure, Ghost Douluo, began to quicken his pace, and the entire group surged through the forest like the wind, much to Tang San's astonishment. Even when they encountered formidable soul beasts along the way, these creatures refrained from launching any attacks, merely observing the advancing party from a distance. Soon, he comprehended the reason for this phenomenon, the overwhelming might and aura of the two tidal Douluos. The energy enveloping the team acted as a deterrent to the surrounding soul beasts. With two tidal Douluos walking side by side, how many soul beasts would dare to provoke them? Consequently, this squad from the Spirit Hall was able to save a considerable amount of time. However, as they continued onward, a sense of urgency began to swell within Tang San, for he found himself unable to leave any markers for Xiao Wu. Even if he did, if Xiao Wu truly resided at the heart of the forest, she would be unable to see them. No one can have all wishes fulfilled. Following an initial successful integration, Tang San encountered challenges. After a relentless 2 hours of haste, Ghost Douluo finally signaled for a break, indicating a moment of respite. Chapter 102, The Beginning of Total Annihilation. Mu Chen and Xiao Wu were taken aback, swiftly preparing for the impending confrontation. Suddenly, Deming let out a cold snort and remarked, "It appears they are already quite close to us, having utilized a domain-type soul skill to probe our presence." Xiao Wu hurriedly inquired, "So what now? Have we been discovered?" Deming nodded. "Indeed, we have been detected. However, the one who sought to investigate us has also been made to pay a small price." Mu Chen said little about this, his face serious as he gazed outwards. "Our objective is singular, to eliminate that ostentatious tidal Douluo in an instant. Remember, it must be an instant kill." Deming nodded dismissively, for he could scarcely believe that a tidal Douluo could evade such a fate. Mu Chen merely chuckled coldly, fully aware of the reasons behind Xiao Wu's demise. It was the arrogance of those two soul beasts, a truth that could not be denied, as they stood atop a peak, continually looking down upon those below and those striving to ascend. Tang San forced himself to glance at the two tidal Douluos before him, offering a wry smile. "I initially intended to survey the surroundings, seeking suitable soul beasts for myself. Yet, unexpectedly, I encountered an exceptionally formidable presence. It managed to detect my spiritual energy and even launched a mental assault against me. Had I not reacted swiftly, I would have perished in that moment. Douluo's eyes brightened, and in his uniquely soft voice, he inquired, an exceptionally formidable presence? How powerful? In which direction? Tang San replied assuredly. It is at least at the level of a soul Douluo. My spiritual energy is considerable among soul masters of the same rank, to injure me from a distance. One must be at least a soul Douluo. As he spoke, he pointed towards the direction his blue-silver domain had detected, offering no concealment regarding this matter. Upon hearing the term soul Douluo, Douluo furrowed his brow. Only at the level of a soul Douluo? That does not seem to be the target we seek. Are you certain you are not mistaken? Tang San's words were, of course, a deception. He had fused two presences into one, downplaying their strength. He managed a bitter smile. I cannot be certain, for in that instant, my spiritual energy was already rebuffed. Though he spoke thus, inwardly he scoffed, aware that their pursuit might not end favorably for them. If pressed to describe the overwhelming presence of those two auras, he could only liken it to the terrifying pressure he once felt from his father, who had not yet rendered himself powerless. This was a sensation that the two titled Douluos before him could not replicate. More importantly, Tang San's previous spiritual probing had effectively alerted those two formidable entities. Would they be caught unprepared? Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo exchanged glances, with Gue Douluo stating, regardless, we must investigate. The target should be nearby. Better to mistakenly eliminate than to let slip. With that, the 20 elite Soul Palace experts sprang into action. Hulaina was just about to assist Tang San by supporting his arm, but Xiaoyu had already lifted him, allowing his arm to rest upon his shoulder. Simultaneously, he shot a glance that halted Yan, who had intended to do the same. Yan harbored hostility towards Tang San, and Hulaina would never permit him to be the one to provide support. Unlike the previous month, this time is different, for he is her own brother. Xiaoyu nodded at Hulaina, signaling her to remain calm. However, Hulaina remained anxious, closely following her brother, her gaze fixed on Tang San, whose pallid face and closed eyes suggested that his weight entirely rested upon Xiaoyu's shoulder. A glint of cold light flashed in Hulaina's eyes. Tang San's condition stirred profound sympathy within her, and a murderous intent began to arise in her heart. Little did Tang San anticipate that his deliberate probing would be perceived as a declaration of allegiance by the members of the Spirit Hall. The vigilance of both the titled Douluos and Xiaoyu towards him had notably diminished. Of course, Yan's attitude towards him remained unchanged. The Spirit Hall-S team progressed swiftly in the direction indicated by Tang San, into the surprise of Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo as they delved deeper. The surrounding soul beasts became increasingly scarce. The once watchful formidable soul beasts had vanished entirely as they ventured further into the forest. Only the sounds of chirping insects and birds filled the unnerving silence, heightening the alertness of these two powerful figures, seasoned by the storms of life. They were not easily lulled into complacency by the tranquility that enveloped them. Although Xiaoyu carried Tang San, his formidable spirit master rank of over 60 did not diminish his speed. Leaning against Xiaoyu, Tang San was rapidly recuperating his spiritual strength. Surrounded by the ubiquitous blue-silver grass, despite suffering a severe blow to his mental faculties, his recovery rate was astonishingly swift. Within the confines of the blue-silver domain, the barely discernible energy of the blue-silver grass surged into his body, replenishing his reserves. Yet, to the casual observer, he still appeared exceedingly frail. As he sensed the proximity to the location he had previously probed with his spiritual energy, Tang San's heart tightened once again. Despite the formidable auras previously encountered, the strength of those dispatched by the Spirit Hall was not to be underestimated. Could those potent energies truly safeguard Xiaowu? Welcome to the Stardow Forest. Suddenly, a gentle voice emanated from ahead, prompting Ghost Douluo, who was leading the group, to come to an abrupt halt. Upon hearing that voice, even while masking his emotions, Tang San's body involuntarily trembled. 5 years had passed, and at last, he heard that enchanting voice once more. Who but Xiaowu could it be? Chrysanthemum Douluo swiftly appeared beside Ghost Douluo, their eyes meeting in understanding. Chrysanthemum Douluo gestured to the Spirit Hall-S elite behind them, signaling for the formation of 20 soul sages to shift immediately. The formation compacted and transformed into a circle, enclosing the three of the Golden Generation along with Tang San at the center, while simultaneously unleashing their respective martial spirits. The spectacle of 20 soul sages simultaneously releasing their martial spirits was nothing short of breathtaking. In an instant, the air within 100 meters of their center distorted violently, and vibrant soul rings manifested around them. In that fleeting moment, the Spirit Hall caught sight of a figure, one they absolutely did not wish to behold. Mu Chen. Damn. How did this guy end up here? Yin shouted in frustration. Hulaina, with a wicked smile, seemed to revert to her former self and coldly declared, "It's perfect to kill him here, eliminating future threats." Tang San furrowed his brows as he gazed at Mu Chen, although he could not articulate why. He sensed an air of peril emanating from Mu Chen, an aura that felt insurmountable. Unlike the ignorance displayed by the Soul Saints, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo reacted differently. Their expression shifted dramatically as they exclaimed in terror, "Run! That kid is actually a demigod." "What?" Upon hearing Chrysanthemum Douluo's words, Hulaina and the others cried out in disbelief, just as two colossal entities unleashed a frenzied assault, targeting a single individual. Chrysanthemum Pass. Chrysanthemum Douluo, bewildered, caught sight of the mocking smile curling at the corner of Mu Chen's lips. It was over. This was the final thought that crossed Chrysanthemum Douluo's mind. Even a tidal Douluo could not withstand an attack from a Titan giant ape, let alone the combined full-force assault of Ming and Air Ming. Consequently, Chrysanthemum Douluo merely twisted his body, and in an instant, he erupted in a mist of blood. Following this, Tang Yin's attack further compounded the already grievous plight of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 103, The Hunting Game. In the moment Ghost Douluo issued his command, Tang Xin sprang into action. His arm rested upon Xieyu's shoulder. As soon as Ghost Douluo's order was given, Tang San's arm tightened around Xieyou, his index finger transforming into a jade hue as it directly pressed against Xieyu's chest. This precise strike targeted Xieyu's Danzhong acupoint, a testament to Tang San's unparalleled accuracy as a master of hidden weapons. The Danzhong acupoint, associated with the Ren meridian, is the convergence point for several vital energy channels. Upon being struck, internal energy disperses, inducing feelings of panic and disorientation. This sudden attack left Xieyou utterly unprepared. He had no time to react, and just as he was about to unleash his martial spirit, the soul power he had been gathering dissipated. A sharp pain gripped his chest, and he collapsed into Tang San's embrace. Given Hulaina's fondness for Tang San and the fact that Xieyou was her brother, Tang San refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Naturally, this was also related to his necessity of exerting his full strength to impact as many opponents as possible. With his left hand incapacitating Xieyou, his right hand swiftly released two pre-prepared mother and child soul-chasing darts. Amidst the resounding explosions, a cloud of smoke rose before him and Xieyou, unleashing a flurry of minute poison needles that instantly enveloped the 6 soul saints in front of them. Hidden weapons are inherently designed for ambush, and their true potency is only realized in such scenarios. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. The fine needles of the mother and child soul-chasing darts specifically targeted the internal energy defenses, which in this world translates to the protective soul power. Although these soul saints had already summoned their martial spirits, they had not activated any soul skills for protection. Amidst a series of muffled groans, the 6 soul saints collapsed before Tang San, in such close proximity. Being struck by the poison needles from the mother and child soul-seizing dagger was a fate from which even divine intervention could not save. "What are you doing?" Hulaina exclaimed in shock. The body of Xieyou was flung towards her by Tang San, while his own form flickered with an ethereal quality. Countless hidden weapons were unleashed from his hands, and with a sudden rip, the back of his garment split open to reveal the dazzling blue-gold 8 spider lances. Brilliant azure light shot forth from his eyes, striking a soul saint. Although that soul saint reacted, no speed of their soul skill could surpass the might of the purple extreme divine light. With a thunderous crash, another fell, incapacitated but not dead. The 8 spider lances anchored to the ground, unleashing the dual domains of blue silver and god of death. Instantly, the blue-silver grass surged forth from the earth as Tang San's 5 soul rings manifested, the 4th glowing brightly as the mutated blue-silver prison technique. Blue-silver assault array activated. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye as Tang San unleashed nearly his full power. 7 soul saints were felled by his ambush, along with the one struck in their pressure point, leaving 23 elite members of the Spirit Hall with only 15 remaining. While the blue-silver assault array could not harm the prepared others, its delaying effect provided Tang San the time he needed to escape. With the 8 spider lances supporting him, he propelled himself high into the air. The blue-silver emperor's right leg bone flight skill activated, sending him soaring towards Xiaowu like a shooting star. "Xiaowu!" Tang San bellowed, sending a strand of blue-silver grass towards her. His movements were so swift that by the time Xiaowu noticed, countless poison needles had already erupted, dispatching 6 soul saints. Despite the changes in his appearance and demeanor, many aspects remained unchanged. The 4th soul skill, the 10,000-year soul ring, the formidable hidden weapons, The transformed 8 spider lances and blue-silver grass all symbolized his identity. More importantly, at the moment Tang San propelled himself with the 8 spider lances, his gaze intertwined with Xiao Wu's in midair. Although their appearances had altered and their auras shifted, the essence of their eyes remained unchanged, especially the way Tang San looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's expression was no longer serene, nor did it retain its previous tranquility. Even as numerous recovering Spirit Hall experts pursued them from behind, they could not dampen the overwhelming joy swelling within her heart. Without hesitation, she allowed the blue-silver emperor to entwine around her slender waist, her long legs propelling her towards Tang San. Brother, this call had been absent for 5 years. Both their appearances had transformed, yet the genuine emotions embedded within this address remained unaltered. Tang San was still Tang San, and Xiao Wu was still Xiao Wu. The instant their gazes met, Tang San felt as though something lodged in his throat. I must protect her, even at the cost of my own life. This singular thought consumed Tang San's heart at that moment. In the next moment, under the guidance of the blue-silver emperor, their bodies merged in the air. With a graceful extension of his long arms, Tang San embraced the delicate figure he had yearned for over 5 long years. The right leg of the blue-silver emperor, propelled by his full force, drove his body to dart through the dense forest like a bolt of lightning. Scoundrel! Kill him! Yan's furious shout echoed as he, along with the remaining 13 soul saints, swiftly pursued Tang San. Among the 13 soul saints, 3 were flying soul masters, who immediately ascended into the sky, forming a cohesive aerial unit with the other ground-based soul masters below, hastily giving chase. Tightly clutching Tang San's neck, Xiao Wu's heart raced uncontrollably. She had longed to see him again, yet she never anticipated that this moment would arrive so swiftly. The familiar 8 spider lances, the well-known hidden weapons, and that unmistakable gaze now unfolded before her. At this very instant, nestled in his warm embrace, Xiao Wu's heart brimmed with sheer happiness. After parting from Tang San, she had contemplated countless scenarios, even descending into despair at the thought of never seeing him again. Yet, even the slightest glimmer of hope was enough to prevent her from surrendering. Finally reuniting with her beloved, Xiao Wu felt that even if she were to perish at that very moment, it would all be worth it. Her hands tightly encircled Tang San's neck. Savoring his transformed aura and the warmth of his embrace, Xiao Wu was utterly entranced. Mu Chen descended from a nearby stone, approaching the members of the Spirit Hall step by step. Meanwhile, Yin, blinded by rage, pursued him with 13 Soul Sage-level experts from the Spirit Hall. Hulaina remained rooted in place. After taking over for her brother, she noticed that Xie Yu's face had turned pale, and he had fainted. This did not deter her from chasing after Tang San and Xiao Wu, for she was unwilling to accept the reality of the situation unfolding before her. As Tang San revealed his 8 spider lances, and the blue-silver grass erupted alongside the hidden weapons. How could someone as astute as her not recognize the connection between the man branded in her heart and Tang San, who had once inflicted great humiliation upon the Spirit Hall? Reflecting on past events, the enigmas within her heart became clear, yet the more clarity she gained, the more intense her inner turmoil became. She was lost and tormented, unsure of what actions to take. At that moment, Yin was consumed by extreme fury, his singular desire being to rend Tang San into 1,000 pieces. 7 soul sages, those were the fruits of the Spirit Hall's arduous cultivation. Their fates hung in the balance. Yin glared at the composed Mu Chen, bellowing, "Do you think I fear you? No, don't assume that your facade of strength intimidates me." Before he could finish his sentence, Yan's voice abruptly ceased, for his head no longer belonged to him. No one witnessed how Mu Chen struck, and his countenance bore an air of indifference. In that instant, whether among the soul sages or the ghost Douluo, as well as Tang San and Xiao Wu, all felt an unmistakable sense of strangeness and dread. Mu Chen continued to walk forward, his hands hanging naturally by his sides, brushing against the wild grass and blooming flowers, feeling the gentle irritation they provoked. Suddenly, he lifted his head and inquired, "What? Is Rock no longer here?" It stands to reason, had he been present, he would never have permitted a foolish woman to ascend as the saintess, leading to her execution. Or was she forsaken by your Spirit Hall? Hulaina, suppressing her anger, retorted, "Rock has not departed. He is merely transcending to the soul sage realm, which is why he has not accompanied us. Do not cast such a disparaging light upon the Spirit Hall." Mu Chen's face broke into a knowing smile as he remarked, "Wow, that's truly remarkable. For I will also have the opportunity to let him experience a wave of helpless suffering. Rock is indeed a genius. Alas, he ultimately chose the wrong side. I once believed that he and I could forge a splendid friendship. However, that is no longer the case." Mu Chen suddenly slashed towards Hulaina with a blade of energy. Fortunately, Ghost Douluo remained vigilant and, at the cost of his severed arm, temporarily shielded Hulaina. However, this scene did not evoke hope. Rather, it instilled despair. For Mu Chen had merely waved his arm, yet had managed to sever the limb of a tidal Douluo. Mu Chen smiled and remarked, "At times, there are certain matters I must address, and regrettably, your spirit hall serves as a stumbling block in my path. It is imperative that I eliminate this obstacle. Therefore, I implore you to flee with all your might, as if engaged in a game. Escape from the Star Doe forest. For those who succeed shall live, while those who do not shall perish." This proclamation sent a chill through the hearts of all present. And the soul saints of the spirit hall, disregarding Ghost Douluo's attempts to steady their resolve, immediately began to scatter in a desperate bid for survival. Hoping to grasp at the faintest glimmer of hope, Mu Chen remained motionless, his eyes closed as if he were patiently awaiting the moment when hope would flicker in the hearts of his adversaries, only to extinguish it mercilessly. Ghost Douluo dared not engage this monstrous figure in prolonged eye contact. Instead, he swiftly gathered Guyu and Na, retreating hastily. At that very instant, Mu Chen's soul rings ascended one by one. The emergence of his formidable 80-level soul power, accompanied by 7 vibrant crimson soul rings, sent tremors of fear coursing through to Ming and Air Ming. Each of those soul rings exuded an aura that was no less potent than their own, particularly the final ring, which radiated an ominous and brutal energy. Cloaked in a sacred robe of alternating white and gold, a regal crown materialized atop his head. In that moment, Mu Chen resembled a sovereign rather than a dear companion. First soul ring, 200,000 years, metamorphic lizard of the departed. This ability allows the wielder to seamlessly switch attributes of the departed, enabling varied elemental attacks. Currently, it provides fundamental attributes of the 5 elements, along with light, darkness, wind, thunder, and annihilation, demonstrating mastery over the formless. Second soul ring, 200,000 years, spirit ape of resonance. Initiating with a bone sword, it emits a sorrowful melody akin to a soul call, siphoning various attributes from the opponent, reducing them by 5 for an hour, applicable to one target at a time, with a cooldown until the effect concludes. The higher the mental power exceeds that of the original body, the less effective the ability becomes, diminishing by 1 effect for every 5 levels surpassed. Morning Melody continuously weakens the opponent's mental power until it matches the user's. Third soul ring, 330,000 years, Shadow Hunter of the Cursed Leopard. This ability summons a replica of a soul master whose power level is within 30 levels, excluding Super Douluo and Limit Douluo, to fight on your behalf. Retaining all their soul power and skills but at only 65 strength, it can replicate 2 of its original forms, maintaining their soul power and skills at 90 effectiveness. And any enhancement-type soul skills will augment the original body. Puppet Shadow Strike. The puppet's strength is enhanced to match that of the original, allowing it to engage in combat autonomously. As the puppet nears dissolution, it transforms into a spear aimed at the enemy. If it successfully pierces the target, it steals 50 of their attributes to bolster the original body until the departed puppet is summoned again, with a maximum enhancement of the original's power reaching twice its usual capacity. Fourth soul ring, 320,000 years, Shapeshifting Ghost Bat King. This ability permits the user to elongate and contract their bones, muscles, and skin by 6 meters, rendering the body incredibly pliable and capable of any transformation. Ultrasonic radar. Emitting ultrasonic waves through every pore, it precisely locates objects with remarkable accuracy. Fifth soul ring, 250,000 years, Ice Crystal White Crane. This summons 99 ice crystals of varying sizes, which can be freely combined into any shape. Absolute Ice Shield. Usable only 3 times within a day, it grants immunity to 1 attack. Sixth soul ring, 450,000 years, Siren. Possessing a singular soul skill, Siren's Wail. Targets within a 500-meter fan-shaped area are subjected to annihilation. Any opponent with total soul power and mental strength lower than the user will be instantly defeated, while those exceeding it will suffer severe damage. Upon completion of its use, the user finds themselves in a state of weakness, with all attributes reverting to their initial level 1 for a duration of 1 hour. Seventh soul ring, 200,000 years of the devouring spirit beast's true form. The deceased is fully materialized, with their weapon and body enveloped in a miasma of devouring poison. Once the true form appears, all of the deceased's abilities are amplified by 15, and the attributes of the original body are enhanced by 50. Greed Devour. This ability allows the user to consume another's soul power and life force. It is activated by mere contact between the user's body and the opponent's flesh, enabling the absorption of 0.1 one of the opponent's soul power and 1 month's worth of life force in a single instance. Fusion domain, lawlessness already integrated within a radius of 100 meters. The deceased rests, becoming the ultimate perceiver of all. This creates an effect akin to the stasis of time, rendering others' movements exceedingly slow in the user's perception. Upon activation of the domain, the user continually siphons the opponent's attributes and soul power, absorbing 0.01 of each per second. External soul bone. The soul robe is affixed to 8 rib bones. Upon summoning, it can transform into any robe-like garment, bestowing 3 special attributes. 1. Soul Halo enhances the effects of all soul skills by 10. 2. Ethereal Tango, graceful and formless, increases evasion rate by 90. Yet cannot evade targeted attacks or large-scale assaults. 3. Hellish Robe reduces attribute damage by 80. The succubus crown is affixed atop the skull of the succubus, and upon summoning, it manifests as a crown on the user's head, amplifying the skill effects of the succubus skull by 100. Soul Bone. 100,000 years of the left arm bone of the celestial giant ape. 1. Gravitational field. Manipulating space within 100 meters ahead to exert a maximum of 50 times gravity. 2. Celestial fury. Through continuous attacks and receiving damage, the power accumulates, enabling the user to unleash the celestial divine fist at peak capacity, increasing the attack power of the fist technique by 500 and enhancing physical strength by 20. Following the execution of the celestial divine fist, Aurora erupts, repelling any beings whose combined soul and mental power is inferior to that of the user. 100,000 years of the left leg bone of the ice crystal white crane. 1. Ice surface creation, generating a frigid aura centered beneath the user's left foot, expending soul power to create ice surfaces of varying sizes. 2. Ice surface glide, allowing for effortless movement on the ice surface, with a speed increase of 200 when utilizing gliding. 100,000 years of the skull bone of the succubus. 1. Shockwave recovery, diminishing the negative effects brought forth by the succubus's wail by 102. 2. Absolute mental power, rendering the user immune to mental attacks and protecting against mental backlash. Mu Chen slowly ascended, and with a wicked smile, he declared, "It seems you are prepared. Therefore, I announce that the game begins." Chapter 104, Ruthless Annihilation. Mu Chen waited for the Soul Saints to flee for 7 or 8 seconds. While it may seem brief, they had already sprinted over 1,000 meters. However, considering that Mu Chen could cover 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye, it felt rather short. At that moment, one of the Soul Saints was in flight. And as he ran, he caught sight of his own headless corpse, leading to a complete loss of will. This was not an isolated occurrence. It transpired for others as well. Mu Chen had no intention of leaving any survivors, not even Hulaina. He merely wished to make them experience the depths of helpless despair, as well as to enact a form of retribution for the mundane days he had spent waiting for them. Mu Chen effortlessly annihilated over 20 Soul Saints and a throng of minions, akin to mowing grass. The entire endeavor took no more than a minute. To Hulaina and the others, it merely appeared as though he had been running about casually for a brief moment, before descending from the heavens, holding the severed head of a Soul Saint. The expression on Ghost Douluo's face shifted dramatically, realizing that escape was likely futile today. However, if there remained any possibility, he would choose to self-destruct, striving to secure even the slightest chance of survival for Hulaina and her companion. Just as he resolved to act, Mu Chen smiled and remarked, "Is it of any use? I have never been alone. From the moment you chose to flee, your fate was sealed. I fail to comprehend what you were struggling against." Mu Chen wore a mocking smile, utterly dismissing the Ghost Douluo. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, the Ghost Douluo deflated like a punctured ball, his previously fervent spirit vanishing in an instant. Indeed, what would be the use of merely stalling him here? Would the Mu Chen group ever allow the tiger to return to the mountain? He was intent on dominating the continent. The Ghost Douluo pondered in despair. Mu Chen observed the scene before him, feeling a profound sense of tedium. It was astonishing that a single utterance from him could so completely diminish one's fighting spirit. Shaking his head, Mu Chen transitioned from a state of levitation back to normal walking, approaching Yuna and her companion step by step. At that moment, Tang Sen emerged from a thicket, exclaiming, "Brother Chun, spare their lives. As the title Douluo, you possess the power to slay, but Hulaina has saved me." Mu Chen furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that both Deming and Ming would align themselves with Tang San. Furthermore, Ming was assisting Tang San in his journey, hastily catching up to him. Mu Chen expressed his displeasure, saying, "This is akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. My ambitions are far greater." Tang San, feeling a weight in his heart, replied, Brother Chun. This is merely a request. Hulaina is currently just a sole emperor, posing no substantial threat to you. By eliminating the title Douluo, you would indeed diminish the power of the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, with the Mu Chen group's backing and the absence of evidence against you, they would not dare to initiate direct conflict. Mu Chen smiled and said, I naturally understand that the Wuhuan Empire would not choose to initiate a war, for they have already embarked on the path of conquest long ago. What? Tang San inquired with curiosity. Mu Chen gazed at Tang San and remarked, Bibi Dong is no ordinary pope. Perhaps the moment she ascended to the papacy, war became inevitable. What do you think, Hulaina, Ghost Douluo? Hulaina looked at Mu Chen with a hint of astonishment. Meanwhile, Ghost Douluo was taken aback, and with a tremor in his voice, he inquired, How do you know? Mu Chen gazed at Ghost Douluo with a look of disdain, retorting scornfully, What gives you the right to presume my knowledge? Why would I divulge anything to a mere insect? Perhaps if Qian Dalu were to inquire, I might entertain his question, but as for the current Bibi Dong, I hold her in contempt, let alone you. Hulaina, undaunted by the threat, shouted fiercely, You speak nonsense. You arrogant fool shall ultimately pay the price for your hubris. Tang San, feeling a surge of urgency, thought to himself, Isn't this courting death? Mu Chen smiled as he stepped forward, utilizing the power of his domain to render Ghost Douluo and Hulaina immobile. He lifted Hulaina's chin, gazing at her with a piercing intensity. In her current predicament, Hulaina appeared to have liberated herself, fiercely glaring at Mu Chen, disregarding everything else. With a casual slap, Mu Chen sent Hulaina sprawling onto the grass, then remarked nonchalantly, Very well, since you possess such conviction and spirit, I shall spare your life, for you are indeed worthy of my observation. After uttering these words, Mu Chen effortlessly grasped the Ghost Douluo and Xiaoyu from a distance, his grip tightening as he continued. What harm is there in releasing a tiger back into the mountains? However, before you depart, I require you to witness the slow torment and demise of the two individuals who care for you. Hulaina, unable to maintain her composure, tearfully implored, Please, no. Yet, was her plea of any consequence? Would humanity ever converse with mere beasts? Before her very eyes, the Ghost Douluo was gruesomely dismembered, his head, limbs, and entrails vividly manifesting before her. Xiaoyu, too, was crushed into dust under an immense pressure. The gruesome spectacle was revolting beyond measure. Once these atrocities were committed, the domain dissipated, and Hulaina regained control over her body. Nevertheless, she refrained from recklessly confronting Mu Chen, for she recognized her current vulnerability. Instead, she cast a furious glance at him before turning to depart. At this moment, Mu Chen remarked, You are exceedingly weak, and your talent is woefully inadequate. Even a super Douluo cannot contend with me. Only candidates for divinity can capture my attention. Yet, you have less than a year to achieve this. I hope that when we meet again, you will have ascended to this realm. Hulaina paused momentarily, but chose not to utter any harsh words. Instead, she quickened her pace and fled towards the edge of the forest. Unbeknownst to Tang San, who stood with his back to her, Hulaina's enchanting eyes had turned a vivid crimson, akin to blood. Mu Chen patted his immaculate white suit, devoid of any dust, and turned to Tang San with a smile, stating, Hatred can profoundly unleash a person's potential. Tang San, I have shown you considerable respect. Observing Qin Gu return to his usual demeanor, for reasons unknown, Tang San felt an unexpected sense of relief. He chuckled lightly and then nodded earnestly, saying, Indeed. I owe you a significant favor. Whenever you require my assistance in the future, Qin Gu, I shall not hesitate to oblige. Mu Chen smiled nonchalantly before turning and making his way into the depths of the starry forest. In any case, he had safeguarded Xiaowu. As Mu Chen wandered through the starry forest, an unsettling calm enveloped his heart, for he understood that the pivotal moment was fast approaching. His intention was to obliterate the Tang Dou imperial family, utilizing the hands of Qian Rinxue. But how could he achieve this? By restraining Tang San, preventing him from summoning aid in a timely manner, while substituting himself and the Mu Chen group as the rescuers. However, this delayed rescue would result in the demise of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, thereby completely excluding the Spirit Hall in exchange. Simultaneously, he planned to undermine the Emperor through the act of rescue, seizing the national treasure to be transferred to Tang San, thereby earning a favor in return. Contemplating this, a reassuring smile graced Mu Chen's face as he walked at the forefront. The prologue of the Imperial City had already begun. Chapter 105, The Grand Ambitions of the Mu Chen Group. Due to Mu Chen's timely intervention, Tang San was unable to acquire the sixth spirit ring. Thus, Mu Chen proactively organized a quest for Tang San, Xiaowu, and himself to seek the sixth spirit ring for Tang San. Tang San's objective was to hunt a human-faced demon spider over 50,000 years old, which would not only enhance the toxicity of the blue-silver emperor, but also fortify its resilience. Xiao inquired whether they would not seek the eighth spirit ring as well, to which Mu Chen replied that there was no rush, as opportunities abound. Coupled with Mu Chen's formidable strength, Tang San and the others refrained from further discussion. The hunting process proved to be straightforward. Upon locating their target, Mu Chen swiftly subdued it, and the human-faced Spider King was effortlessly vanquished. Tang San successfully absorbed this 60,000-year-old human-faced Spider King. And after spending a moment in the forest with Xiaowu, he approached Ming and Ming to bid farewell. Tang San held Xiaowu close, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead, and with a grave tone declared, "Brother Yuan, I must take my leave." Ming's eyes flickered with a golden light. "You intend to take Xiaowu with you?" Tang San nodded, affirming, "I shall never part with her again, not unless I breathe my last." A hint of doubt glimmered in Ming's eyes. He had initially considered leaving Xiaowu in their care, waiting for the day when this man could face challenges. Yet, he was entirely convinced that Tang San would protect Xiaowu with his very life. Reflecting on the past 5 years, where Xiaowu had often pondered in silence, Ming understood that she would undoubtedly choose to be with Tang San. Unable to resist, Ming's gaze drifted towards the lake. Just then, a deep voice resonated from beneath the water, urging him to let Xiaowu go with Tang San. "Remember, Tang San, if ever you feel you cannot protect Xiaowu, return here. Both Ming and I are her closest brothers, and yours as well." Taking a deep breath, Tang San solemnly nodded and bowed towards the lake. He then bowed to Ming, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, I will guard Xiaowu with my life." Upon hearing this, Xiaowu blushed and replied, "Then it's settled, you must not bully me." Her words sounded rather peculiar, yet Tang San paid no mind, responding with a serious demeanor that goes without saying. Mu Chen could no longer bear to watch and promptly said, "All right, enough of the sentimental talk. I am quite full, no need to feed me. Let us hasten back. The others will likely have returned." Tang San and Xiaowu nodded in agreement, bidding farewell to Ming and Ming before following Mu Chen away. Ming's gaze lingered until Tang San's silhouette vanished within the forest. With a sudden splash, a colossal bull's head emerged from the center of the lake. Perhaps this was all part of fate. There was something about the young man, Tang San, that sent a shiver down my spine. Although I may struggle to comprehend his feelings for Xiaowu, I have faith that he will safeguard her. Moreover, with the chosen one by his side, there should be no issue at all. Ming settled onto the ground, yawning widely. I too wish to believe in their success. They will surely prevail." Flinder offered a wry smile. "Ere long, there is little I can do. Are you not aware of Xiao Gang's temperament? You have already stated that he is unmovable. So what can I accomplish? As you know, Xiao Gang's greatest aspiration has always been to earn the recognition of our sect. This is the primary reason he has devoted years to the study of martial souls. The bloodshed of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has dealt him a devastating blow. His current actions are merely a form of venting. If you truly manage to quiet him, he may suffer even more internally." With reddened eyes, Lu Erlong sighed. "Yet, at this rate, his body may soon reach its breaking point. Each day he trains those soul masters without rest, or immerses himself in the study of martial souls. Even I can only occasionally persuade him to eat something or take a brief respite. If this continues..." Flinder pondered for a moment and replied, "If all else fails, perhaps a feigned injury might yield some results. By the way, how goes the assembly of your scattered kin from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family?" Lu Erlong responded with a bitter smile. "There are barely 100, most of whom are from the younger generation. The strongest among them is barely above level 50. It seems I have become the mightiest of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan." Flinder sighed. "The Spirit Hall is truly ruthless. Their strikes are thunderous and relentless. What is most alarming is that your sect received no prior warning, if I am not mistaken, before their assault. The Spirit Hall must have gathered all participating soul masters for unified surveillance, completely sealing off information. This was their unexpected advantage. Otherwise, they would have faced far greater consequences." A flicker of resentment shone in Lu Erlong's eyes as he clenched his fists, the bones cracking ominously. "The Spirit Hall, so merciless. Bibi Dong, you vile wretch. I shall ensure you suffer eternally." Flinder remarked, "If only Xiao San were here. He was nurtured by Xiao Gang, and perhaps his presence would soothe Xiao Gang's troubled heart." Lu Erlong sighed. "What purpose does such talk serve? It seems I truly must resort to desperate measures. I have lost my family. I cannot afford to lose Xiao Gang as well." "Flinder, what news from the Empire?" Flender replied, negotiations are underway with the Douluo Empire. With the assistance of Mu Bai and Zhu Qing, coupled with the shared interests of the two great empires, their alliance is far from a daunting endeavor. However, the might wielded by the Spirit Hall is alarmingly formidable. Although they currently dare not openly challenge the two empires, the number of soul masters at their disposal, along with the military might of various duchies and kingdoms, is already sufficient to stand toe-to-toe with the two great empires. Should war truly commence, it would spell disaster for the entire continent. Lu Erlong nodded, acknowledging their current disadvantage, particularly in terms of soul masters, rendering them incapable of matching the power held by the Spirit Hall. Xiao Gang's relentless dedication stems from this reality. Alas, had the Haotian sect still been in existence, under their guidance, they would not find themselves in such a passive position. A hint of sorrow flickered in Flandra's eyes. He genuinely hoped for the avoidance of war. Indeed, Bibi Dong is a woman possessed by madness. What is her true intention? The soul-hunting operations of the Spirit Hall have commenced. And while the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect has only suffered a 50% loss, the fates of other sects remain uncertain. In stark contrast to the Spirit Hall's volatility, the Haotian sect and the Mu Chen group, both first-tier powers, exuded disquieting calm. In the Hall of the Pope, a thunderous impact resounded as Hulaina was hurled against the wall of the assembly chamber, slowly sliding down, a crimson handprint marring her radiant visage. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. The Pope, Bibi Dong, gradually retracted her right hand, a glint of cold light igniting in her eyes. Unable to distinguish friend from foe. How could you, my chosen saintess, display such weakness? Face the wall in the back hall. Do not emerge without my command. Yes, Your Holiness, Hulaina replied, her voice slightly garbled due to her injuries as she struggled to rise. Her eyes burned with a hatred akin to Bibi Dong's, which did not go unnoticed by the latter, who planned to provoke her further, albeit only slightly. Bibi Dong commanded for Hulaina to be taken away, while she herself slumped weakly on the Pope's throne, reflecting on Hulaina's instructions and pondering, what grand scheme is afoot? Like me? To undermine my power. The demigod prowess, to look down upon me? For the first time, Bibi Dong's thoughts were disrupted. She had only just initiated her offensive, and now a pair of titled Douluo's wielding spirit fusion skills had vanished in an instant. If this continues, those old geezers. Bibi Dong shook her head vigorously, speaking with palpable frustration. Very well, Mu Chen Group. I did not anticipate that you would be the true power behind the scenes. Just a mere pawn. However, I am not entirely defeated. With that, Bibi Dong seemed to contemplate something, casting her gaze toward the wall behind the Pope's throne. Chapter 106, Return. After assisting Tang San in acquiring the sixth spirit ring, Mu Chen, along with Xiao Wu, made their way towards the imperial city of Tiando. The timing was fortuitous, as the trio strolled leisurely down the bustling streets. Suddenly, the sharp sound of galloping hooves pierced the air. Passers-by scattered in a frenzy, transforming the once spacious thoroughfare into a scene of chaos. Xiao Wu's expression soured as the knights charged forward with reckless speed, showing no regard for pedestrians, exuding an air of arrogance. Just as Tang San was about to intervene, Mu Chen unexpectedly seized both of them and hastily retreated. This action left Xiao Wu and Tang San bewildered. What did it mean? Was he being cowardly? This was not the usual demeanor of Brother Chen. Mu Chen pondered to himself, how could it be possible for you to meet Du Gubo? If a meeting were to occur, it would be after the emperor has drawn his last breath. Mu Chen uttered no explanation regarding his actions, forcefully bringing Tang San and Xiao Wu back outside Shrek Academy. Upon entering the academy, they were greeted by the haggard visage of the master and the deeply concerned expression of Lu Erlong. The master's countenance appeared even more rigid than before, coldly observing the students desperately racing before him. The chill emanating from his face seemed capable of freezing the very air. These were not ordinary students. They were promising young soul masters dispatched by the imperial family of the Tiando Empire. The absence of soul masters among the royal guards of the Avalanche Brigade was due to the fact that the majority had already arrived here for unified training under the master's guidance. While the Tiando Empire possesses a considerable number of soul masters, few are truly under the control of the royal family, including those from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The total barely exceeds 5,000, with even fewer being formidable. From the perspective of soul masters, the Tiando Empire's royal family pales in comparison to the Spirit Hall. However, should war erupt, the Tiando Empire could still mobilize some soul masters from local regions, albeit mostly those of lesser strength. It is precisely due to the disparity in soul master capabilities that both empires must exercise restraint in the face of the spirit hall. On the battlefield, the notion that one soul master can contend with 100 is far from mere rhetoric. The spirit hall wields tens of thousands of soul masters, with numerous formidable entities among them, bolstered by the support of various principalities and kingdoms. Even if the two empires were to unite, they could not confidently claim victory. Moreover, with the current tensions not fully ignited, they must bide their time and gather strength. Over 4,000 soul masters were organized by the master into 20 training groups. Although the Shrek Academy is somewhat limited in space, it remains one of the most suitable locations within Tiando City. It is equipped with comprehensive facilities and numerous simulated environments conducive to the soul master's cultivation. The 20 groups were classified based on their martial spirits and training directions, with the majority comprising assault-type and agility-type soul masters, together accounting for approximately 60% of all participants. At that moment, the master was conducting training for a group of assault-type soul masters. Prior to the specialized training, the harrowing, hellish physical conditioning was, of course, unavoidable. Zhao Wujie stood to the side, his gravity control activated, evenly distributing the burden upon the more than 200 soul masters in motion. Under Lu Erlong's watchful gaze, these soul masters had no choice but to comply with the training regimen. Not long ago, due to the master's relentless dedication, Lu Erlong had fallen ill, prompting the master to take a brief respite to care for her. Yet, Lu Erlong could not maintain this facade indefinitely. Reluctantly, she resolved to assist the master in training the students, alleviating some of his burdens and allowing him a moment's ease. She understood that the master's fatigue stemmed largely from emotional turmoil, a suffering she shared deeply. Though they were not united in marital bond, their hearts were undeniably intertwined. Enduring this shared anguish, she felt on the verge of collapse. She, too, yearned for vengeance, yet with her fiery temperament. As she incessantly received intelligence regarding the Spirit Hall's strength from the Heavendo Empire, her heart grew increasingly cold. At that moment, a somewhat irritable voice abruptly pierced the air, declaring, "I can't take this anymore. This is beyond human endurance." A soul master, caught in the throes of training, abruptly halted his strides and hastily stepped beyond the gravity control exerted by Zhao Wujie, plopping down onto the ground, gasping for breath. The training devised by the master was indeed arduous. Most of these soul masters were in their 20s or 30s. Thus they faced a training regimen a third more intense than that which the Shrek 7 monsters had endured. The souls of these practitioners bore witness to unbearable hardship. With one voice of dissent, a wave of discontent rippled through the ranks of over 200 soul masters, many of whom had already soaked their garments with sweat. Upon pausing, they all began to breathe heavily, casting glances of apprehension towards the master. The master regarded the bold student who had stepped forward and retorted coldly, "Who says this is beyond human capability?" The soul master appeared to be around 30, with a robust physique, specializing in offense, and wielded a soul power of level 48. Among his peers, he was considered quite formidable. As a soul master, he had always lived a life of comfort, the center of attention wherever he went. He had never before endured such trials. Glancing at the master, he gasped, "If you're so capable, why don't you give it a try?" "Exactly. This training load is simply unachievable for humans. At this rate, we will collapse." With the initial voice of dissent, the atmosphere of discontent spread like wildfire, and the halted soul masters began to murmur among themselves, their gazes towards the master filled with dissatisfaction and even resentment. Lu Erlong snorted in anger, striding over to the defiant soul master and lifting him from the ground with a firm grip, commanding him to rejoin the ranks and continue training. "If not, I shall train you alone." Faced with the fierce presence of Lu Erlong, the burly soul master felt a tinge of fear, yet he still protested. "We are not your beasts of burden. If it comes to that, I shall simply withdraw. I refuse to perish here. The master is merely a theoretical figure. If he himself cannot endure this, why should we? Even a titled Douluo would likely falter under such torment without utilizing their soul power." Lu Erlong, already agitated after these past few days, was further incensed by his words. Raising her right hand, a formidable wave of soul power surged forth, completely suppressing the protesting soul master. "Cease this at once," the master bellowed, halting Lu Erlong's advance. He approached the beleaguered soul master with measured steps and nodded. "Very well. I shall train alongside you. As long as I remain standing, you are not permitted to stop." Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong grew alarmed. "Xiaogang, do not act rashly. You are far too old for this, and you have been sleepless these past days. How can you withstand such torment?" The defiant soul master smirked slightly and muttered, I knew he wouldn't be able to handle it. He only seeks to torment us. The master cast a grim gaze at Lu Erlong, stating, Erlong, step aside and continue to supervise. I shall train with them. Although his tone was calm, it was imbued with an undeniable authority. Even the formidable Lu Erlong dared not refute him at that moment. As your disciple, it is my duty to bear the burdens. Master, allow me to join them in their practice. I too wish to witness the extent of this supposedly unattainable training. Upon hearing this voice, the master's cold expression finally shifted, revealing a flicker of surprise as he turned to the direction from which the sound emanated. There stood Tang San, embracing Xiaowu, striding confidently towards them. You have finally returned. The master, gazing upon his disciple, was overwhelmed with a surge of mixed emotions. Tang San nodded at the master, then addressed the burly soul master, saying, on behalf of the master, I will practice alongside you. Whatever you do, I shall double it. The limits of humanity have never been fully explored. As the master's disciple, I shall demonstrate that his theories are indeed valid. The burly soul master scoffed, you come to boast without even knowing what we are practicing. I'm eager to see how you intend to double it. Tang San stepped forward, locking eyes with the burly soul master, stating resolutely, if I succeed, you must apologize to the master. As he spoke, he strode to the center of the training ground before turning back to the master. Master, please guide me. After Tang San began his run, Mu Chen emerged from behind the wall, still wearing his characteristic smile, yet his eyes hinted at something deeper. Of course. The master remained oblivious, as he lacked the energy to scrutinize any individual closely. Mu Chen approached Xiaowu and said, Master, it is unnecessary. I believe Xiao San would not wish for you to exert yourself so tirelessly. However, the master shook his head, stating, the various actions of the Spirit Hall have already revealed their ambitions. Time is of the essence. With that, he sighed heavily, leaving Xiaowu puzzled. At this moment, Mu Chen continued, I had been frequently venturing out for a period as the Spirit Hall began to assault powerful factions. I wanted to ascertain if my group was in jeopardy, but it appears they are well prepared. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Xiaowu began to comprehend. Casting a questioning glance at Lu Erlong, who merely offered a stiff smile and said, let's wait for Xiao San. You may learn from each other. With that, he ceased to speak further, refocusing his attention on the arena. The appearance of Tang San finally softened the master's gaze slightly as he nodded and remarked, you will run laps under the gravitational restraint of Wu Ji, with the gravity set to 3 times normal. 20 laps. You are not permitted to use soul power or soul skills. Zhao Wuji stood at the center of the training ground, his spirit Douluo strength allowing him to extend his gravitational control to the outer perimeter of the field. Tang San nodded at Zhao Wuji, saying, Teacher Zhao, I kindly ask for 6 times gravity. Zhao Wuji smiled faintly and nodded in response. Although his gravity enhancement skill was not true gravitational control and could not diminish gravity, with his current strength, he could amplify it up to 10 times. The third soul ring glimmered brightly, and 6 times gravity was immediately imposed upon Tang San. He felt a heavy weight descend upon him and turned to the onlooking students, requesting, please supervise and keep count for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward. Tang San's speed was not particularly swift, but each stride was almost equal in distance, maintaining a steady pace. He quickly reached the outer circle and began to run. Chapter 107. Utilization. Mu Chen chose not to linger at Shrek Academy, for there was no necessity for it. Comparatively speaking, it was more prudent to proceed directly to Mu Chen Group and meet with the elder gentleman there. The distance between Shrek Academy and Mu Chen Group was not great. A leisurely stroll soon brought him to his destination, with familiarity guiding him. He arrived at the grand conference room of the headquarters, where Mu Chen calmly took his seat at the head of the table, awaiting the arrival of the board members. Mu Chen rested his hand against his face, a cold glimmer frequently flickering in his eyes. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, the board members gathered, their faces reflecting an unparalleled seriousness, for they understood that they were about to embark on an endeavor of formidable difficulty. Mu Chen surveyed the board members before he spoke in a contemplative tone. Esteemed colleagues, it is evident that you all comprehend our current predicament, which is undeniably perilous. The Spirit Hall is undoubtedly poised to launch a targeted offensive against us, and we may not emerge victorious, although they too find themselves amidst tumultuous circumstances. At this juncture, Yanshi Douluo interjected with a query. Chairman, while the situation is indeed as you described, I believe the Spirit Hall would not recklessly engage us in a confrontation that could lead to mutual destruction. Mu Chen waved his hand, signaling the flame lion Douluo to remain calm. He then spoke slowly, acknowledging the situation. Indeed, from our current perspective, this holds true. as Bibian is unable to command the Elder Hall. However, once the overall situation is determined, the Elder Hall will inevitably take action. Do you know who the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall was originally meant to be? The directors looked at each other in confusion, and the Haitang Douluo inquired. Is it not Hulaina? Mu Chen smiled mysteriously, then shook his head. When he turned back to the board members, his expression became exceedingly serious. He spoke slowly. I have once encountered the original saintess, the biological daughter of Bibidong and the granddaughter of Dalu. However, you must be puzzled as to why this individual has not graced our sight. At this point, Mu Chen paused, taking in the board members' eager gazes, prompting him to continue. Because this saintess is no ordinary person, she willingly sacrificed her youth for the Spirit Hall to become the Spirit Empire. She has given everything. After such a lengthy discourse, he still had not revealed where Qianrenxue was, which left the board members in a state of anxiety. Observing their eager expressions, Mu Chen finally spoke. She willingly became a pawn, becoming the eldest prince of the Tiando Empire, Shueqinghe. What? As soon as the words left his mouth, the board members rose in unison, as if they had just heard something utterly inconceivable. Mu Chen nonchalantly waved his hand, saying, there is no need for astonishment. She is merely a pawn, inconsequential. What I wish to convey to you today is my intention to utilize Qianrenxue, to employ her in order to become a benefactor of the Tiando royal family, to position myself as the second most powerful individual. Furthermore, my ultimate goal is to undermine the new emperor, to render him a mere figurehead, and subsequently, to wield the emperor's authority to command the lords. Once the situation stabilizes, I will directly achieve a grand unification. At last, we shall commence our true plan. The board members inhaled sharply, contemplating the sheer intricacy of the scheme. It was astonishing that from the moment they encountered Qianrenxue, or rather, the moment they realized that Shueqinghe was indeed Qianrenxue, such an improbable notion had already taken root in Mu Chen's mind. A true hero of turbulent times. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Mu Chen group, gasps of astonishment echoed intermittently, the duration of which seemed interminable. The 20 laps concluded swiftly. Tang San hurried back to the center of the arena and bowed to the master, inquiring, Master, is there more to follow? The master gestured for Tang San to approach him. Tang San swiftly made his way to the master's side, a mere sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. With a hint of satisfaction in his eyes, the master addressed the previously boastful middle-aged soul master. Now, tell me, is completing 20 laps under triple gravity an impossible task for a human? The middle-aged soul master stared blankly at Tang San, stammering, Why you? Are you truly human? Upon hearing these words, both the master and Lu Erlong could not suppress their amusement. Lu Erlong kicked the middle-aged soul master to the ground, commanding, enough chatter. Return to your team. All who halted will recalculate their laps. Begin. Anyone who dares to speak again shall not be treated kindly. The middle-aged soul master scrambled to his feet and rushed back to his group, unable to resist glancing back at Tang San, asking, Brother, what level of soul power do you possess this year? Is this stamina truly a result of the master's training? Tang San nodded in response. I have been cultivating under the master's guidance since childhood. I am currently at level 66. With an audible thud, the middle-aged soul master faltered and collapsed to the ground. Age how much? His voice trembled slightly. Tang San replied calmly, 63. I will soon be 21. Are you satisfied? You have yet to apologize to the master. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from him, instantly engulfing the entire arena in an oppressive pressure that left every soul master in training gasping for breath. Most of these soul masters were at levels 40 to 50. Such pressure could only be exerted by those above level 60. Thus, despite Tang San not revealing his soul rings, the soul masters had already come to trust his words implicitly. All soul masters affiliated with the Tiando Empire were left in a state of astonishment. The middle-aged soul master, upon looking at the master again, underwent a complete transformation in demeanor, bowing respectfully and stating, I apologize, master. It was I who overstepped my bounds. I accept my punishment. The master replied calmly. Run an additional 10 laps. The middle-aged soul master shuddered slightly, but quickly rejoined his comrades, running under Zhao Wujie's gravitational control. The master sighed softly, patting Tang San's shoulder, and remarked that if each of them obeyed as he did in the past, the Tiando Empire would one day be able to contend with the Spirit Hall. Tang San, astonished, inquired, Teacher, what has transpired? The master soon realized that little San was still unaware of the events that had unfolded. Thus, with a voice trembling with emotion, he recounted the happenings. Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San clenched his fists and declared resolutely, "Do not worry, teacher. I shall avenge you. However, we must not rush. You two must take care to rest." The master replied, "I am fine. The deep-seated enmity with the spirit hall requires careful planning." Just as he spoke, the master's body suddenly swayed. Lu Erlong, who was cradling him, instinctively tightened her embrace, only to discover his complexion had turned pale. He had fainted. "Teacher, what is wrong?" Tang Sen exclaimed, startled. He rushed forward to assist Lu Erlong in laying the master gently on the ground. Lu Erlong, tears streaming down her face, lamented, "Ever since our clan was destroyed, he has kept himself in a constant state of tension, denying himself even a moment's respite. And now, with the bad news of Xiaowu, coupled with seeing you relax a bit, his body finally succumbed." She added, "Little San, had you arrived a few days later, I dread to think what might have happened." Tang Sen retrieved a roll of dragon grass leaves from his treasure pouch and placed it in the master's mouth, pressing his hands on the master's abdomen and chest, gently kneading. His soul power was derived from the Xiantian skill, the most authentic internal cultivation of the Taoist tradition. Under his deliberate control, the balanced and harmonious internal energy coiled within the master's body, facilitating the medicinal effects of the dragon grass leaves to permeate his veins, thereby strengthening his foundation. The master's physical condition was relatively stable, having previously consumed a purple fungus given by Tang San. Now, under the influence of the dragon grass leaves and the Xiantian skill, it wasn't long before he exhaled deeply and gradually regained consciousness. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was met with the anxious gazes of Tang San and Lu Erlong. Summoning his strength, he assured them, "I am fine." Tang San, with a serious expression, insisted, "Teacher, you cannot continue like this. If your health deteriorates, who will lead us against the spirit hall? Your spirit is severely depleted. You must rest more. You need not say anything, even if I must bind you. I will ensure you take the time to recuperate. Matters concerning the training of the soul masters will be entrusted to Teacher Zhao and Teacher Erlong." Seeing the determination in Tang San and Lu Erlong's eyes, the master ultimately relented, holding back his painful tears, closing his eyes, and silently nodding in agreement. Chapter 108. The next step. Mu Chen believed that his primary objective at present was to keep a watchful eye on Tang San, ensuring that he did not meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Thus, his task was to remain close to Tang San, and when necessary, feign a chance encounter to divert Tang San's path. At that moment, Tang San, accompanied by Oscar, was making his way towards Ning, Rongrong, and the others. Having disappeared for quite some time, and being inherently indifferent to matters of romance, Ning Rongrong had come to accept Oscar, albeit their relationship was not profoundly deep. They were nonetheless considered lovers. "Third brother, I'm back. I was quite quick, wasn't I?" Ning Rongrong remarked, linking arms with Ning Fengji as they approached the academy. The Bone Douluo silently trailed behind them. Even in the bustling city of Heaven Do, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School did not dare to relax their vigilance over their sect leader. After 5 years, Tang San noticed that Ning Fengji had aged. His temples were flecked with gray, and the vigor that once characterized his brow had faded, perhaps due to the decline of the sect. However, his demeanor had grown more composed, his aura more restrained. The smile that had once graced his face had transformed into a veneer of indifference. Upon seeing Tang San, Ning Fengji paused momentarily. Although Ning Rongrong had informed him of Tang San's considerable changes in appearance, he was still taken aback by the transformation that encompassed both looks and presence. Just as Ning Rongrong had described, had they encountered each other unexpectedly, he would have certainly failed to recognize Tang San. Before long, the two parties converged, and Ning Fengji scrutinized Tang San from head to toe, smiling as he said, "It is truly hard to believe. The evolution of one's martial soul can completely alter a person. Little San, I once again see a miracle in you." Tang San bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Uncle Ning. It has been quite a while." Beside him, Oscar also bowed but did not speak. Ning Fengji's gaze shifted to Oscar, inquiring, "And who is this?" With an outsider present, he naturally refrained from discussing matters with Tang San. Tang San placed a hand on Oscar's shoulder but chose to remain silent. Some matters were ones that Oscar needed to confront on his own. Tang San could distinctly feel the tension in Oscar's body beneath his hand. And though he sighed inwardly, he steeled himself not to intervene, patiently awaiting Oscar's response. In the midst of his inner turmoil, Oscar finally summoned the courage to raise his hand, slowly pulling down his hat. At the moment Tang San patted Oscar's shoulder, Ning Rongrong's expression shifted, becoming somewhat peculiar. For reasons unknown, her heart began to race, fixating on the gradually descending hat. As the hat finally could no longer conceal his features, Ning Rongrong's countenance changed. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Oscar's eyes too were reddened as he rasped, "Sect leader Ning, Rongrong, I have returned." With a sudden burst of emotion, Ning Rongrong broke into tears, lunging towards Oscar and pounding her fists against his chest, unable to utter a single word. Witnessing Oscar removing his hat, Ning Fingxi's astonishment rendered him speechless, especially when he beheld the lengthy scar adorning Oscar's face. A flicker of sentiment involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. Like Tang San, he remained silent, merely standing there, observing the couple who had been apart for 5 years. Oscar allowed Ning Rongrong to pound her fists against his chest, doing nothing in response, while tears streamed down his cheeks, dampening his full beard. Ning Rongrong showed no sign of diminishing her cries, yet she appeared fatigued from her exertions. Suddenly, she opened her arms wide and embraced Oscar tightly, pressing her delicate form against him as if she sought to merge into his very being. A fiery passion surged within him, and in that moment, Oscar could no longer concern himself with anyone else present. He enveloped Ning Rongrong in his embrace, trembling as he held his beloved, as if he were embracing the very universe itself. At that instant, neither his eyes nor his heart could accommodate any other presence. After a brief moment of their embrace, Oscar turned to speak to Xiao San. From the rooftop, Tang San, looking down upon them, was unaware of the specifics of their conversation. With a swift motion, Tang San drew his right thumb across his middle finger and flicked it, causing a drop of blood to slowly fly towards Oscar. Ning Fingxi and Gu Rong exchanged knowing glances. Oscar smiled faintly as his spirit power surged forth in an instant. 6 perfectly matched spirit rings materialized around him. Amidst the intense fluctuations of his spirit energy, a slender, silver sausage began to take shape in his hand. With a nod, Oscar gestured towards Ma Hongjun to proceed. Ma Hongjun glanced at Tang San, who offered an affirming look, while Ning Fingxi and Gu Rong appeared increasingly intrigued. A food system spirit master was set to challenge a powerful assault system spirit master, although there was a disparity in their spirit ranks. With Ma Hongjun merely a spirit king, one must not forget that his martial spirit was the fire phoenix. Had he trained as diligently as Tang San and Ning Rongrong, he would likely have reached around level 60 by now. In terms of explosive power, he undoubtedly ranked among the best of the Shrek 7 monsters. Ma Hongjun took measured steps forward, halting 10 meters from Oscar, flexing his fingers. After a brief exchange of strikes, Ning Fingxi, being the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, gleaned much from the battle between Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun was no ordinary spirit king. With his prowess, even a typical spirit emperor would not stand a chance against him. Oscar, clearly unaccustomed to the application of the replicated spirit abilities, had expended a significant amount of spirit power in the process, yet he managed to contend with Ma Hongjun for a considerable duration without faltering. This feat was truly remarkable for a food system spirit master. Mu Chen gazed at the sky, contemplating the passage of time. It appeared that there was still a considerable interval before the occurrence of that event. He had successfully thwarted the meeting between the old poison and Tang San, and the latter remained unaware of the king's grave condition. Thus, it seemed prudent. With this thought, Mu Chen resolved upon a course of action. There was no longer any necessity to monitor Tang San. His primary objective was to journey to Sea God Island and acquire the divine power of the sea god. Time was of the essence. Waiting was no longer an option, even if Mu Chen wished to do so. With this in mind, he vanished in an instant from the rooftop. Simultaneously, Tang San abruptly looked up towards the previous location, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if pondering something. Chapter 109. Arrival at Sea God Island. At this moment, Mu Chen stood upon a deserted island, where he could already glimpse the enigmatic barrier of the Sea God Island. His emotions were a tangled web. It is said that as a descendant of the gods, seeking a fragment of divine power from a rather insignificant deity should not result in a reprimand. Should it? Mu Chen pondered this, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. Although he possessed the strength to contend with Poseidon, he regarded enmity with the god of the sea as a most unwise venture. Reflecting upon the future of the continent and the power he required, he resolved to ascend into the sky. After taking a deep breath, he charged forth, his destination set firmly on the island of the sea god. His speed intensified, rendering the vast distance of 1,000 nautical miles insubstantial. As if only a few breaths had passed before Mu Chen found his feet upon the sandy shores of the sea god island. Mu Chen wandered aimlessly in a singular direction, his pace leisurely. As fate would have it, before long, a figure emerged, leading a group of individuals who, much like a gang, approached Mu Chen with a menacing glare. In response, Mu Chen offered them an enigmatic smile. Meanwhile, Tang San sensed that someone was observing him. though the identity of this observer remained elusive. Thus, he chose to set this matter aside for the moment and embarked on the journey of establishing the Tang sect. Mu Chen was brought back to the Holy Land by the seahorse Douluo, who then addressed him. Outsider, do you know where this place is? Before he could finish his sentence, a melodious voice, reminiscent of celestial realms yet imbued with earthly warmth, echoed forth. There is no need to trouble him further. Outsider, you are quite remarkable, already akin to a demigod. What brings you to our domain? The voice drew closer, and as the final word reached the ears of the seahorse Douluo, a crimson light in the distance gradually expanded. The onlookers sensed a slight distortion in the space, and in the next moment, a figure appeared before the seahorse pillar. She stood at a height comparable to Xiaowu, enveloped in a flowing scarlet robe, her sea blue hair cascading down her back. Although not as lengthy as Xiaowu's, it nearly brushed the ground when unfurled. Her exquisite visage suggested she was around 30, her beauty deriving more from her noble and graceful demeanor, radiating warmth and gentility. In her right hand, she held a 3-meter-long staff, resplendent in gold, reminiscent of the celestial radiance seen earlier. The staff was intricately carved with magical runes, topped with a diamond-shaped projection akin to a spear. Embedded 5 inches below the spear's tip was a diamond-shaped golden gem. If one were to judge solely by her appearance, she would undoubtedly be a rare beauty. Yet her aura was unparalleled. Even the Pope Bibi Dong, whom Tang San had once encountered, paled in comparison to her presence. Most astonishing were her eyes. Clear blue orbs deeper than the ocean, holding a compassion that seemed to carry the weight of ancient epics. Such eyes could hardly belong to a woman of merely 30 years. Greetings, great offering, the seahorse Douluo said, slightly bowing in reverence to the woman in red. My subordinate has failed to fulfill the guidance of Lord Sea God. Please, punish him as you see fit. The woman in red smiled gently, and the ocean appeared to ripple in response to her expression. Do not blame yourself. This is also my first encounter with such a situation. Her gaze swept across the assembly, and it felt as though each individual sensed her eyes upon them. Ultimately, her focus settled on Mu Chen, or rather, the faint golden aura emanating from him. Young man, what brings you here? Are you aware that there are certain taboos between gods? With a smile gracing his lips, Mu Chen began to recite the words he had meticulously prepared. Tang San returned the smile faintly and remarked, Elder Titan, you remain as robust as ever. I am Tang San. He had no intention of lingering on identity matters. He raised both hands, summoning the blue-silver emperor and the Haotian hammer into his palms. You are Tang San? Upon witnessing the simultaneous manifestation of 2 martial souls, the 3 generations were momentarily taken aback. Tang San chuckled wryly, indeed, my appearance has changed, and many old friends fail to recognize me. However, one cannot disguise their martial soul. Few possess twin martial souls across the continent, and the inclusion of the Haotian hammer makes it even rarer. To be succinct, my blue-silver grass underwent a second awakening, resulting in my altered visage. Elder Titan, Elder Tenno, Talon, it has been a long time. Tang San spoke the truth. While many things could be fabricated, twin martial souls were irrefutable. Titan's emotions surged with excitement. Young master, it truly is you. Your transformation is so profound that I hardly recognized you. Talon rubbed his eyes, gazing intently at Tang San. Young master. Is it truly you? Tang San smiled. If you wish, you may accompany me in the future. Titan stepped forward eagerly. Young master. I heard from Talon that you were taken away by your father after the finals of the Elite Soul Master Academy competition across the continent. How is he? Is he well? At the mention of his father, Tang San's gaze dimmed slightly. His father had chosen to retreat from the world. Retreat? But your father is still in his prime. Why would he choose to do so? Talon mentioned your father displayed tremendous prowess before the Hall of Spirits. I regret not witnessing it. Was he coerced into retreating by the Spirit Hall or the sect? Tang San shook his head. Neither. It was my father's own decision. He briefly recounted the rigorous training his father had subjected him to over the past 5 years, as well as his father's directives concerning the sect. Upon hearing Tang San mention Tang Hao's self-mutilation to return the soul bones, Titan's tears flowed freely, his emotions intensely stirred. Master, why must you go to such lengths? What would have been the harm in keeping them? The fault was not yours. If blame is to be assigned, it lies solely with the Spirit Hall. For all these years, I have awaited your return, yet you. Tang San empathized with the elder's feelings. Elder Titan, please do not grieve. For my father, perhaps this is a form of liberation. He now resides by my mother's side, free from external disturbances, able to live peacefully. I have come to seek your counsel on a matter. Titan struggled to compose his emotions. Young master, Please speak. Whatever I can do, I shall not refuse. Tang Hao had been a figure Titan watched grow up. Upon Tang Hao's coming of age, he had led the strength of his clan to pledge allegiance to him. Now, as Tang Hao chose to retreat, Tang San remained. In the figure of Tang San, Titan could discern echoes of Tang Hao from years past. Tang San stated earnestly, I intend to establish a sect, named the Tang Sect. I hope to gain your support and that of the Clan of Strength. Upon hearing this proclamation, Titan was momentarily taken aback. Young master, are you intending to establish a sect? What will become of the Haotian sect? Tang San was well aware of the implications behind Titan's words. I have already returned to the Haotian sect and have officially acknowledged my ancestry. I have pledged to the elders to accomplish 3 tasks. If I succeed in these endeavors, there lies a possibility for the sect's revival. Furthermore, it will permit my father and me to pay homage to my late grandfather. Titan's demeanor instantly transformed, brimming with excitement. Young master, are you implying that those obstinate old men have permitted your return to the sect? The Haotian sect will be unsealed? Tang San nodded slightly. I have made a 10-year agreement with the elders. Within this decade, if I can obtain a 100,000-year soul ring and elevate my soul power to above level 80, while personally vanquishing a tidal Douluo from the spirit hall, they will unseal the sect, allowing the Haotian sect to rise anew. Fury ignited in Titan's eyes. I knew those old geezers wouldn't be easy to deal with. Are these conditions even feasible for a mere mortal? Had I not severed my ties with the sect, I would certainly return to reason with them. A cough interrupted from behind, causing Titan to turn irritably. It was his grandson, Talon. What are you coughing about? You little rascal? Talon replied softly, Grandfather, these conditions may seem impossible for others, but the young master possesses extraordinary talent. It might not be beyond his reach. Titan paused. Recollecting that 5 years prior, Tang San had led the Shrek 7 Devils to triumph over all foes, securing the championship of the Elite Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament at merely 15 years of age. Young master, may I inquire about your current level of soul power? Titan, known for his straightforwardness, spoke his mind without reservation. Tang San did not conceal his progress. After the second evolution of my blue silver grass, I am now at level 66. Oh, 66. How impressive. Titan murmured, while behind him, Tainua and Talon stared wide-eyed. Wait, young master. What level did you say you were at? Although Titan had aged, his spirit remained vigorous, and he was now processing the revelation with disbelief. Tang San reiterated. I am now at level 66 soul power. Titan gasped in astonishment. Heavens, even my master did not possess such strength at your age. Young master, it seems our lineage finally has a chance to rise. This is truly splendid. Chapter 110, the pinnacle of 9 trials. The sea god Douluo, Poseidon, began to speak. But before he could finish, Poseidon raised a hand to interrupt him. There is no need for formality. Although I am indeed your elder, my prowess may not even match yours in battle, so there is no need for such humility. Just call me by my name, Poseidon gently instructed Mu Chen. However, the seahorse Douluo's reaction was starkly different, filled with shock. What did the title Sea God Douluo signify? Yet, that is the unparalleled grand offering, Poseidon. The invincible limit Douluo upon the sea, who humbly admits to being inferior to a mere youth. At that moment, seahorse Douluo was utterly bewildered, and he absorbed not a single word of their conversation. Mu Chen offered an awkward smile and said, Then I shall not be coy any longer. Poseidon, my presence here is, in fact, to complete my trial. Poseidon, intrigued, inquired, Oh, how remarkable. The trial of a deity is intertwined with another god. Pray enlighten me. It is quite simple, Mu Chen continued. My divine power requires a modicum of stimulation from another god's essence. Otherwise, I shall never ascend to divinity in this lifetime. A mere fraction will suffice, and it need not even originate from a genuine deity. The divine power possessed by their inheritors will do. As long as it is wielded in an attack directed at me, I can absorb it through the trial. Poseidon smiled enigmatically. I see. I had thought it to be a far more arduous task. Your evident anxiety suggests a certain reverence for the divine. Mu Chen nodded sheepishly. Poseidon, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to curry favor with me. I am but a mere emissary. Here is the deal, beneath the sacred pillar. Should your trial exceed a black grade, I might consider granting you a fragment of divine power. What say you? Mu Chen, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, Predecessor Poseidon. This is somewhat perplexing. I am a successor of another deity. How can I endure the trials of yet another god? Poseidon chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing charmingly. After a brief pause, he replied, My dear, you are still but a child with limited experience. You must understand that the divine trials come in only two forms, bestowal and inheritance. The loss of your inheritance does not preclude you from the right to receive what is given, as long as you are not the mortal enemy of the sea god. There is nothing to fear on that front. Upon hearing this, Mu Chen was struck with sudden clarity and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior Poseidon, for guiding me through the fog." Poseidon waved his hand dismissively, replying, "You remain as courteous as ever. Enough idle chatter. Step forward and embrace the radiance of the sea god." Mu Chen nodded and took 2 steps forward, initiating the trial of the sea god. The sea god Douluo Poseidon slowly raised his hands, his face adorned with a look of reverence. He brought his palms together before his chest, leaving half a foot of space between them. A soft blue light gradually emerged at the center of his palms, intensifying as it filled the area. When the azure glow reached its zenith, it erupted with brilliance, enveloping the entire seahorse sacred pillar in a serene blue luminescence. Soon after, a flash of light shimmered from beneath the seahorse sacred pillar, and a beam of blue light surged upward along the intricate patterns of the pillar, swiftly ascending to its pinnacle. Poseidon turned to face Mu Chen, pointing his right hand towards him. A blue beam descended from above, enveloping Mu Chen's form. Bathed in this light, Mu Chen felt the divine power of the sea god but restrained himself from consuming it, understanding that it was not his to claim. Subsequently, the hue of the beam began to alter, transitioning from blue to white, and then rapidly shifting from white to yellow, before almost seamlessly transforming into purple. The deepening purple hue marked a slight deceleration in the transformation, yet it continued to evolve. Observing the changes in the light surrounding Mu Chen, Poseidon felt no confusion. The self-restraint he had just exhibited indicated that the trial of unspoken rules had concluded. Now, the challenge lay in Mu Chen's strength and potential, both of which were undoubtedly exceptional. After all, at merely 21, he was already a soul Douluo. Before long, the purple light had entirely morphed into black, nearly obscuring Mu Chen beneath the beam. Meanwhile, the patterns on the seahorse sacred pillar behind the sea god began to turn black as well, steadily climbing upwards. Then, a total of 9 beams of red light shot forth, materializing before Mu Chen as 9 hexagram light screens. Each layer of these screens shimmered with unique golden characters, all gleaming in unison. The sea god Douluo was momentarily taken aback by this sight, and as the 9 red hexagrams converged, they transformed into 9 points of red light that simultaneously merged into Mu Chen's forehead, leaving an emblem of a red hexagram alongside a depiction of a sacred sword upon his brow. Mu Chen sensed something emerging in his mind. Yet he felt no other sensation, so he turned his gaze directly towards Poseidon. Poseidon regarded Mu Chen with an appreciative nod. The trials set forth by the sea god were stratified in difficulty. Similar to the colors of soul rings, the trials ranged from low to high: white, yellow, purple, black, and the pinnacle red trials. The sea god would tailor the assessments according to the individual, revealing the contents of the trials only to the examinee and the examiner, who in this case was Poseidon. Through the varying levels of trials, one could attain corresponding authority on Sea God Island. The evaluations would not only consider the strength of the examinee, but also their potential, as decreed by the sea god. Among these, the white and yellow trials would each consist of a singular challenge. Upon successful completion, the examinee would be deemed successful. When it came to the purple trials, differentiation would emerge, presenting 1 to 3 challenges. Thus, if a single beam of light radiated from the holy pillar before you, you would face 1 purple trial. If 3 beams appeared, you would need to undergo 3 trials to be deemed successful. Naturally, the more trials one faced, the greater the difficulty, and consequently, the higher the authority achieved upon completion. In the case of the black trials, a minimum of 4 challenges would arise, with a maximum of 6. The red trials, however, would likely consist of 7 to 8 challenges, for 9 trials would signify that one is the optimal heir. Yet, due to your unique nature, you have been granted the premier content of the 9 trials as a non-heir, while such pinnacle trials are typically achievable at a rate of 100%. I once served as a tester for the pinnacle 8 trials. Poseidon's explanation was thorough, and the more she observed the young man before her, the more she felt an innate admiration for him, sensing a familiar confidence that suggested he was destined for great deeds. Chapter 111, The Pinnacle Trial 1. Poseidon murmured, "In truth, you are quite suited for the sea god's domain. However, it may be a case of overqualification. Your trials, apart from lacking the sea god's affinity, align entirely with the 9 trials of the sea god, including rewards and privileges. Thus, allow me to escort you to the first trial point." Without waiting for Mu Chen's consent, Poseidon waved her sleeve, lifting him off the ground and soaring towards a staircase. A rich blue light emanated from the earth. And with a slight wave of her hand, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The sea on one side surged upward, congealing in midair. In mere moments, it transformed into a bridge, not leading them back, but rather deeper into the forest of Sea God Island. Behind them, the seahorse Douluo displayed an air of utmost reverence. Evidently influenced by Poseidon's earlier words, it was rare for a titled Douluo-level powerhouse to speak so respectfully. Subsequently, Poseidon set Mu Chen down, and as he gazed up at the towering staircase, he was struck by a profound sense of awe. Upon stepping onto the bridge formed from the congealed seawater, he was astonished to find that it felt as solid as the ground beneath his feet, the surface beneath him shimmering like crystal-clear water. This peculiar sensation fills everyone's heart with a sense of freshness and curiosity. Upon stepping ashore, 10 sea spirit masters clad in yellow immediately approached, standing respectfully on either side. As the group advanced, the sea god Douluo addressed Mu Chen. You will face trials, but before that, you require a place to stay. Proceed to your accommodations. There will be ample time for discussion later. With that, Poseidon led the way. The seahorse Douluo emerged from among the sea spirit masters, walking behind Mu Chen and Poseidon, while smilingly introducing, esteemed guest, I extend to you a warm welcome to Sea God Island. You may find yourself residing here for an extended period. The island does not impose many strict regulations. Once you settle into Seahorse City, you may decide when to begin your trials. You can engage with the tasks set forth by Lord Sea God in your own time. They are to be undertaken in sequence. I shall say no more, as I believe you are already somewhat informed. Mu Chen nodded and expressed his gratitude. The seahorse Douluo, Oya, smiled and replied, You are most welcome. You are a distinguished guest appointed by the Grand Offering. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command. After approximately 15 minutes of walking, they emerged from the woods, and to their astonishment, a city lay before them. It was a small town, with walls only 5 meters in height. Given their elevated position upon exiting the woods, they could easily discern the town's layout. In comparison to the cities of the Tiando Empire, this one was considerably smaller. The most striking feature was a tall edifice at the center of the town, reminiscent of the seahorse sacred pillar, yet significantly broader. Atop this building stood an enormous statue of a seahorse. Mu Chen suddenly furrowed his brow and addressed Poseidon, expressing that his first assessment had emerged. Ascend to the pinnacle of the sea god's light, he was informed. Proceed to the core forbidden area of Sea God Island. Ascending the 1001st step of the forbidden zone shall be regarded as passing the trial. You may withdraw at any time. The time limit is 1 year. Upon hearing this, the seahorse Douluo appeared quite disheartened, yet Poseidon seemed to have anticipated this, smiling lightly and nonchalantly remarking, It appears that the sea god truly holds you in high regard. The sea god's light, once you reach the summit, will bestow upon you divine power from the sea god. Is this not precisely what you require? Mu Chen smiled wryly and remarked, This is quite the jest. Such a daunting assessment, is it not? 1,001 levels? Pray tell, what levels do you all possess? The seahorse Douluo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, 108. Meanwhile, Poseidon, with a hint of schadenfreude, interjected, 300. Mu Chen inwardly cursed the sea god for his discernment, recognizing him as a true dragon, a figure of considerable prowess. However, it was he who bore the burden of this acknowledgement. With a sigh, he muttered, Fine, I am unafraid. Isn't it merely 1,001? He would show him. Poseidon shook his head mysteriously, then spoke earnestly, Mu Chen, as long as you possess confidence, that is sufficient. By the way, since you have reached level 80, you are entitled to receive a divine soul ring from the sea god. I shall provide it to you shortly. Furthermore, I must inform you that during the trial period, I will generally be absent. Should you require assistance, seek out the seahorse Douluo. Upon finishing, he turned to face the seahorse Douluo. The seahorse Douluo understood the implication, nodding in agreement, at your service. Afterward, they proceeded to their lodging, where Mu Chen took a refreshing bath and donned a new set of clothes. With determined strides, he made his way towards the previously mentioned blue staircase. For Poseidon had indicated that she would await him there to present the divine soul ring. Driven by an insatiable thirst for power, Mu Chen pressed on relentlessly. Upon arrival, no one dared to impede the path of the individual marked by a crimson insignia upon his forehead, allowing him to enter the core forbidden area with ease. Encountering Poseidon, she greeted him with a subtle smile, producing a golden orb of light which she tossed to him before gracefully departing. Mu Chen smiled as he watched Poseidon depart, silently expressing his gratitude. Aware of Mu Chen's secrets, Poseidon decisively made way, untroubled by the thought that Mu Chen might falter, for he was, after all, a demigod. Mu Chen took a deep breath, reflecting on his own circumstances. Yiqiu, a demigod, level 80 soul sage. First soul ring, 200,000 years, metamorphic lizard. Ethereal transformation allows the user to seamlessly switch between the attributes of the deceased, enabling diverse elemental attacks. Currently, it grants 5 fundamental attributes along with light, darkness, wind, thunder, annihilation, and mastery of creation. Second soul ring, 200,000 years, spirit ape. Soul resonance, initiated by the bone sword. It releases a haunting melody akin to a soul call, siphoning various attributes from the opponent, diminishing them by 5 for an hour, applicable to a single target. The effectiveness wanes as the user's mental strength exceeds that of the original body. For every 5 levels above, the effect diminishes by 1. Melody of Mourning continuously weakens the opponent's mental power until it aligns with the user's. Third soul ring, 330,000 years, Shadow Hunter Leopard. Ethereal Puppet summons a replica of a soul master whose soul power is within 30 levels of the user, excluding Super Douluo and Ultimate Douluo, to fight on their behalf. Retaining all soul power and techniques, but at 65% of their strength. Additionally, 2 replicas of the original can be created, maintaining 90% of their original strength. And any enhancement-type techniques will boost the original. Puppet Shadow Strike. The puppet's strength is augmented to match the original, capable of independent combat. As the puppet nears its end, it transforms into a spear to strike the enemy, if it successfully pierces. It siphons 50% of all attributes and bestows them upon the original until the ethereal puppet is next employed. The maximum enhancement can double the original's power. Fourth soul ring, 320,000 years, Chameleon Bat King. Phantom transformation permits the user to elongate and retract bones, muscles, and skin up to 6 meters, achieving unparalleled flexibility to facilitate any transformation. Ultrasonic radar emits ultrasonic waves through the body's pores to accurately locate objects with remarkable precision. Fifth soul ring, 250,000 years, Ice Crystal White Crane. Ice Crystal 99 summons 99 ice crystals of varying sizes, which can be assembled into any desired form. Absolute Ice Shield. Usable only 3 times within a day, it grants immunity to a single attack. Sixth soul ring, for 150,000 years, Siren. Siren's Wail targets a fan-shaped area extending 500 meters ahead, executing a deadly strike. Any entity with total soul power and mental capacity lower than the user will be instantly vanquished, while those superior will suffer severe damage. Following its use, the user enters a state of weakness, reverting all attributes to their base level for 1 hour. Seventh soul ring, 200,000 years, soul-devouring beast. True form of the devoured, the deceased fully materializes, enveloped in a toxic mist of soul devouring. Upon manifestation, all abilities of the deceased increase by 15, and the original's attributes rise by 50. Greed Devour, capable of consuming another's soul power and life force, triggered upon contact with the opponent's flesh, allowing the absorption of 1 of their soul power and a month's worth of life force in a single encounter. In the realm of fusion, where chaos has seamlessly integrated, the departed find solace within a radius of 100 meters, becoming omniscient observers, akin to the effect of time suspended. The actions of others appear to unfold in a languid manner before your eyes. Upon activating this domain, one continuously siphons attributes and soul power from adversaries, absorbing 0.01 of their attributes and soul power each second. The external soul bone, the robe of souls, affixed to 8 rib bones, can transform into any robe-like garment upon summoning. Once materialized, it bestows 3 extraordinary attributes. 1. Soul Aura, enhancing all soul skill effects by 10. 2. Ethereal Tango, rendering the wearer nearly intangible with a 90 increase in evasion rate. However, it cannot evade targeted or extensive area attacks. 3. Hellish Robe, reducing attribute damage by 80. The Wraith Crown, resting upon the skull of a wraith, summons a crown above the head, amplifying the effects of the skills conferred by the wraith's skull by 100. Soul Bone, the left arm bone of the celestial giant ape, aged 100,000 years, grants 1. Gravitational field, enabling the manipulation of space within 100 meters ahead, imposing gravitational forces up to 50 times. 2. Wrath of the Celestial, accumulating power through continuous attacks and counterattacks. At its zenith, one can unleash the Celestial Fist, which amplifies attack power by 500 and physical strength by 20. Following the execution of the Celestial Fist, a fierce roar erupts, repelling creatures whose combined soul power, and mental strength fall below your own. The left leg bone of the ice crystal white crane, also aged 100,000 years, provides 1. Ice surface creation, generating an intensely cold atmosphere centered beneath the left foot, consuming soul power to create ice surfaces of varying sizes. 2. Ice surface glide, allowing effortless movement across the icy expanse, with a speed increase of 200 when gliding forward. The skull of the wraith, aged 100,000 years, offers 1. Shockwave recovery, diminishing the adverse effects of the wraith's wail by 102. 2. Absolute mental power, rendering the user impervious to mental attacks and immune to mental backlash. Without any million-year soul rings, Mu Chen pondered that his strength could undoubtedly manifest a million-year soul ring. However, the divinely bestowed soul rings possess limitations, allowing for the creation of only a 950,000-year insurance soul ring, which could subsequently be enhanced to ascend to divine rank through the passage of time. With these thoughts, Mu Chen settled into a meditative posture and commenced the absorption of the soul rings. Chapter 112, Ascension to Title Douluo. The golden orb of light atop Mu Chen's head was swiftly absorbed and assimilated by him at a visibly remarkable pace, transforming into concentric rings of stripes that constituted the 8th spirit ring. The hue gradually deepened, ultimately reaching its zenith at 970,000 years, becoming increasingly arduous to advance further. Mu Chen was acutely aware that this marked the limit of the divine spirit ring. He no longer insisted on the immediate cessation of soul power transmission. At that moment, Mu Chen had ascended to the rank of a 90-level soul Douluo. Poseidon was just about to extend her congratulations when she received yet another task. With a wry smile, she remarked, "I intended to celebrate your emergence as a soul Douluo, but little did I anticipate that you would linger in this realm for so long." Before she could complete her sentence, Poseidon fell silent as 8 spirit rings manifested around her, particularly the formidable aura emanating from the 8th ring, which left her momentarily astonished. Nonetheless, being seasoned in the face of adversity, she quickly regained her composure. After a mysterious smile, she presented Mu Chen with a new luminous orb and turned to depart. Mu Chen gazed at the silhouette of Poseidon, a wry smile gracing his lips, for there was little he could do against his own remarkable excellence. He then proceeded to utilize the 9th spirit ring, achieving a more favorable outcome this time, reaching the limit of 980,000 years. He paused to assess his current prowess. Yichio, a demigod, stood as a level 96 super Douluo. 1st spirit ring, 200,000 years, metamorphic lizard of the departed, invisibly shifting attributes of the departed, allowing for the employment of varied elemental attacks. Currently, the age only grants the 5 fundamental elements alongside light, darkness, wind, thunder, and annihilation. 2nd spirit ring, 200,000 years, spirit monkey of resonant soul resonance. Beginning with the bone sword, it emits a mournful melody akin to a soul call, siphoning attributes from the opponent, reducing each by 5 for 1 hour, applicable to a single target only. The effect can only be reused after its conclusion. The greater the disparity in mental strength above the original, the less effective the result becomes, diminishing by 1 for every 5 levels above. Melody of Mourning continuously diminishes the opponent's mental strength until it aligns with one's own. 3rd spirit ring, 330,000 years, shadow hunter of the cursed leopard puppet of the departed, summons a duplicate of a spirit master whose spirit power is within 30 levels, excluding super Douluo and extreme Douluo, to fight alongside, retaining all of the original spirit power and skills at 65% of their strength. Additionally, it can replicate 2 forms of the original, maintaining 90% of their original power, with enhancements to the original's supportive spirit skills applied to the original. Puppet Shadow Kill enhances the puppet's strength to match that of the original, allowing it to engage in self-combat. As the puppet nears its end, it transforms into a long spear to pierce the enemy. If it successfully penetrates the foe's body, it siphons 50% of all attributes to the original until the puppet is summoned again, with a cap on enhancing the original strength to twice its usual capacity. 4th spirit ring, 320,000 years, shape-shifting phantom bat king phantom change, bones, muscles, and skin can be elongated or contracted up to 6 meters, rendering the body extraordinarily pliable, capable of any transformation. Ultrasonic radar emits ultrasonic waves through various pores of the body to precisely locate objects, with remarkable accuracy. 5th spirit ring, 250,000 years, ice crystal white crane ice crystal 99, summons 99 ice crystals of varying sizes, which can be freely combined into any shape. Absolute ice shield, usable only thrice within a day, providing immunity against a single attack. 6th Spirit Ring. For 150,000 years, Siren the Siren possesses but a single soul skill, Siren's Wail, targets a 500-meter fan-shaped area ahead, executing a lethal strike. Any opponent with spirit power and mental strength lower than his own will be instantly vanquished, while those exceeding it will suffer severe injury. Upon completion, the user enters a state of weakness, reverting all attributes to their initial level for 1 hour. 7th Soul Ring. 200,000 years soul-eating beast. True form of the Devourer. The Devourer fully materializes, with its weapon and body enveloped in a toxic miasma. Upon manifestation, all abilities of the Devourer are enhanced by 15, and all attributes of its original form are augmented by 50. Greed Devour. This ability allows the Devourer to consume the soul power and life force of others. The trigger occurs upon physical contact with the opponent's body, enabling the absorption of 1 of their soul power and 1 month's worth of life force in a single instance. Fusion Domain. Lawlessness has already merged within a radius of 100 meters. The Devourer becomes the perceiver of all, akin to the effect of time being frozen. The actions of others appear remarkably slow in the Devourer's eyes. Once the domain is activated, it continuously siphons attributes and soul power from the opponent, absorbing 1 of their attributes and soul power every second. 8th Soul Ring. 970,000 years Divine Gift Soul Ring. Time-Space 9 Swords. Summons divine swords capable of traversing space and slicing through time. Time-Space. An independent spatial vessel that can be expanded in size through divine power and plunder in the future, currently measuring 1 million square kilometers. 9th Soul Skill. 980,000 years Divine Gift Soul Ring. King of Souls. By attacking the opponent, it can shake their soul, potentially allowing it to leave the body under certain conditions. Rest of the Devourer. Forces the obliteration of all souls within a radius of 100 meters, returning them to the cycle of reincarnation. External Soul Bone. The Robe of Souls, attached to 8 rib bones, can transform into any type of robe upon summoning. Once manifested, it possesses 3 unique attributes. 1. Soul Halo. Enhances all soul skill effects by 10. 2. Ethereal Tango. Elusive and intangible, increasing evasion rate by 90. But locking onto attacks makes it impossible to evade large-scale assaults. 3. Hellish Robe. Reduces attribute damage by 80. Witch Crown. Affixed atop the skull of the witch. Summoning it forms a crown that enhances the effects of the skills granted by the witch's skull by 100. Soul Bone. 100,000 years left arm bone of the celestial giant ape. 1. Gravitational Field. Manipulating the space within 100 meters ahead, capable of exerting up to 50 times gravity. 2. Wrath of the Celestial. By continuously attacking and sustaining damage, it accumulates energy, reaching a peak to unleash the Celestial Divine Fist. During the execution of the Celestial Divine Fist, the attack power of the fist increases by 500, and physical strength is enhanced by 20. Upon completion, a roar erupts, repelling beings with combined soul power and mental strength lower than that of the Devourer. 100,000 years left leg bone of the ice crystal white crane. 1. Creation of ice surface, generating an extremely cold aura centered beneath the left foot, consuming soul power to create ice surfaces of varying sizes. 2. Ice surface gliding, enabling effortless movement across the ice surface, with a speed increase of 200 when advancing by gliding. 100,000 years skull bone of the witch. 1. Shock recovery, mitigating the negative effects caused by the witch's wails by 102. 2. Absolute mental power, rendering the wielder immune to mental attacks and preventing any mental backlash. Although his strength had indeed evolved rapidly, there remained a significant drawback: the scarcity of soul bones. The mere thought of possessing 2 soul bones, each nearly 1,000,000 years old, filled Mu Chen with exhilaration. However, he speculated that his inheritance rewards might include soul bone rewards, prompting him to hasten down the staircase beneath the light of the sea god with great anticipation. His speed was such that Tang San and the others would likely be taken aback. As a demigod, Mu Chen possessed a natural resistance to the oppressive aura of the sea god, making the ascent of the staircase a trivial challenge. Reaching the 1000th level with ease, he felt that time was ample, allowing him to proceed without haste, thus beginning his aimless cultivation. Seated on the 1000th level, he commenced his practice while also contemplating his formidable and imposing title. Chapter 113. The soul-crowned Dalu. Mu Chen held his breath, concentrating intently as he faced an almost imperceptible pressure. While cultivating, he pondered over a title that would encapsulate his formidable presence. His martial soul was that of the departed. it is essential to mention that the departed had undergone a complete evolution, transforming from a mere skeleton wielding a bone sword into a dashing figure reminiscent of a sword immortal, elegantly brandishing the azure lotus sword. This transformation brought about a remarkable qualitative leap in Yichio's overall attributes, while Mu Chen himself became increasingly profound and enigmatic, his aura more subdued and imbued with an air of mystery. Materially, the departed bestowed upon Mu Chen a sword technique known as the 3 styles of falling swallows, an unequivocal divine skill. When the first style, falling swallows call, resounded, the world was set ablaze. The second style, falling swallows descent, stirred the 8 corners of the realm. The third style, falling swallows smile, entwined the concepts of life and death in a single thought. Returning to the crux of the matter, Mu Chen contemplated numerous titles, such as the resting Douluo, departed Douluo, and reincarnation Douluo. Yet, none of these could comprehensively encapsulate his capabilities, for Mu Chen was, in truth, a possessor of 3 martial souls. Simply denoting a single martial soul would fail to reflect the extent of his prowess. This dilemma left Mu Chen in deep contemplation, pondering what title would truly be fitting. Thus, time slipped away, second by second. After meditating for a complete fortnight atop 1,000 layers, Mu Chen abruptly opened his eyes and murmured, "Indeed, since I possess the 3 lives martial soul, why not name it based on their commonalities?" The attributes of the deceased are related to the annihilation aspect and the reincarnation powers wielded by the sovereign of souls. The dark abilities of the holy fallen angel bear a resemblance. Thus, by centering the soul as the main theme, I shall call it the soul crown Douluo. The term crown signifies the diadem of a monarch, representing both the angel king and the sovereign's crown, combined with the shared offensive capabilities against souls. This epitomizes my thoughts most profoundly. Henceforth, I shall be known as the soul crown Douluo. Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction. In a state of elation, he casually took a step upward, successfully completing the first trial. In the next instant, the radiance of the sea god enveloped him, and feeling the divine gift, Mu Chen began to absorb it without hesitation. Accompanied by the influx of divine power, a long-forgotten notification echoed in his mind. Second trial of the crownless 9 trials, passed. Reward obtained, divine power conversion 5. Soul power elevated by 1 level. Soul ring lifespan increased by 50,000 years, soul bone evolution x1. Following the delivery of rewards, the sea god's trial rewards continued. Having successfully passed the first trial of the supreme 9 trials, he received an additional reward of a 10,000-year increase in soul ring lifespan. Indeed, there is no pain without comparison. The crownless emperor far surpasses the god king, being the sole divine sovereign of the myriad realms. And thus the bounty of rewards naturally exceeds that of this first-level deity. Mu Chen took a deep breath and began to assess his current condition. Yichio, a demigod. Ranked as a level 97 Super Douluo. First Soul Ring. A 200,000-year, old metamorphic lizard ethereal transition. The ability to interchange the attributes of the deceased, allowing for diverse elemental assaults. Presently, it grants the foundational 5 elements along with light, darkness, wind, thunder, annihilation, and creation. Mastery of the ethereal enables the simultaneous utilization of all forms. Second Soul Ring. A 200,000-year, old spirit ape soul resonance, initiated with a bone sword. It emits a mournful melody akin to a soul cry, siphoning 5 attributes from the opponent for an hour, affecting only 1 target at a time. The effect can only be reused once it has expired. The higher the mental power exceeds the original body, the less effective it becomes, diminishing by 1 for every 5 levels of excess. Melody of Mourning continuously diminishes the opponent's mental strength until it matches his own. Third Soul Ring. A 400,000-year, old shadow hunter leopard puppet of the deceased, capable of summoning a replica of a soul master whose power level differs by no more than 30, excluding Super Douluo and Ultimate Douluo, to fight on his behalf, retaining all of the original soul power and skills at 65 effectiveness. Additionally, it can replicate up to 2 of the original, preserving their soul power and skills at 90 effectiveness and enhancing the original support type skills. Shadow Kill of the Puppet. The puppet's power is amplified to match the original, allowing it to engage in self-combat. As the puppet nears its dissolution, it transforms into a spear aimed at the enemy. If successfully embedded, it siphons 50 of the opponent's attributes to the original until the puppet is summoned again, with the upper limit being a 2-fold increase in the original strength. Fourth Soul Ring. A 400,000-year, old shape-shifting ghost bat ghostly transformation, capable of extending and contracting bones, muscles, and skin up to 6 meters. becoming incredibly flexible to achieve any form. Ultrasonic radar emits ultrasonic waves through the skin's pores to accurately locate objects with remarkable precision. Fifth soul ring, A300. 000 year old ice crystal white crane ice crystal novum. Summons 99 ice crystals of varying sizes that can be combined into any shape. Absolute ice shield. Can be used 3 times within a day to negate a single attack. Sixth soul ring, A500 000 year old siren possessing only 1 soul skill. Siren scream. Targets a fan-shaped area extending 500 meters ahead to execute a massacre. Any foe whose total soul power and mental strength fall below his will be instantly slain, while those exceeding his will suffer severe injuries. After use, he enters a weakened state, reverting all attributes to their initial level for 1 hour. Seventh soul ring, A200 000 year old soul-devouring beast true form of the soul devourer. The deceased fully materializes, weapons and body enveloped in soul-devouring miasma, enhancing all abilities by 15 and increasing all attributes of the original by 50. Greed of consumption, capable of devouring another's soul power and life force. Mere contact with any part of the original's body triggers the effect, allowing for the absorption of 1 of the opponent's soul power and 1 month's worth of life force. In the realm of fusion, where chaos intertwines seamlessly, the deceased find eternal rest within a radius of 100 meters, becoming the ultimate perceivers of existence. This phenomenon resembles the effect of time suspended, where the actions of others unfold in an excruciatingly slow manner before your eyes. Upon activating this domain, one continuously siphons the attributes and soul power of adversaries, absorbing a mere 0.01 of their essence per second. Eighth soul ring, the million-year divine bestowed soul ring, temporal 9 swords. Summons divine blades capable of traversing space and slicing through time. The temporal space serves as an independent spatial vessel, which can later be expanded in size through divine power and plunder, currently encompassing an area of 1 million square kilometers. Ninth soul skill, the million-year divine bestowed soul ring. King of Souls, enables one to assault the opponent, shaking their very spirit and, under certain conditions, causing their soul to depart from their body. The Eternal Rest skill forcibly annihilates all souls within a 100-meter radius, guiding them back to the cycle of reincarnation. External soul bone, crownless sacred robe. Situated at the ribcage and along the spinal column, when released, manifests into a platinum and white cloak, accompanied by a suit of platinum paladin armor, bestowing an immunity to all attributes and debuffs. As one of the divine armaments, gathering all sacred gear grants the power of mastery. The Wraith Crown, affixed to the skull of the Wraith, upon summoning, manifests above the head, enhancing the skill effects endowed by the Wraith skull by 100%. Soul Bone, million-year left arm bone, crownless divine armor left arm. 1. Crownless sacred shield, a shield formed from the gathering of royal aura, automatically deflecting all attacks. With a defensive capacity of 100 crystallization points, 1 crystallization point equates to a full force strike from a soul sage in their true martial form, regenerating 1 crystallization point every 5 seconds. 2. Judgment Sword. The royal aura erupts from the fingertips, forming a holy sword capable of delivering a singular, unparalleled attack, inflicting true damage equivalent to 7 crystallization points. 100,000-year left leg bone. Ice crystal white crane left leg bone. 1. Ice surface creation. Generates an extremely cold atmosphere centered on the left foot, consuming soul power to create ice surfaces of varying sizes. 2. Ice surface gliding. Navigating effortlessly upon the ice surface, with a speed boost of 200 when sliding forward. 100,000-year skull, Wraith skull. 1. Shock recovery mitigates the negative effects of the Wraith's wailing by 100%. 2. Absolute mental fortitude. Rendered immune to mental attacks and impervious to mental backlash. Upon returning to reality, Mu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, the enhancement of the soul ring's age merely augments the benefits it bestows, without affecting the soul skills. Conversely, the evolution of the soul bone resembles that of the sea god, assimilating the various soul bones within the body to forge a singular and unparalleled divine armor. Mu Chen shook his head and then addressed the distant Poseidon. May I take my leave for now? The second trial poses no challenge. Poseidon's leisurely voice echoed back. Of course, you are free to come and go as you please. With this affirmative response, Mu Chen did not linger unnecessarily. His purpose was to complete the assessment task, and returning to Tiando was of utmost importance. He transformed into a streak of lightning, soaring towards Tiando, as a myriad of information and rewards surged in his mind. Chapter 114. Watching the show Ding. For the second trial of the uncrowned 9 trials, he received 2 soul rings of 100,000 years. Ding. Assessment completed. All soul ring durations increased by 50,000 years. Soul bone evolution X1. Soul bone X1. Ding. For the third trial of the uncrowned 9 trials, he reached level 80. Ding. Assessment completed. All soul ring durations increased by 50,000 years. Soul bone evolution X1. Soul bone X1. Ding. For the fourth trial of the uncrowned 9 trials, he passed the forbidden test of the extreme north. Ding. Assessment completed. All soul ring durations increased by 50,000 years. Soul bone evolution X1. Soul bone X1. Ding. For the fifth trial of the uncrowned 9 trials, he acquired an external soul bone. Ding. Assessment completed. All soul ring durations increased by 100,000 years. Soul bone evolution X1. External soul bone X1. Ding. For the sixth trial of the uncrowned 9 trials, he became a titled Douluo. Ding. Assessment completed. Divine power conversion reached 80. Ding. For the seventh trial of the uncrowned 9 trials, he traveled to the Tiando imperial capital, following the guidance to retrieve the divine artifact, the uncrowned blade of ruin. Ding. For the top-tier second trial, he traversed the circular blockade, breaking through the encirclement on the sea without slaying any sea soul beasts to reach the opposite shore. He was not permitted to use any soul ring or soul bone skills. A continuous series of notifications rang out, producing a somewhat surreal sensation. Nevertheless, Mu Chen felt a sense of joy, for he had inexplicably transformed into a quasi-deity with this development. Even a true god would find it challenging to rival him in the Douluo realm. Additionally, the quality of his soul bones had undergone a significant upgrade. External soul bone. The uncrowned holy robe attaches itself to the ribs and lower spine, and upon release, it forms a cape interwoven with platinum and a full suit of platinum paladin armor, granting immunity to all attributes and debuffs. One of the divine artifacts. When the complete set is gathered, it bestows the power of dominion. The uncrowned phantom crown hovers above the emperor's crown, suspended, and, when summoned, manifests as a translucent crystal crown that can unleash mental force piercing and enhance the benefits conferred by the emperor's crown, increasing them by 33%, another divine artifact. The uncrowned heavenly eye attaches to the eyeball, and upon release, it creates a futuristic pair of floating glasses that can read the extent of damage to an opponent's body, their basic data, and the buffs and debuffs affecting them. This too is one of the divine artifacts. Soul bones, the million-year left arm bone of the uncrowned divine armor left arm bone. 1. The uncrowned sacred shield, a shield formed by the aggregation of royal aura, automatically blocking all incoming attacks with a defensive power equivalent to 100 crystallization points. 1 crystallization point equals the full force strike of a soul sage in their true martial form. It recovers 1 crystallization point every 5 seconds. 2. The sword of judgment. The royal aura erupts from the fingertips, creating a holy sword that can strike once, delivering the singular attack in this realm, dealing true damage with a potency of 7 crystallization points. Million-year left leg bone of the uncrowned divine armor. 1. The holy grail of heroic spirits summons a grail to awaken heroic spirits, invoking the 19 great Yamaslayers. 2. The uncrowned balance. Upon releasing this skill, if the leg strikes the opponent, it will proportionally balance both party states. If the opponent's state is lower than 1's owned by more than 5, it can trigger a lethal capability. Million-year skull. The emperor's crown. 1. Reduces all negative buff effects by 50%. 2. The royal mentality. All forms of mental power, except divine consciousness, cannot actively intrude. Million-year torso bone of the uncrowned divine armor. 1. The royal inner armor. A regal essence continuously nourishes the body from within, repairing damage and providing defense when necessary. 2. The uncrowned rebound armor. Absorbs attacks and, after charging, returns 3-fold explosive damage to the opponent. Million-year right leg bone of the uncrowned divine armor. 1. Gravity control. 100-fold manipulation. 2. The heaven-splitting stamp. A powerful stomp that unleashes a force capable of shattering the heavens and earth, unstoppable in its might. Million-year right arm bone of the uncrowned divine armor. 1. The ascending dragon 9 fists. Each punch releases a dragon, combining royal essence and soul power to form a golden dragon that attacks the opponent, capable of summoning 9 colossal dragons to fight on your behalf. 2. The roaring sky cannon. Accumulates a vast amount of power, reaching the apex of a divine king's full force strike. The greater the power, the longer the required charging time, followed by a thunderous roar that unleashes a powerful shockwave capable of devastating the body. Of course, the uncrowned divine armor is still incomplete. as 3 external soul bones are still required. Why? Because, according to the pattern, 3 trials remain, and among the rewards, these should be included. Not wanting to dwell on it, Mu Chen was on his way to the Heaven-Do Imperial City, unexpectedly finding that the next trial task was also there. He felt it was excessively coincidental, suspecting that the system had deliberately chosen this location to place the items. After approximately 15 minutes, Mu Chen returned to the Heaven-Do Imperial City. As he had anticipated, Tang San and Xiao Wu had departed to gather materials, making this the perfect opportunity to stir up some mischief in Heaven-Do. Mu Chen notified Yin Shi and the others, then made his way towards the royal palace. Utilizing his agility and domain, he deftly evaded all the guards, encountering no difficulty in arriving at the chamber of the Snow Knight Emperor. No, rather, his sleeping quarters. At this moment, the Snow Knight Emperor appeared quite unwell, his complexion pale, and without the attention of his beloved concubine, he would soon succumb. Suddenly, Mu Chen heard a familiar set of footsteps approaching, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Could it be the poisoned Douluo? Realizing this, he hastily concealed himself behind a curtain. Is there truly no way for the esteemed elder to prolong my royal brother's life for a few more days? He pondered. Alas, this poison is exceedingly peculiar. Today, I shall employ poison against poison and express my views regarding Shueqinghe. If there is no change, then, curse be it. My royal brother is being foolish. Mu Chen concealed all perception behind the curtains, listening intently to the words spoken. A subtle smile gracing his lips as a clever plan formed in his mind. He mimicked the voice of poisoned Douluo to send a message to Shueqinghe, who was situated far away. Your identity has been exposed. Depart at once, or I shall assuredly capture you. Upon delivering the message, Mu Chen swiftly emerged, devoid of any detectable aura, leaving poisoned Douluo unable to respond in time. He struck from behind, rendering him unconscious, then executed a swift maneuver, severing the prince's head. He administered an herb that accelerated the spread of the poison to the Emperor of the Snowy Night, subsequently placing the head upon the Emperor's bed. Having completed these actions, Mu Chen discreetly retreated to the shadows beside the curtains. Meanwhile, upon receiving this perplexing transmission, would Shueqinghe simply abandon his course? No, instead, he opted to investigate the matter further. However, as he took a step into the grand hall, the realization struck him. Someone had plotted against him and had foreseen his identity. Though a sense of retreat welled up within him, could he truly withdraw? Mu Chen swiftly dealt with his 2 subordinates, rendering Shueqinghe unconscious and maneuvering his body to position his hands upon the head of Prince Shuexing. With a fierce glare directed at the Emperor Shuiyi, Mu Chen secured him with sand. He then meticulously arranged the 2 titled Douluos, with one of them aiming a spear at the poisoned Douluo. Having completed these actions, Mu Chen retreated once more into the shadows and pressed a switch, awakening the puppets below one by one, as he prepared to witness an exquisite performance. Chapter 115. A self-directed performance. Mu Chen was the first to strike Douluo with gravel, subsequently awakening Shueqinghe and his 2 companions in succession. Douluo was the first to rise, vaguely recalling being ambushed and rendered unconscious, yet oblivious to the identity of the assailant who dared to attack him within the imperial city without detection. As he focused on the surrounding scene, he was left astounded. Not only he, but even the newly awakened Shueqinghe was bewildered, for he found his hand resting upon the head of Prince Shuexing, which was peculiarly positioned not on the prince's shoulders, but rather upon the belly of the Emperor of the Snowy Night. To compound the absurdity, his 2 companions, both titled Douluo, awakened at that moment and were clearly positioned behind Douluo, making the situation painfully evident. Alas, this was a misstep, however. Qian Rinxue's mind raced with thoughts on how to resolve the dilemma without sacrificing anything. Ultimately, she concluded that the sole witness, Douluo, had to be eliminated. Thus, Qian Rinxue resolved to decisively end this farce before seeking out the instigator. She turned, a fierce expression upon her face, and glared at Douluo. Unaware of the true circumstances, Douluo instinctively believed the prince before him was responsible for this treachery, exclaiming in horror, You dare to conspire against the Emperor. He's your own father." His words jolted Qian Rinxue back to reality, and upon glancing back, she discovered that the Emperor of the Snowy Night had succumbed to his profound poisoning. Yet, this was not in accordance with her script. He was not meant to perish so swiftly. At this juncture, however, Qian Rinxue found herself without an avenue for retreat. The identity of the one who had plotted against her remained unknown, but she presumed her companions were safe. Thus, she dismissed the peculiar, anxious expressions of the 2 titled Douluo and addressed Douluo directly. I am not Shueqing. Thus, what familial ties do we share? You too. Assist me in vanquishing this old poisoner. The serpent spear Douluo and the pufferfish Douluo found themselves in a predicament, yet at this point, retreat was not an option. Consequently, the three engaged in fierce combat. As for Mu Chen, he refrained from intervening immediately. The situation was too coincidental, and he needed to discern the old poisoner's fate. In his heart, he wished for the old poisoner to survive. Yet the tide of events was such that he could not allow personal sentiments to interfere with the greater picture. After several rounds of fierce confrontation, the old poison master undoubtedly succumbed, retreating continuously. However, his venom was capable of restraining the snake spear Douluo. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Nevertheless, he was left battered and bruised, his breath weak and labored. Qian Renxue refrained from entering the fray out of fear that Douluo might sacrifice himself to eliminate her. Now, having confirmed that Douluo possessed little capacity for resistance, she swiftly exited the palace, preparing to unleash her martial spirit and soul skills to conclude the battle. At that very moment, Mu Chen descended like a hero, radiating a golden aura. As he effortlessly obliterated the pufferfish Douluo with a single palm strike and incapacitated the snake spear Douluo with a sweeping kick to his legs. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing abruptness. Douluo felt an unexpected wave of relief wash over him, harboring no doubts about Mu Chen's timely intervention. For he was utterly exhausted, and without Mu Chen's assistance, his fate would likely have been sealed. Mu Chen performed his act in its entirety, letting out a cold huff. Disregarding the astonished expression of Qian Renxue, he delivered a punch to her navel, causing her to double over in pain. Though Mu Chen exerted no real force, perhaps merely a fraction of his strength, leaning in close to her ear, he whispered, "Our encounter back then was both fortuitous and consequential. It was during the Soul Master competition that I first noticed you, and it is this very connection that has led to your downfall today. I am sorry, but this is the harsh reality." Qian Renxue turned away in defiance, yet the excruciating pain left her only able to gasp for breath and tremble, rendering her speechless. Furthermore, with Mu Chen's merciless kick, she immediately lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Mu Chen then coldly regarded the serpent spear Douluo and stated, "You now possess a chance to preserve your life. Crawl back and inform Bibi Dong that her daughter is in my custody. Have her come to negotiate for her release. Or else, 1 week from now, I shall execute her." The serpent spear Douluo was taken aback, yet fully aware of the preciousness of life. He cast aside all notions of dignity and truly crawled away on his hands. After everything settled, Douluo could no longer hold on and fell. The Mu Chen managed to catch him before he hit the ground. However, Douluo was indeed in a pitiful state. With 8 broken ribs and 3 gaping wounds on his body, his hair disheveled, a truly tragic sight. Mu Chen hoisted Douluo onto his shoulders, securing Qian Renxue with his arm, and made his way towards a secluded hall. The treatment for Douluo was straightforward. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he could not employ the immediate recovery elixir. Instead, he opted for a potion that would restore consciousness over the course of 3 days, sufficient for healing serious injuries. After gently placing both individuals down, Mu Chen first tended to Douluo's wounds, subsequently sending a message to Shuepeng. Before long, Shuepeng arrived, her face awash with tears as Mu Chen recounted the events with an impassive expression. Overcome with emotion, she was momentarily driven to the brink of vengeance against Shueqing. Mu Chen effortlessly intervened, stating calmly, "You are the sole heir to the throne. One must not sacrifice the greater for the lesser. As a newly enthroned emperor, your influence is already limited. Do you truly wish to position yourself as an adversary to the Spirit Hall? Are you seeking to impose additional burdens upon yourself?" However, Shuelang replied with poise, "Did you not just mention that you have already slain members of the Spirit Hall? The enmity is already established. Why endure any longer?" Mu Chen regarded the puppet he was about to establish with a hint of admiration. After a hearty laugh, he remarked, "However, that was my doing, and it bears no connection to you. You certainly have a vivid imagination." Shuelang was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she stammered, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Mu Chen gazed at the ailing Douluo on the bed and sighed. "I share a bond of some significance with the old poison master. Now that he is gravely injured, it is highly likely that the Spirit Hall will return to assassinate him and you." Promptly, Shuepeng interjected, "If the esteemed elder is willing to assist me in navigating through this national calamity, I shall gladly grant you a status equal to mine, allowing you to stand alongside me as a peer. Furthermore, feel free to select from the wealth and beauties within the palace at your leisure." Mu Chen smiled and nodded, remarking, It appears that your years of feigning ignorance have not dulled your original intent. Indeed, a sovereign must embody both majesty and magnanimity. You have promised me, rather than beseeching me, and that is commendable. Now that we have broached this topic, I shall remain within the palace for the next few days. Rest assured. As long as you do not leave the palace, no subtle shift in the atmosphere will escape my keen observation. Shui Beng grinned with satisfaction. Just as he was about to express his desire to be his disciple, Mu Chen, with an insightful gaze, interjected. Rather than hastily bestowing upon me the title of Imperial Master, I am a leader of a formidable faction and cannot be encumbered with excessive accolades. However, do not fret. There will be accomplishments in due course. That individual is equally remarkable. Now, let us dispense with trivialities. Keep an eye on Douluo while I summon our associates. Fear not, it will be swift. The Spirit Hall cannot act with immediacy upon receiving news. It is not solely under Bibi Dong's command. Having reassured him, Mu Chen turned and departed the palace, intending to appoint Gu Zhen and Yin Shiduo as trusted confidants within the imperial city, ensuring their loyalty as protectors. In summary, all appeared to be proceeding smoothly. Qian Renshua had been securely restrained, and even Shui Beng posed no threat. Thus, Mu Chen approached the headquarters of the Mu Chen group with complete confidence. Chapter 116. Digging for treasure. Mu Chen spent 2 hours at the Mu Chen group in a meeting, and after determining the direction, he dispatched Yan Shi and Tianlong Douluo to the imperial city to become the commanders of the National Guardian Army. Although the army comprised only 60,000 troops, each soldier was a sole master, serving as the emperor's personal guards. After resolving several tedious matters, Mu Chen began his quest for treasures within the palace, the crownless blade of desolation and the vast Qian Kuan umbrella. It was unfortunate that the avalanche seemed unaware of the location of the national treasures. With no other option, Mu Chen had to search for them himself. The imperial palace, neither vast nor small, necessitated a thorough search. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang San was in Gingxin City, situated within the Douluo Empire, but positioned in opposite directions to Longxing City. Longxing City lay to the southeast of the Tiando Empire, while Gingxin City was located in the southwestern part of the Douluo Empire, closer to the inland regions. This journey was not short, at full speed. It took nearly a month to reach Gingxin City. Gingxin City is one of the main cities of the Douluo Empire. Yet it is by no means a renowned city. Within the realm of main cities, it ranks merely in the mid to lower tier. The Douluo continent is a world of soul masters, and as a city of metal, it is not surprising that it receives little attention. The status of blacksmiths is akin to that of commoners, and the influence of the Blacksmith Association holds some standing only within this city. Conversely, the Spirit Hall, essentially the Soul Master Association, wields the power to impact the entire continent's situation. This starkly illustrates the vast chasm between blacksmiths and soul masters. Titan informed Tang San that the better a blacksmith is, the more likely they are to be a soul master. Only through the extraordinary abilities of a soul master can crafting become more intricate. Of course, this is not an absolute rule. Some extraordinary blacksmiths have achieved great success without the aid of a martial spirit. In the distance, Gingxin City came into view. The group disembarked from their carriage, and as they gazed ahead, the towering city walls became visible. The walls of Gingxin City were entirely a shade of iron gray, giving the impression of being forged from metal. Though they had not yet entered the city, they could vaguely sense the metallic aura emanating from Gingxin City. Ning Rongrong, feeling a bit giddy, took Xiaowu's hand and exclaimed, "We finally made it. After sitting in that carriage for so long, I feel as though my bones are turning to mush." Even the most comfortable carriage from the Li family would wear anyone down after a month. However, I can't say the journey was entirely fruitless. Ma Hongjun has indeed begun to put in effort, perhaps spurred on by Tang San's words. His soul power has risen from level 57 to 58, making strides toward the formidable threshold of 60. Flinder once told Ma Hongjun that when his soul power reached 70 and he could manifest his martial spirit's true form, he would enter an entirely new realm. Only then could his phoenix martial spirit reveal its true power. Currently, Ma Hongjun was diligently pursuing this goal, as he was the only one among the Shrek 7 monsters, aside from Xiaowu, who had yet to attain level 60. Oscar chuckled and said to Ning Rongrong, "Would you like me to give you a massage tonight?" Ning Rongrong's face flushed with a delicate hue as she playfully stuck out her tongue, resolutely refusing. It was evident to all that he harbored ulterior motives. Ma Hongjun, standing nearby, chuckled mischievously. Uncle Sausage's intentions are as clear as day. Oscar scoffed and raised his chin defiantly. "Fatty, you're simply envious." Ma Hongjun curled his lip. "Envious of you? I have a girlfriend too." Just wait until I return, and I shall show you how beautiful she is. Oscar, taken aback, exclaimed, You have a girlfriend? Which foolish girl has fallen for you? Enraged, Ma Hongjun retorted, Xiao Ao. I challenge you to a duel. Oscar grinned, Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. I have plenty of mirror sausages to spare. Besides, don't forget that I have Rongrong's 7 treasure glaze tower. Can a mere individual stand against us as a couple? The third party will undoubtedly remain neutral. Who are you calling a couple? Did I marry you? Ning Rongrong interjected, her tone sharp. Oscar, brimming with confidence, replied, Isn't it only a matter of time? My father-in-law doesn't oppose it. Can you really escape from my grasp? Beautiful lady, it's too late for regrets. Tang Xin chuckled, Xiao Ao. Your flamboyance seems to have returned. Observing their playful banter warmed Tang San's heart, as it reminded him of carefree days spent training together 5 or 6 years prior. Oscar laughed. I can't believe anyone would want to be with this lecherous fatty. Xiao San, you've been with him for so long. Is he lying? Before Tang San could respond, Ma Hongjun interjected. What lies? When I return, you'll see my girlfriend. Her name is Bai Qinxiang. Isn't it lovely? You'll be envious. Oscar displayed a haughty demeanor. Envious? I have Rongrong. Why would I look at anyone else? Other women, aside from my Rongrong, are merely fleeting shadows. This time, Ning Rongrong did not contest him. Instead, watching the playful exchange between Oscar and Ma Hongjun with a smile, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. Titan remarked, Being with you young ones makes me feel rejuvenated. Youth is truly wonderful. When I was your age, I was far more reckless. Ning Rongrong laughed. Do you think our esteemed elder feels old? You are not old at all. A mature man like you possesses greater charm. Titan chuckled. Girl, you have a way with words. If I were 50 years younger, perhaps I would challenge Xiao Ao. No wonder even Bone Douluo dotes on you so much. You truly are a little sprite. Ning Rongrong quipped, Such is the power of beauty, it appeals to all ages. Xiao Ao, why do you stare at me? Are you not convinced? Oscar huffed. What good is it to be unconvinced? I'm disfigured now. No one would want me except you. Upon hearing the term disfigured, Ning Rongrong's gaze softened. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to provoke you. Xiao Ao, you wouldn't be angry with me, would you? Oscar smiled faintly, a hint of melancholy glimmering in his eyes. With a gentle sigh, he embraced Ning Rongrong's shoulder and softly replied, Of course not. I have loved only you my entire life. As he spoke, he cast a triumphant glance toward Ma Hongjun and Tang San. This was not the first time he employed such a tactic, yet it proved to be unfailingly effective. The scar on his face, which once filled him with insecurity, had now become the most potent means of stirring the tender emotions within Ning Rongrong. Undoubtedly, Oscar's tenderness was genuine. He cherished Ning Rongrong's endearing, dependent demeanor. The group smoothly entered Gingxin City. Upon crossing the city gates, they were immediately enveloped by a distinct metallic ambience that offered them an extraordinary sensation. Once inside the city, they all dismounted from their carriages, intrigued by the unique character of this remarkable place. Titan's mood visibly brightened as he pointed out the surrounding architecture, sharing insights with the others. Gingxin City is renowned for housing the largest number of blacksmith shops. It is here that blacksmiths are truly valued. Legend has it that within the confines of Gingxin City, there are over 1,000 blacksmith shops and tens of thousands of blacksmiths. Many artisans from other cities come here to undergo blacksmith assessments. Those who pass the advanced blacksmith examination are permitted to remain in this city. In essence, this is a paradise for blacksmiths. At this moment, Mu Chen thoroughly searched the imperial palace and ultimately discovered a concealed mechanism disguised as a book within the study of the Snow Knight Emperor's sleeping quarters. He deciphered the code and sequentially extracted the tomes from the bookshelf, thereby unveiling the secret chamber, where he found the crownless blade of desolation and the vast sea universe shield. Chapter 117. The Divine Transformation of Martial Souls. Mu Chen drew the uncrowned blade of desolation from the ground, and his first impression was that the weapon was exceedingly heavy. Despite possessing a formidable strength of no less than 300,000 pounds, he still found the blade burdensome. Thus, Mu Chen concluded that this sword was not meant to be wielded while running, but rather dragged along the earth. Its sharpness was astonishing. It effortlessly penetrated the solid floor of the chamber, slicing through more than 3 feet with ease. The uncrowned blade of desolation, with a total length of 12 feet, remained cumbersome even when Mu Chen gripped the hilt at its center, causing the blade to trail behind him. The sword's appearance was striking, entirely cloaked in black, save for the white edge. However, when Mu Chen infused it with divine energy, the blade blossomed like a radiant flower. Beautiful engravings and vines emerged along the hilt, while a sanguine aura radiated from the blade. The edge displayed an exquisite scene depicting the totemic clash between the uncrowned emperor and the origin emperor, each swing accompanied by the image of a colossal red dragon. The visual effects were simply astounding, far surpassing those of the vast sea's cosmic shield. Having successfully completed the quest for the artifact, Mu Chen was naturally rewarded. For the 7th trial of the Uncrowned 9 trials, he earned the Uncrowned Blade of Desolation, along with a Soul Bone X1, 100 points of Divine Energy Conversion, an increase of 500,000 years to the lifespan of all Soul Rings, and a level up in Soul Power. The 8th trial demanded that he bestow 8 Soul Rings upon his other martial soul. Yichio, a 2nd-level deity and a Super Douluo at level 98, possessed the ability to transcend and enlighten all beings. His first Soul Ring, the Million-Year Uncrowned Soul Ring, granted him access to 9 supreme principles: fate, life, annihilation, time, space, truth, thunder, and void. The Void Walker ability allowed him to disregard the laws of reality and utilize normally inaccessible powers, albeit at the risk of creating unstable rifts in time and space. The 2nd Soul Ring, the Million-Year Uncrowned Soul Ring of Supreme Principles, enabled him to ignore defenses and strip any non-divine being of a century of their lifespan to add to his own. The Compassionate Heart ability ensured that no life force could be deprived. Any soul techniques aimed at stealing vitality were transformed into the ability to absorb all attributes at 100%. The 3rd Soul Ring, the Million-Year Uncrowned Soul Ring of Heavenly Principles, conjured 3 avatars named Heaven, Tao, and Righteousness. Heaven wielded time and space abilities, Tao commanded powers of annihilation and truth, while Righteousness governed life and annihilation. The Heavenly Emperor's fate allowed him to ignore all attribute damage, converting all attribute mitigation bonuses into a 100-fold increase in attack power. The 4th Soul Ring, the Million-Year Uncrowned Soul Ring of the Unmatched Path, granted him the power to divine himself, temporarily disregarding physical attacks and transforming his form into the golden light of the formless departed. With 8 holy hands of creation, he could relentlessly bombard his opponents. The Uncrowned Domain encompassed a radius of 10,000 meters, where every movement could be sensed. Any non-ally within this domain would be subjected to relentless lightning strikes and fiery assaults, while light swords would automatically lock onto and pursue them with infinite attacks, consuming no soul power. The 5th Soul Ring, the Million-Year Uncrowned Soul Ring of Unmatched Souls, enabled him to absorb the souls of the deceased, modifying their memories and implanting them into a corporeal form. The enlightenment of all beings purified every soul, erasing all enmity. 6th Soul Ring, the Million-Year Uncrowned Divine Ring, possesses solely one soul skill, Howling Shatter. It summons the 9-death demon Toad, which incessantly cries out, inflicting mental assaults on all non-allied beings within a radius of 100 meters. Any entity whose mental power differs from Mu Chen's by more than 10% will be instantly obliterated. Current mental power of Mu Chen, Divine Origin Realm. 7th Soul Ring, the Million-Year Uncrowned Divine Ring, insubstantial presence of the departed. The departed become corporeal and can utilize all Soul Ring abilities except those of Void Light. Ferryman of the Departed, summons all souls, those who have perished within the past 10,000 years in the entire realm, requiring the expenditure of vitality as a cost, which can be erased, to acquire one ability from any of them. Destiny Domain, can overlap with the Uncrowned Domain, suppressing everything within a radius of 10,000 miles, declaring all individuals within as subjects. Each day within the Destiny Domain allows for a judgment that defies the celestial deities, stripping an individual of everything, including their fate, vitality, soul power, and more. 8th Soul Ring, the Million-Year Divine Gift Soul Ring. Temporal 9 Swords, summons divine swords capable of freely traversing space and slicing through time. Space-Time Vessel, an independent spatial carrier, which can later be expanded in size through divine power and plunder, currently measuring 1 million square kilometers. 9th Soul Skill, the Million-Year Divine Gift Soul Ring. Sovereign of Souls, can disrupt the opponent's soul through attacks, allowing for detachment of the soul under certain conditions. Rest for the Departed, forcibly annihilates all souls within a radius of 100 meters, facilitating their return to the cycle of reincarnation. External Attached Soul Bone, the uncrowned holy robe adheres to the ribs and lower spine. 1. Upon release, it forms a cloak interwoven with platinum and a complete set of platinum paladin armor, granting full attribute and debuff immunity. 2. One of the divine armaments. Upon gathering all divine armaments, one can obtain the power of mastery. The uncrowned, ethereal crown levitates above the emperor's crown, summoning a translucent crystalline crown phantom, capable of releasing piercing mental power and enhancing the benefits provided by the emperor's crown, increasing them by 33, being one of the divine armaments. The uncrowned celestial eye attaches to the eyeball. Upon release, it manifests a futuristic pair of glasses that can read the extent of bodily damage, basic data, and both enhancements and detriments of the opponent, being one of the divine armaments. The uncrowned cloak adheres to the scapula upon release. It reveals a cloak made of white tiger fur adorned with a golden dragon pattern, capable of withstanding all projectiles, including mental piercings, etc. Soul bone, million-year left arm bone. Uncrowned divine armament left arm bone. 1. Uncrowned holy shield gathers the aura of the sovereign into a shield that automatically blocks all attacks. Possessing a defensive power of 100 crystallization points. 1 crystallization point equates to a full force strike from a soul saint in their martial soul form. It regenerates 1 crystallization point every 5 seconds. 2. Sword of Judgment. The sovereign's aura erupts from the fingertips, forming a holy sword that can attack once, delivering the singular attack of this world, dealing true damage with a potency of 7 crystallization points. Million-year left leg bone. Uncrowned divine armament left leg bone. 1. Heroic spirit Holy Grail. Summons the Holy Grail to awaken heroic spirits, the 19 great Yama Kings. 2. Uncrowned balance scale. Upon releasing the skill, attacking the opponent with this leg will proportionally balance both parties' states. If the opponent's state is lower than one's own by more than 5, it can trigger an instant kill ability. The Crown of the Emperor of a Million Years. 1. Mitigates the effects of all negative buffs by 502. The Spirit of the Sovereign ensures that all mental energy, aside from divine thought, cannot actively engage. The bodiless armor of the Million-Year Torso. 1. The Emperor's inner armor continuously nourishes the body with regal energy, repairing injuries and providing defense when necessary. 2. The uncrowned rebound armor absorbs attacks, returning threefold devastation upon charging. The bodiless armor of the Million-Year Right Leg. 1. Controls gravity at 100-fold intensity. 2. The heaven-splitting stomp unleashes a forceful strike capable of rending the heavens and earth. An unstoppable manifestation of sheer will. The bodiless armor of the Million-Year Right Arm. 1. The 9 dragon fists summon dragons with each punch, merging regal energy and soul power to form a golden dragon that assails the adversary, capable of conjuring 9 mighty dragons to fight on one's behalf. 2. The roar of the sky cannon gathers immense power, potentially rivaling the full might of a divine monarch. The greater the power, the longer the preparation, culminating in a formidable shockwave accompanied by a tiger's roar and dragon's chant, capable of obliterating the physical form. In a fleeting moment, the departed underwent complete evolution. Under the divine energy bestowed by the uncrowned God Emperor, Mu Chen reveled in the golden light for an extended period. When he regained his senses, he discovered his martial soul hovering behind him. Mu Chen turned his gaze, and to his astonishment, the martial spirit bore an uncanny resemblance to his own visage. Adorned in an elegant Western robe, it cradled a sacred tome in its hands, while atop its head rested a resplendent crown. The garments it wore were exquisitely luxurious, embellished with gold and silver. Mu Chen took a deep breath to calm his emotions, then turned to leave the secret chamber. He prepared to inform Shuebang, and thereafter set out to find Tang San. After sending Tang San away to undergo his training, he would depart ahead of them to carry out his own plans. Chapter 118. Informing Tang San. Mu Chen briefly transferred his duties, handing over Qian Renxue to the 98th level heavenly dragon Douluo. He then soared into the sky, heading towards the metallic city of Gingxin. With his frenzied speed of 300 miles per hour, he soon spotted the carriage of Tang San and the others, who had evidently subdued the 4 major single attribute families and were preparing for their return journey. Mu Chen smiled faintly, suddenly diving from the sky like a golden meteor. The unsuspecting titans were taken aback, hastily shielding Tang San. "Little San, stay behind me. The newcomer is formidable. If he intends to harm you, we will do our utmost to delay him while you make your escape." Tang San had anticipated that only Titan would act this way. However, to his surprise, the other clan leaders, even the old goat, stood firm, refusing to retreat, bracing themselves against the fierce winds to protect him. In that moment, Tang San felt a surge of admiration and respect for these 4 elderly gentlemen with hearts of gold. Yet, would he flee? Absolutely not. He could not betray those beside him, nor could he abandon them so easily. The grip between Tang San and Xiaowei tightened. Just then, as the golden light and dust settled, a striking young man appeared, standing at a height of 190 centimeters, his long legs remarkably eye-catching. The moment Tang Sen laid eyes on him, he let out a sigh of relief. This subtle gesture did not go unnoticed by several clan leaders, who instinctively exhaled as well, though they did not entirely relax. "Little San, what a grand display. I hurried here to inform you of the situation," Mu Chen remarked, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Whenever he was with Little San, he found himself instinctively forgetting many burdens, relishing the freedom of living without care, though he wondered how long this could last. Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, the clan leaders temporarily lowered their guard, and Tang Sen stepped forward with Xiaowu, asking, "Brother Chen, what brings you here?" Mu Chen curled his lips and remarked, "I have traveled a great distance, yet I am denied the right to sit and converse in the carriage." Tang San, scratching his head in embarrassment, invited Mu Chen to board the carriage, followed by several other sect leaders, which made the interior somewhat cramped. Once seated and after savoring a sip of tea, Mu Chen resumed a serious demeanor and stated, "The Spirit Hall harbors ulterior motives, seeking to control the Heaven Do Empire through the assassination of its emperor." With a sigh, Mu Chen acknowledged the gravity of the situation, as everyone understood the fate of the Snow Knight Emperor. Titan, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "The Spirit Hall is becoming increasingly outrageous, believing there is no one in the world who can rival them." Humph. Upon hearing this, Tang Sen furrowed his brow and inquired, "Brother Chen, what about the situation in Heaven Do?" Mu Chen gestured to reassure an Exine, saying, "I have come to inform you all. Is there still a problem? However, the losses endured by the Heavenly Do Empire were indeed substantial. Therefore, I must convey to you, Tang San, that a conflict with the Spirit Hall is inevitable. The pressing matter at hand is to engage in cultivation and grow stronger." As Tang Sen listened, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, what was needed now was strength. Mu Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he said with a hint of joy, "I know of a remarkable place, one I have personally visited. It is undoubtedly a sanctuary for cultivation, albeit a challenging one." Tang San, intrigued, responded, "Brother Chen, why speak in riddles? Please, do share." This place is known as Sea God Island, a site where divine beings have once appeared, recognized as one of the acknowledged points of divine inheritance. There, one can undergo assessments that rank individuals based on their potential, with generous rewards for those who succeed. The journey is arduous, making it a fitting challenge for you all." Mu Chen exclaimed, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Tang San pondered for a moment and remarked, "If it truly holds such promise, we should indeed consider it. However, Brother Chen, you mentioned you have already been there. Could it be true?" Mu Chen, with an air of affectation, proudly raised his chin and declared, "Indeed. I have successfully completed several trials. Therefore, I implore you, Xiao San, to refrain from revealing yourselves in Tiando City. Secretly return and directly accompany the Shrek 7 monsters to Sea God Island. I am concerned that the Pope might retaliate since I have detained her daughter. You shall serve as a bargaining chip." Tang San, taken aback, inquired, "Daughter? The Pope's?" Subsequently, Mu Chen began to elucidate the palace's power struggle and the matter of Shueqing being an impostor. Thus, with fervor and passion, they journeyed back to Tiando City. "This is for you," Mu Chen said, presenting a precious artifact he had obtained from the current emperor. "It will aid your passage to Sea God Island." He pressed the Hanhai Chinkuan cloak into Tang San's hands. Before Tang San could express his gratitude or protest, Mu Chen insisted, "You must accept it. For you are not me, and even if you were soul saints, you would require external assistance to reach Sea God Island. Moreover, should I lend my aid, it would not count as a trial, thereby diminishing your assessment level. So take it." After speaking, Mu Chen firmly nodded at Tang San. In response, Tang San also nodded earnestly. Upon seeing this, Mu Chen smiled in relief and said, "Then make haste. I shall return to the palace to check if the Pope has arrived." "Understood, Brother Chen. Take care." Tang San nodded. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mu Chen took flight. Bai Qinxiang, filled with admiration, remarked, "What a true hero. One should marry such a remarkable figure, capable of discerning schemes and rescuing a dynasty. And at merely 20 years old, a title Douluo. He embodies all virtues." Ma Hongjun, observing Bai Qinxiang's infatuated expression, wore a somewhat bitter countenance. Yet, he knew that if he were a woman, he too would be captivated by Mu Chen, for there was no one else quite like him in the world. Upon returning to the imperial palace, Mu Chen waited for 2 days, yet Bibi Dong still did not arrive. The bound Qian Rinxue, with a hint of self-mockery, remarked, "Give it up. She has never cared for me and is unlikely to come." However, Mu Chen unusually shook his head and uttered a perplexing statement. "Indeed, when you and I first met, she was present. As Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow, poised to inquire further, Mu Chen erupted into laughter. He then rose, shaking his head, and remarked, "Indeed, you are quite the gambler, and I have a fondness for those who are willing to take risks. This time, you have triumphed." With that, he released the pressure on Qian Rinxue's acupoints and, with a casual strike, rendered her unconscious, carelessly tossing her towards the door. The force was so great that she soared out of the hall, which was situated 15 meters above the ground. At that moment, a woman suddenly appeared and caught Qian Rinxue. It was none other than the current Pope, Bibidong. Today, she donned a flowing black gown, devoid of any makeup. She gazed at Mu Chen, observing the youth, whose depths rivaled that of the old man, and without uttering a word, she vanished in an instant. Mu Chen stood upon a platform 15 meters above the ground, letting out a sigh. Everything has commenced and cannot be halted. Perhaps, to witness hope is to embrace your despair. With these words, he swept his sleeves and departed. Chapter 119, The Battle of Soul Beasts. 10 days later, Tang San and his companions arrived at Sea God Island, while Mu Chen utilized this span of 10 days to complete the first 8 trials. The final trial of the Pinnacle 9th examination was particularly unique, to safeguard Tang San until he successfully ascended as the Sea God. Mu Chen found the task somewhat perplexing, for it was quite straightforward. Without overthinking, he bid farewell to the Shrek 7 monsters and returned to the Douluo forest to meet Guyuna. Traversing the familiar path, he reached its end, where Guyuna had already transformed into her human form, albeit merely in a spiritual sense. Guyuna turned and inquired, "Is everything ready?" After Mu Chen nodded, he remarked, "It is nearly time, yet I must reiterate, we cannot slaughter the innocent." Guyuna smiled, perhaps with a sense of satisfaction, or perhaps for another reason. "Very well, I wish to offer myself as a sacrifice to you." The moment these words escaped her lips, before Mu Chen could respond, Di Tian erupted. "My lord, this cannot be. After the soul beast acquire new territories, they must have a commander, and you." Di Tian fervently expressed his concerns, but Guyuna abruptly interjected with a wave of her hand. "Are you not capable of being a good leader?" Di Tian was taken aback, and a flicker of anxiety stirred within him. Guyuna continued, as the dragon god, "I cannot attain the divine status of the beast clan in the future, for the curse of the 5 great divine kings remains formidable. I may not live to witness the day the divine abode is restored. Therefore, the only foolproof plan is to embody the future ruler of both the beast and human realms. Not only could I ascend to the divine realm ahead of time, but I would also not perish in the process. What do you say, Mu Chen?" Guyuna suddenly turned her head, her eyes shimmering with a wistful glimmer, gazing into Mu Chen's eyes as if pleading with him. Mu Chen's mind raced as he contemplated various matters. After a moment of reflection, he nodded and turned to Di Tian, speaking with an almost solemn promise. "Rest assured, once we reach the divine realm, I will resurrect the Silver Dragon King. I swear it." Di Tian gazed at Mu Chen's face for a full incense stick's duration before finally letting out a deep sigh and lying down to rest. Although they had survived, their injuries were considerable, necessitating a period of recuperation. Mu Chen gazed at Guyuna, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he extended his right hand. Guyuna reciprocated, and soon, the golden and silver lights intertwined, signifying Mu Chen's successful acquisition of his second soul ring, a 100,000-year soul ring that remained unchanged. Observing the absence of the colossal silver dragon on the vast white marble platform ahead, Mu Chen inexplicably felt a sense of emptiness. Shaking off such unwarranted thoughts, he embarked on a monumental journey, destined to be chronicled in history, a grand uprising of soul beasts. During the reigns of the Avalanche Emperor of the Tiando Empire and the Dai Hao Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, a cataclysmic rebellion erupted, sending shockwaves through the world of soul masters. The 3 sovereigns of the far north, along with the soul beasts of the Stardow Forest and the Sunset Forest, which boasted 10,000 and 5,000-year-old soul beasts, launched a coordinated assault on the Imperial City and the Spirit Hall. According to the Ice and Snow Emperors, this conflict was merely a means to restore equilibrium between soul masters and soul beasts, while simultaneously conveying to humanity that, from that day forth, the soul beast had united, no longer to be slaughtered at will by soul masters. The battle was monumental, with the number of participating soul Douluos not falling below 3 figures. It represented a nightmarish ordeal for soul masters, awakening humanity to the terrifying resentment that had long been suppressed within the soul beasts. Although the war did not last long, merely 3 years, the landscape was strewn with the corpses of soul beasts, their soul rings scattered across the ground. Yet no one dared to absorb them, as soul masters had nearly transformed into protectors of resources. Furthermore, news of the fall of the Star Luo imperial city and the annihilation of all high-ranking powers had reached Tiando. The Tiando imperial city itself was under fierce assault, and had it not been for the unyielding defense mounted by Mu Chen's faction to safeguard the current emperor, the Tiando Empire would have been relegated to history. As a consequence of this event, the court saw a significant shift. Among the 4 grand generals, 3 were from Mu Chen's faction, and the civil and military officials were overwhelmingly dominated by Mu Chen's group, which claimed an astounding 90% of power. Nevertheless, Mu Chen's faction exhibited a refreshing modesty, relinquishing half of the official positions at the moment the Soul Beast War subsided, thereby enhancing the trust and favor bestowed upon them by the Avalanche Emperor and effectively sidelining the Spirit Hall from the court, establishing Mu Chen's faction as the requisite assembly for Soul Masters. Moreover, they garnered support from the National Treasury to facilitate their development. Speaking of the Spirit Hall, one cannot overlook the obscure battle that transpired in a remote empire, a confrontation known only to the deceased. That day was marked by heavy rain, and the Spirit Hall found itself under relentless assault, compelled to retreat from the main hall, with Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu tasked with its defense, escorting the embers of the Spirit Hall towards a more defensible empire. The journey encountered a notable reduction in soul beasts, as many had ventured deep into the Tiando and Star Luo empires, leaving only a few weaker ones in the forests. Thus, the Spirit Hall's convoy, escorted by 4 titled Douluos and 2 limit Douluos, seemed ostensibly secure. But was it truly so? As the Spirit Hall approached the city walls of the empire, 300 miles away, Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu beheld a young figure. This youth, standing outside the city, was drenched by the torrential rain. Yet not a single part of him was wet. This young man was Mu Chen, clad in simple garments and a straw hat, with a large blade trailing behind him. He stood at the city gate, while behind him lay a realm of eerie silence, littered with numerous corpses. Upon witnessing this scene, Bibi Dong experienced a moment of enlightenment, gazing at Mu Chen and exclaiming, "You, how extraordinary! It seems all of this was orchestrated by you. But why would you do such a thing? Are you perhaps a transformed spirit beast?" Qian Dalu remained silent, though inwardly he was startled by this revelation, realizing that a peerless powerhouse had emerged in this world, manifesting suddenly and silently as the foremost figure of all. Qian Dalu conveyed urgently, "You all must retreat. The Pope and I can only hold them off for a brief moment. Scatter and flee. Whether you survive depends on your own luck." Although Qian Rinxue wished to resist, she was forcibly pulled away by a tidal Douluo. In an instant, the forces of the Spirit Hall split into several paths. Yet 2 individuals remained unmoved, Qian Dalu and Bibi Dong. Both Qian Dalu and Bibi Dong comprehended the reason behind the relentless assault of the spirit beasts. Realizing that the kings of the 3 northernmost regions, 2 sovereigns from the Stardo Forest, and 100,000-year spirit beast from the Sunset Forest hidden realm had all descended upon their headquarters. In the end, Qian Dalu sustained considerable injuries, barely managing to deter their pursuers, even renouncing faith and relinquishing the angelic statue. Yet, despite this, the youth before them showed no intention of sparing them. After a tense 3 seconds, Mu Chen lifted his gaze towards the 2 and declared, "This is the will of heaven. None of you shall ascend to divinity. You can only be slaughtered by me, just as I returned Qian Rinxue to you." It may seem devoid of confidence, but in truth, it offers you a glimmer of hope, only to plunge you into despair thereafter. With that, Mu Chen charged forward, blade in hand. Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu instantly revealed their true martial spirits, one soaring through the skies, the other grounded, both rushing towards the youth. The initial clash resulted in an explosion that reverberated for miles, creating a chasm 10 meters deep, a mere moment etched onto the map. Chapter 120, Subjugation of the Spirit Hall. Mu Chen offered no respite to the 2 adversaries, immediately unleashing a formidable technique derived from the swordsmanship imparted by the departed, known as the 3 strikes of the Blade God. This technique embodies the aesthetic of power and the fluidity of skill. The weapon itself is quite weighty, and coupled with Mu Chen's extraordinary strength of 300,000 pounds, the force unleashed is simply beyond description. The first strike, known as the heaven-cleaving slash, is executed with a sweeping motion from the lower left to the upper right. Its overwhelming power renders it nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to withstand. They would inevitably be forced back or suffer injury. The second strike follows seamlessly, as the blade ascends past the shoulder with remarkable swiftness, harnessing gravitational amplification alongside divine might to deliver a downward chop imbued with the ferocity of a true dragon. During this maneuver, One can employ leaps and instantaneous shifts to enhance both the impact and unpredictability of the attack. The third strike involves a twisting motion, allowing the blade to rotate continuously, gathering the essence of the Golden Dragon blade aura. Utilizing the power of the Golden Dragon, it rends the surrounding foes as the final blow is delivered from the upper right to the lower left, or alternatively from various angles above, launching a straight-line projection of a Golden Dragon that tears through the enemies ahead. Mu Chen dragged his great sword, swiftly appearing before Bibi Dong, and unleashed a powerful slash. Bibi Dong, in response, summoned the 9th soul skill of the Death Spider Emperor, combined with her 3rd soul skill, raising her arm in a desperate attempt to block the divine artifact's assault. This was her only recourse, for Mu Chen's attack was both peculiar and swift, leaving no room for evasion. As the blade descended, it was nothing short of miraculous that Bibi Dong did not suffer a severing blow. Instead, a deep gash, roughly the size of a forearm, marred her right arm. However, thanks to the protection of her 9th soul skill, the injury seemed trivial, as the strike had not invoked divine power. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong comprehended the lethal potential of her opponent and hastily created distance, retreating frantically while spitting a web towards Mu Chen. Just as the web was a mere 0.01 centimeters from him, it abruptly vanished, and even Bibi Dong's domain perception temporarily lost its grasp on Mu Chen's presence. Mu Chen materialized in midair, soaring 30 meters higher than Dalu. His movements fluid as he deftly spun his great sword in hand before delivering a fierce downward slash. He further augmented his attack with gravitational force multiplied by dozens of times. By the time Dalu perceived Mu Chen hovering above him, the blade had already sliced through the clouds and was poised before his eyes. Fortunately, Dalu had summoned the angelic holy sword in advance, positioning it defensively against his chest to withstand the onslaught. Had he not done so, the impact from such a height, plummeting at a speed of 1,000 meters per second, would have been catastrophic, likely cleaving him in twain. Nevertheless, the recoil from the force prevented Mu Chen from descending immediately. Seizing the fleeting moment, he teleported above Bibi Dong, striking downward with renewed vigor. However, due to the distance, Bibi Dong managed to leap back just in time to evade the lethal blow. Yet, the shockwave was inescapable, as debris and rocks surged forth at breakneck speed, perforating her body and leaving several gruesome wounds. Her martial soul was shattered in the process, yet devoid of divine power. Bibi Dong's injuries remained within the realm of recovery, though time was of the essence. Emerging from a pit several meters deep, Dalu was ragged and struggled to rise to his feet. Bibi Dong, bloodied at the corners of her mouth, found herself in a similarly dire state. In the span of mere breaths, their fierce confrontation had rendered both combatants incapable of retaliation. Mu Chen did not hasten to confront the two individuals. Instead, he leisurely wielded his large blade, contemplating their approach while remarking, "Observe how long you have managed to withstand me. I dare say you have barely traversed 1,000 miles. Is there any significance in this? Your grand momentum has already dissipated. Should you two choose to surrender and represent the spirit hall in submitting to me, I can grant clemency to many among you." Dalu instinctively opened his mouth to refuse, yet Bibi Dong interjected, "Is this statement sincere?" Mu Chen gazed at Bibi Dong, his expression grave as he stated, "Do you truly believe that once you submit to me, you could rebel again? Such a notion is utterly unfounded. I possess this confidence, which is precisely why I present this proposition." Dalu, having grasped the situation, promptly inquired, "If we were to surrender, whom could you allow to remain?" Mu Chen smiled gently and said, "Rest assured, I shall retain those who prove useful to me. All individuals above level 50 shall be spared." Upon hearing this, Dalu and Bibi Dong exchanged knowing glances, as if sharing a silent understanding, and spoke in unison, "If that is the case, might you grant us independence rather than subjugation? Of course, we merely seek to avoid domination." Mu Chen gazed in astonishment at the two individuals before him and, with a hint of playful banter, remarked, "I never expected you two to share such an unexpected consensus on this matter." After his jest, Mu Chen adopted a more serious demeanor and declared, "Our Mu Chen group has always upheld the principles of human rights, so fear not." With that, Mu Chen refrained from further idle chatter with Bibi Dong and the others, swiftly employing various teleportation techniques to apprehend all soul masters above level 50 who had not managed to escape. In total, there were 11 soul kings for soul emperors, 2 soul saints, and 2 titled Douluos, among them Qianrenjue, who initially felt a sense of despair, realizing they had not escaped. To their astonishment, They found that Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu were still alive in this place. Mu Chen fixed his gaze upon the final title Douluo, addressing Bibi Dong, Qian Dalu, Qian Renxue, and the 4 titled Douluos as he cast forth a crimson pill. He proclaimed, "This is the Vermilion Crane 7 Poisons pill. Every 7 days. It will induce unbearable pain and itching, compelling you to consume the antidote. Failure to do so will inevitably lead to your demise. It serves as the perfect means to control you, for I alone possess the knowledge to neutralize the poison contained within this pill." Mu Chen's words jolted the bewildered soul masters back to reality. Their initial reaction was not one of lamentation over enslavement, but rather an overwhelming joy, for it signified their chance to survive. They had all witnessed the extraordinary prowess of the youth before them. In the blink of an eye, the heads of their comrades, who had been fleeing alongside them, had already soared into the heavens. Such an overwhelming display of power was utterly irresistible. Bibi Dong glanced at Mu Chen and then at Qian Renxue, the unspoken understanding between them palpable. Mu Chen elucidated, "Do not overthink this matter. This potion, even if you were to ascend to divinity, cannot be dispelled through divine power. Hence, I have bestowed upon you both this toxic elixir. Were it not for the certainty of your ascension to godhood, I would not waste my time on you, a mere assembly of refugees." Mu Chen's explanation not only failed to evoke any feelings of resentment in Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue, but instead brought a sense of relief. Subsequently, without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the elixir whole. Mu Chen observed as they consumed the medicinal pills, nodding in approval before unsealing everyone's acupoints. He stepped forward and declared, "Let us proceed. Nightfall approaches. We shall rest for the night at my Mu Chen group, and from there, we can devise our plans." Chapter 121. The return of the Shrek 7 monsters. After a period of time, tranquility returned to the human realm. The 2 great empires began to restore their cities, erect fortifications, and officially designate the territories of the soul beasts on their maps. Furthermore, all major soul hunting forests were liberated, and the spirit hall vanished, merging with the Mu Chen group to form the Mu Soul group. Initially, the avalanche intended to invade the Star Do Empire, but due to the unanimous opposition from Mu Chen's side and the necessity for the soldiers to recuperate, they abandoned their campaign. Years later, the Shrek group, having completed their examinations, returned to this once familiar, yet now strange land. Why strange, you may ask? Because the territories ceded by the Tiando and Qingdo empires had transformed into the sanctuaries of the soul beasts. The extent of the ceded land amounted to 20% of the combined territories of the Stardo and Tiando empires. Additionally, the entirety of the soul-hunting forests, previously under the influence of the Spirit Hall, now belonged entirely to the soul beasts. The territory of the soul beasts had now equaled the total land of the 2 great empires combined. Mu Chen had anticipated that Tang San and his companions would soon return, sending individuals to the border to await their arrival, and subsequently succeeded in ushering them onto the carriage. The ones who received them were the leaders of the single attribute families. What? Damn it! I must inform Dai Mu Bai of the tragic demise of all our kin, which ignited a fury within him, his words a chaotic jumble. Yet the message was unmistakable. He sought vengeance against the soul beast for 3 days and nights. However, Xiao Wu, with an expression of discontent, confronted Dai Mu Bai, questioning, "How is it that you soul masters are permitted to wantonly slaughter soul beasts? Have you not considered that the soul beasts have endured more separation from their families than you soul masters have? Such selfishness." You, Dai Mu Bai, enraged, raised his hand as if to strike Xiao Wu, but ultimately refrained. With a heavy sigh, he took a seat, while Xiao San firmly grasped Xiao Wu's hand, conveying reassurance. He then addressed Dai Mu Bai, saying, "Mu Bai, even if you yearn for revenge, it is currently unattainable, for the power of the soul beast is immense, capable of annihilating the world of soul masters. Yet, they have refrained from doing so, likely because they still harbor some sentiment towards us. The outbreak of this war by the soul beast is, to some degree, a consequence of the indiscriminate slaughter instigated by soul masters." Dai Mu Bai nodded. Not being a person devoid of reason, but merely needing time to process the recent news, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Xiao Wu and said, "I apologize, Xiao Wu. Dai Mu Bai is merely a bit overwhelmed." Xiao Wu refrained from overstepping yet nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. Thus, the group traversed a vast expanse of vegetation-covered urban ruins and returned to the new Heavenly Do Imperial City. Before them loomed towering walls, reaching heights akin to 100 feet, complemented by a rising and falling iron gate that permitted Tang San and his companions entry into the Imperial City. The Imperial City had undergone a remarkable transformation, Due to extensive structural damage, Mu Chen had directly overseen its reconstruction, designing it in the layout reminiscent of the Forbidden City of his previous life. Although the architecture differed, the arrangement remained consistent, with all essential elements centralized in a singular locale, creating a uniquely charming atmosphere. The streets were still populated, as soul beasts primarily engaged in combat with soul masters. Inflicting collateral damage only rarely, indiscriminate slaughter was not commonplace. This observation did not escape the notice of the Shrek 7 monsters, prompting them to ponder the dilemma surrounding soul beasts, whether to seek vengeance or to start anew. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Mu Soul group, where Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue flanked the sides, with Mu Chen standing at the forefront and the master and others behind him, firmly welcoming Tang San and his companions back. Upon seeing Tang San and the others disembark, the master rushed forward, embracing Tang San with fervor, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. The once bitter rivals, the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, now stood united to contribute to the human world. Yet the more pressing concern was that Lu Erlong lay in a slumber induced by the soul beast's attack, her awakening uncertain. Moreover, the higher echelons of combat power within the Soul Master realm had all been claimed by the Mu Soul group and the Haotian sect. After parting from Tang San, the master took a couple of steps back, gazing at him with a mixture of joy and concern. Mu Chen approached, placing a hand on Tang San's shoulder, and said, "I'm sorry, the Haotian sect has been completely eradicated." This news struck Tang San like a dagger to the heart, his eyes widening in disbelief. Even his composure faltered as he grasped Mu Chen's collar, frantically imploring, "Brother Chen, what do you mean? How is this possible? My father. Where is my father? It cannot be." In Mu Chen's eyes lingered a trace of remorse. The cause was evident. The assault by merely 200,000 years soul beast should not have borne such dire consequences. However, in his ambition to dominate the world, Mu Chen had dispatched a level 98 Dragon Douluo, accompanied by a level 97 Haitang Douluo, to launch a surprise attack on the Haotian sect. The Nine Hearts Haitang, with its astonishing healing capabilities, paired with the time-twisting abilities of the Dragon Douluo, plunged the Haotian sect into an abyss of despair. Ultimately, one after another perished upon the mountain, leaving no survivors to descend. Annihilation. Furthermore, Mu Chen had orchestrated a FAA day at the scene, making it appear as though they had succumbed to despair and died tragically. Yet, Tang Hao was familiar with the Dragon Douluo, and at that time, he was but a cripple, having been compelled to return to the sect seeking refuge due to the turmoil caused by the soul beasts. With his elder brother's assistance, he managed to rejoin the sect, but scarcely had he enjoyed a couple of days of peace before he was met with the end of his life. Mu Chen broke free from Tang San's grasp and glanced at Xiao Wu. In an instant, she comprehended the gravity of the calamity that had befallen them. However, could she voice her thoughts? With a bitter smile, she shook her head and embraced Tang San, leading him away. The Shrek 7 devils also displayed a lack of enthusiasm and prepared to depart. At that moment, Mu Chen addressed Ning Rongrong, stating, "The head of your sect is incapacitated, and among your dual Douluos, one is dead while the other is injured." This devastation was not of Mu Chen's making. It was merely a result of the Ice Emperor being intercepted by the Sword Douluo, leading to a fierce confrontation that nearly ended in death. In a fit of rage, the Snow Emperor retaliated, resulting in the demise of Gu Rong. The Sword Douluo, Jianxin, was left crippled, his soul power diminished to 79 levels, with all his arms rendered useless. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji had his intellect stripped away and his limbs severed. Now, Ning Rongrong could no longer find solace. With tears welling in her eyes, she hurried towards the memories of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, while Oscar trailed behind her. In summary, the unfortunate news was overwhelming. The once mighty 10 major sects appeared feeble and helpless in the face of this beast tide. Even the Spirit Hall was compelled to concede defeat in this conflict, causing these titans to suffer immeasurable losses. Mu Chen exchanged a few words with Titan and others, after expressing their gratitude for Mu Chen's life-saving assistance. Titan and his companions departed, thus concluding the reception before it even commenced. Mu Chen gazed into the emptiness ahead, letting out a sigh before turning to depart. In that moment of turning, a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. The true plan was about to commence. The soul beasts would not dominate the soul masters. Yet it was imperative to convey that their status was not inferior. This scheme was aptly named the Soul Beast Empire Project. Chapter 122. The coup of Star Luo. The return of the Shrek 7 devils once again elevated the strength of the Heaven Do Empire. However, owing to Mu Chen's counsel, Shwebong chose to propose an alliance to Dai Mubai first. Brother Mubai, I previously donned the guise of a second-generation aristocrat solely for self-preservation. I hope for your understanding. As the meeting commenced, Shwebong performed a respectful 45-degree bow towards Dai Mubai, seemingly seeking his forgiveness. Dai Mubai promptly assisted him to his feet, saying, "You are correct. Perhaps this is the strategy befitting a member of the royal family. I shall not take offense." Rest assured. Shwebong nodded and then gestured to present some documents before Dai Mubai, stating, "Now that the strength of the soul beast has been laid bare before us, it is evident that if they seek to dominate us soul masters, it would not be a formidable challenge. However, their demands are merely for the survival space they are owed. Their intention is clear. They wish to coexist with the soul masters in a mutually beneficial relationship. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant. Therefore, I have prepared materials outlining the benefits of a union between the two great nations." Dai Mubai perused a few pages before inquiring, "Might I ask, Your Highness Shwebong, do you advocate for a merger, or?" Shwebong immediately replied, "It is not that. Clearly, we are the weaker party at present. Failing to unite would undoubtedly result in significant problems and hidden dangers. Thus, I propose that both sides share resources, military technology, fortified defenses, and achieve a consensus to cease internal strife. With Star Luo currently leaderless, your ascension to the throne will inevitably require our support." Dai Mubai furrowed his brow and glanced at Zhu Xing, who remained in a daze for 3 days. She had yet to come to terms with the devastating loss of her kin. After a moment of contemplation, Dai Mubai turned to meet the earnest gaze of Shwebong and nodded resolutely, signing the agreement. In that instant, the Douluo Soul Master Alliance was established. Abbreviated as the Do Alliance, the Heaven Do Empire pledged its support for Dai Mubai's ascension, preparing 100,000 troops to escort him back to his homeland for his coronation. The timeline would not be far off. At the latest, he would return within 7 days. At this moment, Mu Chen stood quietly on the rooftop of the corporate headquarters, gazing thoughtfully at the city beneath him. His mind was engaged in processing information. Xiao San had returned to the Haotian sect to seek out his father. Naturally, this pivotal moment was influenced by Mu Chen's guidance, who remarked that once Xiao San's strength reached a certain level, he might be able to resurrect the Haotian Douluo. Indeed, this was the case. Yet the journey ahead would be long, alleviating Mu Chen's concerns about any potential rebellion from Tang San. Moreover, even if the Haotian Dalu were to accuse Mu Chen as the architect of the Haotian sect's demise, Mu Chen had strategies in place, ensuring that he would not engage in conflict with Tang San. Ning Rongrong had already spent 3 days sequestered within the dilapidated 7 treasure glazed tile sect, not stepping outside even once. The mental fortitude of the Shrek's 7 monsters had been severely tested. While Mu Chen felt a tinge of melancholy, he also experienced a flicker of satisfaction. Suddenly, he turned to Bibi Dong and instructed, "Travel to the extreme north and deliver this letter to the Ice Emperor. Inform her that all is now prepared, and in 1 year, we shall convene in the Spirit Master Realm for negotiations." Bibi Dong acknowledged his command and promptly departed. Meanwhile, seated on the sofa, Qian Rinxue had commenced the assessment for the Angel God's inheritance. At this moment, she had ascended to the pinnacle of Soul Sage, and her growth was indeed remarkable. Notable changes had begun to manifest in her, such as a rejuvenated appearance. She turned to Mu Chen and remarked, "I never imagined you were orchestrating such an expansive scheme. Pray tell, how does the ascendance of soul beasts benefit you?" Mu Chen smiled silently. Qian Rinxue, not wishing to provoke herself further, turned and departed. Despite Qian Rinxue's rebellious and defiant nature, Mu Chen remained remarkably tolerant, for he still cherished the bond they had formed when they first met at the tender age of 9. Mu Chen gazed upon the desolate room, a sigh escaping his lips for no apparent reason, before returning to the rooftop to admire the sprawling city below and the bustling crowds. 5 days later, Dai Mubai, under the escort of 100,000 troops, advanced majestically towards the Star Luo region, while the troubled Zhu Xing remained in the Heaven Do Empire, unable to join the expedition. However, Ma Hongjun and Oscar accompanied him. As Mu Chen had remarked, this operation is perilous, and witnesses are essential. Otherwise, should we encounter an ambush, being labeled as Heaven Do would be detrimental. Indeed, 100,000 soldiers wielded considerable intimidation, further amplified by the declining power of the Star Luo Empire, where the prominent families could no longer suppress the smaller factions, resulting in an imbalance of power. The great clans, preoccupied with their own survival, lacked the capacity to intercept the vast army. The journey proceeded relatively peacefully until they reached the Star Luo Empire. As Dai Mubai surveyed the surrounding ruins, a profound sorrow glimmered in his eyes. Yet, just as he was about to enter the imperial city, certain events became inevitable. The smaller families, under Mu Chen's command, purged the remnants of the great clans, rendering them a mere chapter of history. Subsequently, the smaller families chose to embrace Mu Chen's proposal to extinguish the royal family and govern independently, rotating the representation of 12 clans every 3 years. The smaller factions had amassed considerable strength, boasting a legion of 3,000 soul emperors, with 12 soul Douluos at the forefront, alongside several soul saints and soul emperors, who stood resolutely against the 100,000 troops. Dai Mubai recognized these nobles and bellowed, "What is this? Is the world to be renamed?" One of the nearly titled Dorang soul Douluos stepped forward from the 12, declaring, "When has the world ever remained unchanged? Your Dai clan has occupied the throne long enough. It is time for a change. Kill." Dai Mubai, astonished yet apprehensive at the blatant murderous intent of these smaller families, observed the steadfast troops around him. Realizing that this was no mere act, he contemplated a path of no return. While 100,000 troops might not prevail against them, a retreat was still possible. Turning to Ma Hongjun and Oscar, their years of camaraderie allowed them to grasp the gravity of the moment. They had no choice but to fight. Alas, how tragic it was. Why did Mu Chen permit Avalanche to provide only 100,000 troops? Could it be due to the current scarcity of military forces? No. It is rather because the grand formation he left at Xingluo requires the sacrificial lives of 60,000 individuals. Ma Hongjun transformed into a phoenix, flames engulfing his body as he unleashed a torrent of phoenix fire against the lower-ranked soul masters surrounding him, relentlessly sweeping outward. Yet such a soul skill was destined to inadvertently inflict harm upon the 100,000 soldiers. The intentions of the 12 families were transparently clear. If you choose to confront us head-on, we shall retreat. If you attempt to withdraw, we shall pursue relentlessly, engaging in a battle of attrition from the imperial city to the borders of Xingluo. When the 100,000 troops were reduced to a mere 40,000, the 12 families abruptly fell back. To Dai Mubai and his companions, it appeared that the adversaries feared an ambush within the territory of Tiando, leading them to instinctively exhale in relief, urging their horses to hasten their departure. The 12 families did not pursue further, prompting Dai Mubai and his companions to retract their martial spirits and focus on replenishing their soul power. However, an unexpected eruption of molten lava suddenly tore through the ground at the border, engulfing the forward troops in a fiery cataclysm, marking only the beginning of their woes. Chapter 123. The Tomb of Dai Mubai. The sudden eruption of lava exacerbated the already dire circumstances faced by Dai Mubai and his companions. Many soldiers perished in the inferno, and Dai Mubai was thrown from his horse by the shockwave, as were Oscar and the others. The tremors dulled their senses, rendering their hearing disoriented and their sensory acuity significantly diminished. They struggled to shake off the disorientation, yearning to escape the confines of the Xingluo Empire. Despite suffering considerable setbacks, over 20,000 individuals remained alive, perhaps with wives and children awaiting their return. They could not allow their plight to endanger those dear to them. With this thought, Dai Mubai roared defiantly, forcibly summoning his martial spirit, swiftly dispelling the disorientation and rousing those nearby. However, as he managed to awaken only 4 or 5 individuals, a colossal hand emerged from the fissures in the ground, its size nearly matching that of Dai Mubai himself, instilling a profound sense of dread. As the entire form of this creature became visible, Oscar and Ma Hongjun had also regained their composure, yet only about 8,000 soldiers, situated relatively far from the explosion, had roused from their stupor. Of these, merely a few hundred were in a condition to fight. The towering monstrosity stood over 2 zhang tall, its arms measuring an astonishing 1 zhang 8. Though hunched, its arms could still touch the ground, while its legs were disproportionately short, comprising only 20% of its entire height. However, it is indeed quite formidable. The creature's visage is obscured by a white cloth, its entire form exhibiting a deep purple-black hue, rendering it distinctly non-human due to the absence of reproductive organs. Its body, save for the head concealed beneath the fabric, is entirely bare. Although it momentarily recoiled from the crevice, it has yet to display any inclination to move or attack. Nevertheless, Dai Mubai refrained from taking the initiative, for the sheer magnitude of this imposing figure exudes an almost surreal pressure. It instills a sense of desperate hopelessness, suggesting that any movement could lead to certain death. Yet, it is precisely this oppressive aura that proves unbearable for an average person. One soldier, unable to withstand it any longer, took flight in panic. "Don't move." In a moment of desperation, Dalu cried out, but it was already too late. At some point, the colossal giant had positioned itself hundreds of meters from where he initially stood, mercilessly crushing the individual attempting to flee into a pulpy mass. Ma Hongjun swallowed hard, contemplating the creature's method of movement. He had been directly facing the monster, and thus witnessed the entire scene unfold. The beast's calves functioned like powerful pistons, bending and then launching forward with astonishing speed, reminiscent of a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the fleeing figure vanished. Oscar concentrated his soul power and tossed a sausage to another location. Before it even touched the ground, the creature seized it, although it did not crush the sausage. The beast seemed to lack proper vision, or perhaps it had no eyes at all. Realizing it could not be destroyed, it carelessly discarded the sausage, wildly kicking it about. Oscar mourned for his sausage for a brief moment before turning to Dalu, who nodded in acknowledgement. This creature, while not prone to initiate attacks, was highly sensitive to them. If Oscar could produce enough sausages to scatter in all directions while everyone made a simultaneous escape, perhaps the giant would be unable to stop them all. Dalu shared this strategy with the surrounding soldiers, who agreed and communicated the plan amongst themselves. Time slipped away, second by second. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Oscar successfully crafted 100 sausages and hurled them in all directions. The group, inspired by the appearance of the sausages, began to flee in unison. The giant, as anticipated, pursued the sausages, but with a twist, it began to employ its unique abilities. To their astonishment, it struck the ground with its massive arms, raising the earth 3 meters high and forming a dirt wall that blocked their path, systematically dealing with each of them. Dalu let out a furious roar, unleashing 2 blasts of white tiger light waves to break through the earthen barrier. However, this act drew the giant's attention directly to him. In an instant, the creature was before Dalu, swinging its enormous fist, nearly the same height as him. Down upon him, Dalu summoned his martial spirit, straining with all his might to withstand the onslaught, but to no avail. Ma Hongjun and Oscar, despite their immediate attempts to rescue him, could only watch helplessly as Dalu was pummeled into the ground, blood spraying upwards. The giant's strike caused the earth to sink a foot, then 2, then 3, in a radius of 100 miles around Dalu, deepening progressively towards his position. The sheer magnitude of the force exerted was unmistakable. After the giant delivered a powerful punch, he swiftly turned around and teleported right before Ma Hongjun, striking him squarely in the face. Ma Hongjun was sent flying, and due to the upward trajectory of the blow, the speed was astonishing. He was even unable to unleash his martial soul before being hurled away. However, on a brighter note, he successfully broke through the earthen wall, escaping that wretched place. Oscar was momentarily stunned, but quickly conjured various sausages to consume. Yet, the giant swung his hand, and although Oscar dodged, he was still caught by 2 fingers gripping his right arm. With a slight exertion of pressure, Oscar's arm was brutally severed, not merely crushed, but torn apart with excruciating cruelty. Tears streamed down Oscar's face as he cried out in agony, the exposed bone of his right arm resembling a flattened shape, crushed by overwhelming force. The pain rendered him incapable of movement, forcing him to kneel and clutch his arm, desperately shouting to vent his suffering. The giant prepared to strike down at Oscar's head, but at that moment, Dalu miraculously clawed his way out of the pit. Although he lacked the strength to use his soul skills and was too shocked to speak due to his crushed trach, he still proudly let out a roar with his martial soul and raised his middle finger defiantly. Covered in blood, he exchanged a glance with Oscar, who understood the unspoken message, "Survive. Live for me." The giant, seemingly provoked, leapt 100 feet into the air, aiming to stomp down on Dalu. The impact sent Oscar soaring over 9 feet into the air, successfully escaping the earthen wall. But would Dalu survive this onslaught? The ground caved in a yard deep, creating a crater-like depression around Dalu, leaving little hope for his survival. Even Oscar, knocked down by the shockwave, lost consciousness. How could Dalu possibly endure this? Thus, the journey of Xinglua returned to its origin, transforming from a journey to the imperial city into a return to the earth, with a cost of over 100,000 and a return of merely 300. Chapter 124. The need for unity due to Dalu's prolonged silence and failure to communicate updates to the Heaven Dose side. Ning, Rongrong, and Bai Chenxiang, members of the Shrek 7 monsters, grew impatient and sought information from Xueping. Xueping, wearing a bitter expression, looked towards Mu Chen, who, fully aware of the dire situation, did not hesitate to instruct Bai Qinxiang to lead 1,000 light cavalry towards the border to investigate any potential issues. Bai Qinxiang understood this necessity. Being a pure agile attack-type soul master, her speed in delivering messages would be swifter. In the following days, the atmosphere within the palace became increasingly oppressive. No expression on anyone's face was free from worry. Although their concerns varied, the somber demeanor was palpable, casting a heavy gloom over the environment. The atmosphere was stifling. The wait felt interminable, with each second dragging on painfully. After what seemed like an eternity, Bai Qinxiang returned with news that weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The star Luo Ku had claimed the life of Dai Mubai on his native soil, while Ma Hongjun suffered catastrophic injuries, his bones shattered. Although the power of the sea god granted him a breath of life, the road to recovery would span no less than a decade. Oscar fared somewhat better, with only partial fractures and the loss of an arm. However, he would bear a permanent scar as a reminder of the ordeal. Out of 100,000 troops, merely over 300 shield-bearers managed to return alive, while the rest perished in the Star Luo lands. Upon hearing this devastating news, the members of Shrek's 7 monsters and the Avalanche Emperor were initially engulfed in sorrow for a few moments, only to be swiftly overtaken by a furious resolve, vowing to bring about mutual destruction with Star Luo. Upon witnessing the scene, Mu Chen vehemently rebuked the individuals present, calling them foolish. After scolding them thoroughly and compelling everyone to take their seats, he proclaimed, "This matter is simply a coup within the Star Luo Empire." The moment Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were born into the royal family, they should have been prepared for this eventuality. No one can maintain their position on the throne indefinitely. It is an inevitability. Thus, the demise of Dai Mubai is both accidental and destined. The truth has come to pass. If any of you wish to contest the survival of soul masters and humanity, I assure you I will show no mercy and will eliminate you all. Upon hearing these words, Tang San and the others fell into silence. It was Zhu Zhuqing, who had previously appeared somewhat disoriented, who first shattered the tense atmosphere. She forced a smile and said, "What Brother Chen says is indisputable. Indeed. Being born into such a family, this is a nightmare we often faced in our childhood. It has merely manifested into reality. We must cease our internal conflicts. For humanity will surely be annihilated by the soul beasts. Although Brother Chen is powerful, he cannot protect everyone. You may act impulsively against Star Luo, but countless ordinary lives will be lost due to your decisions. Look at the soldiers accompanying Dai Mubai to Star Luo. Do they not have families? Do they not have children? Are their lives to be deemed insignificant? Wake up." After delivering her poignant words, Zhu Zhuqing did not weep, yet tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Beside her, Bai Qinxiang stifled her own tears, offering a smile that was more distressing than crying to comfort Zhu Zhuqing. Her words struck like a wake-up call, leaving Tang San and Shui Beng to sigh deeply, subsequently falling into a prolonged silence. After a period of silence, Mu Chen cleared his throat to break the stillness and then spoke. "The common enemy of humanity is the soul beasts. Our most formidable adversary is also the soul beasts. Therefore, it is inevitable that we unite. Those who rebel only seek to seize power. They certainly do not wish for themselves and humanity to become relics of history. Thus, we shall convey our message to them in the form of a letter, and they will undoubtedly agree to our proposal. I will personally make the journey this time. Xiao San, protect Tian Do well." Tang San emerged from his reverie and nodded gravely in agreement with Mu Chen. Mu Chen smiled and said, "All right. For those who have perished, we cannot succumb to despair indefinitely. Let us think of joyful matters, everyone." With that, Mu Chen soared from the imperial city, heading towards the Star Luo. Shui Beng too emerged from his sorrowful state, rising to organize various affairs, erecting a sacred monument for the fallen soldiers and distributing compensation for their sacrifices. In summary, everything returned to its rightful course, or rather, it was imperative that it did. For this period marked the most arduous times for the human realm. At this moment, Mu Chen hastened his return to Star Luo, and the colossal figure along the way observed him without launching an attack, as it was composed of blood essence and would not engage non-target entities. Upon arriving at the imperial city, the minor clans all came forth to greet him, kneeling on the ground in reverence to welcome Mu Chen's arrival. Mu Chen said little more, guiding them to rise and follow him to the imperial throne. Without hesitation, he ascended the seat and addressed the assembly below. "Since you have succeeded, I shall refrain from further discourse. Henceforth, our Mu Chen group shall serve as your overseer and adjudicator. In accordance with the regulations I previously established, the 12 families shall take turns in governance, each reigning for a term of 3 years. However, There is an additional stipulation. Should the ruler garner considerable acclaim among the populace and possess unmatched strength among you, they may extend their reign for an additional 3 years. Yet, after this extension, they must relinquish the throne. Is there any dissent? The assembly responded in unison, none. Very well. Should we discover any infractions among you, that family shall be barred from the throne for a century. Remember, do not dare to challenge me. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed as he spoke in a grave tone. All present, without exception, broke into a cold sweat and swallowed hard. Now, I declare that the golden leopard shall occupy the throne first, for he is the strongest among you. Subsequently, governance will rotate based on strength rankings every 3 years, continuing in this manner. Do you understand? Mu Chen continued. No objections. Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction and added, if you have any questions, feel free to consult the group. If you remain dissatisfied, you may contact me through the group, and I shall assist you with your inquiries. The people below exchanged glances, yet no one uttered a word. Mu Chen inquired, have you understood clearly? The individuals below, realizing the gravity of the moment, promptly replied, we shall faithfully obey the imperial decree. Mu Chen nodded and then handed them the letter he had composed, saying, please affix your signatures to it, establishing an alliance with Tiando. By leveraging Tiando's resources, we shall unite to fend off the soul beasts until the situation stabilizes. However, I must caution you, you cannot breach the agreement first. You must wait until Tiando reveals its true colors, and only then strike with swift and decisive action. Do you understand? Understood. Very well. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. You may govern with peace of mind. With that, Mu Chen rose, preparing to depart. The leader of the Jin Qian Bao family hastily interjected. We wish to place your statue outside the imperial city as a tribute to you as our ambassador of peace. What do you think? Mu Chen did not turn back but waved his hand, saying, I have no objections. You may proceed as you see fit. I shall say no more and will take my leave. Mu Chen soared away, leaving the 12 great families prostrate on the ground, unable to rise for an extended period. Chapter 125. The path ahead. In a mere half-day, Mu Chen returned from Luo, bearing tidings of great significance. The forces of Luo had united in solidarity to fend off external threats, expressing their willingness to share military strength with Tiando. In exchange, however, Tiando must provide resources for the construction of fortifications for Luo. Ultimately, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Tiando would not relinquish this hard-won opportunity for a peaceful alliance over trivial gains. Moreover, the terms stipulated that Luo could not unilaterally abrogate the treaty, ensuring the integrity of the Mu Chen group. Without the involvement of the Mu Chen group, such an option would have seemed laughable. Yet, with their participation, the situation was transformed entirely. The Mu Chen group, originally comprised of 9 directors, now boasts members all exceeding the 95th rank. New talent has emerged through a process of natural selection, with numerous stars ascending, such as the greedy wolf Douluo and the golden staff Douluo, all of whom have prospered amidst the turmoil of war, breaking through to become titled Douluos. In summary, after the Mu Chen group's annexation of the Spirit Hall, it has become the undisputed strongest organization on the continent. With their oversight, there is no need to fear that Luo would dare to openly confront them. The threat they would face is substantial. If one were to strike at the Mu Chen group, would they allow it to go unpunished? Upon hearing this news, Zhu Zhuqing could only manage a bitter smile, for it signified the complete downfall of the Dai clan and the utter obliteration of the Yuming clan. The current Luo could even consider a name change. Zhu Zhuqing found herself compelled to accept this reality, as a series of setbacks left her feeling battered, yet simultaneously fostered her growth and hardened her resolve. The harshness of reality had obliterated her once beautiful aspirations, leaving her edges dulled. She transformed her resentment into motivation, training relentlessly day and night, as it allowed her to avoid excessive contemplation, focusing solely on becoming stronger. As for Ning Rongrong and her companions, Oscar had suffered the loss of an arm, which undoubtedly impacted his potential significantly. Ning Fingxi, now lost in despair, was acutely aware that the sword Douluo had little time left. He began to contemplate the future and engaged in a profound discussion with Ning Rongrong. The young Oscar could no longer provide her protection. She was the hope of the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the rightful heir to the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. She could not marry a man who could not safeguard her. Although the sword Douluo's soul power had diminished to 79, with a maximum of 3 years to live, his eyes shone with sharpness as he declared Ning Rongrong's fate in an unwavering tone. At that moment, Ning Rongrong appeared fragile, tears streaming down her face as she stammered. But doesn't little Ao need someone to care for him? And am I truly to abandon the one I love? Grandfather Jian. Her eyes beseeched the sword Douluo, who in the past would have comforted her and compromised. Yet now, the sword Douluo, even as the ethereal guardian of the 7 treasure glazed tile, retorted, but Rongrong, you are not alone. You have hundreds of thousands of clansmen behind you. Your father brought the 7 treasure glazed tile to its zenith. Do you wish to see it fall into decline? You were never meant to be free. I once indulged you because I believed I could bear the burden and secure your happiness, even if you lacked ambition. However, times have changed. Heed your grandfather's counsel. Your choices are no longer yours to make. After speaking, the sword Douluo's gaze became distant, even somewhat unfocused, followed by a violent coughing fit. Ning Rongrong could only weep as she approached to pat his back, nodding in agreement through her tears. Such is life, perhaps. A girl is but an object in this world. Though Ning Rongrong bore no blame towards anyone, her heart was filled with sorrow, and she felt an overwhelming animosity towards the soul beasts. Mu Chen returned to the headquarters of the group, where numerous experts had gathered, their expressions grave. Bibi Dong, in particular, shook her head in disbelief and exclaimed, "What nonsense are you speaking? This is impossible. What do you mean by a divine war? You actually intend to wager the future of soul beasts with the entirety of the realm?" Mu Chen shook his head and replied, "No. I am wagering on your future and that of the soul beasts. There is no need for you to elaborate. The primary forces in this endeavor will be myself and the soul beasts, and you will not be implicated. Furthermore, once a divine being has perished in the battle of gods, they can no longer interfere with the mortal realm. This undertaking promises nothing but benefits. For the divine conflict will result in the depletion of divine power, which, in turn, will aid the cultivation of future generations in the natural planes. This course of action is imperative, and I merely wish to inform you." Qianren Xue gazed at Mu Chen and inquired, "What will happen if you emerge victorious?" Mu Chen smiled and said, "Should I emerge victorious, then all former divine abodes shall be rendered obsolete. I shall ascend as the soul deity, or rather, the emperor of the divine, endowed with the power to expend divine energy to forge new sanctuaries." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Indeed, it seemed there were no apparent flaws in his assertion that could remain uninvolved. Contemplating this, they found themselves at a loss for a counterargument, resulting in their continued silence. Mu Chen gazed at the assembly and declared, "Consider this as your tacit agreement. The meeting is adjourned. Await the impending war of the spirit beasts." With that, Mu Chen dismissed everyone, remaining alone in the conference room, silently enveloped in darkness, contemplating the battle plans before him. Days later, Tang San prepared to undertake the trials for inheriting the sea god, while Mu Chen embarked on a quest to locate spirit beasts. He needed to fully augment his second martial soul with soul rings to accomplish the examination task, all in preparation for the imminent conflict. Mu Chen embarked on a quest to seek out soul rings. His second martial spirit, Qian Kuan, had yet to undergo divine ascension. Nevertheless, the quality of this martial spirit was undeniably remarkable, especially when complemented by 2 million-year soul rings. When this martial spirit manifested before the world, it would become evident what true strength entailed. The first soul ring, a 1,000,000-year system bestowed soul ring of the origin of all things, enhanced all attributes by 1,000, granting a damage reduction of 5 and a counter damage effect of 1,000 for 3 seconds. Furthermore, any damage received during this period would be converted into healing energy for self-restoration. Qian Kuan's 2 realms, colossal hands sprouted from his back, wielding 2 golden blades that cleaved forward, unleashing a cataclysmic attack while opening 2 realms. In the Yang realm, Mu Chen received a buff that increased his dual attack by 1,000. In the Yin realm, he enjoyed infinite regeneration and an 85 damage reduction. The second soul ring, the 1,000,000-year Silver Dragon King's elemental return, nullified all enhancements to the opponent's soul skills while inflicting debuffs such as ignition, slow, freeze, obliteration, and time acceleration upon them. The soul power and lifespan lost by the opponent would be restored to Mu Chen. The 8 Desolation Sovereign, a passive ability that granted immunity to all negative effects, transforming any negative effects inflicted upon him into their opposites, amplified 5-fold. After approximately a month, Mu Chen gathered his soul rings and completed the 8th trial. He succeeded in the crownless 9 trials, obtaining the divine rewards for his second martial spirit and experiencing a martial spirit evolution, alongside receiving an external soul bone and a level increase in soul power. In the 9th trial of the crownless 9 trials, he faced the challenge of the Divine Emperor. Defeating the avatar of the crownless emperor, thus acquiring the true divine power of the Divine Emperor and ascending to divinity as Yi Qiu, a level 99 demigod. The second martial spirit, Judgment, unveiled Qian Kuan. The divine transformation of the first soul ring, the million-year soul ring of the origin of all things, elevated all attributes by 1,000, while bestowing similar effects of damage reduction and conversion to healing energy. The two realms of Qian Kuan remained unchanged, continuing to offer immense power and restoration. The divine transformation of the second soul ring, the million-year Silver Dragon King's elemental return, maintained its potency, nullifying enhancements and afflicting the opponent with debilitating effects, while the 8 Desolation Sovereign ensured immunity and reversal of negative effects. The third soul ring, the divine transformation of the million-year-old Cyclopean giant, manifests as a mental storm, a psychic assault that strangles the opponent's mental fortitude. Owing to the unique attributes of Qian Kuan, this attack unleashes a golden dragon of psychic energy upon the target, transforming mental energy corrosion into complete annihilation. With a potency equivalent to 500 times the difference in mental strength between the two adversaries, the Void Storm, a tempest of distorted space, is released forward. Its dimensions contingent upon one's mental power, attaining a maximum diameter of 300 meters. Due to the characteristics of Qian Kuan, the storm morphs into 9 golden dragons spiraling and tearing through, expanding the diameter to 500 meters and its strength correlating with mental energy. The fourth soul ring, the divine transformation of the million-year-old marsh lizard, invokes the withering swamp. It alters the ground beneath the opponent's feet into a desolate mire, consuming their soul power and diminishing their speed while also nullifying teleportation abilities. The battle aura, striking the enemy, enhances one's attack power with a maximum increase of 199. The fifth soul ring, the divine transformation of the million-year-old fire dragon, engulfs the user in flames. Upon soaring into the air, it transforms into a fire dragon that strikes the ground, causing an explosive effect within a 1,000-meter radius, igniting the area further. Endless Qian Kuan. Upon the manifestation of the Qian Kuan martial spirit, one is enveloped in a damage-absorbing aura, which increases in effectiveness with the number of enemies present, reaching a maximum damage reduction of 90. The sixth soul ring, the divine transformation of the million-year-old celestial giant ape, embodies chaos genesis. It summons an army to battle, capable of calling forth an army of up to 10,000 6-star Soul Emperor quality soldiers. Mysterious 6 harmonies. It attracts enemies while draining their life force and soul power, allowing for the refinement of foes into death servants, thereby granting additional attributes. The seventh soul ring, the divine transformation of the million-year-old dark demon evil god tiger, unleashes judgment thunder. It releases black lightning from the palm, penetrating defenses and directly assaulting the opponent's internal organs, leaving behind a lingering malevolence that incessantly erodes them. Qian Kuan Judgment True Form enhances all attributes by 500 and grants damage immunity of 2. The eighth soul ring, the divine transformation of the million-year-old Ice Fong White Tiger, casts Extreme Ice Freeze. It encases a target in ice, with the duration increasing proportionately to the disparity in overall strength, with no upper limit. Supreme Ice Storm inflicts frostbite upon the populace within its range, delivering a guaranteed lethal effect to those frozen. The ninth soul ability, the divine transformation of the million-year-old brutal dragon beast, invokes Beast Transformation. This enhances attack power by 1,000 while reducing defense by 50 and speed by 90. With a 5-point increase in damage immunity. Brutal Slaughter, seizing an enemy and tearing them apart. The higher the attack power, the greater the breach in defense, thus increasing the probability of instant kills, with a 20 base kill rate upon transformation. External Soul Bones, the crownless sacred robe adheres to the ribs and lower spine, producing a platinum and white cloak alongside a set of platinum paladin armor upon release, granting full attribute enhancement and immunity to debuffs. As one of the divine armors, collecting all pieces bestows the power of mastery. The crownless phantom crown hovers above the Emperor's crown, forming a translucent crystal crown projection upon summoning, capable of unleashing piercing psychic energy and enhancing the benefits conferred by the Emperor's crown by 33, also classified as a divine armor. The crownless eye attaches to the eyeball, and upon release, it manifests a futuristic pair of floating glasses that can assess the opponent's bodily damage, essential statistics, and buffs or debuffs. Recognized as one of the divine armors, the crownless cloak clings to the shoulder blades, and upon release, it reveals a cloak fashioned from the white tiger's fur adorned with a golden dragon design, capable of deflecting all airborne projectiles. The crownless golden visage affixed to the facial skeleton elevates one's aura by 100-fold, bestowing an additional soul power equivalent to 1,000 soul bones. The million-year left arm bone of the crownless divine attire possesses the following attributes. 1. The crownless holy shield, which amalgamates the essence of royalty into a protective barrier that automatically deflects all attacks. With a defense value of 100 crystallization points, where one crystallization point equates to a full force strike from a soul sage in their true martial form. It regenerates one crystallization point every 5 seconds. 2. The Sword of Judgment, which manifests as a holy sword erupting from the fingertips, delivering a singular attack of true damage. With a potency of 7 crystallization points. The million-year left leg bone of the crownless divine attire includes 1. The Holy Grail, which summons the Grail to awaken heroic spirits, invoking the 19 Great Yen Sha. 2. The Crownless Balance, which, upon activation, enables the user to strike the opponent with this leg, proportionally balancing both party states. If the opponent's state is more than 5 points lower than one's own, it can trigger an instant kill capability. The million-year skull bears the Emperor's crown. 1. This reduces all negative buff effects by 50%. 2. Royal Mental Fortitude, which prevents all mental powers, except divine thoughts, from entering. The million-year torso bone of the crownless divine attire features 1. The Royal Inner Armor, which continuously nourishes the body with royal energy, repairing damage and providing defense when necessary. 2. The Crownless Rebound Armor, which absorbs attacks and, upon charging, returns triple the force to the assailant. The million-year right leg bone of the crownless divine attire possesses 1. A 100-fold control over gravity. 2. The Heaven-Splitting Strike, which, when forcefully stomped down, unleashes a cataclysmic power that is uncontainable. The million-year right arm bone of the crownless divine attire includes 1. The 9 Dragon Fists, which unleash a barrage of fists that merge royal energy and soul power to form a golden dragon, capable of summoning 9 colossal dragons to fight on one's behalf. 2. The Celestial Roar Cannon, which gathers an immense amount of power, reaching the maximum potential of a divine king's full strike. The greater the power, the longer the charging time, culminating in a devastating shockwave accompanied by the roar of tigers and the roar of dragons. Having successfully passed the assessment, Mu Chen arrived at the final step, just a footstep away from his goal. Chapter 127. The battle begins. Guided by the whispers of his heart, Mu Chen arrived at a small island that did not exist on the Douluo continent. This desolate isle bore no flora or fauna, only boundless sands and a singular, exquisite altar. As he approached the altar, unease gripped him, for he had harbored shadows of apprehension towards such structures. He moved cautiously, inching closer to the altar with heightened alertness. Upon reaching within 5 paces of the altar, the ground beneath him suddenly began to collapse, as if something was emerging from the depths below, causing the earth to tremble. Furrowing his brow, Mu Chen prepared to ascend. But a peculiar force of cosmic order inexplicably pressed him back to the ground. Simultaneously, objects surfaced from the earth gleaming long spears, sharp and menacing. Should one of them fall, it would surely pierce him through. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Chen swiftly unleashed his soul bone to thwart the piercing assault of the spear formation. He then descended to the ground, whereupon nearly 10,000 spear-wielding soldiers materialized around the altar. Though the hands that gripped the spears belonged to corpses, it did not diminish the formidable and chilling aura of battle that emanated from them. As Mu Chen traversed among them, he marveled at these corpses, yet was filled with perplexity. Who were they? Did they hail from Douluo? Why did they stand so erect even in death? Their skeletal forms unyielding to the weight of decay. Due to the thrusts of the spearmen, Mu Chen had distanced himself 5 steps from the altar. But now he returned to find an additional scroll upon it. The scroll depicted a man, strikingly handsome, to the extent that even Mu Chen could not deny the allure of this dapper figure. Yet this charming visage, clad in iron armor and wielding a golden spear, exuded a remarkable sense of harmony. He possessed a youthful vigor, unmistakably a general, a promising young commander. There was an aura of pride and vitality in his countenance, a spiritedness absent in the elderly. Perhaps this essence could be termed as an aspiration and hope for the future. Upon witnessing this, Mu Chen felt a pang of nostalgia, for he realized he had begun to lack such fervor, not due to the passage of time, but rather the maturity that comes with understanding the necessity of careful deliberation and strategic planning. He had lost some of that impetuousness, that indomitable spirit of youth which boldly declared, "Who else if not me?" Just as Mu Chen was lost in contemplation, the figure in the painting blinked. He instinctively stepped back 2 paces, only to see the scroll radiate with golden light, and astonishingly, the figure emerged from the canvas. When the two-dimensional image transformed into a three-dimensional form, Mu Chen was once again awestruck. Indeed, only by perceiving someone's features in 3 dimensions could one truly appreciate their magnificence. The figure regarded Mu Chen, his gaze imbued with a semblance of scrutiny, which swiftly dissipated as he spoke. His voice was remarkably affable, devoid of any domineering authority, as he casually stated, "Since you are my successor, and you have come this far, it signifies that your strength is sufficient to inherit my divine power. Thus, the final trial begins. Unleash your martial soul, and I shall commence my assault." Upon hearing this, Mu Chen felt a slight tremor. Could it be that this individual also hailed from the Douluo continent, possessing knowledge of the martial souls? Yet, how could someone of such extraordinary talent remain obscure? Might he be a wielder of martial soul from another? Mu Chen pondered deeply, yet it did not hinder him from unleashing his martial soul. During the process, he took a moment to reflect. After the spirit of the departed merged with him, Mu Chen discerned a flicker of disdain in the other's eyes. In a calm tone, akin to stating a fact, he remarked, "Do you look down upon me? To face me with a martial soul of such caliber? I am, after all, a fragment of a divine emperor." Having uttered these words, he ceased further conversation and promptly released his martial soul. Mu Chen was taken aback, astonished by the formidable appearance of the martial spirit before him. This martial spirit was a towering figure, wielding a long axe and a square shield, adorned with a golden-horned steel helmet, resembling a colossal armored giant standing a full yard tall. Although it appeared to be a cumbersome entity, the aura it radiated evoked a sense of familiarity within Mu Chen, reminiscent of the six-winged angel clan. My martial spirit is named the Wingless Battle Angel, a variant of the angelic martial spirit. However, due to my own unique circumstances, it has transcended into something even more extraordinary. As for the specifics, you shall discover them for yourself. Upon finishing this declaration, the opponent lunged directly at Mu Chen. Mu Chen let out a cold snort, choosing not to wield his greatsword. Instead, he drew forth his longsword, thrusting it into the air, which, in the next moment, transformed into the young man. The youth remained unfazed, summoning a soul technique that forcefully propelled Mu Chen backward. Almost instantaneously, an axe descended from above, engulfed in flames and thunder, while the ground beneath Mu Chen morphed into a viscous mire, ensnaring him as though he were trapped in quicksand, rendering his advance exceedingly difficult. "Do you expect me to take this head-on? I shall not," Mu Chen thought defiantly. The embodiment of celestial justice surged forth, teleporting behind the youth. With hands cloaked in darkness, it collided with the colossal axe, simultaneously dragging Mu Chen away from the peculiar terrain. The youth maintained an expression devoid of emotion, resembling a mask of indifference. Were it not for his fleeting smile directed at Mu Chen at the outset, Mu Chen might have been convinced of his complete apathy. Tian had already thrust his sword toward the youth, yet the latter made no effort to evade, allowing the blade to pierce him. Initially, Mu Chen suspected the youth was merely a mirage, but moments later, crimson liquid began to cascade down. Mu Chen was taken aback. The youth had indeed been struck by Tian's sword, which had penetrated deeply. This was no ordinary blade. Even at this juncture, the youth remained expressionless. Then, he let out a piercing howl, the resonance akin to a shockwave that forced Mu Chen and his companions to stagger back. The adversary's martial spirit assumed a formidable stance. Legs positioned in a horse stance, the massive axe held before a shield, with the gap in the helmet aligning perfectly with the top of the shield. Mu Chen, wary of overstepping, donned an external soul bone that transformed him into a paladin, while summoning the 3 incarnations of celestial law to his side in anticipation of the young man's assault. After a mere 3 breaths, an astonishingly massive shockwave erupted from the shield of the battle angel, its diameter extending to an impressive 100 meters, traveling at a velocity akin to that of sound, leaving Mu Chen and his companions with no time to employ their soul techniques as they braced themselves against the force. However, the impact was not as formidable as anticipated, inflicting no more than minor injuries as they withstood it. At that moment, the battle angel suddenly appeared behind the celestial being, mirroring a previous maneuver, and plunged a colossal axe into the celestial being's form. Consequently, the celestial being dissipated due to this assault, and any attempt to summon it once more would require a wait of 1 hour, signifying that one of the 3 celestial incarnations had been vanquished. Mu Chen swallowed hard, then faced the battle angel. It appeared to him that the young man and the battle angel were not one entity. This thought lingered in Mu Chen's mind. As he observed the young man, wait a moment, Mu Chen suddenly realized why the young man could not evade the onslaught of the heavens. Yet when the heavens struck him, there was not a trace of alteration in his demeanor. Mu Chen swept his leg, toppling the battle angel. Rather than feeling elated, he was engulfed by a surge of panic. A menacing aura emerged from behind him as a young man clad in battle armor thrust a sword into Mu Chen's abdomen. The blade penetrated without regard for any of Mu Chen's defensive measures, an act that defied reason. Fortunately, Mu Chen managed to react in time and evade slightly. Otherwise, the sword's true target would have been his heart. Chapter 128. Completing the assessment, Mu Chen endured excruciating pain, forcefully kicking the young man away. He then curled up and rolled several times on the ground before coming to a halt, subsequently resolutely declaring his intent to temporarily hold off these two individuals. Mu Chen seized the moment to unleash his martial soul's true form, allowing the deceased to join the fray, while contemplating the opponent's abilities. Perhaps he, too, possessed a martial soul akin to mine, a unique beast martial soul, yet it lacked certain elements. The opponent's martial soul appeared to possess a degree of autonomy. As Mu Chen pondered this, he began to recall the myriad events of the beginning. The young man had been stabbed, and at this juncture, blood continued to drip from his waist. However, the rate of healing was astonishing, transforming from a steady stream to mere droplets. Mu Chen contemplated a possibility. The opponent might no longer be a mere youth, but rather had surrendered control of both his physical form and martial spirit to the latter. In essence, they shared a singular perspective and corporeal existence, capable of launching surprise assaults from the blind spots of one another, rendering their adversary incapable of reaction. With this notion in mind, Mu Chen resolved to test his hypothesis. Without further ado, he donned his external soul bones, bestowing upon himself a myriad of enhancements. Transforming into a regal figure clad in a golden robe, he subsequently unleashed his fourth and sixth soul abilities, accompanied by the croaking of toads. As he metamorphosed into a towering golden colossus, 8 golden iron fists poised menacingly behind him, descending mercilessly upon the ground below. However, the youth displayed an unhurried demeanor, skillfully maneuvering and teleporting with ease, evidently unaffected by Mu Chen's mental assaults. Although the strikes of the 8 golden fists possessed considerable range and power, they failed to inflict any substantial damage. In an astonishing display, the youth adeptly evaded Mu Chen's soul techniques while simultaneously launching counterattacks against Dao and Yi's avatars, ultimately annihilating these two embodiments of celestial order with an unreasonable display of strength. Mu Chen had no choice but to retreat while simultaneously counterattacking. However, the two adversaries, coordinating seamlessly from either side, created an overwhelming sensation as if 4 hands were striking in unison, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Mu Chen unleashed the Crownless Domain and the Destiny Domain, intending to directly adjudicate the youth through the bug-like capabilities of the Destiny Domain. However, this proved to be futile, as the entity before him was not a living being, but rather a trial, a manifestation of energy left by his true self. The true self was far too formidable, transcending the heavenly path, rendering it impervious to provocation. When Mu Chen received this information, he was left in a state of disbelief, astonished that someone could surpass the heavenly Dao. Who was this individual, endowed with such formidable strength, yet remaining so inconspicuous? However, now was not the time for such musings, for Mu Chen recognized the undeniable power of his opponent, whose soul techniques were both enigmatic and practical. At that moment, Mu Chen felt a strong inclination to utilize his second martial soul. Yet, upon reflection, he questioned his reliance on such a means. Shaking his head vigorously, he focused on the youth's attacks and prepared to counter. In the beginning, it took the youth 4 sword strikes and 2 axe swings to elicit a response from Mu Chen. Yet, within the span of merely an hour, they reached a point of mutual harm, evenly matched in their exchanges. Both combatants seemed to possess ample soul power, allowing them to engage in battle for such an extended duration, even employing their 9th soul techniques several times without fatigue. After a brief entanglement, the youth suddenly sheathed his sword and launched a palm strike toward Mu Chen's chest. To the surprise of many, Mu Chen did not evade. Instead, he summoned the temporal divine sword and aimed a strike at the youth's torso. Just as the blade was about to connect, the youth's martial soul emerged, executing a sweeping kick followed by a powerful shoulder charge, sending Mu Chen flying. Mu Chen rolled 3 times before using his hands to grasp the ground, gliding for 4 meters before coming to a halt. Although he had sustained considerable injuries this time, there was a silver lining. The sword he had just wielded had successfully pierced the young man's abdomen. Consequently, the opponent's stomach had been torn and transported to another realm. In essence, he had exchanged a single wound for the young man's entire stomach. The youth touched his abdomen, maintaining a stoic expression. Yet Mu Chen discerned the glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Mu Chen couldn't help but ponder, could it be that this fellow still possesses consciousness, but lacks the sensation of pain due to being a mere avatar? The young man did not grant Mu Chen much time for contemplation. With a swift gesture, his martial soul surged forward once again. However, Mu Chen chose not to engage in a direct confrontation, instead allowing the deceased spirit to clash with the opponent. Although the spirit lacked formidable strength, its agility made the battle evenly matched for a time. Both the young man and Mu Chen turned to face each other simultaneously. Mu Chen offered a smile, wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and charged at his adversary. The young man refrained from unleashing any soul skills, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle, alternating between offense and defense, each inflicting and receiving similar amounts of damage. The principle was simple: as one struck, the other could retaliate, and neither would reveal a weakness unless the other did first, a classic exchange of blows. As time passed, Mu Chen's advantages became evident. With medicinal elixirs continuously restoring his vitality and the young man already severely wounded, the latter's strength faltered in an instant. Mu Chen seized the opportunity to block his opponent's punch, swiftly lifting his knee to deliver a powerful elbow strike to the temple, followed by a headbutt and a forceful shoulder charge. The young man fell to the ground, and his martial soul dissipated into golden light simultaneously. For the first time, an expression appeared on the young man's face. He smiled and remarked, "Your strikes are truly ferocious." They hurt immensely. After so many years, I have once again experienced the sensation of pain. Congratulations, young one. You have successfully passed my final trial. You shall inherit my divine power, while I shall transcend into reincarnation, for my time has come. No more words. I wish you great fortune in your martial endeavors. Before Mu Chen could express anything, the young man's body transformed into golden light, surging towards Mu Chen. Initially, Mu Chen felt a warm and comforting sensation, but this energy seemed boundless, flooding into his body until he felt as though he might burst. Eventually, he found himself half kneeling, utterly drained of strength, as if gravity were compressing him, rendering him unable to support his own weight. After some time, he could no longer maintain even that position and collapsed to the ground, soon losing consciousness. Yet, the golden light continued to pour into him, transforming from a mere influx of energy to a dual process of healing his wounds while simultaneously inflicting new ones. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Mu Chen group, Qian Renshua underwent her final trial, embracing her grandfather beneath the statue of the angel, weeping silently. Something shifted in her eyes, but it quickly gave way to despair as she gazed at the statue, lost in thought, until her grandfather's form completely faded away. Chapter 129. Tang Sen ascends to divinity. Mu Chen becomes a true deity. The first 8 soul rings appeared crimson, identical to the previous blue-silver emperor soul ring, yet devoid of the azure golden hue, suggesting that the sea god's divine power had not fused with the Haotian hammer. Yet, when the inheritance of the sea god was completed, the addition of 50,000 years of cultivation also manifested upon the Haotian hammer. This singular fact was enough to astonish Tang San. What further captivated him was the simultaneous emergence of the 9th soul ring alongside the initial 8. It was a dark crimson golden ring, identical to the one associated with his Haotian hammer. Beneath the radiance of the previous 8 rings, it shone with remarkable brilliance. Its hue, while captivating, was not what drew Tang San's attention. Rather, it was the realization that this dark crimson golden 9th soul ring was, astonishingly, a divine-grade soul ring. It belonged to the same echelon as the 10th soul ring that appeared after his blue-silver emperor merged with the power of the sea god. How could this be? After the initial shock faded, excitement surged within Tang San. He possessed 2 divine-grade soul rings, although they manifested on different martial spirits. The augmentation provided by these divine rings would surely elevate his fundamental attributes beyond those of other gods. Soon, he comprehended that the 9th soul ring of his Haotian hammer originated from the deep-sea demon whale king, a formidable ruler of the ocean, boasting a cultivation of 1,000,000 years, tantalizingly close to divinity. The 5,000 years of cultivation added by the sea god upon completing the inheritance undoubtedly bestowed immense benefits, allowing this 1,000,000-year soul ring to finally take its last step into divinity. However, he found it perplexing that this divine soul ring affixed to his Haotian hammer bore the same dark crimson golden hue as that of the Shura realm, rather than the azure golden color associated with the sea god. This was indeed difficult to comprehend. Nevertheless, regardless of the reasons, it was sufficient that the power of the Shura god had not interfered with his sea god inheritance. Without further contemplation, Tang Sen gently focused his mind, and the Haotian hammer, along with the 9 soul rings, was swiftly retracted into his being, while all surrounding radiance converged and merged into him. With a glimmer of divine light in his eyes, he effortlessly brandished the sea god's trident, its main blade shimmering with azure golden brilliance as it sliced through the air, creating a fissure in the now desolate space. With the 8 wings of the sea god retracting behind him, he passed through the rift. As the surroundings transformed, he found himself back on solid ground, having returned to the sea god temple where he had once met the sea god. However, the temple now lay empty, devoid of the sea god's presence. The sea god was absent, reflecting on the prior guidance bestowed upon him. A faint smile graced Tang San's face as he slowly knelt upon one knee towards the grand chair at the innermost part of the hall. This gesture was one of heartfelt gratitude. Without the sea god's assistance on multiple occasions, he might have perished long ago, let alone obtained such formidable power. Having inherited the sea god's strength, he was indeed qualified to occupy that chair, yet he refrained from doing so, as a mark of respect for the sea god. Even though he was fully capable of assuming the role of the temple's master, he would never sit upon that chair. That belonged to the former ocean god, and shall always remain so. Without lingering further, Tang San seemed to hear the calls of his comrades, even though, at the moment he ascended to divinity, the luminous portal no longer required the strength of his companions to sustain it. His divine power as the ocean god was now fully integrated. The desire to remain here did not linger in his heart. The blue-golden radiance transformed into a fleeting shimmer, and in the next instant, Tang San found himself outside the ocean goddess temple. Casting a lingering glance back at the magnificent palace, a broader smile graced his visage. He rose gently into the air, flickering through the barrier that had once impeded him, seamlessly entering the tranquil waters below. Upon re-entering the depths, the sensation was entirely different. Tang San felt as though the ocean was an extension of his own being. There was no need to summon divine power. A mere thought would propel him to his desired destination. He could perceive every fragment of energy within the water, fully capable of harnessing it for his own use. Indeed, he had now become the sovereign of the seas, no matter the form or location. All waters were under his dominion. As the ocean goddess trident stirred once more, the heart of the ocean god shimmered with a flash of blue light. The portal, which had previously vanished within the depths, reappeared before Tang San, transforming into a blue-golden gateway adorned with flickering flames. Gazing at the flame-imbued portal, Tang San silently prayed, "Dear predecessor Poseidon, may you reunite with your ancestor in the divine realm. There, you shall surely be together." With these thoughts in mind, he stepped forward, wielding the ocean goddess trident, finally departing from the liminal space between the divine and human realms, a place of legacy for the gods. As he crossed through the portal, a sudden illumination engulfed the temple, its intricate patterns shifting to blue and gold, as if joyously heralding the return of their sovereign. The crownless 9 trials were complete, rewards bestowed, divine armor fused, soul rings transformed into imperial rings, acquiring divine artifacts and abilities, dragon-esque roar, phoenix-esque glow, severing the mountains and rivers. His form underwent a perfect upgrade to the emperor god level, divine power elevated, becoming a true deity, no longer regarded as merely human. The soul bones fused and evolved into components of divine armor. This voice resonated within Mu Chen's mind, awakening him from his unconscious state in an instant. Mu Chen suddenly pushed against the ground, attempting to rise as he usually did. However, due to the overwhelming surge of power, he lost control, causing the earth to compress downwards by an inch before he soared upwards over 10 meters. After a series of somersaults, he finally managed a somewhat awkward landing. He could not help but marvel at the formidable strength of the divine emperor, which had allowed him to ascend to the singular ruler of this realm within just a few days. Shaking his head, Mu Chen chose not to dwell on this matter any longer. He set his course towards Tiando, flying at a staggering speed of 250,000 meters per second, akin to a bolt of lightning. His divine armor was fully formed, and the special attributes had manifested, bestowing numerous enhancements. Nevertheless, Mu Chen did not linger to savor these changes. His sole focus was to return to Tiando and fulfill the divine war he had long planned. Chapter 130, The Divine War. 1. Mu Chen, having undergone a transformation through divine power, now possesses hair that is golden at the tips, gradually fading to a lighter hue towards the roots. Standing at a towering height of 2 meters, he is clad in a fitted ensemble, exuding an aura akin to that of a celestial angel from epic fantasy. His entire being is a harmonious amalgamation of all his soul bones and external soul bones, merging into one, where every potential attribute and attack effect coalesces. While this may slightly diminish diversity, the potency of his abilities has undoubtedly surged to extraordinary levels. His physique is enhanced across 9 distinct regions: the face, left arm, left leg, right leg, scapula, torso, head, and eyes. These are referred to as Rakshasa face, cosmic left arm, truth right arm, sky-covering left leg, earth-shattering right leg, essence flight ejector, crowning god emperor torso, supreme truth, and soul-capturing divine eye. Through the consolidation of his soul-bone capabilities, 9 derivative soul skills have emerged, each categorized into passive, active, and hidden abilities. Rakshasa face passive, unbound by the constraints of the 9 great truths: life as creation, destruction or annihilation, morality, fate, time, space, reincarnation, soul, celestial principle. Active, wailing abyss, a mental piercing attack embodying the effects of annihilation and thunder. Impervious to all but divine entities. Hidden, the Rakshasa face remains concealed beneath the visage, never revealing itself. Cosmic left arm passive. The entire left arm is immune to non-divine soul skills. Active, cosmic strike of the 8 wastelands. A forward punch delivering immense damage. Quantified as 1/3 of the sum of all attributes. Hidden, the cosmic left arm becomes visible during use, accompanied by a radiant golden effect. Truth right arm passive. Instantly repairs all non-lethal injuries at a speed 100 times that of a gentle breeze. However, attacks adhering to the 9 great laws diminish its efficacy by 80. Active, truth celestial strike. Restricts laws beneath the 9 great truths, rendering control and damage ineffective against deities and mortals who do not abide by these laws. Hidden, the truth right arm is perpetually visible, adorned with ancient inscriptions on a futuristic mechanical exoskeleton. Sky covering left leg passive. Negates gravitational forces below 100 times normal pressure, rendering the body immune to negative effects. Active, heaven-splitting stomp. With a downward force, it unleashes a straight light blade capable of cleaving the azure sky. Hidden, the sky-covering left leg manifests as a metallic block upon the knee, emitting a golden light blade during activation. Earth-shattering right leg passive. Can manipulate all inanimate objects, with the exertion increasing with the complexity and size of the target. The energy consumption escalates each minute. Active, ruthless stomp. A powerful stomp that leaves the surrounding area barren for 100 miles. Hidden, the earth-shattering right leg is typically concealed within the body as a golden light spell, safeguarding against damage. Essence flight ejector passive. Increases flight speed by a factor of 1,000. Active, hyperspeed. Further elevates flight speed by another 1,000. Hidden, the essence flight ejector is normally visible at the scapula, featuring 6 pairs of jet ports that facilitate energetic flight. The crownless divine emperor's torso ability. The torso disregards all attribute damage. Active, divine emperor's golden shield. Summons a radiant golden shield to protect oneself. Capable of withstanding a single attack from any being, regardless of their might, across all known dimensions. The weaker the opponent, the more times the shield can absorb attacks. With a cooldown of 3 days. Hidden, typically concealed within the bones of the torso, resembling a small insect resting upon it. It periodically releases divine energy to nourish the internal organs and skeletal structure. Supreme Truth passive. The ability to dominate all beings or souls within a radius of 1 kilometer whose mental strength is inferior to that of Mu Chen. The higher the opponent's mental strength, the greater the energy consumption required for Mu Chen to maintain control per minute. Active, Thunder of Truth. Alters the laws to summon divine lightning, striking a target 9 times, with power comparable to that of a soul beast enduring a 900,000-year heavenly tribulation. Hidden, the supreme law generally remains unseen but manifests when active soul skills are employed, taking the form of a blue and gold spectral crown. Soul-capturing divine eye passive. Allows all beings within a 10-meter radius whose mental strength is beneath that of Mu Chen to be enchanted, succumbing to his charm akin to an illusion, as in the case of the celestial being. Should the opponent become aware of their predicament or possess greater mental strength than Mu Chen, they will break free from his influence. Active, soul-capturing purple eye. The eyes transform into swirling purple orbs, ensnaring the opponent within an illusion. The greater the disparity in mental strength, the longer they remain entrapped. With no upper limit. Hidden, this ability remains dormant, enhancing Mu Chen's resistance to illusions by 90%. Furthermore, Mu Chen's 3 martial souls have evolved into guardian souls of the Divine Emperor. They can operate independently to fight alongside Mu Chen and utilize all soul skills. Though they cannot employ soul-bone abilities. The justice aspect, the departed, the judgment aspect, the cosmos, the calamity aspect, twin angels. In a mere instant, Mu Chen soared back to the heavenly Do Imperial City, where at that moment, Qian Rinxue had just completed her divine inheritance. Gazing somewhat despondently at the statue of the angelic deity. Upon witnessing this, Mu Chen approached the individual and inquired, "Pray tell, has the ascension to divinity come at the cost of much?" Qian Rinxue, acutely aware of the presence beside her and recognizing the person in question, refrained from asking further and simply nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Chen smiled and remarked, "Human strength is ultimately limited, but what lies beyond human capability? I shall say no more and not intrude upon your time. I will attend to my own affairs." Mu Chen departed without hesitation, displaying an admirable nonchalance. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue gazed at the divine statue, murmuring, "Is this truly the case? If I were no longer human, would you still stand by me, grandfather?" The second place Mu Chen visited was the courtyard of Bibian next to the Temple of Angels. "I have returned. How are you? Are you comfortable living here?" At this moment, Bibian bore an otherworldly expression, her eyes darkened, likely a consequence of her divine status as a Rakshasa. However, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly captured attention was her attire, a lace nightgown. Although the lights were dim, the faint rays of sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her graceful silhouette. Bibian lifted a goblet, the contents unknown, and after taking a sip, remarked, "Everything is quite splendid. So, are you prepared to defy the heavens?" Mu Chen did not approach any closer, but instead stood at a distance, addressing Bibi Dong. "Indeed, I am prepared, ready to eliminate those who obstruct my path. I came over merely to exchange a few words, lest you forget me in the future." With that, he turned to leave. However, in Bibi Dong's eyes, there was not confusion, but rather a resolute determination. "It seems I shall emerge victorious in this gamble, Luo Sha." At this point, her countenance radiated with pride, mockery, and a hint of malevolence. After conversing with the two who might become formidable fighters, Mu Chen ascended to the previously constructed terrace, preparing to activate the Grand Array and ignite the Divine Battle. Chapter 131. Divine Battle 2. The Grand Array was forged from tempered iron, forming a hexagram surrounded by 50 concentric circles. Each prominent point of the array required a human head, while each recessed point demanded 50 milliliters of fresh blood. This necessity was precisely why a clash between soul beasts and soul masters was warranted. The most effective way to provoke the divine was through the sacrifice of life. They could not turn a blind eye due to ethical considerations. Although it may seem cruel, the majority involved were not commoners. From the current perspective, the lives of commoners are largely devoid of conflict. Most are either beneficiaries or farmers. Thus, Mu Chen refrained from allowing the soul beasts to recklessly slaughter innocents. The offerings predominantly consisted of the soul masters who would perish in this battle. Mu Chen's actions swiftly drew the attention of Yin Shi and others. However, even upon witnessing his endeavors, they refrained from intervening. Those who spent more time with Mu Chen understood that all he did was for the greater good, for the future. While the process might be somewhat sanguinary, the intent and outcome were noble. At the very least, they would not obstruct him. Subsequently, after arranging the necessary offerings for the Great Formation, Tang San had just departed from Sea God Island and was returning to Tiando when he beheld a soaring crimson light and heard a thunderous declaration. "I, in the name of countless souls, declare war upon you." The red light surged towards the heavens, seemingly colliding with something, then spreading outward, halting its advance. As a first-level deity, Tang San sensed the fabric of space being torn asunder. It appeared that some manner of order had been disrupted. "Humph, ignorant mortals of the realm. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions?" This voice, deep and solemn, resonated within the minds of all present, transmitted through mental energy. Leaving the common folk entirely oblivious to the unfolding events, Mu Chen coldly laughed upon hearing this. "You claim to be deities while contributing nothing to the people of the lower realm, occupying nearly 50% of the cultivation resources. More crucially, you manipulate the minds of the populace, rendering them ignorant. Today, I shall restore you to your former existence." The celestial beings fell silent, and their actions spoke louder than words. A throng of nearly 1,000 divine officials, alongside over 100 secondary and primary deities, as well as 3 divine kings, surged towards Mu Chen. In stark contrast to the terrifying pressure they exerted, the common folk felt as though they were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. The dissipating power of the divine realm flowed down to the lower realm, bestowing vitality and longevity upon the soul masters, facilitating their breakthroughs. For the commoners, it meant prolonged life and enhanced strength. The longer this restorative influence persisted, the greater the benefits. Notably, the divine kings of good and evil from the divine realm were absent, as were the likes of the sea god, who had relinquished their divine positions. Nevertheless, amidst such overwhelming might, Mu Chen appeared like a fragile leaf on the ocean, poised to be engulfed by the surging tide of humanity. Mu Chen stood resolute, brandishing the crownless blade of desolation. A radiant golden light enveloped him as the deceased, Qian Kuan and the twin angels, materialized behind him, their soul rings pulsating in unison. Each of these soul rings represented 1,000,000 years of cultivation. It is worth noting that even the Shura god possessed only 8.5. This spectacle sent shockwaves through the divine realm, manifesting an extraordinary scene where legions of soldiers came to a halt, their faces etched with genuine fear. Though many could not fathom the source of their terror, it was evident that this young man had instigated their standstill. The Shura god was the first to regain his composure, scoffing as he declared, "No wonder you have the audacity to challenge us. You have someone backing you. Allow me to test your mettle." With that, he surged forward, transforming into a scarlet sword. While Mu Chen instructed Qian Kuan and the others to disregard the Shura god and ascend to battle, engaging the Shura god in a direct clash. The divine technique he unleashed was none other than the Dragon-S roar and Phoenix-S glow, severing the mountains and rivers. This technique, devoid of words, was merely an embodiment of the past sovereigns wielding their blades in combat, lacking any verbal description. Its uniqueness lay in the fact that each practitioner could interpret it with their own distinctive swordsmanship, yet the essence remained unchanged, a harmonious blend of gentleness and formidable strength. The attack style, whether retreating or advancing, remained constant. You retreat, I advance, you advance, I defend. However, the specific execution varied from one individual to another. Thus, the scarlet sword collided with Mu Chen's dragon-like blade, while the three deceased warriors plunged into the ranks of the divine army, akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep. Given that the goddess of life possessed limited combat prowess, the god of destruction was compelled to protect her, leading Qian Kuan and the twin angels to engage him in fierce combat. With the twin angels' healing capabilities, it became an unbalanced 2-on-1 skirmish, especially considering the formidable demonic strength of the evil spirit angel. Capable of both healing and combat, the god of destruction found himself unable to extricate himself from the fray. In this scenario, the deceased warriors found great delight. Minor deities were felled with a single strike, while second-tier gods were similarly dispatched. First-tier gods were fortunate if they could delay the deceased for even a quarter of an hour. The Shura god, fully aware of his opponent's formidable strength, was perplexed by the timing of their arrival, coinciding perfectly with the moment the god of justice and evil had slipped away. Had the god of justice and evil been present, their ultimate skills would surely have subdued this young man. Yet, with the moment past, the Shura god shook his head. Realizing that the events had unfolded, there was no use in dwelling on what could have been. Resolving to move forward, the Shura god engaged Mu Chen once more. But the latter's swordsmanship proved exceedingly vexing. Despite the Shura god's robust capabilities, he found himself unable to secure victory. Mu Chen exhibited remarkable steadiness, never revealing a weakness. And even when he did, it seemed intentional. The Shura god felt as if he were a sword plunged into a quagmire. Once ensnared, escape was impossible. After countless rounds had passed, the god of Azura could no longer endure the strain. He unleashed a surge of energy that forced Mu Chen to retreat, then ascended into the sky to provide support. At that moment, the god of destruction's vitality waned, his throat gripped tightly by the demonic arm of the fallen angel, whose strength felt as if it could crush mountains. The goddess of life, trapped in a dimensional barrier of the universe's dual realms, watched helplessly as her beloved was besieged by two adversaries. Despite her formidable power, she was unable to inflict lasting harm on one foe, who possessed an uncanny ability to recover. In the midst of combat with another assailant, her heart was pierced, and in an instant, the tide of battle turned against her. Stripped of any means to retaliate, she found herself ensnared, on the verge of suffocation. However, her attempts to breach the barrier proved futile. It was constructed with the might of a transcendent deity, and even the god of Azura could not escape within 3 strikes. Just then, the god of Azura swooped in from below, cleaving the enemy's colossal hand with a single strike, rescuing the god of destruction. Yet, Mu Chen seized the opportunity presented by the momentary lapse, delivering a devastating blow that carved a grievous wound into the foe's back, exposing the spine. The god of Azura was propelled forward by the force of the attack. At this juncture, it appeared that Mu Chen, single-handedly, was decimating the ranks of the divine realm. Chapter 132, The Divine War 3. Damn it, are you truly willing to fight to the death with my divine realm? The god of Azura steadied himself, glaring at Mu Chen through gritted teeth. Mu Chen, unfazed, retorted directly, "Would you regurgitate food that is about to enter your mouth? Clearly not. Do you still possess any capacity for resistance? Take a look around you. Upon hearing this, the god of Shura, alongside the goddess of life and the god of destruction, surveyed their surroundings. Since gods transform into pure energy upon death, leaving no trace behind, they were unaware of how many had perished. They could sense that the Douluo continent was currently undergoing a profound evolution, seemingly on the verge of surpassing the divine realm. This transformation was solely due to the energy released upon the god's demise, which had been absorbed by the Douluo continent. The god of Shura, with a heart full of anguish and a bitter expression, lifted his gaze to Mu Chen, as if having made a resolute decision. He glanced at the god of destruction, who nodded in agreement. The goddess of life, trapped in the realm of shadows, also signified her accord. Although Mu Chen was oblivious to the nature of their exchange, he understood that his opponents still had hidden trump cards. He commanded his martial souls, adopting a stance that suggested an imminent battle. The deceased silently recited their sword incantations, the golden light of the universe gleaming brightly, twin angels preparing their assault, while Mu Chen positioned his sword before him. Thus, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. The god of Shura could not help but admire this youth, possessing incredible abilities and an unflappable demeanor. Though he appeared to disregard his surroundings, internally he harbored a different perspective, a strategy to confuse the enemy while revealing his own strength, quite intriguing indeed. As the god of Shura's life force waned, he realized he could not afford to linger, whereas Mu Chen could. Therefore, without waiting for a flaw, he bellowed, engulfed in swirling dark energy, or rather, a murderous aura. Suddenly, wings sprouted from the back of the god of destruction, and a massive scythe materialized in his grasp. Was it a sacrifice of life force? It seemed to herald a final offensive. Mu Chen's eyes narrowed, as if anticipating that his adversary would opt for a desperate gamble. As for the first-tier gods in their ilk, they had long refrained from intervening due to the carnage inflicted by the deceased, opting instead to remain aloft, too fearful to descend. Even though they understood that descending would lead to death and defeat, they still wished to prolong their existence, for not everyone otherwise, there wouldn't be so many gods fleeing. Conversely, those who loved the divine realm were not fools, without a glimmer of hope for victory. Descending would equate to a death sentence. They needed to await an opportune moment. The divine realm had endured for countless years. How could it possibly succumb to a single challenge? Prepare to receive my strike, the god of Shura roared. As Mu Chen had anticipated, the opponent's skill unleashed a considerable shockwave, causing even those at a distance to stagger back several steps. Were they to venture closer, they would undoubtedly reveal vulnerabilities. The god of Shura transformed into a massive dark brown sword, hurtling downward with immense force, while the god of destruction cast forth his scythe. Morphing into a ferocious dragon that coiled around the sword's body, the scythe encircling the colossal blade, exuding an overwhelming momentum that transcended the power of a divine king. Mu Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to employ the sacred shield. After careful consideration, he opted for a more cautious approach, choosing not to utilize the sacred shield, but instead summoned the incarnation of heavenly principles and his martial soul to withstand an assault. Subsequently, he planned to unleash the dragon's roar and phoenix's glow to dismantle this attack. With this thought in mind, he immediately invoked the incarnation of heavenly principles, and the three entities surged forward to collide with the colossal dragon wing greatsword. However, their efforts proved futile, as they were swiftly annihilated. Nonetheless, they managed to gather intelligence. The opponent's attack exuded a sense of annihilation and murderous intent. The trio, understanding their task, took action as Qian Kuan bestowed a protective aura against negative attributes upon the other two. The three charged ahead. The Requiem utilized the exclusion of the Azure Lotus Sword Song to counter the onslaught of the Blade Storm, creating an opening to strike the greatsword itself. Qian Kuan, leveraging his control abilities, maximized the repulsion of the scythe and the destructive aura. The primary offensive came from the twin-born angel, who, fully charged, unleashed a devastating impact from his demonic arm, generating a force equivalent to 500,000 tons merely upon collision, resulting in a blinding white tempest. The clash between blade and fist unfolded as Mu Chen had anticipated. The right arm of the twin-born angel, the demonic arm, was utterly destroyed, although it could be restored. Such recovery would not be immediate. The Requiem and Qian Kuan were also sent reeling, sustaining minor internal injuries. At this moment, Mu Chen sensed that the powers of the two Azura gods had waned to their limits, with no trace of annihilation or murderous aura lingering in the vicinity. As if the effects had simply vanished, Mu Chen unleashed a formidable strike, a dragon's roar cleaving through the air, as golden blade energy surged forth like a fierce dragon. charging towards the opposing black dragon. With a resounding boom, a cataclysmic explosion ensued. As the tumultuous aftermath settled, the shattered forms of the god of Azura and the god of destruction emerged. The god of Azura was left with only his left half, the right side entirely obliterated, while the god of destruction was similarly ravaged, his lower half missing. Nevertheless, as deities, they clung to life, their breaths still faintly lingering. Mu Chen's countenance, however, did not brighten in the least, for he had just grasped the reason behind his opponent's utilization of this extraordinary skill. With the sound of an eggshell shattering, the goddess of life blossomed like a flower bud, accompanied by an unparalleled aura of vitality that graced the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the once faltering god of Shura and the god of destruction experienced a profound elevation in their vitality, their injuries visibly mending before one's very eyes. Mu Chen surveyed the situation before him, feeling at a loss. He could not muster any organization at this moment. With a sigh, he murmured, "The second round, is it? Let us see if you can take my life while I am incapacitated." Currently, Mu Chen stood utterly alone, his martial soul injured and unable to engage in combat. However, there was a silver lining. His condition was impeccable, with no signs of wear or tear, as the dragon's roar was merely a minor exertion. The tides of the battle had merely shifted. The god of Shura and the god of destruction ascended once more from below, positioning themselves opposite Mu Chen, while the three divine kings formed a formidable line, their presence overwhelming him. It appeared that, "Dear brother, you still require a bit more time," the god of destruction proclaimed with deliberate emphasis. Mu Chen gazed upon the other party's gleeful expression, remaining composed and unhurried. He generously replied, "Indeed. You shall need to exert yourselves a bit more to engage with me." Once this statement was made, both factions fell into an extraordinary silence. Not even a trivial movement could be observed as they exchanged glances. After approximately 15 minutes, Mu Chen's index finger quivered slightly, and the Shura god unsheathed his sword, marking the commencement of the second round of battle. Chapter 133, Divine Warfare. For at this moment, Mu Chen was compelled to withstand immense pressure. With the god of Shura and the god of destruction standing resolutely before him, even if he were to inflict injuries upon them, their recovery would be immediate, thanks to the ample healing power of the goddess of life. Thus, Mu Chen opted for a strategic retreat rather than an aggressive approach. However, given the nature of battle, his adversaries were relentless in their pursuit, constantly seeking opportunities to deplete his stamina. At this juncture, the first and second-tier deities above sensed the opportune moment and charged downward, causing the situation to take a turn for the worse. The members of Mu Chen's faction watched anxiously, their hearts racing at the unfolding scene. Yet, Mu Chen remained unfazed as he surveyed the multitude of gods above. Seizing the chance, the god of Shura launched a direct assault with his blade. But Mu Chen effortlessly neutralized the attack with merely 2 fingers, catching the weapon barehanded. The god of Shura's eyes widened in shock as he abruptly discarded his sword and fled, having sensed the ominous presence of death. However, the god of destruction, who had been absent from the vicinity, remained oblivious and continued his assault with the scythe. Mu Chen suddenly bent down to sweep his leg, followed by a quick elbow strike and a powerful blade slash, momentarily bewildering the god of destruction. Although he did not inflict any harm, the speed of his reactions was astonishingly extraordinary. After driving back the 2 adversaries, Mu Chen unleashed a resounding dragon's roar, then calmly proclaimed, "Do you feel it? I have grown stronger. The reason is simple. I have harmonized with my body, continuously integrating and comprehending its essence. When my divine power fully courses through my meridians, I shall officially ascend as the divine emperor, surpassing all of you." Glancing at the time, he added, "You have at most 1 hour left." The countenance of the god of Shura darkened. 1 hour was indeed a rather brief span. However, the god of destruction nonchalantly interjected, "And what of it? The energy required for divine warfare will not allow you to endure even an hour. If you do not triumph over us in this battle, rest assured, there will not be merely 3 divine kings next time." Upon hearing this, Mu Chen remained unfazed and gazed at the god of destruction, asking, "What do you believe compels me to initiate this divine conflict?" The god of Azura replied, "It is simply your desire to monopolize this realm. Moreover, true strength requires no justification. One acts upon their will. Even if one faces losses, they shall not be truly deterred." Mu Chen shook his head and remarked, "I have never considered myself superior to others, nor do I believe that living beings are ranked in tiers. Thus, I have my reasons for undertaking this task." As he spoke, Mu Chen suddenly paused, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, and with a hint of derision, he added, "Ah, It seems we are nearing the conclusion. That fellow has realized your powers have diminished. This enigmatic statement left the Shura god and the others momentarily bewildered. But in the next moment, they comprehended the gravity of the situation. The roar emanating from the divine realm compelled all three of them to tread cautiously. Very well. Let us commence the third round 2 against 2, fair and just. With that, Mu Chen brandished his great sword and charged forth. Damn it. How could he be so informed about the conditions in the divine realm? The Shura god sighed heavily, reluctantly engaging in yet another clash with Mu Chen. However, the circumstances had shifted. His sword was now wielded by Mu Chen, his combat prowess significantly diminished, while Mu Chen's strength had surged once more, forcing him into a defensive retreat. At that moment, a colossal entity descended from the divine realm, its scales shimmering with resplendent hues. Each scale was diamond-shaped, with intersecting lines at their center forming 4 prominent ridges, robust and formidable, brimming with a razor-sharp aura. Even a single scale exceeded 1 square meter in size, and the sheer number of scales upon its massive form was incalculable. Its enormous wings unfurled behind, obscuring the chaotic temporal currents outside the divine shield. On its vast head, sharp spines protruded from both the crown and jaw, the spines on the crown extending along the spine to the tail. Its long tail suddenly thickened at the end, covered in spikes, resembling an oversized wolf's fang mace. It was difficult to fathom the terrifying consequences of being struck head-on by such a mountainous weapon. This was a dragon, a fearsome creature nearly 1,000 feet in length. Its eyes gleamed like rubies, filled with a savage and frenzied light. At last, I have awaited this day. The voice, both tyrannical and frenzied, sent shivers through all first-level gods. You insignificant wretches dare to obstruct my path? Prepare to perish. With that declaration, its claws and tail began to sweep through the ranks of the first and second-level gods. The first-level gods fared better, but the second-level gods found themselves vanquished within just 2 or 3 strikes, faced with the threat to their very existence. The first-level gods desperately shouted at the second-level divine officials, hurling skills at the Golden Dragon King, causing a flurry of sparks to erupt. Although the Golden Dragon King was tough-skinned and unscathed, he found such attacks irksome and retaliated with a breath of dragon fire directed at the first-level gods. The commotion was substantial, and the Shura god and his companions certainly took notice, intent on providing support. Yet, Mu Chen resolutely entangled them, rendering 3 divine kings powerless against a single youth. What an absurdity! The god of destruction, embodying the essence of annihilation, transformed into a meteor intent on colliding with Mu Chen. In response, Mu Chen spun his great sword several times, unleashing a blade of wind that deftly dissipated the force of his adversary. With a gentle yet decisive stroke, he prevented the impending impact, instead sending his opponent hurtling away, while he himself surged forward, compelling the Azura god to retreat. His sights were now firmly set on the goddess of life. The Azura god, cursing under his breath, resorted to his life force, conjuring the Azura sword to forcibly intercept Mu Chen. However, this maneuver rendered any intervention from above utterly infeasible. The god of destruction attempted to ascend 3 or 4 times. Yet each effort was thwarted by Mu Chen's grasp. Even if he could not pull him down, Mu Chen managed to rise alongside him, unable to shake him off. Thus, the trio ascended together, growing larger in stature. As the cacophony of screams and the thunderous explosions reached a deafening crescendo, half an hour had elapsed. Mu Chen unleashed a mighty roar, cleaving through the Azura god's right arm, followed by a sweeping strike that left a deep gash across the waist of the god of destruction. In a sudden surge, he ascended to the apex of the Golden Dragon King, who, indifferent to Mu Chen's presence, responded with a downward swipe of its formidable claws. Mu Chen remained undeterred, maintaining an intimate proximity with his formidable blade. He then commenced a rapid, drill-like rotation, colliding with the hand of the Golden Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King was evidently confident in the resilience of his corporeal form, believing it impervious to such an assault. However, he gravely underestimated the sharpness of the Divine Emperor's weapon. While it might not have pierced his palm, it certainly rendered his flesh and blood in disarray. In pain, the Golden Dragon King was compelled to withdraw, allowing Mu Chen to ascend to the divine realm. The 3 divine kings pursuing Mu Chen, however, were not met with the same leniency. Angered by the recent disrespect shown by that human, the Golden Dragon King sought an outlet for his fury, and the trio of divine kings appeared to be just the target. Despite the presence of the aged Shura god, who was evidently gravely injured, even losing an arm, the goddess of life's healing seemed less effective than before. Thus, The Golden Dragon King decisively positioned himself before the three divine kings, exclaiming, "Old man, it is time to settle the scores of your..." Chapter 134. The conclusion of the divine battle. The Golden Dragon King obstructed the Shura god, who furiously retorted, "Do you comprehend the strength of this youth? If you impede me, once he fully assimilates the divine power to govern the divine realm, do you believe you will survive?" The Golden Dragon King, regarding the Shura god with disdain, replied, "Do you truly think me devoid of intelligence? You cannot possibly be oblivious to the presence of my other half's aura on that youth. What does that imply? He is allied with me, and at the very least, he shall not slay me. But you, on the other hand, enough of this idle chatter. Prepare yourself." With that, the Golden Dragon King launched a swift strike. And the Shura god, resigned, engaged in a struggle with him, while the remaining first-tier gods and a few surviving second-tier gods rushed to assist. Indeed, confronting the Golden Dragon King appears significantly more manageable compared to dealing with that young man. The god of destruction and the goddess of life ascended in pursuit. And the Golden Dragon King did not intervene, for he recognized his inability to contend with these three formidable beings and chose instead to engage with one of them. With 30 seconds remaining before the divine battle passage closed, Mu Chen soared into the divine realm, preparing to shatter the divine realm's barriers and expose it to the Douluo plane. At that moment, the Douluo plane remained immensely powerful, capable of engulfing the divine realm and facilitating its evolution. Subsequently, Douluo star would transform into a divine star, a celestial body where gods could exist, ranking several tiers above other divine realms. Moreover, years later, should Mu Chen ascend as the God Emperor and establish the God Emperor realm, the might of Douluo star would indeed rank among the pinnacle of all realms. The god of destruction and the goddess of life exerted considerable effort to catch up with Mu Chen, but alas, they were ultimately too late. With a resounding dragon's roar, Mu Chen shattered the already fragile barrier of the divine realm, unleashing a torrent of divine power that surged forth like an unrelenting river. The Douluo plane commenced its consumption and enhancement. The first notable transformation manifested in the resurrection of Poseidon and Tang Chen, the healing of Tang Hao and other sword spirit masters, the revival of Ayin, and the return of Qian Dalu. In essence, numerous powerful beings, comparable to the inheritors of the gods, re-emerged on the Douluo continent, each surpassing the 100th level. Those who remained felt their lifespans extended and their wounds healed, while spirit beasts reaped even greater benefits. With the absence of the divine realm, the tribulations ceased to exist. Thus, upon reaching a certain level of power, further advancements became attainable. The Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor ascended to an astonishing 51,000 and 89,000 years, respectively, while Tian, harnessing divine power, transcended the million-year mark, enabling him to wield the divine technique, Dragon God Claw. In that moment, all ordinary inhabitants of the Douluo plane inexplicably felt warmth, sensing an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. However, the shattering of the divine realm entailed far more than this. With a splatter, the Shura god and all deities once belonging to the divine realm coughed up blood, including Tang Sand and Qian Richue, who were no exceptions. Why, you may ask? The divine essence had fractured. The once divine beings had become relics of the past. The current Douluo plane was now capable of subduing these gods. As the will of the Douluo plane began to take form, and the god of the plane started to prepare, this signified that the Douluo plane was beginning to generate its own divine positions, rendering the former divine abodes unnecessary. Faith is malleable. Thus, the Shura god and others now stood as mere ordinary soul masters of over 100 levels, confronted by the Golden Dragon King, who absorbed divine power to transcend boundaries. The Shura god was directly reduced to mere pulp, his soul obliterated. It seems you have lost, utterly and completely. It is over now. Everyone has become their own sovereign, and the masters of this continent no longer belong to you gods. Upon finishing his words, Mu Chen abruptly turned and struck down with his blade against the god of destruction. The Azura god, having lost his divine essence, wielded a weapon that could no longer be deemed divine. Its overall quality diminished significantly. In that instant, his side resembled nothing more than an oversized kitchen implement, effortlessly cleaving in two. Simultaneously, he too was bisected, his very soul expelled from his corporeal form. Without hesitation, Mu Chen swiftly performed a rite of transcendence on him, rendering him beyond the healing reach of the goddess of life. Faced with such an irrevocable fate, the goddess of life succumbed to despair, her spirit shattered. As she collapsed onto the vanishing ground of the divine realm, Mu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Instead of ending the life of the goddess of life, he extracted her soul and began to manipulate her memories. The remnants of her past were systematically erased. Notions of cherished love and the divine realm were altered. Mu Chen believed that the god of dimensions required a successor, one who would be unwaveringly loyal and pose no threat to his authority. Mu Chen's initial choice was Xiaowu, for she had no reason to betray him after he aided the entire spirit beast realm. However, at this juncture, a more remarkable candidate emerged. Though she had lost her divine power, her profound understanding of the path of life remained intact. In the process of clandestinely acquiring knowledge of this path, she would become his most loyal plaything. As the soul of the life goddess re-entered her body, a transformation commenced, reshaping her form in accordance with her spirit. 2 streaks of tears, deep purple in hue, appeared on her face, extending from the corners of her eyes to her mouth, while her hair darkened to ebony, and her garments turned entirely violet. She exuded an alluring charm. As Mu Chen had altered her comprehension of the path of life into a sinister version capable of annihilating playthings. Yet, the original essence of life still lingered. When white and black entwined, it was the darkness that manifested. Her divine status was elevated to that of a first-tier deity, the god of dimensions. In her memories, Mu Chen had saved her countless times from peril and nurtured her with boundless kindness. Her life's purpose was now to assist him in realizing his ambitions. And she had arrived at the moment when she could fulfill this destiny. The life goddess looked up at Mu Chen, and he discerned an unmistakable excitement in her eyes. Confirming that she had indeed been thoroughly brainwashed, he swiftly held her, leaning in to whisper softly in her ear, "You are now capable of aiding me. Go forth. Heed the call of your heart, and accomplish it." Flushed with a rosy hue from his proximity, the life goddess shyly responded with a soft before turning away and heading towards the realm of the dimensional deity. As for her success in inheriting this legacy, it was assured. The will of the Douluo star knew precisely to whom the credit was due, possessing millions of years of memory and undoubtedly having witnessed the earlier grand battle. Thus, since it was Mu Chen's directive, even out of courtesy, some leniency would be granted. At this moment, the divine realm dissolved into golden light, fading into the annals of history, its former glory obliterated, destined to be forgotten by the spirit masters. For it was at this instant that Mu Chen emerged as the new legend. Chapter 135, The Conclusion. The divine realm has vanished, and Douluo star has ascended to replace it, evolving into a more exalted sphere. Upon this celestial body, the emergence of 5 deities and numerous demigods is permitted. However, the former divine positions have shattered, yet the rewards acquired through trials remain intact. Thus, Tang San has attained the pinnacle of the Soul Master rank, as has Qianren Xue. Just like Bibi Dong. With the cessation of hostilities, a significant dilemma has arisen. Mu Chen is now universally acknowledged as unparalleled. Should he desire, he could effortlessly unify the continent through sheer force, with even the soul beasts lacking the capacity to offer any resistance. After all, the Golden Dragon King in the heavens is reluctant to engage in combat with a soul master capable of piercing through its very flesh. As Mu Chen gradually descended from the sky, a collective breath was held by all present. Regardless of their familiarity with him, at that moment, everyone felt the profound disparity in status. This involuntary reverence distanced the relationships among the crowd. Among them, the most apprehensive was undoubtedly Shuebong, who was acutely aware of his own insignificance. He understood that everything he possessed was a gift from Mu Chen. Without him, he would never have ascended to the throne. Now that Mu Chen had triumphed in the divine war, his status was unprecedented, and it seemed unlikely that anyone would oppose his dismissal. Though Shuebong believed he could accept this reality, he felt an undeniable bitterness. Despite his mundane cultivation he held on to the notion that he could be a wise ruler, adept at recognizing and utilizing talent. Consequently, his heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. At the moment Mu Chen descended, Shuebing approached with a smile to offer his congratulations. Mu Chen graciously responded, his demeanor warm and affable. This simple acknowledgement brought a measure of tranquility to Shuebing's heart. After stepping aside, Mu Chen walked ahead, with Shuebo following closely behind. Mu Chen, wearing his usual smile, effortlessly eased the atmosphere with his simple expression. He spoke, "Dear friends, the purpose behind my actions is rather straightforward. I aspire to restore Douluo Star to its original state, where soul beasts and soul masters can once again coexist on equal footing, engaging in healthy competition." Bibidon inquired, "I've long wished to ask you, why do you seek to assist the soul beasts? Is it not advantageous for soul masters to be superior to them?" Mu Chen shook his head and said, "You have misunderstood my intentions. I did not assert that soul masters must not surpass soul beasts, rather. I hope for a scenario where neither side dominates the other. Soul masters rely on soul beasts, and soul beasts, in turn, require soul masters. Soul masters hunt for soul rings, while soul beasts advance and eliminate the inferior through their connection with soul masters. Were it not for the divine retribution from the divine realm, it would be impossible for soul masters to gradually surpass the world of soul beasts in merely a few thousand years. I merely wish to return everything to its starting point and to run the race once more under fair conditions. Of course, I harbor personal desires, yet without purpose. Where would the motivation lie? In any case, the larger picture is certain, thus, there is no need to dwell on these matters. You, aspiring deities, should cultivate diligently and attain your divine positions, for soul beasts have already begun to ascend to divinity. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden dragon king above let out a tremendous roar, shaking the mountains and rivers. Today, I shall transcend the tribulation and ascend, becoming the new guardian deity of the soul beasts. Look upon me, mortals. With that, multiple bolts of lightning struck down upon him. Yet his corporeal form remained unperturbed by such forces. He successfully transcended and ascended, becoming the golden dragon king, the second among the realm of the godless. The sight of divine inheritance naturally reached the core of the Douluo forest. Now, it was the soul master's turn to be concerned. Mu Chen, smiling, remarked, "At present, there is no stable space for him to unleash his abilities, so he will refrain from taking action. However, his subjects can act. So what are you still doing here? Hurry back and train." Mu Chen smiled wryly. Tang San and the others chuckled as well, for it was well understood that as long as Mu Chen remained, war would be averted. His earlier remarks were merely intended to lighten the mood. However, some discerned the truth. Despite the sword Douluo having successfully restored his body and elevated his soul power to level 92, he could not compete with the Houtnan sect, led by Tangchen, or the Spirit Hall, which boasted the formidable Qian Dalu. When the master inquired why he could not resurrect his family, Mu Chen simply replied that it was not a miracle, only souls preserved within the past 5 years could be reborn, and those who had suffered non-fatal injuries could only partially recover. To truly manipulate reincarnation would elevate one beyond humanity to the realm of the divine, true gods. At this moment, the world had irrevocably changed, and the insignificant humans were left with no choice but to adapt to these new realities. The once great 10 great sects had largely been obliterated. The Houtnan sect, with Tang Chun disinterested in its restoration, chose instead to become the elder of the Tang clan, a name immortalized through the ages. Poseidon wed Tang Chun. Although it was a pity that the sea goddess position was shattered, she departed only after the transition, having fulfilled her mission, and found peace as the elder of Shrek Academy, also destined to be remembered forever. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan saw Lu Erlong and the Master as its sole survivors. The Master became a treasured author for the Mu Chen group. His thoughts still advocated thousands of years later. Lu Erlong ascended to the presidency of Shrek Academy, collaborating with the Master and Flender, while Zhao Wujuan was commemorated as a gold medal teacher. 3 years after the Divine War, Ning Fingji succumbed to illness, his health deteriorating. Ning Rongrong, instead of mourning, married the grandson of the Flame Lion Douluo, thereby forging a union with the Mu Chen group. She successfully merged the 7 treasure glaze tile sect into the 9 heart Si Tang sect, ensuring its legacy endured. Oscar, having lost an arm, faced limitations that ultimately led to his demise shortly after Mu Chen brokered peace between the two nations, establishing the Douluo United Nations. Ma Hongjun, not marrying by Qinxiang, vanished into obscurity, known only to have chosen to depart for the seas, seeking the unknown. Zhu Zhuqing ultimately chose to wed Mu Chen, becoming the wife of the savior god. Through her own prowess, she completed the qualifications for a secondary deity, attaining a prolonged existence, and after Mu Chen's millennia, she opened the Divine Emperor realm, ascending together into the Divine Domain. Tang San, as a child of the plains, successfully evolved into a primary deity, a guardian god, while Xiao became the bridge for the spirit beasts, inheriting the divine position established by Ming, thus assuming the role of the spirit beast god. Mu Chen, universally recognized as a hero, has had his remarkable deeds immortalized through the ages. The legal and political principles he established have endured for millennia, remaining remarkably progressive and ensuring that the strength of the Tian-Do Empire has surpassed that of the Luo Empire for over 9 million years. In the year 6344 of the United Nations calendar, Mu Chen opened the Divine Emperor realm and ascended alongside several soul beasts and soul masters, personally declaring the end of the United Nations era and the dawn of a new epoch. This year is referred to as Year 1 of the New Era, during which the world of soul masters reached its zenith, featuring formidable individuals such as the 120th level Qian Dalu, surpassing the likes of Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, Yen Lion, Tian Long, and Hai Tang. It was the most prosperous age for soul masters in over 10,000 years since Mu Chen's departure, earning the title of the Legendary Era. On that day, the Soul Beast formally declared the establishment of an empire and expressed their desire to maintain amicable relations with the world of soul masters, the realm of soul beasts, which was home to 3 deities who ascended to the divine emperor realm. Ice and snow emperors alongside the emperor of heaven also housed several demigod soul beasts from various regions. The world of soul beasts was 20 times larger than that of the soul masters, henceforth known as the Soul Beast Empire. Conversely, the realm of soul masters fragmented once more, giving rise to the Tian-Do Empire and the Star-Luo Empire. However, due to the presence of soul beasts, internal strife was averted. This situation persisted until year 88 of the new era, when another continent collided with the Douluo continent. Synopsis: in the course of a defense mission, Mu Chen perished in an explosion while attempting to rescue a student. Having fought valiantly for his homeland throughout his life, he was destined not to meet his end and thus found himself reborn in another world. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had been transported to the Douluo world. What stories will unfold for a man endowed with 18 formidable skills in this new realm?